In the year 737 of the age of the universe, aboard a colossal spacecraft, Frieza, nestled in his infant carriage, suddenly stirred from a brief slumber, his breath quickening. With an abrupt sense of urgency, nearby, his loyal subordinates, Zarbon and Dodoria, rushed to his side, expressing their concern. "Lord Frieza, are you all right? Zarbon? Dodoria? What is happening? Were they not slain by Vegeta on Namek long ago?" Frieza's gaze darted around the surroundings. Despite the absence of any malevolence, the oppressive aura he exuded rendered all aboard the ship breathless. "What time is it?" In response, Zarbon bent slightly, answering with utmost respect, "We shall arrive at planet Vegeta in approximately 30 hours. Planet Vegeta? Could it be that I have returned to the past? Please, Zarbon, fetch the flight log for me." Of course. Zarbon promptly approached the control panel, pressing a series of buttons, and soon the ship displayed the current time, its position, and its destination. Year 737 of the age of the universe. It appears that I have indeed been reborn into the past. Marvelous. Fate has not forsaken me. Frieza, shortly after the conclusion of the Tournament of Power, had once again set his sights on Earth, only to be mercilessly pummeled by the frenzied Broly for a harrowing 2.5 hours, leading to his untimely demise. As for the reason behind the prolonged beating, it stemmed from the numerous errors committed during the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Yet the undeniable truth remains that whether he liked it or not, he had become the hero of that realm, safeguarding Earth. Frieza waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave for now. I wish to rest a moment." "Understood." Once Zarbon and Dodoria exited cautiously, Frieza's expression twisted into one of malice as he gritted his teeth and spat. "How dare you, Broly, to have been brutally slain? This time, I shall put an end to everything before it even begins." With that thought, Frieza paused momentarily, contemplating wait. Since I have been reborn, why not pursue greater ambitions? Must I persist in conflict with a band of monkeys? This time, I shall adopt you, raising you myself. You shall become my most loyal and formidable subordinate. Aside from Broly, Goku, and Vegeta, the other Saiyans are merely worthless gluttons. And furthermore, Beerus merely mentioned the destruction of planet Vegeta, without implying the annihilation of the Saiyans. I shall gather them all and have them obediently serve me. At this moment, my soul and spirit have undergone a transformation. Even a Super Saiyan is but a mere snap away from annihilation. With a bit more training, perhaps I could even rival Beerus. With such thoughts, a peculiar smile crept across Frieza's face as he pressed the communication button on the infant carriage. "Dodoria, inform all teams hunting the Saiyans to cease their efforts and return. Of course, those already slain are of no consequence. Notify King Vegeta to prepare the most lavish feast in anticipation of my arrival." Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, Bardock, bearing 2 spherical spaceships and accompanied by a female Saiyan cradling a child, ventured into the outskirts, far removed from the city. He gently set down the spherical ships and remarked, "Frieza is upon us. I cannot thwart him. The only recourse we have is to journey together to Earth. Once Kakarot matures, he will undoubtedly be able to vanquish that fiend." Kine, with a furrowed brow, gazed at Bardock and inquired, "Bardock, could it be that you are overly sensitive?" Placing his hands on Kine's shoulders, Bardock smiled. "Trust me, Kine, this is merely a chapter of my past. Moreover, it appears King Vegeta is also wary. He has been dispersing the younger Saiyans across various planets of late. The navigation devices on those ships, like these two, have been dismantled. King Vegeta has not even commanded the younger Saiyans to obliterate any planets. It seems his only wish is for their survival." Kine lowered her gaze and murmured, "Well, let us hope that everything turns out well. I share your hope. Now, let us board. You take one ship with Kakarot, and I shall take the other alone." "What about Raditz?" Bardock chuckled. "That lad has already joined the prince's ranks. Frieza will not dare to touch this team, but if fate permits, we shall reunite with him on Earth." Thus, 2 spherical ships, carrying 3 Saiyans, departed from their homeland, soaring towards the distant Earth. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of King Vegeta's palace, the king listened intently to reports from his subordinates, his expression grave. "Frieza audaciously declares his intent to come. If I were to gather all the Saiyans and transform into a great ape at this moment, I might indeed have the power to slay him. A regal Scion woman at his side interjected, but Vegeta remains in his grasp that I am aware. Had I not considered this, I would have acted long ago. And there is also Lord Beerus. Even if I were to offer him the finest pillow and the most exquisite ingredients, it would not quell his wrath against the Saiyans. The crowned Scion woman inquired, "What shall we do then?" After a moment of contemplation, King Vegeta replied, "Let us prepare to receive him. If destiny is unchangeable, then as king of the Saiyans, I shall meet my end in battle. I refuse to cower like a coward on some remote planet. Future Vegeta and Broly shall avenge us. I have scattered the legacy of hope among the cosmos. The Saiyans shall not perish." On a distant planet, Vegeta commanded an assault against the indigenous inhabitants. Yet his countenance bore no semblance of enjoyment. Only Nappa and Raditz, along with another dark-skinned Scion possessing a crab-like head, were engaged in the fray. Nappa and Raditz wore expressions of solemnity. Raditz, distracted, lethargically struck down an extraterrestrial, calculating the days. Today must be the day of planet Vegeta's destruction. I had hinted at this earlier. I wonder if father and mother will survive this time. Nappa raised his middle finger, instantly obliterating a group of minions into mere fragments. The only way to survive is to stay close to Prince Vegeta. When the time comes to visit Earth, I must exercise caution around Kakarot. During this interval, I will strive to enhance my combat prowess. If all else fails, I shall play the role of a benevolent elder brother. At that moment, both individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards Vegeta, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Given Prince Vegeta's current fighting capability, it is plausible that he will soon surpass Frieza. At that juncture, I too may bask in the glory of his achievements. It is wise to treat him with utmost reverence. That is the most prudent choice. After dispatching a batch of extraterrestrial foes, they approached the young Vegeta, donning sycophantic smiles. "Your Highness, there are no living natives left on this planet." Vegeta merely replied with indifference, "Oh, understood." This time, Kakarot, I intend to ensure you do not even catch a glimpse of my silhouette. When I arrive on Earth, I shall present you with a most astonishing surprise. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced the corners of Vegeta's mouth. On Earth, in the courtyard of Capsule Corporation, a child clad in a revealing tank top awoke, rising from the ground. "This is Capsule Corporation? Shouldn't I have been erased by the Omni King?" The child, touching his chest, murmured, "What is happening?" "I have transformed into a small boy, and the fusion has not been undone. Where are the others' auras? Wasn't the god meant to have merged with Piccolo? How can they still exist?" As the child floated gracefully into the air, he gazed towards the direction of the Baozi Mountain. "There are two formidable auras, both Saiyans. One bears a striking resemblance to me. Oh no. If I truly have returned to the past, then Grandpa is still at Baozi Mountain. Wait for me." At Baozi Mountain, at the entrance of Sun Wukong's humble abode, a child donned in a blue martial arts uniform, adorned with spherical golden earrings, stared eagerly in the direction of Capsule Corporation. Though I am uncertain of the circumstances in this world, it appears to be exceedingly intriguing. An elderly man, carrying a basket, emerged from the door, inquiring, "Vegeta-chan, would you like to accompany Grandpa on a hunting expedition?" "I shall pass for now. We are expecting guests shortly, though. Then I shall prepare additional provisions and rouse Broly to join in welcoming them." The child, tilting his head with utmost confidence, replied, "No need for that. Find a hiding place. I will handle the welcoming myself." Moments later, a diminutive figure approached at an astonishing velocity, halting mid-air. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, the child adorned with earrings exclaimed, "You must be Gogeta, right?" Chapter 2. Unrivaled and the strongest in the multiverse, who are you? Vegito? Vegito gazed at the child before him, whose physical age was akin to his own, and chuckled. Clad in the attire of a Metamorans, it was evident that he was indeed a genuine Vegito. With this thought, Vegito lifted his gaze to the heavens. "Yet, I can still sense Vegeta's presence, indicating that you do not belong to this world." Gogeta descended gracefully before Vegito, stating, "That's a sentiment I ought to express. Your manner of thinking and speaking suggests you, too, are not of this realm, and you share my condition. You have transformed into a child." At that moment, a slightly taller child emerged from the house, rubbing his eyes. "Brother, has a guest arrived?" Gogeta attentively sensed the child's aura, pondering, though unfamiliar. There lies a hidden depth within him. It's none of your concern. Return to sleep, and do not forsake your dreams so easily. Broly, in a daze, turned towards his bed. Oh, then I shall continue to indulge in the chocolate castle. Once Broly had entered, Vegito looked at the puzzled Gogeta and remarked with a smile. You seem not to recognize him. Should I know him? Gogeta queried. Theoretically, you ought to be acquainted. First, recount your previous memories. Gogeta reflected on past events, murmuring. In my previous memories, I participated in the Tournament of Power. By the way, are you familiar with the Tournament of Power? Indeed, Vegito affirmed. Gogeta elaborated. I am the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, created during the Tournament of Power. We combined forces to confront an extraordinarily powerful adversary, so formidable that even my ultimate technique could not vanquish him. In the end, I was defeated, and our entire Universe 7 succumbed, leading to our erasure by the Omni King. When I regained consciousness, I found myself at Capsule Corporation in West City. Vegito, reminiscing about his memories, pondered, could that opponent possibly be a fused Jiren, created through Patera? So, this individual is a reincarnate, reborn as a fusion? Gogeta gazed at Vegito in astonishment. You possess such extensive knowledge. Could it be that you were also? What are you thinking? If it were me, I would never have faced defeat. I, too, am uncertain how I arrived here. In truth, Vegito harbored doubts about being a traveler from another realm. He was oblivious to how he had come to be in this place, or why he was here. As he regained his bearings, a singular voice echoed in his subconscious, affirming that he was indeed Vegito and possessed the mastery of all his techniques. He retained all memories pertaining to Dragon Ball, yet these recollections were not born from reincarnation. Rather, they were acquired from a higher perspective. It was akin to an individual in the real world having absorbed all narratives of Dragon Ball, including fan works. Certainly, he also held memories from numerous other universes. However, he could not recall any fragments of his previous existence as a traveler, including mundane aspects of life, not even the memory of his own name. Thus, he merely speculated on his identity as a traveler, lacking the confidence to assert it. Given the current circumstances, his existence resembled that of Vegito's true self, forcibly infused with the memories of a traveler by some potent and mysterious force. He paid little heed to such matters. After all, upon his arrival here, he harbored but a singular desire, the thrill of combat. That was his sole aspiration. As for his true identity, it mattered not. If he so wished, he could even compel the figure before him, Gogeta, to exchange names with him. Vegeta scrutinized Gogeta and inquired, "How long have you maintained this fusion state?" "I do not know, but it has certainly surpassed 30 minutes. Given the current circumstances, it seems the fusion cannot be undone," Gogeta replied. Upon hearing this, Vegeta cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops, and stepped forward with a grin. "Perfect. It appears the days ahead shall not be dull." Gogeta, noticing the shift, immediately adopted a serious demeanor and regarded Vegeta intently. "What do you intend to do? As a fellow fused warrior, have you ever pondered a particular question? What? Which is superior, the strongest in the multiverse, or the invincible?" With that, he ceased to conceal his aura, unleashing his true power. Gogeta gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. "Incredible. At such a young age, you possess such formidable strength. Even as a child, you must have undergone rigorous training, correct?" Vegeta paused momentarily before responding. "Training? No, I have not trained. To be frank, I have only recently arrived here. I have not even engaged in a true battle with that fellow in the room." "Well then, you should unleash your full potential as well, strongest in the multiverse." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Gogeta's forehead as he offered a wry smile. "Regrettably, this young body does not grant me my peak power. The energy you currently sense is my true level. But, Gogeta erupted with a powerful aura, which gradually transformed into a golden hue, enveloping him entirely. His hair shifted to a golden shade, and after a fierce gust of wind swept forth, he fully entered the Super Saiyan state. "This much I can still manage. Would you care to transform as well?" Vegeta remarked with a smile. "No need. In truth, I am uncertain whether I can transform. The sensation is quite peculiar. However, even so, I do not perceive you as my equal." Gogeta displayed a defiant expression. "Then let us see." In an instant, Gogeta executed a rapid movement, appearing before Vegeta to deliver a punch. Vegeta caught his fist with one hand, chuckling. "Is that all? It seems I am still superior. Did he catch my attack without transforming?" Gogeta swiftly broke free from Vegeta's grasp and distanced himself, carefully analyzing Vegeta's aura. Though he is strong, my energy currently surpasses his by more than double. What is occurring? Vegeta looked up at Gogeta and said, "If you find it challenging, I can allow you to use both hands." Gogeta gritted his teeth in response. "Who needs your permission? I will quickly leave you disoriented." In Super Saiyan form, instant transmission should pose no issue. The next moment, Gogeta vanished once more, employing instant transmission to appear behind Vegeta, launching a kick aimed at his head. Vegeta stood with his back to Gogeta, once again catching the latter's kick with a single hand. At that moment, Gogeta's pupils constricted in realization. So that's it. Gogeta unleashed a wave of energy toward Vegeta's back, and a crimson aura erupted around Vegeta. He seized Gogeta's ankle, swung him around, and smashed him down onto the very energy wave he had released. Boom. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Gogeta knelt on the ground, clutching his chest and gazing at Vegeta. The Kaioken activated in an instant. Even I could scarcely perceive the elevation of your energy. Such mastery is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. What have you experienced prior to this? Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, "Who knows? Perhaps I am a malevolent overlord bent on universal destruction. If that were the case, this would be your sole opportunity to annihilate me. You might as well reveal all your trump cards. Having participated in the tournament of power, you must have acquired some form of divine technique." Gogeta rose to his feet and remarked, "Regrettably, I cannot attain the ultra instinct in this body. Can you, perchance, achieve it?" Vegeta answered, "Not yet. I merely wish to witness its prowess." Once Gogeta returned to his ordinary state and diminished his energy, he stated, "I am no match for you at present. I cannot even transform into Super Saiyan 2. However, grant me a year, and I assure you that you will only see my back. Oh, that is something to look forward to. In that year, I shall refrain from any training, lest it be said that I took advantage of you. Nevertheless, as I age, even without transcending my combat power, my strength will uncontrollably increase." Gogeta confidently regarded Vegeta, saying, "You may train as well. We shall compete again after a year." Vegeta inquired, "Shall the loser become the winner's subordinate?" "Certainly. I will not concede to you." As Gogeta prepared to depart, Vegeta asked, "By the way, where do you intend to go this year? Surely you aren't heading straight to the hyperbolic time chamber?" Gogeta hesitated, contemplating that there seemed to be no other destination available. If he were to go to the time chamber, it would feel excessively unfair to Vegeta. Vegeta continued, "Or do you plan to seek out Dr. Brief first? While that might be more efficient, this world still has Vegeta in existence." Gogeta's face flushed slightly as he replied, "No need for your reminders. Bulma and I are still but children. Speaking of which, it appears you have a particular interest in Bulma, don't you? To be honest, I prefer Android 18 over Bulma. Have you considered Krillin's feelings? Do I need to? As I mentioned, I am uncertain of my own nature. I might cause chaos on Earth." Vegeta's smile grew increasingly smug. "Thus, the only one capable of restraining my potential mischief is likely you, the strongest in this dimension." Chapter 3. Personality Correction Brainstorming within the royal palace of planet Vegeta. King Vegeta knelt on one knee behind Frieza, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. Before him stood Frieza in a form King Vegeta had never witnessed, even though he could not sense energy. Instinctively, he realized that the current Frieza was far more formidable than the previous form, with a combat power of 530,000. Destroying planet Vegeta was a demand from Lord Beerus? Frieza, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to face King Vegeta. "Indeed, King Vegeta, I harbor no substantial grievances against you Saiyans. Your laughable Super Saiyan form is, in my eyes, utterly inconsequential." Their voices echoed through the vast banquet hall, and the rapidly quickening heartbeat of King Vegeta was unmistakable. Frieza approached the king and remarked, "However, Lord Beerus merely requested the annihilation of this planet. He did not instruct me to eradicate you. Therefore, in my benevolence, I have decided to grant you Saiyans an opportunity to relocate to another planet. I have already identified a suitable one for you. In 2 days, I shall reduce this planet to cosmic dust." King Vegeta understood that everything comes at a price. Frieza could not possibly be so benevolent. "What price must we pay?" Frieza smiled slightly. "Well, first and foremost, you must relinquish your autonomy. Secondly, you will need to be dispersed somewhat and reintegrated into the Frieza force. Nonetheless, you shall remain King Vegeta in name. Lastly, I require your assistance in locating a few Saiyans. With his head bowed, King Vegeta inquired, who does Lord Frieza seek? Kakarot and Broly, those two Saiyan brats. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta immediately responded, I beg your pardon, Lord Frieza. Broly was secretly executed years ago due to his extraordinary combat prowess. As for Kakarot, I shall dispatch someone to investigate. Upon hearing this, Frieza was uncertain whether to feel pleased or irate. Nevertheless, King Vegeta represented a spiritual symbol of the Saiyans. Since he had resolved to subjugate all Saiyans, it would be unwise to eliminate him indiscriminately. King Vegeta was exceedingly anxious, unaware of how Frieza had knowledge of Broly's existence. Frieza's display of behavior had exceeded all his expectations. He had prepared himself for death today. Yet Frieza had not only spared him, but had also revealed that the orchestrator behind this was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza, wearing a hint of displeasure, stated, Never mind, I believe I have a general idea of Kakarot's whereabouts. Moreover, from now on, young Vegeta shall heed only my commands. King Vegeta promptly replied, That is only fitting. Every Saiyan shall obey the orders of Lord Frieza. Frieza nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you should commence preparations for your departure. I trust you all will keep your mouths in check. Remember, this is an initiative you have organized voluntarily. Frieza placed his hand on King Vegeta's shoulder, and the king immediately felt an overwhelming weight. The ground beneath his feet cracked instantaneously as he struggled to support Frieza's hand. It is all merely coincidence. Lord Frieza has never set foot here. That is well. Furthermore, to enhance the realism, let us ensure that a portion of the Saiyans remains here forever. At last, dispatch a squad of elite Saiyans to Earth to assist me in searching for a mystical entity known as the Dragon Balls. These are translucent orange orbs, totaling 7 in number. Once located, inform me promptly. I assure you the task shall be accomplished. King Vegeta acquiesced verbally, yet internally he harbored doubts. He suspected that Frieza might be aware of his concealment of Broly on that planet, and should Broly be discovered, the blame would inevitably fall upon Paragus. Months later, 2 spherical spaceships descended near the Bowsy Mountain. Broly, who was fishing by the riverbank, was startled and frightened away as a large fish nearly took the bait. Disturbed by the sudden commotion, with a disgruntled expression, he rose to observe the landing site of the ships. Vegeta reclined on the grassy ground. A blade of grass between his lips, inquired, Where are you headed? To reason with them, came the reply. In an instant, Gogeta materialized before them, exclaiming, This energy is Goku's. And there are 2 others. Vegeta, still sprawled on the grass, chuckled, If my guesses are correct. Your father Bardock and your mother Jine have come along as well. After all, one of their power levels is approximately 10,000. Gogeta cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, retorting, Aren't my parents also yours? I have little recollection of them. Vegeta sprang to his feet, asserting, They are likely not malevolent. Especially with the 2 of us on Earth. They lack the capability to cause chaos. Gogeta, unimpressed, countered, Who was it that mentioned earlier the possibility of chaos arising here? Now you speak with the tone of a guardian of Earth. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Gohan's energy is approaching. We should investigate to avoid any potential danger. With that, Gogeta vanished in an instant, followed closely by Vegeta and Broly. The 2 spherical ships gradually opened their hatches, revealing Jine, who cradled a 3-year-old Kakarot. Bardock donned a modified scouter, stating, This device was secretly altered for my use. It cannot be detected or eavesdropped upon by Frieza's forces. Let's ascertain the power levels of the strongest beings on this planet. Beep, beep. The scouter emitted incessant signals, prompting Bardock to furrow his brow. 3 individuals are close by, almost right in front of us. Jine immediately inquired, What are their power levels? 2 at 5,000, and 1 at 8,760. Upon hearing this, Vegeta crossed his arms, standing beside the crater and observing the trio. Did you hear that, Broly? Your power level is still not well regulated at 5,000. Remember to practice diligently. Upon hearing the name, Bardock was taken aback, gazing at the 3 with astonishment. Broly? Paragus' son? And who are the other 2? Gogeta similarly crossed his arms, standing next to Vegeta, and introduced, I am Gogeta, and this is my brother, Vegeta. Vegeta frowned at Gogeta's words. Please, I was born first. You are the younger sibling. Did we not agree to classify by strength? In that case, you are truly the youngest of the brothers. At your current state, even my second brother could make you call him brother. You insolent fool. Do you wish to test that now? As the two engaged in a spirited exchange, Jai noticed that the other two children also had tails wrapped around their waists, exclaiming in astonishment, Saiyans. Were they released by King Vegeta? Bardock observed the trio and remarked, at such a tender age, their combat prowess is remarkable. King Vegito would not have released them lightly. The name Vegito indeed bore the essence of royalty. Jai leaned closer to Bardock and whispered, It seems as though these two are conversing in voices that belong to distinct individuals, and one of them bears a striking resemblance to your tone. Upon hearing this, Gogeta inquired, How should we address our identity? Should we speak candidly or weave a tale? I, Vegito, have always favored a straightforward approach. With that, Vegito descended along the slope of the crater to stand before the trio, his gaze sweeping over them as he spoke slowly. Greetings, Bardock, Jine. And what is with that fierce expression from Kakarot? Kakarot hid behind Jine's thigh, baring his teeth and glaring at Vegito in a manner reminiscent of a cornered creature. Gogeta, observing from above, reminded them, No need for alarm. I recall Master Roshi mentioning that Goku has always been like this. It was the blow to his head that altered his demeanor. You might test his resilience, but do not harm him. Without requiring further encouragement, Vegito adjusted his strength and gently tapped Kakarot on the head. In an instant, Kakarot was sent flying, prompting Bardock to retaliate with a punch, only to be met with another such tap that sent him reeling as well. Do not fret, I am assisting you. This is my unique technique, the personality adjustment tap. Kakarot will emerge improved from this experience. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegito, the strongest warrior born of the Patera fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, unmatched across the heavens and the earth. The other being, akin to me, is also a fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, albeit through the inferior Metamoran technique, making him my second in command. Furthermore, it appears we all hail from alternate universes. The enormity of this revelation caused Bardock and Jine's minds to momentarily falter, both expressing disbelief as they gazed at the group. In that moment, Goku's consciousness became hazy, a torrent of memories flooding his mind. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold the scene before him. Where am I? Was I not slain by Moro? Forgive me, Merus. Forgive me, everyone. I have failed you. I should have eliminated that fiend in one blow. Wait, is that Vegito and Gogeta? Chapter 4. The Rebirth of Goku Yu. How did you come to be here? Goku managed to stand, albeit with great effort. Vegito and Gogeta replied in unison, We do not know either. After exchanging glances, Vegito took the initiative, stating, From now on, I shall be the one to respond first. If I do not answer within 3 seconds, you may speak. Why should it not be my turn first? Gogeta retorted with a cheeky grin, Because you truly are quite weak. With that, Gogeta kicked the small spacecraft away like a ball, exclaiming, You rascal, I can no longer endure this. Today, I must settle the score with you. Goku hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Vegeta's arm, urging, Calm down, Vegito. Although we have reverted to our childhood forms, should you engage in full combat, the earth would not withstand it. I cannot remain calm for even a moment. This fellow has incessantly mocked me. With that, Vegito transformed into a Super Saiyan, declaring, Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training over the past few months. Suddenly, Vegito turned to Goku, inquiring, What did you just say? Goku, panting and seated upon the ground, replied, I said that if you both transform into Super Saiyans and engage in battle. Before he could finish, Vegeta swiftly approached, fixing Goku with a serious gaze. Are you also reborn? Reborn? Goku questioned, uncertainty clouding his expression as he felt the diminished power coursing through him. My last memory is of battling Moro. But, at this juncture, Goku clenched his fists, exclaiming, Due to my negligence and carelessness, I wrought irreversible consequences. Moro killed both me and my companions. Meru sacrificed himself in vain. Meanwhile, Bardock and Jine remained in a state of bewilderment, clearly unable to comprehend the gravity of the conversation unfolding before them. Bardock, to a degree, fared better, being a reincarnation himself. However, he had perished too early to grasp the subsequent events. After all, this Bardock from Dragon Ball Super lacked the foresight to predict the future. Yet, his demeanor was relatively composed, having deduced Frieza's intentions to annihilate the Saiyans based on mere signs. At that moment, Gohan approached, carrying a basket, and addressed the group in the crater. Oh, are these all acquaintances of little Vegeta? Fortunately, I prepared extra food today. Come, let us return home to dine. Upon seeing the elder Gohan, Goku could not contain his emotions and instinctively utilized instant transmission to embrace him, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I have missed you so dearly." Giant's face twitched in surprise. "Grandpa?" Vegeta explained, "In most timelines, Kakarot arrived on Earth alone, adopted by this elder, who laid the crucial foundation for him to become an exceptional warrior. Afterward, Vegeta unleashed a formidable energy, causing the very ground to tremble. Bardock's scouter shattered instantly. With a cold stare, Vegeta warned the two, "Let it be known, he is also my grandfather. Should anyone show him disrespect, do not expect my leniency." In the next moment, Vegeta's aura calmed, and with hands on his hips, he sported a bright smile. "However, do not worry too much. I am, after all, half Kakarot. In a sense, you both are like my parents. Thus, I shall protect you as well." Unbeknownst to them, Vegito had crawled into the spaceship, remarking, "I sense a split in your personality. It seems the pot hair of fusion has its flaws." Vegeta quickly pressed a button on the spaceship, causing the hatch to close. When Vegito attempted to exit, Vegeta delivered a punch, knocking him unconscious. As the spherical spaceship ascended into the sky, Bardock exhaled a sigh of relief, finally rid of an irksome presence. He glanced at Vegeta and stated, "These two ships lack remote controls. No worries. He will return on his own once he regains consciousness." 10 minutes later, Gogeta reappeared with the spherical spaceship, striding towards Vegeta with an air of menace. "If you dare," before Gogeta could complete his sentence. Vegeta regarded him with disdain and retorted, "What could you possibly do if I were to come again? Unsatisfied? If you are, then return home and train diligently. Also, kindly fetch some money from Bulma. We have quite a few guests, and the house certainly needs an expansion." Upon hearing Vegeta's request, Gogeta puffed out his chest with pride and exclaimed, "The invincible champion of the world finds himself short of funds? And you expect me to assist you in borrowing money from a woman? This hardly aligns with the stature of the invincible lord." Vegeta chuckled at Gogeta's remarks. "You have a point. It does tarnish my reputation. I should simply contact a television station, declare this planet as my own, and with absolute power, compel a throng of Earthlings to serve me." Gogeta extended his hand. "All right, I shall go procure the funds for you. Now be quiet." With that, Gogeta teleported away aboard the spherical spaceship, both men hurling insults at one another from nearly 10,000 miles apart. During dinner, Bardock and Giant persistently inquired about the future events from Vegeta. He narrated the original storyline until the emergence of Moro. Pondering, Bardock stroked his chin. "So, Raditz perished at the hands of Kakarot and a Namekian ally? Indeed, the true culprit behind the Saiyans' demise is Beerus. And later, Kakarot becomes allies with Beerus?" "That is correct." Bardock, his face shadowed with anger, stood abruptly. "Kakarot, I never imagined you to be such a person. Is your mind filled with mush?" At that moment, Vegeta addressed Bardock and Giant with utmost seriousness. "Shouldn't the Saiyans be exterminated? What? They continuously invade other civilizations, wantonly slaughtering the indigenous peoples. The extinction of the Saiyans is a deserved fate." Bardock clenched his fists. "Are Beerus and Frieza innocent? We are merely their tools. All orders originate from Frieza." Vegeta countered, "Do you not relish the thrill of wantonly slaughtering those civilizations during your invasions? I assure you, whether it be Frieza or Beerus, they will eventually pay for their transgressions. But do not think of the Saiyans as blameless. I cannot forgive Frieza for the fallen Saiyans, just as those slain by the Saiyans cannot forgive us. Actions are actions, regardless of whose orders were given. It is the Saiyans who ultimately carry them out." At that moment, Goku, sitting in a chair, remarked, "So in my world, the Saiyans were eradicated. Only I, Vegeta, and Broly remain as the last 3 pure-blooded Saiyan survivors." Chapter 5. The Great Brother Vegeta in the Depths of the Universe. Vegeta sat within the spherical spaceship, arms crossed, wearing an expression of displeasure. "I have squandered far too much time on the road. I must extricate myself from Frieza's grasp. The spacecraft are all equipped with Frieza's locators, and the only way to escape now is to actively request a mission to planet Yadrat. However, if that fiend remains alive, countless innocent lives across various planets will continue to be slaughtered. The only definitive solution is to eliminate him first." At that moment, the voice of Nappa resonated through Vegeta's scouter. "Prince Vegeta, we have just received news from headquarters." "What is it?" "Planet Vegeta has been annihilated by an asteroid." Vegeta fell silent for a few seconds, contemplating. "So it has been destroyed? Kakarot has likely gone to Earth as well." "Understood," Nappa replied calmly. which did not surprise Vegeta. After all, the last time he learned of his planet's destruction, he merely lamented not having become the official king. Nappa continued, however, the majority of Saiyans have survived, including your parents. Nanny? Vegeta was taken aback by this development. Nappa explained, it is said that during the asteroid impact, most Saiyans were away. The majority of those who perished were the elderly, weak, and infirm. And what of the survivors? King Frieza has offered a new planet for us to gather. The journey is somewhat closer this time, approximately 2 weeks. Frieza would not be so benevolent. No, something is profoundly amiss. If he intended to annihilate the Saiyans, he would have orchestrated a plan for a single, decisive strike rather than provide another planet. Regardless, Frieza must be dealt with swiftly. Nappa cautiously inquired, Your Highness, where shall we head now? Let us first find a nearby base with a healing system to recuperate before proceeding. Nappa was somewhat perplexed, after all. None of them had sustained significant injuries. Yet he dared not question, merely recalibrating to locate the nearest planet. There is a base nearby. We can reach it within a day. Excellent, Vegeta replied. The population on that planet is sparse, as its gravity is 5 times greater than that of planet Vegeta, and the station personnel possess considerable combat prowess, averaging around 3,000 in battle power. Isn't that even better? A day later, 4 spherical spacecraft descended upon the planet, greeted by a regiment of alien warriors clad in battle attire, standing in formation to pay their respects. As the hatch opened, Vegeta stepped out and inquired, Who is in charge of this planet? An alien resembling a lizard approached respectfully, stating, Lord Vegeta, I am the officer in command of this outpost. Very well. Our ship has encountered some issues. Please conduct repairs and escort us to the medical facility. With that, Vegeta strode forward, and the lizard-like alien promptly led the way. Nappa, Raditz, and Dorius followed closely behind. Raditz, feeling the weight of the oppressive gravity, murmured, This gravity is somewhat taxing even for Saiyans. No wonder this planet serves merely as a temporary outpost. Upon arriving at the entrance of the treatment room, Vegeta addressed the lizard man, stating, This matter no longer concerns you. From now on, no one is permitted to enter without my command. To which the response was a dutiful, understood. At that moment, only a few Saiyans remained in the treatment room, and Vegeta surveyed the other 3, lost in contemplation. Theoretically, the latent potential of a Saiyan is boundless. In anticipation of future crises, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Consider this a form of compensation for them. Moreover, to transcend into Super Saiyan 4, it is imperative to absorb the energy of other Saiyans. Deleuze, standing beside Raditz, inquired, Your Highness, we are not injured. Is it necessary to halt the treatment? Vegeta removed his scouter and glanced at the others. Nappa and Raditz immediately followed suit and took off their scouters, with Deleuze reluctantly doing the same. A faint smile appeared on Vegeta's face as he raised his hand, directing it towards Deleuze, saying, Aren't you wounded now? Just as Deleuze was processing this, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, inflicting severe injury upon him. He then aimed at Raditz and fired another ki blast, which also left Raditz gravely wounded. Nappa, startled, began to retreat, while Vegeta lowered his hand, commanding, Take them inside for treatment, and subsequently, inflict severe injury upon me as well. If one were to discern Vegeta's most trusted companion among them, it would undoubtedly be Nappa, the only one capable of safeguarding the others during their treatment. Although he was puzzled by the fact that both Nappa and Raditz exhibited higher combat power than previously, he regarded this as a fortunate occurrence. Nappa, coming to a realization, remarked, I see. Your Highness, you intend to utilize the Saiyan trait of increased power upon near-death revival. Before Nappa could finish, Vegeta raised his hand, signaling him to cease. Just follow my orders. After we finish treatment, it will be your turn. As Vegeta lowered his ki, Nappa cautiously directed a ki blast towards him. Vegeta effortlessly extinguished the blast and scolded, Fool! How could such a feeble attack possibly harm me? Be serious. If you do not wish to be trampled by Frieza for eternity, you will obediently follow my commands. Nappa closed his eyes and summoned all his strength to launch a ki blast at Vegeta again. This time, Vegeta was indeed gravely injured, with the severity of his wounds exceeding both Vegeta's and Nappa's expectations. Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he looked down at the gaping wound in his abdomen, exclaiming, You imbecile! Who told you to use a penetrating ki blast? Your Highness! Nappa rushed forward, placing Vegeta into the treatment pod, inadvertently stepping on the barely conscious Raditz. Raditz struggled to lift his head, cursing Nappa inwardly. Damn you, Nappa. Just wait. This time, I will befriend Kakarot on Earth first. I want to let you off when you're half dead. Upon noticing Vegeta's life signs stabilizing, Nappa wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stating, just in time. Now let us get them inside as well. Several hours later, the treatments for everyone concluded. Even an antiquated healing device can restore a grievously injured individual to their former state within merely a few hours. Vegeta, keenly attuned to the energy coursing through his body, mused to himself, excellent, with a few more sessions, I should meet the minimum criteria for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Though pure-blooded Saiyans may start at a disadvantage, overcoming the initial tribulations leads to an unimpeded path ahead. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists. Kakarot, I shall not wait for you. This time, I will show you a realm even you have yet to attain. Nappa, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta, instinctively retreated. Prince Vegeta, it's a relief you're unharmed. Before Nappa could finish, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, rendering Nappa unconscious amidst a cloud of smoke. Throw this fool into the healing chamber. I shall stand guard here. Who else wishes to continue? Dallas, feeling the inexhaustible power surging within him, declared, I, Prince Vegeta, I shall. In this timeline, Dallas was neither dispatched on a mission nor pursued by Frieza's forces. Hence, he had no prior interaction with the spirit fruit. The reason for his inclusion in Vegeta's squad was his striking resemblance to Goku. Upon investigation, Vegeta discovered Dallas was Bardock's illegitimate son and welcomed him into the fold. Whether or not he possessed strength was secondary. Dallas' humble demeanor in Vegeta's presence was quite appealing. Noticing this, Raditz quickly interjected, and I, Prince Vegeta, very well, I shall accommodate you all. Half a day later, the combat prowess of the group had markedly increased. With Raditz boasting a power level of 15,000, Nappa at 16,000, and Dallas at 12,000. Notably, Raditz had already achieved a power level of 1,000 prior to the training, indicating that over the years since the original narrative, his strength had only ascended by a mere 500 points. After all, being in the same squad as Vegeta afforded him scant opportunities to combat formidable adversaries, leading to the stagnation of a once promising elite warrior. At this moment, the group felt overwhelming gratitude towards Vegeta, with Raditz and Dallas silently chastising themselves for their earlier lack of understanding. Upon realizing Vegeta's thoughtful intentions, they could hardly suppress the urge to berate themselves. Vegeta addressed the group. While your potential for enhancement is substantial, continuing in this manner may raise suspicions. I will first teach you how to control your power levels. Only then may you proceed. Should you fail to grasp this, do not follow me further. The group responded earnestly. We shall not betray your trust, Your Highness. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to Prince Vegeta. In that moment, Vegeta's stature grew grand in their eyes. Chapter 6. Vegeta. At worst, I will enter the hyperbolic time chamber. While Vegeta and his companions harnessed the Saiyans near-death revival trait to bolster their combat prowess, on Earth, Bardock and Jine had settled on Mount Pozu. Goku gradually grew familiar with his long-forgotten parents. And although Jine and Bardock were aware that a mature soul resided within that small body, they showered Goku with affection. Only Gohan bears the burden of supporting 5 Saiyans. Fortunately, Chi-Chi assists with household chores, and Vegeta dutifully brings a wealth of supplies and funds, not out of necessity, but as per the request of Vegito, who asked him to deliver several spaceships to Bulma's father as an investment in the Capsule Corporation. On this particular day, Goku is engaged in a sparring match with Broly. The 3-year-old Goku struggles to adapt to his new body and faces numerous setbacks during their exchanges. Gohan and Vegito observe the duel, and Gohan remarks, the name Goku was originally intended for either you or Broly. Vegito chuckles, Isn't Broly's Earth name quite fitting? It certainly sounds appetizing. Gohan responds, then why not adopt an Earth name yourself? With the surname Sun, you would be just fine, unlike the original Kakarot, who lost his memories. Gohan, noticing the familiar stance Goku has adopted from Master Roshi, smiles and says, it's evident that the child has already trained under Master Roshi. Given the opportunity, I shall take you both to visit him. Suddenly, Gogeta appears behind them, clad in Earth attire, greeting everyone. Vegito glances at Gogeta's pink children's shirt and teasingly remarks, why are you wearing Vegeta's clothes? Gogeta's cheeks flush as he turns away, mumbling, how could this possibly be Vegeta's clothing? Gogeta continues, "This is the color and style that Bulma's mother insisted I wear. Since the fusion cannot be undone, it would be inappropriate to continue donning the attire of Metamor." At this point, Gogeta glances at Vegito's martial arts uniform. Before he can speak, Vegito interjects, "Don't even think about it. If you seek excitement, do not wear mine." Gogeta coolly turns his head aside. "Who cares? I can always wear Vegeta's battlesuit or Goku's martial arts uniform later." Meanwhile, Goku finds himself pinned down by Broly, unable to reach him despite his relentless punches and kicks. Damn it, I wish I could grow a bit more. Goku feels somewhat familiar with Broly. As in his own world, they have already formed a friendship. Gogeta approaches Broly and scrutinizes him, asking, "Broly, would you be interested in sparring with me?" Broly turns his gaze toward Vegito, seemingly seeking his approval. Vegito responds, "No. If you provoke Broly too much, we might lose the entire Mount Pozu. If you wish to spar, it must be in the hyperbolic time chamber." This is no jest from Vegito. Despite their youthful appearances, he understands that when Gogeta fights seriously, he tends to go for the kill. In the original story, Broly was subdued after a fierce battle. Gogeta is currently gathering energy for a Kamehameha wave. Had the dragon not transported Broly back to planet Vampa, he would likely have been struck down by Gogeta. Furthermore, once the evil containment wave is unleashed, Hell Gogeta only requires 3 strikes to obliterate it entirely. As for the comical Vegito, he is merely a version of Gotenks. The experiences of the current Vegito span from the beginning to the Super Era. Broly's rampage is another matter entirely, although he is only 5 years old now. Should he unleash his full power, he could likely tear apart the current Frieza. This is precisely why Vegeta remains by his side, to ensure that if Broly were to lose control, there would be someone capable of restraining him. Upon hearing the words hyperbolic time chamber, Goku immediately exclaimed to the others, "Right. There's the hyperbolic time chamber. If we spend 2 days inside, our bodies will surely grow a bit." Vegeta looked at Goku and inquired, "And then what? What do you mean? Have you considered what to do next? Will you repeat your past experiences or venture into new endeavors?" This question plunged both Goku and Vegito into contemplation. Vegito crossed his arms and remarked, "Indeed. Eradicating future threats now would be both pointless and unfair to those individuals. The real concern lies with the tournament of power in 43 years. If things continue to develop as they are now, I will be at least 10 times stronger than I was back then." Goku looked at Vegito with confusion. "Huh? You didn't lose after fusing, did you?" At this, Vegito turned to Goku and bellowed, "Why don't you give it a try?" "That Jiren is a fusion of 2 Jirens using Patera." "A fused Jiren?" Goku furrowed his brow. Then a look of excitement spread across his face. Now that has something to look forward to. Vegeta then asked, "By the way, have you considered gathering the Super Dragon Balls to see if you can return to your respective worlds? And what about you? I have no idea what my original world was like. How could I return?" Vegito clenched his fists and responded, "I wonder if the Eternal Dragon can restore my universe. If possible, I would like to try. But even if I returned in this form, it wouldn't change much." Goku, rarely engaging in deep thought, added, "I feel the same way. Even if I could restore things, it would be troublesome if I returned as a child." Vegeta analyzed, "You likely wouldn't be too affected. Your transformation occurred after I bumped your head. So, your soul must have traversed and been reborn in this body. However, there is another issue. Returning and restoring the former world are 2 separate wishes, thus requiring 2 uses of the Super Dragon Balls, and the intervals cannot be too long." Upon hearing this, Goku put his hands on his hips and declared, "Well, that doesn't matter. No matter how powerful that Moro guy is, Lord Beerus will eliminate him. If Lord Beerus and Whis genuinely care about Earth, they will use the Super Dragon Balls to wish for its restoration. When the time comes, I will leave it to fate. Regardless of whether I can return, I must first make myself stronger." Vegito nodded in agreement. "Me too. I will not prematurely eliminate the lurking crisis of the future. I will merely prepare more thoroughly." Suddenly, Vegeta's tone turned serious. "What if the greatest threat is Xeno?" "What do you mean? Don't you think Xeno resembles a child wielding countless nuclear weapons?" Goku scratched his head and asked, "What are nuclear weapons?" "This is inconsequential. What truly matters is that the Omni King can unilaterally determine the fate of a planet or even an entire universe based solely on personal whims. Such power in his hands poses the greatest threat to all universes." As he spoke, Vegeta rose and approached the 2. "Regardless of how you seek excitement, or how you allow Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu to grow, Even if it involves Beerus, we must be prepared for the Omni King. This I feel deeply. For even in my original timeline, Goku and the Omni King were good friends. Yet, he can extinguish life at a whim. Even if the Omni King is biased, he would only leave Goku to fend for himself across other universes, where others would likely erase him as well. Goku scratched his head foolishly, saying, I believe the Omni King isn't that kind of person. There's no need to prepare for anything, right? Besides, as long as we win the tournament of power, with you and Vegeta by my side, no matter how formidable the enemy, we need not fear. Vegeta murmured, what Vegeta says is true. You have not experienced such a situation, so you find him amiable. Vegeta's intention was to use the Super Dragon Balls to counter the Omni King's power. However, Saiyans cannot survive in the universe. A portion of the Super Dragon Balls lies in the 6th universe, and one must speak the divine tongue to make a wish, which seems rather impractical. Vegeta looked at Goku and said, who says it's impractical? First, we can use other Dragon Balls to wish for the Saiyans to be able to exist in the universe. As for the 6th universe, learning the Kai's instant transmission would make it easy to get there, and we could even teleport directly with the Super Dragon Balls. But do you know the divine language? Goku asked. I can learn, Vegeta replied confidently. What if the angels and gods of destruction notice? Vegeta smiled confidently. If worst comes to worst, I can just enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Of course, all of this is hypothetical. The Omni King may not even act against us, but I simply dislike having my fate controlled by a child. Chapter 7. The most challenging dungeon of the 7th universe in the year 738 of the Age of the Universe. Only a month remained until the year-long promise between Vegeta and Goku would come to fruition. During this time, Bardock also joined in their training, fostering a considerable bond with Goku, Broly, and Vegeta. He and Jain regarded the three as their own children, with Broly being adopted by the couple. However, Vegeta maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor, rarely discussing matters outside of training with them. In contrast, Goku took it upon himself to train daily alongside Bardock and Broly in the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber. In just a few months, Bardock's combat power surged from just over 10,000 to 70,000, and he learned the Kaioken technique, enabling him to sustain a tenfold Kaioken battle for brief periods. This combat prowess made defeating Frieza in his first form a trivial task. Each training session left them exhausted, leading them to consume senzu beans, a method reminiscent of Vegeta's approach to boosting combat power. To facilitate this, Goku even made a special trip to Korin Tower, returning with a dozen senzu beans from Master Korin. Upon witnessing this, both Goku and Vegeta understood that Goku was simply too agreeable. The two individuals took turns visiting, each time carrying away several jars, effectively depleting the resources of the esteemed Carlin. Upon learning of this, Bardock ventured forth once more, nearly absconding with the seeds of the land. On this day, the god of heaven stood in the temple of the gods, gazing anxiously down upon the mortal realm. Beside him, Bobo inquired, My lord, what troubles you? I am concerned about the demon king Piccolo, the deity replied. Are you worried that he might seek to dominate the world? Hearing this, the god of heaven could not suppress a chuckle. Oh, I fear he may be slain before he has the chance to hatch his eggs. Currently, Earth stands as the most secure haven in the universe, with some of the most formidable beings residing here. With a sigh, the god continued, I ought to remind them, although with their presence, Piccolo's power is rendered insignificant. It is crucial that his existence does not fade away. Indeed, this deity had also been reborn, perceiving the world through Piccolo's perspective after their fusion. This continued until Piccolo and his companions fell to the fully formed Cell, a fate brought upon by the beastly Gohan, who insisted that Cell experience true pain, leading to Cell's self-destruction and the demise of all warriors on Earth. It is likely that when Goku and Vegeta return, they will be utterly bewildered, if they manage to return at all. After Piccolo's demise, he expected to find himself in the realm of the King of Hell. However, upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself back on Earth, transformed once more into a deity. This occurred just after the separation from the Demon King, who seemed devoid of any future prospects. The reborn deity, script in hand, diligently trained, already possessing the power to vanquish the Demon King. Yet, he chose to have Master Roshi seal him within a rice cooker, in hopes that one day his other half could again emerge as the guardian of Earth. Presently, the god of heaven retains his youthful vigor, having wished upon the Dragon Balls to regain his youth, not out of a desire for power, but rather to better assist Piccolo upon their potential reunification. At this moment, The deity lifted his gaze to the heavens and remarked, "It appears Earth has new visitors. Their energy is malevolent, all Saiyans." Bobo queried, "What shall we do?" "I hope they decide to leave. If they do not, we can only mourn their fate. These Saiyans are not even my match." Beyond the atmosphere, 5 spherical spaceships soared northward, crashing into the ground and creating 5 craters. By sheer coincidence, these vessels struck the very site of Dr. Gero's newly established secret laboratory. The young Dr. Gero, clutching the table, panicked and exclaimed, "What has transpired?" It was indeed the Saiyans, arriving one after another. One such creature, a green monster adorned with numerous black spots and a long tail, grinned and declared, "Haha, how intriguing it would be to create androids based on Saiyans. Just wait, I'll fetch you a couple." The monster vanished in an instant, only to return moments later, clutching a fainted Saiyan in its grasp. Dr. Gero gazed at the creature and inquired, "What kind of technique is this, considering you didn't even open a door?" The answer came, "Instant transmission is derived from Goku's cells. Now, hurry and restrain them." At that moment, the doors of the other 3 spacecraft slowly opened, revealing 3 bewildered Saiyans staring at the 2 spherical ships. Where are the others? Why are the windows shattered? Who knows? Perhaps they perished along the way. Let's focus on the task at hand. No sooner had the words left their lips than a voice echoed from behind them. "What mission do you have?" The trio spun around to find a child clad in a blue GI floating above, observing them with an air of superiority. "A tail? Are you also a Saiyan?" Vegeta shot a glare, unleashing a powerful aura that sent the 3 sprawling, their bodies crashing heavily against the edge of a crater. "Do not respond to questions with questions. Answer mine first." One of the male Saiyans, gritting his teeth against the pain of potential fractures, raised a hand to activate his scouter. "A power level of only 5? Who are you?" You never learn." Vegeta pointed at the Saiyan's head, which exploded in an instant. "To find you here only speaks to your misfortune. Earth is currently the most challenging dungeon in the 7th universe." The other 2, terrified, hastily pleaded, "No, please don't kill us. We are all Saiyans." Vegeta sneered, "And what of that? Infighting among kin is a Saiyan tradition. I shall ask once more, what brings you to my planet?" One of them, struggling to rise, stepped forward and stammered, "It was King Vegeta who sent us here." Before he could finish, his head rolled to the ground. "Who permitted you to stand and look me in the eye?" The other 2 immediately knelt, bowing their heads. "It was King Vegeta who sent us. He mentioned something about seeking a thing called Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, Vegeta descended onto one of the spherical ships, scrutinizing the 2. "Is King Vegeta still alive? And aware of the Dragon Balls? This seems amiss. Is planet Vegeta still intact?" "Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, yet most Saiyans survived. King Frieza provided us with a new world." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. The situation had vastly exceeded his expectations. He then produced a phone and dialed a number. "Tower. It's complicated. You should come and see for yourself." In the next moment, Gogeta appeared next to Vegeta in a flash. After grasping the details of the unfolding events, Gogeta's jaw dropped in disbelief. It wasn't until Vegeta patted his shoulder that he regained his composure. "Tower, why would Frieza act in such a manner? Could he be similar to us or Kakarot?" At this, Gogeta felt a chill run down his spine and chuckled wryly. "Perhaps we ought to visit the hyperbolic time chamber? If what you say is true, who knows which stage of Frieza we are dealing with? If he has already mastered his golden form, returning now for 4 months of training could prove perilous." Vegeta chuckled, "If you are afraid, you might as well seek out Frieza's energy. Once you have gathered your most potent technique, teleport there and eliminate him." "No, that's not an option," Gogeta replied, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through him as his hands trembled uncontrollably. "If Frieza continues his training, do you not anticipate how much stronger he could become? Although I am concerned he may come to Earth, I do not wish to end him so soon. Moreover, he did not annihilate the Saiyans, which indicates that he may have changed. For now, our safest course is to head to the hyperbolic time chamber together." Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, "Not a chance. The year-long agreement has yet to reach its conclusion. Even if Frieza were to arrive tomorrow, I would not budge. I promise not to train, and I shall not take advantage of you." Gogeta, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, gazed at Vegeta incredulously. "Do you truly possess such confidence? Are you aware of what a year of training signifies for a fused warrior with a distinct growth trajectory? It means you have trained for an entire year." Chapter 8. Shall we call our fusion Vegeta? Gogeta's lips twitched slightly as he widened his eyes, staring intensely at Vegeta. The veins in his forehead bulged as he exclaimed, "Are you deliberately toying with me? Am I mistaken? A year of training is simply that. Does your year equate to my day? Are you daring enough to engage in a spar right now? Humph, I will not strike until the appointed time. You should dedicate this month to your training." While the two were exchanging barbs, two Saiyans kneeling on the ground were devising an escape plan. They exchanged glances and nodded at one another before immediately bursting forth in opposite directions. However, in the next moment, Vegito and Gogeta each seized one of them and hurled them back to the ground. "All right, now we must deliberate on how to deal with you two." Vegito raised his hand, ready to eliminate them, but Gogeta grasped his wrist. "Are you so eager to take a life? Very well, let them return to relay the message." "Return to relay the message. Are you suggesting we inform Frieza to hasten his arrival?" Gogeta glanced at the patera earrings on Vegito's ears and added, "It is not without merit. If necessary, we can fuse again. As for the name, how does Gogeta sound?" At this, Vegito's anger flared. "I find Vegeta to be quite reasonable. Combining my Bej and your Gita, what do you think?" Gogeta, stroking his chin thoughtfully, murmured, "That makes sense. If need be, we can always have Vegeta change his name." Vegito seized Gogeta's collar, shouting, "Do you really believe you have a point? Do you possess no sense of pride as a fused warrior?" After this, Vegito pushed Gogeta to the ground. "Remember this well, the strongest in the dimension. With my Vegito, there is no need for that Gogeta nonsense. If we cannot defeat our adversary together, we might as well find a place to bury ourselves." Gogeta, seated on the ground, posed a question. "But what if our opponent is truly that formidable? Humph, then we shall deserve our demise. Ideally, a death so complete that our souls scatter, to spare us the embarrassment of facing judgment in the afterlife." In this moment, Gogeta truly comprehended the profound sense of self-respect that resided within Vegeta as a fused being. This realization epitomized the enlightenment expected of a fusion warrior. This was the essence of a true champion. A fusion warrior ought to possess a certain arrogance that allows them to tower above the masses. Vegeta turned to the other two Saiyans and declared, "Listen closely. Return and inform King Vegeta and Frieza. The Dragon Balls indeed exist on Earth. Come if you dare. Tell Frieza that if he cannot achieve his golden form, he should refrain from seeking out conflict." Vegeta approached the two before him and commanded, "Relay every word without omission. Now leave." The two promptly boarded their spaceship and took flight, leaving Gogeta at a loss for how to respond. However, after a moment of contemplation, he speculated, "I understand your thoughts. Since we have revealed the golden form to him, he will undoubtedly be gripped by an unknown fear regarding our capabilities. This trepidation may deter him, granting us invaluable time." Vegeta replied, "I did not ponder it deeply. I simply did not wish to bully someone who is yet to master even the golden form." What? With that, Vegeta instantly teleported back to the lookout. Gogeta could only return to Capsule Corporation, burdened by the pressure and motivation that Vegeta had left him. He resolved to train with greater fervor. Initially, he had feared that becoming excessively powerful might render his battles with Vegeta mundane. Thus, he often found himself slacking off, offering guidance to Bardock, and exchanging a few sparring moves with Goku to pass the time. Now, with Frieza looming as a threat, he embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Before long, the promised year arrived. In addition to the two prepared for battle, Broly, Bardock, Goku, and Kairatsu also gathered to witness the confrontation. They arrived at a desolate wasteland, where Vegeta was the first to descend upon a higher rock. Gogeta, in turn, sought a relatively lower stone to land upon. Just as he was about to touch down, Vegeta's mere glance obliterated the rock. Gogeta glared at Vegeta in fury, to which Vegeta responded with a grin. "Choose a lower rock from which to gaze up at me, the strongest in this dimension." Gogeta retorted from midair, "I will show you no mercy." Vegeta crossed his arms and remarked, "Then I shall extend you some mercy. You scoundrel, I do not require your mercy. Unleash your full potential. You must also warrant my full effort." Gogeta clutched his chest, nearly choking on his indignation, his hair flickering between golden and black. Observing Gogeta's agitation, Vegeta advised, "Embrace your anger. It is through anger that one can leave no room for hesitation. Now, since you cannot out-argue me, let us engage in battle." Gogeta clenched his fists, unleashing a fearsome golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bardock and Kairatsu observed Gogeta's transformation in awe, murmuring, "Is this the Super Saiyan? So powerful." Vegeta, sensing Gogeta's energy, remarked, "Your current power is only slightly superior to Gotenks during the Buu saga. While it may not meet my expectations yet, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 should still be within your capabilities." Vegeta deliberately donned the outfit of the Metamoran race, transforming into a Super Saiyan, closely resembling Gotenks. However, he was slightly shorter than Gotenks, as his physical age was merely 5 or 6 years. Vegeta pointed at Gogeta and exclaimed, "Transform. I refuse to fight you in your normal state. Are you afraid of losing face, you beast?" Infuriated, Vegeta charged at Gogeta and threw a punch. Gogeta, without transforming, stepped back and firmly caught Vegeta's fist with one hand. What? Gogeta's aura began to emanate a sinister energy, and the area around his eyes darkened, reminiscent of the corrupted Vegeta. "Behold, my hair does not need to change color to leave you speechless." Gogeta suddenly delivered an uppercut to Vegeta's chin, assisting him in closing his mouth. He then unleashed a powerful kick to Vegeta's abdomen, leaving a footprint on his back. Vegeta spat out blood, along with a few teeth, as his body uncontrollably flew backward, shattering several massive boulders along the way. Gogeta's aura continued to rise, yet he remained in his normal form. Bardock, sensing this terrifying power, remarked, "Incredible. He is suppressing Super Saiyan Vegeta while remaining in his base form." Broly observed Gogeta seriously and said, "That is no ordinary base form. He is harnessing the power of the Great Ape." "The power of the Great Ape?" Broly nodded. "Yes, I can maximize the potential of the Great Ape's strength without transforming. Perhaps my brother does not wield it as effectively as I do, but he will not lose his sanity." Upon hearing this, Goku sighed in relief. "You startled me. Fortunately, he won't lose control. When I sensed his energy shift, I realized it was similar to yours. I didn't expect anyone besides you to wield such power." Broly looked at Goku in astonishment. "Is it difficult to use this power?" "Not particularly. My brother learned to subdue me during my first rampage. He claimed any Saiyan could do it. However, they cannot amplify their power by tens of thousands or even millions like I can." Bardock and Jin were alarmed by the mention of such terrifying amplification. Only Goku, having truly battled Broly, understood the immense strength of this power. Goku inquired, "How much can an average Saiyan amplify their strength?" "My brother once said about 10 times, similar to the Great Ape transformation," Broly replied. Gogeta flew over to the rubble and found Vegeta, saying, "Get up. I have no interest in an opponent lying on the ground." Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his lone tuft of hair standing upright as he sprang from the pile of stones and struck Gogeta on the forehead. Gogeta's head snapped back, blood oozing from his forehead as he looked at Vegeta with a smile. "Now our strengths are roughly equal." "No, that's impossible." Vegeta stepped back. "You haven't even transformed, and I only marginally surpass you in Super Saiyan 2. Have you truly never trained?" "No, yet despite this, my fundamental combat prowess has undeniably strengthened over the course of this year. The growth rate of a Saiyan during their formative years continues to ascend even without training, a state you should be able to comprehend." Vegeta furrowed his brow intensely, declaring, "No, I absolutely refuse to accept that. After a year of training, I am still inferior to you. I possess the pride of a fused warrior. How could I possibly concede to such a notion?" Chapter 9. The inner eye. Vegeta's aura expanded tremendously, causing the very earth to tremble beneath its weight. The lightning that coiled around him intensified with fervor. Within a secret base nestled in a northern mountain, the first form of Cell sensed this overwhelming energy, feeling a sense of despair. "Whose auras are these? They surpass even Gohan and Majin Buu. My database holds no records of these individuals. Is it because I have altered history? Damn it." After painstakingly reincarnating and absorbing Trunks, I entered the time machine. I specifically adjusted the timeline to before Goku obliterated the Red Ribbon Army. I never anticipated encountering such monsters here. This Cell possesses a wealth of experience. He too is a reincarnate. Yet his demise did not come at the hands of Gohan or Trunks. In his world, it was Vegeta's lack of intervention that allowed Super Saiyan 2 Gohan to emerge victorious. After annihilating all warriors on Earth, he departed, inadvertently sparing the new Supreme Kai. Din utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan and Trunks, as they were the only ones eligible for revival. Ultimately, through a series of convoluted events orchestrated by the East Kaishin, Majin Buu was successfully revived. The process was exceedingly abstract. Had the East Kaishin made even a minor misstep, Majin Buu would not have been resurrected. Upon sensing Majin Buu's formidable energy, Cell returned to Earth, only to meet his demise at the hands of Buu. Upon his resurrection, he found himself back in the incubation chamber of the future world. He continuously communicated with the computer to refine his evolution plan, initially focusing on the characteristics of Majin Buu. He requested the computer to assist him in absorbing powerful life energies, enabling him to automatically fuse with the cells of his targets, thereby enhancing his own power. Additionally, he instructed the computer that created him to develop a miniature organic chip to implant in his brain. This modification required more time, delaying his emergence from the incubation chamber. Thus, he learned from his previous experiences and refrained from eliminating Trunks before departing. The battle was far from effortless. Trunks' strength far exceeded his expectations. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, absorbing Trunks and acquiring his cells along with all his powers. He subsequently consumed all of humanity in the future world before returning to the past via the time machine. Given that he previously detected significant disparities between the 17 and 18 of both worlds, he deduced that two primary factors contributed to these differences: the upper limits of the character's powers in the current world and the extent to which history had been altered. Sharu deduced that the stronger number 17 and number 18 became, the higher his own power limit would rise after absorbing them. Thus, he deliberately traveled back to a time long before the onset of events, intending to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. His aim was to strengthen Son Goku and Vegeta, and subsequently absorb their cells with his enhanced body. However, the current circumstances had exceeded his imagination. He was unaware of the emergence of these new figures on Earth. Yet, the presence of formidable beings was advantageous for Sharu. Although this situation surpasses my expectations, it undoubtedly presents a splendid opportunity. Just wait. This time I shall become stronger than anyone else. Moreover, with my accumulated knowledge, Dr. Gero's research progresses more smoothly. On the newly formed planet Vegeta furrowed his brow, cold sweat trickling down as he gazed toward Earth. That familiar aura rivaled Gohan's during the days of Buu. What has transpired on Earth? What is this energy? Suddenly, Vegeta recalled something, exclaiming, "Gogeta? No, that cannot be." By the way, several Saiyans that Frieza previously dispatched to Earth brought back some news. There are even stronger Saiyans on Earth, and upon mentioning a golden form, Frieza became noticeably anxious. Damn it, there is no time to dawdle. That scoundrel Frieza is far stronger than I had anticipated, even in my Super Saiyan form. I am no match for him. Fortunately, Frieza has granted me a degree of autonomy this time, though I am reluctant to utilize this method. I have no choice. Vegeta turned and strode toward the grand spaceship provided by Frieza. Since he had not located Broly, Frieza's focus now rested entirely on Vegeta. After his rebirth, Frieza reflected on many things. Had he not been so intent on suppressing Vegeta, would he have been able to secure Vegeta's unwavering loyalty? Consequently, Vegeta now held a status even higher than Captain Ginyu, equipped with a ship akin to Frieza's. He had also installed a gravity chamber within the ship, ensuring that travel time would not be wasted. "Follow me," Raditz cautiously inquired. "Where is your highness headed?" "After Namek, we shall proceed to Yadrat. No matter who the Scion on Earth may be, should they dare to lay a finger on my Bulma, I vow to dismember them." Back on the battlefield of Earth, Gogeta, with his flowing golden locks, gazed at Vegito. "This is the Super Saiyan 3 you've long awaited." Vegito yawned, responding, "The build-up was excessively prolonged. During that time, I could have eliminated you 1,000,000 times over. Thankfully, it is finally complete. Now I shall take this a bit more seriously." Gogeta smiled confidently. "Even you must transform now?" "Transform. If you cannot reach the divine realm, I need not change my hair color." "Huh." Vegito exhaled deeply, his muscles swelling instantaneously. Five-fold Kaioken. "Nanny." In an instant, Vegeta lunged towards Gogeta, delivering a fierce elbow strike that collided with Gogeta's face. As Gogeta's body was propelled into the air, Vegeta seized his ankles, spun him around several times, and then forcefully slammed him onto the ground. "Our combat prowess is nearly equal. You have already tapped into Super Saiyan 3, while I have merely utilized a five-fold Kaioken. Considering Broly's transformation into a giant ape, it is equivalent to the enhancement of Super Saiyan 1. Thus my Super Saiyan 1 is akin to your Super Saiyan 3. Gogeta rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gazed intently at Vegeta. "If that is the case, why not transform into Super Saiyan and fight me? Is it merely to instill a psychological scar?" Vegeta chuckled. "Close enough. If you could summon a higher transformation, perhaps I would have to resort to becoming a Super Saiyan. But do you possess that capability? Gogeta fell silent, recognizing that he first needed to comprehend Vegeta's techniques and strategies before making any decisions. He then maintained his Super Saiyan 3 form and charged at Vegeta, initiating a rapid exchange of blows. Unfortunately, it appeared that Vegeta could anticipate every move Gogeta made. Is that Ultra Instinct? Gogeta pondered, but Vegeta swiftly immobilized his arms. Not quite. While it does exhibit a certain instinctual quality, it is fundamentally rooted in combat intuition developed through years of accumulated practical experience and judgment, purely based on technique, tactics, and logical calculations. Even Vegeta himself was perplexed by the depth of his combat experience. He unleashed a punch aimed at Gogeta's face. Such a simple task. Do not tell me that you, having lived twice, are incapable of accomplishing this. Gogeta was sent flying once more, but stabilized in midair, focusing intently on Vegeta. With his arms crossed, Vegeta regarded him. You have it all backwards, Gogeta. That diminutive physique struggles to harness divine energy while continually striving to enhance your combat power. The formless training taught by Mr. Popo could serve as a preliminary form of Ultra Instinct. If one were to assign a name to this technique, mine's I would be more fitting. This time, Gogeta did not react with anger. Instead, he closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the training he had received from Popo in the Heavenly Temple. In the next moment, a transformation seemed to occur within Gogeta. His gaze became devoid of any extraneous emotions as he fixed his eyes upon Vegeta. Come again. Chapter 10, Beyond Measure this time. Gogeta's attacks and defenses became markedly more decisive. He successfully anticipated Vegeta's movements on multiple occasions. Previously, Vegeta had effortlessly evaded Gogeta's strikes without the need for blocks. Now, he found himself needing to block increasingly often, and on several occasions. He was struck in the torso. As the battle between the two began to stabilize, Bardock observed their clash. It's become evenly matched now. If Vegeta does not continue to enhance his Kaioken, can Gogeta win? Goku scrutinized the situation, stating, he absolutely cannot. Although Gogeta's stamina and energy are quite remarkable, Super Saiyan 3 consumes tremendous energy. It won't be long before Gogeta finds himself at a disadvantage once more. With fervor, Yukong clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. He yearned to engage in battle with the two. Unfortunately, with his current battle power exceeding 1,000, he could only stand at a distance, offering commentary. At this stage, the Saiyans found that the efficiency gained through training was perhaps overshadowed by the natural augmentations that came with age. Gogeta and Vegito served as prime examples of this phenomenon. Of course, had Gogeta devoted the past year to rigorous training, he might have diminished this disparity or even matched or surpassed it. Vegito had reminded him countless times. Yet Gogeta, in his arrogance, had assumed he need not exert himself too fiercely, fearing he would leave Vegito far behind. In midair, both Gogeta and Vegito simultaneously repelled one another. Vegito's breath remained steady, effortlessly navigating the combat. In contrast, Gogeta's breathing had become noticeably labored, and he was acutely aware of this issue. Vegito, employing only the power of the Great Ape and the five-fold Kaioken, had matched Gogeta's strength. It remains uncertain whether the might of the Great Ape could be harnessed in Super Saiyan form. Yet, at this moment, one could only take a gamble. Gogeta relinquished his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, reverting to his base form. Vegito chuckled. So, you finally intend to unveil all your hidden cards? Gogeta forced a smile, acknowledging, you saw right through me. The young one's body struggled to consolidate the divine aura. But the infinitesimal probability of success was not entirely equivalent to zero. Gogeta's energy surged dramatically, reaching a boiling point before concentrating and transcending. To the naked eye, the aura surrounding Gogeta still appeared gaseous. Gradually, the energy that overflowed from his body began to solidify, morphing into a liquid-like, fiery red spirit energy. Jine, Bardock, and even Broly were astonished by this unprecedented form. Wukong observed Gogeta and remarked, the injuries inflicted by Vegito have healed, akin to my own transformation into this state for the first time. Bardock, surprised, turned to Wukong. Kakarot, you can achieve this too? Yes. If I were to revert to my adult form, it should pose no issue. This state is known as Super Saiyan God. Theoretically, as long as 6 benevolent Saiyans are gathered, they can achieve this transformation through a ritual. However, Accomplishing it through one's own efforts necessitates rigorous training and perseverance. It is hard to believe that even Gogeta, at this age, could achieve this alone. He truly embodies the fusion of me and Vegeta. Wukong cast a glance at Vegito, pondering. So, Vegito, how do you plan to respond? If my instincts are correct, the great ape's power will, to some extent, hinder your control over energy, which is why you hesitate to transform into a Super Saiyan. The stronger the aura, the more challenging it becomes to control. Even if you can utilize the energy in Super Saiyan form, the efficiency would drastically diminish. Thus, even if your energy levels could reach Gogeta's Super Saiyan God tier, you would still be at a disadvantage. Upon noticing the confident smile gracing Vegito's face, Wukong instantly sensed that Vegito was concealing some form of hidden advantage. Vegeta gazed at Gogeta with a light chuckle and remarked, "Truly, Gogeta, it is only natural for a fused being to achieve such feats." Gogeta, with a serious expression, looked at Vegeta and inquired, "Such a tone suggests you believe you could accomplish the same." Vegeta replied, "I cannot say for certain, as I have never attempted it. However, since you can, I have no objections. Perhaps even Super Blue could be attainable." Upon hearing this, Gogeta was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. Vegeta flashed an invincible smile and reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. I will not exceed your power. Even if I were to manifest a transformation of equal caliber, I would feel a sense of shame. Rest assured, I shall seek a method to defeat you within the confines of Super Saiyan 3. Gogeta glared at the Patera fusion, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "You look down on me so? Do not be so arrogant. I have already perceived it." He continued, "The power of the great ape not only disturbs your emotions, but also affects your control over ki. Thus, even if you were to layer Super Saiyan upon this state, defeating me is impossible. Is that so?" Vegeta inhaled deeply and unleashed his immense power. In an instant, he transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his gaze turned more ferocious. Vegeta fixed his eyes on Gogeta and declared, "In terms of energy levels, we are nearly equal now." Cold sweat beaded on Gogeta's forehead as he realized, "You can truly harness the power of the great ape while in Super Saiyan form." Vegeta grinned wickedly and responded, "It's not particularly difficult. Even Broly has accomplished it." With that, Vegeta instantaneously teleported in front of Gogeta and delivered a swift kick. Gogeta raised his hands to block, but was sent flying a distance before halting. He then surged forward, radiating divine energy, and threw several punches, all of which Vegeta deftly dodged. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled, "It seems I must allow you to use your hands." Enough of this. Gogeta concentrated energy into a Kamehameha wave and launched it. Vegeta did not evade. Instead, he charged forward and kicked the energy wave into the stratosphere. Taking advantage of the momentary visual obscurity created by the wave, Gogeta teleported behind Vegeta and struck down with both fists. Whoosh! Gogeta's fists passed through Vegeta's afterimage fist, but the key has not shifted. Vegeta floated behind Gogeta and explained, "By leaving a trace of ki on the afterimage, one can create a convincing illusion. Meanwhile, my true form suppresses its ki to a minimum, leaving you only able to sense the afterimage's aura." With a sigh, Vegeta lamented, "The disparity in power, speed, techniques, and skill is far too great." Gogeta shouted at Vegeta, "If you have the capability, cease these petty tricks. I refuse to believe that in terms of energy levels, you can defeat me head-on. Bring it on. I have been waiting for you," he declared fiercely. Gogeta charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. But Vegeta maintained a confident smile, effortlessly countering all of Gogeta's assaults with just his feet. After exchanging dozens of blows, Vegeta landed a decisive kick, sending Gogeta crashing to the ground. Well, with the assistance of the divine aura, Gogeta's wounds healed, and he furrowed his brow at Vegeta, inquiring, "Why?" "The power of the great ape should have affected your control over your aura." Vegeta, arms crossed, explained, "Indeed, it did have an impact, but our mastery over aura has different limits. You may believe your control is at 100, yet in my eyes, it is merely 50. The great ape's power likely diminished my control by 20, but my original capacity was 200. Do you comprehend now? A control level of 180 against 50, in an energy state of the same tier, presents a clear advantage." After speaking, Vegeta glanced toward Goku in the distance, stating, "It's not just me. If Kakarot were on your level, he might even surpass you. During your battle with the fused Jiren, You must have experienced the divine techniques, owing to the presence of that Vegito within you. Achieving this realm surely required considerable effort on your part. If this Gogeta emerged from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta post the Tournament of Power, it would take a significant portion of my strength to defeat him. However, in the context of the Tournament of Power, especially Vegeta, he merely provided an energy boost. Gogeta's upper limit cannot exceed that of Goku from that era. It is essential to note that during the Tournament of Power, Vegeta had not yet undergone further training on Yadrat for precise control of ki. Fortunately, Gogeta's foundation, talent, insight, and potential far exceed those of Goku. Once the issue is identified, it will not be long before he overcomes it. Yet now, Vegeta has already glimpsed his limits. Continuing this battle would serve little purpose. The game is over. It seems I hold the upper hand. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and approached him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gogeta back to his base form, unconscious. Chapter 11. Vegeta, let us form a Special Forces team. Slap. 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 Gogeta, are you alright? Goku gently patted Gogeta's face, who slowly opened his eyes and sat up, stating, I have lost, and it was a complete defeat. Vegeta, still arms crossed, replied, if the opponent is me, it is not shameful to lose. You are likely the strongest being in the 7th universe, second only to me, Beerus, Whis, Meruz, and Frieza. Gogeta rose, retorting, if you can't offer comfort, perhaps you should remain silent. Regardless, do you remember our wager? Since I have emerged victorious, you must acknowledge me as your elder brother. Let's hear you say it. Gogeta, frowning and looking down, asked, can I call you that in private? No, that would render it meaningless, Vegeta chided, leaning in to scold. Surely, the strongest in the multiverse wouldn't he back down from a bet? Enough, big brother. Vegeta, satisfied, patted Gogeta's back, saying, rest assured, from this day forward, I will follow your lead. By the way, since Kakarot and Broly are present today, shall we all swear brotherhood together? Gogeta turned to Broly and inquired, shall we do so by age? I see no issue with that. Certainly, it is determined by strength. I am the strongest, and I shall take the lead. Vegeta steadfastly upheld his perspective, asserting, I believe it is more appropriate to arrange ourselves by age. Perhaps one day, I may surpass you, and besides, Broly is older than us. It feels rather odd for him to call me brother. Ultimately, strength is the decisive factor. We are bound by brotherhood, not merely a contest of power. By age, I say. Goku, standing between the two, pondered aloud. Why not let rock, paper, scissors decide? After a brief silence, Vegeta contemplated and concluded that as long as Vegeta did not assume the role of the elder brother, he could accept it. Moreover, if they were to determine the outcome through rock, paper, scissors, Vegeta's chances of becoming the elder brother would only be 1 in 4. Very well. What say you, Vegeta? Surely, you do not lack confidence in your fortune? Vegeta crossed his arms and lowered his head slightly with a wry smile. Although your provocation is rather clumsy, it has succeeded. Let us proceed to rock, paper, scissors. The 4 of them formed a circle, swinging their arms. Rock, paper, scissors. Vegeta, Gogeta, and Goku all chose rock, while Broly opted for paper. Vegeta glared at his unyielding fist, tightening his grip. How could this be? I have actually lost. No, I absolutely cannot allow Gogeta to win. Rock, paper, scissors. In the second round, Gogeta chose rock, Goku selected scissors, and Vegeta also picked scissors. Gogeta, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I have won. I have defeated Vegeta. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Vegeta extended 2 fingers in a scissors gesture and pinched Gogeta's fist, applying a firm squeeze. Gogeta's fist began to slowly open, prompting him to transform into a Super Saiyan, and Vegeta followed suit. You scoundrel! Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan God, tightening his fist once more. Witnessing this, Vegeta revealed a disdainful smile. Ah, how foolish. Vegeta too was engulfed in a crimson flame-like aura, transforming into Super Saiyan God, and using 2 fingers, he pried apart Gogeta's fist. Gogeta's hand emitted a series of cracking sounds as bones were gradually crushed, leaving him no choice but to loosen his grip. Vegeta, gazing at Gogeta's hand, remarked, See, I have triumphed. With sufficient strength, scissors can indeed cut through rock. In the end, it all boils down to strength. He then turned to Broly and inquired, Do you have any objections, little brother? Broly shook his head. None, big brother. Excellent. Now, Only Gogeta and Kakarot remain. Rock, paper, scissors. Goku, wishing to avoid unnecessary suffering, dismissed the thought of rock altogether. He chose paper, while Gogeta, attempting to mimic Vegeta's earlier tactic, selected scissors. Thus, Gogeta emerged victorious, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. Henceforth, we shall be a family, elder brother, third brother, and fourth brother. After healing his hand with divine energy, Gogeta echoed Vegeta's earlier words. Yes, elder brother, second brother, fourth brother. As the first victor, Broly humbly addressed each of them, calling out, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Only Wukong, in his human guise, called out to three brothers. Nevertheless, they typically addressed each other by their names, particularly Vegeta and Gogeta. Observing Gogeta stroking his chin, Vegeta inquired, what troublesome idea are you concocting now? Perhaps we could form a team akin to the Ginyu Force? Although they were currently short one Vegeta, he suggested that Bardock could fill in momentarily. Vegeta's face twitched as he vehemently replied, absolutely not. You can wait a few more years. Perhaps Gohan will play with you when he grows up. Subsequently, Gogeta gazed at the sky and declared with a smile, it is settled then. Once Vegeta arrives on Earth, I shall subdue you all, and then we shall establish our team. We shall be known as the Gogeta Force. Days later, a colossal spaceship descended near the Grand Elder's residence on Namek. Vegeta, accompanied by several Saiyans, soared towards the Grand Elder's location. Along the way, Vegeta cautioned, behave yourselves. If anyone dares to cause trouble on this planet, I will not hold back. He had long harbored guilt over his actions on Namek in the past. This visit served two purposes. First, to enlist the Grand Elder's assistance in unlocking potential, and second, to warn the Namekians to be wary of Frieza. Upon landing before the Grand Elder's abode, the door of the Namekian house floated open. Emerging was a Namekian strikingly similar to Piccolo, who regarded Vegeta with astonishment, exclaiming, Vegeta? Here so soon? This Neru was also a reincarnation, sharing a timeline with the Supreme Kai and having experienced the events surrounding Perfect Cell. Consequently, Namek underwent significant transformations due to Neru's foresight. Neru looked down at the diminutive Vegeta and asked, what brings you here, Scion? Nappa, standing behind Vegeta, interjected, mind your tone. Before you stands the heir to King Vegeta, the future king of Vegeta, the hope of the Saiyans, the mightiest Scion in history, the unparalleled Vegeta IV. Nappa's flattery elevated Vegeta's spirits, though he masked his delight and retorted, silence. Nappa, I do not require your introduction. Vegeta stepped forward, raising his gaze to Neru. I need to speak with your Grand Elder. There are matters requiring his assistance. Neru narrowed his eyes, surveying Vegeta. You know of the Grand Elder? Indeed. I possess much knowledge. You would do well to step aside. Something is amiss with this Vegeta. He radiates no malevolent aura and is far stronger than when I first encountered him. An elderly voice resonated from within. It's quite all right, Neru. Allow him entry. Cough, cough. Neru complied, stepping aside. As Vegeta entered, the others attempted to follow but were halted by Neru's raised hand. The Grand Elder permitted only Vegeta to enter, instructing the others to wait outside. Should you dare to misbehave, Neru subtly released a fraction of his energy as a warning, prompting Vegeta to turn and gaze at him in surprise. The aura exuded by that individual just now possessed a combat power of at least several 100,000. The group, intimidated by Neru, dared not entertain any further thoughts. Upon entering, Neru ascended to the upper level as well. It appeared that his situation bore a striking resemblance to yours. What? The elder, straining to open his heavy eyelids, gazed at the diminutive Vegeta and inquired, Vegeta, is it? You two must have been reborn from some future time. Vegeta, taken aback, responded, are you saying my situation is similar to that of the Namekian? The elder nodded emphatically, indeed, Vegeta. Would you mind if I examined your memories? Vegeta furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Do not delve into anything too private. Rest assured, as Namekians, we possess no concept of gender. And even if I were to look, I would not comprehend. Vegeta, blushing, shouted, I couldn't care less about your understanding. If you dare to look, I will obliterate this planet. Chapter 12. The Wish of 5 centimeters. The Black Star Dragon Balls, Zephyrian Baby, the evil super android. Who could have anticipated that the misuse of the Dragon Balls would lead to such dire consequences? Vegeta and Neru observed the Elder's expression gradually growing more somber, mirroring their own concerns. What is it? The Elder slowly withdrew his hand from Vegeta's head and spoke. while you two have been reborn from the future to the past. The events you and Naru will encounter diverge entirely following the Majin Buu incident. Vegeta stared in shock at the elder. What? In what way is it different? The elder replied, the explanation is rather complicated. Naru, come closer. I shall exchange your memories. Naru and Vegeta positioned themselves on either side of the elder. The elder placed his hands upon their heads, facilitating the exchange of their memories. After absorbing Naru's memories, Vegeta lowered his head and murmured, this is entirely unlike the timeline I am familiar with. Super Saiyan God, God of Destruction, Zeno, and Frieza has actually managed to reach such heights. Frieza's situation may very well parallel ours. If that is the case, he could arrive on Namek earlier than anticipated. Moreover, there are two unknown powerful auras on Earth. Everything we have previously experienced can no longer serve as a reference. The elder nodded. Indeed, history has been irrevocably altered. To counter Frieza, I have unlocked the potential of all Namekians and facilitated the assimilation of half of the warrior-type Namekians with Naru. Subsequently, rigorous training ensued, under normal circumstances. Dealing with the original Frieza would not pose a problem. However, based on your memories, if Frieza shares your characteristics, it is likely that even Naru would be unable to defeat him. Vegeta clenched his fists. Damn it. I never anticipated that the most troublesome foe would also be reborn. Time is of the essence. I must first access the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth to restore my original strength and eliminate him. The elder took a deep breath and said slowly, in any case, let me first help you unlock your potential. Should you require the Dragon Balls of Namek, do not hesitate to ask. Subsequently, the elder assisted Vegeta and the others in unlocking their potential one by one. Vegeta's combat power has reached a level sufficient to overpower the second form of Cell during the Android saga. However, in comparison to his peak strength, this is but a mere trifle. Feeling somewhat disheartened by his newfound power, Vegeta remarked, originally, I intended for you to retreat to Earth to avoid the turmoil. Yet, I am unaware of the current state of affairs on Earth. Moreover, if Frieza has indeed been resurrected, Earth will undoubtedly become one of his targets. In any case, gather the Dragon Balls first. If the situation escalates, we must relocate to another planet before Frieza does. At that moment, both Vegeta and Nail suddenly looked up at the sky. Nail's eyes widened in terror as he murmured, such an overwhelming energy. It must be Frieza. Without hesitation, Nail turned to the elder and urged, Elder, we must collect the Dragon Balls immediately. The elder replied, I will notify the elders of the various villages to send the Dragon Balls here at once. Frustrated, Vegeta struck the wall of the elder's chamber with a fierce punch, shattering it completely. I reported to him that I came to conquer Namek. He must know that the Dragon Balls are here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come specifically to this planet. Damn it. Enraged, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy surging uncontrollably. The others, including Nappa, were left in awe. Having only recently learned to sense energy and never imagining that such power could exist in this world. Meanwhile, on Earth, Vegeta was fishing by the riverside and remarked with a smile, it seems Vegeta's situation mirrors our own. Goku quickly inquired, has he been resurrected as well? He must have. He should currently be on Namek, and Frieza is nearing his arrival there. Upon hearing this, Goku sprang to his feet, exclaiming, then we must hurry to assist. What good would that do? Stay here and don't wander off. Vegeta is in the hyperbolic time chamber after he emerges. Don't let him know I want to handle this alone. With that, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing on a small hill several hundred meters from the elders dwelling on Namek. The Kai's instant transmission is indeed more effective. I shall wait for Frieza to reach the pinnacle of his arrogance before extinguishing his hopes. Vegeta concealed his energy, eager to observe how events would unfold. His greatest desire was to see Frieza on the brink of achieving his dreams, only to shatter them at the last moment. At this juncture, Frieza's spaceship approached the Elder's location. As the hatch opened, Frieza emerged in a baby stroller, peering through the wall that Vegeta had shattered, and chuckled upon witnessing the scene inside. He saw Vegeta triumphantly gathering the 6 Dragon Balls together, eliciting an excited laugh. Ah, little Vegeta, you've truly outdone yourself. I never imagined you would gather 6 Dragon Balls just for me. If I am not mistaken, the final one must be on its way as well. Momentarily stunned, Vegeta contemplated countless strategies. For instance, to obliterate the Dragon Balls or to confront Frieza in a fierce battle. Ultimately, the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza, reminiscent of the essence of absorbed energy, led him to contemplate a singular solution, to bow respectfully while clutching the Dragon Balls and utter, "Your Excellency, King Frieza, I discovered these orbs during my conquest of this planet, although their purpose eludes me. I recall you once dispatched individuals to Earth in search of something called the Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, these orbs bear the same name, so I collected them to present as a tribute to you, King Frieza." Frieza regarded Vegeta with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, remarking, "Well done, young Vegeta. I shall accept this gift." With that, Frieza levitated from the infant carriage, gliding into the Grand Elder's abode and landing gracefully. "Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder of Namek." Naru, prepared for battle despite the overwhelming odds against him, braced for confrontation. Meanwhile, Vegeta clandestinely communicated with the Grand Elder, Naru, through telepathy. "Let us feign compliance. This brute does not comprehend Namekian. When the wishes are made, we can all relocate elsewhere." This was their sole recourse, prompting the Grand Elder and Naru to adopt a facade of congeniality. Naru stepped forward and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to Namek?" Frieza, with a smile, replied, "Naturally, I have come for the Dragon Balls. My intention to utilize them is merely to fulfill a few modest wishes. Rest assured, once my wishes are granted, I shall depart without causing you any inconvenience." The Grand Elder slowly asked, "Could you enlighten us as to the nature of your wishes?" Initially reluctant to divulge his desires, Frieza, drawing from the wisdom of his past life, recognized that the Dragon Balls of Namek required the Namekian language for activation. Thus, he would inevitably disclose his intentions to these Namekian beings, planning to eliminate them once his wishes were fulfilled. Frieza's cheeks flushed slightly as he stated, "If permissible, I wish to utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to increase my height by 5 centimeters. As for the other 2 wishes, I desire to grow an additional 5 centimeters in 10 years. My final wish is to attain an immortal body, ideally one that I can control, allowing me the choice to perish when I so desire." Vegeta and his companions gaped in astonishment at these peculiar aspirations, while Raditz' heartbeat quickened. "This is disastrous. Frieza has openly stated such an embarrassing wish. We are surely doomed." Aware that those who heard such words might face dire consequences, Vegeta swiftly seized the moment, offering Frieza a graceful exit. Kneeling partially before Frieza and lowering his gaze, he declared, "So, the Dragon Balls can indeed grant wishes. O King Frieza, might I request one wish for myself? From this day forth, I am willing to serve you with unwavering loyalty." Intrigued by Vegeta's proposition, Frieza inquired, "Oh, what is young Vegeta's wish?" I too wish to grow an additional 5 centimeters in height." Frieza, momentarily taken aback, found solace in the realization that another shared his desire to use the Dragon Balls for height enhancement, rendering this wish less shameful in that instant. If Vegeta dares to speak out, he would also say that you, Vegeta, have grown taller due to the Dragon Balls, having gained an impressive 20 centimeters, while I, Frieza, have only grown by a mere 1 centimeter. Chapter 13, Vegeta, Frieza, In response to Vegeta's modest request, Frieza did not immediately decline. He turned to the Grand Elder and inquired, "Esteemed Grand Elder, if both Vegeta and I share the same wish, can it be granted with a single wish?" The Grand Elder replied, "Indeed, you need only include an additional name at the time of wishing." Frieza smiled at Vegeta and said, "Be grateful, little Vegeta. There shall be no ruler as benevolent as I in this universe." "Yes, thank you, Lord Frieza." Before long, the 7th Dragon Ball was presented, and Vegeta continued to communicate secretly with the Grand Elder and Naru through their inner voice. "Grand Elder, to deceive Frieza, let us have the first wish granted. When he is about to make the second wish, we shall alter it to transport everyone except Frieza to the Kaioshin realm." "The Kaioshin realm? Can mere mortals like us even enter?" Vegeta pondered carefully. Given his current combat prowess, he might only stand a 50-50 chance against the Kaioshin, or perhaps even less. Yet, he had to gamble, hoping that the Kaioshin would be willing to assist him, with the rescue of the sealed old Kaioshin as the wager. At that point, he would need to endure in the Kaioshin realm for a year or 2, before extracting the Divine Sword and subsequently destroying it. Ultimately, he aimed to unlock the old Kaioshin's potential, thus enhancing his own strength. Furthermore, Vegeta, aside from Vegito, Naru, and the Grand Elder, was the only one possessing knowledge of the Ultra Script. This conferred upon him a distinct advantage in many situations, and with a stroke of luck, he might even establish a connection with the Kaioshin and Whis, allowing him to receive training from the angels in advance. Meanwhile, Naru proposed an alternative strategy. Grand Elder, instead of collectively hiding from Frieza, why not use the Dragon Balls to transport him to the hottest star in the universe? Even if he can survive in space, he would be unable to endure such extreme temperatures and would be burned alive. Vegeta had to concede that this was a sound plan, but it would render their objective of reaching the Kaioshin realm futile. Whether to unlock potential or not was secondary. He did not wish for Frieza to die so hastily. He merely sought to buy time. Ideally, he wanted to be the one to slay Frieza himself. Naturally, having spent many years within Piccolo, Naru was well acquainted with Vegeta's character. If Vegeta insisted on going to the Kaioshin realm, they would have no choice but to follow his plan. Vegeta considered the risks of this method and cautioned, "You must contemplate one issue. If Frieza is not incinerated immediately, it is highly likely that he would swiftly escape to a safe distance, and it is only a matter of time before Cooler-S ship locates him." The Grand Elder and Naru then realized that even if Frieza were to be transported to the sun, he might still manage to escape, albeit at the cost of severe injury. "Naru, let us proceed with Vegeta's approach. We shall first fulfill the initial wish." Due to the fact that Dandy had yet to be born by the Elder, it was now Naru who made the wish. Naru approached the 7 Dragon Balls, radiating a brilliant golden light, and uttered in the Namekian language, "Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish." The sky above Namek gradually darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden glow that soared into the heavens. The colossal Porunga materialized before the crowd. Frieza, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward. "At last, my wish shall be realized. Come forth. Let the dragon fulfill my desire. Once accomplished, Namek will be eternally safeguarded by my Frieza force." Naru glanced at the Elder and then addressed Porunga in Namekian. "Please allow Frieza and Vegeta to grow taller." Although Frieza and Vegeta could not comprehend the Namekian language, they still recognized their names. Both became exhilarated, with a subtle smile creeping onto Vegeta's lips. "With this, Bulma 1T need to wear high heels in front of me." Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. Naru was propelled away by an overwhelming force. Vegeta stepped forth from behind the Saiyan, speaking in Namekian. "Let all Saiyans, Namekians, and Earthlings acquire the ability to survive in space." In that moment, Frieza and Vegeta were left in a state of shock. The crowd was momentarily bewildered by the turn of events, as Porunga's eyes glimmered with a red light, responding, "Your wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" Frieza glared furiously at Vegeta, demanding, "Who are you?" Vegeta, crossing his arms, chuckled, "I am Vegeta, or you may refer to me as the Invincible One. I can bear that title." Frieza immediately lunged at Vegeta. "I care not who you are. To dare seize my wish is to invite death." He swung a punch at Vegeta, who effortlessly dodged by tilting his head aside, and then tripped Frieza with his foot. Frieza tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before crashing heavily against a massive boulder. Vegeta, astonished, took a few steps back upon seeing the young Saiyan. "Hey, Vegeta? Was that immense power I sensed that day yours?" "It should be," he replied. "But let us discuss that later. I must first make my wish and deal with Frieza." Vegeta then spoke in Namekian. "For my second wish, let me learn the language of the gods." Porunga's eyes shone once more, and Vegeta suddenly found himself imbued with memories of an entirely new linguistic system. "Curse it!" Frieza erupted from the rubble, unleashing a tremendous force that sent all the debris flying. He raised his finger and shot a beam at Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, effortlessly swatting aside the incoming energy blast. He then moved at high speed, appearing directly before Frieza and delivering a powerful elbow strike to his chest. The impact made Frieza cry out in pain. "Huh?" He staggered backward, clutching his chest in agony, as Vegeta raised his hand toward Frieza, declaring, "Your strength falls short of my expectations. Did you, in your arrogance, assume that your rebirth afforded you ample time to train, only to become complacent in the short term? At present, your strength seems to surpass that of a typical Super Saiyan, yet it falls short of the level of a god." With a mere flick of his energy, Vegito sent Frieza hurtling thousands of meters away. Turning once more to Porunga, Vegito articulated his third wish. "Create for me a time machine of infinite energy. If that is beyond your capabilities, then venture into some abandoned timelines. However, should you dare to present me with a shoddy excuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Porunga found himself in a quandary, not due to an inability to procure a time machine, but because Vegito's potential mischief with such a device might also implicate him. Upon scrutinizing Vegito closely, Purunga discerned the overwhelming divine energy emanating from him, coupled with the presence of the Patera earrings adorning his ears. A candidate for the Supreme Kai? This is not a confrontation I can afford. Ultimately, Purunga unearthed an antiquated time machine from a forgotten timeline. After revitalizing and repairing it with divine power, he charged its energy, compressing and stabilizing it. I have prepared the time machine you requested, but I cannot provide infinite energy. I can only enhance its energy reserves sufficient for you to utilize it 100 times. That should suffice, and once it is ready, you may depart. In a flash, a time machine manifested before Vegito, who promptly transformed it into a capsule and stored it away. Purunga, eager to flee, bid a hasty farewell and scattered himself across Namek as Dragon Balls. When Frieza returned, he found Purunga had vanished, and his defenses crumbled. No, he knelt on the ground, roaring, despite Namek being encircled by 3 suns. Yet, he felt the chilling touch of snowflakes drifting around him. Vegito, with disdain, gazed at Frieza and remarked, "Is this truly your desire for height?" Frieza's eyes brimmed with tears as he knelt, lamenting, "You will never understand. My dreams lie in ruins, and thus this planet has no reason to exist." Vegito sensed Frieza gathering energy, intent on obliterating Namek. He cautioned, "The Dragon Balls are not a one-time use. Simply wait 180 days, and you may wish again. Since you understand, why then must you thwart me?" Vegito mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Well, because it is amusing. In truth, the wishes are inconsequential to me. However, witnessing your dismay brings me immense pleasure. So, when you gather the Dragon Balls again, I shall likely return." At this, even Vegeta, standing nearby, found it hard to bear the revelation. Is this fellow truly like this? This is troubling. Could he possess peculiar tastes? Oh no. My Bulma. Frieza's clenched fists oozed purple blood, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Vegito, cursing, "You beast. You are nothing but a monster. Today, I shall confront you. Desist, you cannot defeat me. Go and train for a year or so. I will await your return." Unfazed by Vegito's words, the enraged Frieza transformed into his golden form and charged at him. "Die, curse you." Frieza paused, glancing at the tail around Vegeta's waist before continuing, "Wild monkey." Chapter 14, Vegeta. I have learned everything, unaware of his own mortality. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan God, evading all of Frieza's assaults before delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen. The force of the strike penetrated Frieza's body, a searing pain momentarily shattering his consciousness. Before he could recover, Vegeta landed another kick squarely on his face, leaving a small imprint of a shoe as Frieza was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. He soared across the surface of planet Namek, crashing into several mountains on small islands. Vegeta, witnessing this astonishing display of power, murmured, "Is this the might of a Super Saiyan God? Although I cannot sense his energy, he is formidable. Surely, he is not much weaker than Super Saiyan 4. And according to Nairu's memories, there exists an even more powerful transformation they call Super Blue." Vegeta gazed at Vegito, whispering, "Even at this level of strength, he still retains his tail. Could it be?" Vegito turned to Vegeta and smiled. "Ah, indeed, I can also achieve Super 4. With that, Vegito flew toward Frieza, arms crossed, delivering relentless kicks that left Frieza utterly defenseless. Although his size had diminished, reducing the range of his attacks, it also rendered it more challenging for his opponent to strike him. 10 minutes later, Frieza, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his fists pounding the earth in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! Why can I not defeat you wild monkeys?" Vegito stood beside him, inquiring, "By the way, when did you resurrect? You appear unaware that you could grow stronger once more." At this, Frieza immediately lifted his head to look at Vegito. "What do you mean?" Vegito candidly replied, "To my knowledge, your golden form is not your ultimate state. In a certain timeline, you even mastered a black form. At that time, even Beerus would struggle to defeat you. Return and train further. Your potential extends far beyond this. Remaining here will only lead to your body and spirit continuously breaking down." Frieza gritted his teeth, energy swirling in his hands as he prepared to obliterate planet Namek, intending to eliminate this terrifying creature in the void of space. Yet, unbeknownst to him, all Saiyans, Namekians, and Earthlings had gained the ability to survive in the cosmos. Vegito's gaze turned icy as he looked at Frieza. "Do you wish to test your reaction speed against me? I swear, the moment your energy leaves your body, I will reduce you to ashes and prevent the planet's destruction. If you doubt me, feel free to try. Ultimately, Frieza heeded his instincts, abandoning the idea of destroying planet Namek and reverting to his usual white-skinned form. As Vegito had stated, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. This battle had lost its significance. It would be wiser to return and train diligently for revenge. Seeing this, Vegito chuckled. That's more like it. Isn't living better? If you wish to fight, I am always ready. I can accompany you in your training. And if you wish to grow taller, adopting a more humble stance could allow you to borrow the Dragon Balls of Earth. However, should you engage in any covert schemes and I discover them, trust me, Frieza, in that moment, you will perceive that death is truly what you seek. Vegeta turned his back to Frieza and declared, that is all I have to say. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Frieza slowly ascended into the air, gazing at Vegeta's silhouette, proclaiming, I shall remember you. Vegeta, you reside on Earth, do you not? One day, I shall return to exact my vengeance. After uttering those menacing words, Frieza hastily retreated to his spaceship, which departed the atmosphere of Namek within a minute. All that remained were Vegeta and his companions, standing beside Nail, filled with confusion and despair. Vegeta had believed he would undoubtedly claim the title of the strongest in the universe this time. Yet, not only did Frieza's power exceed his wildest imagination, but the existence of a being like Vegeta posed an even greater threat. He could tolerate these challenges, for as long as he was slightly stronger than Kakarot. He refused to believe that Kakarot had also been reborn. Upon seeing Vegeta return, he inquired, surely Kakarot cannot be as powerful as you? How could that be? Vegeta responded, Vegeta trained with him for a year, and his battle power is only around 1 or 2,000. Hearing this, Vegeta sighed in relief. Only 1 or 2,000. It seems Kakarot has not been favored. Wait, Vegeta, are you saying there is another Vegeta on Earth besides you? Indeed, but do not worry. That fellow's strength is not formidable, and it is still possible to surpass him. Vegeta began to panic, pressing, by the way, where do you all reside? Kakarot, Bardock. And I live on the Capsule Corporation Mountain, while Vegeta stays at your wife's home. What? Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and in that moment, it appeared as if his hair flickered between black and gold, momentarily turning green. Curse it. Bulma is mine. Mine. Vegeta reassured him, do not fret. Bulma is still quite young, and Vegeta is nothing to worry about. And you? Vegeta asked earnestly. You need not concern yourself with me. I have no interest in her whatsoever. However, if Bulma were to take the initiative, what would you do? Vegeta repeated, Bulma taking the initiative? Indeed, this would align with Bulma's character, although I am reluctant to admit it. Vegeta seems to be a superior version of me in every regard. I must return to Earth with you. I cannot allow that fellow to remain at Capsule Corporation. After a moment of silence, Vegeta remarked, you must have experienced the evil dragon incident, correct? Indeed. What of it? I believe you should first journey to Yadrat. On an alternate timeline, you achieved significant growth after a brief training period there. Previously, your utilization of ki was far too low. If you can enhance it, you will surpass Kakarot. Vegeta seemed to sense that Vegeta was deliberately obstructing his journey to Earth. Thus, he directly inquired, do you not wish for me to go to Earth? Vegeta chuckled, not at all. I merely hope that when you arrive on Earth, you can engage in a splendid battle with Kakarot once more. Perhaps this. Tomorrow, I shall first seek out Gogeta and keep him away from Bulma. Then allow him to train alongside Kakarot while I accompany you in your cosmic training. By the time of the year 762 of the age, which is when you originally intended to arrive on Earth, you and Kakarot can measure your strengths, and I too can settle my score with Gogeta in this manner. Vegeta gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. You are willing to train with me? Why would you not be? With my guidance. Not only Kakarot, but even Gogeta might not be impossible to surpass. The thought itself is amusing. The fusion being bested by its own components would surely drive Gogeta to madness. At this moment, Vegeta felt a stirring within him. He had briefly experienced the powers of both Vegeta and Gogeta. Although not in the same era, Vegeta's strength far surpassed that of Gogeta. He believed that Vegeta must have a solid basis for his assertions, suggesting that it was indeed possible for him to surpass Gogeta. Certainly. Then I shall train alongside you. Impart all your knowledge to me. I shall learn everything. Vegeta placed his finger on his forehead and said, very well. I shall return to Earth first to establish a wager with Gogeta. Thereafter, our training journey shall commence. Chapter 15. Destruction and Reconstruction on Earth, in the Heavenly Palace. Vegito instantly teleported beside the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, upon seeing Vegito, immediately inquired, "What has transpired on Namek?" "Nothing of great concern. Frieza has, like you, been reborn." "What?" The Supreme Kai gazed at Vegito in horror. "Is Namek safe?" Vegito waved his hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, all is well. No lives have been lost. Frieza is unlikely to return to Earth or Namek in the near future. Thankfully, I had you teach me the Namekian language in advance. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls would have been squandered on trivial wishes. By the way, has Gogeta yet emerged?" The Supreme Kai wiped the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. He has been inside with Bardock for 2 days now. Upon my rebirth, I immediately set about modifying the hyperbolic time chamber. There are no longer limitations on numbers or time. I wonder how long they will remain." Just as he finished speaking, 2 formidable auras resonated within the heavenly palace, and Bardock emerged, maintaining his Super Saiyan form. Gogeta, on the other hand, retained his normal state, but after 2 years, he had only grown a single centimeter taller. Upon seeing Vegito, Gogeta confidently crossed his arms and said, "Did you come specifically to challenge me?" Vegito, feeling the aura of Gogeta, chuckled, "Not at the moment. Your aura exceeds mine by a considerable margin now. I doubt I would be able to defeat you." Upon hearing this, Gogeta looked at Vegeta with a hint of surprise, remarking, "That doesn't sound like something you would say. Are you directly admitting that I surpass you?" Vegeta chuckled. "This is merely a temporary acknowledgement, and I only mentioned it in a general sense. If it comes down to a true contest, I still possess the means to defeat you." Intrigued by this statement, Gogeta immediately responded, "Why not demonstrate it?" Vegeta replied, "There will be an opportunity, but my primary reason for coming here is to say farewell." "What?" Gogeta exclaimed as he instantly appeared before Vegeta, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Are you suggesting you are leaving this world? How infuriating. Finish your fight with me before you go." Although Gogeta felt a surge of annoyance towards Vegeta, the thought of parting ways left him with a profound sense of loss. After all, apart from Vegeta, he was the strongest being in this world. A world without Vegeta would be exceedingly dull. Vegeta recounted the events leading up to his departure, prompting Bardock to furrow his brow and inquire, "You had the opportunity to eliminate him, yet you chose to spare him? I cannot find joy in vanquishing someone weaker than myself, unless they have truly provoked my ire." Gogeta nodded in agreement. "I understand. If it were my choice, I would have spared him too. However, it is utterly despicable that you went alone." He continued, "From what you said, Frieza's power should be closer to mine. Had I gone, I would have relished the battle." Bardock sighed in resignation. "Very well. I shall hasten my efforts to increase my strength. Given the chance, I will personally end him." At that moment, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and turned to Bardock, asking, "By the way, Bardock, did you ever launch an attack on a planet called Kanasha?" After contemplating for a moment, Bardock replied, Indeed, I had intended to assault that planet. However, I sensed Frieza's intent to attack planet Vegeta. Thus, I returned before the assault commenced." "Is there something noteworthy about that planet?" Vegeta explained, "There exists a Kanashan who possesses the ability to foresee the future. In certain parallel worlds, you have been struck by that Kanashan's illusionary fist, thus acquiring the ability to predict the future, which is how you learned of Frieza's impending destruction of planet Vegeta." Bardock frowned slightly. Frieza's actions were quite evident. Even without the ability to foresee the future, one could surmise his intentions. "Wait, are you suggesting that I should seek out that individual on Kanasha?" Vegeta took a deep breath and replied, "That is indeed my intention, as this ability might have some level of development. For instance, it could allow one to foresee an enemy's actions mere seconds into the future during real-time combat. If you have the opportunity, I recommend seeking it out, preferably in a peaceful manner, without engaging in any senseless bloodshed." Bardock nodded. "I will give it serious consideration. If certain pivotal figures are reborn with their previous memories, who can say what the future may hold? This ability could serve as an invaluable warning." The group then instantaneously transported back to the Capsule Corp, where Vegeta shared his plans with Goku and Broly. Goku, intrigued, remarked, "I see. So that Vegeta has had an entirely different journey following the Majin Buu incident. What an interesting contest. I shall not be defeated. In terms of transcendence, it seems that Goku may have surpassed Vegeta at this juncture. After all, prior to his rebirth, he had already mastered the perfected Ultra Instinct. Although he still falls short compared to his performance against Gas, he possesses knowledge of all cultivation methods. It is merely a matter of time." The primary benefit of Vegeta's guidance is the mutual sparring, providing Goku with a tangible reference to gauge the disparity between himself and his fused counterpart. Having conveyed this, Gohan gazed at Vegito with concern and inquired, "Little Vegeta, how long will you be gone?" "About 20 years, he replied. "During this time, please refrain from directly eliminating Piccolo." Sitting comfortably with his legs crossed, Vegeta reassured him. "Do not worry, we will ensure Piccolo's safe emergence and guide him onto the right path." Vegeta, standing beside Goku, cast a sidelong glance at him, reminding, "Remember to maintain some distance from Bulma. Vegeta is quite particular about that. If you find yourself in need of affection, I shall keep an eye out for suitable companions during my travels across the cosmos." Goku, blushing, retorted, Who needs affection? I certainly won't compete with Vegeta. Once you leave, I shall move to the Rice Mountain." Vegeta chuckled, patting Goku's shoulder. "By the way, Bulma has an older sister. You might want to consider her." "Away with you. Who asked you to meddle in my personal affairs? As your elder brother, isn't it my duty to look out for you?" After a brief exchange of banter, Goku lowered his head thoughtfully. "The thought of not having you around for a while makes me realize that perhaps no one will dare to argue with me anymore. If I lose a fight, do not call me your younger brother." As Vegeta paused at the door, he turned back to the group and smiled. "Rest assured, I shall adeptly alternate my identities once I step outside." Goku suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "What do you mean?" "In matters of chaos, Goku is the one who wreaks havoc, while Vegeta is the one who builds bridges." Goku snatched an apple from the table and threw it at him. "You scoundrel." In an instant, Vegeta vanished, and a voice echoed from afar. "Please take care of Broly." Regarding Broly's guardianship, Vegeta had thoughtfully considered the matter. Those Saiyans are a reckless bunch. They might lead Broly astray. Spending an extended period with Goku would be the optimal choice for Broly. If he can maintain his composure in his green-haired state, he would reach the pinnacle of perfected Ultra Instinct and the primal form. Furthermore, this represents merely Broly's baseline. Vegeta has already devised a comprehensive upgrade plan for him. Their final stop on Earth was Capsule Corporation in West City. Vegeta presented the time machine created by Shenron to Dr. Briefs. "Please modify it into a large spacecraft capable of traversing time and space." Dr. Briefs gazed at the time machine, murmuring, "I never expected someone would actually construct a time machine. Please use it responsibly. Time travel is a grave offense. How long will the modifications take?" Taking a puff from his cigarette, Dr. Briefs assessed, "Currently, we have sufficient small capsule ships for the conversion. It depends on your specific size requirements and whether you need a gravity chamber. Certainly, it is necessary. To what extent can the gravity chamber be set? Based on the materials currently at our disposal, it can reach a maximum of 1,000 times gravity. Should superior materials become available in the future, I can assist you in upgrading it." Vegeta crossed his arms and said, "I entrust this to you. I will return in 6 months, so please keep it confidential." Chapter 16. The Perfect Mechanism on Namek. Vegeta suddenly appeared before everyone. "All right, the journey of training officially begins. Those who wish to join, place your hands upon me." Naru, feeling restless after spending so many years within Piccolo, had developed a warrior's spirit and mindset, making it fair to say his soul was half akin to Piccolo's. Yet, he remained conflicted due to his attachment to the Elder. The Elder seemed to sense Naru's thoughts and reassured him, "Fear not, Naru. Frieza will not dare to return in the near future. Should any crisis arise on Namek, I will notify Vegeta immediately." Naru smiled and nodded at the Elder before flying in front of Vegeta and inquired, "May I also participate?" Raditz stepped forward, stating, "This is a gathering of Saiyans. Namekians are not." Before Raditz could finish, Vegeta silenced him with a glance. He then extended his hand toward Naru, welcoming him warmly. "I have always been curious about the limits of the Namekians. If you can cultivate to the orange form independently and subsequently merge with Piccolo and the Supreme Kai, you might reach the caliber of Black Frieza, or perhaps even surpass it." Naru shook Vegeta's hand, responding, "Like you, I too wish to discover my future limits." Currently, Naru's strength was comparable to that of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan during the Cell Saga in the original story, making him the strongest among this group, second only to Vegeta. Once everyone placed their hands upon each other, and then on Vegeta's shoulder, they vanished from their original location. On Yadrat, the group suddenly materialized before Elder Pibra. Vegeta smiled and declared, "Our first destination, the journey to Yadrat. Until we have mastered all their abilities, anyone who dares to leave will find their legs broken." Elder Pibra appeared unfazed by the sudden arrival, wearing a welcoming smile as he said, Welcome to you all. Vegeta remarked. This fellow seems entirely unsurprised by our arrival. Elder Pibra replied, I can communicate with my counterparts across various timelines through Spalito, so I possess some understanding of you. He then turned to Vegite, haven't you already? Well, let's do it again. Vegite gazed intently at Pibra, asking, what are you implying? Are you certain that the one you believe you have learned from is indeed the Vegite before you? To quote your own catchphrase, who knows? Vegite slightly lowered his head. Reflecting, his words are not without merit. It feels as though I have traversed this path before, yet something seems slightly askew. Vegeta inquired. What is this Spalito you speak of? It is what you refer to as energy. On Yadrat, we do not specialize in peculiar techniques. Rather, we have dedicated our lives to studying the principles of Spalito. These techniques are merely byproducts born from the process of research. They represent a universal power, with combat being the most rudimentary and superficial application. Vegeta scoffed, observing, your energy doesn't seem particularly strong, yet your bravado is quite remarkable. Pibra spread his hands and replied with a smile, Vegeta, if only you possessed my control over Spirito, then under unchanged energy levels, you could likely defeat 100 versions of your current self. Nanny, the astonishment was not limited to Vegeta, Naru, Nappa, Raditz, and Dorez gazed in disbelief at the imposing blue ardation before them. Vegeta remarked to Vegeta, instant transmission signifies altering space with energy, while Pibra's ability to connect with different timelines of himself also represents time. Often, we focus too much on numerical enhancements in combat, neglecting the underlying mechanisms. To truly grasp these mechanisms, one must study here. Vegeta, slightly displeased, retorted, Saiyans should enhance their physical strength and energy. Those peculiar techniques are mere distractions. Pibra responded, you have said this before. Yet, shortly thereafter, you mastered instant transmission in mere days, a skill that took Goku a year to acquire. Vegeta, with a haughty snort, replied, Humph, as an elite warrior, it is only natural that my talents surpass Kakarote's. Thus, the group embarked on their research and training regarding energy. Months swiftly passed, and Vegeta had already mastered instant transmission. Meanwhile, Naru learned the forced separation technique, successfully splitting away the Namekian he had previously assimilated. Training together proved far more efficient than his solitary efforts following assimilation. One day, Vegeta returned to Earth to retrieve the time machine, briefly encountering Bulma and Ties before departing. Upon returning to Ardit, Vegeta and Vegeta sat together at a meal. Vegeta, still pondering, inquired, during this period, I have come to understand energy, and my strength has increased alongside my control over it. Yet, these techniques must remain merely auxiliary, correct? With a colossal lizard leg in hand, Vegeta swallowed a mouthful of meat and murmured, you are correct. Immense numerical values themselves constitute a mechanism. But do you possess the numerical potential to form such a mechanism? He continued, even now, I cannot claim that my values reach such a realm. Energy encompasses all, connecting everything, and above it lies the divine essence, offering even greater possibilities, including divine power. Yet fundamentally, it is all energy continuously refined by energy itself. By mastering Spirito's structure, these refined energies possess broader applications. In this manner, with formidable numerical prowess coupled with a flawless mechanism, one could approach the brink of invincibility. Vegeta closed his eyes, deep in contemplation, and pondered, what then? Do you believe constitutes the most perfect mechanism or superpower? No, but if one must speak of it, it is akin to ascending dimensions only to strike down from above. Upon such elevation, one could attain a semblance of divinity, wielding the power to control, rewrite, bestow, and obliterate all. At this juncture, Vegeta found himself momentarily lost in thought. Before continuing, however, such notions are utterly absurd. Even if one could truly achieve this, the individual would be profoundly lonely. Lonely? Indeed, especially for a Saiyan, as the absence of worthy adversaries would surely breed solitude. Vegeta struggled to fathom the realm that Vegeta described, and after a few tasteless bites of his fruit, he set it aside. Vegeta further remarked, even the Omni King can merely erase. Yet, his erasure is far from perfect. It only eliminates the present existence of things, failing to erase their past or future. For even after obliteration, there will be those who remember what has been erased, and with the Super Dragon Balls, one can restore what has been lost, thus preserving the future. True erasure must encompass the past, present, and future. Vegeta, suddenly enlightened, inquired, Is there a mechanism that approaches perfection? Indeed, and many aspects of energy can be dissected into the fundamental elements of all creation. Spontaneous creation serves as the finest testament to this. Upon concluding this thought, Vegeta conjured a black cube from thin air. The magic spoken of by the Namekian populace and the Kaioshin can achieve such feats. Even Babbidi's techniques merely represent alternative applications of energy. Imagine if your energy could manipulate time, halting it to vanquish foes in an instant. Vegeta recalled the four-eyed, portly member of the Ginyu Force. That little fellow? Indeed, if I possessed such abilities, perhaps I could have defeated Frieza back on Namek. After consuming his fruit, Vegeta wiped his hands and donned his gloves once more. Very well, let us resume training. I have recently mastered some unique techniques that will assist in your development. What? Vegeta snapped his fingers towards Vegeta, and in an instant, Vegeta was overwhelmed by a tremendous gravitational force, collapsing to the ground. The earth beneath him began to cave in, and even in his Super Saiyan form, he found it exceedingly difficult to rise. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled. This is gravity. I have amplified the gravitational influence upon you. This technique is excellent for both training and combating opponents. First, acclimatize yourself to this gravity. By the way, I am currently in a state of extreme gravity, though it is far from my limit. It is, however, 100 times heavier than what you are experiencing. I shall increase the intensity once you can move freely under these conditions. Chapter 17. Cell, you, Vegeta, are a layabout victor. In the year 739 of the age, the group trained diligently on Yadrat for an entire year. However, aside from Vegeta and Nello, the other Saiyans failed to master instant transmission. During this year, Vegeta invented a technique to accelerate the flow of time for himself, allowing his temporal progression to hasten by several folds, bringing his body to maturity. Even without engaging in any combat training, his battle prowess had increased by at least 100-fold. Moreover, one must not overlook the fact that he has perpetually existed in a state of overwhelming gravity. Were it not for the sustained use of his energy to maintain a quasi-flying state, each step he took would have caused the ground to instantly yield beneath him. This condition was so ingrained that even in slumber, he subconsciously upheld it. Of course, there were instances where he fell into a deep sleep, resulting in the destruction of his bed upon the cessation of his levitation. Vegeta also mastered the art of accelerating his own temporal flow, albeit his control only allowed him to hasten his own time by a factor of 5. Consequently, he remained in the early stages of his youth, a period during which Saiyans typically do not experience significant growth. Nevertheless, Vegeta discreetly experimented with techniques to alter his skeletal structure, internal organs, and musculature, achieving a height of 170 centimeters. He publicly attributed this growth to his accelerated state, claiming it was his rightful stature, with potential for even greater height. Vegito saw through this clever ruse, but graciously chose not to expose it. This technique of accelerating one's temporal flow also proved advantageous in combat, under equivalent fighting power. The enhancement allowed for speeds far exceeding those of opponents, sometimes by several or even dozens of times. Conversely, he could decelerate his own time flow, thereby extending his lifespan during non-combat scenarios. However, for Vegito, the matter of longevity was of little concern, as he possessed numerous means to achieve immortality. On one particular day, Vegito remarked to Vegeta, aside from those peculiar techniques learned on Yadrat, your baseline combat power must now be comparable to your strength during the Majin Buu saga, correct? Vegeta reflected on his past prowess and replied, approximately, I can still transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegito then inquired, would you be interested in exploring other timelines? Other timelines? Vegeta echoed, intrigued. Vegito produced a capsule, which, upon impact with the ground, manifested a colossal time-traveling spacecraft. We can venture into alternate timelines and confront former adversaries, such as Cell and Bey. At this, Vegeta's interest peaked. Absolutely. I intend to reclaim double the losses I suffered at their hands. Currently, among the other Saiyans, only Tarbell possessed a commendable combat power, reaching 2 million, yet he still could not achieve Super Saiyan transformation. Regardless, Vegito resolved to take the group along for a broader experience. Upon entering the spacecraft, Vegito retrieved an external computer crafted by Dr. Brief and installed it on the control panel. This computer can assist us in precisely reaching designated parallel universes. Designated? Vegeta queried. Vegito elaborated. We shall not interfere with the original history. Instead, We will address the aftermath in those universes that have faced defeat. This will be far more intriguing. Vegeta furrowed his brow, asking, defeated universes? Like the one where Cell triumphed over Gohan? Indeed, such universes are not rare. In fact, luck plays a significant role in the victories of those villains. After inputting some critical information, the super-time computer created by Dr. Brief began its calculations. After connecting the energy source of the time machine, a suitable universe was swiftly located. Once the time was adjusted, Vegeta pressed the button on the control panel, declaring, "All right, let us go." The spaceship floated into the air and instantly vanished from its original location. In the year 767 of the age of the Earth, on May 26th, a desperate cry echoed, "Dad, I can't hold on any longer." Thus, the fate of Gohan was sealed. Oh, the formidable Kamehameha engulfed Gohan's body, leading to Cell's ultimate victory. Breathing heavily, he turned to face the remaining warriors. "Gohan has drained much of my energy. If you all attack together, you might stand a chance against me." Piccolo was the first to surge forward in rage, exclaiming, "Damn it, I will avenge Gohan." Following closely were Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, all prepared to fight. In an instant, Cell vanished from their sight. While Piccolo searched frantically, Cell reappeared behind him. With a swift motion, he cleaved Piccolo in two with a hand strike. Krillin, witnessing Piccolo being cut in half, turned pale with fear, yet he steeled himself to continue the fight. "Piccolo, damn it! Super Destructo Disc." Krillin concentrated fiercely, forming a disc of energy over 3 meters in diameter, hurling it towards Cell. Cell stood his ground, a slight smile gracing his lips as he caught the edge of the disc with one hand and flung it back, instantly bisecting Krillin. Krillin, Tien, prepared to pay the price of overexerting his life force, aimed his special beam cannon at Cell. New special beam cannon. The energy beam struck Cell. But unlike during his second transformation, he remained unaffected, floating serenely in the air as he looked down at Tien. "This technique no longer poses a threat to me. However, since you've caused me some trouble in the past, I'll allow you to perish by your own attack." For Witch's Fist. Cell generated a clone that soared toward Tien, pointing a finger at the third eye on Tien's forehead. DKB. The golden beam instantly pierced through Tien's head. Cell then charged toward Yamcha without any aggressive movements, simply using his incredible speed to obliterate Yamcha into a puddle of flesh. Now, the final warrior, Vegeta, floated in the air, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Cell. As Cell's clone returned to him, he chuckled. "Hee, have you lost your fighting spirit, Vegeta? If you had intervened while I was battling Gohan, the outcome might have been entirely different. Even if Gohan had truly defeated me, you, Vegeta, would have claimed victory effortlessly. Trunks, with such a cowardly and foolish father, even if he can traverse time, cannot escape the fate of being killed by me repeatedly." Saying this, Cell clenched his fist, reveling in his evolved power. "Ultimately, your contributions have been invaluable in my journey to this point, Vegeta. Allowing you to live may inflict greater torment upon you than killing you outright. Hide like a lost dog, Vegeta. I will annihilate everyone on Earth except you." Vegeta's heart was a tumult of emotions. He regretted allowing Cell to attain his perfect form and lamented not vanquishing him when he had the capability. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anger for his inability to avenge Trunks. Ultimately, he was consumed by regret and fury for not aiding Gohan at the critical moment. Vegeta's eyes transformed to a vivid green, electricity crackling around him. "You may kill me, but I will never cower and live in shame." In that moment, Vegeta transcended his limitations and achieved the state of Super Saiyan 2. Though he was severely weakened and his base power paled in comparison to Goku and Gohan, Cell had also expended a significant portion of his energy. With Vegeta's breakthrough, the battle once again hung in the balance. Cell, momentarily taken aback, sensed Vegeta's energy and chuckled. Are you willing to burn yourself out for one final dance? Very well, regardless of the outcome, you have earned my respect." In an instant, Vegeta stood before Cell, engaging him in fierce combat. At that moment, their struggle was nearly evenly matched. Meanwhile, Piccolo, lying on the ground with barely half a breath and a shattered body, murmured, "Vegeta, if only you had unleashed this power sooner." On a distant hill, Vegeta and others watched the tumultuous battle unfold. Nappa, drenched in cold sweat, inquired, "Can Prince Vegeta win?" Vegeta, intently sensing the two combatants' energies, replied, "This is the history of defeat. The outcome is destined to be Cell's victory." Beside him, The alternate timeline Vegeta frowned, expressing his displeasure. Why not let me take over? Wait, said the original Vegeta. I wish to see how you lose in this universe. There's no need to rush. We can restore everything. Chapter 18. Vegeta. Cell is mine. Mine. Boom. Boom. The clash between Cell and the original timeline Vegeta was relentless, each punch eliciting shockwaves that reverberated through the air. As their injuries multiplied, even Cell, with his formidable regenerative abilities, dared not expend more energy for recovery. The two intertwined their fingers, unleashing their maximum potential. Instinctively, this Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, unintentionally unlocked a muscular transformation. This granted him a temporary advantage, pinning Cell to the ground before delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Boom. The strike forced Cell to spit out a mouthful of liquid, and with all his strength, he broke free from Vegeta's grip, quickly creating distance between them. Observing the swelling muscles on his body, Vegeta murmured, so, after surpassing Super Saiyan, one can further alter their form. This realization brought a confident smile to his face as he looked at Cell. Cell, your end is nigh. Cell placed 2 fingers on his forehead. It is still too early to declare victory. Your energy is dwindling far faster than mine. Special beam cannon. Vegeta understood that in a contest of similar energy levels, the one who withstands the attack perishes, and he swiftly evaded with incredible speed. In that very moment, Cell seized the opportunity and instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Haha, Vegeta, have you forgotten? Excessive muscle mass will slow your movements. Vegeta swiftly recovered, springing to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, his muscles now even more pronounced than before, akin to Trunks in his Super Saiyan 3rd grade form. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he grinned and said, of course I am aware. Even in my normal form, I could not evade your attack. Therefore, in an instant, I reinforced my muscles, significantly enhancing my defenses. Your previous strike was nothing but a mere tickle. Witnessing this, Vegito could not help but exclaim, I never expected Vegeta would devise such a strategy. Indeed, when only one warrior remains, their combat intelligence seems to flourish, with the exception of Gohan. Vegito then turned to his counterpart from his universe and inquired, by the way, what did you train during your second time in the hyperbolic time chamber? Vegeta shot him a sideways glance and retorted, as the fusion of me and Kakarot. Shouldn't you possess my memories? Regrettably, I do not have access to your private memories. I only retain recollections from significant events you both experienced. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. In the years following the Cell incident, his bond with Bulma had deepened significantly. If a third party were to discover such matters, it would surely be embarrassing. Vegeta continued, during my second visit, I initially intended to train in the same manner as Kakarot, but I soon felt that would merely place me in his shadow. Thus, while enhancing my base combat power, I also practiced switching between the second and third stages of Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity to utilize this afterward, after Kakarot's death. I refrained from training for about 3 to 4 years. It took me 2 additional years to attain Super Saiyan 2, yet I never considered that I could alter my form beyond that. As he pondered this, Vegeta secretly thought to himself, if I had mastered form switching back then, perhaps I could have matched Kakarot without resorting to Babbidi's power. The more he reflected, the more anger and shame welled within him. How could he have been so entranced as to willingly allow Babidi to control him? If that is the case, Super Saiyan 3 and 4 should also be capable of enhancing muscle forms. Accompanying Vegito was indeed the right choice. It has broadened my horizons. Nero, observing Cell's growing anxiety, asked, does this mean Cell cannot win? Vegito furrowed his brow slightly. Who knows? Perhaps Vegeta will begin to show off again. Besides, in that muscular enhancement form, his energy consumption will be much greater. If Cell employs a strategy of keeping his distance, he might still secure victory. At that moment, the Vegeta of this timeline, in his Super Saiyan 2 muscular enhancement form, spread his arms wide, the lightning that crackled around him growing ever more intense. So, Vegeta clasped his hands together, aiming them at Cell. Do you still have the audacity to take on my attack once more? Sharu gazed at Vegeta with a look of terror. But after a brief moment, a composed smile returned to his face. If my conjecture is correct, this presents a splendid opportunity. Sharu assumed his stance, clenched his fists at his waist, and proclaimed with a laugh, hee hee, Vegeta, I shall utterly shatter your confidence. Come at me. Vegeta suddenly sensed a decrease in Sharu's energy, What is that fellow contemplating? Theoretically, even in his inflated state, he should be able to withstand this. Ah, I see. Vegeta looked at Vegito with confusion. What is happening? You shall know soon enough. At this moment, the Vegeta of this timeline had completed his charge. Golden energy crackling with fierce lightning aimed directly at Sheru. Ultimate Flash. A powerful energy shockwave surged toward Sheru, who did not employ instant transmission to evade, instead remaining rooted in place, awaiting the impact. Vegeta unleashed his full strength in a strike that struck Sheru, propelling him beyond the earth, his form disintegrating. I must endure. After this blow, Vegeta hovered in midair, descending slowly as the lightning surrounding him dissipated. Though his hair retained its golden hue, it appeared somewhat softer than before. Naru, arms crossed, observed Vegeta's condition. His energy is nearly exhausted, but fortunately, Sheru's energy has also waned. Vegeta meticulously sensed the aura beyond Earth, not necessarily. After several seconds, everyone felt an even more formidable aura, one that approached the might of Majin Buu, at least comparable to the slender Buu. Sheru, accompanied by a gust of wind, instantaneously reappeared before Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you have once again granted me the gift of evolution. Vegeta stared at Sheru in horror, instinctively retreating a few steps. How is this possible? You should have been obliterated. Sheru chuckled, arms crossed. Let me clarify your doubts. Indeed, as you stated, I was shattered, nearly reduced to ashes. I expended considerable energy to protect my core, for I wished to revalidate whether the traits of your Saiyan race could be replicated within me. Vegeta's pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Could it be? Indeed, just as you surmised. While you were provoking me, I had already devised my plan. The outcome, as you can see, is that upon reviving from the brink of death, my power has surged once more. I am now the most formidable being in the universe, the invincible god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression morphed into one of growing irritation. Vegeta hastily interjected, "Do not act impulsively." It was agreed that this foe would be mine to conquer. In an instant, Sheru appeared before this timeline's Vegeta, extending his hand to grip Vegeta's throat and lift him off the ground. I now regret allowing Goku and Gohan to perish. Granting you another opportunity for training might have proven more entertaining. As for you, Vegeta, who has aided me twice, let me fulfill your wish to reunite with your companions in the underworld. To perish at the hands of one as invincible as I, you should consider it an honor. With a swift motion, Cell aimed a knife-hand strike at Vegeta's heart. However, just then, that seemingly unstoppable strike was caught by a gloved hand that seized his wrist. No matter how much strength Cell exerted, he could not break free. With an impassive expression, Cell turned to regard the figure before him, who bore a resemblance to Goku and Vegeta, and inquired, "And who might you be?" Vegito, pointing to himself with a smirk, proclaimed, "I am the one who is truly invincible." With an explosive force, Vegito did not even need to transform. A single punch sent Cell hurtling away, shattering the green crown of exoskeleton atop his head and violently ejecting one of his eyes. With a murderous intent, Vegito advanced toward Cell. As he took his first step, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. No one can claim to be invincible in my presence. With his second step, he ascended to Super Saiyan 2, declaring, "If you have a penchant for suffering, then you shall come to adore my presence, for I will make you dance on the precipice of death repeatedly." Witnessing Vegito prepare to take a third step, the other Vegeta from his universe hastily shouted, "This is bad. That guy is getting carried away. Stop him. At all costs. Cell is mine. Mine." Chapter 19. The Triple Vegeta. The pinnacle of Saiyan Cell lay on the ground, convulsing and emitting strange sounds. Vegeto's punch had rendered him brain dead, with peculiar fluids oozing from his mouth, nostrils, and ears. At this moment, Cell was devoid of any cognitive ability, merely a creature clinging to life through sheer vitality. The main timeline's Vegeta teleported before Vegito to intercept him. Nelu quickly followed, grasping his hand. "Vegito, you can't possibly take pride in defeating such an opponent, can you? Why not practice with us instead?" Though Vegito could easily move forward despite their attempts to restrain him, Nella's words helped him regain his composure. Vegito stepped back, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help but unleash my strength." At that moment, Vegeta noticed a mysterious switch on Vegito. The next time he encountered a foe he could not handle, he would contact Vegito and claim that the adversary considered themselves invincible. Thus, Vegeta would have harnessed an extraordinary summoning technique. Nelu approached Cell to inspect him, noting, "It seems your punch has damaged his core. However, with my cells, as well as those of Piccolo and Frieza's offspring, he should be able to heal over time." The Vegeta from this timeline regarded the suddenly appeared individuals and asked, "Who exactly are you?" The main timeline's Vegeta explained, "We are from another timeline, having traversed through time using a large time machine, specifically to clean up the messes left in your timeline." Observing his counterpart, the Vegeta from this timeline thought to himself, "Is this guy really another version of me? He possesses a formidable aura, yet he may not be a match for this Cell. By the way, why is he taller than I am?" He then shifted his gaze toward Vegito. This individual possesses remarkable strength, having severely injured Cell with but a single strike. Judging by his aura and appearance, he bears a striking resemblance to both myself and Kakarot. Is there truly such a being in the universe? The primary timeline's Vegeta tossed a Senza bean to another version of himself, urging, "Consume this. You shall witness my performance next." After swallowing the bean, the alternate Vegeta gazed at the primary timeline's Vegeta with skepticism, inquiring, "Do you truly believe you can defeat this foe?" The primary timeline's Vegeta retorted with a disdainful smirk, "Humph, a being of this caliber does not warrant my full strength." Meanwhile, Nail rushed to assist a severely weakened Piccolo, who had but a fraction of his energy remaining. Following his training on Yadrat, even a combat-oriented Namekian like him could wield healing techniques. Once revived, Piccolo's lower body regenerated, and he stood, looking at Nail and murmuring, "Is that you, Nail?" "Indeed, but in a sense, I am also you. Our assimilation has persisted for far too long." Piccolo, sensing Nail's formidable energy, queried, "Your power surpasses Cell's. How did you achieve this?" Nail turned his gaze towards Cell, explaining, "I assimilated many Namekians and trained on Yadrat." Minutes later, Cell regained a semblance of rationality and awareness, immediately concentrating his energy on self-healing. Rising to his feet, he regarded the suddenly appearing crowd with a mix of terror and fury, exclaiming, "Who are you? How dare you ambush me? I will annihilate you all." With that declaration, he unleashed an even more potent aura, now surpassing even Fat Buu. Vegeta stood behind Vegito, remarking, "That fellow has triggered the Saiyan Resurrection enhancement trait again. Is there truly no limit?" Vegito analyzed, "Given that he has fused not only with you and Kakarot, but also with Frieza's cells, it is only natural for him to possess greater potential. Should he survive and continue to cultivate, he might indeed reach the level of a fused being." Vegeta approached Cell, declaring, "It's time for a change of contenders. I shall bring your end." Vegito cautioned, "Exercise caution. His current strength is likely second only to Gohan post-absorption by Buu." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead, clearly indicating the pressure Cell exerted. Yet, he wore an exhilarated smile, exclaiming, "Perfect, that suits me splendidly." Cell twisted his neck, loosening his muscles. "It seems you, like me, hail from alternate timelines. This timeline has no one capable of opposing me. I am eager to gauge the capabilities of beings from other dimensions." Vegeta inhaled deeply, then strenuously amplified his aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Golden lightning crackled around him as his hair elongated, ultimately cascading down to his waist, his brow protruding, and his eyebrows vanishing. Vegito observed the Super Saiyan 3 form of Vegeta, contemplating, "The Super Saiyan 3 hairstyles differ across universes. Is it merely due to a few extra centimeters?" Vegito believed that this long-haired Super Saiyan 3 suited him better, especially since Gotenks shared a similar hairstyle to Vegeta, despite being shorter. However, Gotenks' Super Saiyan 3 hair, akin to Goku's, also flowed long rather than standing upright. It could be said that Gotenks is a hybrid, his hair lacking the characteristic rigidity of a pure-blooded Saiyan. Goku's hair, in its default state, is not entirely upright. At this moment, Vegeta's transformation is profoundly striking to those from the Cell era, both in terms of energy intensity and appearance. The Vegeta of this universe gazes upon this form and murmurs, "What sort of transformation is this?" Cell shares the same bewilderment. He never expected that after his passive ability of reviving 3 times on the brink of death as a Saiyan, there would still be someone whose energy could rival his own. Vegeta, pointing his thumb at himself, grins and declares, "This is Triple Super Vegeta, the pinnacle among Saiyans." Cell, after carefully assessing the disparity in energy between them, regains his composure and chuckles, "What Triple Super Vegeta? Even if you have reached the pinnacle in other universes, you still fall short compared to me." "The pinnacle? Vegeta adopts a battle stance and laughs. The pinnacle? That is a far cry. There is no such thing as the pinnacle among Saiyans. Cell, equally prepared, retorts, your boasting is impressive, but the truth is, every time you flaunt your prowess before me, you end up getting thoroughly beaten. These words infuriate Vegeta. Despite his soul being over 100 years old, the mention of those humiliating times stirs his anger. He instantly charges at Cell, landing a punch in Cell's abdomen before he even has a chance to react. Vegeta's fist nearly sinks into Cell's body. Cell coughs up a spurt of purple blood and stumbles back, collapsing to the ground and spitting out more blood. How is this possible? My energy is clearly stronger. How could I not even see your move? Vegeta looks down at Cell with a cold gaze and states, I have made many mistakes in the past. When I see you, I see the embodiment of my errors. After Kakarot left, I reflected on these days and regretted them. But now, Cell, I will not grant you another opportunity. Upon hearing this, Vegito becomes displeased. Can Vegeta still be called Vegeta if he is not reckless? A cautious Vegeta would eliminate much of the excitement. Vegito, arms crossed at a distance, remarks, Vegeta, there's no need to be so serious. Enjoy yourself. If anything goes wrong, I'll cover for you. Vegeta had just employed a time acceleration technique, though he had no intention of using such a method to bully Cell. Just the thought of having once created the perfect form of Cell fills him with guilt, prompting him to adopt a more conservative approach. However, given Vegito's words, perhaps a little recklessness wouldn't hurt? Vegeta reduces his acceleration to a mere 20, a level sufficient to handle the current Cell without significant issue. Just as Vegeta adjusts his acceleration, Cell perceives a peculiar shift in the energy enveloping Vegeta's surface. What was that energy just now? It felt as though it misaligned him with the surrounding space and time. Is that the reason for his speed? Chapter 20. Vegeta. I am the master of Saiyan training. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and the newly evolved Cell engaged in a fierce battle that seemed evenly matched. Yet, despite the purported balance, Cell was unable to land any significant blows on Vegeta. Most of his attacks were deftly evaded, and those that could not be dodged were skillfully blocked by Vegeta's limbs. In contrast, Cell found himself repeatedly struck by Vegeta's relentless assaults. Cell, keenly attuned to the peculiar aura emanating from Vegeta, sought to absorb this essence. As Vegeta began to gain the upper hand, he decided to deactivate his accelerated techniques. He soon realized that while his movement speed had diminished slightly, his reflexes remained astonishingly superior to his previous capabilities. The Vegeta of this timeline gazed at the two combatants and remarked, so powerful. Is this the level I can attain in another world? The main timeline Vegeta, upon hearing this, chuckled with pride. This is merely the beginning. Remember, Saiyans have no limits. He then proclaimed, allow me to demonstrate my latest technique. Fixing his gaze on Cell, he declared, behold, this is my original creation, the Vegeta triangle attack, which demands exceptional precision. Pay attention. Vegeta concentrated a formidable sphere of energy in his right hand and unleashed it with a mighty shout. Big Bang attack. While the gathered spectators witnessed the impressive energy buildup, its velocity appeared somewhat sluggish. It seemed Cell could easily evade it, perhaps even Darius. In an instant, Vegeta gathered another energy sphere and hurled it forth with incredible speed. Tuning wave. This smaller orb soared through the air, its velocity surpassing even Vegeta's own swiftest movements. He had effectively applied the principles of acceleration to the energy he projected outward. As the tuning wave traversed the air, it intensified, striking Cell's body with a force that, while not injuring him, seemed to cling to him. Vegeta then pointed two fingers to his forehead and instantaneously teleported behind Cell. Adjusting his position, with a powerful kick, he propelled Cell towards the Big Bang attack. At that moment, the Big Bang attack surged forward, as if drawn by an unseen force towards the energy enveloping Cell. Cell, attempting to use instant transmission to evade, found himself unable to do so. Vegeta, grinning, taunted. Once struck by this move, there is no escape. Embrace your fate. Cell's body collided with the massive energy orb, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The sky was filled with a colossal mushroom cloud, leaving onlookers in awe of the technique's potency. However, Vegeta regarded the display as somewhat ostentatious, lacking in true might. Yet he acknowledged that it marked a significant advancement in his ability to harness mechanisms. A commendable beginning, indeed. As the smoke cleared, Cell lay severely wounded. With 2 arms and 1 leg blown off, his body stained with purple blood as he glared at Vegeta. Damn it, Cell roared, unleashing a surge of energy to heal himself, and in a flash, he teleported behind Vegeta, seizing him tightly. No matter how swift you are, yet pure strength pales in comparison to mine. I shall strangle you directly. Cell, augmenting his physique with an immense surge of energy, instantaneously expanded in size, his muscles swelling as he forcefully contracted his arms. In addition to the embrace of his brother's death, the once degenerated tail behind Cell elongated and plunged into Vegeta's thigh. I shall absorb your power as well. Vegeta cried out in agony several times before, like Cell. He entered a state of muscle enhancement while in Super Saiyan 3 form. Cell's embrace of death had little effect, yet he managed to draw some of Vegeta's blood. With gritted teeth, Vegeta delivered a powerful headbutt to Cell's face, compelling him to release his grip. Subsequently, Vegeta turned and unleashed a point-blank explosive attack that struck Cell's head, rendering him momentarily dazed. Suddenly, Gogeta pointed at Vegeta and exclaimed, "Go, Vegeta! Accelerate with inherent time control and execute the Earth throw on Cell." Vegeta circled behind Cell, wrapped his arms around Cell's waist, and ascended into the sky. He spiraled several times in the air before diving downwards with Cell, releasing him just before they neared the ground. Cell crashed heavily into the Earth. Vegeta's Earth throw proved remarkably effective. Well done, Vegeta. Just wait, Gogeta. I shall show you who the true master of Saiyan training is. Vegeta, ultimate flash attack. He concentrated green energy in his right hand, a powerful technique that fused the ultimate flash with the explosive attack, embodying the strengths and characteristics of both. With his left hand, he used energy to extract the contorted Cell from the ground before unleashing a ki wave upon him. Cell was once again shattered by the tremendous shockwave. However, he still encased his core with a substantial amount of energy. Despite this, his core sustained severe damage, and his energy dwindled, leading many to believe he had finally met his end. Observing Cell's disappearance, Vegeta confidently remarked, "Humph, merely a relic of a bygone era. No matter how much he enhances, he cannot rival my triple Super Vegeta." Vegeta reverted to his normal state and instantaneously teleported back to his companions. Inquiring of his counterpart from this timeline, "How was that?" The alternate timeline Vegeta clenched his fists and replied, "How could one possibly learn such a thing after just one viewing?" Vegeta displayed a proud smile. "No matter. If we do not leave shortly, I can accompany you to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Henceforth, Kakarot shall be left trailing behind you." Piccolo, sensing Cell's absence of energy, finally exhaled in relief and said to Neru, "Thankfully, with your assistance, otherwise Earth, indeed our entire universe, would have been doomed." Neru furrowed his brow as he gazed at the sky. It seems it is not yet over. Cell's energy has diminished significantly, but has not vanished entirely. Nanny. The group immediately turned to Neru, while the primary timeline Vegeta closed his eyes to concentrate. Indeed, that fellow is rather tenacious. Piccolo addressed the primary timeline Vegeta. "Do you not also possess the ability to teleport?" In the past, he was utterly vanquished. The main timeline's Vegeta, arms crossed, sneered, "Humph. There's no need for that. If he resurrects and grows stronger this time, I shall not hold back. I will unleash my true power and obliterate him completely." Yet, despite these bold words, should Cell manage to ascend once more, Vegeta would find himself relying solely on speed, lacking the sufficient output to defeat him. After 10 minutes, Cell finally revived, instantaneously teleporting back to Earth. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a rapid ki wave directed at the main timeline's Vegeta. The speed of this ki wave was astonishing, leaving even Nappa and the main timeline's Vegeta unable to react in time. In an instant, Vegito positioned himself before Vegeta, deflecting Cell's ki wave with a swift counter. As the dust around Cell settled, it revealed a transformation. His colors shifted to a red-green palette. The regressed tail elongated once more, culminating in a hammer-like end adorned with multiple small holes. Nappa, witnessing this transformation, involuntarily gasped and took a few steps back. Cell, and in his perfect form. However, there was a discrepancy. Despite his appearance resembling Cell, his power had not yet reached that level. Vegito remarked, "This time, he has significantly improved, even surpassing Gohan and Buu by several folds." Cell, reveling in the newfound energy coursing through him, laughed heartily. "Ha ha, Vegeta, you truly are my lucky star. I never imagined there would be a new form beyond perfect. I rather enjoyed that name from Namek. Cell? Excellent. Who wishes to be the first to experience it? The main timeline's Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, beads of sweat streaming down his face as he forced a smile. You won't need anyone else to deal with you. I alone am sufficient. Vegito glanced at Vegeta. That should suffice. If you keep up this charade, you'll end up on the receiving end of a beating. Let us not forget, we came to these timelines precisely to challenge formidable foes, right? I am Vegeta. I can only perish in battle. No sooner had he spoken than Cell was upon him, but not through teleportation. Instead, it was a manifestation of the innate speed control that Vegeta and Vegito possessed. After absorbing 2 of Vegeta's ki blasts, Cell had finally mastered this technique. The swiftness rivaled that of teleportation. Before Vegeta could react, he found himself grasped by the throat and lifted off the ground. Then let your wish be fulfilled. Perish in battle. Chapter 21. Vegito, do you wish to dance as well? Ah! Vegeta exerted every ounce of strength, yet could not break free. However, Cell refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for Vegito stood merely a meter away, arms crossed, observing intently. His sixth sense warned him that should he slay Vegeta in the presence of this individual, he might truly cease to exist. Thus, Cell feigned a slight movement of his fingers, releasing Vegeta's throat. At this juncture, Cell had lost interest in Vegeta, akin to a viewer transitioning into sage mode after finishing an action film. His curiosity now lay in discovering the true extent of Vegito's strength. At that moment, Vegito's allure to Cell was akin to a captivating femme fatale clad in black silk, sharing an intimate space with him in a deserted room. As Sheru gazed at Vegeta, he inquired, "Surely, your power is the mightiest, is it not? What is your name?" Vegeta, despite suppressing his energy, emanated an inexplicable aura of dominance that weighed heavily upon Sheru. Then, Vegeta, might you indulge me in a brief contest? Consider it a warm-up. With arms crossed, Vegeta scoffed. Are you certain? When I truly unleash my strength, you might find yourself displeased. I have encountered many villains like you, who, upon possessing a modicum of power, believe they can reign unchecked. You feign the demeanor of a master, establishing rules, yet when faced with someone's superior might, you falter. There is a reason Sheru is the only adversary Goku has yet to spare, and he is determined to see Gohan vanquish him. During their initial encounter, Goku had already issued a challenge, while Sheru's second form far surpassed Goku's strength. Yet, he disregarded Goku's challenge, fixated solely on ending Goku's life. In his confrontation with Vegeta, he agreed to battle at full strength only once he achieved his perfect form. After emerging from the room of spirit and time, Goku sought Sheru, finalizing his assessment. He understood that Sheru differed fundamentally from Frieza. During their clashes, Frieza had granted Goku numerous opportunities and leeway. In contrast to Sheru, Frieza, though villainous, adhered to a code. He understood the intricacies of power dynamics, recognizing when to relent and avoiding conflict with those stronger than himself. Upon his resurrection, Frieza arrived on Earth with a clear vendetta, yet upon encountering Beerus, he paused, wary of Beerus' disposition. Thus, if Vegeta were to strike now, he would afford Sheru no chance of survival. Slowly lowering his arms, Vegeta's gaze grew increasingly solemn. Just as he prepared to engage, Vegeta interjected, "Wait. I have a method to continue this battle." As he spoke, an energy sphere coalesced in his hand. "Prepare yourself, Sheru. Soon, I shall obliterate that confident smirk from your face." Vegeta raised his hand, launching the energy into the sky. Let it mingle with the oxygen. He turned to the other Saiyans, instructing, "Close your eyes." Moments later, Vegeta transformed into a golden great ape. As he prepared to further condense his energy, Sheru approached and said, "Hold on a moment." "What is it?" Vegeta proposed an idea, suggesting, "In this Super Saiyan great ape form, let us attempt to elevate our power further, akin to the Super Saiyan 2. Is that even possible?" Vegeta replied, "I do not know, but perhaps this way. We can surpass Super Saiyan 4 without relying on others." Vegeta was uncertain whether this method would succeed, but decided to give it a try. In the next instant, a colossal aura reverberated throughout the universe as the golden great ape crackled with immense lightning, its fur standing erect. Sheru could only watch helplessly as Vegeta grew even stronger, sensing that any attempt to intervene now would lead to his own annihilation. Damn it! Uncertain of the means at their disposal, I pondered that should they manage to surpass me, I would gladly harness their strength to elevate my own. At that moment, even the formidable Vegeta would likely not stand as my adversary. As Vegeta maximized his power in his golden great ape form, he further condensed his energy, causing his physique to shrink and transform into Super Saiyan 4. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta radiated an intense heat, feeling the vast energy within him, exclaiming, "I have truly achieved it. My power even surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4 beyond." Vegito, acutely aware of Vegeta's current aura, reflected, this amplification likely exceeds that of the completed Super Blue form. Regrettably, his base combat prowess remains insufficient, merely comparable to the leaking blue during the Super period. Filled with confidence, Vegeta descended towards Cell, declaring, "Cell, are you not fond of relying on near-death revivals to enhance your strength? Allow me to fulfill your desire this time." Cell, beads of cold sweat upon his brow, retorted with a mocking grin, "Such bravado, but can you truly deliver?" In an instant, Vegeta bypassed acceleration, arriving directly before Cell. Placing his hands upon his chest, unleashing a formidable energy wave that utterly obliterated him. Nuru, sensing that Vegeta was still holding back his energy, inquired, "Do you wish for him to enhance further?" Vegeta, turning his back to the others with a smile, remarked, "At present, Cell's level may not even match that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 4. At such a level, he is far from being my opponent." At that moment, Vegito felt Vegeta's fighting spirit shift towards himself. With a confident smile, he asked, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Vegeta, adopting a combat stance, replied, "Cell's revival will require a bit more time. Why not take this opportunity to test your limits? Limits you cannot perceive." Without further ado, Vegeta charged towards Vegito, who instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan, meeting Vegeta with two rapid strikes. Slap, slap. The two blows left Vegeta dazed, unable to even comprehend Vegito's speed. Vegito had refrained from employing any acceleration techniques. Merely the sheer velocity of his movements delivered two resounding slaps that made Vegeta acutely aware of his standing. Pain and swelling surged across Vegeta's face. Vegito, reverting to his normal state while facing away, remarked, "If you were to enhance your base combat power a bit more, you might match my Super Saiyan level, but as it stands, you are still lacking." Minutes later, Cell revived once more, having received a vast enhancement. Though his form remained unchanged, his aura now rivaled that of the resurrected Golden Frieza, nearly on par with the current Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The two resumed their battle, and Nuru furrowed his brow, stating, "Vegito, should this continue, he may indeed attain the level of perfect Cell. If Vegeta is to lose, let us eliminate him this time." Vegito, intrigued by perfect Cell, recalled Nuru's words, noting that even the beastly Gohan had been subdued at that time. Furthermore, Cell's power continuously escalated during combat, akin to Broly, ultimately leading to his own uncontrollable self-destruction. His strength, it seemed, had reached a level comparable to that of Black Frieza. After a fierce exchange lasting over 10 minutes, Cell gradually gained the upper hand, mastering his inherent time manipulation with increasing finesse. Once he accelerated past Vegeta, the latter found himself unable to retaliate. With a swift strike, Cell sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, prompting Gogeta to interject, "That's enough. You've reached your limit. Allow me to take over." Eager to witness the true form of Cell as described by Nairo, Gogeta was impatient. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and conceded, "Very well, my base power is insufficient to fully harness Super Saiyan 4. This opponent is yours to handle." After a brief exchange of a high five, Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan and approached Cell with a confident smile, stating, "This adversary is mine. I trust you will not lose your fighting spirit." Cell clenched his fists, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. "Come at me." Gogeta raised two fingers, pointing at Cell. "Your power is still too feeble. Let me enhance it a few more times and see where your limits lie. Behold my technique." In the next instant, Cell was obliterated by Gogeta's two fingers. Seeing this, Vegeta remarked, "Isn't that just dirty fireworks? Enough with the chatter. I say what I mean." Cell's fragments scattered across the ground, but after a brief twitch from his core, he fell silent. Upon sensing the complete disappearance of Cell's aura, Gogeta furrowed his brow. Could it be that I have truly killed him? Nairo approached to examine the situation and, upon observing the withered core of Cell, deduced, "It stands to reason. After all, this version of Cell was merely a creation of Dr. Gero, with a limited capacity for power enhancement. He has now surpassed that limit, entering a state of exhaustion. Should he be destroyed again in this condition, he would indeed perish." Shall we wait a moment to see? Chapter 22. Is she still there? In a 1 against 3 scenario, Gogeta regarded Vegito with a piercing gaze. You were just relentlessly suppressing my cards. Now, in a 1 against 3, you cannot handle it? Nairo revealed his last 2 cards, proclaiming, 1 against 4, I win. Growing weary of waiting for Cell to revive, the group decided to pass the time playing cards. Several times, Nairo served as the dealer, while Vegeta continuously pressured Gogeta's cards, oblivious to the need for teamwork. In a flash, Gogeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Pointing at Dorez and the others, you go play at the children's table. Bring a different Vegeta over. The Vegeta from this timeline returned, carrying the lifeless body of Dorez and placing it aside. He approached Cell's remains and inquired, can this fellow truly revive? Should we perhaps gather the Dragon Balls first to bring everyone back? At that moment, Gogeta suddenly recalled something and asked Vegeta, did this Cell spit out Android 18? Indeed. That fellow should still be alive. Upon hearing this, Gogeta stood, loosening his belt. Is she still there? The 2 Vegetas turned slightly crimson and questioned, what do you intend to do? I merely need to relieve myself and, in the process, save her. The main timeline's Vegeta looked at Gogeta skeptically. Is it truly just a matter of relieving yourself? Or should I do it right here? To avoid misunderstanding, Gogeta sought a nearby rock to discreetly attend to his needs. Securing his belt and wrapping the tail around his waist, he soared into the sky in search of Android 18. Before long, Vegeta descended beside her, though he felt a twinge of distaste at the slimy liquid coating her body. After utilizing the magic he learned on Yadrat to cleanse her, he lifted her and flew away. Upon presenting Android 18 to the others, a discussion ensued regarding her fate. Should they take her back? The dilemma lingered. What was there to ponder? Vegeta elucidated. What if our version of 18 has inherited her previous memories? That would spell trouble for me. The counterpart Vegeta from the main timeline gazed at him incredulously. You can't possibly have feelings for her, can you? What else could it be? Should I seek out Bulma? Vegeta promptly replied, I find 18 rather appealing, but you must be considering more than just that. With arms crossed, Vegeta responded gravely, our 18, if all goes as expected, will be significantly stronger. So, your plan is to let the stronger 18 be absorbed by our Cell? Aren't you curious? Perhaps our Cell will also possess my and Gogeta's cells, and once he reaches his perfect form, I might just be able to shine. Vegeta replied matter-of-factly. Then he can simply regurgitate her. If I do not intervene, it would be akin to handing her over to Cell myself. And even if she were to be expelled later, I would still feel a sense of guilt. However, unlike you in the past, I am not eager to have Cell absorb her. If I save her, I would be her savior. Nappa examined Android 18's condition, stating, if we don't act soon, the only option left will be to wish her back with the Dragon Balls. Hearing this, Vegeta knelt down to assess her body. As he infused energy into her, the structure of her body became apparent. Compared to a normal human, she merely possessed an energy core, a self-destruct mechanism, and a control chip, alongside a significant amount of flesh and blood, which explained her capacity to continue training and growing stronger. The main universe's Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly. Are you saying these broken puppets can still train and become stronger? Indeed, and their potential isn't low, at least at the level of Super Saiyan 3. The main universe Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, these broken puppets can surpass Cell? As long as one acts swiftly, forcibly removing her self-destruct device seems feasible without repercussions, thus saving a wish. While the muscle tissue and bones are remarkably resilient, they remain the original human form. It appears some materials or substances have enhanced her physical form. One wonders how it would fare if modified by a Saiyan. Seizing the opportunity while Android 18 lay unconscious, Vegeta swiftly plunged his hand into her chest, extracting the self-destruct device in an instant. He then employed the healing technique he had mastered on Yadrat to restore her. Afterward, there were no scars left on her chest. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and sat up, surveying the surrounding faces. What just happened? Vegeta held an explosive device in his hand and addressed Android 18, saying, you were expelled by Cell, and I rescued you, conveniently extracting this device for you. Who are you? 18 inquired, scrutinizing Vegeta while searching for relevant information in her database, only to find it was unknown. She stood up, gazing at him with curiosity. My name is Vegeta, and I am a Saiyan, he replied. Then why did you save me? She asked. Vegeta chuckled. Of course, it's because I am fond of you. So what do you say? Would you consider repaying me with your devotion? Taken aback, 18 blushed and exclaimed, "Is it customary to make such propositions upon first meeting?" The main timeline's Vegeta crossed his arms and remarked to 18, "It is your fortune to have caught his eye. Do not take it for granted." Vegito turned to Vegeta and asked, "Did you not say something similar to Bulma in the past?" It seems she rather enjoyed that sentiment. "Do you not think we are behaving like villains?" 18 retorted, "I can manage on my own, thank you." Vegito handed her the explosive device, saying, "That fellow can be a bit brash. Do not take it to heart. If you dislike the situation, feel free to leave." Instinctively, 18 accepted the device and then hurled it into the air, destroying it with a wave of energy. Finally free, the current timeline's Vegeta stepped forward and declared, "Wait. If you do not intend to take her with you, I shall dispose of her myself. She remains a potential threat. You just mentioned that these puppets can reach super level." Upon hearing this, 18 turned, astonished, to see another Vegeta. "There are two Vegetas?" The main timeline's Vegeta explained, "We have come from another timeline to assist in defeating Cell." 18 took a step back, preparing for battle as she regarded the aggressive Vegeta. Vegito said to the current timeline's Vegeta, "Let her be. She is not entirely malevolent and has participated in several battles to protect the universe and Earth in the future. Besides, with your present strength, you could easily restrain her should she act recklessly. If you fear being surpassed, then train harder." Ultimately, the current timeline's Vegeta refrained from attacking. Not out of fear of 18, but rather of Vegito. This apparent troublemaking was, in fact, a strategy to garner favor in 18's eyes. The proud prince, while haughty and cold, could adjust his pride when necessary, as evidenced by his flustered attempts to win over Beerus, even performing an exceedingly embarrassing dance. Once the hostility dissipated, 18 asked, "So, have you dealt with Cell?" Vegito, glancing at Cell's remains, scratched his head. "I had not intended to resolve this so soon. I merely exerted a bit too much force. It appears I have indeed vanquished him. Never mind," he continued. "Since there has been no further commotion, we should withdraw. Let us rest at Capsule Corporation for a few days before we proceed to the next timeline." The current timeline's Vegeta hoisted Trunks' lifeless body and remarked, "Only Trunks and Gohan can be revived by the Dragon Balls. What about Kakarot? We can go to Namek for that. Also, let me take a look at Trunks." After Vegeta took over T's lifeless body, he gently laid it back on the ground. Closing his eyes, he employed a healing technique to mend T's wounds and internal injuries. Through the faint connection between body and soul, Vegeta located T's spirit and forcibly extracted it from the underworld, returning it to his corporeal form. Gradually, T's heartbeat resumed, and breath returned to him. Piccolo, astonished, gazed at Vegeta, exclaiming, "You can even resurrect others? Are you truly an ordinary person?" Vegeta, reflecting on his hands, murmured, "It was merely an experiment. I never anticipated success. In such circumstances, as long as the physical form remains largely intact, I should be capable of reviving anyone, irrespective of the number of times they have faced death. It is not particularly challenging. Nella should be able to accomplish this as well." At this juncture, Date abruptly sat up from the ground, inhaling deeply. I'm still alive. No, I should have perished. Was it the Dragon Balls that revived me? Does this mean Cell has been defeated? In this timeline, Vegeta pointed at Vegeta with his thumb, stating, "You ought to thank this fellow. He was the one who vanquished Cell and facilitated your resurrection." Confused about the unfolding events, Date approached Vegeta and bowed deeply. "Thank you so much. By the way, I am yet to learn your name." Vegeta smiled slightly, responding, "You may call me Father." What? Chapter 23. Vegeta, call me Father. The main universe's Vegeta explained, "This being is the result of the fusion between myself and Kakarot. Nevertheless, his personality is independent. So in a certain sense, he can be considered your father." Nanny. Upon hearing the explanation from the main universe's Vegeta, everyone, except Nelu, gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Date, however, turned to the main universe's Vegeta, murmuring, "Two fathers? No, three? Wait, 2.5. The Vegeta from this universe remarked, "They, like you, must have utilized a time travel machine to arrive here." Feeling the powerful energy emanating from both Vegeta and Vegeta, Date silently marveled. Such formidable energy. Both of these fathers are extraordinary. While the others continued their conversation, Vegeta approached the withered core of Cell, attempting to restore it. Infusing energy, he began the healing process, connecting with the soul and striving to summon it. The core in Vegeta's hand writhed briefly before withering once more into ashes. As expected, it has reached its limit. I suppose I should seek out Cell directly when the opportunity arises. At that moment, Date noticed the presence of Android 18 in the crowd and became wary. Watching her closely, the main timeline Vegeta glanced at Biget, who was examining Cell's core, and stepped forward to explain, "Do not be alarmed. This individual is someone Biget admires." "Nanny, Mr. Goku and my father fuse together and have affections for an android? Absolutely not. That is far too perilous." The main timeline's Vegeta chuckled. "There is no danger. According to the original timeline, this fellow is destined to become the wife of the bald man." For the main timeline's Vegeta, hastening the search for a partner for Biget was paramount. The sooner this occurred, the safer Bulma would be. As for Gogeta, he would reunite with Biget once his training was complete. Upon hearing this, the individual designated as 18 gazed in astonishment at the primary timeline's Vegeta. "What? That little bald-headed fellow? How could this be? Who knows? Perhaps it is due to his relentless pursuit of you in the original history." In an instant, Vegito appeared beside Vegeta, declaring, "Since Vegeta has broached this topic, allow me to divulge the potential crises of the future." "A crisis of the future?" Vegito folded his arms and continued, "I was likely born 7 years hence, specifically to combat the menace known as Majin Buu." Majin Buu? Indeed, a pink monstrosity endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities. In the future, he absorbed all warriors except for Kakarot and Vegeta. By the way, Trunks, your future world is also affected. But due to the lack of formidable fighters in your timeline, his resurrection has been delayed. However, you will inevitably encounter him. When you meet someone who claims to be the Supreme Kai, do not heed his nonsensical chatter. Simply obliterate Babbidi's spaceship to prevent Majin Buu's revival." Trunks listened intently to Vegito's words. Upon hearing about Babidi, he inquired, "Is Babidi formidable?" Babidi himself possesses no combat prowess, only some peculiar magic. However, as long as you harbor a heart of justice, you need not fear him. Furthermore, he is accompanied by a demon named Dabura, whose strength is roughly equivalent to that of a resurrected Cell and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Super Saiyan 2? At this, both Vegetas simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2, displaying their prowess. In unison, they declared, "This is Super Saiyan 2. After exchanging glances, the primary timeline's Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 3. A look of pride adorning his face as he explained, "And this is Super Saiyan 3. The power of Majin Buu is roughly on par with my current strength. However, his capabilities extend beyond mere strength. As Vegito mentioned, he possesses immortality and the ability to absorb others. In that time, Kakarot and I, as the last remaining warriors, fused using the Patera earrings to become Vegito. However, in our history, Vegito deliberately allowed himself to be absorbed, resulting in our disintegration." Nero observed the primary timeline's Vegeta and remarked, "It must be a time constraint, right? If not for the Supreme Kai, the Patera fusion can last no more than 1 hour." At this, Vegeta pondered the battle of that time. No, Vegito must have existed for over an hour then. Moreover, during the fusion, it was evident that the influence of the air within Buu was a factor. Returning to the topic, Vegeta turned to Vegito. "In your universe, you were not absorbed, but rather dealt with directly by Buu, correct?" Vegito recalled the memories swirling in his mind, uncertainly stating, "It seems so. Though my recollection is somewhat hazy." Vegito possessed at least 3 different memories of battling Buu. One involved disintegration after entering Buu's body. Another involved not lifting the barrier inside while rescuing everyone. And the last entailed him deliberately reducing his own size to breach Buu's body. In a scenario where only a fraction of his power could be exerted, he decisively unleashed a torrent of blows upon Buu from within, ultimately culminating in an explosive release of energy that obliterated every single cell of Buu's being. The 18th turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Since you are a fusion, would it not be possible for you to revert to Goku and Vegeta one day?" Vegeta responded with unwavering certainty, "Impossible. I have already attempted it." Was there any doubt? "I learned a technique called force separation on the planet Yadrat, capable of disassembling even fused beings, yet I was unable to do so. Moreover, not only I, but even Gogeta is immune to this technique." Vegeta then turned to Trunks, retrieving a piece of paper from his glove and handing it to him. "By the way, Trunks, in the future, aside from encountering Babidi and others, you will also face a villain who bears an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot. At that moment, you will once again use the time machine to travel back to the past. This is where our original timeline intersects. Simply come find me." Trunks respectfully accepted the note. Yes, thank you, Father. The original timeline's Vegeta furrowed his brow. You seem to be taking advantage of the situation, don't you? Speaking of which, in your original timeline, Kakarot and I should not exist, right? You ought to have a family of your own. Vegeta stroked his chin, pondering, do I? I seem to recall that in my original timeline, both you and Kakarot were present as well. Never mind. It's of little consequence. We can't return anyway. How do you know? Vegeta elaborated. Previously, I took the time to seek out a being named Zuno, who possesses knowledge of all things. In a sense, his abilities rival those of the Eternal Dragon. He provided me with unequivocal answers, even stating that neither I nor our Gogeta possesses any possibility of separation. How can you verify his claims? He could specify where each of you originated from, aside from myself. Hearing this, Vegeta felt a twinge of disappointment. He had harbored a flicker of hope to return to his original timeline, but it seemed that such a possibility had now vanished. Moreover, the Bulma, Trunks, and others from that timeline would have aged and passed away, and Kakarot's whereabouts remained a mystery. Vegeta placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Take it easy. Consider this a new beginning. Cherish the present. Indeed, Vegeta addressed the group. If there are no further matters, shall we return to Capsule Corporation for a bite to eat? I am quite famished. Would you care to join us, 18? The 18th glanced at the expressions of reluctance on the faces of the others in this timeline and replied, no need, you all go ahead. Very well, you need not worry about 17. He will be revived by the Dragon Balls. The group then soared toward Capsule Corporation. But the 18th suddenly called out, wait a moment. What is it? The 18th lowered her head slightly and asked, if all goes well, will I be with that little bald-headed boy here? Yes. If I leave with you, will it cause any significant impact on this timeline? Not considerably. It will mostly affect Krillin. Upon hearing this, the 18th slowly ascended. Then please inform me when you are ready to depart. While the words are spoken, I cannot perceive your essence. How shall I convey this to you? Where do you intend to linger during this time? Surely, you require sustenance and rest as well. Do you not? Do you possess any currency? Number 18 lowered her head and replied, I do not. You wouldn't be contemplating dining and dashing, would you? Perhaps you should accompany me. With my presence, others would hesitate to approach you. Besides, you still harbor a control chip within your mind. Only when Bulma extracts it will you attain true freedom. Number 18 gazed at the hand extended by Vegeta and, after a moment's silence, grasped it firmly. All right. In the next instant, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to appear before Bulma. Hey, Bulma, could you assist by removing the control chip from her head? Chapter 24 Vegeta, what commotion is this? Bulma was startled by the sudden appearance of number 18 and Vegeta. Who are you? How did you suddenly materialize here? Vegeta playfully lowered his hair spikes, tilting his head back to smile at Bulma. I am the half-brother of Kakarot. Do I not resemble him? Bulma murmured, you do? But I sense a hint of Vegeta in you as well. Vegeta is also my relative. In any case, I am a very good person. Let us first assist her. By the way, she is Android 18. I am aware, though I have never seen her in person, I viewed her in the memory bank of Android 16. At this juncture, number 18 inquired, and what of 16? Regrettably, his chip was likely obliterated by Cell. Being purely mechanical, the dragon cannot assist. Before Vegeta could finish his thought, he stroked his chin, pondering, yet, it seems there may be a way. Instead of wishing for resurrection, perhaps a wish for repair could restore him. If that fails, we could revert 16 to his pre-destruction state. Upon hearing this, number 18 grasped Vegeta's arm, pleading, please. He saved me. You must think of a way. We can only attempt. Success is not guaranteed. Bulma activated number 18's dormant mode and, utilizing precise instruments, began to extract the control chip while listening to Vegeta recount the events. So Son Goku and Gohan are deceased? Indeed, but there is no need for excessive concern. I can journey to Namek and utilize their Dragon Balls to resurrect those who have died more than twice. Are you truly a relative of Son Goku and Vegeta? Not quite. I was merely jesting. I am a fusion of their essences, hailing from an alternate dimension. At this moment, Bulma had located the control chip, and despite hearing the devastating news, she remained composed. A slight error could result in number 18's demise. Bulma examined the configuration of number 18 on her computer, noting, her configuration differs slightly from that of number 17, and several functions remain dormant. What functions? Her eyes are crafted from organic materials, allowing her to skin opponents, possessing capabilities akin to your Scion detectors. While activating them incur side effects? None at all. In fact, number 17 also possesses energy detection, yet it remains inactive. Likely, Dr. Gero wished to prevent them from detecting Cell's energy. I shall first assist her in extracting the chip. Just as Bulma was about to do so, Vegeta suddenly interjected. Hold on a moment. What is it? Bulma inquired. Vegeta proposed a notion. Could we not implant a new chip, or perhaps modify the existing one? Bulma regarded Vegeta with disdain, retorting, Are you seriously suggesting that you want her to be entirely subservient to you? No, I desire to enhance her combat prowess. If there existed a chip capable of autonomously predicting her opponent's attacks, analyzing and learning their techniques, she could become exceedingly powerful. Bulma exclaimed, I must ask, are your demands not a tad excessive? Where do you expect me to procure such a thing on short notice? Furthermore, do you Saiyans possess no thoughts beyond combat? Combat is paramount. Even if it merely equips her with the ability to defend herself, it must be done. Vegeta, crossing his arms, approached Bulma with a mischievous grin and said, My dear, you would not wish for Vegeta to discover your past bathing escapades with Goku, would you? You. How do you know about such matters? Did I not mention? I am their fused entity. If we were to start from scratch, how long would it take? Bulma, glancing at Android 18, contemplated for a moment before responding, Chips differ from large machinery. They necessitate far more precise craftsmanship. Moreover, to match the extraordinary speed of you Saiyans, I fear ordinary chips would be utterly inadequate. We require a superconductive material, one that surpasses any known superconductive substance in the world. Vegeta smiled. If you can provide me with the atomic nucleus and structure of such a material, perhaps I could fabricate it. Is that truly so? Do Saiyans possess such aptitude? Without further ado, Bulma retrieved paper and pen and began sketching her conception. Soon, she presented Vegeta with the atomic nucleus and structure diagram. Vegeta raised his hand and began to generate the material from nothingness. Moments later, a cubic substance materialized in his grasp. Let us see if this will suffice. Bulma took it and examined it with specialized instruments, exclaiming, Remarkable! It aligns perfectly with my design. I never imagined we could create something that does not exist in reality. Now, you must assist me. We need to expedite this process. Vegeta unleashed his aura, which enveloped a significant portion of Capsule Corporation. I have created a time dilation force field. Within this field, our speed will be tenfold that of the outside world. Let us commence. Bulma, upon hearing this, touched her face. What does this mean? Does this imply I will age 10 times faster than usual? Upon completion, I shall revert you to 5 years younger. Then let us begin at once. After a while, everyone returned to Capsule Corporation. The two Vegetas sensed the combined auras of Vegeta and Bulma and hurried over. The Vegeta of this timeline observed the main timeline Vegeta and remarked, You seem more familiar with this place than I. Of course, I have resided here longer than you. The two stood at the entrance, concentrating their attention on the sounds within. Smash, 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 smash. I am about to extract it. Just a moment longer. I am not ready yet. Arrest, please. Upon hearing the commotion, the two Vegetas exchanged wide-eyed glances and promptly flung open the door. Inside, they beheld Vegito and Bulma manipulating a slender apparatus near Android 18's head. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Bulma's forehead as she exclaimed, All right, I'm in position. You must remove it quickly. Vegito deftly grasped the original chip with tweezers and swiftly extracted it, while Bulma immediately installed a new chip in its place. Bulma turned to the two with a face reflecting confusion, astonishment, concern, and a hint of indignation. Indeed, there are two Vegetas. Have you two been quarreling? Vegito wiped the blood from his gloves and inquired, What is the matter? The main timeline Vegeta promptly replied, It's nothing, just asking what you would like to eat. I'll have someone prepare it. Anything will do, just make sure to prepare plenty. Once Bulma completed the final installation, she said, All done. Now you just need to tend to her wounds. Is that reliable? She questioned Vegito with an air of undeniable authority. Of course. Do you think you stand before someone insignificant? I am the greatest scientist in the world. Very well, if anything goes awry, I shall seek your assistance afterward. After Vegito had treated the wounds on 18's head, Bulma rebooted her. Sitting up, 18 touched her forehead and asked, Is it done? I feel somewhat different than before. Vegito explained, The previous chip has been removed. Bulma and I have replaced it with a new one that will enhance your combat abilities. New? Rest assured, this chip cannot be controlled by anyone. It possesses numerous new features that you can command freely. For instance, it can assess the energy intensity and location of enemies. as well as identify the source of energy signals, allowing you to learn, mimic, and anticipate others' techniques and movements. After outlining the chip's capabilities, 18 gazed at him with an expressionless demeanor and asked, "You don't mean to suggest I accompany you in a battle, do you?" Ahem. Vegito indeed harbored this thought, as he considered it a means to strengthen their bond. "I apologize for not consulting you beforehand, but we are bound to face numerous battles ahead, and there will certainly be times when I will need your assistance. If you are uncomfortable, I can remove it." At that moment, 18 seemed to perceive the inner organs of everyone around her, as if endowed with X-ray vision. Noticing that Vegito's heartbeat was remarkably steady, she realized he was not lying. If she wished, she could have it removed. Yet, she stepped off the modification platform and declared, "No need, let it be. Since you say it will aid you, I refuse to remain merely as a decorative object." Chapter 25. The deep affection of a Saiyan in the backyard of Capsule Corporation, Bulma's residence. Vegito devoured meat voraciously, even more so than the other Saiyans. 18, concerned, gazed at Vegito and asked, "By the way, how do you sustain yourself in your own universe?" Vegito swallowed a mouthful of meat, which could easily fill a liter, and replied, "I usually survive by hunting. However, recently, the beasts in Bowsy Mountain are nearing extinction due to our consumption." 18 swallowed hard, silently contemplating. "Oh no, after we marry, will I be unable to support him? If he goes hungry, will he seek Bulma?" As he spoke, he turned to the two Vegetas, noting that unlike Prince Vegeta, they did not need to worry about their livelihoods on any planet. Bulma shifted her gaze among the Saiyans and inquired, "Are you from the same timeline?" Indeed, Bulma recalled. Looking at the underage Raditz, "I have seen the corpse of Goku's elder brother, Raditz. Vegeta should be of a similar age, yet you both appear to have already matured, while they still resemble children." Vegito explained, "Vegeta and I employed some special methods to accelerate our growth, akin to the temporal realm we encountered today." Upon hearing this, Android 18 looked at Vegito and asked, "Hey, you two aren't still minors, are you?" "Certainly not. This Vegeta next to me has a mental age surpassing a century," he replied. "And what about you?" "Who knows? But at least I must be in my several decades." Bulma, intrigued, asked, "What about your actual ages on your identification?" Vegito waved his hand and chuckled. "What identification do we aliens possess? My physical age is merely that of a recent adult, perhaps around 17 or 18. Speaking of which, you and Android 17 must have had your ages stunted around 16 or 17 post-modification, with an exceedingly slow aging process." Turning her head, Android 18 adopted Vegeto's tone. "Who knows? I suppose I am considered an adult now." Trunks gazed at Android 18 and remarked, "Androids do not age. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to struggle against them for so many years." The main timeline reflected on Android 18 in the universe, saying, "No, they do age, albeit slowly. I recall that before I perished, Android 18 appeared to be in her 40s. Bulma, a flutter of excitement in her voice, asked again, "And what about me? I must have become quite unattractive as I aged." "Everyone ages. Even Saiyans are not exempt. Yet, you shall forever remain the most beautiful in my heart." At these words, Vegito looked at him and remarked, "Well said, Vegeta. You are indeed a commendable husband. Rest assured, if Gogeta dares to misbehave with Bulma, I shall ensure to break his third limb." Bulma was deeply touched by this sentiment, astonished that the usually stoic Vegeta could express such warmth. To utter such words in the presence of others required immense courage from him. Vegeta gazed at his counterpart from the primary universe and said, "Cherish her. In a few years, you will realize that she is the most significant part of your life." The counterpart Vegeta merely huffed, saying little more. Trunks, however, wore a blissful smile, feeling fortunate to witness this transcendent confession, even though the Vegeta and Bulma before him were not from his timeline. Perhaps this was the most precious gift and profound significance of crossing through time. Bulma turned to the main timeline Vegeta and asked, "When do I pass away? Before you or after?" Vegeta lowered his head, seemingly melancholic. "You departed before me. I lived for another 20 years thereafter." Bulma sighed in relief. "That's a relief. This way, I need not grieve for your passing. It must have been difficult for you, Vegeta. You must have been quite sorrowful during my absence." Vegeta refrained from responding. In his world, the Dragon Balls no longer existed, and the reckless use of them came at a steep price. If given the choice, no one would wish for their beloved to age, let alone witness their burial. The Vegeta of this timeline was not yet burdened by such emotions and could not comprehend the feelings of his counterpart from the primary timeline. To him, death was simply death. Everyone must eventually perish. It was merely a matter of time. Upon witnessing the primary timeline Vegeta's demeanor, Android 18 couldn't help but reflect. So, Saiyans are capable of such depth of feeling? If even that Vegeta can express such sentiment, it seems the only concern when associating with Saiyans is financial. The Vegeta of this timeline found it difficult to digest, and, crossing his arms, declared, Saiyans do not require such trivial emotions. We need only to fight relentlessly. At his words, Nappa, Raditz, and Dor nodded in agreement. Yet, if one were to inquire whom they would prefer to follow, it would undoubtedly be the Vegeta of the primary timeline. Before Vegeta could speak, the primary timeline Vegeta interjected, stating, You are mistaken. A Saiyan's true power springs from love and justice. One must possess something worth protecting to transcend oneself in dire circumstances. Did you not feel anger at the thought of losing something precious when you surpassed Super Saiyan 2? How tiresome, remarked the Vegeta of this timeline as he stood. I shall take my leave to rest. Afterward, I will await your training. Though he did not voice it, the Vegeta of this timeline was already resolved to hone his abilities, not merely to defeat Goku, but also to safeguard certain individuals from the calamities that lay ahead. Bulma seemed to understand Vegeta's sentiments and harbored no grievances about his departure. She turned to Vegito and inquired, How long do you intend to stay here? I am uncertain. If possible, I hope you and Dr. Brief can assist us in upgrading the spaceship. Vegito then addressed Trunks, saying, For our next destination, we will accompany you. If the time coordinates align, you can board our ship. Really? That would be wonderful. Trunks responded, My mother will surely be delighted to see my father. Beyond that, he added, I will seek a way to resurrect Gohan and the others in your timeline, but Goku and Vegeta may not be revivable. Trunks anxiously asked Vegito why not. Vegito explained, Goku succumbed to heart disease. Even the Dragon of Namek would be of no assistance, though perhaps the Super Dragon Balls could provide a solution. However, that might draw the attention of the God of Destruction and Xeno. The God of Destruction is one thing, but if Xeno were to be angered, not even I could intervene. As for the Vegeta of your timeline, the possibility of him not ascending to the afterlife is high. Too much time has passed, and he may have already been cleansed and reincarnated. Thus, prepare yourself mentally. Trunks nodded. All right, then I appreciate your efforts, Dad. The primary timeline Vegeta felt a twinge of discomfort at this form of address, but could not think of a more suitable title. Calling him by name was out of the question. As for Uncle, does this not imply that Goku's presence within Vegeta is more pronounced? It might be more fitting to refer to him as Father. Under the veil of night, as the others succumbed to slumber, Vegeta stood on the rooftop of Capsule Corporation, arms crossed, gazing at the stars with a smile. A bunch of oblivious fools still dare to covet Earth. Only the one to the south bears some semblance of strength. Yet even he remains too feeble at this juncture. What are you talking about? Android 18 inquired, approaching him from behind. Vegeta elucidated, It's nothing. This timeline is more intricate than I had anticipated. After a moment of silence, Android 18 lowered her head and asked, So, did you truly have no family before? I cannot recall. I have lost my previous memories. If, one day, after being with me, you were to remember your past and discover that your family belonged to another, what would you do? Vegeta responded resolutely. Since my life has embarked upon a new chapter, it signifies that I have made the decision to start anew. Thus, I shall not dwell on the past. Very well. Is there anything you wish to convey to me? The woman's intuition was keen. Despite Bulma having been moved to tears by Vegeta today, Android 18 noticed the glimmer in Bulma's gaze directed at Vegeta. Who knows if Vegeta would return to his original timeline or traverse to another, and whether he might attract a host of fervent admirers. A vague sense of competitive urgency began to stir within her. Yet, the notion of confessing her feelings was a daunting prospect. The infuriating Vegeta hinted at his affections to such an extent, but took no further action. He had merely expressed his fondness for her in a light-hearted manner upon her awakening, and then left it at that. After pondering for a moment, Vegeta murmured, Well, you should get some rest. Leave the matters concerning Androids 16 and 17 to me. Android 18 felt a tinge of disappointment, having awaited a more substantial response, yet found solace in the fact that his words reflected his concern for her. As she turned to leave, she glanced back at Vegeta, saying, You should also rest well. Yes, sweet dreams. Chapter 26. The Resonance of the Heart. The following morning, Vegeta and Nail utilized instant transmission to arrive at Namek. Upon sensing the formidable energy, the inhabitants of Namek began to converge toward them. At that moment, the Grand Elder Guru, upon seeing Nail, was taken aback and lowered his cane. "Is that you, Nail?" Nail turned to Guru with a smile. "It has been a long time, Elder Guru. How can this be?" Nail refrained from revealing his identity as a reincarnate. "A great deal has transpired. I shall be here for a while. However, I do not belong to this timeline and will eventually return." Upon hearing this, Guru deduced the situation. "Ah, I see. You are Nail from another timeline. No matter, Namek will always be your home. You may stay for as long as you wish." "Thank you. In truth, we have another matter to discuss. Please, do not hesitate." Vegeta, arms crossed, addressed Guru. "Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Vegeta. Due to the incident involving Cell, several important figures on Earth have perished. Due to the fact that they have perished more than twice, the Dragon Balls on Earth are unable to resurrect them. Thus, I have come to implore you." Surprisingly, Mulan is quite agreeable, seemingly delighted to see an old friend after many years. "No worries," I said. "Mr. Goku had mentioned this to me earlier and then took Dondi away." "But wait, what is the matter?" Mulan murmured while grasping his wrinkled bald head. "Dondi should be able to resolve this limitation. Could it be that he, when increasing the number of wishes, forgot about this issue? Hence, the Dragon Balls on Earth are still unable to resurrect those who have died more than twice. Since that is the case, please wait a moment while I notify the elders of the villages to gather the Dragon Balls." Once the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled, Mulan smiled at the two of us, saying, "Afterward, we also recognized the flaws of Purunga. Following my enhancements, the current Purunga no longer has restrictions on the number of resurrections." "How splendid." Vegeta, not waiting for the Namekian translation, began invoking the eternal dragon in the Namekian language by himself. This astonished many Namekians, for he was able to act without seeking their opinions or consent, effortlessly taking the Dragon Balls to use as he wished. At that moment, Mulan's impression of Vegeta was that he was rather amiable. "Purunga, for my first wish, I wish to resurrect all those who perished on Earth due to Cell." Before Vegeta could finish his wish, a voice echoed in his mind. "Hey, no need to resurrect me. I'm Goku." Vegeta glanced up at the sky and asked, "Kakarot, are you certain? After being resurrected, my training speed will surpass yours in the other world. Moreover, Vegeta is currently quite powerful, and I am even stronger than him. Would you not want to test your mettle against us? Of course, if you insist on feigning death, I can also look after Chi-Chi for you." With Vegeta's formidable cards laid down, it would be difficult for Goku not to be resurrected. At that moment, Goku in the other world looked at North Kai and said, "Lord Kai, shall we proceed with the resurrection?" North Kai sighed. "Do as you wish, but once you leave, I will have no one to accompany me." Goku quickly smiled. "Don't say that. I will visit you often." "Well then, remember to have that guy resurrect me too, lest I be mocked by the other Kais." Once everyone had made their decisions, Purunga's eyes gleamed as he proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted. All who perished due to Cell have been resurrected." Vegeta, looking at Purunga, inquired, "Is there an android named 16 on Earth? Has he been resurrected as well?" Purunga replied, "He does not fall within the realm of humanity, lacking a soul. Hence he cannot be resurrected." "Then let us take an alternative approach. Revert 16 back to his original state before he was destroyed by Cell. And while you're at it, please erase his directive to eliminate Kakarot." Purunga paused momentarily before responding, "You make this quite difficult for me. That counts as 2 wishes." Vegeta deliberately adjusted his patera earrings and chuckled. "Is that so? I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your request." In the next moment, cold sweat began to bead on Purunga's forehead. The Supreme Kai of the universe. No, the divine power within him surpasses even that. Who exactly is he? "Oh, Lord Vegeta, I have already fulfilled this one wish of yours, leaving just one remaining." Vegeta scratched his ear and said, "Huh? Is there only one left?" Yes. I must have misremembered. There are indeed 2 remaining. But this is truly my limit." At that moment, the Grand Elder and a multitude of Namekians gazed at Vegeta with astonished eyes. When had they ever witnessed Purunga in such a humble state? Humble enough to disregard the very rules. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled. "I seem to have forgotten the Namekian language. No matter. You may speak in the language you are accustomed to." Vegeta then spoke in the divine tongue. "Tell me, is the fate of this timeline's Earth destined for destruction? And within a century, no less. If the outcome is unfavorable, respond likewise in divine language. I wish to avoid inciting panic." As soon as these words left his lips, Purunga appeared utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Is it common for an ordinary person to utter the divine tongue? The individual before him was undoubtedly extraordinary, immensely so. Furthermore, this wish exceeded Paranga's expectations by far. Taking a deep breath, the red glow in his eyes flickered. Ah, ah, ah. It seemed he exerted all his strength just to comprehend Vegeta's inquiry. Subsequently, Paranga responded in the divine tongue. Indeed, and it will not take a century. In most cases, this timeline's Earth will face complete annihilation within 50 years. Even if you forcibly intervene, it will only prolong the inevitable. A means to save this timeline may exist, but it is beyond my reach. The only method I can grasp is the Super Dragon Balls, and it must be utilized after the catastrophe occurs for any chance of redemption. This is the fate you refer to as the defeated universe, with survival odds of merely a few 10,000ths. Vegeta took a deep breath and replied in ordinary language, better than nothing. Now for the final wish. Help Nail and the Namekians of this universe unlock their potential, but if there are malevolent Namekians, then forget it. This was not a challenge for Paranga. It merely required a bit of time to accomplish. As a result, the strength of the Namekians surged, with Nail and Piccolo awakening a withered yellow potential development form. Piccolo's combat power matched that of the god Goku from 7 years hence, and Nail was no exception. Simply the potential development form equaled the level of a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta waved his hand and said, "Let us go. I shall take my leave now." After Paranga vanished, Nail gazed at Vegeta and said, "You taught me the divine tongue." Vegeta patted Nail on the shoulder and replied, "When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall bury it. The fate of this universe lies in my hands, not in the heavens. I shall return. You stay here and spend time with them. Call for me when it's time to depart." All right. Chapter 27. The fate of the defeated universe. Does the defeated universe possess a destiny of inevitable destruction? In the primary timeline, Vegeta looked at Vegeta with great reluctance and asked, "How did you discover this?" Vegeta pointed to the sky and explained, "I can sense the presence of Broly and the gang approaching. Under normal circumstances, even another Broly would have encountered us before the Cell Games. But they were previously unfamiliar with him. In this timeline, the inhabitants of Earth should have perished at Cell's hands, yet we have already vanquished him. This Broly seems to have emerged suddenly, as if to fulfill Cell's mission. At this rate, they will likely arrive within a year or two." Upon hearing the name, Vegeta appeared to be haunted by unsettling memories. Is Broly coming to eliminate him? Vegeta, sensing several approaching energies, remarked, At this stage, they are indeed excellent practice opponents. With your current strength, it would not be difficult to defeat him. Let Goku and Gohan have a go first. However, even if we can conquer him, there will still be formidable foes in 7 years, such as Majin Buu, and 11 years hence, Beerus, not to mention the future threat of the Omni King. Eventually, one of these enemies will obliterate this universe. In the best-case scenario, even if we preserve the universe, Earth and our current warriors will meet their demise. Damn it, Vegeta exclaimed, striking the wall and leaving a dent. Is there no way to save this timeline? Vegeta contemplated. I am considering that the power of the god of destruction is also finite, and will not surpass that of the Supreme Kai or the Destroyer gods. In other words, the ultimate threat capable of annihilating everything is at least at the level of a Destroyer god. If we can eliminate all potential threats in this timeline, including all Destroyer gods and the Omni King, then perhaps fate can be altered. Vegeta's understanding of the Destroyer gods was limited to the memories of the god of destruction Beerus. He was unaware of their precise powers. Clenching his fists, he declared, "Then we shall eliminate all the Destroyer gods." Vegeta observed the naive Vegeta and replied, "Let us not even discuss whether we currently possess the ability to eliminate all the Destroyer gods. However, when the Omni King intervenes, they will inevitably be eradicated. Instead of confronting them directly, it would be wiser to adopt a conciliatory approach. At the very least, we can stabilize the Destroyer gods and the Omni King, allowing the inhabitants of this universe to learn the divine techniques. Furthermore, as Palunga mentioned, our forced intervention may not change the outcome but can extend the timeline. I will have Bulma create a cross-temporal emergency communication device. If we encounter insurmountable troubles, we can reach out for assistance. Extending the timeline by a century or 2 should suffice. If we need to save the Earthlings, we can use the Dragon Balls here to wish for them to relocate to another planet. For now, this was the only method Vegeta could conceive to salvage the situation. Regardless of the universe, extinction is an inevitable fate, nothing can exist indefinitely. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta concluded that as long as his loved ones could live out their natural lives, that would be sufficient. It seems this is the only way, Vegeta said. Looking at the despondent Vegeta, try to remain optimistic. We cannot endlessly save every timeline. Even Trunks' future timeline is destined for a similar fate. However, if we can prepare and plan ahead, we might discover that 1 in 10,000 method to ensure survival. At this moment, Bulma shouted from downstairs, "Hey, Vegeta!" There's another Vegeta. Goku and the others have returned. Vegeta, using telepathy, responded to Bulma, "We shall remain in the shadows." After the conclusion, "Have them seek me at the sacred temple." With that, Vegeta swiftly transported himself and the main timeline's Vegeta to the sacred temple. Meanwhile, the repaired Android 16 located Android 17 through a signal and successfully reunited with Android 18. Before heading to Capsule Corporation, Krillin approached Android 18, grasping her head and chuckling. "I'm so relieved to see you're all right, Miss 18. Android 18 replied, her expression impassive as she searched for Vegeta's presence, offering a rather dismissive response. Krillin, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at the other two. Of course, we mustn't forget about 16 and 17 as well. Revived Gohan stepped forward to Android 16, smiling as he extended his hand. "Mr. 16, it's wonderful to see you again." Android 16 returned a gentle smile to Gohan. "Yes, I also did not anticipate my repair. You must have been the one to defeat Cell, correct?" "Well, I did have a chance, but disregarding my father's advice led to my demise at Cell's hands," Gohan admitted. "I've just returned to life. By the way, Mr. 16, my father also perished once. Perhaps we could refrain from further killings?" Android 16 chuckled. "Rest assured, eliminating Son Goku is no longer my mission." Among these individuals, only Goku had witnessed some of the subsequent events. While he was with King Kai at the time of his death, he had been observing the affairs of the lower realm through King Kai's eyes. It wasn't until Vegeta thoroughly vanquished Cell that he felt at ease. Otherwise, his contingency plan was to assist his fallen comrades in preserving their physical forms, aiming to grow strong enough before returning to exact vengeance on Cell. Of course, if everyone perished, he would no longer concern himself, as presumably, apart from Vegeta, everyone could meet in the afterlife. At this juncture, most of the revived individuals were unaware of how Cell had been dealt with. They instinctively turned their gazes towards the unscathed Vegeta and Piccolo. Tien exclaimed in astonishment. Was it Vegeta who ultimately defeated Cell? Unbelievable. Goku chuckled and clarified to the others. Actually, it was someone else who resolved the issue with Cell. However, he seems reluctant to reveal himself at the moment. Nevertheless, Vegeta has also grown quite formidable, at least comparable to Gohan. The Vegeta of this timeline crossed his arms, gazing at Goku with a cold smirk. Humph, perhaps even stronger than Gohan. Ultimately, our perceived strength is merely the novice level in the presence of the truly powerful. Kakarot, if you remain unwilling to revive, you may never catch up to me in this lifetime. With those words, Vegeta ascended into the skies. That fellow has already reached the sacred temple. I shall depart first. Vegeta then soared furiously towards the sacred temple, while Android 18 addressed the other two androids. We should follow. Before Krillin could catch up, Android 18 swiftly ascended into the sky. "Ah, Miss 18, he exclaimed. At the sacred temple, Vegeta placed his hand upon the door of the hyperbolic time chamber and closed his eyes. Beside him, Bick inquired, "Is it truly feasible to modify the room of spirit and time?" With his eyes closed, Vegeta replied, "What difficulty lies therein?" Subsequently, Dandy and Mr. Bobo altered the number of individuals permitted and the time constraints of the room. Upon completing his statement, Vegeta opened his eyes and withdrew his hand, saying, "Very well. Let us wait for Kakarot and the others to join us." After exchanging greetings with the group, Goku approached with Date, Gohan, Bulma, and Baby Trunks. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the three androids, who had set off earlier, were still en route. Observing this, Vegeta instantly teleported to them, bringing the group along. Android 18 gazed at Vegeta and asked, "Why not wait for me to arrive together? I cannot sense your energy. At least if you waited here, you could locate me." She continued, "Now, I shall extract the bomb and chip from 17's body." As she saw Vegeta approaching, the self-proclaimed invincible 17 felt a sense of pressure. Fortunately, 18 had already briefed him on the situation. Looking at Vegeta, 17 chuckled. "So, you are my brother-in-law?" To which 18 added, "It's brother-in-law." Vegeta frowned slightly at this remark, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu. However, This expression immediately silenced both, as they feared they had misspoken. Placing his hand firmly on 17's shoulder, Vegeta commanded, "Do not move." 17 felt an involuntary urge to comply, responding, "Ah, understood." Vegeta's speed was astonishing. The others failed to notice his movements, and in an instant, he held the bomb and a crushed chip in one hand, while the other hand tended to 17's wounds. Goku, astonished, murmured, "What an incredible fellow. He truly exists in a different dimension from us." Chapter 28. The History of the Second Dimension. Vegeta addressed the group, stating, "Before we commence our training, I wish to define this dimension as Dimension 2 for the sake of my future temporal journey." He then inquired, "Shall we begin our training? Are you prepared?" Gohan, slightly bewildered, scratched his head. "Mr. Vegeta, since Cell has already been dealt with, I need not train, correct? Moreover, my father has been resurrected, and Uncle Vegeta has surpassed his limits." Clearly, Gohan was no longer inclined towards training and was solely focused on his studies. Trunks, with a serious demeanor, admonished Gohan, "Mr. Gohan, the future is still far from resolved. Mr. Vegeta has informed me of what lies ahead. We shall face even stronger foes. We must remain ever ready for battle." Vegeta observed Gohan in silence, then approached him, releasing his energy. Those who had never directly sensed Vegeta's energy were immediately engulfed by despair. Bearing in mind that he had yet to transform, Android 16's energy detection system could not even register Vegeta's level. It was astonishing, merely in his base form. He possessed such immense strength. As Vegeta reached Gohan, he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan. Subsequently, he harnessed the power of the Great Ape, his eyes darkening and his aura becoming sinister and frenzied. He lowered his gaze upon Gohan, who raised his hand and concentrated an energy blast against the floor of the sacred temple. "Tell me, Gohan, how would you prevent me from annihilating this planet if I were to do so right now?" Gohan, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling. Vegeta suddenly bellowed, "Answer me. Look into my eyes." The sheer force of his voice stirred up dust from the temple floor, causing the tiles beneath him to shatter. Goku turned to Vegeta and inquired, "He can't be serious, can he?" Gohan remained on the ground, quaking and uttering incoherent sounds of distress, which only fueled Vegeta's growing fury. Finally, he gritted his teeth, relinquished his energy, and returned to his usual demeanor, stating, "There is a reason you lost a cell in this universe. No wonder this timeline is destined for tragedy. Leave my sight." Vegeta had already prepared plans for everyone regarding their opponents and training, but it was difficult to reason with a stubborn spirit. He decided to release his urge to assist and respect the fate of others, believing it would bring happiness to all. After Vegeta turned away, Gohan remained dazed, feeling as insignificant as an ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. If such an enemy were to arise, there would be no doubt that the Earth would meet its end. With Goku's support, Gohan managed to rise, though Goku's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. "Gohan, your father knows you dislike fighting. Now that the ordeal with Cell has passed, you can focus on your studies. I can bear the burden." Upon hearing this, Gohan resolved once more, clenching his fists and bowing his head, declaring, "I will train and fight alongside everyone." Vegeta found this statement somewhat peculiar. Gohan seemed weaker than he had anticipated. Goku's words carried a semblance of Gohan's essence, suggesting his emotional intelligence had increased. As for this timeline's Vegeta, his ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2 at that moment felt somewhat beyond the ordinary. Could it be that the destinies of the main characters diverged, leading to this timeline's tragic fate? Would Android 18 also harbor unknown issues? Vegeta glanced at 18 with a hint of concern, but she merely smiled back at him. Approaching the version of Vegeta from this universe, he extended his hand, asking, "Would you mind if I touched your head?" Although Vegeta verbally sought permission, his hand was already resting on the other's head. Closing his eyes, he delved into Vegeta's memories and soon realized that this Vegeta's experiences diverged slightly from the historical norm. Firstly, upon his initial arrival on Earth, his battle power had already reached 24,000. Only with a threefold Kaioken could Goku barely manage to hold his ground against him. Moreover, Vegeta had not transformed into a great ape, as Goku's fourfold Kaioken had already reached its limit. Despite the relentless onslaught from the group, he still succumbed to defeat, and Goku emerged with injuries that were comparatively lighter than those in the historical account, barely able to walk. It was he who stood in front of Krillin and allowed Vegeta to escape. Later, upon reaching Namek, Vegeta's battle power consistently exceeded that of the original timeline. After recovering from his injuries, his power surged to an astounding 30,000. However, misfortune struck as he encountered a trio comprising Dodoria, Zarbon, and Shui. He vanquished all but Zarbon, who was left grievously wounded and subsequently taken to the medical bay. Following this recovery, Vegeta's power escalated to 70,000, continuing along a trajectory akin to the original narrative. He stealthily pilfered Frieza's Dragon Balls and fled. Subsequently, he fought alongside Krillin and Gohan, albeit Gohan faltered more frequently than in the original history. Fortunately, this did not result in any casualties. Through cunning ambushes and sheer resilience, Vegeta decisively defeated Guldo and Rikom. Later, Jinyu and Berta managed to hold him at bay, yet none suffered injuries, allowing Goku to conserve 3 Senzu beans. When Goku eventually arrived on Namek, Jinyu followed suit. In a change of heart, Vegeta chose not to flee, instead opting to repay a debt to Goku. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, he ultimately dispatched Jinyu and Berta. Upon his arrival, Goku's battle power reached 130,000, thus he did not need to resort to Kaioken, avoiding Jinyu's attention. Vegeta then joined the fray, and the odds quickly turned against Jinyu. Sensing defeat, Jinyu resorted to a ruthless strategy, nearly killing Vegeta. In a fit of rage, Goku unleashed the Kaioken, delivering a devastating blow that pierced Jinyu's chest. Without regard for the still-living Jinyu, he rushed to Vegeta, administering a Senzu Bean. In a desperate attempt, Jinyu launched a surprise attack, swapping bodies with Goku. However, he now faced a resurrected Vegeta whose power exceeded 500,000. After sustaining severe injuries, Jinyu attempted another body swap with Vegeta, but Goku intervened, reclaiming his original form. This time, Jinyu did not even have the chance to transform into a frog, as he was swiftly obliterated by Vegeta's energy wave. At this juncture, Vegeta's confidence soared, bolstered by his newfound strength, while Goku, having consumed the saved Senzu Beans, achieved a staggering battle power of 3,000,000 without entering the healing chamber. After a brief respite, Vegeta's power approached 1,000,000. In the meantime, Goku did not conceal his wishes from Vegeta, considering the latter's formidable prowess. However, upon uttering the third wish, the elder Namekian perished, the dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone. This chain of events prompted Frieza to unveil his final form. Just minutes earlier, Piccolo had exclaimed, "I have attained ultimate power." Yet, upon arrival, he found himself without the means to intervene. Both Goku and Vegeta possessed the capability to annihilate Frieza's first form. Yet their Saiyan heritage compelled them to witness Frieza's ultimate transformation. Consequently, Vegeta charged forth, declaring, "I will incinerate you." After a flurry of smoke and minimal damage, Vegeta lay on the ground, gravely injured. Goku produced the last Senzu Bean for Krillin, urging him to save Vegeta. Once again, Vegeta has made a significant leap, with his base combat power soaring to an impressive 5 million, surpassing Goku. Unfortunately, he lacks the Kaioken technique. His cells are insufficient in number, and he has yet to experience the catalyst of absolute rage. Goku, employing every method at his disposal, failed to inflict a truly fatal blow on Frieza. In this timeline, Goku refrained from using the Spirit Bomb, as Frieza mistook Krillin's assistance to the severely injured Vegeta for mere nursing, prompting him to eliminate Krillin first. Goku shouted in agony, exclaiming how painful it was, before transforming into a Super Saiyan and delivering a relentless barrage of blows to Frieza. It is noteworthy that his current condition is far superior to that of his initial transformation in the original timeline, and he is also being supported by a genuine healer. Dandy. Having witnessed the power of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta later learned from Dandy that he could provide healing to Goku. Driven by obsession, Vegeta insisted on taking Gohan and Dandy to train passively, determined to achieve his own Super Saiyan transformation. He disregarded Gohan's consent and unleashed a powerful energy wave, severely injuring him, only to then have Dandy heal him. After Gohan was restored, Vegeta commanded him to inflict wounds upon him, nearly resulting in his demise due to Dandy's reluctance to heal him. Fortunately, he was ultimately saved, though his combat power did not see a monumental increase, rising only from 5 million to 6 million. After several training sessions, Vegeta ultimately plateaued at 8 million, ceasing further enhancement. When Frieza unleashed 100 of his power in battle, his injuries prevented him from reaching his full potential of 1.2 billion. Goku, wielding overwhelming strength, defeated him, though Namek was still destroyed. As before, everyone except Goku was transported to Earth. Thus, while the major events on Namek mirrored those of the original timeline, numerous details diverged. The subsequent android saga commenced, with Frieza and his father arriving on Earth, only to be vanquished by future Trunks. Trunks informed Goku of the events to come, and the group began preparing for the impending crisis 3 years hence. Meanwhile, the Vegeta and Goku of the second timeline emerged stronger than their original counterparts after the 3-year interval. Chapter 29. Kakarot is a layabout at this juncture. Vegito found himself engrossed, as if watching an alternate version of an anime. In the second timeline, Vegeta, blessed with a high base combat power, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan during his first year of training. His relationship with Bulma began to blossom, spurred by her seizing an opportunity following his intense training. 3 years later, the androids made their appearance. Goku, afflicted by a heart condition, defeated Android 19, reaching his limits before returning home for treatment. As for Dr. Gero, he was initially destined to meet his end at Vegeta's hands. However, after a brief skirmish, Vegeta lost interest due to Gero's apparent weakness. Subsequently, Dr. Gero clamored to activate androids 17 and 18. Upon hearing this, Vegeta became exhilarated, declaring that anyone who dared to impede the awakening of the androids would face his wrath. It is worth mentioning that in this temporal dimension, when Bulma and Trunks found themselves in peril, Vegeta did not remain indifferent. After rescuing Bulma and her child, he exclaimed, "What a nuisance!" before pursuing Dr. Gero. At this moment, Vegeta was at least twice as powerful as his counterpart from the original timeline. Yet the androids 17 and 18 were even more formidable. Initially, during his battle with 18, he could hold his ground, but ultimately succumbed to fatigue. However, in the second timeline, Vegeta was entirely dominated by 18 throughout their encounter. Following the skirmish, 18 and her companions prepared to depart, and Krillin, rather than being teased by 18, simply smiled and remarked to her. Subsequently, Krillin found himself in a precarious situation. Later, Piccolo fused with Kami and pursued Cell for several days before encountering 17. This time, there was no semblance of balance. He was similarly overpowered by 17. Meanwhile, Cell, lurking in the shadows, underestimated 17's capabilities, believing he could effortlessly absorb him. It wasn't until Piccolo, unable to withstand the onslaught, resorted to the solar flare in a bid to escape that Cell seized the opportunity to absorb him. In this instance, Cell's second form exhibited greater strength than in the original timeline. Nevertheless, he was soon confronted and thoroughly defeated by the hastily arriving Vegeta, who then began to revel in the chaos, assisting Cell in locating 18. Ultimately, this led to Cell achieving his perfect form, which was at least 50 times stronger than in the original history. After mercilessly overpowering Vegeta, Cell's vanity was immensely gratified, and events proceeded as in the original narrative. It was not until Gohan began to change the tide of the battle against Buu that Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, engaging Cell in a fierce contest of equals. Vegito appeared mid-battle, incapacitating Cell. At this juncture, Vegito mused privately, undoubtedly, during the Cell games, aside from a few Earthlings. Every combatant possesses greater strength than their counterparts from the original timeline, albeit none have discovered the key to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Vegito then cast his gaze upon 18, noting, compared to her original history, 18 has not deteriorated. In fact, she has not even vandalized a police car. Her battle prowess is at least 2 or 3 times stronger than before, and her lack of romantic involvement with Krillin raises the question, does she favor a handsome suitor? Sensing Vegito's lingering gaze, 18 turned to him and inquired, "Do you have something you wish to say?" "I am curious about your type of ideal man," he replied. After pondering for a moment, 18 stated, "Strong, handsome, tall, and ideally wealthy. Of course, if one genuinely cares, a lack of money is not a deal breaker. If I cannot afford to support Vegito and our future children, I can always find work in a factory." The main timeline's Vegeta remarked to 18, "This is peculiar. What you describe bears no relation to Krillin." Bulma, carrying Trunks, approached with curiosity. "So, what are your standards for strength, handsomeness, height, and wealth? Let us rate everyone. For instance, if my wealth is rated at 10 and my beauty at 10, what about you?" Without hesitation, 18 responded to Bulma, "Your beauty does not reach 10. At most, it's an 85. "What?" Bulma retorted, "What do you consider your own beauty to be?" "If I were to rate myself, I would undoubtedly award myself a perfect score of 10. However, it may be prudent to solicit the opinions of others. Bulma promptly approached Vegeta and inquired, "Where's my son?" Android 18 scrutinized Trunks and, drawing upon her memories, assessed him. Combat power, 6 points. Looks, 7 points. Height and wealth are not worth rating. Are they? And what of Vegito? 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. A total of 100. Upon hearing this, Vegito crossed his arms and remarked, "That cannot be right. If Trunks merits a score of 6 for his combat prowess, then I should reasonably be rated at least 1 million. The Vegeta from the primary timeline interjected, "If you can attain 1,000,000 points, do you believe I can reach 100,000? Not a chance," replied the current timeline's Vegeta, clenching his fists. "What nonsense. If we are to assign scores, let's do it differently. External attributes are hardly worthy of evaluation. It would be better to summarize the ratings from the recent Cell games. I, Vegeta, would rank second or third with approximately 78 points, while Vegito would take first place with a perfect score of 10. Kakarot is merely a lucky dog. 0 points. Vegito, still with arms crossed, questioned, "Why are you so fixated on these ratings? They can distort the value of one's efforts. Do you understand the difference between alienation and specificity? For instance, during the Cell games, I inadvertently eliminated Cell with a single gesture and subsequently revived everyone. When the recap occurred, I was shocked. I saw that Kakarot had logged off early, indirectly causing the death of the North Kai and aiding Cell in achieving another evolution. What a lucky dog. Can we really assess him this way? Shouldn't we consider his actual contributions? Did he help Cell evolve in a manner that changed the tide, enabling Cell to defeat Gohan and thus capture my attention?" After pondering for a moment, Vegito seemed unable to identify any additional merits in Goku's overall performance. Very well, in this timeline, Kakarot indeed is a lucky dog during this incident. Goku, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, it seems I truly didn't contribute much." Bulma moved to Vegeta's side and remarked, "Are we getting sidetracked? This is a matchmaking event, not a post-game analysis." She pointed at Vegito and said, "Vegito, please provide Android 18 with an overall evaluation." Vegito pondered for a moment, then stated, "Well, her personality and appearance are commendable. Financial status is of little consequence. But her combat strength could use a slight improvement. I'll give her 9 points." Bulma looked at Vegito in bewilderment. Didn't Goku and Vegeta overlook combat power when seeking partners? Why do you place such importance on your partner's combat strength? It can diminish the value of a wife's contributions. Vegito chuckled, pointing his thumb at himself, "As my wife, the ability to care for children is secondary. What matters is that she can accompany me in light physical activities. While combat strength isn't the paramount factor, it remains one of my criteria. At least, a higher combat power can better withstand my impact." Android 18, blushing, asked, "What kind of impact?" "Of course it's a..." The Vegeta from the primary timeline quickly covered Vegito's mouth, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Our son is present. Can't you show a bit of restraint?" On the 18th, he abruptly turned his back to the crowd, his face flushed as if scalded by boiling water. What nonsensical words are being uttered? Who would desire such a thing? Moreover, my physique is far sturdier than you can imagine. Vegeta nudged Old B with his elbow, remarking, "It is about time your son sought a wife." Vegeta approached Trunks, placing a hand on his shoulder, inquiring, "Trunks, have you confided in your father about your preference for older women?" "Huh? Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. In most timelines, you have chosen a girl nearly the same age as your father, albeit she has used the Dragon Balls to regain her youth." "What?" At this revelation, both Vegeta and Bulma could hardly contain themselves, rushing forward to grasp Trunks, exclaiming, "Trunks, why do you harbor such a peculiar inclination?" Vegeta explained, "Let us not hold it against him. It is merely my personal opinion. Half Saiyans are best suited to find another half Saiyan or a pure Saiyan." Old B, upon hearing this, became infuriated, stating, "Speaking of this makes my blood boil. In my original timeline, that lad was involved with Gohan's daughter. My standing has been diminished." Trunks, equally incredulous, pointed at himself, asking me, "Involved with Mr. Gohan's daughter?" Bulma tugged at Vegeta's arm, saying, "Vegeta, could you possibly do me a favor?" "What?" "Assist Trunks in finding a suitable partner?" "Precisely. I trust your judgment implicitly." "Very well, but if he is not interested, I shall not pressure him. By the way, what are we here for?" At that moment, the ever-eager Goku finally awaited his chance to train, springing to his feet in excitement. Yet before he could speak, Vegeta interjected, Weren't we here for a meal? Never mind, let us eat first. Chapter 30. Vegeta's thumb after dining in the sacred realm. Vegeta took a moment to rest on the ground before rising. Please wait here. I shall return shortly. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear 3 seconds later, carrying a multitude of unconscious individuals and unceremoniously dropping them onto the ground. Old B approached, gazing in astonishment at the incapacitated figures, exclaiming, "In such a brief time, aside from Bojack's crew, I never anticipated even Broly would be included." The North Kai, witnessing this, promptly communicated via telepathy to the others. Do not overindulge. Bojack's infamous reputation is on par with that of Frieza. They simply prefer to exhaust a planet before obliterating it. However, in terms of combat prowess, they far surpass Frieza. He added, it took considerable effort from the 5 Kais to seal this group away. Upon hearing this, Vegeta questioned, the 5 Kais? Shouldn't it have been the 4 who sealed them? Did the Grand Kai intervene as well? The North Kai, wiping beads of sweat from his brow, replied, initially, we believed 4 would suffice, yet their strength exceeded our expectations. Ultimately, it was the Grand Kai who engaged, sealing them away, as Bojack's power could rival that of Cell. Because of your momentary recklessness, Goku, I met an untimely demise, and they must have escaped during that interval. For the safety of the universe, it is best to eliminate them completely. Goku gazed at the sky and assured, rest assured, Lord Kai, they should not stir up any significant trouble. Old Bey, with arms crossed, scoffed disdainfully, the likes of Bojack are hardly more formidable than a freshly transformed perfect Cell. Even if this timeline Cell is slightly stronger than ours, it remains inconsequential. Vegeta looked at the unconscious Broly and remarked, while Bojack is indeed trivial, I am eager to see how much Broly can develop. The old version of Broly from Toei may have instilled a sense of despair with his overwhelming presence, yet when it comes to sheer combat prowess, the new Broly from the hyperdimensional realm could easily outclass the old version by tenfold. However, the older Broly from Dragon Ball Heroes is also quite formidable. With one hand lifting Broly and the other grasping Bojack, Vegeta made his way toward the hyperbolic time chamber, saying, let us bring the others inside as well. Android 17, with hands on his hips, inquired, are we to participate in your training exercise? Vegeta halted, turning to face the trio of androids. Android 16 is purely mechanical and can only grow stronger through further modifications. However, you and Android 18 can continually enhance your abilities through training. Surpassing Cell will not take long. Upon hearing this, Android 17 chuckled lightly. That sounds rather intriguing. Android 18, do you wish to join? Without a hint of expression, Android 18 stepped forward. What do you think I came here for? Since learning yesterday that combat strength was among Vegeta's preferred qualities, she resolved to continue her pursuit of strength. Bulma handed a capsule to Trunks, saying, this is a new battle suit I made. I will await you at the sacred world of the Kais. Do not take too long. All right, I will be out shortly. Trunks replied as he stowed the capsule and carried one of Bojack's associates inside. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Android 18 murmured as she felt the environment. It's quite hot, and my body feels heavier. Android 17, standing in the center of the chamber, observed, I see. Staying here for a year equates to a single day outside. No wonder Vegeta and the others experienced such rapid growth in power. After tossing Broly to the ground, Vegeta addressed the group. Kakarot, your strength should be on par with Bojack. He is yours to handle. Broly's power will experience a linear growth process. He will not be very strong initially, so let our version of Vegeta take the lead. Remember, do not defeat him right away. With that, Vegeta clapped his hands, awakening everyone. Broly and Bojack, clutching their heads, slowly rose. Where are we? Choose your opponents, Vegeta commanded. Android 18 approached Zanga, declaring, I will take this one. Zanga frowned at her, asking, and who might you be? Without a word, Android 18 lifted her hand and unleashed an energy blast, sending him flying as the battle commenced. Seeing this, Bojack and his cohorts disregarded everything else and charged forward. Goku teleported in front of Bojack and kicked him away. Trunks confronted Gokuya, wielding a sword, while Gohan faced off against the smallest fighter, Bukin, who specialized in magic. As for the final Broly, upon catching sight of Goku, he strode directly towards him, declaring, Kakarot. Along the way, his energy began to clash continuously, entering the state of pseudo-super Saiyan. Vegeta from the second time dimension swiftly moved before him, arms crossed, exclaiming, how dare you ignore me here? In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, landing a punch squarely on Broly's face, causing him to stagger back a step, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After a brief moment of shock, Broly wiped the blood from his lips and regarded Vegeta with a somewhat deranged smile. Vegeta? Upon hearing his name, Vegeta instinctively gestured a sign of defeat towards himself, retorting, "Wrong. It's Super Vegeta." Huh. The moment Vegeta finished speaking, he delivered another punch to Broly's abdomen. A dull thud resonated, yet Broly remained rooted in place, as if he had activated a state of invulnerability. There was no sign of rigidity. Vegeta's fist merely sank slightly into his abdominal muscles. Noticing this, old Vegeta squinted slightly, sensing something amiss. This is unusual. Broly's energy enhancement rate is significantly faster than the one I encountered previously. Vegeta, having witnessed the capabilities of the time-displaced Broly, responded, "It's nothing extraordinary. Although he stands still, he isn't remarkably stronger than the other you. His utilization of energy is quite efficient. Even at the same energy level, his physical augmentation exceeds that of the average fighter." In Vegeta's eyes, Broly resembled a Super Saiyan of the third stage without speed weaknesses, albeit with a gradually increasing upper limit. As long as he didn't prolong the fight, even Broly's newly attained transformation could be swiftly defeated by a Super Saiyan 2. Realizing he could not land a blow on Broly, the current time dimensions Vegeta immediately distanced himself to further amplify his energy. At this moment, Broly also transitioned into Super Saiyan, his muscles continuing to swell. And in a brief instant, his eyes were consumed by a sea of white. He had grown significantly larger compared to before. At this juncture, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, with a hint of restraint, began to unleash a barrage of blows upon Broly. As anticipated by Vegeta, Broly's invulnerability proved effective only against equal energy levels. Against Super Saiyan 2, he was still susceptible to being staggered. Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a kick to Broly's abdomen that bent him over, distorting his expression. Subsequently, he clasped Broly's head and executed a series of alternating knee strikes to Broly's face. When Broly attempted to block with his arms, Vegeta delivered an uppercut that sent him soaring into the sky. Following this, Vegeta, fueled by rage, ascended after Broly, imposing one-sided pressure. However, this situation did not persist for long. Although Broly's energy quality had yet to elevate, its quantity was increasing exponentially. With sufficient energy volume, even if its intensity was somewhat lacking, he could contend with Super Saiyan 2. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, Broly growing increasingly powerful while Vegeta became more apprehensive. Secretly marveling, this guy is continuously growing stronger. He is now on par with the resurrected Cell. At this rate, Broly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, instinctively compressing it until its density surpassed that of Vegeta. The entire hyperbolic time chamber was altered by his aura. The ground trembled, and unbeknownst to Vegeta, a colossal boulder rose from beneath him. Broly charged at Vegeta with incredible speed, using a devastating strike to slam him against the massive rock, creating a profound crater in its surface. Witnessing this, Gogeta turned to the elder Vegeta with a smirk, remarking, "You must remember this move vividly, right? Humph. This time, I shall not be trampled." The elder Vegeta declared, "My other self is nearing his limits. It is now my turn to take the stage." With that, he dashed forward to confront the two fighters. In this timeline, Vegeta had no desire to prolong the battle. He recognized he had reached his threshold, while the behemoth before him continued to ascend in power. He thought it wiser to observe how his alternate self would triumph over this monster. With great effort, the current Vegeta rose to his feet, pointing his thumb at the elder Vegeta, stating, "Indeed, he possesses astonishing strength, but your misfortune is imminent. For the next to emerge is the ultimate Vegeta." As the elder Vegeta felt the thumb directed at him, an ominous premonition washed over him. Recalling that every time such a gesture was made, calamity would follow. Before the current Vegeta could finish, he pointed his thumb towards the entrance of the time chamber, where an even more terrifying presence awaited. Gogeta had already prepared, instantly teleporting away while admonishing Vegeta, "If you keep pointing that finger at me, I shall break it." The elder Vegeta turned to his counterpart and said, "Step aside and watch how I handle him." He transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Realizing that there was no room for error in his Super Saiyan 2 state, it was better to suppress his opponent and showcase his might. In that moment, Goku and the others focused their attention on the elder Vegeta. Such immense energy. Has he surpassed the transformation of Super Saiyan yet again? Bojack, noticing Goku's distraction, also transformed into his enhanced form, his orange hair turning crimson, and his clothing straining against his bulging muscles. Daring to lose focus in front of me. You seek death. Bojack swung a punch at Goku, who raised his arm to block, but was still sent flying back. Lord Kai was correct. This fellow's strength may even exceed that of the resurrected Cell. Gogeta glanced at Bojack, pondering, has Bojack grown stronger too? He speculated about the possible existence of a cosmic will that empowered villains alongside the protagonists. I wonder how formidable our timeline's adversaries have become. Chapter 31, Brotherhood in Pokemon. Vegeta struck Broly's back with both fists, sending him crashing to the ground, which immediately formed a massive crater. In his Super Saiyan 3 state, Vegeta stared at his hands, murmuring, what is this creature's body made of? My hands are numb from the impact. As the situation unfolds, it has been scarcely 10 minutes, and this fellow is already nearing my Super Saiyan 3 form, an alarming rate of growth. Regarding Broly's escalation in power, everyone, save for Vegeta, finds it exceedingly abnormal. Vegeta glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, it has been 10 minutes since the switch. What am I truly anticipating if I haven't yet reached Super Saiyan 3? I feel an urge to intervene, yet I lack a capable fighter. Had I known, I would have brought my younger brother along. I wonder if the fusion of Broly and Vegeta would allow me to indulge. With this thought, Vegeta instinctively touched his earrings. Meanwhile, Bojack and his companions had all transformed into their enhanced forms. Even Zangya possessed this transformation, and prior to her transformation, Android 18 was struggling against her. She gradually gained the upper hand, relying on the computational prowess and learning capabilities of her chip, along with an inexhaustible energy supply. However, with Zangya's sudden transformation, the disparity in strength and speed became glaringly apparent, despite Android 18's ability to match her reflexes. Zangya sent Android 18 flying toward Vegeta, who raised a hand to support her, saying, take it easy, no need to push yourself. Android 18 smiled as she tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, reassuming her battle stance. No need to rush. My current opponent has only just piqued my interest. With that, Android 18 soared back toward Zangya. Her vision flooded with detailed information about her opponent, herself, and even precise annotations of her every strike's output power. She was also able to swiftly calculate the damage inflicted by her adversary. Observing her output power gradually increasing, she mused inwardly. This sensation feels as though I am being constrained. If I amplify my output power, defeating her would be effortless. Let us see if I can lift the limitations. Closing her eyes, Android 18 endeavored to unlock her constraints, only for Zangya to swiftly dart in front of her with a grin, asking, have you given up? Crack. In the next moment, Android 18 caught Zangya's punch with one hand, opening her eyes to gaze at Zangya and declaring, I'm not the only one who can grow stronger. Pulling Zangya's arm back, Zangya's center of gravity immediately faltered, and Android 18's elbow forcefully collided with Zangya's face. In a single move, Zangya was rendered unconscious. A result of Android 18's restraint. She lifted Zangya and returned to Vegeta, tossing her onto the ground, stating, it's over. Vegeta looked at Android 18 and inquired, if the output restrictions of the eternal energy are lifted, how long can you fight? Android 18 landed, gazing into Vegeta's eyes, and replied, are you aware of the principles governing my energy operation? Bulma briefly explained it to me. If I enter an overdrawn state, the recovery speed of the energy device will not keep pace with the consumption rate. Looking at her data, she continued, when not exerting power, there is no additional consumption. In the event of intense battles at high frequency, I can sustain this for approximately 30 minutes. The amplification is roughly 10 times that of a stable state. Noticing Vegeta's contemplative expression, Android 18 questioned, what's the matter? Are you considering doing something to my body again? Is that permissible? Are you ever going to stop? If I weren't a synthetic being, would you even care about me? With a hint of unease, Vegeta scratched his head under the scrutinizing gaze of Android 18. How could that be? He stammered. Android 18 playfully tugged at his collar, softly exhaling into his ear. She inquired, so, if I were to agree, what would you wish to do with me this time? In response to her insinuation, Vegeta thoughtfully stroked his chin, murmuring, if possible, we should increase the recovery speed and power output of the eternal energy device. I wonder if Bulma can manage that while also maintaining her physical training. I recall that Android 17 once reached Super Saiyan level 3, and at that time, his energy output remained stable. From this perspective, it seems the eternal energy apparatus will progressively lift its restrictions as physical strength reaches its limits, simultaneously accelerating recovery speed. However, it might be prudent to avoid tampering with this device for now and focus on physical training instead. Additionally, I'm uncertain if this overexertion state may yield any side effects. Android 18, feeling irate, observed the relentless pursuit of strength by this oblivious man, her frustration exacerbated by his mention of another woman. "Ah, that hurts." She stomped down hard on Vegeta's toes. Grabbing his collar, she coldly remarked, "Are you deliberately toying with me?" Vegeta hurriedly defended himself, and no. "I was merely contemplating whether your overexertion state might have any adverse effects. Do you feel unwell in any way?" "I do. I feel quite uncomfortable. I want to hit something." Just then, a powerful green energy sphere hurtled toward them. "Watch out." Vegeta swiftly rose, cradling 18 in his arms, and with a retaliatory strike, deflected the energy blast. He gazed down at her with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Feigning anger, Vegeta looked upward at old B, unable to suppress a smirk. "Hey, aim properly. Don't harm my Android 18. Truly my Pokemon." Skillfully redirecting Broly's attack to avert the crisis. "We have developed a remarkable rapport." Old B smiled slightly at Vegeta's exaggerated display of anger. "Undoubtedly my good brother. He instantly comprehends my well-meaning intentions, indicating our shared understanding." "Wait. Danger. Don't let your guard down, you fool." Vegeta shouted, just as Broly appeared behind him in an instant. Grabbing his head, he slammed it into the ground and dragged him several meters before tossing him aside, then unleashed a ki blast upon him. Boom! Nappa and Raditz rushed forward, anxiously calling out, "Your Highness." As the smoke cleared, Vegeta stood, his body now covered in crimson fur, his eyes and eyelids glowing red, his blue pupils fixed intently on Broly. Who would have thought that during this moment, two individuals capable of forcing me into this transformation would emerge? However, this is where it ends. Broly charged at Vegeta once more, throwing a punch, but to Vegeta, Broly's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. He slightly shifted back, evading Broly's punch. Before Broly could retract his robust arm, Vegeta seized his wrist and twisted it with a deft maneuver. The immense force compelled Broly to kneel on one knee in agony. Vegeta raised his other hand, channeling a wave of energy directed at Broly, uttering, "Begone." The energy wave surged forth, and with a wretched scream, Broly was grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground in his normal state, smoke billowing from his form. Clenching his fist, Vegeta reveled in his power, proclaiming, "Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 exists in a different realm altogether from the others. Furthermore, I can now achieve full power Super 4 on my own, perhaps even surpass it." Vegito instantaneously materialized before Broly, attending to his injuries. "I wonder if the enhancement from the near-death revival still applies," he pondered. Moments later, Broly opened his eyes anew and rose, glaring menacingly at Vegeta before instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. His power surged beyond what it was moments ago, and it did not end there. Broly's energy quality escalated. Surrounded by green lightning, his emerald hair lengthened dramatically, morphing into the form of Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, all present were once again left in astonishment, halting their actions, shifting from participants to spectators. The members of the Bojack gang, save for him, found their morale shattered, with only a few remaining conscious. Broly's energy shattered the space around him, causing it to collapse. Vegito tapped the ground lightly with his toe, restoring the fractured space instantly. Vegeta, witnessing Broly's Super Saiyan 3 form, felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. This amplification is utterly absurd. Broly charged at Vegeta, who, no longer holding back, ascended to the Super Saiyan 4 surpassing state, launching a fierce punch toward Broly's head. However, even Vegeta's most potent strike only managed to momentarily halt Broly, who tilted his head back slightly. Then, with maniacal laughter, Broly retaliated, sending Vegeta flying. Ha ha ha. Broly's energy continued to rise, his aura sweeping over the others like a ferocious tempest. Vegito stood calmly before Android 18, shielding her from the winds. Nappa and others sheltered behind Vegeta, inquiring, "Lord Vegito, are you not afraid this brute might whimsically decide to annihilate us all?" "Huh, I would welcome him attempting such a feat," Vegito replied, before instantaneously appearing behind Vegeta. Vegeta, brushing off the dust from his face, stood up, declaring, I am still capable. Moreover, I have yet to unveil my ultimate trump card. Vegito, amused, responded, is that so? I was hoping to let you experience the fusion of the great ape's power with divine energy. Fusion with divine power. Vegeta exclaimed, looking at Vegito in astonishment. How can that be achieved? Who knows? I'm uncertain if it can be done, but let us try, Vegito said, placing his hand on Vegeta's back and infusing him with a surge of divine energy. Vegeta's aura became uncontrollably turbulent, transforming from jetting golden flames into a fiery crimson hue. Furthermore, the surface of his body was adorned with a layer of luminous white aura reminiscent of starlight. Through sheer willpower, Vegeta had harnessed divine energy in his normal state, allowing him to transcend the boundaries of Super Saiyan 4th grade. This surge of power rivaled that of Super Saiyan 5. Taken aback, Vegeta murmured, "You can't possibly be referring to that so-called Super 5, can you?" Chapter 32, Vegeta, it matters not. I am the strongest. What of Super 5? Broly charged towards Vegeta and Vegito, yet Vegito effortlessly evaded all of Broly's assaults with ease. With the assistance of inherent time manipulation, Vegeta, too, could easily dodge. Give me a moment of silence. Vegeta raised his left hand to block Broly's fist, while his right hand clenched into a powerful fist that struck Broly's abdomen. Even Super Saiyan 3 Broly doubled over, clutching his stomach in pain from the blow. Vegito explained, to my knowledge, there are several versions of Super 5. Even if their appearances are identical, the amplification of power varies. The weakest might only offer 2 to 3 times the strength of Super 4, while the strongest would not exceed 10 times. Furthermore, one variant of Super 5 places immense strain on the brain. Recklessly attempting to gain power through transformation can be detrimental. Much like the progression from Super 1 to Super 3, the burden on the body increases with each transformation stage. The ideal state is akin to Gohan's, where one can exhibit power surpassing Super 3 without transformation, incurring no additional burden. Broly slowly rose to his feet, and Vegeta dashed forward, delivering a knee strike that forcefully pinned him back to the ground. Leaping into the air, Vegeta spun several times before using tenfold gravity and his own acceleration to land upon Broly. The ground caved under the immense pressure of Vegeta's power, and he leapt from the crater, returning to Vegito's side. Vegeta inquired, is it possible to attain that form without the aid of the Kaishin's power? Currently, I cannot. I must first observe its principles at least once, aside from Gohan's potential development form. Only Super 4 and Super Blue can be deemed meaningful transformations. Super 4 can be regarded as a normal state under a different form. Indeed, manifesting the power of the great ape reveals a state of ultimate strength that incurs little burden even when maintained over an extended period. While Super Blue suffers from rapid energy depletion, its amplification is substantial alongside numerous other benefits. However, if you have now achieved the Super 4 limit break, there is no need to pursue Super Blue further. Looking down at his own aura and energy, Vegeta pondered, can I initiate this form on my own? No problem. Even if you cannot yet, with more training, you will be able to. Broly struggled to rise from the crater, and Vegito remarked, you are still rather young. It will take another 2 or 3 decades for your power to reach its zenith. However, there is still room for enhancement now. Fight with confidence. I will support you. Having spoken, Vegito departed from the battlefield, while Vegeta continued to unleash his energy, pressing forward to suppress Broly. Although Broly remained largely defenseless, Vegeta's assaults began to grow increasingly feeble. Gohan, drenched in cold sweat, remarked nervously, Uncle Vegeta's strength is waning. That transformation is incredibly taxing on his stamina. Goku, observing the two, responded, do not speak without understanding. Vegeta's energy has not diminished. It is Broly who is growing stronger. Their powers exceeded our comprehension, rendering any increase in strength imperceptible to us. Vegito turned to the alternate timelines Goku and inquired, would you care to engage Broly in combat? Goku, sweating profusely, replied with a nervous chuckle, such power is indeed overwhelming. Even with Vegeta's and my combined efforts, it may prove futile. Why not attempt fusion? Vegito suggested. Fusion? Before Vegeta could decline, Vegito swiftly approached him, entwining him in an embrace and alluringly stated, do not be hasty in your refusal. This fusion is not permanent. Furthermore, the growth achieved during this state will revert to each of you once the fusion is undone. Would you not wish to experience the mightiest power across dimensions? It would be quite exhilarating. The base combat strength attained through fusion would enable you to access various transformation forms. Upon hearing this, Goku, filled with excitement, turned to Vegeta and implored, "Come on, Vegeta. This is a splendid opportunity." Vegeta crossed his arms and took a deep breath, saying, "It seems I have no choice. Since you have brought this up, what is our course of action?" Vegito began to demonstrate the fusion dance of the Metamorans. The onlookers, save for Goku and Gohan, found themselves in an awkward position, especially Vegeta, who regretted his agreement at that moment. 17, ever the curious one, posed a rather peculiar question. What would happen if I fused with 18? Would we be male or female? 18, gripping 17's collar, coldly retorted, "I'll kill you." To this, Vegito pondered seriously. Well, there could be several outcomes. One might appear as a female with male attributes, or vice versa. Perhaps both reproductive systems could coexist. Bang! 18 delivered a punch to Vegito's abdomen, exclaiming, "Are you genuinely considering such matters?" Clutching his stomach and squatting on the ground, Vegito replied, "Is that so strange? As far as I know, in some timeline, you and 17 truly did fuse." 17, taken aback, mumbled, "I was merely asking. I didn't expect that to be the case." 18 approached Vegito and helped him up, advising, "Next time you encounter such a trivial question, simply ignore it. All right, let us commence our practice. We must first maintain a unified energy." After 5 minutes, Vegeta launched a kick toward Broly's head. Broly, with a single hand, grasped his ankle and displayed an evil grin. "Ha ha, Vegeta, you're finished." Gripping Vegeta's ankle, Broly executed a move reminiscent of Hulk smashing Loki, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground in disarray. The state of limit break was likewise undone, leaving him barely able to maintain Super Saiyan 4, and his body suffered multiple fractures. Broly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful blast aimed at Vegeta, instantly transforming the ground beneath him into a charred crater. Gogeta, shouldering Vegeta, returned to the crowd and tossed him a Senzu bean. Broly charged forward, only to be confronted by a figure clad in a revealing vest who declared in overlapping tones, "Your opponent is me." Gogeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan and soared toward Broly with a fierce kick. Broly remained unmoved, countering with a swift strike that sent Gogeta flying. In midair, Gogeta executed a rapid roll to dissipate the impact before regaining his footing. Impressive. In that case, let me try Super Saiyan 3. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Gogeta surpassed even the limits of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4. Of course, part of this disparity stemmed from Vegeta's inadequate base power level. At that moment, the base power level of the main timeline Vegeta was not significantly stronger than that of his counterpart in this timeline. Gogeta charged at Broly once more. Yet the battle remained unbalanced, with Broly still holding the upper hand over Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta. Within a minute, Gogeta was sent tumbling back to his normal state, landing at Gogeta's feet. "Quick, let me transform into Super Saiyan 4. Gogeta, arms crossed, replied, "How can you transform without a tail? Leave this to me." 18, concerned, looked at Gogeta's retreating figure and asked, "Are you sure you can defeat him? Perhaps we should just lock him away?" Gogeta turned back to 18 with a smile. "No worries, I am the strongest." Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Gogeta as Broly's massive lats blotted out his figure. "Be careful." Broly swung a knife hand strike at Gogeta, who, crouching at the last moment, transformed into Super Saiyan and landed an uppercut to Broly's abdomen. Gah! Broly spat blood, soaring into the sky like a kite with its string cut. In an instant, Gogeta teleported above Broly and kicked him forcefully to the ground. Broly crashed heavily, bouncing back up, but before he could land again, Gogeta was already beside his suspended body. With both fists raised, he delivered a devastating strike to Broly's chest. Boom! The resounding collision cracked the reinforced hyperbolic time chamber. In that moment, nearly all of Broly's ribs shattered. In just 3 moves, Broly lay in the crater, having reverted from all his transformations. Gogeta stood with arms crossed, remarking, "Well, I suppose that's about the extent of it. Let us go again." To the onlookers, Gogeta instructed, "Everyone with tails, except our Vegeta, close your eyes." The main timeline Vegeta, drenched in sweat, thought, "You can't be serious." Suddenly, a luminous sphere appeared in Gogeta's hand and was tossed into the air. Exactly. The light of the artificial moon burst forth. After restoring Broly, Gogeta seized his head with brute strength, forcing his eyelids open to gaze upon the artificial moon. "Do not disappoint me, Broly." Chapter 33, Super Vegito. Broly's physique rapidly expanded, golden green first sprouting from his body. His aura grew significantly more powerful than in his Super Saiyan 3 form, as he unleashed a frenzied outburst of energy, enveloping the arena in a cascade of green energy blasts. Vegito raised his hand towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, conjuring an energy barrier. He then soared before the gaping maw of the colossal ape, declaring, "Awaken, Broly. Let me witness your might." The green-gold giant opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a tremendous energy beam aimed directly at Vegito. In an instant, Vegito's rage flared as he single-handedly pressed down on the colossal energy cannon. With the two standing merely 10 meters apart, Vegito forcefully shoved the energy blast back into the giant's mouth. With a resounding explosion, the giant ape was sent flying, thick smoke billowing from its mouth. Vegito swiftly approached, delivering 2 sharp slaps to the beast. "Hey, pull yourself together." A glimmer of clarity sparked in the ape's eyes, followed by a surge of formidable energy that began to compress rapidly. Its form gradually diminished, and amidst a blinding light, Broly successfully transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 state. Heightening his aura, he pointed at Vegito, proclaiming, "I will have your blood." Vegito beckoned with a casual wave. "If you can, then come and try." "Oh!" Broly roared as he charged at Vegito. Vegito responded with a swift chop to Broly's throat, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his neck in pain. Vegito approached him, remarking, "You're so noisy. All that shouting, does it enhance your combat prowess?" Furious, Broly rose and retaliated with a fierce elbow strike. Vegito, however, moved with blinding speed, planting a foot firmly on Broly's head, bringing him back to a close encounter with the ground. "Is this the extent of Super Saiyan 4? Broly seethed, pressing against the ground as he struggled to rise. Vegito smiled slightly, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his hair standing on end, and once again pinning Broly to the ground. Not only was he suppressing Broly, but he was also subtly infusing him with divine energy, a unique ability of Super Saiyan 4, energy absorption. Sensing Broly nearing a critical threshold, Vegito lifted his foot. Instantly, Broly erupted with terrifying energy. Old Kai, watching from within the barrier, gasped in astonishment, muttering, "That fellow has already surpassed my first transformation into Super Saiyan 4. If this continues, he will soon surpass even the one-star dragon." Beside him, Gogeta inquired, "Were you this strong during your first transformation to Super Saiyan 4? "Of course. At that time, both Kakarot and I in our Super Saiyan 4 forms could easily defeat you in your current Super Saiyan 3 state. At this rate, I genuinely fear that fellow may lose control." Vegito stood beside Broly, grinning. "Indeed, you have reached a level that warrants my serious attention." With that, Vegito clenched his fists and unleashed an aura that soared skyward. The entire landscape of the Spirit Time House instantly transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors, with temperature and gravity in disarray. In that fleeting moment, the fierce wind that radiated outward propelled Broly away, his feet crashing through the ground, with both hands embedded into the earth before coming to a halt. Simultaneously, the energy barrier created by Vegeta shattered. Vegeta was engulfed in a fierce golden aura, which continuously emitted numerous golden particles of energy, interspersed with flickering white lightning, while the tail at his waist transformed into gold. Gogeta, eyes wide, murmured in astonishment. "What transformation is this? Super Saiyan 2? Old Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, "No, when he was in Super Saiyan 2, all his hair stood upright. Now, his appearance resembles that of a regular Super Saiyan, yet the energy he exudes is truly remarkable." Turning to the others, Vegeta declared, "This is Super Saiyan. I merely endeavored to channel the entirety of a Super Saiyan's power without altering my form. By the way," he remarked, giving a thumbs up and grinning at his chin, "if we must bestow a name upon this, let us call it Super Vegeta." He continued, "Simply enhancing power levels through transformations, aside from appearing dazzling, serves little purpose. Thus, I conducted this experiment, and the outcome aligns precisely with my expectations." As Vegeta spoke, Broly approached from behind, delivering a punch. Vegeta tilted his head slightly, evading the massive fist that grazed past him. Seizing the opportunity, he elbowed backward, resulting in Broly retreating a few steps while cradling his ribs. Vegeta, still facing away from Broly, chuckled, "With such overwhelming intent and aura, a sneak attack is utterly futile." Then, turning to face him with arms crossed, he added, I'll allow you to use both hands. This might prove more entertaining. Angered by the taunt, Broly charged at Vegeta, launching a superhuman punch aimed at his face. Vegeta sidestepped once more, and his golden tail wrapped around Broly's wrist, deftly pulling him off balance, causing Broly to tumble to the ground. With a furious cry, Broly yelled once more, only to have Vegeta's tail whip across his face, momentarily clearing his gaze. Haven't I told you repeatedly? Cease your barking like a rabid dog. With that, his golden tail coiled back around his waist. 18, observing the tail, felt her cheeks flush. That tail appears quite agile and powerful, she remarked. 17, standing nearby, inquired, why are you bleeding from your nose? 18 quickly wiped her nose, retorting, mind your own business. Ask again, and I might just kill you. Broly relentlessly attacked Vegeta, who effortlessly countered each strike with both feet. Despite Broly's escalating energy, Vegeta transitioned to a single-foot stance, swinging his massive arm to deliver a punch. With lightning speed, Vegeta kicked Broly's biceps, leaving him with an aching and throbbing arm, nearly unable to lift it. Broly clasped his right arm, a flicker of fear shadowing his brow as he gazed at Vegeta. With a chuckle, Vegeta inquired, "What's the matter? Do you need a breather?" As he stepped closer to Broly, the latter instinctively retreated 2 paces, the fear in his eyes intensifying. "What are you doing? I want to bite you. Just look at your expression. You hardly resemble a Super Saiyan," Vegeta remarked, spreading his arms. "Rest assured, I want to render you unable to fight again. I merely wish to impart a few techniques. Your attacks exhibit significant vulnerabilities, which are closely tied to your physique and combat style. Even in the Super Saiyan state, your massive muscles do not impede your speed, yet they do cause noticeable wind-up during your initial strikes. This makes it easy to predict your movements. So even if your energy increases, I find myself at ease. You must master the art of zero-frame initiation." Bang! At that very moment, Vegeta's fist plunged deep into Broly's abdomen, accompanied by a rotational force. Thankfully, Vegeta held back. This blow did not pierce Broly's stomach, but rather struck deeply. Just like that. Without any charge, initiate directly from a relaxed state, using sheer explosive power. Have you grasped it? Suddenly, Broly expelled a mouthful of blood, prompting Vegeta to swiftly distance himself to avoid the splatter. "I should have avoided your vital points. Why are you still bleeding so profusely?" Goku, standing beside old Vegeta, quipped. "How can that guy be so dramatic?" Old Vegeta reminisced about the Super Saiyan 4 Goku's demeanor. If you possessed his strength, you would likely be even more theatrical. Chapter 34. The Tower. Don't come any closer. Though Broly had not fully discerned Vegeta's attack, he gleaned the essence of his words, and, having experienced that style firsthand, he endeavored to eliminate the wind-up time during his strikes, leveraging his formidable talent to achieve instantaneous bursts. Vegeta continually blocked Broly's assaults with his feet, exclaiming, "Not bad. You have quite the talent. Evolve a bit further." As Vegeta nimbly dodged another of Broly's attacks, he delivered a fierce knee strike to Broly's chest. With a muffled thud, Broly staggered back, clutching his chest as he glared at Vegeta. "Damn it. Why aren't you attacking?" "Why? It's simply because the disparity in our techniques is too vast. In this scenario, attacking you would feel somewhat unfair. You have always relied on overwhelming numerical superiority to crush your opponents, fighting purely on instinct, lacking finesse." Broly roared. "Then let us test pure strength." He charged at Vegeta, extending his hand in an attempt to grapple. However, Vegeta swiftly executed a spinning kick, sending Broly flying and leaving a red mark on his face. "Are you foolish? Until now, I have been holding back both my speed and power, though I acknowledge that may sting a bit. At this moment, you are not yet worthy to compete with me in any of my abilities. For now, adhere to my rhythm and rectify your shortcomings. Thereafter, I shall afford you the opportunity to witness my full might." The utterance left everyone astounded, as beads of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of Vegeta, who chuckled. Has Mr. Vegeta not yet unleashed his full power? Goku's pupils trembled as if in seismic upheaval, murmuring, "What kind of hellish training has he undergone to attain such a realm?" "Hellish training?" Old Kai, arms crossed, and with a hint of exasperation in his tone, replied with a laugh, "That fellow has hardly engaged in serious training. He has merely lived in a state of perpetual burden, coupled with the combat prowess gained from rapid growth, thus achieving this level. Beyond that, he has consistently studied techniques from planet Yadrat, though those techniques do not directly enhance his battle power." At this juncture, Old Kai clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound, exclaiming. What infuriates me the most is that when I asked that guy why he doesn't T-train properly, his response was that he fears leaving us from our timeline too far behind, which would make him feel lonely. Vegeta, upon hearing this, turned to old Kai and remarked, "That's not entirely fair. My weighted training is something that most would find exceedingly difficult." Old Kai retorted loudly, "Stop joking. That's merely living in a hypergravity environment. You haven't even performed a handful of push-ups. Wait, you're not still in a hypergravity state, are you? In the hyperbolic time chamber. Your gravity would now be tenfold your original weight." Vegeta chuckled in response. "Ah, indeed, I'll cancel the hypergravity state now. Continuing to train like this wouldn't be fair to you all." With a snap of his fingers, the space around Vegeta seemed to warp, and once the hypergravity state was fully lifted, it returned to normal. Moments later, his aura intensified dramatically. Vegeta stretched his limbs, stating, "I feel considerably lighter now. Even under tenfold gravity, I feel remarkably agile. Come on, Broly, let me truly experience what my body is capable of now." Broly lunged forward, launching a rapid assault on Vegeta. However, to the observers, it appeared as though Vegeta remained stationary, as each of Broly's strikes seemed to pass right through him. Android 18 exclaimed, "Has his body become intangible?" Goku and old Kai's expressions darkened, while they could not discern Vegeta's precise movements. They could indeed sense his energy shifting. Goku explained, "It's not that. He's merely showing off. He dodges at extraordinary speed and then returns to his original stance. This creates lingering afterimages, but his body is constantly in motion. Damn it, can't he just be serious for once?" Vegeta stood with his back to Goku, smiling. "You know, Goku, I relish the feeling of being able to show off while you can only watch." Goku, gritting his teeth in frustration, muttered, "You scoundrel. If I could defeat him, I would have struck him already." At that moment, Broly leaped back, distancing himself from Vegeta, and unleashed an even more potent aura, declaring, "Speed. I demand even greater speed." In the next moment, Vegito approached Broly, placing his hand upon his head, forcefully driving him into the ground, leaving only his head protruding. "This is manageable. I shall teach you this technique with haste." Vegito directly infused Broly's mind with the essence of temporal manipulation. The extent of its manifestation would depend solely on your innate potential, given the lack of practical training. Enraged, Broly unleashed a tremendous force, shattering the earth around him, creating a semicircular crater as if repelled by an immense pressure. He then advanced towards Vegito with a speed that eluded the eyes of the onlookers, launching a flurry of attacks. Yet, the disparity between them seemed unchanged, as Broly's every strike merely passed through Vegito's form. Gradually, Broly's hands began to fade away, while the air around Vegito resonated with the sounds of violent collisions. A smile crept across Vegito's face. "Well done. I have commenced blocking. Quicken your pace, and exert your utmost to please me." Ah! Broly's upper body nearly vanished, and his lower half became increasingly indistinct. "Disappear. Remain still." Such was the extraordinary spectacle before the spectators, who could scarcely believe this was an intense battle, were it not for the occasional deafening echoes of collision reverberating through the air. This state persisted for several seconds until Broly stumbled and propelled himself away. Vegito, with a slight haze surrounding him, raised his hand and murmured, "It seems I have discovered a remarkable technique." Broly flew back, astonished, gazing at Vegito. "This sensation is off. What have you done?" "Who knows? I have yet to comprehend it myself. Try striking me a couple more times," Vegito replied. Broly charged forward, delivering a kick towards Vegito. Yet this time, his body genuinely traversed through Vegito's form. "Is this yet another illusion?" exclaimed Gogeta. Old B raised his brows, entering a state of acceleration, scrutinizing Vegito. "No." Vegito stepped closer to Broly, extending his hand to touch his form, only to find his hand passing through Broly from the front and emerging from the back, leaving no trace of injury. Retrieving his hand, Vegito chuckled, "I see. The molecules passed through." With that, the hazy sensation surrounding Vegito dissipated, as he unconsciously entered a state of rapid vibration, so swift that even molecules could penetrate. If I were to cease vibrating while passing through another's body, it would surely inflict grievous harm upon my adversary. Is this akin to divine speed? What is divine speed? It sounds familiar. One must be cautious not to engage in earnest training, for one might inadvertently develop extraordinary techniques. From a short distance, 18 stood with her back to the crowd, her cheeks flushed, inquiring, "Could you perhaps slow down that vibration? I wish to experience it." Vegito, still savoring the essence of that state, replied, "Certainly, but in doing so, I would no longer be able to pass through." On the 18th, she murmured in a voice only audible to herself, "There is no need to wear it." Shortly thereafter, Old Bey, with his head bowed and hands clutching his temples, remarked, "Coach, I too wish to learn that slower pace. They say if it's too slow, one cannot pass, right? Are we not on the same wavelength?" Old Bey's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson as he exclaimed, "Just knowing is one thing, but saying it out loud is another. You scoundrel." Vegeta chuckled as he turned to Broly, saying, "By the way, your energy growth has been slowing down considerably. Have you reached your limit?" "Indeed. It seems quite challenging to exhaust yourself to please me at this juncture." As Vegeta's gaze swept over the gathered crowd, a wicked smile crept across his face. This might indeed prove to be entertaining. With that, he approached Broly and delivered a punch that rendered him unconscious, subsequently removing one of his earrings to affix it to Broly's left ear. In an instant, he teleported before Gogeta, holding the other earring with a mischievous grin. "Come on, Gogeta, this will be delightful." Gogeta instinctively took a few steps back. "No, that won't be necessary. Oh, come on. This time I promise it's the most powerful force in the dimension. Let us make it happen. I'll help you put it on." "No, don't come any closer." Chapter 35. Gogeta and Vegito. Vegeta forcibly adorned Gogeta with the Patera earring and soared towards the unconscious Broly. "You fool," he exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. "Fear not, this is merely temporary." The two collided, unleashing a radiant burst of light. Old Bey inquired, "Vegeta, I know you are formidable, but the opponent you are about to face is a fusion of the three strongest Saiyans in the world. Are you prepared for the possibility of failure?" Vegeta, stretching and preparing his body, replied, "No, I have many adjectives to describe myself, and a fair number of them are negative, such as domineering, arrogant, and willful. But never has defeated been among them." As the luminosity gradually faded, before the onlookers stood a towering figure, over 6 feet tall, clad in a Majin Buu vest and adorned with a golden necklace. A tail coiled around his waist, and golden gauntlets adorned his arms. The aura emanating from him was best described by 4 words: unfathomably deep. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Vegeta with a confident smile, speaking in a triple-layered tone. "Vegeta, you will regret creating a truly invincible warrior." Old Bey furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "What a terrifying being, even without transformation. This aura rivals that of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta." He marveled at how the fusion of himself, Kakarot, and Broly surpassed the effects of his previous fusion with Kakarot. Vegeta shook his head, twisting his neck. "Humph, after all, this is my Patera. Although I am unaware of its origins, based on my recollections, this is not some cheap imitation from the Super Period or Dragon Ball. There are no time or energy constraints. Only I and the wearer may remove it. And upon removal, it will automatically disband. Furthermore, it maximizes the abilities of the fused individuals, drawing upon the strengths and specialties of both to amplify their powers to the fullest. But remember this, there can only be one true fusion that achieves a multiplicative effect." Vegito raised his thumb and smiled at himself, exclaiming, "Kono Vegito." He then turned to the fusion being and asked, "What is your name?" The figure, arms crossed, revealed a confident smile and declared, "Bugikong. This name shall haunt you for a lifetime." Oh, such arrogance laced with a hint of menace suggests that Broly's temperament is more dominant in this fusion. Bugikong spread his arms and began to float gracefully in the air, smirking, "Rest assured, I won't take your life or those who relish this battle. However, when you exert yourself to your utmost, you will only glimpse the tip of my iceberg." Vegito approached Bugikong, replying, "Is that so? I believe that statement should be reversed." Old Bey, concerned, followed closely behind Vegito, urging, "Unleash those techniques from the planet Yadrat. This is not an opponent you can afford to underestimate. No need for that, as it would be unfair and render the battle dull. I will only fight relentlessly against gods and those on my death list." Vegito stood before Bugikong, locking eyes with him, and said, "All right, transform. You think you can challenge me in this form?" Vegito also reverted to his base form, stating, "Without transformation, you are only worthy of contesting with my standard state." Arrogant. Bugikong suddenly raised his hand and struck down toward Vegito's shoulder with a knife-hand chop, causing the ground beneath Vegito to shatter instantly. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Bugikong, smiling. See, such force is merely a massage for me. Vegito withdrew his hand, pondering. This peculiar sensation feels as if I struck the earth directly. I must not be overconfident. Ha ha ha. Vegito clasped his hands at his waist and instantly transformed into his super form, prompting Vegito to once again ascend to Super Vegito. This time, Vegito launched a punch aimed at Vegito's chest, yet Vegito stood his ground, absorbing the blow without flinching, feeling the force of the strike. Vegito gazed at Vegito in astonishment. In that instant of contact, he rapidly reinforced the struck area with a vast amount of energy. What extraordinary control. Vegito stood tall, grinning. I advise you to unleash your strongest form all at once. There is no need for a gradual approach. Old Bey furrowed his brow, contemplating. Is this fellow not planning to conserve his energy? The longer he probes, the more it will affect the manifestation of his ultimate form. With this thought, Old Bey inquired, would you like some senzu beans? What are you saying? Stay aside and watch. Bojack is restless, and his subordinates have also awakened from their pretense of slumber. Old Bey reluctantly returned to the crowd, casting a warning glance at Bojack, which promptly subdued him. Vegito stepped back a few paces, smiling. I initially intended to make this process more dramatic. Since that is not the case, I shall reveal a fraction of my true prowess. I hope you won't bore me. Vegito transformed into full-power Super Saiyan 4. Even Old Bey, seasoned as he was, felt a surge of fear and despair from the overwhelming aura. For in his century-long existence, he had never encountered an enemy whose presence could rival this. Whether it be the formidable Super One-Star Dragon, Ace, Zhiko, or the ancient Saiyans, none can be compared to him. Even to place them alongside would be an affront to Vegito. Can Vegito truly prevail? Vegito stood firm, raising his hand and clenching his fist as he proclaimed, "Ha!" Boom! It was as if he erupted. A powerful crimson aura manifesting around him like flames before swiftly retracting back within. At that moment, his hair and brows transformed to a vivid red, and his pupils appeared slightly enlarged, though his physique remained unchanged. Vegeta gasped in awe. Incredible. Although I cannot sense his energy, the sheer force and form of his presence indicates immense strength. The entire transformation took Vegito 5 seconds. He exhaled deeply and said, "Apologies for the wait. This is my first attempt at this form, and I am not yet proficient." Fortunately, the transformation went smoothly without any unforeseen complications. Come, I await your attempt to defeat me. This was not the previous Super Saiyan God transformation Vegito had undergone, but rather the full-power Super Saiyan God. The principle was akin to the full-power Super Saiyan Blue, merely consolidating the excess energy within. Vegito could barely sense the divine aura emanating from him. Yet he was uncertain of Vegito's precise strength. Nonetheless, the oppressive aura was palpable. In an instant, he launched a punch at Vegito, who anticipated the attack. Using Vegito's arm as leverage, Vegito propelled himself off the ground, delivering a kick to Vegito's face. Vegito was sent flying, and Vegito swiftly seized his ankles, spinning him rapidly before hurling him to the ground. Thud! The moment Vegito crashed into the earth, a massive explosive attack followed, striking him directly. Vegito, arms crossed, gazed at the billowing smoke and the vast crater, remarking, "Surely, such an assault cannot be fatal to you?" In the next instant, Vegito teleported behind Vegito. Yet Vegito seemed prepared, delivering an elbow strike to Vegito's ribs. Blood spewed from Vegito's mouth, and before he could react, Vegito spun around, executing a roundhouse kick to his neck, sending him crashing down once more. Before Vegito could touch the ground, he vanished from sight, only to reappear above Vegito's head. However, Vegito appeared ready once more, raising his hand to deliver a rising dragon fist to Vegito's abdomen. Holding his stomach, Vegito, eyes bloodshot with confusion, asked, "Why? How do you always predict my moves? Is it truly difficult? Super 17 can achieve it, let alone myself." When teleporting, the surrounding air generates a slight tremor, allowing one to anticipate your next position. Upon hearing this, 17 turned to Vegeta and inquired, "What is Super 17? Old B, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, intently focused on the battle between the two, replied, "I have no time to answer you now. Let us observe this fight." In the vast expanse of the sky, Vegito, enduring the pain, rose to his feet, unleashing a more formidable aura. The aspect of Broly within him allowed for an incessant augmentation of strength, while the facet of Gogeta seemed to propel this enhancement into the realm of the infinite. His power surged at an unprecedented rate, nearly rivaling that of the Super Broly. As they soared toward each other, the moment their forearms collided, a shockwave erupted, transforming the surroundings of the hyperbolic time chamber into a searing inferno. This time, without resorting to transformations or special techniques that surpassed his opponent, Vegito finally achieved the long-awaited battle he had desired. The two engaged in a rapid aerial combat, their bodies colliding thousands of times per second. When Buji Kong's strength eclipsed that of Vegito, he seized Vegito by the head and delivered a fierce knee strike to his face. With one hand gripping Vegito's head and the other relentlessly pummeling his body, Buji Kong laughed heartily. "How about it, Vegito? This is the battle you've long anticipated, isn't it? I can feel it. You are surpassing your limits. While I continue to grow stronger, your time is up." Meanwhile, 18, observing the fray, shouted anxiously, "Vegito." Chapter 36, Breaking the Rules. 18, desperate, rushed forward. "Don't you dare hit my Vegito." Old B, hastily positioning himself in front of 18, exclaimed, "Are you insane? In a battle of that magnitude, even the residual shockwaves could shatter you." Furious, 18 retorted, "My Vegito." After exchanging a flurry of punches, Buji Kong, holding Vegito's head, chuckled, "What is the matter? Have you lost your fighting spirit? This blow will surely end the battle." Gathering his strength, Buji Kong prepared to unleash his most devastating attack. At that moment, with surprising agility, Vegito caught Buji Kong's fist with one hand. A slight smile graced Vegito's lips as he declared, "Who told you I had reached my limit? Nanny?" Before Buji Kong could comprehend this turn of events, Vegito landed a powerful punch to his jaw, momentarily stunning him and causing him to release his grip. Vegito pinched one nostril, expelling blood from his nose with a laugh. "Was it merely a trickle of blood that led you to such a grand illusion?" Taken aback, Buji Kong stumbled back a few steps, exclaiming, "No, it's impossible. After all those hits, you mean to say you weren't hurt?" He swallowed hard, pondering. Could it be that he reinforced himself with energy during each of my attacks? Such a strategy would render him invulnerable, barring any surprise attacks from exceeding my strength. Vegito dusted off his clothes with a grin. "While those 100+ strikes felt like mere massages to me, don't be too disheartened. That last blow might sting a bit, but getting me to bleed from the nose is something you'll boast about for a lifetime. Besides, I see you have entered a state of delusion, so I can't bear to shatter your sweet dream. Yet, fantasy is ultimately but a fantasy. Now it is my turn to awaken you." Vegeta's tone suddenly grew serious as he pointed at Goku, saying, "Unleash your limit-breaking power. I shall shatter your most cherished possession." Goku ceased his arrogance, aware that without revealing his full strength, he could never triumph over this enigmatic figure before him. Ha ha ha. Witness as his ebony hair gradually transformed into a shade of crimson, his body enveloped in an aura of ethereal energy. Vegeta clenched his fists, concentrating the essence of the divine, veins bulging upon his forehead as his fiery locks transitioned to a deep azure. At that moment, he sensed an invisible shackle constraining the eruption of his power. What is this force? It has been suppressing everyone's strength. Watch me break through it in one breath. Huh. Vegeta's voice reverberated within the expansive confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. He suddenly unleashed a far more formidable aura. An intangible restriction shattered instantaneously. A torrent of blue energy erupted uncontrollably from him. Simultaneously, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the deity of destruction, Beerus, slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Whis appeared before him in an instant, stating, "Lord Beerus, it seems someone has forcefully breached the limits that prevent humans from surpassing the divine." Beerus, with a grave expression, remarked, "Logically, my power should always exceed that of the strongest human currently, let alone whether they can ever approach me. Yet, even should they come close, my strength would inevitably rise in tandem. Unless," Whis interjected with a smile, "unless this individual's power exceeds both the rules and your ascension speed within a remarkably brief time. Moreover, at the precise moment of breaking the rules, an immense force was unleashed. Would you care to witness it, Lord Beerus?" Beerus yawned widely and replied, "Never mind. The rules will self-repair. Surpassing me is merely temporary. Do not mistake a moment for eternity. Upon awakening from slumber, my strength will automatically catch up and surpass theirs. And becoming stronger without training is rather agreeable. By the way, if that Super Saiyan God were to appear before Beerus could finish his thought, he fell asleep once more. Whis, fully aware of the unfolding events, dared not inform Beerus. To venture forth now would be akin to courting death. To put it plainly, it would be as exaggerated as defeating Uchiha Madara during the Chunin exams in the Naruto universe. Observing the staff in his hand, Whis mused. If the energy that shattered the rules were to fully erupt, it would suffice to obliterate 12 universes. The rules may no longer be reparable. And not only would Lord Beerus grow infinitely stronger, the inhabitants of Universe 7 shall no longer face limits to their power. Yet neither the Omni King nor my father have expressed their stance. It seems that other ominous plans entwined around Universe 7 are gradually dissipating. Once they return, I must seek an opportunity to train those Saiyans thoroughly. Perhaps they can alter the fate of Universe 7. As he contemplated this, Whis turned to glance at the peacefully slumbering Beerus, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yet, at this intensity, it seems Lord Beerus would need to slumber for 50 years to surpass this. Back within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Vegeta endeavored to focus his energy. After mastering the control of his ki to its utmost potential, the abundant blue droplets of spiritual energy radiating from his body gradually retracted inward. Exhaling a stream of azure ki, Vegeta murmured, this has drained quite a bit of my stamina, but I have succeeded. The transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, transcending the limits of Super Saiyan 4, was finally achieved by Vegeta. In theory, the amplification attained through this breakthrough should be superior, yet the augmentation of the full-powered Super Saiyan Blue form is variable. Much like a pressure cooker, internal combustion engine, or explosive device, the more energy that overflows, the greater the strength retained when it is fully contained. The scale of Vegeta's ki in the Super Saiyan Blue state far exceeded that of a singular Super Saiyan Blue. Without deliberate restraint, this energy would surge skyward, resulting in considerable waste. As he completed the sealing of his ki, even his body, long subjected to immense gravity, began to feel as though it were on the verge of exploding. Vegeta gazed at his hand in disbelief, muttering, "This Super Saiyan Blue feels peculiar. I never anticipated my divine essence to be so abundant." It appeared that the transcendent version of himself had indeed been constrained by the Patera, even in the manga, seemingly set within the bounds of what a god of destruction could surpass. Even the energy amassed might obliterate a god of destruction, only to disintegrate instantly, he mused. Only the ancient Patera from the old Kaioshin during the Buu saga could unleash true, formidable power. This, he realized, was the essence of what a Patera warrior ought to possess. Feeling the overwhelming power pulsating within him, Vegeta excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, "All right." In the next instant, the entire space transformed into a deep azure hue, the floor of the hyperbolic time chamber appearing as if enveloped in a thick layer of blue crystal. Bajikong, too, was fervently amplifying his ki, then charged at Vegeta, launching a powerful punch. Thud. What? Bajikong's valiant strike was effortlessly halted by a mere finger from Vegeta, leaving anyone witnessing the scene utterly astounded. Old Kai even doubted his own vision, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Bajikong attacked Vegeta repeatedly, yet every blow was thwarted by a single finger. Heh, Vegeta remarked with a mysterious smile, raising both hands. It seems using just one finger is a tad unfair. Even if I stand here and allow you to strike, what difference would it make? Frustrated, Bajikong delivered a punch to Vegeta's face, yet the only thing that shifted was Vegeta's fringe, despite Bajikong exerting every ounce of his strength. At that moment, Vegeta slowly assumed a combat stance, stating, "It's a pity you lack immortality. There are many formidable techniques I hesitate to employ against you." With that, Vegeta widened his eyes, causing Bajikong to spew forth a mouthful of blood, propelled away by an invisible force. As Vegeta, from a considerable distance, unleashed a powerful punch, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The formidable spiral energy generated by his fist produced a shockwave that struck Bujikong directly. This force propelled Bujikong's body in a swift arc around the spherical realm, comparable in size to Earth, before returning to be caught by Vegeta's outstretched hand. Merely the force of a single punch rendered Bujikong near death, reverting him to his normal state. Vegeta cast him to the ground and proceeded to heal him. Upon awakening, Bujikong experienced an unprecedented surge in power. He transformed once more into his Super Saiyan 4 state, gazing at Vegeta with newfound strength. Yet, even with this significant enhancement, he felt no assurance in overcoming the formidable creature before him, a being whose very essence embodied invincibility. With a hint of regret in his eyes, Vegeta addressed Bugikong, lamenting, "It is unfortunate that removing the Patera earrings will lead to our separation. Otherwise, with the addition of Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks, the six of us together might compel me to unleash my full potential. Perhaps I should request Bulma to develop a fusion bracelet. Though if it fails to replicate the Potara's effect, it would be futile. But now, you ought to be able to grow stronger, yes?" Chapter 37. Use the transmission technique on me. Vegeta harnessed the energy within, releasing the sealed spiritual aura. Gradually, he diminished his divine presence, causing the aura enveloping him to shrink. Previously, Vegeta's state resembled that of the explosive energy seen in Dragon Ball, where a fully charged energy gauge entered a state of maximum outburst. However, this was far more intense, with greater endurance, output, and visual impact. Maintaining merely the minimal divine energy required for Super Saiyan Blue, he appeared akin to an ordinary, enhanced form. He regarded Bugikong and declared, "Very well. I now sustain the Super Blue form at its bare minimum energy level, albeit in a leaking state. Thus, our strength should now be relatively equal. Enjoy this battle. I will engage while maintaining a slightly weaker state than yours." With that, Vegeta charged forward, delivering a punch to Bugikong. Despite the pain, Bugikong gritted his teeth and raised both hands to strike back at Vegeta. Although Vegeta could have easily evaded this blow, he chose to indulge Bugikong's desire to test their strength. Vegeta raised his hands to absorb the impact, causing the ground beneath them to buckle and collapse. Both their arms began to tremble, seemingly reaching their limits. Yet, in that instant, Bugikong's strength surged once more. He summoned all his might, unleashing a violet-red aura powerful enough to color half of the alternate dimension. Vegeta responded by amplifying his energy, his blue aura flaring intensely. At that moment, the contact point of their arms seemed to generate immense gravitational force. Aware that their continued struggle could lead to the collapse of the entire space, both warriors instinctively withdrew, creating distance between them. A different smile finally graced Bugikong's face, one not born of arrogance or madness. Through the thrill of combat, a sense of fulfillment emerged, revealing a blissful smile. Bugikong remarked to Vegeta, "You ought to reinforce this space." Vegeta, slightly out of breath, chuckled, "Perhaps next time. Such endeavors demand a considerable amount of divine energy. It will self-repair, we can manage for now." With that, Vegeta once again charged forward, engaging with Bugikong, and the two achieved a state of equal prowess. After 10 minutes of fierce exchange, a punch from Bugikong sent Vegeta sprawling to the ground. Furrowing his brow, Bugikong addressed Vegeta, "You've restored your state several times. Go consume a Senza bean and return. I possess my own dignity and do not wish to take advantage of you." Vegeta, breathing heavily, rose to his feet. "No need. I am merely unaccustomed to utilizing Ultra Blue in battle. I have yet to fully adapt." Gohan, observing Vegeta's condition, inquired of Vegeta, "Uncle Vegeta, does it seem like Uncle Vegeta is already quite fatigued? Can he still win?" Vegeta, arms crossed, replied, "I am uncertain." The moment he achieved Ultra Blue transformation, he expended a significant amount of stamina. As I understand it, an incomplete Ultra Blue will rapidly deplete his remaining energy, yet if he can focus his power, Bugikong is no match for him. It appears challenging to maintain a prolonged state of equilibrium. That fellow is far too gentle. He merely desires to share the joy of battle with his opponent. Were it me, I would not hesitate so. Vegeta approached Bugikong and stated, "You are also restraining your power. The state of transmission has been lifted. Given we've reached this point, there is no need for either of us to hold back." Raising his fist, Vegeta smiled at Bugikong. "For my sake, for this contest, utilize your transmission. A single move to determine the victor." A peculiar smile, tinged with sadness, anger, and sorrow, appeared on Bugikong's face as his pupils vanished. A formidable aura continuously pushed Vegeta back as Bugikong unleashed two powerful orbs of green energy, tenfold. Explosive Kamehameha. Vegeta, squeezing out his last reserves of energy, similarly raised his hands, his aura erupting like a volcano spewing forth blue magma. Ultimate Kamehameha. Wave. The two colossal energies collided, with Vegeta's wave proving slightly stronger, gradually pushing back Bugikong's assault. Vegeta shouted, "What's wrong, Bugikong? Is this all you can muster, even in transmission?" The sky shifted in color as energy amassed around Bugikong. Building upon the explosive Kamehameha, he charged once more, unleashing a tenfold ultimate Kamehameha. His aura surged once again. As Vegeta's Kamehameha began to retreat bit by bit, Android 18 clenched her fists, exclaiming, "If he can concentrate his power again, he can win." Old Bey shook his head. In such a state of overwhelming output, it's unattainable. Vegeta is at his limit. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, "Mark my words. Those capable of witnessing my limits have yet to be born." Vegeta expertly controlled the output of his energy, the immense shockwave diminishing in size, yet growing increasingly potent, even pushing back the shockwave of Buji Kong. Old Bey, mouth agape, murmured, "I see. It's akin to the principle of a high-pressure water gun. But managing such formidable energy must be incredibly challenging." In an instant, a fierce crimson aura erupted from Buji Kong, enveloping even the purplish-red energy beyond the limits of his power. Old Bey raised his hand to shield himself from the intense airflow, exclaiming, "The King of Worlds' Fist. To use it in this state, does that fellow have a death wish?" Buji Kong's skin ruptured, blood oozing from various wounds. In that moment, his body had reached the utmost limit of energy it could endure. With a deep breath, Vegeta chuckled, "Simply increasing energy won't defeat me. Allow me to showcase another technique." A colossal blue aura began to swirl around Vegeta, coalescing in his hands to form a rapidly rotating energy ring, which infused the shockwave with vigor. Together, they spun and instantly overwhelmed Buji Kong's shockwave. "No, it's impossible." Just as the shockwave was about to strike Buji Kong, Vegeta yanked upward, causing the shockwave to narrowly avoid him. Ultimately, it created a massive dimensional rift in the distance, as if it sought to draw everyone within. Vegeta extended his hand towards the rift, forcefully sealing it with divine energy. "Ha ha ha, that was close. I nearly ended your life." Buji Kong fell to the ground, bloodied and battered, with a wound exposing his ribs, yet he reverted to his normal state. "I concede." Vegeta tossed a senzu bean to Buji Kong, consuming one himself to restore his own vitality, declaring, "Not bad, although you didn't compel me to fight at my peak. However, my stamina is running low." After consuming the senzu bean, Buji Kong willingly removed his earrings, instantly separating into Broly and Gogeta. Both, now embodying a hint of reluctance, lowered their heads. Vegeta flew forward, encouraging, "Keep training diligently. With persistence, you will eventually catch up to me." Following this battle, Broly seemed to undergo a transformation, returning the Patera earrings to Vegeta and inquiring, "Will there be another opportunity to spar with you?" "Absolutely," Gogeta replied. "After our fusion, you should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan God, right?" Reflecting on his previous sensations, Gogeta responded, "I fear not yet, but if I had a tail, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 should be feasible. Then it seems we'll have to rely on the ritual to transform. Fortunately, we have enough individuals here. Moreover, to ensure we have a righteous Saiyan, I specifically asked Bulma to bring along the young Trunks." Chapter 38, Vegeta, I do not consume beef. 6 Saiyans joined hands, channeling their spiritual energy into Gogeta's being. This energy was enigmatic, neither ki nor divine aura, but rather an ethereal force emanating from the heart, independent of the physical form. At that moment, Gogeta's aura surged in strength, transcending even that of Super Saiyan 3rd grade. The crackling lightning enveloping him resonated with his essence as he murmured, "This resembles Vegeta's so-called Super Vegeta transformation." Indeed, it merely amplified the ki. It was not the Super Saiyan God. It could either be the infusion of energy by someone or a matter of character. As they spoke, their gazes turned towards Raditz, who took a step back and hastily exclaimed, "I haven't done anything wrong, have I?" Old Vegeta inquired, "Why not directly infuse divine energy into him? That one suffice." The reason Super Saiyan 4 can absorb and integrate powers into themselves is due to their innate ability to assimilate all forms of energy. However, the ritual's designation implies specific restrictions. Even if one does not harbor righteous intentions, they must possess a degree of purity. It seems we can only bring that little Trunks in to give it a try. Currently, only 5 individuals could participate: Vegeta, Gogeta, Gohan, Trunks, and himself. If Gogeta were to disintegrate, even this timeline's Vegeta might not be capable of handling it. The other Saiyans, likely due to their rebirth, were neither paragons of virtue nor wholly innocent. Otherwise, judging by Raditz's experiences thus far, it seemed unlikely he would entertain malevolent thoughts. Yet, in that era, few Saiyans could be deemed virtuous. Upon hearing this, old Vegeta declared, "I shall fetch him." That boy is a Saiyan and should withstand this environment. Very well. After 10 minutes, Vegeta returned, cradling little Trunks in his arms, though for him, it felt like mere seconds. He had spotted Bulma preoccupied with tinkering and swiftly snatched Trunks away, intending to return him before she noticed. Quickly now, little Trunks, held by old Vegeta and Gogeta, began to channel energy. Vegeta closed his eyes, focusing intently. No, that's not right. Close your eyes, empty your mind, and contemplate positive energies. I shall guide that energy through the connection of ki. Moments later, a crimson aura radiated from Gogeta, his form visibly slimmer, his hair, eyebrows, and pupils transforming to a striking red. He unleashed a few punches into the air, exclaiming, "This feels incredible. I don't think I am weaker than the previous Super Saiyan 4 Broly." Old Vegeta, glancing at the little Trunks in his arms, admonished, "Don't indulge in your own triumph. We must complete the others." Following suit, under Vegeta's guidance, even little Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan god. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the levitating child, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd. Is there a Super Saiyan God clearance sale?" Vegeta pondered aloud. It appears that the Super Saiyan God form imposes no requirements on basic combat power, only on the dichotomy of good and evil. However, to attain full control over this state necessitates extensive training. For now, you can only temporarily assume this form. Consider it a one-time transformation. To utilize it again, the same method must be employed. Gogeta counted on his fingers and remarked, "Once you and Trunks depart, it seems our numbers will dwindle." Vegeta glanced at Broly and noted, "Is there not still one more?" Broly sat silently to the side. After merging with Gogeta, his demeanor appeared somewhat altered. The merging facilitated a profound exchange of thoughts, allowing them to contemplate matters from each other's perspectives. While Goku's cries had once troubled him, upon reflection, it became evident that Goku was merely an innocent child at that time, crying out of instinct. However, it is unrealistic to expect him to forever refrain from rampaging or killing. The legacy of the old Broly was that of a Super Saiyan with a penchant for slaughter. The inhabitants of this timeline expressed concern over Broly's presence on Earth, fearing that should he lose control, even Gogeta's mastery of the Super Saiyan God transformation might not suffice to overcome him. Dabura swallowed hard and approached Broly, asking, "Mr. Broly, can you coexist peacefully with the inhabitants of Earth?" Broly replied, "I fear I cannot. The moment I sense Goku's energy, controlling myself becomes exceedingly difficult." Vegeta, perceiving the anxiety of those around him, interjected, "If you are concerned, I can eliminate him." At this, the inhabitants of this timeline stared at Vegeta in disbelief, exclaiming, "That is utterly excessive." Vegeta then approached Broly, saying, "I can send you to a distant planet, where it is tranquil, and there will be those to help you gain mastery over yourself. Would you be willing?" Broly responded, "Yes." "Very well, we shall arrange that after training concludes." In the ensuing time, Vegeta dedicated himself to guiding the others in their training. Bojack and his companions proved no match for this cadre of Super Saiyan gods, ultimately becoming sparring partners for Piccolo, number 17, and number 18. Once the Super Saiyan God state was relinquished, Vegeta tended to Bojack's group before facilitating training for Gohan and Dabura. Meanwhile, Gogeta continued to spar with Broly, while the original Vegeta trained with an enhanced Piccolo. Bojack, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, brandishing a piece of white cloth he had acquired, and cried out, "I surrender. I surrender. I beg you, please cease the onslaught." Vegeta approached Bojack and stated, "You dare to invade Earth, yet before even initiating your assault, you choose to surrender? Does this not provoke my ire?" Bojack, bowing before Vegeta, pleaded, "My back has been broken several times. I implore you to show me mercy or grant me a swift end." Gohan interjected, "This is merely ordinary training, is it not? It feels as if we are the bullies here." Dabura chimed in, "Indeed, your combat skills should have improved somewhat. After all, you were intent on eliminating us." Vegeta took a deep breath and said, "Very well, Bojack, I shall grant you a chance. Kill all your companions, and I will allow you to depart." Upon hearing this, Bojack stood up with a smile and replied, "That is what you said, no backing out, right? I have never been fond of beef." "What do you mean?" "It's nothing, just go." Bojack flew towards the nearest Zanjia, raising his hand to strike at a vital spot. In the next moment, a long blade of light pierced through his heart. Bojack coughed up blood, turning around in utter confusion to gaze at Vegeta. "Why?" Vegeta raised his hand, maintaining the energy blade, and smiled. I did say I would let you go if you killed them, but you must be capable of doing so. With that, Vegito swiftly cleaved Bojack in two. Gohan, witnessing this, swallowed nervously and whispered to Date, "Is Uncle Vegito truly a person of justice?" "I suppose so." Vegito then turned his attention to the remaining three individuals. One of them had already been killed by the chaotic blasts from Broly. Thus, only 3 galactic warriors remained. "Do you wish to live or die?" "We wish to live. Then from this day forth, swear to remain obedient on Earth and fight when the planet needs you." Upon finishing, Vegito condensed a sphere of energy and placed it upon the heads of the 3. "I will teach you the method of controlling this energy. When a ruthless individual deems your existence unnecessary, you shall perish in an instant." Old B, perplexed, asked from the side, "Why not just eliminate them? Keeping them around won't be of any help later. They harbor some mysteries. Gather a bit of Bojack cells for me." Vegito recalled that a certain fan comic had mentioned the origin story of Bojack's crew. This group consisted of genetically modified criminals involved in drug production. On the journey back, Vegito had already probed their memories, finding this narrative fitting. Bulma should be able to reverse engineer the blood to create that enhancement serum. As night fell, everyone began to feel fatigued. Old B remarked to Vegito, "Everyone's condition has deteriorated. This hyperbolic time chamber is rather small for rest. Shall we take turns?" Vegito looked at the tattered entrance and acknowledged, "Indeed, it becomes a problem when too many enter." "Piccolo, you should be able to create objects from thin air, right?" Piccolo replied, "I can only create necessary building materials. I cannot fabricate anything too large or complex. I must construct it myself afterward." Vegito raised his hand and unleashed divine power towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, saying, "Let me give it a try." The entrance began to expand continuously, and fortresses materialized out of thin air. Ultimately, the entire entrance transformed into a grand castle. Vegito wiped the sweat from his forehead, stating, "Creating such massive structures is indeed taxing, primarily due to the high demands of precise mental control. However, with just a few attempts, one becomes accustomed to it. This fortress, crafted by Carson steel, requires at least super blue-level strength to shatter." Old Bay extended his hand to tap against the wall, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is quite sturdy. If one could conjure it from thin air, it could serve as an effective means of attack." Android 18, standing beside Vegeta, inquired, "Does it have a double bed, kitchen, bathroom, and toilet?" "Of course," Vegeta replied. "I took care of that while constructing it. I just need to gather the ingredients." At this point, Vegeta's stomach grumbled audibly, and he slumped down helplessly, saying, "Suddenly, I have no desire to move." Trunks immediately produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground. "Mr. Goku mentioned that the contents weren't palatable. Therefore, upon our entrance, my mother specifically prepared ready-to-eat meals for us. There are also portable cooking utensils that just need a bit of heating." Android 18 gazed at the array of pre-prepared ingredients with a hint of disappointment, remarking, "Your mother is truly considerate. With this, there's no need to cook at all." Android 17 chuckled, "Are you suggesting you wish to showcase your culinary skills? I recall that you cannot cook. Just because I cannot, does not mean I cannot learn. Take your time to learn, then. I would rather eat plain flour." At that moment, Piccolo shouted, "Hey, Vegeta has collapsed." Hearing this, Android 18 rushed to Vegeta's side, cradling him in her arms. "Wake up. Are you all right? You're going to starve." Android 18 called to the others, "Quick, bring food." Before long, Vegeta, Gogeta, and Broly were the first to indulge in the feast. Old Bay observed as Vegeta continuously stuffed food into his mouth and asked, "Logically, at your level, you should be fine without sustenance." Vegeta swallowed his food and replied, "I haven't quite reached that level. If necessary, I could go long periods without eating or drinking. However, hunger severely affects my concentration." Piccolo, arms crossed, interjected, "So, your consumption of food is not a genuine physical necessity, but rather a means to satisfy a mental craving. Thus, even if you could conjure food from nothing, you would not eat it. In your perception, such conjured items originate from yourself, akin to consuming something you have drawn. Even if you were to eat it, you would not feel satiated." After sipping a bowl of soup, Vegeta wiped his mouth and smiled, "That's about right. In any case, eating does enhance my ability to exert power. Being hungry feels like a chronic loss of blood to me, and it inflicts real damage. If I neglect to eat for an extended period, I might very well perish." Old Bay pressed further, "Conversely, when you believe you do not need to eat, It wouldn't affect you even if you never had to consume anything again, would it? Vegeta pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps. There was a time on Yadrat when I forgot to eat for over 3 months. When I finally realized it, I suddenly felt ravenous. Android 18 murmured thoughtfully, so, as long as no one brings up the subject of food in your presence, and you are not reminded of it, you will not feel hungry. By the way, can you conjure gold out of thin air? Certainly, I can create gold, diamonds, and jewels. Number 18 gazed at Vegeta with astonishment and remarked, does this mean we could potentially become the wealthiest family in the future? Theoretically, yes, but value lies in rarity. The sudden emergence or disappearance of any resource disrupts equilibrium. Old Kai crossed his arms and responded, I see. In a way, you now resemble Shinron. The old Supreme Kai had also warned that the reckless use of Dragon Balls could disrupt the natural order, and we all paid the price for it. If you misuse this power, will there be consequences? For instance, could you become something akin to an evil dragon? Vegeta replied, not at all. What you perceive with your eyes is not truly conjured from thin air. Then what is it? Piccolo interjected, explaining, utilizing this method requires energy consumption. In simpler terms, it transforms energy into matter. You can think of it as a form of materialized ki blast. Upon finishing, Piccolo raised his hand and condensed a piece of conical Kachin steel, saying, this has sparked some inspiration in me. If I were to create such Kachin steel at the tip of my magic energy cannon, the power would surely amplify significantly. I shall name this new technique the Magic Kachin Cannon. After dinner, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Number 18 silently followed Vegeta, but as he opened the door, he waved at her, saying, well then, good night. Just as he was about to close the door, number 18 forcefully kicked it open, causing both herself and Vegeta to tumble to the ground. With her arms crossed and a look of dissatisfaction, she entered and said, are you joking with me? Am I supposed to relinquish this room to you? She stepped forward and lifted Vegeta by his collar, stating, you were the one to flirt with me first, yet now you leave me hanging? I thought you preferred a slower pace. My original plan was to spend some time together before asking you out again after we go out. Number 18 embraced Vegeta's head and kissed him, declaring, I prefer being more direct. Stop making me take the initiative every time. After lifting Vegeta off the ground, she kicked the door shut behind them. A mischievous blush graced her cheeks as she said, Tata, prepare yourself. You should know I possess boundless stamina. Today I shall defeat you, the invincible one. Now let me experience that move you used before. Consider this a warm-up. Vegeta, with a confident smile, replied, I will finish you off even in the warm-up phase. Initially, the two were evenly matched until Vegeta unleashed numerous attack techniques that number 18 had never encountered before. In just a few exchanges, she found herself on the losing side. But with her infinite energy, she merely took a brief respite before launching herself back into the fray, fueled by the remnants of her fighting spirit. Nevertheless, her opponent was the unparalleled Vegeta. Even without the advantage of limitless energy, his exceptional skills, formidable output, and remarkable recovery ensured that number 18 remained on the defensive throughout this prolonged battle. When she lay on the ground, nearly unable to think, Vegeta approached her, arms crossed, and said, what's wrong? Get up. We've just begun the warm-up. Are you already done? I'm only now preparing to unleash a fraction of my strength. Upon finishing his words, Vegeta instantly radiated a golden light and transformed into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Android 18 gazed at Vegeta with a look of terror, hastily climbing to his side to retrieve a Senzu bean, which she promptly consumed. Regaining her confidence, she declared, let us continue. Just so you know, the same techniques 1T work on me. You are merely afraid of the moves I used before. Very well, allow me to broaden your horizons. 72 hours later, after extensive training, the onlookers witnessed Vegeta emerge with his arms crossed. Goku, observing Vegeta's somewhat altered appearance, inquired, have you attained the regular Super Saiyan God status during your days of seclusion? What? Your current appearance resembles that of a Super Saiyan God. You seem to have slimmed down. Nanny, how could I, Lord Vegeta, possibly be in a weakened state post-battle? Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing his energy, and his physique instantly reverted to its original form. Android 17 glanced around and asked, by the way, where is 18? We haven't seen her in days. She should be fine, I suppose. Chapter 40. Potential development. The following day, the group emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. In this timeline, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan had all reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. The future timeline's Trunks had achieved the same. Unfortunately, only Goku and Vegeta could freely transform into Super Saiyan God, as training in the fusion state proved significantly more efficient. Moreover, they still fell short of attaining Super Saiyan Blue, hindered by insufficient time and a low starting point. Piccolo, on the other hand, had developed an orange form. Currently the strongest in this timeline aside from Broly. Old Kai's strength had also seen remarkable improvement. He had maintained Super Saiyan 4 for a year. Now, even in his base form, he could hold his own against the Super Saiyan state of Trunks. While Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan God could only match Trunks' regular Super Saiyan form evenly. Among the other Saiyans, only Dallas could freely transform into Super Saiyan 1. Albeit a rather unimpressive version, even unable to surpass Android 16. Nappa and Raditz had also grown stronger by several times, yet remained unable to transform. Androids 17 and 18 had also made significant strides. According to 17, dealing with the newly attained perfect cell posed no issue. As for 18, her daily intense battles with Vegeta had propelled her directly to the level of Super Saiyan 3. The group dined on Mr. Bobo's culinary creations in the East Kai's palace, where Bulma had once again underestimated the Saiyans' appetites. After casually eating a few bites, Vegeta conjured several bottles out of thin air and handed them to Bulma. These contained cells from Bojack. Those ruffians injected themselves with some sort of enhancer, granting them strength comparable to that of a Super Saiyan. If we could reverse engineer this for Earth's inhabitants, it would provide an additional layer of security in the future. Taking the bottles, Bulma murmured, "Biology isn't my strong suit. I may need assistance, but I will endeavor to develop it as best as I can." Vegeta nodded, then conjured a phone out of thin air. "Hold on to this. It allows for interdimensional communication with me. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary." Bulma glanced at the phone, questioning, "Are you saying you plan to leave? In approximately a week, I must venture to the future alongside Trunks to resolve certain troubles." Once everyone has finished their meal, Vegeta places his hand on Broly's shoulder, stating, "Allow me to escort Broly to a more suitable location." Android 18, crossing her arms, inquires, "How long will you be gone?" "Perhaps a few days," he replies. "Is it truly going to take that long? I wish to accompany you." Android 17 chuckles from the side. "Are you so reluctant to part for merely a few days?" "Mind your own business," retorts 18, who has been inseparable from Vegeta, rarely allowing a distance of more than 10 meters between them. "Very well. Vegeta shall join us as well. The other Saiyans who came with us will return to the hyperbolic time chamber to train. As for the rest of you, the decision to continue lies with you." Old B, taking the initiative, places his hand on Vegeta's shoulder, and in the next moment, the three vanish without a trace. Goku, observing Vegeta from his timeline, exclaims, "Let us go, Vegeta. We shall attempt again. This time we must achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue before Vegeta returns. Let us fuse once more into Gogeta and test our strength against him." Vegeta, unusually silent, refrains from countering Goku's enthusiasm, for he too desires to master Super Saiyan Blue before facing Vegeta. However, he is acutely aware that his own power is insufficient to rival Vegeta. Thus, he does not strongly resist the idea of fusing with Goku. Vegeta turns to Dend and asks, "Since Vegeta intends to accompany you, why not train with us a while longer?" "Certainly, Father. This time I wish to reach your level." Gohan, scratching his head, addresses Goku, Dad. I think I will sit this one out. If I enter again, my appearance will greatly differ from my peers, making school quite troublesome." Goku, feeling a tinge of disappointment, responds with a smile, "All right then, you may return for now." In the realm of the King Kai, Vegeta arrives in the sacred domain through Jebit's instant transmission. Sensing the absence of other auras, he leads the way forward. The four soon find themselves before a towering stone edifice, and Vegeta gazes at the sword, asking, "Is this the divine sword? Are we to release that old man now? Do you not wish to master that transformation?" Vegeta strides forward, effortlessly drawing the sword with one hand and swinging it a few times, noting its weight. He then raises his other hand and flicks the sword's blade, causing it to shatter into two pieces. Moments later, a hunched old man materializes before them. The old Kai glances around at the group and remarks, "Traveling through time is a grave offense. However, considering you have freed me, I shall overlook it." Vegeta approaches with a smile. "Our time travel was solely to eliminate formidable foes. We hope you can assist in unlocking their potential." The old Kai's gaze shifts to Android 18, and he smiles. "That is not out of the question. Let me. Yet, before he can finish his sentence, Vegeta swiftly appears before him, pinching his lips and coldly stating, I am speaking to you respectfully due to your age. Mind your words. The old Kai, terrified, nods in acknowledgement. After Vegeta released his grip, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, very well. But the latent potential within you and that towering figure cannot be fully unlocked in just a few attempts. We do not require it. Vegeta, you may leave, he replied. Vegeta, crossing his arms, inquired, once my potential is unlocked, can I still grow stronger through training? The old Supreme Kai responded, certainly. What I unlock is merely the maximum potential you can achieve in your current state. After a moment of hesitation, Vegeta replied, perhaps it is best to let it be. I am already sufficiently strong and do not need external assistance to enhance my power. The old Supreme Kai gazed at Vegeta's tail and remarked, you cannot possibly have transformed into a great ape, can you? A great ape? Are you referring to Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta questioned. The old Supreme Kai chuckled. Super Saiyan 4? It seems you have taken quite a few detours. If you can maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form while unlocking your potential, you might indeed stumble upon unexpected gains. Vegeta asked, could this allow me to transform into Super Saiyan 5? The old Supreme Kai replied, once the unlocking is complete, there will be no need for Super Saiyan 5. The true transformations of a Saiyan are merely the Great Ape, the Oozru, and the Super Saiyan God. As for those golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan 5, they are merely side effects of enhanced power. Old Kai listened to the old Supreme Kai's words without any sense of discord, yet Vegeta found it peculiar. Logically, the realms of Super and this one are fundamentally different, with many basic tenets diverging. However, this old Supreme Kai possessed knowledge that seemed to belong exclusively to the realm of Super. Vegeta interjected, old Supreme Kai, does this timeline feature gods of destruction and the Omni King? Indeed, it does. I caution you. Do not assume that a little strength grants you the audacity to challenge a god of destruction. That being's power will always surpass that of the mightiest in this universe. Vegeta chuckled, so there's such a notion. Hearing you say this piques my curiosity. The old Supreme Kai shouted urgently, do not go. As long as you do not provoke that being, I will unlock potential for all of you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta placed his hand on Android 18's head and asked, can the android also be included? The old Supreme Kai scrutinized her and replied, as long as one can grow stronger through training, they can be unlocked. Very well. I agree. As long as you unlock potential for all of us, I shall refrain from seeking out Beerus. It is a promise. Agreed. Vegeta smirked slyly, thinking that as long as he himself was not unlocked, it wouldn't count as everyone being developed. Once Android 18 and Vegeta completed their unlocking, he would immediately seek out Beerus for a challenge. Though Vegeta was reluctant to draw strength from external sources, he was even more eager to discover what those unexpected gains might be. With this thought in mind, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and approached the old Supreme Kai, stating, let us commence. The old Supreme Kai took a deep breath and began to circle around Vegeta while dancing. Of course, this was merely what others perceived. For Vegeta, it was much more than just a simple ritual. He observed as the Elder Kai circled around Vegeta, each rotation intertwining invisible divine energy with him. 8 hours later, the ritual concluded, and the Elder Kai sat before Vegeta, preparing to enhance his power. Upon settling down, the Elder Kai furrowed his brow and remarked, you are far more formidable than I had anticipated. It will take at least 36 hours to fully unlock your potential. Vegito approached Vegeta from behind, placing his hand upon his head. It needn't take that long. Chapter 41. Whis, I will train with you with Vegeto's assistance. The potential development, which initially required nearly 40 hours, was completed in merely 2.5 hours. The Elder Kai, seated on the ground, gazed at Vegito in astonishment. How did you acquire such skills? Just observing was sufficient, Vegeta replied. Now, sense your current power. Vegeta clenched his fists, raising his energy to its utmost limit in Super Saiyan 4 form. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, sending the Elder Kai flying. Vegito swiftly caught the Elder Kai, standing 2 meters away, observing. The aura that erupted from Vegeta was not the golden hue of Super Saiyan 4, but a radiant white. Its essence akin to that of divine energy. Remarkable. The enhancement surpasses my previous Super Saiyan 5, and I feel no burden or waste of energy whatsoever. Once the Elder Kai was placed back on the ground, he dusted himself off. I've mentioned that Super Saiyan 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are merely variations of your current form. Vegeta murmured, yet this power has already earned the title of Super Saiyan 4. Then let it be called Ultimate Vegeta 4. With the addition of divine energy, it shall be known as Ultimate Vegeta 4. Vegito smirked, nearly bursting into laughter, as it reminded him of some memories concerning the great demon. You trained for Super Saiyan 3 and stubbornly claimed it was Ultimate Vegeta 1. Perhaps we should still call it Super Saiyan 4 Potential Development, or Ultimate Super Saiyan 4. Given your current state, if you employ Limit Break, you might even match my Super Saiyan 1 in combat. Vegeta stepped back in astonishment. Is it true that I can only equal your Super Saiyan 1 now? What else did you expect? Spending a year in the hyperbolic time chamber has certainly granted me some growth. After battling Broly, Vegeto's combat power had increased significantly, and he continued to adapt to life under high gravity. The Elder Kai conjured a bottle of water and took a few sips. Who is next? With your assistance, the progress will accelerate considerably. Vegito placed his hand on Broly's shoulder and smiled. No need. I have already mastered this method. The only remaining issue is the venue. We shall return shortly. Android 18, Vegeta, place your hands on me. Vegito turned his gaze skyward, and the Elder Kai quickly interjected, that direction is. You promised me you wouldn't provoke him. Indeed, but that applies only once we have both unlocked our potential. For now, you have only begun. With a swift motion, the group vanished from their location. In the realm of destruction, 5 individuals suddenly materialized by the banks of the massive conical celestial body. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, is this the realm of the destroyers? It appears to be more refined than the Kaishin realm. As Vegeta inhaled deeply, preparing to rouse Beerus with a shout, a hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder. It is best not to disturb Lord Beerus while he slumbers. Vegeta swiftly turned around, readying himself for battle. Is this an angel? Even I couldn't detect his arrival. Vegeta extended his hand toward Whis, saying, Greetings, Mr. Whis. I am Vegeta. I have come to inquire if you are in need of a candidate for the role of Destroyer. Upon hearing this, Whis politely shook Vegeta's hand and smiled. Although Lord Beerus has no immediate plans for retirement, he would undoubtedly welcome your presence as a candidate for Destroyer if you wish to remain here. Vegeta scratched his head and replied, I apologize. I did not mean to volunteer myself. I actually intended to recommend Broly as a candidate for Destroyer. The smile on Whis's face vanished in an instant. That is quite unfortunate. He then began to scrutinize Broly closely. Indeed, aside from his strength, he is more suited to be a Destroyer. However, once he becomes a candidate, strength will no longer be an issue. Vegeta interjected, in truth, strength is secondary. He struggles to control his emotions and power. I believe with your guidance, Mr. Whis, he could excel. After speaking, Vegeta produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, revealing a plethora of Earth's culinary delights before Whis. This is a token of my appreciation. Please indulge. Whis gazed at the feast of unfamiliar delicacies and exclaimed joyfully, Ho ho ho, Mr. Vegeta, you are too gracious. In that case, I shall take Broly as my disciple, and since Lord Beerus is still asleep, I shall taste these delicacies on his behalf. Bon appetit. After Whis had sampled a good portion of the food, he wiped his mouth and asked, Surely, Mr. Vegeta, you did not come solely for the candidacy of Destroyer? Vegeta, arms crossed, gazed at the enormous tree in the center. I wish to experience the power of the mightiest Destroyer. Please inform him that the unrivaled Super Saiyan God has arrived. After a moment of silence, Whis approached Vegeta and stated, To be frank, Lord Beerus is not your match. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with battle fervor as he replied, Such matters can only be determined through combat, can't they? But can you assure me, Mr. Vegeta, that you will not kill Lord Beerus? If I am not mistaken, once you engage him, you will go all out, won't you? This could inadvertently lead to Lord Beerus's demise. Instead, why not let me train with you, treating it as a post-meal recreational activity? Vegeta turned to Whis with eager anticipation, smiling. Is that truly permissible? Whis conjured a staff out of thin air and waved it, enveloping the massive roots in a protective barrier. This way, even if the entire realm of gods were to be destroyed, it would not awaken Lord Beerus. At that moment, Android 18 and Broly remained unaware of the impending events, while beads of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. On the 18th, in the eyes of Broly, this Whis appeared to be nothing more than a servant. It was generally assumed that his power was inferior to that of Beerus, but only Vegeta, who had exchanged memories with Nello, understood that Whis was indeed more formidable than Beerus. Is it finally time? I shall witness the disparity between the angel and Vegeta. Vegeta slightly bent his knees, readying himself for battle. Whis, holding his staff with a smile, remarked, I am prepared. You may come at any time. In an instant, Vegeta teleported before Whis and unleashed a punch, only for Whis to effortlessly block it with a single finger. Vegeta chuckled. The Ultra Instinct truly lives up to its reputation. If Mr. Vegito wishes to enjoy himself, he will need to unleash more of his power. Vegeta's aura began to stir his bangs. Going all out would be somewhat tedious for both sides. I will start with 30% of my strength. Vegeta was uncertain whether he would find satisfaction even with his full power. In this state, there were only two possibilities. Either he would defeat Whis in an instant, or Whis would overwhelm him. Thus, he decided to take it slow, determined to savor the fight, even if it meant being defeated. Vegeta transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan Blue form, causing the entire sacred realm to tremble. Vegeta, observing Vegeta, questioned, did I just hear correctly? You refer to 30% of your power as merely the complete form of Super Saiyan Blue. Isn't that an unconventional approach? What is there to be surprised about? Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. This state far surpasses Lord Beerus. Even the combined might of the 12 gods of destruction would likely be insufficient to challenge him. My father truly knows how to present me with a challenge. I wonder if I can gauge his full strength. With a swift movement, Vegeta kicked towards Whis, who raised his hand to block, yet his expression grew serious. The force of the kick sent ripples across the surface of the god of destruction's realm, obliterating a nearby planet. Whis pushed Vegeta back, gazing at the destroyed planet and remarked, this is quite troublesome. Although everything in the sacred realm is exceptionally sturdy, Mr. Vegeta should exercise a modicum of control over his unleashed power. At this rate, the sacred realm cannot withstand such tumult. Vegeta smiled. I apologize. I have been quite restrained. I will be more mindful going forward. Indeed, he is remarkably strong, as expected of an angel. He is entirely different from mere numerical monsters. He began to raise his hand to block the moment I made my move. I fear I will need to employ techniques from the planet Yadrat to strike his torso, but it is still too early. I should probe further. Chapter 42. Vegeta, I too shall ascend to mechanism. Whis gazed intently at Vegeta, unwilling to let his guard down. Had it not been for the Ultra Instinct, Vegeta's recent attack would have been unblocked by anything beneath an angel's power. Vegeta remained stationary, watching Whis, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. With not a single flaw to be found, having examined countless possibilities without uncovering any means to inflict harm upon him, Whis raised a hand and chuckled. I can sense the myriad of attacks you will attempt against me in the future. Is this a result of your self-cultivated abilities? Vegeta, slightly furrowing his brow, responded with a smile. I never imagined you could even foresee events that have yet to transpire. It seems we are alike in this regard. Perhaps I underestimated your own prowess. Your true abilities may surpass your predictions. Come at me directly. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Whis and unleashed a powerful punch. Whis swiftly turned to evade, countering with a precise knife-hand strike aimed at Vegeta's shoulder. However, Vegeta's other hand was already positioned to block Whis' intended attack. The force of Whis' strike did not seem to trouble Vegeta unduly, though its nature felt rather peculiar. Upon contact with Vegeta's hand, he sensed that Whis' strength lingered momentarily, moving in a small, rapid motion. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have found their arm broken by such a blow. Vegeta retaliated with a punch aimed at Whis, who, rising from his stance, deftly used a finger to press against Vegeta's arm and evade the attack. Whis' initial impression was akin to that of an eel. Attempting to strike him felt as futile as trying to grasp a slippery fish with fingers coated in oil. Moreover, Vegeta found it nearly impossible to accurately predict Whis' movements. After this failed strike, both Whis and Vegeta paused, with Whis remarking, Mr. Vegeta, you need not rely too heavily on that predictive ability. Allow your body to follow its instincts. Vegeta lowered his head with a wry smile. I never expected that a preemptive advantage could lead to such a sense of defeat, as if the primary had become secondary. Nevertheless, these minor tactics are surely ineffective against someone of your caliber. We shall engage in straightforward combat. Whis, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta, your current realm is exceptionally high. In terms of strength and speed, you may even surpass some angels. The realm you speak of likely surpasses Lord Beerus' power. And even if it slightly exceeds yours, he would not stand a chance against you. Vegeta assumed a battle stance, When it comes to angels, mere strength is insufficient. I sense that you possess nearly no weaknesses. Even the weakest angel could likely defeat all the gods of destruction with a mere finger. At this moment, Weiss extended his hands, adopting a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun, smiling as he replied, "That may not necessarily be the case." After a brief silence of 3 seconds, both vanished instantaneously, the dimensional walls in midair shattering amid a flurry of collisions. Weiss, in rapid motion, continuously deflected Vegeta's onslaught, pondering, if this continues, the reinforced sanctum will surely collapse. He retreated into a different dimension, with Vegeta following closely behind. Now, the two found themselves in a colorful, frigid space with inverted gravity. Vegeta's speed increased, leaving Weiss with little room to evade, forcing him to rely solely on defense. Such strength never has a human, or even a god of destruction. Compelled me to the point where evasion is impossible and I can only defend. If I do not strike back soon, I may very well sustain a critical blow. Weiss deftly deflected Vegeta's punch with one hand while thrusting the other towards Vegeta's chest. The moment his fingers made contact with Vegeta's pectoral muscles, an enigmatic force emanated from the point of contact. Weiss's fingers recoiled momentarily, struck by the peculiar sensation. Was it instinctive? In that fleeting instant, the impacted area seemed to strengthen, countering his force with an equal magnitude and direction. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed his innate time manipulation, accelerating to seize Weiss's wrist with a smile. I am curious, if the opponent were to employ a grappling technique rather than a striking one, would the Ultra Instinct function still be effective? In the realm of Dragon Ball, it appears that the ability to fly has hindered the development of throwing and grappling techniques. Combat relies solely on striking techniques and energy waves. Grappling techniques are multifaceted. Even with precise foresight of an opponent's next move, one may find it impossible to alter the outcome. Once a grapple is established, even a weaker force can secure victory in an instant, unless the opponent relinquishes a joint. Vegeta intensified his grip, rendering Weiss unable to escape, while his other hand maneuvered around Weiss's arm, preparing to secure him. Weiss swiftly swatted away Vegeta's hand and likewise seized him. The two engaged in a contest of grips, their arms and shoulders interlocked, rapidly dismantling each other's techniques. For both, failure to break free from the other's control would mean imminent loss of bodily autonomy. After a vigorous struggle, neither inflicted an effective grapple or hold on the other, creating distance instead. Weiss regarded Vegeta with surprise, remarking, "I did not expect anyone to excel in this regard." Indeed, once ensnared, the ordinary Ultra Instinct would struggle to evade such persistent and intricate close-quarter assaults. Without mastering the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct, one could easily fall prey to grappling. Yet, Mr. Vegeta, when unraveling my holds, often relied on instinct, did he not? Vegeta fixed his gaze on Weiss and inquired, "What do you mean?" Weiss replied with a smile, "Mr. Vegeta and that Mr. Vegeta must both be reincarnated, correct?" Vegeta candidly acknowledged, "Vegeta indeed is, but I am uncertain about my own circumstances. Fortunately, I do not dwell on the past, though I did not anticipate your insight into this matter." Weiss conjured a staff, observing the scene within the orb, stating, "I can only glimpse the past of Mr. Vegeta and a few others. However, your past remains obscured to me. I can only speculate that you are akin to them. What is certain is that you once mastered Ultra Instinct to its zenith, even if you have lost your former memories. The fundamental principles of such techniques are embedded in your instincts, having become second nature. With ample practice, you could swiftly reclaim this divine skill." In response, Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself with a grin, declaring, "There is no need for deliberate practice. If I so desire, I can effortlessly employ perfect Ultra Instinct at any moment. Otherwise, do you think my claim of possessing 30% of my strength is mere boasting?" A year ago, during the fierce battle between Vegito and Buggy unleashed every ounce of his power against Vegito, who effortlessly caught his full-force strike with a single hand. In that moment, he employed the Ultra Instinct technique, demonstrating its formidable nature by disregarding the disparity in combat strength and automatically adjusting his body to its utmost limit. Even in his normal state, he could have withstood that assault, let alone when in a full-power Super Saiyan form. Upon hearing this, Whis wore a smile tinged with tension and remarked, "Indeed, if that is the case, 30% might even be an underestimate. But why do you not fight with your full might?" Vegito replied, "I fear the battle may conclude too swiftly, and besides, I have now adapted to your rhythm of combat. Perhaps you will unleash your full power before I do. By the way, since you have been utilizing your mechanisms all along, I shall activate mine as well. Chapter 43. Whis and Vegito Ultra Instinct is an almost flawless combat mechanism. Even at the level of a trillion, it can automatically evade and block an opponent's attacks while significantly enhancing reflexes and speed. Although it may lack an offensive output, maintaining this state against opponents of equal or even superior levels ensures an undefeated stance. The next stage is the perfect Ultra Instinct, characterized by hair turned entirely silver. Compared to the trillion level, this perfected state compensates for any deficiencies in offense, allowing automatic strikes against an opponent's weaknesses while simultaneously adjusting both attack and defense to the optimal state achievable by the body. After consuming the Saban's strength, Moro unleashed a powerful thrust towards Goku, only to have his own chest muscles shattered by Goku's adjusted might. Yet, even upon reaching this stage, Whis stated that perfection is merely the beginning of Ultra Instinct. At this point, Vegito's speed continued to escalate, yet Whis maintained an equal footing with him. Observing the force field surrounding Vegito, which seemed out of sync with time, Whis commented, "It appears that Mr. Vegito has mastered an impressive array of powerful techniques. Your current flow of time is approximately 5 times that of the normal state, isn't it?" Vegito patted his chest and chuckled. "For someone of your caliber, Mr. Whis, a technique as simple as this should be easily grasped, right?" Whis acknowledged, "Indeed, I have already learned it. By the way, what is the name of this technique?" Vegito replied, "It is called temporal field manipulation." "Ah, I see. Quite fitting indeed. I did not expect a Saiyan to develop such a technique. However, if you wish to avoid it being easily deciphered, I suggest you apply this force field internally within your body. In doing so, even I would struggle to perceive it in a short span. Indeed, if merely observing it allows one to learn it, then I shall employ more intricate methods." Whis seemed to have caught wind of Vegito's thoughts and chuckled. If Mr. Vegito desires his ultimate technique to remain elusive and unreplicable, then divine energy must be utilized as the energy source for divine techniques. The recent acceleration technique, if driven by divine energy, perhaps the velocity may escalate to limitless heights, even surpassing the celestial speed of the angels. At that moment, it might be referred to as the divine technique of time manipulation. Vegeta, having dispelled his acceleration state, remarked, "I could do it now if I wished, but I have no interest in employing a technique that can be deciphered by my adversary. Hence, I intend to try something new. Since you mentioned limitless, I shall employ the boundless. Boundless. Now, I shall wield 50% of my power." Huh. In an instant, Vegeta erupted with rage, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue evolution form. His entire being was enveloped in an aura of deep blue flames, his hair darkening further. Gradually, the aura surrounding him diminished, forming an almost imperceptible layer of energy upon his surface. Whis narrowed his eyes, intently observing the changes in Vegeta. That layer of force field had undergone a structural transformation, shifting from an ordinary aura to a divine essence. In the next moment, Whis's eyes widened in astonishment as he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Such remarkable control! What technique enables such atomic-level manipulation of colossal energy?" Vegeta teleported instantaneously before Whis, delivering a powerful punch. Whis, sensing impending danger, swiftly transformed his staff, crossing his arms defensively before his chest. Bang! The angelic staff began to bend under the force of the blow, and Whis furrowed his brow as he regarded Vegeta. Such incredible strength! The speed has also increased beyond previous limits. As Vegeta unleashed his full power, Whis was sent hurtling backward by the force. The space around him warped slightly before he managed to stabilize himself midair. Vegeta appeared behind him, declaring, "It's not over yet." Whis spun around, attempting a knife-hand strike toward Vegeta's face. However, Vegeta neither dodged nor defended. Instead, he leaned into Whis's arm and struck directly at Whis's chest with a punch. Although Whis blocked the blow with his other hand, he felt a painful shock reverberate through his palm. He immediately retaliated with a rapid succession of strikes aimed at Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta remained undeterred, focusing solely on his offensive. Engaging in a brutal exchange, Whis observed, horrified, as his attacks landed upon Vegeta without inflicting any damage. His pupils dilated in realization. So that's it. A layer of energy akin to a spatial shield envelopes his form. This protective layer can even withstand the fluctuations of the Ultra Instinct technique. At this moment, Vegeta was in a state of immunity to attacks, and Whis, amidst the fervor of battle, found himself momentarily suppressed by Vegeta. Resolving to take matters seriously, Whis unleashed a full-force strike aimed at Vegeta's head, but his fist was deflected effortlessly. The more threatening the assault, the more untouchable he becomes. Seizing the opportunity created by the deflected arm, Vegeta finally landed a blow to Whis' chest. Whis let out a muffled grunt, and the shockwave from their collision shattered the surrounding space, causing both to return from the alternate dimension to the realm of destruction. Whis exerted himself to counter and eliminate the inertia of his body, subsequently landing steadily on the ground of the God of Destruction's realm. He summoned his staff once more, lightly tapping the ground, reinforcing the entire space anew. Vegeta regarded Whis with a calm and serious demeanor. Indeed, you are a near-perfect entity. It took such a prolonged engagement to inflict a single effective strike. However, upon entering your body, that force can be instantly dispersed, minimizing the damage endured. It appears that to truly harm you, one must wield power that far exceeds your limits. Whis, with a smile, adjusted his attire and remarked, aside from my two sisters and father, you are the first to successfully strike my body in direct combat. The layer of energy surrounding you is not merely a spatial protective shield. It seems the closer one approaches me, the slower their speed becomes. How intriguing. It appears infinitely close, yet remains eternally out of reach. Alas, the distance to the divine technique is still somewhat lacking. Vegeta replied with confidence, certainly. If I were to elevate it to the level of a divine technique, even you, Mr. Whis, would struggle to counter it. For now, while utilizing divine energy as a source, Mr. Whis, you still stand a chance of unraveling it. Whis closed his eyes and chuckled. Have you intentionally left me a solution? In the high-stat universe of Dragon Ball, mechanisms are notably scarce. Conversely, in weaker realms, formidable mechanisms often emerge, and the concept of limitless potential is one such example. For Vegeta, who comprehends the principles of this technique and has thoroughly grasped energy on planet Yadrat, replicating it poses no challenge. One merely needs the ability to interfere at the atomic level and possess formidable control over their own energy at the same scale. Coupled with a powerful sensory ability that substitutes for the six eyes, it can be utilized effectively. In terms of difficulty, it is indeed significantly more challenging than the 25th degree of mastery, yet its efficacy surpasses that of the same degree. Moments later, Whis reopened his eyes, and he and Vegeta charged towards one another simultaneously. At that moment, time seemed to slow to a near standstill in their perception. Whis gazed into Vegeta's eyes, striking towards his chest with an open palm. Though I may not master it immediately, I can certainly break your technique for now. In an instant, I will distort the time and space around you. Vegeta, recognizing Whis' strike imbued with spatial power, seized this as a perfect defensive opportunity. Then let us trade blows and see who endures. The palm, distorting the fabric of time and space, struck Vegeta's chest, while Vegeta's gloved fist met Whis' torso, erupting in black lightning at the moment of contact. The previously reinforced space began to shatter once more under the immense force. Boom. Following a violent shockwave, both were propelled back by the overwhelming power. Vegeta crashed heavily onto the ground of the God of Destruction's realm, feeling a profound disarray of space and time enveloping him. The forces of spatial distortion relentlessly tore at his body, which radiated a searing silver-white energy. He could only instinctively resist the rending of space with the technique of ultimate freedom. Whirling through the air, Whis collided directly with a decorative star within the realm of destruction, causing it to explode. Vegeta felt as though every bone, muscle, and organ in his body was on the verge of being crushed. Yet fortunately, ultimate freedom provided automatic defense. Rising first, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, acknowledging, my insides feel like they are being churned, but I have finally witnessed a commendable attack. Whis transformed into a streak of light and returned before Vegeta, who was still spitting blood. Gazing down at the gaping wound in his chest, he murmured, your current strength has reached a level above average for angels. Vegeta placed a hand on his chest, healing his internal injuries, and replied with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, but now that I have employed ultimate freedom, I shall engage with all my might. With a flick of his staff, Whis restored both their injuries, stamina, and attire, stating, this ends here. There is no longer a necessity. Your earlier state compelled me to exert my full strength. If your ultimate freedom is on par with mine, no, even if it is merely one tier below, considering your various techniques and the ones I have yet to witness, I would not be your match. It would require my sister's intervention to defeat you. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression fell as he implored, "Please, don't say that. I've only just managed to unleash my full potential. Grant me just one more minute. Just 1 minute." Whis chuckled softly and bowed towards Vegeta's direction. A youthful voice emerged from behind Vegeta. "You are quite strong. Would you like to stay here and become a god?" Vegeta turned promptly to see 2 guards alongside the Grand Minister, accompanied by the Omni King. Chapter 44. The Invitation from the Omni King. Omni King? Upon hearing Vegeta address him directly, the 2 guards stepped forward, exclaiming, "Impudent! How dare you speak the Omni King's name so casually? Kneel." Vegeta, hands on his hips, retorted, "Humph, I apologize. But my legs are too stiff to kneel. Perhaps you could assist me? I still have not had enough of the fight." The Omni King, standing in the background, coldly commanded, "Step back." However, before the guards could respond, the Omni King reiterated in a chilling tone, "Silence. Do you wish to vanish?" Floating in midair, the Omni King approached with an expectant gaze fixed on Vegeta. "So what do you say? Will you stay?" Vegeta returned to his normal state and declared, "I prefer to exist as a human until death or erasure." Unfazed by the possibility of being erased, Vegeta thought that at worst, he would simply die. The Omni King expressed a hint of disappointment, saying, "Is that so? Then, do come and visit whenever you have the time. If you do not mind my spontaneous traversing of time and space, I have no objections. I do not mind. Your presence has revitalized a part of this timeline." At that moment, the Grand Minister stepped forward to remind, "Your Majesty, it appears Beerus is still asleep. Shall we summon him?" "No need. Let him continue to sleep." With that, the Omni King pointed towards Broly in the distance, hastened to make that individual the next god of destruction. The Grand Minister nodded at Whis and said, "Very well. I shall rely on you henceforth, Whis." "Not at all. It is my duty. Mr. Vegeta recommended an exceptional talent," Whis replied. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having instructed Broly and Android 18 to remain in place, flew over to observe. The Omni King turned to Vegeta and remarked, "By the way, Vegeta, your recent performance was quite remarkable. Would you be interested in participating in a tournament of multiversal power?" Both Vegeta and Gogeta exclaimed simultaneously, "A tournament of multiversal power?" A smile immediately blossomed on Gogeta's previously stern countenance as he approached the Omni King and said, "That sounds intriguing. Are we to have individuals from different timelines battle in one arena?" The Omni King nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, indeed. You would like to fight against your counterparts from other timelines, wouldn't you? However, wouldn't that be somewhat challenging to organize?" "Not at all. This is for you." The Omni King produced a summoning device and handed it to Gogeta. "This device can summon my counterpart from this timeline, no matter where you are. You should continue your time travels, and if you encounter an interesting timeline, simply press this button, and I will appear to negotiate with my alternate self." Gogeta raised a finger and effortlessly tore open a rift in space, placing the summoning device within. He then inquired, "But do all versions of you from each timeline share similar intentions? What if one of them declines?" "They will agree. For there is a wager involved, and it promises to be entertaining." "A wager?" the Grand Minister interjected, explaining on behalf of the Omni King. The Omni King has decided to engage in a wager with his counterparts from other timelines. Each timeline will select 10 participants for the competition, and in each battle, they may wager equivalent entities or even entire universes. The victorious party will gain control over all that the opposing side has staked. Gogeta pondered, stroking his chin. Each battle sounds rather like a free-for-all. The Grand Minister chuckled. The exact format has yet to be determined, but it will likely encompass various systems, including one-on-one battles and contests where an entire universe's participants face off against another universe's. Ultimately, there will be a grand melee involving members from all universes. This variety allows the losing universes a chance to recover, although if they wager everything at the outset, they may find themselves in dire straits. Gogeta, filled with excitement, grasped the Grand Minister's shoulders and exclaimed, "This is so thrilling. What are we waiting for? Let us expedite the process." The Grand Minister, being shaken, replied, "Currently, we cannot proceed, which is why we need your assistance. As we are divine beings, we cannot directly manifest in other timelines, as it would contravene fundamental rules. Hence, even the Omni King cannot intervene directly in other timelines, but he can send others to seek out such universes." Time Patrol? Gogeta recalled the various lackluster performances of the Time Patrol, remembering how his Super Saiyan 4 self could not defeat a single Super Saiyan 4 Broly. And even when teaming up with a Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta from a different timeline, they were still overpowered. After a brief moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Are they truly that formidable?" The Grand Minister smiled. "Given your strength, they should not pose a significant challenge, which is precisely why we are enlisting your help." Certainly. Should Mr. Vegeta encounter the Kaishin of Time, he may attempt to communicate with her and invite the Time Patrol team to participate. With one hand on his hip and the other tapping his chest, Vegeta chuckled. "No problem, I'll take care of this task." How many timelines were required again? All eyes turned towards the Omni King, who pondered for a moment before responding. 18, but at least 6 of them must be dark timelines. Dark timelines? The Grand Minister elaborated. These are timelines where, due to fate, malevolent forces ultimately triumph over the divine. Unlike our own timeline, which, despite being plagued by misfortune, can still be cleansed by the gods even amidst great destruction. Of course, Mr. Vegeta, this raises another issue. The Grand Minister waved his hand, projecting an image of the universe into the air. Observing the scene of Goku battling the evil dragon, Vegeta remarked, "Isn't this our universe?" The Grand Minister clarified, "Indeed. It resembles the experiences of Mr. Vegeta. The number of multiverses far exceeds your imagination. Not every universe houses the Omni King or the gods of destruction. In some universes, the highest deities may simply be gods of destruction or even Kaishins. There may even exist demon gods and other entities as the supreme deities, resulting in a somewhat smaller scale for such universes. Consequently, the stakes may not be as high. Yet we are still eager to welcome their participation as long as we can gather enough competitors." Vegeta gazed at the projected image and inquired, "Should I communicate with their leader then? That would be ideal. In certain timelines, even the Omni King cannot influence events. In such cases, the summoning device becomes ineffective, necessitating your own judgment, Mr. Vegeta, whether to communicate or pursue other avenues, as long as the other party consents." The Grand Minister conjured a stack of papers and handed them to Vegeta. "Have him imprint his hand on this paper, and he will be granted access to the competition venue." Vegeta examined the papers, feeling the divine power within, and asked, "Is this a contract for establishing a cosmic connection?" Cautiously, Vegeta added, "You're not intending to deceive them into a trap, are you?" The Grand Minister sighed. "To be honest, we do have intentions of eliminating a portion of the dark timelines. However, you need not worry about your concern. Everything will be determined fairly through combat." Vegeta nodded in understanding. "I grasped the general idea. What about the time and location?" The Grand Minister contemplated for a moment before replying. "Each universe has its own temporal flow, but we can anchor it to a specific moment. Let us use the time of the Tournament of Power from other timelines as a reference point, which corresponds to the year 781 in your calendar. Of course, if some timelines are set in a later period, that is acceptable. We are confident in our ability to make appropriate adjustments. As for the location, let us provisionally set it in the Void Realm. Should there be any changes, I will contact you through the device provided by the Omni King." Upon concluding their discussion, the Grand Priest and the Omni King prepared to depart. Vegeta, glancing at the Grand Priest, inquired, "By the way, may I ask whether the power of the gods of destruction fluctuates or remains constant across all timelines?" The Grand Priest paused momentarily before responding. "It fluctuates, yet it is not entirely variable. In certain timelines, the strength of angels and gods of destruction is fixed. Typically, this is established at a power ratio of 10 for the god of destruction and 15 for the angel." Vegeta, appearing even more concerned than Vegeta, pressed further, "How does the strength of the angels in this timeline compare within the multiverse?" The Grand Priest chuckled, "At least within the top 10, in some timelines. Even my current self would struggle against Whis. Conversely, there are some timelines where I cannot match Whis' strength. The possibilities are endless. I advise you, Mr. Vegeta, to tread carefully. Additionally, be prepared, as the Omni King may consider allowing the angels and gods of destruction to participate." Vegeta nodded in agreement. "Ah, now that is intriguing." Subsequently, Vegeta turned to the Omni King. "I have one humble request. I wish to bring the android 18 of this timeline back to my own." The Omni King readily acquiesced. "That is permissible, but I shall find a way to bring all of you back to my timeline." With that, the Omni King, accompanied by his 2 attendants and the Grand Priest, transformed into a stream of light and swiftly departed. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, murmuring, 18 universes. Our main timeline counts as one, this one as another. Now, I must seek out 16 more." Vegeta remarked. The timeline of future Trunks likely does not meet the competition standards, and a considerable time has passed since the year 781 in the age. No matter. We shall take our time. Consider it a journey. Chapter 45. The Legend of the Ancient Saiyans. After Whis tidied up the chaos within the realm of the gods of destruction, Vegeta approached to bid farewell. Well then, Mr. Whis, until we meet again, I shall convey all that has transpired here to those on Earth. Should you wish to indulge in Earth's delicacies, feel free to do so. Whis smiled with anticipation. Ho ho ho, Mr. Vegeta, how considerate of you. I shall look forward to your assistance with my friends in this timeline. Vegeta then patted Broly on the shoulder. Stay strong. If you ever feel lonely, I shall find you a companion. Vegeta had already contemplated bringing Zanya to the realm of the gods of destruction when the time permitted. After all, both Zanya and Chilai shared a similar appearance, perfectly suited to complement Broly's image. Broly gazed at Vegeta and asked, "We will meet again, won't we?" "Indeed, we shall, so train diligently." With that, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to bring both Vegeta and Android 18 to the Kaishin realm. The old Kaishin, hands clasped behind his back, inquired, "I never expected you to return unscathed. Where's that towering figure? I have recommended him as a candidate for the god of destruction, and the Omni King himself has approved it." "What? The Omni King is also here?" Vegeta, lifting the old Kaishin with one hand, positioned him before Android 18, guiding him to circle around her. With Vegeta's assistance, the ceremony that originally required 8 hours was condensed to just half an hour. The ensuing dialogue revolves around the development of potential. As Vegeta assists Android 18 in harnessing her latent abilities, he recounts the unfolding events to the old Kaishin. Upon hearing the tale, the old Kaishin's expression turns grave as he slowly remarks, "You are engaging in a perilous game. This is a contest among deities. Will you be a mere pawn or the one orchestrating the game?" Vegeta, unfazed, chuckles, "I simply crave the thrill of battle. Everything else is inconsequential." Android 18 glances at Vegeta and inquires, "Am I also inconsequential?" Vegeta scratches his head, responding, "Of course not. You are all my comrades, my bottom line. Regardless of the reasons, anyone who crosses that line will face consequences. Even gods are no exception." The old Kaishin sighs, "Alas, this matter exceeds my capabilities." Vegeta then poses another question. "By the way, there's something I wish to verify. In the past, or rather the future, according to the original historical timeline, it was Gohan who would release you. At that time, you mentioned that the one who sealed you within the divine sword was weaker than Majin Buu. Yet later, in a more distant future, you stated that it was Beerus who sealed you, correct?" The old Kaishin comprehends Vegeta's inquiry. "You are curious as to why Beerus's strength has surged so rapidly, are you not?" Indeed, in that era, even if Beerus was not as powerful as the Majin Buu to come, he was still the mightiest being at that time. To be precise, Beerus was the strongest in history. One cannot measure the strength of a destroyer by his past self. Vegeta shook his head. "I understand that. What I wish to know is whether there has emerged an exceptionally formidable individual during this period, which would account for Beerus's significant enhancement in power." The old Kaishin inhaled deeply as he reminisced. Indeed, prior to Majin Buu and even Moro, there was a remarkably powerful ancient Saiyan. In comparison, both of them were not deemed strong. That was an ancient Saiyan. From a distance, Vegeta leaped down from a rock upon hearing this. "An ancient Saiyan?" Vegeta queried. Vegeta looked at him and asked, "You are aware?" "Not only aware, but we also paid a heavy price for it." This occurred roughly 10 years after the Evil Dragon incident. 3 individuals claiming to be ancient Saiyans arrived on Earth, each possessing strength exceeding Super Saiyan 5. They even killed Goten, prompting Gohan to ascend to Super Saiyan 6, yet he could only defeat one under one-on-one circumstances. Fortunately, they were far more Saiyan than us. Despite the changing circumstances, they were reluctant to team up. Ultimately, Gohan and I fused to eliminate them all. Vegeta paused. "What was the name of your fusion with Gohan? Was it Metamarie's dance or Podera? It could also be referred to as Vegito, right?" Vegeta clenched his fists and retorted, "Can you not focus on something more relevant?" Vegeta nodded. "All right, let me rephrase my question. Do you believe your fusion at that time was stronger than me?" Vegeta clutched his head and took a deep breath, sensing that Vegito seemed utterly dismissive of the ancient Saiyans. "I must admit, you are quite formidable, perhaps even stronger than the previously transcended Broly," he conceded. Suddenly, Android 18 interjected, "Is it possible that Vegito could be more handsome?" Vegito, with utmost seriousness, regarded Android 18 and remarked, "Perhaps." For Gohan bears a striking resemblance to Kakarot when one considers mere aesthetics. As the two engaged in trivial banter, the veins on Vegeta's forehead throbbed with frustration, and he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "I say, don't you care at all about Super Saiyan 6 and the ancient Saiyans?" Vegito, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "Who cares about your so-called Super Saiyan 6? To be frank, even if you brought forth Super Saiyan 10, it would be futile against me, let alone the ancient Saiyans, who could hardly pose a threat." With an expression of utter despair, Vegeta gazed skyward and murmured, "I am weary, let it all be obliterated." The old Kaioshin chuckled at the scene, directing his gaze at Vegito. "Ha ha ha, Vegito speaks the truth. The ancient Saiyans only possess the transformation of what you refer to as Super Saiyan 4, yet their transformations exhibit individualized aberrant traits. To put it simply, their Super 4 forms differ from one another, but undeniably, they could defeat your Super 5, couldn't they? Given your current potential as a Super Saiyan 4. Under similar foundational combat powers, you could easily overpower them." The old Kaioshin then looked towards the realm of the gods of destruction. "Previously, Vegito's divine aura reached us here. He must be battling in his Super Saiyan God form. If he harnesses that amplification and, according to your customs, transforms into Super 5, Super 6, or Super 7 with each increment in power, even if your foundational combat powers are equal, you would likely need to train to reach Super Saiyan 1520 to match him." During this time, Vegito had not altered his form, had he? Vegito murmured, "Well, it's somewhat ambiguous, I assent it. Super Blue Evolution. Just like the distinction between ordinary Super 4 and Transcendent Super 4, the amplifications are not to be compared." The old Kaioshin, pleased, smiled at Vegito. "Precisely. Fully unleashing the power of a form is the correct approach." Noticing Vegeta's inner turmoil, the old Kaioshin continued, "In truth, I have glimpsed your memories from that time. Those ancient Saiyans developed an alternative transformation pathway, under which their great ape traits would vanish, with their ears becoming pointed and their heads taking on a sharper form. Perhaps they consumed too many potions?" The old Kaioshin regarded Vegito with a straight face. "Are you serious? My dear brother, I am imparting knowledge." Vegito chuckled. "Do not be upset. Pointed ears must be related to the demon realm, right?" The old Kaioshin paused. "You are aware of this?" "Ah, based on my deductions. Those ancient Saiyans likely ventured into the demon realm during their migrations. Having acquired the dark powers of the demon realm, they were able to develop an entirely different transformation. Yet, even so, it seems implausible that they could rival Beerus's strength to such an extent." Vegeta remarked on a salient point. The ancient Saiyans once proclaimed that only a mutated moon could enable a Saiyan to become the true legendary Super Saiyan. However, we eradicated them before that day could dawn, leaving not a trace behind. Only Gohan, Trunks, and I remained, yet none of us transformed. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow. Speaking with gravity, indeed, it was after an ancient Saiyan transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan that Beerus's power surged rapidly. His strength even once surpassed that of Beerus. Yet he ultimately met his demise. Nonetheless, that battle brought Beerus immense satisfaction, igniting his quest for another form of Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan God. Vegito, with a stoic expression, remarked, "It seems that the aforementioned ancient Super Saiyan was not as powerful as a Super Saiyan God. Fool, one must also consider the foundational battle power. Moreover, that ancient Saiyan was certainly stronger than the average Super Saiyan God." Chapter 46. Farewell. An hour and a half later, Android 18's potential was fully unlocked. After a brief test, Vegito surmised that her current power was on par with that of Golden Frieza. Android 18 herself was astonished by her newfound strength. Is this truly me? Indeed, to call her Ultimate 18 would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, this may not even be your limit. With continued training, you could become even stronger. Gazing at Vegito, Android 18 inquired, "Do you intend to unlock your potential as well?" Vegito, scratching the back of his head with a somewhat troubled demeanor, replied, "To unlock my potential would be somewhat excessive. It would be unfair to Goku and the others." Listening to Vegito's humble musings, Vegeta felt a twinge of injustice within himself. How unfair. I too desire such talents and latent abilities. Vegito suddenly adopted a serious tone. There is nothing unfair about this. While you may not catch up to me, it is still possible to match Goku. In fact, If that fellow Kakarot were to master the Ultra Instinct to the level of an angel, he could surpass Goku. But can Goku not reach such heights? Vegito frowned, reluctant to voice this harsh truth, that the part of Vegito within Goku could be a hindrance to mastering the Ultra Instinct. This distinction between Patera and Metamoran fusion is crucial, while the amplification factor is trivial. Patera produces a warrior that embodies the strengths of both. In contrast, Metamoran's fusion method indiscriminately melds both strengths and weaknesses. Although the power greatly increases, it may leave behind certain shortcomings. With arms crossed and head bowed, Vegito lamented, regrettably, when it comes to the realm of Ultra Instinct, even if Goku were to master it, he may never reach the heights achieved by Kakarot and me. Yet he is, after all, a fusion. His talents and potential are undeniable. Given some time, even without fully relying on Ultra Instinct, he could very well discover a new divine technique. If possible, I sincerely hope that one among you can surpass me. The old Kai approached Vegito and said, if you believe yourself to be excessively powerful, I possess another technique. What is it? The old Kai conjured a new pair of Patera earrings out of thin air, exclaiming, let us swap them for a pair that is not so formidable. I will then use my mysterious powers to adjust your current state to match the new Patera. Vegito, taken aback, looked at the old Kai and asked, is such a method truly feasible? Can one replace the powerful Patera with a less potent one for a weaker fusion? Indeed. First allow me to examine your fusion structure, the old Kai said as he approached Vegito and placed his hand upon his chest to sense it. After a brief moment, he lifted his hand in astonishment and gazed at Vegito. It cannot be altered. Why not? The old Kai swallowed hard and explained, because you, my boy, are not a pure fusion. Your Patera merely serves as a tool and ornament. What? Vegito and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, while the old Kai appeared bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, it may sound astonishing, but in your original world, you are likely a natural-born fusion. Vegito suddenly realized. No wonder I had a vague feeling that Vegeta and Kakarot existed in the same timeline as I. The old Kai elaborated, however. The essence of your soul is indeed that of the future fusion warrior, Vegito himself. It seems that a powerful, mysterious force has modified your soul and placed it in a new body, allowing you to manifest as a natural-born fusion in your world. The latent potential of this body likely rivals the combined strength of that Saiyan named Son Goku and Vegeta. Vegito was not overly surprised by this revelation, as he had sensed something similar during his journey of self-improvement. Well then, since our business is concluded, we should take our leave. Vegito conjured a collection of little yellow books and inflatable props, saying, consider these as tokens of gratitude. Until we meet again in this second timeline, old Kai. Just before departing, the old Kai, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, oh, Vegito, I almost forgot to mention that your soul's level and divine power have surpassed that of the Kais. Many rules of this world no longer affect you. But remember, do not go overboard. I shall do my utmost to restrain myself. Kai. Vegito replied as he returned to West City on Earth with the others. Let us prepare some provisions for the journey. I shall seek out Bulma first. The 18th, with a disdainful glare filled with jealousy, watched Vegito. You go straight to other women upon returning? I need to ask her for the spaceship. I had requested her to modify it previously. Would you accompany me? Very well. The 18th agreed. Vegito and the 18th made their way to Bulma's laboratory, while Vegeta soared towards the Supreme Kai's palace. This was a splendid opportunity to confront Gogeta and gauge their strength. As for the dynamic between Vegito and Bulma, he was no longer concerned about what might transpire. For the 18th was vigilant in watching over Vegito. Of course, even without her watchful eye, Vegito would remain steadfast in his integrity. As the two opened Bulma's laboratory, Vegeta immediately furrowed his brow. Within the lab, aside from Bulma, there was a familiar figure clad in a white lab coat, beneath which was a red and blue checkered dress. It seemed that Android 21 was not yet an artificial human. Upon seeing Vegeta's arrival, Bulma promptly set aside her work and greeted him. I didn't expect you to finish so quickly. Has the spaceship been improved? Yes. My father completed the final audio equipment last night. It should be operational now. By the way, let me introduce you to an exceptional biologist I've invited, Dr. Womi. Doctor. Womi scrutinized Vegeta, pondering silently. Is this the one who defeated Cell? The Saiyan possesses such formidable strength. Vegeta approached Dr. Womi, the distance between them a mere 30 centimeters. As he gazed down into Womi's eyes. Greetings, Dr. Womi. Bulma, Android 18, Please wait outside for a moment. I have some inquiries for the doctor. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Android 18 promptly turned to leave, and Bulma, sensing the tension, followed suit. Dr. Womi furrowed his brow, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as he swallowed nervously. May I ask what questions you have for me? Whatever your plans entail. Do not treat Earth lightly. Some powers exceed your control. Womi lowered his gaze, unable to meet Vegeta's eyes. Understood. Vegeta chose to refrain from further threats, knowing he could return to this timeline to rectify any problems should they arise, thanks to the contact information he had given Bulma. By the way, do inform me of every detail regarding your research on Android 18, or perhaps I'll take it upon myself. Vegeta placed his hand on Womi's head, accessing her memories. So, it appears Android 18 has many functions yet to be activated and can increase her output limits by absorbing energy. Alright, remember to be compliant. Vegeta turned and departed. The following day, a massive spaceship loomed over the Supreme Kai's temple, nearly covering all available space. After Trunks inputted the coordinates for his time machine, the group prepared to depart. Android 17 watched as Android 18, clad in athletic attire, boarded the spaceship, remarking, "If you decide to have a wedding, do let me know. Though, I won't be contributing any gifts. Remember to visit your family when you have the chance." This time, Android 18 refrained from intimidating him and offered a cold smile. "If you lack funds, then don't bother coming. Besides, you're not getting any younger. Perhaps it's time to find a partner." Vegeta addressed Android 17. "In fact, you could join us." Android 17 shrugged, glancing at Android 16. "Forget it. 16 and I plan to seek jobs we enjoy. We wish to experience a normal life." The battered old bee appeared bruised, gazing at the equally battered version of himself in this timeline. The present timeline's Vegeta spoke first. "Don't let yourself go. Next time, I want a one-on-one match." Old Bey smiled faintly, saying, "This sentiment ought to be expressed by me. Please be kind to Bulma and Trunks." Nailu also bid a simple farewell to Bick and Dandy before returning to the cabin of the ship. Bulma looked anxiously at Daiteon and said, "Trunks, please convey my regards to your mother over there." "Certainly." Afterward, Bulma silently urged in her heart, "For the sake of another Vegeta and Vegito, we must save the future." As the cabin door closed, the spacecraft ascended slowly and then vanished in an instant. The individuals in the second timeline felt somewhat out of sorts, while the travelers aboard the ship were adapting to this way of life. Farewells would become a regular occurrence in the days to come. Chapter 46, Long-awaited reunion. Meanwhile, in the main timeline, Goku, Vegito, and even Frieza were engaged in rigorous training. Indeed, on a previous day, Vegito, feeling unbearably lonely, sought out Frieza. Transforming into Super Blue and shedding his vest, the muscles on his back subtly formed the character for virtue. After a rather persuasive conversation, Vegito brought a bruised Frieza to Earth to train alongside everyone. Naturally, Vegito would not allow Frieza to train without compensation. He promised to grant him a wish with the Dragon Balls after their training. Unlike certain individuals, Vegito would keep his word. Frieza, while in the hyperbolic time chamber, found himself enjoying a bowl of instant noodles, exclaiming, "I never expected Earth to have such delectable food. How infuriating. Had I known, I would have conquered this planet before your Saiyans arrived. A bunch of wild monkeys do not deserve to indulge in such culinary delights." To his surprise, Broly also appeared there. He seemed to have encountered that Vegito before, and he was astonished to learn that Son Goku had been reborn. After a spirited spar with Broly, the two sat on the steps of the hyperbolic time chamber, sipping beverages. "Ah, this new sports soda from Bulma is delightful," Broly exclaimed, finishing his drink in one gulp and letting out a loud belch. Vegito, sitting beside him, chuckled. "Hey, do you think our second brother will be all right?" Broly, with a gentle smile, reassured him he should be fine. "You need not worry, third brother. Our second brother is exceptionally strong. Indeed, my second brother is unrivaled." At that moment, Goku, who had been sitting cross-legged before them, stood up. His hair stood on end, turning a silvery hue, and he radiated an intense heat. Vegito's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Is this even reasonable? Yet, this state vanished in an instant. Goku, scratching his head, turned to the others with a smile and said, "It failed. Without a solid foundation, it's impossible to maintain. It seems I must seek someone out to continue my training." Vegito inquired, "Do you have a good place in mind?" "Well, like Vegito, I plan to train on Yadrat for a while, and afterward, I'll head over to the Galactic Patrol. There's someone remarkable there." Vegito murmured, The Galactic Patrol, perhaps GAC? I should try contacting Bulma's sister. Upon hearing the mention of the Galactic Patrol, Frieza began to speak with a sarcastic tone. To everyone's astonishment, the once bloodthirsty Saiyans now aspire to join the Galactic Patrol and contribute to the peace of the universe. If they were to discover your collusion with me, you would undoubtedly be apprehended as criminals. Vegeta turned to Frieza and inquired, have you grown restless again? If you utter another word, I shall cease supplying instant noodles and chocolate to your army. Upon hearing this, Frieza instantly fell silent. The vast quantities of instant noodles from Earth had garnered universal acclaim within Frieza's forces, and the chocolates were far superior to those found in any other universe. Since their introduction, the members of the Ginyu Force had nearly become too corpulent to fit into their spaceships. In the tumultuous currents of the multiverse, Vegeta observed the newly modified display system created by Bulma. It allowed for real-time observation of nearby timelines and the ability to accurately record and locate them for future reference. As he scrutinized a particular timeline's narrative, he furrowed his brow. Vegeta approached him, asking, is there a noteworthy timeline? Indeed, there were several that seemed to align with the dark universe mentioned by the Grand Minister. These timelines appeared to hold little hope for redemption. However, little did not equate to none. In fact, it seemed I had altered the fate of the second timeline to some extent, and my spiritual level and divine power had consequently been elevated at that moment. Android 18 approached from behind, stating, is it akin to accumulating merit to ascend to divinity? One could not quite put it that way. It was somewhat similar, so I would recommend that you all give it a try. Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, utterly absurd. Logically, after saving the world so many times, Kakarot should have already ascended. Perhaps he has indeed become a god, but you wouldn't wish to be a savior, would you? Vegeta responded, I have no interest in that. I can cultivate divine power on my own. Upon reaching Trunks' future timeline, you should first visit Capsule Corporation while I and the others head to the other world in Namek. As he spoke, Vegeta turned his chair to face Vegeta and remarked, Bulma in this timeline is truly unfortunate. She met her end at the hands of someone who resembled Kakarot exactly. Can you imagine her feelings at that moment? Dying at the hands of her most trusted and dearest friend? Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth. I will treat her with the seriousness she deserves. Moreover, she has aged. And so have I. I may appear youthful, but I have previously stated that no matter how she changes, she remains the most beautiful in my heart. In the future timeline of Trunks, the year 788, a ship hovered above the dilapidated Capsule Corporation. Vegeta addressed the group. This timeline is designated as number 3. Vegeta and Trunks, you should seek out Bulma. You shall also handle the androids of this world. Do not forget to locate Cell's energy signature and deal with him as well. Nappa, lead Raditz and the others to Namek. Android 18, and I will take a brief trip. Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, he immediately sensed several distinct anomalies. His strength was once again suppressed by the rules, relegating him beneath the destroyer. Though he could break free, he deemed it unnecessary. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was the sensation that enveloped him upon his arrival. The pace at which this world spiraled towards annihilation seemed to have accelerated, as if he and all others who came were akin to a virus. In this dark and doomed space-time, anyone aspiring to salvage it would be regarded as a virus by the world's will. The stronger the individual seeking salvation, the swifter this calamity would unfold. Much like during the hyperbolic time chamber, when Goku and Vegeta ventured forth, they inadvertently hastened the universe's impending doom. Yet, they remained oblivious to the potency of these rules, unaware that the more they struggled to survive, the quicker misfortune would descend upon them. What is the matter? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Oh, nothing. Let us go find Bulma, Trunks replied. After Trunks departed, Vegeta cast a worried glance at Vegeta. Vegeta addressed him, what is with that look? In this universe, there is no problem I cannot resolve. Go on. Once both had exited, Neru spoke slowly. I understand you wish to preserve their reunion, but what has transpired? Vegeta, attuned to the essence of the universe, responded, it seems there is a disturbance in the underworld. I can no longer perceive Yama's constraints on the deceased. What could that entail? Neru mused. The chaos and threats posed by the androids paled in comparison to such events. Vegeta exited the spacecraft and raised his hand towards the battered Capsule Corporation, erecting an energy barrier. With this, the area is secured. You three ensure this vicinity is protected. Neru, number 18, accompany me to the underworld. The rusted, Heavy steel door of Capsule Corporation creaked open slowly. Mom, look who I've brought back. Bulma, her face lined with wrinkles and clad in work attire, stepped forward. Upon seeing the two figures before her, her wrench clattered to the ground with a sharp sound as she confirmed their identities once more. In that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Vegeta? Trunks smiled gently and stepped aside. Vegeta, too, with tears welling in his eyes, approached Bulma. Once adorned in resplendent attire, she now appeared weary and heart-wrenching. The only constant was the flicker of hope in her eyes, seemingly indelible. In the dim light and amidst her tears, that glimmer appeared even more radiant. Bulma, you have endured so much over the years. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Vegeta enveloped her in his embrace. This was not her first time being embraced by the Prince of Saiyans, yet the instances they had shared could be counted on one hand. Despite the passage of years, she still remembered the sensation. Is it truly you? Vegeta, it is I. I have returned from another timeline. Bulma held Vegeta tightly. Her eyes shut in fear that this might merely be a dream. When that familiar glove was placed upon her head, she heard a voice utter words that had never been spoken before. Bulma, how I miss you. In that moment, the distinction between reality and illusion became insignificant for Bulma. At least for this fleeting instant, she felt like the happiest person in the world. After a long separation, welcome home. Vegeta. Trunks. Chapter 47, Little Ghost. 10 minutes before the arrival of future Trunks, the formidable figure of King Yama trailed behind two unusually adorned individuals. I beg your pardon for any shortcomings in hospitality, as I was unaware of the Supreme Kai's visit to the underworld. The East Supreme Kai, Sin, walked at the forefront, followed closely by Jebet. The demeanor of the Supreme Kai was undeniably imposing in the presence of these deities. He turned his back to King Yama and inquired, King Yama, Earth falls under your jurisdiction, does it not? Indeed. May I ask which soul the Supreme Kai intends to retrieve, or which judgment you wish to alter? I shall attend to it immediately. Sin approached the entrance of hell, standing before the soul purification machine, gazing at the multitude of canisters brimming with negative energy. How long must it have taken to accumulate such an abundance of negativity? It is high time for a change, isn't it? Did you not cleanse a soul named Bibidi? The incident involving Majin Buu had stirred considerable commotion, and even the deities with a modicum of authority were aware of the details. King Yama, of course, did not forget and promptly replied, yes. But that was a long time ago. Bibidi's soul has likely already been reincarnated. Sin closed his eyes and murmured, is that so? It seems that to uncover a method for locating Majin Buu, I must utilize this negative energy. King Yama inquired with concern, what does the Supreme Kai intend to do? I need to take several canisters of this energy to lure Babidi to Earth, allowing us to find Majin Buu. Sin clenched his fists in righteous indignation, declaring, this time, I shall utterly vanquish both Majin Buu and Babidi. With that, Sin placed his hand upon the tube, gradually employing his rudimentary material transformation technique to shrink it. However, he merely reduced the canister, overlooking the immense negative energy contained within. Crack, crack, Supreme Kai, danger. Boom. Thus, through Sin's enigmatic actions, the canister exploded. King Yama shielded Sin, but the explosion of one canister triggered a chain reaction, causing all surrounding negative energy to detonate. The three were engulfed in a torrent of overwhelming negativity. When Jebet regained his senses, he observed that Sin and the engulfed bodies seemed to merge into one. How could this happen? Jebet, quick, pull me. Jebet rushed forward to assist Sin, but the moment their bodies intertwined, an aberration occurred, transforming them into a colossal mass of flesh, which continued to expand into a gigantic red monster. In an instant, an aura of malevolence permeated the entire realm of the underworld and even reached the Supreme Kai's realm. Countless enormous, colorful crystals adorned the areas inaccessible to humanity. Simultaneously, on the Grand Kai's planet, Gohan and Piccolo were abruptly separated by a sharp spike that erupted from the ground. Gohan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the crystal, sensing a remarkable aura surrounding him, and exclaimed, what has transpired? It seems an extraordinary force has emerged from the underworld. The North Kai, observing the training of the two, murmured after scanning with the antenna atop his head, this is dire. I never anticipated that both the King of Hell and the Supreme Kai would amalgamate into a monstrous entity. How powerful could a creature be that embodies the laws of Yama and the divine strength of the Supreme Kai? The Grand Kai, seated upon a sofa, inquired, where's Goku? I have no idea where he has gone to train. I cannot reach him at all. It appears I must implore you few to venture to the underworld, as the souls without physical forms have resurrected. Even the souls from the other world. Gohan and Piccolo, I must rely on you two to investigate the underworld. In the other world, Frieza, ensconced in a cocoon-like state, hung from a tree, suddenly found himself enveloped by a mysterious force that shattered his prison. He landed heroically upon the ground, and after a moment of stretching his limbs, he mused, "Is this an extraordinary sensation indicative of a complete resurrection? Curse those wild monkeys. I shall make you experience the torment that I, Frieza, have endured for so many years." Returning to the present, Vegeta, accompanied by Android 18 and Nezuru, arrived at the gates of the underworld. Android 18 casually picked up an irregular crystal floating in midair and asked, "Hey, Vegeta, can this be sold for money?" Vegeta examined the crystal and remarked, "Though it possesses a certain aesthetic charm, it harbors considerable negative energy. It would be prudent to avoid prolonged contact with it." Nezuru gazed at the distant Hell's Palace, ensconced in a massive, distorted crystal, and observed, "It seems that fellow is the root of the calamity, isn't it?" There, atop the palace, sat a crimson-hued demon. Vegeta crossed his arms and stepped forward with a grin. "Oh, what a delightful aura. Even the ordinary essence rivals that of Super Saiyan 4 Broly from the second timeline. Furthermore, there is a potent divine aura and energy. If harnessed correctly, its overall capability could even surpass that of Gogeta. Shall we engage in a little fun?" Nezuru replied with self-awareness, "I am no match for it. This is your battle. Time is scarce to mourn for the absent hellish Gogeta. Now it is Vegeta, Hell exclusive, who must take the stage." Before Vegeta could advance, Gohan and Piccolo swiftly approached the colossal monster. Gohan scrutinized it, remarking, "Is this the creature responsible for the chaos in the underworld? Although its energy is overwhelming, its appearance is quite unique." Upon seeing future Gohan, even Nezuru felt compelled to shout. The period of assimilation had taken too long. Inadvertently, calling out to Piccolo might prompt him to respond. At that moment, Piccolo furrowed his brow and admonished, "Fool, this is not the time to discuss appearances. Do not forget that 18 is also a lovely girl. Yet, we all met our demise at her hands." Just then, a wave of malevolent energy surged as a massive hand was raised to strike at Piccolo and Gohan. Vegeta assessed that the blow would likely not be fatal, and allowing them to learn a lesson would be beneficial, thus refraining from intervening to assist Gohan. Bang! Gohan was sent flying by a tremendous slap, but in that instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and collided with Piccolo, both of them hurtling backwards. By a stroke of fate, they landed right in front of Vegeta. Rubbing his head, Gohan exclaimed, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. That guy didn't give any warning before attacking. Kid, now it's time for the adults to take over. Watch closely how your father handles this." Android 18, with an indifferent expression, gazed at Vegeta and remarked, "If you had the chance, you'd be better off acknowledging your son than having us bear one ourselves." Android 18. The two of them sat up in shock upon seeing her. Without uttering a single word, the version of future Gohan radiating lethal intent stood before them. He instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and hurled a punch at 18. Vegeta, in a flash, appeared before her and effortlessly blocked the strike with one hand. She was not the Android 18 from this world. To be precise, none of us belong to this world. Vegeta pushed Gohan down to the ground with a finger, leaving him astonished as he pondered. "His energy feels strikingly similar to my father's. A Saiyan? Yet, without transformation, he blocked my full power strike with just a finger." Infuriated, Gohan resolved to unleash his full strength. Just as he prepared to erupt with rage, Piccolo placed a hand on his shoulder and cautioned, "Wait a moment. What this guy says is true." "What's true?" Gohan asked, sweat trickling down Piccolo's brow as he looked at Naru. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Naru, right?" Naru chuckled, "Indeed, I didn't expect you to remember me." Piccolo turned to Vegeta and inquired, "And who might you be?" "I am Vegeta, a Saiyan from another world." "Exceptionally powerful," she replied. "Now that the introductions are over, do not dare to lay a hand on my Android 18 while I am away. If she gets hurt, don't say I didn't warn you." Chapter 48. Goku. We will win. Vegeta stood hundreds of meters away from the massive evil energy wave, slowly raising his hand to aim at the colossal creature. With a single thrust of his ki, the massive wave was sent spiraling away, plummeting towards the depths of hell. Piccolo and Gohan watched in awe as Vegeta demonstrated immense strength. effortlessly repelling the monster from such a distance. After Vegeta leapt down, Android 18 and Naru followed closely behind. Piccolo observed Vegeta and his companions with curiosity, sensing that their power might surpass even Goku's. Let's go, Gohan. All right. As the evil energy wave descended, it noticed Vegeta pursuing it. With a wave of its hand, the colorful crystals floating in the air rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta, merely by flaring his energy, sent all the approaching crystals flying away, then transformed into a Super Saiyan and accelerated towards the evil energy wave. Utilizing the inertia from his dive, he continuously gained speed and landed a punch squarely on the creature's rotund abdomen, piercing through its body. Boom! The massive form plummeted to the ground, writhing in agony. Vegeta stood a short distance away, arms crossed, patiently awaiting its next phase. At this moment, Android 18, Naru, and Gohan had also arrived, and Piccolo urgently addressed Vegeta, asking, "What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly eliminate this menace." Vegeta replied with a smile, "Patience, my friend. This creature likely possesses other forms." Ignoring Vegeta's words, Piccolo became enraged, channeling his energy as he gathered the Mekanka Sappo at his forehead. "Gohan, unleash your full power. If we do not vanquish this foe, both the mortal realm and the spirit world will descend into chaos." "Yes," Gohan shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta observed this transformation and remarked, "Have you truly trained to this level? A mere day of leave from King Enma could have resolved the androids. Moreover, this Piccolo, without merging with Kami, has reached the level of Ultimate Cell." In the next instant, Gohan and Piccolo unleashed their Kamehameha and Mekanka Sappo simultaneously. Two beams of Mekanka Sappo spiraled from Piccolo's hands, intertwining with Gohan's Kamehameha, hurtling toward the evil energy wave. A tremendous explosion rocked the entire spirit world. Vegeta furrowed his brow, stating, "It is futile. Most of your energy has been absorbed." "What?" As the smoke cleared, the evil energy wave remained in the form of a rotund figure. Its body that Vegeta had pierced now restored. It clapped joyfully, each clap resonating with a sound that could shake one's very soul. Piccolo, Gohan, and Android 18 covered their ears in agony, while only Vegeta and Naru seemed to possess some means of resistance. With each clap, the impact on everyone intensified. Vegeta snapped his fingers, releasing a more potent sound wave to counter the assault. The smile vanished from the evil energy wave's face as it glared at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Evil energy wave." It struck the air, conjuring a dimensional portal before it. As its fist passed through the portal, a similar rift opened in the blind spots surrounding the group. One arm morphed into 5, simultaneously striking at the 5 warriors. Just as the enormous fist was about to make contact, the dimensional portal abruptly closed. The evil energy wave's arms were severed, 5 right arms falling from the sky. It glanced at the sight of its severed limbs, questioning, "Evil energy wave?" On the ground, the detached arms disintegrated, returning to the creature's body. This time, it bore a menacing expression, inhaling deeply before raising its hands towards the group. Suddenly, the colors of the spirit world turned a dismal gray, and Vegeta sensed the shift around him, pondering, is this akin to the ancient stillness of time? It seems capable of harnessing the powers of those who once perished. The evil energy wave accelerated towards the group, intending to use its size to knock them aside. Vegeta floated nonchalantly in midair, unperturbed. Bang! The evil energy wave collided with Vegeta, but did not budge him an inch. Instead, it was the evil energy wave that was sent hurtling backward, landing with a thud. The suspended time resumed its flow once more. On the 18th, Android 18 glanced at the repositioned evil energy wave and inquired, "What just transpired? Did that corpulent fool's position suddenly shift?" Nairo responded, "That scoundrel has halted time. I once heard Gohan mention that someone within the Jinyu Force possesses a similar ability. It appears he can wield the techniques of the deceased. Vegeta, swiftly eliminate him, but exercise caution regarding Jinyu's capabilities. Fear not, Jinyu should still be alive. By the way, 18, Nairo, why don't you both attempt an energy attack against him?" The two nodded and unleashed small energy blasts at the evil energy wave. But their efforts were repelled. Indeed, this fiend could only absorb the energy of the departed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gohan immediately reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form to his normal state and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. "How can this be? My strength is rapidly depleting, and I merely executed a Kamehameha." Piccolo, not faring much better, landed beside Gohan and remarked, It seems that even if we refrain from attacking, our energy will still be absorbed. At this rate, we will be utterly annihilated. Vegito waved his hand at the two, causing the halos above their heads to vanish. Do not fret. With me here, you are both revived. Piccolo stared incredulously at the disappearing halos above Gohan's head, exclaiming, "What kind of technique is this?" "It's merely a forceful manipulation of energy to break the rules. Nothing particularly advanced," Vegeta replied. The evil energy wave began charging a Kamehameha, unleashing an enormous energy wave towards the group. "Danger! Quickly evade!" Piccolo shouted. Both Android 18 and Nairo swiftly dodged to the sides, while Vegeta, with a scoff, prepared to counter the attack. Suddenly, a figure clad in blue martial attire appeared before him and kicked the massive Kamehameha into the sky. Vegeta furiously yelled, "You imbecile! Do I require your assistance?" "Dad!" Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, stood before Vegeta and declared, "I apologize. But while I recognize your ability to resolve this forcibly, Lord Kaioshin and King Enma must not perish, or this world will face utter ruin." In Vegeta's view, Goku's energy had not been siphoned away. Although in a deceased state, he existed beyond the confines of the underworld's rules, embodying a sensation that transcended the triad of realms, existing outside the 5 elements. Even my resurrection technique has no effect on him. Super Saiyan 3 has evidently surpassed the limitations of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, eager to witness Goku's prowess, returned to his normal state and queried, "Can you win?" "I will prevail. I am undoubtedly the strongest in this universe." "Humph. Just don't get sliced in half. I shall observe your capabilities first." Chapter 49, Gohan, Where Has Dad Gone? Goku approached the evil energy wave, which seemingly sensed the impending threat. Several large orifices on its body began to emit energy blasts. Goku executed high-speed maneuvers to evade, while Vegeta stood in front of the group, deflecting all incoming energy blasts with a single hand. Subsequently, the evil energy wave placed its hand on the ground, instantly summoning Frieza from the afterlife. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Where on earth is this?" Goku, observing the situation, furrowed his brow, realizing, "It seems you can manipulate all the souls yet to be reincarnated." However, Frieza is a relic of the past. In an instant, Goku appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful uppercut that pierced through Frieza's abdomen. Nezuru remarked that Frieza possesses formidable mental strength, yet he has yet to hone his physical form. Nevertheless, he is considerably stronger than he was in life. Frieza transformed into a stream of energy, absorbed by the malevolent wave. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. He must be defeated without complete annihilation. Contemplating this, Goku sighed, "I wonder how hard I must strike you to achieve that." Vegeta, standing nearby, raised his voice. "Stop overthinking it. This fellow has other forms as well. Just unleash your full power." Resolute, Goku declared, "Then I shall give it my all." In a flash, he vanished from sight, only to reappear, delivering a fierce kick to the abdomen of the malevolent wave. The blow inflicted considerable pain, yet it did not penetrate as it had for Vegeta. The malevolent wave spat out water and, enduring the agony, retaliated with a slap towards Goku. Goku raised a hand to block the massive palm, while with the other, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave that sent the entity flying. Kamehameha. Once he had gathered sufficient energy for his ultimate Kamehameha, he instantaneously teleported above the malevolent wave. The powerful energy beam pressed down relentlessly, nearly flattening the entity's ample form. The malevolent wave lifted its hand, swiftly condensing the energy beam into its palm, then redirected it back toward Goku. What? Boom. Goku raised both hands to shield himself, fully absorbing his own Kamehameha wave. Though he bore some injuries, they did not diminish his combat prowess. Gohan shouted, "Dad!" Immediately, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 and surged forward to assist, only to be seized by Vegeta, who restrained him. "Do not interfere. Although you and Kakarot are both Super Saiyan 3s, the disparity between you is vast." Vegeta pondered the extent of Goku's training, realizing that his Super Saiyan 3 was nearly on par with Vegeta's own Super Saiyan 2. In the prior timeline, no singular entity beneath the divine could defeat him. Moreover, Kakarot's strength still surpassed that of the malevolent wave, albeit lacking certain mechanisms, yet he would proceed with greater caution. With that, Vegeta tossed Gohan back to the ground, admonishing him, "Stay put. If Kakarot cannot prevail, you certainly stand no chance. Do not squander your life." At this moment, Goku continued to amplify his aura, the golden flames radiating with intensity. He gazed at the malevolent wave and declared, "I never imagined there were beings like you in this world. If you possess other forms, then I shall engage you with the intent to eliminate you." With a fierce battle cry, Goku charged at the malevolent wave, his form trailing a magnificent golden dragon of energy. Dragon Fist. With a clenched fist, the colossal dragon's head lunged toward the body of Evil Buu. An explosion ensued. The golden dragon pierced through Evil Buu's form, leaving wounds even larger than those inflicted by Vegeta. After delivering that blow, Goku turned to gaze upon the fallen Evil Buu, questioning the outcome. Evil Buu's body convulsed violently, transforming into a writhing mass of red flesh that rapidly diminished in size. Simultaneously, the crystals floating throughout the underworld began to gravitate toward the mass of flesh that Evil Buu had become. Ultimately, they coalesced into a crystalline mountain composed of a myriad of colorful crystals, which then began to shrink in volume. The crystals were being absorbed by Evil Buu, causing his energy to rise exponentially. "Curse it, I won't allow you to grow stronger." Goku concentrated energy into two powerful energy blasts and hurled them into the mass of crystals, creating a breach with his injured energy. However, the opening was swiftly sealed once more by additional crystals. Vegeta keenly sensed Goku's energy flow and realized, it seems he cannot claim victory, but at least he hasn't been bisected. Goten, filled with concern, inquired, "Why? Where did Dad go?" "He has been absorbed." "What?" The massive, colorful mountain condensed into a humanoid silhouette, gradually revealing its form. Although it retained its appearance as Evil Buu, its colors intertwined in shades of black and gold. The exoskeleton enveloping its body was golden, while the flesh beneath was black. This Kakarot's base combat power may even surpass that of the previous one. After absorbing him, I wonder how he will compare to the most malevolent Evil Buu. Evil Buu tilted its head skyward, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the hearts and souls of all who heard it, emanating a dark red aura. Goten shielded himself from the overwhelming energy radiating from Evil Buu, exclaiming, "I can no longer sense that guy's energy," for he had completely mastered the power of the gods, transforming it into a malevolent divine essence. Once Evil Buu's energy reached its zenith, he turned to face Vegeta, a smile gracing his features. "You must be the strongest among these individuals." In response, Vegeta chuckled, after absorbing Kakarot. "Can you speak like a normal person now?" Evil Buu scrutinized his hand and conjured a purplish-red, long sword out of thin air. "Do not misunderstand. I have possessed intellect since the moment of my inception. This seems to stem from the abilities of the Kaioshin, but my previous state did not allow for proper self-control. Now, I have experienced a comprehensive enhancement in all aspects. Once I eliminate you and absorb your soul, I shall become invincible." After a moment of silence, Vegeta replied, "Indeed, if you could absorb my energy, even a stray dog could become unrivaled. But can you truly achieve that?" Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing a terrifying aura as he instantly transformed into Super Vegeta, with crackling lightning enveloping him. Evil Buu, sensing Vegeta's overwhelming power, managed a strained smile. "Of course, my abilities far exceed your wildest imagination." Vegeta stepped forward, while Goten and Piccolo lingered behind, asking, "What if you are absorbed too?" "Rest assured, that fellow cannot absorb the living. To do so, he must first extinguish my life." Bick furrowed his brow, observing the silhouette of Vegeta. "I acknowledge your strength, but can you truly prevail?" Before Vegeta could respond, the malevolent entity, in a moment of swift movement, appeared before him, striking down with a sword aimed at his head. Vegeta sidestepped, and in the next instant, a purplish-red sword aura swept across the infernal ground, cleaving the realm in twain. "Perish! Your soul now belongs to me." The malevolent entity swung at Vegeta's midsection, but as he instinctively executed the maneuver, he sensed the loss of a limb. Glancing down, he beheld his severed arm lying on the ground. Vegeta placed his foot upon the fallen appendage. Notably, a similar blade-like radiance extended from Vegeta's right palm. In that fleeting moment, he had severed the entity's arm with his energy sword at the instant of the attack, so swift that the malevolent entity was oblivious to the dismemberment. He looked at the malevolent entity and smiled. "You must concentrate more during our duel. Should I wish, I could scatter you across the battlefield at any moment." The severed arm on the ground continued to writhe, as Vegeta gathered a speck of star-like energy upon his fingertip. As he let it fall upon the malevolent entity's arm, it disintegrated into ash. There are countless methods to subdue you, yet this battle shall not conclude swiftly. Only when you regret possessing sentience will I permit your demise. Chapter 50. One should not, at least ought not to the malevolent entity's severed limb regenerated, seemingly a trait derived from the Namekian race. However, the newly formed appendage lacked any mucus, suggesting that the malevolent entity possessed traits from other species, thereby optimizing the abilities through their amalgamation. Flexing his new arm, he grinned at Vegeta. Futile. I am immortal. Vegeta smirked, preparing to send a telepathic message. Aminos. Crack. Instantly, the entirety of the malevolent entity's exoskeleton and skin shattered. Vegeta chuckled. I need only utter a word to inflict harm upon you. Your exterior is as fragile as glass, shattering with but a mere insult. Fear not. I shan't resort to such trivial methods to vanquish you. I possess myriad ways to rectify you. Once the malevolent entity's regeneration was complete, he gazed at Vegeta in terror. How do you know my weakness? No, I should be a perfect being. Such flaws ought to be non-existent. Before the malevolent entity could finish his sentence, Vegeta's energy sword plunged deep into his throat, piercing through his mouth and exiting at the back of his skull. I did not come here for idle chatter. Unleash all your abilities. The malevolent entity grasped the energy sword, attempting to dislodge his head, emitting sounds of agony. Just as he was on the verge of extracting his head from the sword, the blade's length unexpectedly extended 100 kilometers. Vegeta, with a tone laced with mockery, beckoned. Come, continue to pull. Enraged, the malevolent entity, with a resolute heart, allowed the energy sword to cleave his head in two as he detached himself. His body constantly disintegrated and vanished into the air, only to be swiftly reconstructed behind Vegeta. To Vegeta, however, this speed appeared no different from slow motion. Before the reconstruction was complete, Vegeta seized his half-formed head and yanked it out. The evil containment wave could only widen its mouth to unleash a green energy blast. Vegeta, faster than him, condensed a powerful energy wave and thrust it into his mouth. Boom. After the explosion, Vegeta's energy orb lingered in place, continuously releasing shockwaves, obliterating the head of the evil containment wave. Its body collapsed to the ground as Vegeta advanced. Stepping on its back. Do not feign death. If this is all you can muster, I would find it quite troubling. The head of the evil containment wave regenerated, and in that instant, another energy orb grazed past it. Alarmed, the evil containment wave instinctively buried its head into the ground, akin to an ostrich startled into hiding. Vegeta, mastering the direction of force transmission, stomped down fiercely, causing the evil containment wave to be jolted out. Grasping its neck, Vegeta chuckled. You are in quite the predicament. Despite the multitude of ways to evade, you chose to bury your head in the ground. With that, Vegeta denied it the chance to disintegrate, slamming it hard into the ground, causing the very underworld to tremble. He then raised his hand, conjuring a dozen sharp light spears that descended. They pierced the body of the evil containment wave, pinning it firmly to the ground. As the evil containment wave contemplated escape, the light spears began to expand and rotate, instantly shredding its body into pieces. Vegeta, wary that the evil containment wave's healing ability might surpass that of Majin Buu and lead to an unfortunate demise, much like Cell, deliberately left a portion of its larger parts intact. Bang! Snap! Crack! Various sounds emanated from the body of the evil containment wave, sounds that no living being should produce. Vegeta was inflicting pain in a ruthlessly brutal manner. This style of combat could only be appreciated by foes possessing extraordinary healing capabilities. At this moment, Vegeta locked the evil containment wave's body with his legs, one hand twisting its horn, while the other inserted an 8-pointed energy wheel horizontally into its mouth. Piccolo, observing the evil containment wave's dire state, muttered, "How truly cruel. Even the demon race does not strike with such ferocity. Does he believe that creature lacks the capacity for pain? How could one conceive of such methods of attack? At the very least, it shouldn't be possible." Gohan swallowed nervously. Surely, Dad won't suffer alongside it, right? After nearly an hour of torment, the evil containment wave knelt on the ground, its face devoid of expression, its demeanor becoming vacant. Upon hearing Vegeta's leisurely footsteps approach, it suddenly snapped back to reality, as if compelled to flee at once. Just as it braced itself to rise, Vegeta extended 2 fingers toward it. Friction destruction. Whoosh. Just as the evil containment wave attempted to push off the ground, it was instantly sent sliding down, struggling in vain to escape its predicament. As he was about to take flight, an overwhelming force of gravity suddenly enveloped him, pinning him firmly to the ground. Do not fret. This state shall not endure for long, Vegito mused, stroking his chin. By the way, how many techniques has this been? Your ability to endure without succumbing is indeed commendable. However, I could engage in this manner all day without repetition. Upon hearing this, Piccolo promptly interjected, Stop playing, Vegito. Quickly rescue Goku and Lord Kaioshin. Vegito retorted with a cold smirk, The East Kaioshin is a blight. His disappearance would be a blessing for this universe. Nevertheless, Kakarot cannot perish again, as even the King of Hell will seek to restore all of this. Very well, I had intended to see if I could elicit something delightful from you, but it appears you possess divine power without the understanding to wield it. Thus, it is time to eliminate you. Just as Vegito prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the evil aura sensed an unprecedented threat. A surge of divine energy erupted from within him, plunging the entire underworld into darkness. Everyone lost their sight, hearing, sense of smell, and perception of energy. Even their sense of touch became distorted. Android 18 suddenly felt as though she had been transported to another realm and, feeling frightened, called out, Vegito, are you there? I seem to be unable to see. In the next moment, 18 sensed she was being bound by some formidable force. Although she could not discern what it was, a sense of calm washed over her. Uncle Piccolo, are you there? Uncle Piccolo? Gohan. My Gohan. Where are you? In truth, everyone's positions remained unchanged. They seemed to be affected by the sudden surge of energy from the evil aura. At that moment, Neru was inadvertently bumped by a flailing Piccolo, who, in response, felt as if he had been scratched by something sharp and instinctively retaliated with a punch. This blow sent Piccolo crashing to the ground, spitting blood. How powerful is this the evil aura's doing? Curse it. Have we been dragged into an alternate dimension? An air of panic ensued, as anyone touched by something would instinctively lash out. The evil aura laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Even you, deprived of your perception of the outside world, can only submit to my whims. It conjured a sharp sword and swung it towards Vegito. However, in an instant, Vegito raised 2 fingers and pinched the blade. With a light chuckle, he remarked, What a foolish tactic. Not only can my Ultra Instinct automatically deflect all your attacks, but I can also foresee impending dangers. Such a level I can shatter with raw strength. With that, Vegito further transformed into Super Saiyan God, his power surging forth, restoring the entire underworld. He cradled 18 protectively, while Piccolo lay on the ground and Neru was engaged in a struggle with Gohan. Vegito snapped the sword blade with his fingers and then struck the evil aura in the abdomen. In the next moment, Goku burst forth from within him, and the power of the evil aura immediately diminished significantly. After Nezuru restored Bick, he helped him to his feet. Bick, astonished, inquired, What manner of technique is this? It is the forced separation technique, a rather simple move from the planet Yadrat. The malevolent spirit, clutching his abdomen, raised his head just as Vegeta delivered a swift strike to his skull. The formidable body of the King of Hell began to separate from the spirit, slowly emerging alongside Jebet. Sensing the transformation within the spirit, Vegeta remarked, Indeed, it is based on the East Supreme Kai. Had it been anyone else, I doubt it would have been this effortless. With that, Vegeta aimed his palm at the spirit and declared, Perish. Bick hastily interjected, Wait a moment. Boom. Ignoring Bick and his futile pleas, Vegeta unleashed a powerful wave that obliterated the current spirit entirely. Humph. The weak gods being reduced to mere smoke is their greatest fortune. He continued, You may resurrect him if you wish. After all, you and the deities should have returned as well. I also need to pay a visit to Namek. How tedious. Fortunately, this Kakarot should be comparable to my Super Saiyan 2. After I finish my business, I shall engage him in some playful sparring. Chapter 51. Beerus, the Supreme Kai is dead again? With the spirit's demise, the underworld reverted to its former state. The King of Hell was returned to his realm by Vegeta, and those resurrected on Earth vanished once more. Goku, gazing at Vegeta in astonishment, asked, You are incredibly strong. How did you attain such a level? Vegeta replied with a smile, If you wish to know, challenge me after your resurrection, and I shall help you advance further. I am also quite curious about your current state. Goku, hands on his hips, chuckled, I'm not entirely sure. I suppose I am a god now, though I seem to hold no official title. Vegeta glanced at the group from Dimension 3 and said, Any of you could simply request a day off in the underworld to return and deal with the androids. Why not do so? Future Gohan scratched his head and replied, in truth, we have already attempted that, but Lord King of Hell denied our request. What? Had I known, I would have turned him to ash as well. With that, Vegeta turned to the King of Hell, who was visibly intimidated by his presence. Besides Vegeta's sheer aura and strength, there was also the divine power radiating from him. The King of Hell sensed the unique essence emanating from everyone and thought to himself, I never anticipated Goku's divine rank had reached that of the Great King. Even that Namekian is not inferior to the Supreme Kai, and this one's rank surpasses even that of the Supreme Kai. Jebbet should clearly be aware of this, which explains why he dared not speak after the Supreme Kai's demise. Reflecting on this, the King of Hell, sweating profusely, forced a smile and asked, May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Vegeta, he replied, I am the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot from alternate timelines. Vegeta, disinterested in elaborating further about himself, opted for a uniform response to similar inquiries, regardless of whether it was inherent or acquired. Goku, upon hearing this, gazed at Vegeta in even greater astonishment. You are the fusion of me and Vegeta? The fusion technique from Metamor? But I recall that it can only last for 30 minutes. It is not the Metamoran fusion, but rather the Patera fusion, which is the combination of the Supreme Kai earrings. Upon hearing this, Jebbet exclaimed, I never anticipated that Patera had such an effect. Vegeta gazed at the King of Hell and inquired, why do all these matters seem so favorable? Why not grant them the opportunity to descend to the lower realm? The King of Hell hastily explained, in truth, this is not my intention. But what exactly is it? If you continue to dally, I shall obliterate you into fragments and appoint another as the King of Hell. At this moment, everyone was equally eager for answers. The King of Hell lowered his head and murmured, the fate of Earth is destined for destruction. Should anyone attempt to alter this fate, all the deities across this space-time continuum shall face annihilation. Furthermore, this universe itself would cease to exist. Even if the Supreme Kai were to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu, it would not alter the outcome. The assembly gazed at the King of Hell in astonishment, while Goku wore an expression of regret, as if he had long been aware of this truth. Gohan looked at Goku and asked, Dad, did you know about this? Indeed, it is not merely our time. In every timeline, the excessive interference of the deceased in the mortal realm leads to similar results. Vegeta furrowed his brow, contemplating, I see. No wonder all the gods in the future timeline perished at the hands of Zamasu. Is the ultimate fate the erasure of the seventh universe by the Omni King? Is this the destiny of a defeated universe? Yet, if I can alter the fate of Timeline 2 to some extent, then Timeline 3 should be no different. With this thought, Vegeta turned to the King of Hell and asked, Is Vegeta's soul still present? The King of Hell quickly consulted the Book of Life and Death, stating, Vegeta, alas, he has been gone for quite some time. His soul has been cleansed and reincarnated. Moreover, due to the numerous transgressions he committed, he cannot reincarnate as a human unless someone intercedes on his behalf. But alas, it is too late now. The King of Hell took a deep breath and addressed Vegeta. Forgive my candidness, but if Earth does not perish, this universe may. Listen well, King of Hell. I do not concern myself with the original fate of this timeline or Earth. In any case, I have arrived, and I shall not stand idly by. I will strive to rectify all that I can. Having said this, Vegeta turned to Gohan and Piccolo from Timeline 3, instructing, You two should head to the sacred world and await our arrival. The deity should be revived. Gather the Dragon Balls and restore Earth to its state before the androids appeared. Subsequently, Piccolo will merge with the deity, and Nail will venture to Namek to find a new god. As for you, Kakarot, since you died a natural death, even the Dragon Balls of Namek may not suffice to bring you back to life. For now, if you cooperate with me, I should be able to revive you. Goku hesitated momentarily before declining, I think I shall pass. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have seen through it all. Frankly, while your plan is commendable, I believe that even such actions cannot save Earth. Vegeta delivered a punch that knocked Goku to the ground and sternly replied, I do not care for your opinions. How can you know if you do not attempt certain things? Though you owe nothing to Earth, your family still needs you. To speak candidly, if we can assemble a mere 10 formidable individuals, this world may yet find salvation. Should the fate of the universe face defeat, the more one resists, the harsher the backlash will be. Thus, it is prudent to seek the intervention of the highest deity. Vegeta pondered whether all of this was decreed by the Omni King of this universe. But if there is indeed a connection to the Omni King, the sole recourse would be to summon another Omni King for persuasion. Although the 7th universe of this timeline may not muster 10 capable warriors, the inclusion of the Saiyans from the 6th universe and the proud warriors of the 11th universe could indeed make a difference. However, before that, he wished to indulge with Goku of this timeline. Goku contemplated for a moment, then rose, declaring, "I understand. In that case, I shall be revived and fight until the very last moment. Let us proceed." Vegeta placed his hand upon Goku's chest, and in an instant, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God, harnessing an immense aura of divine energy, which he then elevated to divine power. Goku marveled at this newly attained form, exclaiming, "This is incredible. It seems I can accomplish so much in this state." "You will soon experience it," Vegeta replied. "For now, do not resist my energy." Naturally, the prospect of natural death posed some challenges, though this individual currently faced no restrictions. It was prudent to ensure his revival nonetheless. Vegeta expended considerable divine energy to dispel the halo encircling Goku's head. "Finally, that is resolved. Remember not to squander your life. Nuru, head to Namek and bring Dandy to Earth. We shall await you at the sacred shrine. Kai. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, the slumbering Beerus opened his eyes. "Whis," he called, and at once, Whis appeared at his side, staff in hand. "Lord Beerus, has yet another Supreme Kai perished?" "Indeed," Beerus replied, scratching his head in his pajamas. The previous chaos in the underworld ensnared the Supreme Kai, who was subsequently eliminated by a Saiyan. A Saiyan capable of slaying a Supreme Kai? Last I awoke, you mentioned that the Saiyan who defeated Frieza had already met his end. Was it he who vanquished the Supreme Kai? Quite the audacity. Let us ensure he meets his demise this time. Fortunately, I had sealed one Supreme Kai in advance. Anticipating such a scenario, Beerus remarked. Whis gazed into the visions within his staff. It appears that the one responsible for the Supreme Kai's demise is not the same individual. He seems to have originated from another timeline. Another individual? Beerus inquired. Whis elucidated. His divine essence appears to surpass even that of Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus perked up. Could it be the Super Saiyan God? Indeed, he can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan God. A terrifying smile spread across Beerus's face. I thought my chances had vanished. Little did I expect that I would finally have the opportunity to confront you. Where is he now? If we depart for Earth at this moment, we should arrive in approximately 26 minutes. Chapter 52. Do not force me to strike you at my most joyful moment in the sacred shrine. The assembly gathered closely. Vegeta, wielding the dragon radar, rapidly collected the Dragon Balls with the aid of Jebit's instant transmission. He also made a trip to Capsule Corporation to bring Bulma and her family along. Gohan, with concern, inquired, by the way, have the androids 17 and 18 of this timeline been eliminated? Vegeta turned to glance at Dales and the others, noticing that all three bore some injuries. Dales nodded, stating that although they were somewhat challenging, the three of them could manage together. Furthermore, Raditz had also undergone a breakthrough, enabling him to transform into a Super Saiyan. As they beheld their former adversaries standing before them, an air of discomfort enveloped the group. Who could have imagined that in some universe, these individuals, Raditz, Nappa, and Android 18, could coexist harmoniously? Bulma, gazing at the once familiar faces reappearing before her, couldn't help but shed tears. I never anticipated that we would have the chance to reunite, she lamented, but it seems I am the only one who has aged. Olby comforted her, saying that age need not be a concern, as Vegeta possessed certain methods. He then turned to Vegeta, who, without waiting for Olby to speak, placed a hand on Bulma's shoulder, regulating Bulma's cells and even her genetic telomeres. She visibly transformed, regaining her youth. Vegeta informed the two. I inquired with King Enma, and it appears that the Vegeta of this timeline has been reincarnated. The two remained silent upon hearing this revelation. Vegeta looked at Olby and asked, you can, like me and Android 18, pursue a similar path. Of course, there is also a Bulma in our timeline. Olby took a deep breath and addressed Bulma. Bulma, you have done so much for this world. In the time that remains, live for yourself. With unwavering determination, Bulma gazed at Vegeta and replied, yes, I understand without needing further explanation. Once we resolve matters here, I will leave with you. For Bulma, this Vegeta represented her finest choice, a man who had matured through the trials of time, possessing a composed spirit that allowed him to face everything, including his own inner conflicts. Moreover, aside from these virtues, his former pride and indomitable spirit had not diminished. In this Vegeta, she sensed an unprecedented affection. As Vegito raised his hand, Bulma appeared to revert to the age of 20. She retrieved a shattered mirror from her pocket, gazing at her reflection in astonishment. I have truly become young again. Thank you. It's a trivial matter. Once we return, how do you plan to confront the Bulma there? At present, Vegito had yet to discern whether the Bulma of the primary timeline had been reborn, having had too little interaction. Moreover, even if one were reborn, they would typically keep it a secret. Even Nappa and Raditz had only recently discovered their own reincarnations. This posed a dilemma for Vegeta, who leaned towards granting this Bulma a life filled with happiness. After all, the Bulma of this timeline had lived in constant fear and anxiety, laboring tirelessly. Ultimately, the primary timeline was simply a matter of rebirth, followed by 7 or 8 years of existence. He had not even encountered the Bulma from there. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta looked resolutely at Vegito and declared, I will be with the current Bulma, only with her. Bulma, touched, gazed at Vegeta and said, Thank you, Vegeta. Yet, in the next moment, Vegito spoke a harsh reality. Vegeta, if your choice is driven by sympathy alone, there exist numerous dimensions akin to this one, each harboring a version of Bulma. Old Bey gazed at Vegeta and inquired, What about you? There are many realities where Android 18 embodies the essence of goodness. How will you address this? What criteria will guide your choices? Android 18 was equally intrigued by this, and Vegeta, crossing his arms with a smile, replied, For me, the criterion is fate, as she happened to be the first person I encountered. Moreover, she was not involved with Krillin, and at that moment, I saved her. And she exhibited an interest in me. It is as simple as that. Even if someone more perfect than her were to appear later, she holds an irreplaceable uniqueness in my eyes, and that is my realization. Upon hearing these words, Android 18 displayed a blissful smile, having previously harbored concerns regarding similar matters, but never voicing them. Now that Vegeta had expressed his thoughts, her anxieties were alleviated. Old Bey observed Vegeta and remarked, Well said. That is also my standard. The Bulma by my side is my singular one. For Goten, he wished for his father to possess such gentleness and enlightenment. If he were to resurrect the Vegeta of this dimension, he would genuinely be at a loss as to how to interact with him. Based on his own experiences, he believed the other would inevitably feel a sense of distance, given that his strength surpassed his own. Subsequently, Dandy worked on modifying the models of the 7 Dragon Balls and Shenron, with Vegeta observing closely. According to him, Dragon Balls that had not turned to stone possessed greater potential for enhancement. Indeed, the Dragon Balls merely serve as instruments to connect with the laws, while Shenron functions as a machine responsible for fulfilling wishes, seeking solutions based on the wishmaker's desires, and utilizing a modicum of energy to alter the laws accordingly. Is this not akin to the Holy Grail? It does not seem overly complex. The deity looked at Vegeta and asked, Can you create something similar? Previously, it was impossible, but perhaps now Nairu could manage it. Just a moment, Dandy. As Dandy crafted, Vegeta placed his hand on him, infusing a significant amount of divine energy, stating, This may substantially enhance the limits of the Dragon Balls. Old Bey interjected, This is not necessarily a good thing. The greater the power of the Dragon Balls, the more negative energy is generated each time they are used. It is fine. I am still modifying them. I have accelerated the release of the negative energy within the Dragon Balls. What would have taken a century to dissipate can now be completed in just a year, though they cannot be used again within that year. The deity, aware of his own frailty, observed the young Namekian effortlessly elevate the level of the Dragon Balls he once took pride in. Another, merely by glancing, grasped the principles and improved upon them. He felt that his only remaining purpose was to merge with Piccolo, becoming a pillar of strength in this world. The deity placed his hand on Piccolo's chest, and Goku, observing from the side, asked, Are you truly going to do this, Master Deity? Perhaps I should have done this long ago, otherwise, matters would not have escalated to this point. In truth, Piccolo had reservations about merging with the deity, but after hearing Nairu discuss certain matters, his perspective began to shift. He resolutely decided to reunite with the divine being. The deity addressed Piccolo, stating, From now on, the protection of Earth rests in your hands. Without needing to be told, Piccolo replied, I shall embrace this opportunity to grow stronger with ease. The deity chuckled, In these years within the heavenly realm, I have not been idle. I have requested Lord Yema to preserve my physical form. Though my own ascension is limited, our fusion should yield remarkable results. With a resounding brilliance, their bodies emitted a blinding light, leaving only Piccolo standing in place. Nail was the first to inquire, "How do you feel?" Piccolo gazed at his hands, acutely sensing the formidable power coursing through him. It was immensely strong, perhaps even surpassing Gohan in his Super Saiyan 3 form. What wish would he next fulfill with the Dragon Balls? Vegeta addressed the group, saying, "Let us restore Earth to its state before the androids wreaked havoc. Revive our fallen comrades and those who have yet to be reincarnated, excluding the irredeemably wicked, of course. For the final wish, I leave it to your discretion. If it were up to me, I would ensure that Earth cannot be destroyed or possesses the ability to self-repair." As Vegeta concluded, a voice echoed from a distance. "A commendable idea, but it is unnecessary. This planet must be annihilated." The group turned to see a purple cat-like figure who had mysteriously appeared, accompanied by an oddly dressed attendant. Old B and Android 18 immediately recognized the attendant. "Whis?" Beerus glanced at Whis and asked, "Do you know him?" "No, but perhaps he is acquainted with our counterparts from other timelines," replied Whis. Vegeta crossed his arms and stepped forward, saying, "The Earth is closing. Little glutton, return another day, lest I be forced to strike you at the height of my joy." Chapter 53, Vegeta vs. Beerus. Beerus looked at Vegeta in utter disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. A mere mortal dared to threaten him? It was evident that not only humans, but even deities, would laugh in moments of sheer astonishment. Whis stood silently, observing Vegeta with a serious demeanor, contemplating. His power has yet to surpass that of a god of destruction, at most. He is the strongest beneath them. What audacity propels him to speak so boldly to Lord Beerus? The individuals behind Vegeta grew tense, yet he turned his back to them, stating, "Do not be anxious, proceed with your tasks. You seem to underestimate my capabilities." Beerus promptly raised his finger, directing a purple beam towards the Dragon Balls. In an instant, Vegeta positioned himself in the path of the beam, swatting it away effortlessly without even transforming. Beerus, surprised, remarked, "Oh, you managed to block my ordinary energy beam? Truly worthy of the title Super Saiyan God. I shall grant you a chance, Super Saiyan God, should you defeat me. I will overlook your transgressions of meddling with time and slaying the Supreme Kai. However, Earth is still destined for destruction." Vegeta scoffed, "As if you possessed the capability to hold me accountable. However, should you wish to engage in battle, I shall undoubtedly oblige. Before we proceed, may I inquire as to why the destruction of Earth is deemed necessary?" The aura of Beerus transformed into an imposing force, enveloped in a dense purple energy. As he slowly ascended into the air, is there truly a need for such inquiry? The very essence of a god of destruction is to annihilate. It is a natural calling for one of their kind. Piccolo and the others raised their hands to shield themselves from the fierce winds emanating from Beerus, gasping at the sheer terror of his power. Yet, they felt no trace of his aura. Vegeta furrowed his brow and addressed Beerus, stating, "No, this cannot be your true rationale. You must sense that a certain peril emanates from Earth." Upon hearing this, Beerus became convinced. This arrogant Super Saiyan was indeed not an ordinary foe, as Whis had indicated. The being before him was also a deity, and one of equal standing. Beerus regained his composure, descending back to the ground of the sacred realm, gazing intently at Vegeta. "Since you too can perceive this, surely you understand why I must see this planet's demise." Vegeta responded, "I comprehend your desire for destruction, yet I do not grasp why you refrained from acting sooner. Surely you awakened before this moment. Why not have taken matters into your own hands?" After a brief silence, Beerus elucidated, "It is precisely because of the Super Saiyan God. Prophecies foretold the emergence of a Super Saiyan God on this planet, which is why I have been waiting. Though I awakened midway, Whis informed me that this planet was on the brink of annihilation, thus I deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Yet, upon awakening again, I discovered that you sought to restore and protect this world. Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? It will incite a far greater crisis, leading to the demise of all deities, perhaps even the obliteration of the entire universe. In this matter, there exists no absolute right or wrong, nor good or evil. Vegeta's desire to safeguard Earth and its inhabitants is commendable, just as Beerus' intent to extinguish a looming threat is justified. The true error lies with the so-called fate of the universe. Vegeta posed one final query. Why must there exist timelines such as yours, inevitably marked by tragic experiences? Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied with a smile. Us? You misunderstand. In every timeline, there are worlds that, if spared destruction, will affect all. This is the true duty of a god of destruction, to eradicate those planets that pose a significant misfortune to the universe. It is not always Earth that brings forth peril. However, should such a world arise, I am compelled to annihilate it. Furthermore, I must obliterate those planets that hinder the advancement of universal civilization, particularly those that, like your kind, blindly destroy all forms of civilization. Old Kai inhaled sharply, gazing at Beerus in disbelief, murmuring, "So you are the true culprit behind the destruction of planet Vegeta and the extinction of the Saiyans?" From his memories of the past, Old Kai had never learned the truth behind the obliteration of planet Vegeta. Thus this was his first revelation of the reality. "Oh, Prince Vegeta, is it? I did not expect to see you grown so much. Wait, you must be from an alternate timeline, correct?" Just as Old Kai seemed poised to unleash his fury, Vegeta raised a hand and implored, "Wait. Do not hinder me, Vegeta." Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Old Bey, having merely raised a hand, which hardly qualified as an obstruction. "Calm yourself, Vegeta. Though I share your Saiyan lineage, the annihilation of our race does not warrant sympathy. I trust you feel similarly and understand that, as the Prince of the Saiyans, there are certain actions that, regardless of their worthiness, must be undertaken." Upon hearing this, Beerus chuckled. That acknowledgement is quite reminiscent of a deity. "So what are your plans now?" Old Bey turned to Vegeta and remarked, "You have already enjoyed your time in the afterlife. At least allow me to gauge the disparity between myself and the god of destruction." Vegeta took a deep breath and replied, "Very well." At that moment, the group had fulfilled 3 wishes. Vegeta addressed Beerus and Whis. "There exists an alternate dimension. Let us enter and engage in battle." "As you wish." Consequently, everyone proceeded to the hyperbolic time chamber. Astonishingly, Bulma was also able to enter the chamber with tenfold gravity, albeit with some difficulty. Vegeta looked at her in surprise. "How did you manage to come in?" Bulma clung to Vegeta's arm. "Don't underestimate me. After battling the androids for so long, I've been secretly honing my skills, although my progress may seem negligible to them." Vegeta tenderly ruffled Bulma's hair. "You've worked hard. Now, watch my performance." As Vegeta stepped forward, Vegeta specifically instructed, "Remember not to point your thumb at yourself." "Understood." Goku, filled with anticipation, gazed at the two, curious about the powers of the god of destruction and Vegeta. Vegeta turned to Whis and requested, "Mr. Whis, please reinforce this alternate space to the utmost of your capabilities." Whis, with a cool demeanor, replied, "Why should I do that? Earth is destined for destruction." Vegeta conjured a cup of pudding and offered it to Whis, simply for this. After savoring a bite of the pudding, Whis displayed a blissful expression, then summoned his staff to tap the ground, reinforcing the entire hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Vegeta immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 limit break form. He had no intention of testing the waters. This was his usual fighting style, going all out from the onset. Goku and the others exclaimed in awe at Vegeta's transformation. "Incredible! What is that transformation?" Vegeta explained, "Super Saiyan 4, enhanced with divine energy, Super Saiyan 4 limit break." Beerus observed Vegeta with a smile. "Impressive. It even carries the essence of a deity. I shall unleash 60% of my power." The battle commenced. Vegeta charged towards Beerus, delivering a hook punch. Beerus, with a smile, raised a finger to block it effortlessly. "He deflected my attacks so effortlessly. I have clearly unlocked my potential." Vegeta, noticing this, grew serious, contemplating. Undoubtedly, this Beerus is stronger than the one from the second timeline. Whis had mentioned that each time Beerus awakens, his strength significantly increases. Having slept for so long now. According to Whis from the previous second timeline, Beerus was stronger than Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3, but weaker than Super Saiyan God. In order to defeat Beerus at that time using Super Saiyan, it was essential to rely on mechanisms. Vegeta spent a considerable amount of time in the hyperbolic time chamber, contemplating that the Super Saiyan 4 transformation should be able to match his Super Saiyan 2 form. However, it would never surpass the power of the Super Saiyan 3 from this timeline. Beerus playfully flicked Vegeta's forehead, causing him to fly backward, rolling along the ground for a considerable distance before coming to a halt. Blood trickled from Vegeta's forehead, and as he rose, he found that Beerus had vanished from his sight. Gone. In the next moment, Beerus's voice echoed from above. Even if you possess the divine aura, you cannot perceive it, can you? Your understanding of divine energy is still quite superficial. Ultimately, it is merely cloaked in divine essence. At the instant Vegeta turned to unleash a Big Bang attack towards Beerus, the god of destruction simply flicked it away with a finger. This is the extent of your strength, an utterly tedious battle. Vegeta's body erupted with golden lightning, his energy surging exponentially as he declared, "The warm-up has just begun. Now, I shall exert myself a bit more." Aya! Boom! As Vegeta's energy exploded forth, he was enveloped in a blue aura. His red hair transformed to white. His skin darkened, and he sported long white hair reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3. Goku exclaimed, "What transformation is that?" The voice roared directly into Vegeta's ear, prompting him to disdainfully clear his ear and reply, "It seems Super Saiyan 5 has indeed enhanced my divine aura." With this transformation, Vegeta's power surged significantly. "I never expected to wield divine energy in Super Saiyan 5 form." Vegito observed the overflowing energy radiating from Vegeta and advised, "Vegeta, do not squander that divine energy. Preserve it within you to maximize its potential, just as I did before." Vegeta struggled to harness this immense power, retorting, "Easier said than done. Such potent energy is challenging to control." Beerus chuckled, "Take your time, I will wait." After approximately 3 minutes, Vegeta managed to consolidate all the divine energy within himself. "Vegeta, now, you have already exhausted too much stamina on that transformation." Vegito tossed him a senzu bean. In the past, Vegeta would have outright refused it. However, this was the evolved version of Vegeta, one who understood that to protect Earth in a world without Goku, he could not afford to remain obstinate. He recognized that to confront Beerus, he must fight at his peak. After a moment of hesitation, he consumed the senzu bean, his energy reaching its zenith. "Come, the warm-up is over." Chapter 54 Goku. "This time, we will surely win." The instant Vegeta swallowed the senzu bean, he rapidly closed the distance to Beerus and delivered a punch. The sudden surge in speed caught Beerus off guard. In anger, he retaliated with a swift chop aimed at Vegeta, but Vegeta instantly appeared behind Beerus, delivering a powerful kick. Beerus steadied himself in midair, acknowledging, "Indeed, you have grown considerably stronger. It seems I should take this seriously." After gaining the upper hand, Vegeta chuckled, "I advise you to unleash your full power, otherwise, you shall miss your chance." Beerus erupted with a violet divine aura, charging at Vegeta, yet he failed to land a single blow. Observing this, Whis interjected, "Lord Beerus, it appears that Mr. Vegeta is employing some method to accelerate himself, likely making him 10 times faster than usual. To strike him, you may need to exert even greater strength." Upon hearing this, Beerus fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, realizing, that explains the disparity between his speed and power. He has concealed such a technique. But such tricks are futile against a god of destruction. With an even more potent aura, Beerus enhanced his speed significantly and aimed a kick at Vegeta's head. This time, Vegeta could not evade and was forced to raise his hand to block. What a heavy force, he thought, as the impact sent him flying a considerable distance before he came to a halt. However, Beerus did not afford him a moment's respite, relentlessly pummeling Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta at a disadvantage, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Vegito, arms crossed, murmured, "Strange what is happening. Vegeta is actually holding his ground against Beerus." Goku chimed in, "Holding his ground is quite impressive. That Vegeta is even stronger than me." "That's not what I meant. Logically, Beerus should be far superior," replied Vegito. Whis, setting down his now empty pudding cup, remarked, "Indeed, Lord Beerus has yet to employ his divine techniques. He is merely fighting in the most fundamental manner. Moreover, even without using his divine arts, he is currently only utilizing half of his strength." Goku, astonished, stared at Whis. "Half? He can suppress such a Vegeta with just half of his power?" Whis smiled at the group. "Do not underestimate a god of destruction." 3 minutes later, battered and bruised, Vegeta gasped, looking at Beerus, "You haven't revealed your true strength yet, have you?" Beerus, arms crossed behind his back, grinned, "Of course not. If I were to unleash my full power, you would vanish without a trace in an instant. I am weary of this. I wish to battle someone stronger. Let this be the end." Raising a finger, Beerus began to gather destructive energy, clearly intent on taking Vegeta's life. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta replied with a grin, "Don't rush. I have yet to unleash my full strength. Oh, Vegeta clenched his fists, beginning to elevate his aura once more. Goku, observing the energy surging from Vegeta, exclaimed, "No way." Vegito, scratching his head in resignation, noted, "It seems I must rely on transforming to attain greater power." At that moment, the entire room of spirit and time transformed into a crimson hue. Vegeta's hair vanished, leaving his upper body bare. His hair stood erect, resembling a beastly form, yet it was blood red. His eyebrows disappeared, akin to his Super Saiyan 3 state. Clenching his fists, he declared to Beerus, "This is my all." Super Saiyan 6. Limit break. Vegito carefully sensed Vegeta's energy, internally acknowledging, without considering divine energy, he is only 4 to 5 times stronger than Super Saiyan 5. The divine aura did not intensify with the transformation. Beerus regarded Vegito with a smile, remarking, "You remind me of those ancient Saiyans." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed. Beerus elucidated. "This form you currently possess is what they referred to as the Super Saiyan state. I anticipated witnessing something extraordinary, yet it appears to be merely reheated leftovers." With a hint of boredom, Beerus instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta and struck him with a swift slap, sending him careening through the air. Vegeta executed a rapid roll mid-flight, landing gracefully on his feet before launching himself at Beerus in a flurry of attacks. However, Beerus was not so easily overwhelmed. He adeptly blocked many of Vegeta's strikes. Nonetheless, despite Vegeta's elevated transformation, the disparity between them remained apparent. After several more minutes of combat, Vegeta was propelled toward his companions. Whis conjured a barrier with his staff, and as Vegeta collided with it, he fell to the ground. "Damn it, why do I feel an imbalance in my energy? My sense of equilibrium is even worse than that of Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta crossed his arms and addressed Vegeta, "Yield." Although this transformation is dubbed Super Saiyan 6, it has diverged into a different evolutionary path, incompatible with divine energy. This form likely originated from the Dark Realm. Your control over energy has severely diminished, and your inherent abilities can only muster 2 to 3 times your usual speed. Beerus descended to the ground, chuckling. "That fellow speaks the truth. In pursuit of a trifling surge in power, you have compromised many of your other strengths, and this transformation will swiftly deplete your divine energy. It is time for a change. Let me witness the true Super Saiyan God." Vegeta, realizing the futility of persisting in this battle, returned to his normal state, furrowing his brow as he approached the group and consumed a senzu bean. Vegeta turned to Goku. "It's your turn now, isn't it?" "What? I am to face the god of destruction? Is that for real? Should I step up?" Goku pondered his capabilities, reflecting on how Vegeta had been consistently suppressed by Beerus. Could he truly manage it? Vegeta placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. "Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Raditz, you too." Among the other Saiyans, Raditz exhibited a somewhat more virtuous demeanor. Goku looked at Vegeta in confusion. "What is the plan?" "To elevate you to godhood. Your Super Saiyan 3 will surpass Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Should you attain Super Saiyan God, even the Super Saiyan 6 limit break will pale in comparison." Under Vegeta's guidance, the collective spiritual energy of the 5 Saiyans flowed into Goku, successfully transforming him into a Super Saiyan God. Beerus squinted his eyes in anticipation. So this is it. Goku clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power within him, exclaiming, "This is Super Saiyan God. Incredible. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me." Vegeta continues to place his hand on Goku's back, infusing him with divine energy. "This is not over yet. I shall provide you with energy to expend. Attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan in this state." "All right, understood." Goku clenches his fists and begins to shout, as the red aura is gradually replaced by a blue one. His hair stands upright, ultimately transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta continues to exhort, "This is not the end. Like Vegeta, contain this divine energy within you and do not let it leak out." Vegeta intends to propel Goku into the completed state of Super Saiyan Blue in one go. He believes that given Goku's foundational skills and innate talent, it is entirely feasible. He merely needs to provide an unceasing flow of divine energy. As anticipated, Goku achieves the completed state of Super Saiyan Blue in a single attempt. Gohan and the others cannot sense Goku's current aura, yet they perceive an immense strength, far surpassing that of Vegeta. Piccolo, furrowing his brow, inquires, "Can we win? This time?" Victory is assured. Vegeta glances at Piccolo, reflecting that while earlier it was uncertain, Now the chances of winning are slim to none. Vegeta, filled with a provocative spirit, gazes at Beerus and declares, "You are finished now, Beerus." For the strongest god Kakarot is about to make his appearance. Vegeta points his thumb at Goku, who immediately feels a chilling sensation envelop him. Vegeta, harboring no hope, realizes that after Piccolo's previous intervention, the odds of victory have vanished. Of course, Vegeta does this intentionally. If someone he cannot defeat is vanquished by Kakarot, it would be a tremendous loss of face. It is better to test whether his own jinxing ability truly holds any merit. Beerus surveys Goku with a smile. Indeed, you exude a divine aura, and it is not merely superficial. It emanates from within, a true essence of divinity. Come forth, Super Saiyan God. Goku leaps into the air, striking a punch towards Beerus's head. In the instant that Beerus tilts his head to evade, he condenses a sphere of purple energy on his fingertip and launches it at Goku's ribs. Goku swiftly swats it away and closes the distance, relentlessly attacking. For a moment, Beerus struggles to adapt to Goku's intensity, receiving several blows in succession. Only when he unleashes his full power with divine techniques does the battle reach a stalemate. Whis observes from the sidelines. It seems this time Lord Beerus will be satisfied. He has exerted all his strength aside from his divine techniques. Who would have thought that after so many years, a human could once again stand shoulder to shoulder with a deity, and moreover, it is a Saiyan. Vegeta, watching the clash between Beerus and Goku, muses, is this truly the extent of Beerus's power? It is perhaps only slightly stronger than my ordinary Super Saiyan God form. Chapter 55. Vegeta, you are the challenger. Bang, bang, bang. The air is filled with the sound of violent collisions. Each impact shatters the very fabric of space, and despite Whis' continuous efforts to reinforce and mend the entire realm, it remains a challenge to withstand the residual force generated by their battle. As Beerus and Goku created distance between themselves, Goku gazed at Beerus with a serious expression, his breath becoming somewhat labored. Indeed, Lord Beerus is formidable. I never anticipated that even after Vegito's substantial enhancement, I would still find it challenging to conquer you. In contrast, Beerus, despite engaging Goku in a balanced struggle, maintained an aura of tranquility. With his hands resting on his hips, he looked at Goku and remarked with a smile, "You truly embody the essence of a Super Saiyan God. Your mere existence invigorates my power." Goku, perplexed, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean?" Beerus elucidated. The god of destruction is empowered by laws that ensure they will always remain slightly superior to the universe's strongest. Unless one can surpass me in an instant, no one can defeat a god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Goku inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. "So, surpassing you in a short period is the only way to have a chance of defeating you?" Ah! Goku unleashed his divine energy with fervor, his aura erupting in a jet-like manner. At that moment, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his muscles slightly bulged. Vegeta, astonished, gazed at Goku and wondered aloud. Is he about to transform further? Vegito explained, the non-blue form theoretically has no upper limit. His current state is akin to the Kaioken. By increasing his physical burden and energy expenditure, he gains a temporary boost in power. One could interpret this as a form of overextension of the Super Saiyan Blue. It's a pity that if Kakarot had mastered Super Saiyan Blue evolution, he might have a chance to defeat Beerus. Mere overexertion can only yield a temporary magnification of power. Goku soared towards Beerus, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Before Beerus could fully escape, Goku grasped his ankle, spinning him around before hurling him toward the ground. Beerus's body crashed into the earth, creating a massive crater, but that was merely the beginning. Goku positioned his hands at his waist, concentrating a formidable Kamehameha wave. Came, Haim, huh. As the smoke surrounding Beerus dissipated, Goku instantaneously teleported before him, catching Beerus off guard. In an instant, a silvery, searing energy enveloped Beerus. With hardly any room to evade, he leaned back, nearly scraping the ground to avoid the attack. Simultaneously, one of Beerus's feet struck Goku's wrist, redirecting the Kamehameha wave upwards. Vegito, observing Beerus's reaction, chuckled, "Oh, you've managed to master it perfectly." Whom he surprised was Whis. He had not anticipated that Vegito could recognize such a technique. The scorching energy emanating from Beerus forced Goku to retreat, and with a confident grin, Beerus remarked, "Not bad. Kid, you've managed to compel me to utilize 4/10 of my power." Goku gasped in disbelief, a wry smile on his face. Only 4/10? You must be joking. I have repeatedly surpassed my limits. There's a limit to jesting. Beerus raised his hand, gazing at the silvery energy he wielded, and chuckled. No need for such astonishment. In reality, it may not even amount to 4/10. After all, I have only recently mastered this technique. It can only be regarded as a novice state, making you the perfect practice partner. As soon as the words left his lips, Beerus lifted his foot and took a step. The moment his foot touched the ground, he instantly appeared behind Goku, who, at that moment, felt as though he had been subjected to countless attacks. In an instant, he was battered and bruised. Half kneeling on the ground, the Super Saiyan Blue form dissipating along with it. Is this all you can do? It seems I have triumphed, and it is time for the strongest challenger to emerge. Beerus cast a glance at Vegeta, who, at that moment, showed no inclination to engage. His gaze remained fixed behind Beerus. Beerus turned around to find Goku, who had previously been defeated, standing once more, radiating a crimson aura. Do you still have strength left? Goku murmured, his head bowed. Regardless of whether you exerted 40% or some other measure, this level is insufficient to vanquish me. At that moment, the red aura enveloping Goku erupted like a match igniting, accompanied by countless star-like glimmers. Though his hair was crimson, it stood upright like a Super Saiyan, and his physique remained unchanged. Old Kai observed Goku's transformation with astonishment. What kind of transformation is that? Vegeta meticulously sensed Goku's body, energy, and soul across multiple dimensions, summarizing it in a single declaration. Undoubtedly, that is the true Super Saiyan God. His divine power and soul may have reached a level akin to that of the Supreme Kai. The true Super Saiyan God. Goten exclaimed in astonishment. Can Dad win? Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, it is quite difficult in the face of divine techniques. He has indeed surpassed Beerus without the use of divine techniques. Losing would not be shameful. In that moment, all of Goku's injuries healed automatically. He opened his eyes and looked at Beerus, declaring, from this point forward, I will give it everything I have. With that, Goku instantly appeared before Beerus, delivering a punch that forced Beerus back several steps. Of course, this was Beerus's own desire to experience Goku's strength in this state, willingly allowing himself to be struck. Otherwise, in the absence of absolute numerical suppression, divine techniques possess overwhelming advantages. Goku charged forward again, raising his fist to strike, but Beerus retaliated with even greater speed, landing a blow on Goku's face. Yet Goku, like a titan, pressed forward, his head colliding with Beerus's fist before landing another punch to Beerus's abdomen. Ugh, that punch indeed caused Beerus some pain, momentarily disorienting him. Goku then brought both fists crashing down onto Beerus's back. Bang. With a dull thud, Beerus was heavily slammed to the ground, only to be kicked away by Goku. Beerus opened his eyes, gazing at Goku. Kid, you are becoming a bit too complacent. After experiencing this newfound strength, Beerus began to counterattack, facing Goku's relentless onslaught. With a single hand, he deflected all of Goku's attacks, while his other hand swiftly sent Goku flying. Once Goku regained his footing, he clenched his fists and looked at Beerus. This move is the strongest technique I possess at present. If I fail to defeat you, I believe there will be no one else in this world who could possibly match your prowess. For Goku, he feels that in this form, he is even stronger than Vegito. He soared towards Beerus, a massive dragon of red spiritual energy coiling around him. Dragon Fist. In this moment, Beerus truly sensed the imminent threat of a life-threatening assault approaching. The silvery energy enveloping him dissipated, transforming into a violet aura. Come. Witness the true techniques of the god of destruction. Explosion. Goku struck with a fist aimed at Beerus's chest, who braced himself against the blow. His body retreating steadily. He spat out blood, gripping Goku's fist tightly. Such power. It is insufficient to vanquish a god of destruction. Beerus's strength surged uncontrollably, seemingly limitless, as he forcefully pried Goku's fist away and slammed it down onto the ground. The entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled from the impact. Goku, overwhelmed by the force, lost consciousness, reverting to his normal state. Soon, Beerus's wounds healed, and with a newfound, more potent energy, he laughed. Yes, this is the sensation, the long-lost feeling of growing stronger through battle. The ancient Saiyan last time, and now the Super Saiyan God. You Saiyans truly bring me joy. Whis observed with a smile. Lord Beerus has grown stronger, perhaps even surpassing me. Does Mr. Vegito still believe he can win? Vegito stared at Whis in astonishment. Is this the extent of your abilities in this timeline? Upon these words, both Beerus and Whis fixed cold gazes upon Vegito. For Vegito, it was evident that Beerus was powerful, yet not on par with Whis from the previous timeline. Indeed, each timeline's god of destruction and angel possesses distinct disparities. Beerus raised a finger, pointing at Vegito. Do not be too arrogant, boy. You shall be next. And against you, I shall show no mercy. In an instant, Vegito appeared before Beerus, tossing Goku towards the crowd. It would be best for Kakarot to consume a Senzu bean. Goten rushed to embrace the unconscious Goku, retrieving a Senzu bean to feed him. Piccolo, witnessing Vegito gearing up to enter the fray, began to doubt. Will he win? Vegito, however, maintained unwavering confidence as he smiled at Beerus. Of course. I am the strongest. I've heard that your remarkable progress came after battling the ancient Saiyans. But those ancient Saiyans would surely fall to someone like me. Beerus furrowed his brow, staring at Vegito. Humph, wretched brat. You are merely a mortal born in my era of slumber. To me, your peak is but a fleeting moment of the present. The strongest in history can only be one. That is I, the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegito pointed at Beerus, chuckling. It seems you are somewhat mistaken. So let me clarify. You are the challenger. Chapter 56. The strongest in history, the strongest of the modern age. To belittle a deity is an unforgivable offense. Unleash your mightiest transformation. Watch how I shall trample you. As Vegeta gazed at Beerus, he chuckled. To me, there is no strongest. There is only the most suitable, ha. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, shattering the notion that mortals could never surpass the gods. Immediately thereafter, the azure aura enveloping Vegeta retreated into his being. Come forth, the strongest deity in history. Channel all your dissatisfaction into power. Beerus shifted into his Ultra Instinct state, dashing towards Vegeta with remarkable speed, executing a Black Tiger heart-piercing strike aimed at Vegeta's heart. I've got him. With a resounding clap, Beerus recoiled, shielding his eyes. How infuriating. When did this happen? Why didn't he Ultra Instinct react at all? As Beerus released his grip, One Eye was left with a bruise from Vegeta's punch, but it quickly began to heal with the aid of divine energy. Whis, observing the scene, pondered Vegeta's earlier attack. In that moment, he exhibited no intent to harm. No, even an unconscious attack should be evaded by Ultra Instinct. Was Beerus' reaction simply too slow? Vegeta stood his ground, raising a hand and beckoning Beerus. Come on, Destroyer. I'm still waiting for you to crush me. Don't get too confident. With increased velocity, Beerus surged towards Vegeta once more, vanishing in a blur, only to reappear behind him to deliver a punch. In that fleeting moment, Beerus felt a sudden chill below, instinctively reaching to defend himself. Yet, the next instant, Vegeta, facing away from Beerus, executed an elbow strike that collided with Beerus' nose. Beerus staggered back, clutching his nose. You bastard. Vegeta turned to him, a smirk on his face as he observed the purplish-red blood flowing from Beerus' nostrils. So even gods can bleed. Or is that divine essence? I will kill you. A desperate Beerus raised his hand towards Vegeta. Destruction. In an instant, Vegeta's figure became indistinct. The destruction had no effect on him, instead creating a crater in the ground behind him. Vegeta strolled towards Beerus, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. In that moment, Beerus could not discern from where Vegeta's next attack would strike. The instinct of Ultra Instinct warned him that Vegeta's assault could manifest anywhere, rendering him vulnerable everywhere. Before Beerus could gather his wits, Vegeta had already closed the distance, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Both Old Kai and Goku looked on in astonishment. Why? Why is Lord Beerus standing there taking hits? Whis elucidated. The first strike caught him off guard. However, with the subsequent two attacks, it seems Mr. Vegeta cleverly utilized the properties of Ultra Instinct. He condensed his killing intent into nearly tangible assaults, causing Ultra Instinct to misjudge and fail entirely. It appears Mr. Vegeta possesses a profound understanding of Ultra Instinct. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Beerus realized that Ultra Instinct had rendered his body unresponsive. He promptly transitioned into the exclusive divine technique of the Destroyer God. This is what Vegeta refers to as the Ultra Instinct. This technique allows one to transform the damage sustained into an inexhaustible source of strength, continuously elevating one's limits. However, this is merely the effect exhibited by Vegeta. It necessitates being struck to become stronger. In contrast, Beerus, while in this state, can grow stronger without the need for being attacked. The essence of the technique lies in amplifying one's inner desire for vengeance, engendering extreme thoughts of annihilation. Under the influence of divine power, strength escalates without bounds. Thus, to simultaneously wield these two divine techniques requires the practitioner to exist in two extreme states of mind. A feat exceedingly difficult to achieve. Only Beerus among the gods of destruction can accomplish it. Having fully unleashed the divine technique of destruction, Beerus regained his confidence. He hovered in midair, exuding a terrifying aura, and pointed his hand at Vegeta. Remember this, boy. Creation follows destruction. Countless purple spheres of destructive energy surged towards Vegeta, bombarding him relentlessly. Vegeta charged at Beerus, swatting away the destructive energy with a single hand. Beerus, witnessing this, marveled inwardly. Is he actually able to make direct contact with the destructive energy unscathed? Approaching Beerus with a provocative smile, Vegeta taunted. Can such things truly be considered a part of destruction? You seek death. Beerus retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Vegeta's head, but Vegeta evaded, seizing Beerus's ankle instead. In a fit of rage, he hurled Beerus forcefully to the ground. Before Beerus could rise, Vegeta descended at extraordinary speed, delivering a knee strike directly to Beerus's knee joint. Reminiscent of the brutal techniques once employed by Tien Shinhan against Yamcha at the World Martial Arts Tournament before his redemption. Beerus clutched his knee, howling in agony. You scoundrel! I shall kill you. I will reduce this accursed space and you to ashes. A spherical burst of purple energy erupted from Beerus, obliterating all matter in its path. Whis remarked to the others, "It seems Lord Beerus has lost his temper. If you do not wish to be annihilated along with this space, you should leave immediately." The purple sphere expanded at an astonishing speed, halting abruptly once its diameter exceeded 500 meters. Vegeta unleashed a powerful divine aura, pressing both hands against the destructive barrier, bracing against the energy with sheer force. In the next moment, a similar purple aura radiated from Vegeta, yet he did not transition into the eyebrowless, purple-haired Ultra Instinct form as Vegeta had. Instead, he maintained his Super Saiyan Blue state. Whis observed Vegeta and inquired, "Could it be that you were a candidate for the God of Destruction all along?" "Candidate for the God of Destruction? Surely, you do not believe this technique to be particularly difficult," Vegeta replied. With that, he concentrated all the destructive energy into his hands, forming a deep purple energy sword. As he wielded the sword, its blade elongated to 1,000 meters before descending upon the spherical barrier. Swish! The sphere was cleaved in two, and Beerus was gravely wounded by the strike. As the destructive energy dissipated, Beerus clutched his bleeding shoulder, staring intently at Vegeta. "Just a mere mortal. How dare you inflict such grievous harm upon a deity? I shall not let you escape unscathed." Beerus's energy surged once more, while Vegeta, with a hint of disdain, flicked his wrist to disperse the remnants of the destructive energy. "In terms of sheer numbers, you are indeed the strongest I have encountered thus far. However, to combat a being of your numerical prowess with divine techniques would be an unfair advantage. Thus, allow me to demonstrate what true power entails." Vegeta transformed further into his Super Saiyan Blue evolved form, his strength instantly magnifying by an unfathomable degree. And it continued to escalate. Both warriors soared toward each other, and upon their initial clash, Beerus was sent hurtling away by a single punch from Vegeta. In a swift descent through the air, Vegeta, moving with angelic speed, landed a foot upon Beerus's back. Beerus was treated as a mere skateboard, sliding across the ground for thousands of meters, leaving a long trench in his wake. Seizing Beerus's arm, Vegeta pressed down hard on his head and exclaimed, "What is the matter? Is a god's power truly so insignificant? You wretch!" Beerus unleashed another wave of destructive energy, but Vegeta grasped the energy barrier with a fierce grip, shattering it with ease. Using the same tricks becomes rather dull. Vegeta then delivered a brutal kick, fracturing Beerus's spine. As Beerus winced in pain, Vegeta pressed an elbow against his neck, raining down blows that rendered Beerus unconscious. Finally, gripping Beerus's long ears, he hurled him into the sky, declaring, "Now comes the final blow. Your reign as the strongest shall meet its conclusion today." Ultimate. Vegeta aimed both hands at Beerus. Kamehameha. The instant the energy wave surged forth, Whis swiftly tapped the ground with his staff, pulling Beerus out of the trajectory of Vegeta's attack. Consequently, the energy wave veered mid-course and redirected itself back toward Beerus. Observing this, Whis flew in front of Beerus, raising his staff to absorb the incoming wave. With a gentle flick, Beerus's body was restored to full health. Yet Whis chose not to awaken him, for the current circumstances rendered Beerus's revival meaningless, as he would only face further punishment. Vegeta hovered in the air, observing the pair with a chuckle. Didn't you claim angels are meant to remain utterly neutral? Whis responded with a serious demeanor. While it is acceptable for you to prevail, Mr. Vegeta, seeking to take a life is rather excessive. Vegeta retorted with a cold smile. Do you truly believe that if I were to lose, Beerus would grant me the mercy of survival? Whis cautioned once more. You do not belong to this timeline and are not safeguarded by its rules. I implore you to temper your actions. Oh, so, if I were to overstep my bounds, you would be capable of eliminating me at any moment? Vegeta's expression turned grave as he regarded Whis. He does not instill the same sense of assurance as the previous Whis. Eliminating him now would merely seem like bullying. Why not merge into Patera and challenge me again? Whis felt belittled, harboring dissatisfaction within, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure and replied, Mr. Vegito, I concede that your power surpasses that of the gods of destruction and most angels, but that does not imply you are invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal rift in time and space unexpectedly opened within the hyperbolic time chamber. Oh, are you summoning reinforcements? The Omni King, flanked by 2 guards, the Grand Priest, and the other 11 gods of destruction and angels emerged from within. The Grand Priest, with a hint of malice in his gaze, fixed his stare upon Vegito and declared, Enough, outsider. The Omni King raised his hand, signaling the Grand Priest to refrain from acting impulsively, and then slowly floated towards Vegito. You are formidable, but such reckless time travel is a grave transgression that must be punished. Vegito crossed his arms and smiled at the Omni King. I wonder what punishment you have in mind. The Omni King waved his hand, and in the next instant, the other 11 gods of destruction advanced, surrounding Vegito. Beerus, who had fainted, regained consciousness. I require you to face 12 gods of destruction alone. Upon hearing this, Vegito laughed excitedly. Are you certain this is a punishment and not the finest reward? Not yet. Should you lose or perish, everyone here will be erased, the Omni King added. The other gods of destruction wore confident smiles as they gazed at Vegito. However, the Omni King continued. Equally, if you gods of destruction lose, you will all be erased. It shall be a death match. Chapter 57. 1 against 12. The mouse god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, stepped forward and addressed Vegito. What is there to fear? Even if he could defeat Beerus, he cannot possibly triumph over us 12 gods of destruction united. Vegito looked down at Katra with a smile. Little one, you are not even worthy to be a mere snack. Why not include all 12 angels as well? The Omni King's gaze appeared devoid of emotion as he stated flatly. No need. If they cannot overcome you, it will validate that prophecy of fate. All gods will perish, and I shall select new gods of destruction then. The Omni King's indifferent demeanor instilled fear in the 12 gods of destruction. They understood that they had to give their all from the very beginning. The 12 gods of destruction unleashed a formidable purple aura, encircling Vegito. Vegito, with arms crossed, chuckled. Is this truly the extent of your power? Even without me, Beerus alone could handle the remaining 11 of you. Vegito's gaze fixated on Meru's, assessing, this fellow, without utilizing his divine techniques, is hardly more than Vegeta's deep blue level. The others are not much better. Only Katra stands just below Beerus. Whether the likes of Sidra can withstand a single blow from me is questionable. The disparity among the gods of destruction is greater than I anticipated. Without divine techniques, they are merely mediocre. Waimide perceived the disdainful gaze of Vegeta and remarked, soon, you shall comprehend the disparity between deities and mortals. Vegeta looked at Waimide and said, before we commence our battle, allow me to pose a question. Waimide chuckled. Is this your last will? Very well, ask away. I have heard that in Universe 11, there exists a being whose combat prowess surpasses yours. After a brief moment of silence, Waimide replied, are you referring to Jiren? The reason his power exceeds mine is that he was already stronger than I prior to my ascension as a god of destruction. Thus, he is not bound by certain rules in Universe 11. However, he would never be my equal in my current state. With that, Waimide conjured several playing cards from thin air and sent them flying towards Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly evaded them by a hair's breadth, contemplating. Is he condensing destructive energy into material form? I fear that a mere mortal would vanish upon contact. At that moment, the god of destruction from Universe 2, the Egyptian goddess Hellas, drew her bow and loosed an arrow at Vegeta. He caught the arrow with one hand and examined it, noting, just like those playing cards, yet it seems to possess a certain causal locking mechanism. Hellas gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, exclaiming, "A mere mortal managed to catch my arrow with his bare hands." Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen as Vegeta effortlessly hurled the arrow back, embedding it within her. The destructive energy within began to spiral chaotically as Hellas, gritting her teeth against the agony, pulled the arrow free while attempting to stabilize the energy contained within. Zampa, standing at the rear, shouted, "Everyone, attack together. This is a matter of life and death. Do you think this is merely a mock battle?" His words resonated with the remaining gods of destruction, who surged toward Vegeta in unison. Yet, Vegeta, arms crossed, thwarted the combined assault of 11 gods with nothing but his legs. Even as some attempted to flank him from behind, Vegeta seemed to possess a sixth sense, evading their strikes at the last moment and causing their attacks to inadvertently collide with one another. Given their lack of coordination, it is indeed a bit insulting to expect them to work together as gods of destruction, Vegeta mused as he charged toward Zampa, closely pursued by 6 or 7 other gods. Zampa, drenched in cold sweat, raised his hand to unleash a destructive energy blast aimed at Vegeta. However, in the instant the blast left his hand, Vegeta was already before him, delivering a swift kick that sent the energy blast crashing back into Zampa's face. Boom! Zampa, his head emitting smoke, was sent sprawling, completely unconscious. The fox-like god of destruction, with 9 elongated tails, each brimming with formidable destructive energy, aimed them at Vegeta, commanding, "Everyone, stand clear. I won't be responsible for the fallout." The fox deity, Liger, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his 9 tails. Yet, with astonishing speed, Vegeta maneuvered through the onslaught of energy spheres, emerging unscathed amidst the chaos. Vegeta delivered a swift kick to the nose of the Fox Destroyer. Before the latter could be sent flying, he quickly stepped on one of the Fox Destroyer's tails. Following this, he executed a spinning kick aimed at the creature's kidney. But due to the tail being firmly pinned down, the Fox Destroyer could only be propelled a short distance before being pulled back, only to be kicked again by Vegeta. After delivering a barrage of over a dozen kicks, one of the Fox Destroyer's tails was abruptly severed. "My tail! My tail!" he exclaimed in shock as he gazed at Vegeta. "I assure you, it was unintentional. Do you believe me?" The Fox Destroyer, bruised and holding his rear in pain, retorted angrily, "You scoundrel! I will kill you. What are you all standing there for? Come and help me." Clearly, these destroyers were not only wary of Vegeta's prowess, but also harbored ulterior motives, each hoping to let others exhaust themselves before swooping in to claim victory. The destroyer known as Gene, resembling a sea monster, swiftly approached Vegeta from behind and coldly remarked, "We bear no grudge against each other, but this is Lord Zeno's command, which acknowledges your strength." Gene struck with a knife hand towards Vegeta's waist, but Vegeta immediately seized his wrist. No matter how Gene enhanced his power through destruction, he could not gain an inch. "Have you forgotten that I haven't even used my hands yet?" Vegeta pulled Gene closer, delivering a fierce headbutt to his nose. Then, yanking him back, he landed a powerful punch to Jin's abdomen, causing the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood. Vegeta chuckled at Gene, saying, "After all, it is 12 against 1. It is only reasonable for me to use both hands, isn't it? This too serves as a testament to your strength as destroyers." The Grand Minister discreetly analyzed Vegeta's combat style and communicated his insights in real time to the 12 destroyers. Although Vegeta's transformation does not alter his form, it bears a resemblance to your divine techniques. He possesses the ability to enhance his limits without restriction through divine power. It would not be an exaggeration to classify it as another form of divine technique. Regroup and prepare to continue. Zampa regained consciousness, and the destroyers reassembled, displaying a semblance of strategy unlike before. At that moment, the wound on Hellas's abdomen had healed, and she smiled at Vegeta, stating, "Concerning our lives and deaths, even if it is 12 against 1, we must win. Do not accuse us of being despicable. As Gene mentioned, this at least acknowledges your strength." As Hellas engaged in banter, Beerus was sweating profusely, sensing that Hellas seemed to be triggering something. After a moment of silence, Vegeta addressed the 12 destroyers, saying, I will not label you as despicable. After all, the advantage lies with me, 1 against 12. Beerus murmured to Vegeta, you aren't contemplating using some sort of clone technique, are you? Not at all. My point is that this battle is inherently unequal. Here's a suggestion. You should merge in pairs using Potera and then return. Or, Vegeta glanced at the 12 angels, you could let your attendants join the fray as well. Upon hearing this, the 12 gods of destruction trembled with indignation. To confront a mere human, they were compelled to merge their powers? Such a notion was an affront to their dignity. Vegito extended his hands, splaying his fingers, a gesture that sent all the gods of destruction recoiling in alarm. Do not be hasty. Before I engage, I shall announce my intentions. I will count to several, allowing you the time to decide on merging. Rest assured, during this interval, I will not remain idle. I shall eliminate the weakest among you one by one, instilling the belief that only through fusion can you hope to prevail against me. With each number I count, a god of destruction shall fall. When only the last 2 remain, regardless of your willingness, I shall enforce the fusion upon you. Thus, the sooner you merge, the greater your chances of survival. Are you prepared? I shall commence now. In an instant, Vegito vanished, reappearing before Sadala, swiftly delivering a lethal strike that severed the latter's head. The speed was such that most of the gods of destruction only realized what had transpired when they beheld Sadala lifeless on the ground, his head crushed beneath Vegito's foot. It seems he could not withstand even a second, remarked Zampa, collapsing in shock, his voice trembling. One single blow was all it took to fell Sadala? That fellow is truly formidable. Chapter 58, The Ultimate God of Destruction, by Rupa. Vegito instantly teleported before the elephant god of destruction, Ramsai, turning his back and striking with the back of his hand. Crack! Ramsay's tusks shattered as Vegito pivoted and delivered a sweeping kick that sent him sprawling. Before Ramsay could hit the ground, Vegito's fist descended upon his body. Bang! Ramsay's form was punctured by Vegito's blow, instantly robbing him of vitality. To the onlookers, this transpired in the blink of an eye. Zampa clutched Beerus's pants, exclaiming, what are you waiting for? Shall we allow him to slaughter us at will? Bardos, grant us a pair of Potera earrings. Bardos conjured a pair of Potera, tossing them to Zampa, who immediately donned one on his left ear and passed the other to Beerus. Meanwhile, Vegito pierced the robotic god of destruction's body with an energy sword, slaying Mose who was hiding inside. 4. Vegito unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated the alien god of destruction, Iraq, from Universe 5. 5. Time is running short. Beerus hesitated, knowing that for the gods of destruction, merging was an affront to their pride. Zampa, sensing Beerus's inner turmoil, stood and grasped his shoulders, shouting, if we wait any longer, there will be nothing left of us. What good is pride now? Let us not forget this is Lord Zeno's decree. With gritted teeth, Beerus seized the remaining Potera from Zampa and affixed it to his left ear. We shall reclaim the dignity of the gods of destruction. The two, unable to control themselves, soared towards one another, colliding and creating a dazzling radiance. At that moment, Vegito stood atop the corpse of the clown god of destruction, Murd, gripping Helios by the throat and lifting her. By the time he released her, Helios had been choked to death. For Vegeta, combat is combat, devoid of gender distinctions, with all treated equally. Especially when facing an adversary possessing the title of God of Destruction, he shows no mercy. At this moment, the only surviving gods of destruction are the Fox God, the Sea Monster God, the Mouse God, and the recently fused Ultimate God of Destruction, who materialized from the union of Beerus and Kampa. This formidable being, a tall and robust cat-like humanoid, stands in stark contrast to the slender form of Beerus and the corpulent physique of Kampa. The newly fused cat-like entity appears as though it has spent years in a gym, enhancing its physique through rigorous training. Vegeta gazes at his opponent with satisfaction, knowing that, given Kampa's power, this fusion should have been dealt with long ago. However, he understands that the Potera fusion is not solely dependent on combat strength, but also on the compatibility between the two individuals involved. The relationship between Beerus and Kampa can be likened to that of Goku and Vegeta in some respects. The results of any fusion among the other gods of destruction would pale in comparison to the combined might of these two brothers. Thus, he had been exerting pressure on Beerus and Kampa, harboring no expectations of significant strength from the other gods of destruction. Noticing Vegeta's complete focus on the fused god of destruction, the remaining 3 gods of destruction sighed in relief. The Sea Monster God, Jean, suggested to the Fox God. Shall we fuse as well? However, the Grand Priest directly addressed the group, stating, there is no need for that. If even the fusion of Beerus and Kampa cannot prevail, your fusion would be futile. From this moment onward, this battle is no longer your concern. Vegeta turned to the robust cat-like entity and inquired, what is your name? I am the ultimate god of destruction, born to defeat you. Barupa, your Terminator. As soon as the words left his mouth, Barupa instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. Countless invisible strikes rained upon him, producing a relentless cacophony of impacts. In merely a single exchange, Vegeta was struck, resulting in blood being coughed from his lips, and his attire suffered considerable damage. The Omni King observed Barupa and remarked, impressive. How do you compare to the Grand Priest? The Grand Priest scrutinized Barupa and responded, his strength and speed surpass mine. Their overall prowess is nearly equal. In a life-and-death struggle, I would likely emerge victorious. The Grand Priest's assessment was notably conservative, factoring in Barupa's ability to simultaneously wield two divine techniques. At this juncture, Old B and the others grew anxious. Piccolo discarded his cap in frustration, exclaiming, damn it, that arrogant bastard has gone too far. This is a disaster. Old B, sweating profusely, murmured, I have never witnessed him sustain such a level of injury. Goku, puzzled, looked at Old B and asked, is this really that severe? What was the most serious injury he endured before this? Vegeta replied, he once bled from his nose after being struck by a triple fusion. A triple fusion? Vegeta rose, gazing at Barupa, and declared, it seems all of this was worth it. I have finally found a worthy rival. A worthy rival? Barupa turned to face Vegeta. That last strike of mine was executed with merely 60% of my power, and you already lack the means to defend yourself. 60%? Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Once again, you present yourself with that exaggerated tone, but with such a degree of confidence. It hardly merits my effort. Having spoken, Vegeta gestured towards himself as if to indicate a defeat. However, I can unequivocally inform you that I have thus far only exerted 50% of my power, boasting without a draft, irrespective of your own strength. I shall ensure you pay the price for your divine slaying. Barupa stepped forward, only to halt abruptly, gazing at Vegeta. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and the nonchalant demeanor he had previously exhibited vanished entirely. What is happening? I suddenly feel that this fellow poses a threat to my current self. He regarded Vegeta with seriousness and inquired, what have you done? Vegeta replied with a smile, oh, have you sensed it? Truly worthy of being the fused entity of Patera, inheriting Beerus's mastery over Ultra Instinct, perhaps even surpassing it. The Grand Minister discreetly communicated to Barupa, do not let your guard down. That individual has also harnessed Ultra Instinct. What? Then why does he exhibit none of its characteristics? Vegeta addressed Barupa. Only a rudimentary grasp of Ultra Instinct would manifest in a silver, searing energy, all of which is squandered. Naru recalled Goku's Ultra Instinct and remarked, no, the perfected form of Ultra Instinct should result in silver hair, even without energy leakage. Moreover, the emotions displayed are not typical of the Ultra Instinct state. As Vegeta cast his gaze towards Naru, it was then that Naru noticed a layer of silver luminescence had appeared within Vegeta's pupils. Only the pupils have changed? Vegeta strolled towards Barupa, who stood with an air of superiority, arms crossed, and exclaimed, oh, despite a slight enhancement, after experiencing my strength, you neither flee nor maintain your distance? Vegeta approached Barupa and stated, how can I render you utterly helpless if I do not draw near? Enough of discussing my current strength. Allow your body to truly feel it, O ultimate destroyer. Barupa initiated the assault, launching a punch towards Vegeta with such speed that only the Grand Minister and two attendants perceived it. Boom! The remarkably swift and forceful blow struck Vegeta's chest, producing a deafening sound. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead as he stood unwavering, yet the ground beneath him shattered upon impact. Subsequently, the entire space of the hyperbolic time chamber, akin in size to Earth, began to collapse, splitting into two segments. The Omni King observed the two combatants and inquired, what transpired? The Grand Minister elucidated, Vegeta, in a bid to gauge Barupa's strength, intentionally absorbed that blow. He perfectly controlled his body, transferring part of the force to the ground beneath his feet, demonstrating a remarkably high level of mastery in Ultra Instinct. The Omni King, with excitement in his eyes, remarked, they are both magnificent. If they could present me with a spectacular battle, Regardless of the outcome, I would consider sparing their lives. At this moment, Birupa cautiously stepped back a few paces and inquired, "Are you merely putting on a brave front?" Vegeta chuckled, "Are you jesting? Such force is only suitable for a massage. To inflict harm upon an adversary, it must be executed with greater intensity." The instant Vegeta concluded his statement, he vanished from Birupa's line of sight. Then, a muffled thud resonated, and Birupa felt a surge of excruciating pain radiate through his internal organs. Vegeta's fist had struck his abdomen. The blow infused with a spiraling momentum that severely contorted Birupa's muscles and innards. Warmth surged in Birupa's throat. He clenched his mouth tightly to suppress the blood that threatened to spill forth. His hands pressed against his midsection as his body trembled uncontrollably, gradually bending. With his knees drawing closer to the ground, just as he was on the verge of collapsing, he summoned his consciousness and invoked divine power to restore his body, enabling him to stand once more. However, the expression on his face remained one of agony. After a brief struggle to manage his countenance, Birupa swallowed the blood in his mouth, donning a facade of nonchalance as he regarded Vegeta. Vegeta, observing Birupa, remarked, "Are you still trying to hold on?" The Grand Priest interjected, "It is evident that Mr. Vegeta's speed has surpassed Birupa's reaction time, even when employing the Ultra Instinct technique. Perhaps it is due to Vegeta's earlier restraint against Ultra Instinct that has made Birupa hesitant to unleash his full potential." Aware that Vegeta could hear his telepathic exchange with the God of Destruction, the Grand Priest candidly continued, "Feel free to unleash your full Ultra Instinct. I shall not employ any trivial tricks against you." "You said it," Vegeta replied with a grin. In the next moment, a silver and purple divine aura erupted from Birupa. At that instant, he simultaneously wielded the divine techniques of both a God of Destruction and an angel, known as the Dual Instinct. Vegeta inhaled deeply, continuing to unleash an even more formidable energy, and then both he and Birupa vanished from their original position. The Omni King gazed up at the sky, bewildered. "I cannot discern their movements." The Grand Priest raised his hand to create a temporal energy field, slowing their spatial dynamics by a factor of 100. Yet it remained difficult to capture. As he increased the energy, the duo's speed diminished by a factor of 10,000, allowing the Omni King to finally perceive the essence of their battle. Nevertheless, to the Omni King, it was still remarkably swift. With their speed slowed, Old B and the others could finally discern the clash between the two. Is this truly Vegeta's full power? Old B crossed his arms and remarked, "This cannot be all. After my earlier inquiry regarding his battle with Whis, he mentioned that Ultra Instinct represents only 80% of his strength. His full power would likely be on par with his opponent, employing both divine techniques simultaneously." Chapter 59. Vegeta's True Intentions. Neela murmured. While those techniques undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess, they do not represent his true full strength. "What do you mean?" Nilu explained to the others, "If I am not mistaken, the 2/10 of power Vegeta is withholding stems from his mercy towards his opponent." Mercy? Indeed. Vegeta typically scorns the idea of engaging in combat at a level far exceeding that of his adversary. He finds it to be excessively unfair. From the moment he engaged in battle with Beerus until now, the only divine technique he has employed is the Ultra Instinct. As for destructive energy, it has yet to reach the realm of divine techniques. It is merely a manifestation of concentration. Listening to Neru's words, Old Bay murmured, "If the opponent does not possess this ability, then why must we learn and innovate new divine techniques?" Neru replied with a smile, "It is not mandatory to possess it, but one should not be ignorant of it. Moreover, he does not refrain from using it entirely. For foes he deems necessary to eliminate or those he detests. Consider the concept of malevolent energy." Number 18's cheeks reddened slightly as she remarked, "It should not only be used against those we dislike, should it?" Old Bay grasped the implication almost instantaneously and inquired further, "Is it effective?" Number 18 closed her eyes, furrowed her brow, and nodded. Observing this, Old Bay silently vowed to seek out Vegeta to learn a few techniques. At this juncture, their battle had escalated to a fever pitch. And despite both Vegeta and Birupa experiencing considerable fatigue, the ferocity of their conflict showed no sign of abating. Rather, it intensified. Birupa's mastery of his dual instincts grew increasingly adept, yet even so, Vegeta consistently maintained a slight edge over him. With a resounding clash, their elbows collided, and both fighters momentarily distanced themselves. Birupa's breath quickened as he exclaimed, "Your power is truly astonishing." I never imagined your rate of improvement could rival that of a god of destruction's divine technique. Vegeta, gazing at Barupa with a smile, responded, Is this level truly enough to astonish you? What? I ceased merely augmenting my power 10 minutes ago. The reason I have been restraining you is due to Ultra Instinct. The Grand Priest looked at Vegeta and remarked, I see. This allows for significant conservation of stamina. It appears you intend to reserve your strength to deal with me as well. If such a notion exists, I would advise you to reconsider. Vegeta turned to the Grand Priest and queried, What? Do you doubt my ability to defeat you? The Grand Priest, hands clasped behind his back, chuckled. It's not a matter of doubt. Our strengths are quite evenly matched, and perhaps you may even surpass me slightly. However, once we engage in combat, it transcends the training state, as angels cannot unleash their true power. Hearing this, Vegeta asked Whis, Did you not say that beings like us could compel angels to disregard the rules? The Grand Priest clarified for Whis, that is applicable only to ordinary angels. The higher the rank of an angel, the stronger the constraints they bear. Thus, if you were to battle me, neither of us would be able to fight at full capacity. It is prudent to focus on the current battle. Seizing the opportunity while Vegeta conversed with the Grand Priest, Barupa swiftly approached from behind and delivered a kick. Vegeta left behind an afterimage in his place and then struck Barupa, sending him hurtling away. He gazed at Barupa and stated, Do you wonder why I paused? It is because you have begun to bore me. At any moment, should I desire it, I could bring your existence to an end. Barupa, having landed heavily on the ground, pounded his fist in frustration and cried out, Damn it! Is it true that even the fusion of a god of destruction cannot match you, a mere mortal? The Grand Priest has perceived the nuances and advised Barupa, Perhaps you should reconsider the sequence of interventions in the divine technique, much like Mr. Vegeta. Barupa, perplexed, gazed at Vegeta. Like him? Does he not merely employ a rudimentary version of the perfected Ultra Instinct? Many attacks that could have been evaded were still met with blocks. Vegeta, arms crossed, chuckled. Indeed, you have only reached this level. The Grand Priest continued, addressing Barupa. It is not merely rudimentary. Although Mr. Vegeta utilizes Ultra Instinct, it is distinctly different from that of an angel. If my senses do not deceive me, Mr. Vegeta has diminished the automatic evasion of Ultra Instinct in favor of significantly enhancing the body's automatic fortification during offensive maneuvers. To illustrate numerically, suppose the perfect Ultra Instinct grants each capability a boost of 10, speed 10, reaction 10, automatic evasion 10, automatic block 10, automatic fortification upon impact 10, automatic attack enhancement 10, energy optimization 10. Then Mr. Vegeta's current state would be speed 120, reaction 120, automatic evasion 1, automatic block 1, automatic fortification upon impact 120, automatic attack enhancement 120, energy optimization 120. Barupa, bewildered, inquired, 120? What does that signify? Vegeta elucidated. It means that I will only enhance and optimize in moments of necessity. However, this instantaneous augmentation is immensely substantial and conserves considerable energy expenditure. Of course, the 120 referred to by the Grand Priest is merely illustrative. The actual limit of instantaneous enhancement far exceeds what he has stated. Nonetheless, he is correct in one aspect. I have forsaken the automatic evasion and attack capabilities of Ultra Instinct. Everything is subjectively determined by my conscious awareness. I can merely sense the location of an impending threat. Whether to evade, block, or take other actions is entirely my decision. My body will not autonomously make the most optimized judgment in the moment. Barupa, staring intently at Vegeta, questioned, In that case, can this still be considered Ultra Instinct? The greatest strength of this technique lies in the body's ability to make autonomous judgments. Vegeta scoffed. Who claims that the judgments made by the body are the most optimal? Come, let me illustrate the disparity. Barupa charged at Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of attacks, while Vegeta appeared to be entirely on the defensive. It wasn't until Vegeta raised his arm to absorb one of Barupa's kicks and countered with a punch that sent him flying that he proclaimed, Did you see? If I were to allow my body to make autonomous judgments, I might not even be your match. In the face of your rapid-fire assaults, the instinct of my body could only evade, leaving no room for counterattacks. That is the most optimal solution determined by my body. Now, allow me to demonstrate my own Ultra Instinct. As Barupa launched a second assault with a punch aimed at Vegeta's ribs, Vegeta did not evade, but instantaneously fortified his elbow, allowing Barupa's fist to strike the strongest part of his arm. Balupa's hand throbbed painfully as Vegeta inquired with a smile, "Do you feel it?" "If I wished. Merely blocking would leave you battered and bruised." Such actions, reliant solely on instinct, were unattainable. Even the notion of trading injuries was beyond reach. To abandon defense entirely and engage in mutual combat was out of the question. Ultimately, the mastery of the Ultra Instinct and your God of Destruction's divine techniques are fundamentally at odds. The more flawlessly you execute your Ultra Instinct, the more limited the enhancement bestowed upon the God of Destruction's divine techniques. Yet, without Ultra Instinct, you are unable to touch me. Unless you can harness it as I do, even amidst fluctuating emotions. Vegeta unreservedly shared his experiences with Balupa. If the High Priest cannot fight at full strength, then Balupa represents the most formidable opponent within his grasp. Nevertheless, Balupa found himself unable to fully indulge in the encounter. He was at a loss as to where to seek an even stronger adversary. Under the guidance of the High Priest and Vegeta, Balupa gradually maintained his Ultra Instinct while releasing his destructive desires. However, this came at the cost of diminished automatic evasive capabilities, akin to Vegeta. Yet, as long as his attacks were significantly enhanced, and he could anticipate the moment of impact to bolster his defenses, the absence of automatic evasion became irrelevant. Balupa's condition improved markedly, achieving a near parity with Vegeta, his expression increasingly composed. Vegeta, in turn, was compelled to expend greater energy to augment his own power. Upon sensing this, Balupa laughed amidst their clash. "I forgot to mention, the God of Destruction possesses infinite divine power. How long can your divine energy sustain you in this battle? If I maintain this state, your defeat is inevitable." Vegeta remained silent, solely focusing on the battle. He sensed that, without resorting to additional divine techniques, he had reached his limit. As Balupa suggested, if this continued, defeat was certain. Yet, this very state was what he had long sought. He could vaguely sense that he was but a step away from a breakthrough. What exactly is lacking? Other divine techniques? No, that would be too unfair. Greater speed? Stronger power? Do numerical values hold any significance? A higher realm? A state that transcends divine techniques and touches upon causality? Wouldn't that be even more unfair? These were not the pursuits Vegeta sought in this moment. He longed to vanquish Balupa instantly, and there were myriad methods to achieve this. Simply employing the inherent time manipulation driven by divine power and limitless potential would suffice. Gradually, Vegeta ceased his offensive. He lowered his hands, standing his ground as Balupa's increasingly potent punches rained down upon him. Bam! 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 Yet, Balupa grew increasingly anxious. Realizing that no matter how he struck, Vegeta stood unyielding, as if impervious to his assaults. Regardless of the location of Balupa's assault, even upon areas devoid of muscle such as the head, the points struck by Vegeta are instantaneously fortified, counteracting Balupa's attacks, thus rendering him entirely impervious to harm. Cursed be it! Balupa, with all his might, landed a punch upon Vegeta's left chest. This time, Vegeta shifted, his movement speed matching that of Balupa's fist after the impact. Simultaneously, Vegeta unleashed a powerful blow with his right hand, striking Balupa squarely on the cheek. Old Bey gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, exclaiming, "What has transpired?" The Grand Priest, slightly agape, marveled, "Ah, it seems Mr. Vegeta has made further strides on the path of Ultra Instinct." Vegeta opened his eyes, his hair and brows transforming into a silvery hue in an instant. He looked down at the fallen Balupa and smiled. "This must be the next stage, the art of utilizing force against force, allowing my body to fully absorb your attacks and temporarily store them, then amplifying my own power to retaliate with speed and strength that surpasses my limits." Previously, Vegeta could redirect a portion of the opponent's force to the ground. However, in aerial combat, this technique could not be transferred externally. Now, he not only has the capability to redirect, but can also temporarily store and enhance his strength. Retaliating at will, Vegeta approached Balupa and said, "Rise, for the true spectacle is yet to come." The Grand Priest regarded the fallen Balupa, stating, "The outcome is clear, Mr. Vegeta, he is finished." What? Chapter 60. The next destination, the Dark Universe. The Omni King observed the motionless Balupa on the ground, remarking, "It appears to be over." Katra, drenched in cold sweat, recoiled in fright. The fusion of the gods of destruction was vanquished by a single punch. The Omni King slowly raised his hand towards the remaining 3 gods of destruction, declaring, then you shall vanish as well." Just as he was about to clench his fist, Vegeta swiftly circumvented the Grand Priest and the two guards, seizing his hand. "Let it be. I have something far more intriguing to attend to, and keeping them may prove advantageous for you." The two guards turned in terror to face Vegeta. When did this happen? They simultaneously launched an attack against him. But Vegeta released the Omni King, raising his hands and legs to block their strikes. The two guards were nothing extraordinary, merely stronger than average angels. The Omni King addressed the guards. "Withdraw. But first, let us hear him out." Vegeta raised his hand, tearing through the fabric of space, retrieving the summoning device of the second timeline's Omni King and pressing it. In an instant, the Omni King and Grand Priest of the second timeline appeared behind Vegeta. "Vegeta, have you found a suitable timeline?" "Ah, indeed. I had thought this timeline was devoid of talent. However, if a god of destruction can compete, there may indeed be a worthy candidate here." Vegeta cast a glance at the lifeless form of Birupa, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in the eyes of the Grand Priest of the second timeline. Immediately, he comprehended all that had transpired here. Meanwhile, the two guards and Grand Priest of the third timeline grew increasingly vigilant. On the third temporal realm, the supreme god of time felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he scrutinized another version of himself. "He is immensely powerful, far surpassing me. I fear that even with the assistance of my two guardians, we would stand no chance against him. I never anticipated the existence of such a universe." The supreme god of time from the second realm chuckled. "There is no need for alarm. We bear no malice. In fact, we wish to extend an invitation for you to participate in a competition." "A competition?" The king of all from the third temporal realm, intrigued, soared forward to inquire, "What kind of contest?" Subsequently, the two kings of all engaged in a dialogue. And after comprehending the rules of the game, the king of all from the third realm promptly resolved to join. Turning to the supreme god of time beside him, the king of all from the third realm requested, "Supreme God, could you please revive all those who have perished?" "All of them?" "Yes. But let Beerus remain as he is. There is no need to disband him. As for the other 7 deceased gods of destruction, they shall be demoted to the status of attendants and assist the new god of destruction alongside the angels." "A new god of destruction?" The king of all from the third realm gestured towards Goku and others in this temporal realm, stating, "Let these individuals from our Universe 7 take on that role. With the intention of winning the game, we must capitalize on the evident strength and latent potential of the Saiyans." The supreme god of time of the third realm nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, with proper training, we stand a good chance of victory." Following this, the king of all and the supreme god from the second temporal realm lingered in the third realm for a while. Beerus continued his role as god of destruction, but was reassigned to other universes. Goku ascended to become the god of destruction of Universe 7, while Piccolo replaced Shin as the supreme Kai of Universe 7. Gohan took on the mantle of god of destruction for Universe 11, with the former deities, Meruz and Margarita, serving as his attendants and mentor. The former candidate for god of destruction, Topo, was promoted and assigned to other universes as a god of destruction. Trunks succeeded the elephant god of destruction in Universe 10. It is noteworthy that the new gods of destruction do not share a life force with the Supreme Kais. The Supreme Kais still share their life force with the revived former gods of destruction who have now become attendants. Trunks' elevation to the god of destruction for Universe 10 caused some concern for Vegeta, as Zamasu, originating from Universe 10, appeared to be entwined in a web of fate. To prevent the inhabitants of this realm from undergoing a body swap, Vegeta sought out the Super Dragon Balls and made a wish to ensure that the denizens of this universe could not be exchanged. As for Zamasu, should he wish for a body swap, he could do so in other temporal realms. After spending a year in this temporal realm, it was time for everyone to depart once more. Throughout this year, all had experienced growth, and Goku's second child was born. Goten, delayed for several decades, arrived alongside Goku's revival, possessing combat abilities that far exceeded those of Broly from the moment of his birth. Before parting ways, Goku engaged in a final bout with Vegeta and Vegito. After intense training, Vegeta could only manage to draw with the Super Saiyan Goku, who had now become a god of destruction. Goku also prompted Vegito to unleash his Super Saiyan Blue form for their clash. If all goes as expected, Goku's strength is destined to ascend even further. This day unfolded upon the Earth of Universe 7. Gohan approached Vegeta and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Vegeta. Thanks to you, this timeline has been spared from disaster." Vegeta, crossing his arms, replied, "This is not yet over. Zamasu may execute his plan in another manner." "What? Is there an even greater threat?" Gohan inquired. With a smile, Vegeta responded, "What if that threat were to be me? One must be prepared for everything." He then patted Gohan's shoulder, adding, "Only by becoming stronger than anyone else can one protect their own timeline. Yes, I will train hard." Bulma followed Vegeta aboard the spaceship, while Dato looked at old B with concern. "Dad, please take care of Mom. Rest assured, I will look after her," old B assured. Bulma produced a communicator and tossed it to Dato, saying, "Once you become a deity, you won't be able to traverse freely anymore. If you wish to reach us, just give us a call." As the spaceship's hatch sealed, the group embarked on a new journey. Inside the cabin, Android 18 fiddled with a collection of precious jewelry gifted by Vegeta. Old B turned to Vegeta and asked, "Where to next?" Vegeta approached the control panel and entered a set of coordinates. "This is a dark universe. It is likely that we cannot return from here. According to the second universe's king, when encountering such timelines, even if we cannot save them, we must eliminate the threat." Bulma and Old B furrowed their brows as they examined the summary of this timeline. A crisis triggered by Kakarot? Indeed. The catastrophe began in the year 764 of the age, which coincides with Kakarot's return from planet Yadrat. Old B proposed, "Then let us travel to the moment the crisis occurs and resolve it there." Vegeta looked at Old B with disdain. "Do you think we could have appeared before Gohan lost to Buu during our passage through the second universe? The moment we captured was precisely after his defeat, marking the latest temporal node of that timeline. If we were to return and resolve the disaster before it occurred, we would merely create an alternate timeline that eradicates the crisis. However, the past of this timeline remains unchanged, and the most recent disaster occurs in the year 779 of the age, when Frieza originally resurrected and invaded Earth. Whether we aim to alter or eliminate it, we can only land on this most recent timeline. In the year 764, Trunks took the initiative and eliminated Frieza and his father, who were invading Earth. Subsequently, the group followed Trunks to the location where Goku was about to land. As the capsule spaceship approached Earth's atmosphere, excitement surged among them, and they gazed skyward. Only Piccolo furrowed his brow. Is that the aura of Old Sun? The capsule spaceship crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater, and everyone hurried to the edge of the pit, eagerly anticipating the emergence of its occupant. The hatch slowly opened, and a bloodied hand reached out, grasping the edge of the capsule spaceship. Then, a creature clad in Yadrat attire emerged from within. Gohan, Krillin, and the others looked on in shock. "Goku?" The creature emitted a low, guttural roar. When he turned to face his old friend, Krillin was immediately paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Beneath the familiar hairstyle, half of the face appeared to be mutilated, with a significant portion of the left cheek missing. The row of large teeth was clearly visible, and the crimson eyes surveyed every individual waiting for him. Krillin, the being, referred to as Goku, hunched forward and slowly approached Krillin, who instinctively yearned to flee. However, he was rooted in place by that familiar voice. Goku, the bloodied hand extended towards him, resting upon his bald head, leaving a vivid red handprint. "Are you all right, Goku?" "I'm hungry," he replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than that powerful hand seized Krillin's head, and the gaping maw lunged toward the bald crown. "Dad!" Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo snatched up Gohan and flew away in a fit of fury. In a matter of seconds, a large portion of Krillin's head was gnawed away, while the creature known as Goku clutched a handful of brain matter, shoving it into his mouth. Trunks drew his sword and shouted, "He is no longer Mr. Goku." "Huh!" Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Goku, unleashing all his might in a downward strike aimed at the creature's head. Yet, in an instant, the monster's hair stood erect, turning a golden red hue. With just 2 fingers, he effortlessly halted Trunks' blade. Super Saiyan. Goku grasped Trunks' hand and yanked it forcefully. Snap! Trunks' left arm was bitten clean off, as Goku savored the flesh, tearing it apart and swallowing it whole. A sense of despair erupted from him. Chapter 61. The Zombie Universe in the year 779 of the Age of the Universe. On Earth, a spaceship suddenly appeared above West City, causing the inhabitants to furrow their brows at the oppressive atmosphere. Old B stood by the window of the ship, gazing down at the dilapidated capsule corporation. What on earth has happened? Bulma examined the timeline of Earth's brief history, stating, in the year 764 of the age, the year Son Goku returned from planet Yadrat. It seems he brought back a certain virus that has since infected him and spread, with him as the source of contagion. This virus has now permeated the entire universe. Vegeta, carefully attuning himself to the fabric of this reality, remarked, "This time, my power is not suppressed. Moreover, I can sense the absence of Xeno. It's likely that the highest gods here are merely the destroyers." Old Bey expanded his perception further. "I do not sense any formidable auras." Vegeta speculated, "Those with strength are probably not on Earth. Regardless, we will find out once we exit. Take care of Bulma." Before anyone could leave the ship's cabin, several humanoid figures approached. Their bodies bore varying degrees of damage and decay, presenting a horrifying sight. One had its abdomen hollowed out, while another had its skull partially torn away, revealing a half-exposed brain that swayed grotesquely. Such injuries were beyond the threshold of what a living being could endure. Upon recognizing a few individuals, Bulma immediately spat on the ground and gasped for breath. Old Bey rushed over, gently patting her back. "Are you all right? This is utterly excessive. Even androids have not committed such heinous acts against everyone." The arrivals were none other than Bulma's former friends, Yamcha, Krillin, Dend, and Tien. They looked at the spaceship with confusion, and when they caught sight of the shadows within through the window, they rushed forward, frantically pounding and clawing at the specially designed glass. Just as Vegeta was about to raise his hand to turn the intruders to ashes, Bulma quickly grasped his hand, pleading, "Please, don't kill them. Give me a chance. I want to see if I can mend this. If it's a virus, surely an antidote can be developed." Vegeta lowered his hand, remarking, "Very well, just ensure the ship is docked in a safe location before you proceed." Crack, crack. At that moment, the specially designed window began to crack under the relentless assault of the zombies. The trio's energy surged violently, their brows transforming to a dark golden hue, surrounded by an aura of the same shade. Old Bey, arms crossed, stared at them murmuring, "What is this? Are all Earthlings in this world Super Saiyans?" Due to Yamcha's scalp being torn apart, the four were devoid of any hair, making it difficult to discern any specific changes. Perhaps Den had some, but his hat concealed it. Vegeta observed the increasingly fractured glass, stating, "This specialized protective glass cannot be shattered by an ordinary Super Saiyan's full-powered strike. Yet these creatures can crack it with sheer brute force. Their strength is comparable to that of Cell during the second reset of Universe 2. Android 18 furrowed her brow at the sight of the four, suggesting, "Shouldn't we dispose of these things quickly? They're quite repulsive." In a flash, Vegeta teleported behind the four. They immediately turned and charged at him, but Vegeta swiftly severed their hands and feet with his energy sword. Judiciously, he directed an energy wave into their mouths, shattering all their teeth. Now, they could be studied, couldn't they? The four, already mutilated, had their wounds writhing as their severed limbs regrew instantaneously, much like Majin Buu. Even their teeth re-emerged. Can they maintain their zombie appearance indefinitely? Vegeta waved his hand, summoning a severed arm that had fallen to the ground, then teleported back inside the spaceship, departing with the others. He tossed the severed arm onto Bulma's workstation, instructing, "Use their limbs for research, but ensure you take precautions. Otherwise, a mere touch could lead to mutation, and I would have no choice but to eradicate you." The spaceship ascended beyond the atmosphere, hovering, yet numerous zombies continued to breach the atmosphere into the vastness of space. Vegeta gazed at the dense horde of zombies, exclaiming, "These wretched creatures can survive in the cosmos." Vegeta analyzed, "It's likely due to their extraordinary life force, enabling them to withstand the vacuum, extreme cold, and cosmic radiation." Old Bey pressed his fingers to his forehead, declaring, "I must eliminate them all." Vegeta teleported away, and after amplifying his energy, unleashed a series of attacks typical of a prince, shattering his foes into mere fragments. Yet, remnants of the undead, still bearing substantial portions of their forms, began to regenerate. Observing this, Gogeta approached Vegeta. It appeared that only by annihilating the majority of their bodies and heads could they be permanently vanquished. Otherwise, they would persist in their monstrous state. Gogeta pointed his finger at the horde of zombies, commanding destruction. The remaining undead erupted in a violent explosion, vanishing entirely from the material plane. The two swiftly teleported back aboard their spaceship, where Vegeta, with a grave expression, remarked, logically, after enduring such a wave of energy attacks, they should have been reduced to ashes. Yet, a small fraction retains significant portions of their bodies. Among them, some possess at least Super Saiyan 2 level power. and their dark golden hair bears a striking resemblance to that of a Super Saiyan. Even their energy feels similar. Could that be Gohan? Gazing out the window, Vegeta spotted an individual who closely resembled a future version of Gohan, floating outside. Unlike the zombies, he exuded no energy and lacked the gruesome appearance of dismemberment. Instead, his left arm was replaced by a mechanical limb. He stared in astonishment at the figures within the spacecraft, murmuring, "Uncle Vegeta? Aunt Bulma? And Miss 18. Gogeta scrutinized this version of Gohan. He had been modified, to a degree far surpassing that of 18, with his skin and flesh being artificial. Yet, he was still undoubtedly Gohan. Suddenly, another figure appeared beside Gohan. It was 18. Although she bore a striking resemblance to her original self, her expression seemed notably colder, and her modifications were akin to Gohan's. Floating beside Gohan, 18 inquired, "Was that powerful energy signal we detected just now from them?" Gohan nodded, responding, "Yes, Miss 18. What brings you here? I thought I instructed you to remain at the base. I was worried about you. Did you think I was a nuisance?" "And no," Bulma remarked, observing the interaction between the two with an amused expression. "It seems Gohan and 18 share a special bond." Gogeta chuckled. "Ah, the delights of the multiverse. Perhaps in some universe, Vegeta's partner is indeed 18. Upon hearing this, Bulma and 18 exclaimed in unison, "He wouldn't dare." Gogeta continued to analyze. Is it possible that in some universe, when androids 16, 17, and 18 awakened, only Vegeta was present? And perhaps this version of 18 is not evil. After defeating Vegeta, she playfully teased him, leading him to become infatuated. Vegeta crossed his arms, veins bulging on his forehead, and exclaimed, "Enough! How could such a universe possibly exist? Are you willing to bet? Perhaps in another universe, Kakarot is a woman, and you two are together." Vegeta, unable to contain himself, shouted at Gogeta, "That is absolutely impossible. I would rather die. Jumping out of here is preferable to being with a feminine Kakarot." Gogeta continued to tease, "What if we switch things up? You, in your female form, could end up being pursued by Kakarot, but based on personalities. Even if you were to adopt a feminine form, it is likely that Kakarot would still perceive his victory over you as a matter of course." Old Bey, filled with indignation, bellowed, "Do not be absurd." He continued, "Is it not possible that both Kakarot and I have transformed, merging into you, thus creating a universe that is yet to disband? I would indeed be curious to witness your reaction upon encountering a feminine version of yourself. Ultimately, with your narcissistic disposition, it is plausible that you both might find mutual appeal." Vegito, stroking his chin, murmured, "Now that you mention it, there seems to be a memory of such a scenario in my past. However, rather than seeing a feminine version of myself, I am far more eager to observe a feminine Gogeta and present her before the tower." 18, unable to contain herself, interjected, "All right, that's enough." Gazing out the window, she remarked, "They cannot possibly belong to our universe, can they?" Gohan speculated, "Perhaps they are akin to that Trunks, hailing from another dimension. One of them possesses an aura reminiscent of my father and Uncle Vegeta. I am uncertain of their circumstances, but they do not appear malevolent. I shall advise them to steer clear of here." Within the spacecraft, Vegito announced to the group, "I will go and bring them in." By the time Gohan regained his composure, he and the 18 from this timeline had already materialized inside the ship. Instantaneous movement? We should lack the energy for that. How did you accomplish it? Gohan inquired, astonished, gazing at Vegito. Vegito, arms crossed, replied, "My instantaneous movement does not rely on energy. It has been adapted from Jebet's technique." The 18 from the fourth timeline regarded Gohan. "You mean the attendant of the Supreme Kai?" She added, "By the way, his earrings appear to be the same as those worn by the Supreme Kai." Then, the 18 from the fourth timeline approached the 18 from the second timeline, scrutinizing her. Only basic modifications, yet her energy level is remarkably vast. "I advise you to keep your distance from this universe." Vegito addressed the two. "Since we are here, we must certainly have intentions that compel us to leave, and we are quite formidable." Gohan surveyed the others aboard the ship, silently reflecting. "That individual bears an uncanny resemblance to my father, along with Nappa and Raditz. They are inexplicably alive." He then turned to Vegito, stating, "I recognize your strength, yet it may not suffice. Regardless of whether you are benevolent or malevolent, I wish to prevent any contagion from affecting you here." Old Bey looked at Vegito, asking, "Shall we demonstrate our prowess?" Vegito crossed his arms, responding, "I fear it may frighten him. Perhaps you should take the lead." Vegito graciously relinquished the opportunity to showcase their might to Vegeta, who approached with a smile, saying, "You claim we are not powerful enough? How about this? Ha ha ha." At that moment, the ship's sound system blared the evolution theme from Digimon, and Old Bay became increasingly entranced. He could have instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, but instead chose to gradually display all his transformation stages. This is the standard Super Saiyan, a sight I believe you are all quite familiar with. In the next moment, a surge of lightning enveloped Vegeta, yet Gohan and Android 18 remained remarkably unfazed. This reaction was anticipated by Vegeta. Ah! Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and declared to Gohan, "This is the transformation that transcends even the Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 3. Android 18 from the fourth timeline remarked, "The energy is formidable, yet it pales in comparison to Patient Zero and that demon." Gohan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He intended to allow the opponent to reveal their full strength before clarifying the disparity in power, observing the two remaining unmoved. Old Vegeta felt a moment of awkwardness before instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. What is this? This time, Gohan and Android 18 finally displayed expressions of astonishment. Old Vegeta, relishing the moment, proclaimed, "What do you think? This transformation into Super Saiyan 4 should aid you in defeating those foes, correct? Moreover, I must confess, I possess 2 additional transformation stages beyond this." As he spoke, Old Vegeta instinctively pointed his thumb at Gogeta, adding, "By the way, that fellow's power far surpasses mine." Gogeta, noticing Old Vegeta directing a causality weapon towards him, felt a twinge of anger. However, he refrained from undermining Vegeta's dignity, silently cursing under his breath. Gohan, regaining his composure after the initial surprise, furrowed his brow and addressed Vegeta. "Indeed, you are quite powerful, but if it were not for the androids, even with 2 more transformations, you would ultimately become just another one of them. I advise you all to leave swiftly." Gohan then turned to Android 18 from the second timeline, saying, "Even someone like this Miss 18 cannot withstand that virus. Extensive modifications are imperative." Vegeta clenched his fists and declared, "In that case, let us obliterate Earth and find another place to reside." "No," Gohan interjected. "As far as I know, every corner of the universe with life has been infected. Even if we change planets, they will inevitably find us through instant transmission. Besides, there are still many uninfected people on Earth." Bulma inquired, "There are still many uninfected people? Are they being protected by you?" Gohan lowered his head and replied slowly, "Not exactly. In fact, they are being safeguarded by those monsters." He then looked at Bulma. "It is this world's Aunt Bulma who has provided that protection." Bulma, confused, pointed to herself. "Me? A monster? Protecting humanity?" Gohan explained, "Those infected by the virus do not lose their memories. However, their actions are entirely governed by instinct. Coupled with the fact that those monsters only consume human flesh 2 years after the virus spread. This timeline's Aunt Bulma proposed a plan and designed a rather cruel breeding program. They gathered the remaining humans to the Kai's temple, where there seemed to be a place that could accelerate the flow of time. There, all survivors were compelled to reproduce rapidly, ensuring a continuous food supply for the infected. At this point, Gohan clenched his fists and closed his eyes, stating, "This is a living hell. I have witnessed countless monsters devour those children. In order to ensure that the existing infected individuals have an ample supply of food, strict measures are taken to control their numbers. The food is exterminated prior to infection. Thus, even if bitten, it would not transform into a monster. However, there exist some particularly vile creatures that find delight in tormenting their food. They do not bite directly, but rather rend the body of their prey, allowing it to witness its own flesh being consumed piece by piece, only to be annihilated when on the brink of death." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in horror, and Bulma covered her mouth, exclaiming, "How cruel!" Even the typically stoic Android 18 could not help but lament, "Such monsters deserve to perish 1,000 times over." Vegeta, gritting his teeth, declared, "I hope those things can still feel pain. I shall torment them to death." Gohan glanced at Vegeta and remarked, "Uncle Vegeta was once like that." Bulma pointed at Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, how can you be like this?" "Ah, no, I didn't mean that, never mind." Gohan continued, "This is precisely why we do not wish for you to intervene. The greater the power, the higher the risk. They select the strong to join their ranks." Vegeta looked at Gohan and inquired, "There must be a reason for this. What is their ultimate goal?" Gohan responded, This virus possesses a unique trait. When an infected individual consumes food, it acquires the strength and all the advantageous characteristics of that food, facilitating the infected's continuous evolution towards perfection. Thus, when this universe can no longer satisfy them, Bulma from this timeline modifies Trunks' time machine, using individuals from other timelines as sustenance for their evolution, intending to spread the virus across all universes. Moreover, your arrival in this timeline signifies that the connection between the two timelines has been established. It is highly likely that they will invade the place from which you came. Bulma, frightened, took a step back and exclaimed, "Then our timeline is doomed." Vegeta reassured her, "Do not be alarmist. This timeline is chaotic solely due to the absence of the Omni King. Once they invade a timeline with the Omni King, the Grand Priest will detect them immediately and obliterate them." Gohan, puzzled, asked Vegeta, "Omni King? Grand Priest? What are those?" "Gods. Stronger gods. Not to be compared with the likes of the East Kai." Old Bey said to Gohan, "It sounds like for this virus to infect someone, it must bite the target. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Just keep the limitless power activated." "Limitless?" Gohan inquired. "It's complicated to explain. Simply put, you can understand it as a technique that ensures the opponent can never reach you." Gohan murmured to himself, "A technique that one can never touch. Indeed, that could be of assistance. For now, let us return to the base together. To understand the infected better, we require more specialized individuals." 10 minutes later, the spaceship arrived at a frigid cavern in the north. According to Gohan, the healing abilities of most infected individuals diminish in low-temperature environments, and their movements become sluggish. Yet, despite the passage of numerous years, individuals have continuously sought refuge, evading detection and perpetually changing their locations. After transforming the spacecraft into a capsule, Vegeta utilized his finger to tear apart the fabric of space and cast it within. Subsequently, Gohan led the group into a cavern. Gohan and Android 18 took the lead. The interior was laden with an array of mechanisms and traps. Although I had previously alerted the doctor, I still advised caution. Gohan stood before a formidable steel door, placing an arm into a recess in the wall for identity verification. Following this was a downward passage, reinforced with specially crafted metallic materials. It was only after descending approximately 1,000 meters that they reached the bottom. Before them lay a vast base, within which clusters of survivors gathered. Nonetheless, their numbers did not exceed 100. Additionally, several androids resembling Android 16 were attending to various tasks. Vegeta, trailing behind Gohan, inquired, "The doctor you mentioned, could it be Dr. Gero?" Gohan replied, "Dr. Gero is merely one among others, and his original form has already been terminated, leaving only an electronic consciousness." Approaching a grand door, Android 17, clad in a black robe, stepped forward with arms crossed. "Oh, intriguing," a non-infected Vegeta and Bulma, along with a less modified Android 18. "From another universe, perhaps?" Android 18 from Universe 2 remarked to 17, "Even with minimal modifications, I could still render you toothless." Rather than taking offense, 17 chuckled. "It appears this sharp tongue truly belongs to my sister. It seems further modifications are required for you to show even a modicum of respect." He then cast a glance at Dales, revealing a glimmer of malice. "Is this the Goku from another universe?" Old Vegeta addressed 17. "His name is Dales. He merely resembles Kakarot. Now, summon the so-called doctor. She has been awaiting your arrival." Upon opening the door, they beheld an expansive laboratory, where a woman clad in a white coat turned her back to them and spoke. "You are not members of the Time Patrol, are you?" They have already botched things once before. As she turned to face them, she scanned the group, noting no Time Patrol insignia. Vegeta, regarding her, stated, "Do not compare us to that inept lot." Android 18 from Universe 2 recognized her. "So you are one of those who modified us back then." The woman adjusted her glasses. "It appears that, at least in our timeline, modifying you was indeed a prudent decision. For androids are the last hope of this universe." "The Guardians." Vegeta laughed. "Guardians? Look at this universe. What have you actually protected? Ultimately, you, Android 21, are, in most timelines, a deranged creature with a penchant for cannibalism." After a brief silence, 21 replied, "Though I too have been modified, I have not exhibited the behaviors you describe. Furthermore, I possess a name, Vomi. I would advise you to return with these individuals to your own timeline, Vegeta. You know who I am." Chapter 63, Gohan Dad. Vomi approached Vegito, scrutinizing him closely. The warrior born from the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta had, regrettably, succumbed to the influence of that malevolent entity, transforming into another fiend. Vegito, taken aback by the revelation, mused, "So, there exists a zombie version of me in this timeline? Can those plastic earrings from the Time Patrol truly sustain such a transformation for so long?" Womi speculated, "It is likely due to the viral infection. It seems that even a fused being cannot alter the inevitable." Old Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead, retorted sharply, "Enough with the idle chatter. We came to assist you. Yet you persist in driving us away. If you wish to understand our true capabilities, a battle will reveal all." For Vegito, this timeline was not one that necessitated salvation. However, it mirrored the concerns of the Omni King and the Grand Priest regarding the encroachment of dark forces into other timelines. Even if salvation was not an option, complete annihilation was imperative. Bulma, addressing Womi, added, "Indeed, even if this band of muscle-headed Saiyans proves unhelpful as a genius scientist, I can certainly assist you in researching the virus." Womi adjusted his glasses and remarked, "That is indeed feasible. Perhaps you could be of genuine assistance. As for the rest of you, I happen to possess a location that can isolate combat energy. Allow me to put you to the test." Womi retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button, causing a concealed door to slowly swing open. The group once again leapt down the passage, only to find yet another door awaiting them. Vegito gazed at the door, murmuring, "This is a dimensional space." With hands on his hips and a hint of pride, Womi replied, "Precisely. Much like a breeding ground for those monsters, this is a technological marvel of my creation. The flow of time here is accelerated tenfold. 10 days within equates to a single day in the outside world. This will grant Gohan and the others ample time for their training." With that, Womi opened the door and stepped inside. Vegito peeked into the environment, which bore a resemblance to the hyperbolic time chamber, yet the space felt considerably smaller, akin to a capsule corporation facility. "Is this all there is?" he questioned. "The time chamber at the lookout is as expansive as the Earth itself." Womi pointed at Vegito and retorted, "Are you truly complaining? Do you have any idea how much effort went into creating this place? Simply having such a space is a triumph. Is it truly that arduous?" Vegito mused, channeling divine energy with a flick of his wrist, instantly transforming the space to match the size of the time chamber. Moreover, this place was not merely a blank white expanse. It was a replica of Earth, complete with mountains, rivers, cities, and forests. Womi, taken aback by the transformation, watched as his glasses slipped from his face. "How is this possible?" Vegito placed his hand on the door, continuing to reshape the environment by materializing energy, altering space with energy, and modifying some fundamental physical laws. There is nothing extraordinary about it. After all, even beings like Shin can create planets. Additionally, I have reinforced the entire space, allowing for adjustments in time ratios, gravity, and air quality to a certain extent. Vegito conjured a remote control and tossed it to Womi, instructing, "Use this to adjust things. When you can no longer hold your ground, bring the survivors inside." He had devised a natural cycle of energy and resources capable of cultivating and planting within this realm, and had also created some non-sentient beings for hunting. This was, to his knowledge, a means of safeguarding this timeline. Womi stared blankly at Vegito, questioning, "You are not merely a Saiyan, are you?" The inhabitants from the fourth timeline, including androids 17, 18, and Gohan, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Gohan murmured, "Indeed, we can start anew here, but can those monsters breach our defenses? I have granted permission to those present. For others to enter, your unanimous decision is required. Should anyone attempt to force their way in, their power must exceed mine," Vegito explained. Womi, filled with apprehension, asked, "Just exceeding your power? That still poses a significant danger." At his words, Vegito fell into a profound silence, his quietude resonating like thunder. Old Bey, intimidated by the invisible aura surrounding Vegito, broke into a cold sweat. Positioning himself protectively in front of Bulma, fearing that Vegito might unleash his energy and obliterate everyone. "Are you serious?" Womi's heartbeat quickened as she nervously laughed. "At least let me give it a try. If you are faced with a zombie, even a minor scratch could be fatal." In the next moment, Womi unleashed a formidable aura, a dark red flame enveloping her. Gohan and the others furrowed their brows, exclaiming, "Dr. Womi is getting serious." Everyone scatter. Vegito sensed several Saiyan presences within Womi, including Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. However, he did not detect the auras of Majin Buu, Cell, or Frieza. suggesting that Womi had not incorporated the cells of these villains into herself. Is this an alternative transformation route? Sacrificing self-healing abilities to enhance power limits? Old Bey remarked. I can sense her energy. Moreover, her strength rivals mine. With a smirk, Vegito transformed into a Super Saiyan, prompting Womi to unleash an even greater aura, followed by a swift kick to Vegito's head. Vegito remained motionless, gazing at Womi. If you were a zombie, could you even scratch my skin? Womi quickly distanced herself from Vegito, thinking, this defies logic. Even against another Vegito, I could at least hold my ground for a while. Vegito chuckled. There's nothing illogical about it. The Time Patrol, aside from their names and appearances, are entirely on a different level than us. Womi gathered dark red energy in her hands, asserting, if you can withstand this attack unscathed, I will acknowledge your strength. Preposterous. Do I need your validation of my power? Womi unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, while Vegito stood still, allowing the force to collide with him. As the smoke cleared, Vegito remained unharmed, standing resolutely. Is that all your attack can do? Merely raise some dust? 18-year-old Raditz, lurking in the corner like a henchman, thought to himself, isn't that a line I once said to Piccolo in my past life? Womi placed her finger upon her forehead, and in an instant, she materialized behind Vegeta. With a firm embrace, she clutched him from behind and exclaimed, let us experiment with the techniques of the undead. With that, she sank her teeth into his neck. This sensation feels amiss. I haven't actually made contact with his body. I am merely approaching him infinitely. In that case, Womi gnawed for several seconds. Yet Vegeta remained rooted in place, allowing her to feast upon him. Though there was no direct contact, Vegeta could still perceive the expected sensations. Is this creature consuming my energy, or is she capable of enhancing her limits through such consumption? Moreover, it is not solely her mouth. Any point of contact allows her to absorb energy, surpassing even the capabilities of Super 17. It is likely that other artificial beings possess similar abilities. Should I emulate Kakarot and unleash a surge of energy to overwhelm her? With this thought, Vegeta began to elevate his aura. Womi was instantly pushed back, her eyes rolling as she concentrated on absorbing Vegeta's energy. Remarkably, she could withstand my full-power Super Saiyan energy. If she is unafraid of death, let her absorb as much as she desires. Womi, with her teeth still sunk into Vegeta's neck, mumbled, whatever you offer, I shall accept. I will not let go. I will use your energy to bind you tightly. The aura enveloping Vegeta gradually diminished, yet he wore a confident smile as he responded. You will. Absolutely. Ha ha ha. The veins on Vegeta's forehead surged, unleashing a tremendous energy that rendered Womi instantly paralyzed. The protective protocols within her mind activated, halting her energy absorption immediately. Womi collapsed to the ground, drooling and convulsing, while electrical currents flickered across her head. Vegeta placed a foot upon Womi's chest, aiming one hand at her head. You malevolent creature, to prevent you from becoming a future threat, I shall eliminate you now. No, Mr. Vegeta. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed towards Vegeta, grappling him from behind. Do you wish to dance as well? Even at maximum power, Gohan could not budge Vegeta. I will not absorb your energy, Mr. Vegeta. I implore you, do not kill her. I assure you, she harbors no intention of harming you or us. Vegeta scoffed. Who knows? Perhaps this creature has secretly manipulated your thoughts. And with Bulma present, there is no need for this android. Gohan shouted desperately, I beg you, father. Vegeta paused for a moment, slowly lowering his hand. Very well. I hope you do not regret today's decision, son Gohan. A few minutes later, Womi sat up, exclaiming, I cannot believe I can no longer consume. She stood, her face flushed, pointing at Vegeta and asking, dare you let me absorb once more? I have grown significantly stronger. You may attempt it. This time I shall unleash an energy even greater than before. Womi wiped her drool and said, then I shall try, just a little. Tentatively, Womi approached Vegeta, who furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. This time, Womi embraced Vegeta's neck from the front and then rose on tiptoe. At that moment, a wave of energy surged between them, forcing Womi to retreat. Android 18 glared at Womi and exclaimed, know your limits. He is mine. Womi smiled at Android 18 and reassured her, do not worry, I shall not let her succeed. I know, but I've been quite irritated since just now. After a brief pause, Womi hurriedly bowed to Android 18 from the second timeline. I apologize. I was unaware that you were a couple. This must be a side effect of absorbing excessive energy. It will soon pass. Moments later, Womi's slightly elevated hair fell back down. Taking a deep breath, she addressed everyone. I comprehend your confidence, so allow me to recount the events. In the year 737 of the age of the universe, a spherical spaceship descended upon the Earth's Bowsy Mountain. Vegeta interrupted. The year 737? Why not start from the creation of the world by Pangu? I wish to restore history as accurately as possible and compare for any discrepancies. Vegeta inhaled deeply. Get to the point, or I might just read your memories directly. Android 18 instantly positioned herself in front of Womi. Let her finish. Start from the emergence of the virus. Womi pondered for a moment. Then we must begin from 5 million years ago. Chapter 64. The tragedy begins. The inception of all tragedies can be traced back to 5 million years ago, to a fragment of Majin Buu. This was the remnant left after Majin Buu's battle with the Supreme Kai of the South. Over the eons, this fragment drifted and gradually dissipated, instinctively absorbing everything around it. It was not until a day in the year 764 of the age of the universe that it reached a planet near the planet Yadrat. As the fragment penetrated Yadrat's atmosphere, it had diminished to the size of a bacterium. Yet, it continued to struggle for survival, absorbing a unique virus from that planet as energy, fundamentally altering its essence. Moreover, Goku's heart condition was not due to the supposed overuse of the Kaioken technique or the consumption of the super divine water in his youth. While excessive fatigue might lead to myocarditis in Earthlings, and the toxins from the super divine water could pose a lethal threat, fatigue, toxins, and viruses are entirely different concepts across various timelines. Goku's heart condition could arise from different causes in different places. However, when it comes to viral infections, it has no connection whatsoever to the Kaioken or the super divine water. This virus was inherently so powerful that even a super Saiyan could not withstand it. In this universe, the virus became even more perilous after assimilating Buu's cells. This was Goku's final practice of instant transmission on Yadrat. He faintly sensed a formidable energy signature and immediately used instant transmission to arrive at that planet. However, upon his arrival, he found no signs of any powerful beings. Grasping his head, Goku gazed at the eerie planet and muttered, "Strange, there was definitely a strong presence just a moment ago. Forget it, let's return for now. Everyone has been waiting on Earth for quite some time. This time, we must surprise them." At this moment, Goku remains unaware that he has become the patient zero in this viral crisis. He instantaneously teleports back to planet Yadrat and learns that Frieza is preparing to head to Earth. He resolves to rush back to provide support. His complexion is pale, and beads of sweat cascade down his forehead as he enters the Ginyu Force's spaceship. A red-skinned Yardratian gazes at him with concern and inquires, "Are you all right, Goku?" Goku, reclining within the spaceship, gasps, I'm fine, just a bit hungry. A bite to eat and a quick nap will do. Please wait a moment. I will prepare some food for you." "All right, thank you." The red-skinned Yardratian swiftly returns with food using instant transmission. However, he discovers Goku with his head bowed, motionless within the spaceship. "Hurry, we must go." "What?" Goku, summoning his last ounce of strength, presses the spaceship's launch button, and the cabin slowly closes. The Yardratian quickly extends his hand to pass the food to Goku. Yet, in the next moment, the red-skinned Yardratian is yanked inside by a formidable force. Thus, the Ginyu Force's spaceship wobbles as it heads towards Earth. The specialized red glass window shatters, creating a hole amid the Yardratian's struggles. Goku's mouth gapes wide as he devours the head of his companion. The instant he swallows the cranium and half of the brain, he feels an extraordinary transformation within himself. His soul and body undergo a sublime elevation. He shoves his hand into his mouth, and with a slight exertion, he tears apart half of his face. With some muscle connections severed, his mouth can now open even wider. He ravenously continues to widen his blood-soaked maw, finishing off the Yardratian's head in mere bites. After several days of travel, the spaceship crashes onto Earth. The boy from the future, filled with hope and anticipation, watches as the cabin slowly opens. "Mr. Goku, I will not allow such a future to unfold. Mother's miraculous medicine will surely save you." Yet, in a brief span of mere seconds, the boy's worldview is utterly shattered. The creature that emerges from the spaceship has decapitated his former best companion, with half of the brain extracted. Fear, shock, and confusion wash over him, and his hands tremble slightly. Why is this happening? This is not Mr. Goku. Realizing that this being is no longer the person he sought, The boy quickly warns everyone. He is no longer Mr. Goku. With a cry of despair, he gathers his courage, draws the sword from his back, unleashing all his power as he transforms into a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure and charges forward. In that apocalyptic future, the means to acquire knowledge and entertainment are exceedingly limited. He once hid beneath the rubble, watching similar films, and even as a child capable of moving massive stones with his bare hands. He felt terror at the grotesque monsters depicted on television. After viewing such horrors, he would be relieved that no such creatures existed in his world. Yet, when the horrifying reality unfolded before him, he instinctively recalled the monsters from the films he had seen. His subconscious, in its primal wisdom, urged him that if he did not vanquish the creature before him, this world would descend into a realm far worse than the one he envisioned for his future. In that moment, despite his trepidation, he resolved to confront the beast. This was the enlightenment he had gained as a Super Saiyan. A lesson imparted by his departed master. My apologies, Mr. Goku. His movements were fluid and graceful as he lunged forward, drawing his sword with seamless precision. However, the monster seemed to sense the impending danger, its hair standing on end and transforming into a golden red hue in an instant. With but 2 fingers, the creature plunged him into despair. A Super Saiyan? The zombie Goku gazed upon this fellow being with unbridled curiosity, each cell within its body crying out with a fervent desire to engage in battle, to consume the very essence of its opponent. After a mere glance, its eyes locked onto the future boy's gaze, akin to the famished beholding the most delectable feast in existence. The boy's power appeared childlike before it, easily manipulable with minimal effort. Seizing the moment, it opened its gaping maw and swiftly severed the future boy's left arm in one bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. With terrifying force, it crushed the flesh and bone of the arm, swallowing it whole. In that instant, a surge of power erupted within it. What a delightful sensation. The monster reveled in immense satisfaction, yet despair enveloped everyone else in that moment. The mightiest protector of Earth had morphed into the most terrifying of entities. The future boy knelt on the ground, clutching the wound on his severed arm. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gasping for breath, he watched as his father charged at the monster. Kakarot. No matter what you have become, I shall not fear you. Gallic gun. A violent shockwave surged towards the creature, yet to it, it felt merely like a gust of wind sweeping past. The monster regarded Vegeta with a disdainful smile. In the blink of an eye, the zombie Goku darted toward Vegeta, its once familiar visage now more loathsome than ever. Vegeta stood frozen, as the zombie Goku seized his shoulder, its fingers digging brutally into the well-defined muscles of his shoulder. Snap! A chunk of Vegeta's trapezius was instantaneously bitten off, his cries of agony echoing as he summoned every ounce of strength to grasp the creature. I shall not be defeated by you. For reasons unknown, Vegeta too sank his teeth into the monster's shoulder, swallowing a piece of flesh. The creature seemed unfazed, almost as if it welcomed the act, though it still craved more. It opened its maw once again, preparing to bite into Vegeta's body. In the next moment, the future boy collided with him, sending Vegeta flying. With a pale visage, the future boy shouted, "Hurry! I will hold it off." He understood that releasing the bitten Vegeta at that moment was not a prudent choice. Yet, he could not bring himself to harm his own father. The zombie Goku slowly raised his finger, pointing at the future youth. You are no match for me, but I shall savor your flesh. The future youth wielded his long sword with one hand, launching a flurry of attacks, yet all were effortlessly deflected by a mere finger of his opponent. Observing this, Vegeta once again concentrated his energy, intending to eliminate both. With this, I shall become the strongest. As his aura surged, his dark hair transformed into a golden red hue. After dispersing the energy wave in his hand, he vanished from his location in an instant. Bang! It was not zombie Goku who was sent flying, but the one-armed future youth, who fell heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Zombie Goku extended his hand towards zombie Vegeta. Welcome to the fold. Let us evolve together, along with that Super Saiyan. His speech became increasingly fluent, and as the dust settled in the crater, the future youth knelt on the ground, gripping his sword tightly. In that moment, his eyes turned a blood red, laced with veins. I have reached my limit. I cannot allow this monster to grow any stronger. This is all I can do now. The future youth raised the blade above his head, unleashing the last of his strength, and shouted, I will never become a threat to Earth. Swish! The blade sliced across his own neck. Thud! Thud! A golden-haired head fell to the ground, its color instantly reverting to a pale purple. Thus, the body of a hero lay lifeless on the ground. The already transformed zombies, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma, rushed madly towards the future youth's corpse, tearing the hero's body into pieces. Upon witnessing this, Zombie Goku muttered, "It seems he was not destined for this fate. You may partake as well." No sooner had he spoken than Zombie Vegeta charged forward, ravenously indulging. Once the monstrous horde had satisfied their hunger, they unified, kneeling before the creature known as Patient Zero in the air. "My subjects, devour everything to your heart's content." Behind the screens of a certain base, Dr. Gero, watching this brutal scene through a spy robot, fell to the ground in terror. "Oh, demon! Son Goku, you are a demon." Chapter 65. The last warrior. From that moment on, Dr. Gero became increasingly deranged in his modifications. He firmly believed that androids were the sole means to save the world. Vegeta turned to Android 17 and inquired, "Surely, you did not kill him?" Android 17 shrugged and replied, "His head was not hard enough, nor was his strength sufficient. During one mission, his brain's protective shield was compromised, and he became infected. Fortunately, I crushed his head in time, preventing his transformation into a zombie. To be honest, I had wanted to do so for quite some time. Had it not been for his efforts against the zombies, perhaps Android 18 and I would have eliminated him right after awakening." Wolmy took a deep breath and remarked, "Thankfully, by that time, Dr. Gero was nearly out of ideas. Even in death, we incurred little loss." Vegeta, arms crossed, looked at Wolmy. "Is he not your husband? You seem remarkably unfazed." Wolmy spread her hands. "Our marital status is merely a fade, facilitating many undertakings." "And what of Gero? Is he one you adopted?" Wolmy gazed at Vegeta and replied, "Indeed, Gero is an orphan from the Red Ribbon Army that we adopted. To be precise, he is actually the son of the Black Marshal, and Dr. Gero took him in. At that time, to avoid retribution from Lieutenant Barak, he was renamed Gero. However, he ultimately met his demise at the hands of Barak's remnants. You should be aware that number 16 was created in accordance with Gero's appearance, alongside Dr. Gero." Vegeta stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, "It seems that in this timeline, there is no presence of hate. Let us continue discussing the matter of the virus." Wolmy continued, "In fact, we completed the creation of number 17 and number 18 a year after Vegeta arrived on Earth. Thereafter, it was merely a matter of fine-tuning details. And at that point, I ventured out on my own. It was only after the zombie virus outbreak that Dr. Gero re-established contact with me, requesting my assistance in further enhancing all artificial beings. Thus, during the 3 years following the outbreak, we mass-produced number 16 and optimized the bodies of numbers 17 and 18 based on the characteristics of the zombies. We transformed their physical forms into a type of artificial organism, capable of absorbing energy and physical attacks, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Even if they were inadvertently bitten, they would not succumb to infection. During this time, in my investigation, I inadvertently discovered the severely injured Gohan. The attention of the group shifted to Gohan, and Vegeta inquired, "Didn't T. Piccolo take you away immediately? What transpired afterward?" Gohan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and slowly began. "The story begins after Uncle Piccolo took me away. In the year 764 of the age of the universe, 10 minutes after zombie Goku arrived on Earth, I followed closely behind Piccolo as we flew towards the lookout. Tears streamed from my eyes, whisked away by the wind. Uncle Piccolo, my father, Piccolo, with a grave expression, replied, 'He is likely beyond saving. There is only one option at this moment. Temporarily sacrifice the Dragon Balls to enhance our power. We can search for the Dragon of Namek later to restore everything.'" As Piccolo spoke, he clenched his fists. Had there been any other choice, he would never have merged with the Supreme Kai. In the next moment, Piccolo descended first to the lookout. He and the Supreme Kai exchanged knowing glances, both realizing that this was the only method available at that time. "At long last, we have arrived at this juncture," Piccolo stated. "This is not merely a catastrophe for humanity, but for the entire universe." He approached the Supreme Kai and declared, "Enough with the idle chatter. Those monsters may soon be upon us." This time, the Supreme Kai disregarded any concerns regarding the so-called Cell, deeming him far less threatening compared to those monstrous beings. He cast aside his staff and placed his hand on Piccolo's chest, saying, "Earth is entrusted to you." Ha 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 ha. Once the blinding light dissipated, Piccolo was astonished to feel the surge of power within him. Gohan, observing Piccolo, exclaimed, "How incredibly strong! Is this the power I possess after merging with the Supreme Kai?" However, Piccolo knelt upon the ground, his fists smashing against the Lookout's foundation in frustration. "This is utterly pathetic. What a joke. How could I possibly contend with that monster at such a level? No, there must be a way. I must buy us time." Piccolo promptly stood up and said, "Gohan, follow me. The burden of protecting the Earth must now rest upon our shoulders. Prepare yourself for an arduous training regimen." "Yes," Gohan responded without hesitation, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Piccolo led Gohan towards the hyperbolic time chamber, and on the way, he addressed Mr. Popo, saying, "Mr. Popo, it is indeed I, the esteemed Piccolo." Furrowing his brow, Piccolo continued, "Although we have become one once more, my personality shall prevail. You may call me Piccolo. Furthermore, I implore you to seek Master Karen immediately and request all of his sins of beans. I mean all of them. Once acquired, deliver them promptly to the hyperbolic time chamber. I beg of you." "Understood." Mr. Popo, not daring to delay, swiftly flew down towards Kirin Tower on his magic carpet. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan commenced their grueling training within the chamber. Gohan gazed at the expanse of pure white surrounding him and murmured, "It's so hot, and the air feels scarce. My body feels heavier." "You must learn to acclimate," Piccolo replied. "We have 2 years to strengthen ourselves." 2 years, Gohan exclaimed. "Here, 1 year equates to merely 1 day outside. 2 years is the limit. If all goes well, hopefully, they want to arrive immediately." Piccolo removed his hat and shoulder pads, stating, "First, we shall work on your transformation into a Super Saiyan." Gohan stared at Piccolo in astonishment. "I can become a Super Saiyan too?" Due to Trunks yet to reveal his identity to Goku, Piccolo had not overheard any shocking news. However, with his intelligence coupled with the fusion of his being with Kami, he began to deduce it should be possible that mysterious boy is also a Super Saiyan. But Vegeta mentioned that pure-blooded Saiyans possess only black hair, indicating that he is likely a hybrid. As for the reason behind his precise foreknowledge of Frieza and Goku's return, it seems as though he has experienced these events before. He must have traveled from the future to warn us of some impending matters. Gohan gasped, finding such notions almost too fantastical to comprehend. Yet, considering that his own father had once overcome formidable foes, he felt there were few strange occurrences he could not accept. The future. Piccolo furrowed his brow, urging, "Recall the emblem of that capsule corporation on his clothing, coupled with the face that bore a resemblance to Vegeta-S. And the fact that he observed Vegeta numerous times while we awaited Goku. I suspect he is Vegeta-S child." As for his mother, Piccolo refrained from further speculation, as even he found it somewhat unbelievable, and the matter had become inconsequential. In any case, if that boy can transform, then so can you. You once mentioned how Goku achieved his transformation. I believe it requires a surge of anger as a catalyst. From here on, we shall pursue a comprehensive development, continually enhancing our strength while simultaneously attempting to transform in states of fury. Gohan nodded yes. "I will strive with all my might. Father, Uncle Krillin, everyone. I will restore everything." Piccolo assumed a battle stance and said, "You must remember, Gohan, those beings are no longer who they once were, and the harm they endure may even turn them into one of their own. Do not hold back during the fight. We can always find a way to resurrect them with the Dragon Balls from Namek later. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." In Chapter 66, the final encounter, Gohan and Piccolo's training progressed smoothly. Both understood that ultimately, they were the only ones capable of protecting this planet and even the universe. Thus, they resolved to train with utmost determination. As long as they did not perish, they would push themselves to their limits. Especially after Buu returned with the Senzu beans. Gohan would consume one each time he reached the brink of death during training. He experienced the near-death transformation of Saiyans several times. He had even surpassed the strength he possessed after 3 years of training with Goku and Piccolo in the original narrative. Remarkably, he transformed into a Super Saiyan in merely 4 months, capable of exchanging blows with the current Piccolo. However, for both of them, particularly Gohan, this was merely the beginning. In the 5th month of their training, after sparring, Piccolo carefully sensed Gohan's restless ki and remarked, "A Super Saiyan should be the epitome of a warrior. Yet during this time, I have noticed your ki becomes quite unstable upon transformation." "Unstable ki?" Gohan questioned, as Piccolo clenched his fists and unleashed his full energy. "My power level is even slightly stronger than yours, yet I find it easier to control. Do you feel anything unusual after transforming? Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan state to his normal form, closing his eyes to meticulously compare the sensations of both states. How should I put it? It feels as though I enter a heightened state of excitement after transforming. Just as you said, Uncle Piccolo, controlling ki becomes significantly more challenging. For instance, energy attacks like the Kamehameha are harder to perfect than in my normal state. However, due to the substantial increase in strength, even with minor flaws, I can compensate with the disparity in power. Upon hearing this, Piccolo sat cross-legged, arms crossed, and closed his eyes in contemplation. In truth, Vegeta's base combat power should have surpassed Goku's transformation on Namek. He must have attempted to transform during this time, but it likely failed due to a lack of something essential, such as a tranquil mental state. Prolonged anger might render even great power ineffective. Suddenly, Gohan seemed to grasp something and exclaimed, "If I could maintain a calm demeanor while in the Super Saiyan state, perhaps I could fully maximize the power of a Super Saiyan." Piccolo regarded Gohan with satisfaction and smiled. "You truly are my disciple. But there is more to it than that." "What do you mean?" Gohan inquired. Piccolo's expression grew serious. "Let us boldly speculate. If you can maintain a state of calm while in Super Saiyan form, and once your body fully acclimates to the various effects of the transformation, you could harness your anger to stimulate further power. Perhaps this would yield unforeseen results. Certainly, this is merely my conjecture. For now, let us strive to adapt to the state of a Super Saiyan, maintaining this transformation even in our daily lives, including during slumber. Must we sustain our transformation even while we sleep?" Before long, 2 days had elapsed, and the door to the room of spirit and time creaked open. Piccolo and Gohan emerged, clad in identical attire. Although Gohan retained his Super Saiyan appearance, his aura was as subdued as that of an ordinary earthling. However, upon Piccolo's careful assessment of the external energies, a frown immediately creased his brow. There exists a presence akin to Vegeta's, wreaking havoc and exhibiting formidable strength. It seems that only by joining forces with Gohan can I hope to defeat him without sustaining injuries. Moreover, in a 2-on-2 scenario against Goku, victory appears unattainable, as the others have also grown far more powerful than one could imagine. Must we then confront them one by one? Upon seeing the two, Mr. Popo hastened forward, exclaiming, "Piccolo, Gohan, those monsters have managed to nearly annihilate half of Earth's population in just 2 days. Many others have been transformed into monsters as well, leaving less than 20% of normal humans remaining." Piccolo clenched his fists in frustration, bowing his head as he muttered, "Damn it. I never anticipated it would happen so swiftly." At that moment, Master Karen and Yadrat arrived at the lookout. Master Karen, grasping his staff, approached the two and said, "Though you have grown significantly stronger, the number of monsters is staggering. Moreover, yesterday, Earth encountered a host of formidable uninvited guests." Piccolo inquired urgently, "Formidable uninvited guests? Who are they?" Master Karen replied, "It seems they are connected to Frieza, but that is no longer of consequence, as they too have transformed into monsters. Furthermore, through observation over the past 2 days, we have gleaned how they convert humans into monsters. They must bite their prey to initiate the transformation, but this process requires time. Ordinary individuals can transform in as little as 5 seconds, while those with strong willpower may endure a bit longer, though their limits remain unknown. However, should one perish before the transformation is complete, they will at least die as a normal human." Understanding dawned upon Piccolo, who nodded, "I see. We must be wary of their fangs. Additionally, I have devised a plan that may alter our circumstances, though it necessitates one person to take a risk. There is a significant chance of death." At these words, Mr. Popo, Master Karen, and Yadrat broke into a cold sweat. After a moment, Mr. Popo stepped forward, declaring, "I shall do it. I trust in the wisdom of the Lord Kami. If there is a method, then I do not mind risking my life." Master Karen regarded Mr. Popo and said, "Both of us were sent to Earth to assist the Kami, having worked together for millennia. Now that the Kami is no more, I shall remain with you." Mr. Popo replied, "No, I can manage alone. Master Karen, you can continue to cultivate the senzu beans." However, Mr. Popo found himself devoid of any further utility. At that moment, Gohan and Piccolo suddenly felt a prickling sensation across their skin. This is dire. That individual is approaching the lookout at an alarming speed. At this rate, he will arrive in no more than 3 minutes. Time is of the essence. I shall convey the plan to you at once. Within half a minute, Gohan, Piccolo, and Master Karen embarked on Mr. Popo's magic carpet, accompanied by the flying Nimbus, departing ahead of the others. In an effort to conceal his presence, the elusive Yachirobe leaped from the heavenly temple, parting ways with the group. However, one figure remained steadfast. Regardless of the unfolding events, his silhouette would forever grace the heavenly temple. He hailed from beyond the realms of earth, untouched by the ravages of time, bidding farewell to each master that once stood within this sacred space. With a whimsical smile, he conjured a watering can, attending to the verdant flora flanking the temple while fulfilling his final duty. Mr. Popo hummed a lively tune, and as a butterfly fluttered past him, he instinctively set down the watering can and pursued it like a child. Little butterfly, wait for me. He understood that everything he was doing now was a final act. The white butterfly ascended into the air, and Mr. Popo waved goodbye. Are you leaving? Farewell, little butterfly. In an instant, a crimson figure obstructed the butterfly's path. As the butterfly drew near, it fell to the ground, its efforts to flutter ceasing as it succumbed to stillness. The blood-red eyes surveyed the surroundings before settling upon Mr. Popo. No response on the dragon radar. Where is the deity? Mr. Popo gazed at the figure before him, recalling the one who had played the bell game with him just the day prior. That small boy danced gracefully about the temple, akin to the butterfly. With a smile, Mr. Popo remarked, the deity is no more. In a flash, Goku appeared behind Mr. Popo, swiftly severing one of his arms to feast upon it. Mr. Popo, belatedly aware, looked down at his right shoulder. Upon witnessing the absence of his arm, blood cascading down, he was struck by a wave of excruciating pain. He clutched the wound tightly and staggered forward, collapsing before the now lifeless butterfly. Zombie Goku approached, discarding a few bloodied bones onto the ground, splattering blood onto the deceased butterfly. Its wings were instantly stained crimson, and it began to flutter anew amidst the blood. How could this be? Does he not even spare the deceased? Zombie Goku, suppressing the urge to devour his opponent, said, for a fleeting moment, I sensed the presence of Piccolo and Gohan. In light of the training you once provided me, do not compel me to consume your brain to extract your memories. Speak honestly, and I shall permit you to join my ranks. Mr. Popo rose to his feet, replying, I understand. Please follow me. He led the way into the temple, with Zombie Goku trailing behind, his voice low. So, it is the hyperbolic time chamber? You thought hiding away for training would allow you to rival me, but alas, it only renders you more delectable. Mr. Popo opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, declaring, he is within, sensing an aura akin to Piccolo's emanating from inside. Zombie Goku stepped forward without hesitation. As he stepped inside, a hand suddenly shot out, piercing through Mr. Bobo's chest. The decaying face grinned with a grotesque smile, proclaiming, from this moment on, you shall be my servant. Not a minute, but within 10 seconds, open the door. With the door now closed, cold sweat poured from Mr. Bobo's forehead like rain. He concentrated all his strength on the door of the time chamber, believing that sealing the greatest threat was now possible. With a powerful energy wave, he obliterated the door. After a hasty bandaging of his wound, he thought to himself, the final task is to calculate the maximum time before transformation due to infection. His breath grew increasingly rapid, yet he persevered, driven by sheer will, to clean the remnants and bloodstains from the floor. Once the temple was immaculate, Mr. Bobo lay on the tiles outside, gazing at the sky, murmuring, oh, divine being, it seems I have reached my limit. He raised his hand towards the heavens and unleashed 10 energy blasts, which burst into a spectacle akin to fireworks in midair. Meanwhile, the distant Piccolo and Gohan sensed the explosive energy emanating from the temple. Piccolo furrowed his brow, murmuring, 10 minutes? You've done well, Mr. Bobo. Gohan, seated on the flying Nimbus, wept as he looked towards the temple. Mr. Bobo. After unleashing the energy wave, Mr. Bobo relaxed completely. His vision blurred, and he saw a creature, resembling a bat, descending upon him, gnawing at the flesh of his chest. Little butterfly, Mr. Bobo grasped the flying monster, crushing it in his grip, then placed his hand upon his own head, channeling energy. He refused to become a monster, resolving to end his own life to avoid the fate of becoming one after death. He contemplated obliterating his own head. Oh, divine being, have I served you well? Just as Mr. Bobo prepared to unleash the energy wave, a tremendous crack suddenly appeared above the temple. The very monster Mr. Bobo had wagered his life to seal emerged from the gaping void, sporting waist-length golden red hair, entwined with dark crimson lightning. In its grasp was an energy ball, but it had not been conjured by itself. With a snap, the energy ball shattered, and the zombie Goku coldly remarked, "So, you left this bait to lure me in. A clever scheme. Alas, you underestimated my strength. Had I not recently feasted well, perhaps you would have succeeded." Ironically, the more starved he felt, the stronger he became, ultimately leading to his own breakthrough. Mr. Bobo, witnessing this scene, found his mind blank. The creature turned its gaze towards him, saying, "Oh, you have yet to transform. Your will is truly resilient. Very well, since you refuse to join me, I shall grant you a swift end. Let us be reduced to ashes along with the temple." Boom. Oh, divine beings, please take cover and do not engage this monster. Chapter 67. A turning point? The zombie Goku deliberately controlled his energy wave, reducing only half of the temple to rubble. The existence of the mental time room served as a reminder to him that food's inception could be accelerated through this chamber. Although the mental time room has now been destroyed, there remains a way to restore it, enhancing it beyond the previous limitation of accommodating only 2 individuals. As the present unfolds, Vegito gazes at Gohan and inquires, "The hungrier one gets, the stronger one becomes?" Gohan, bowing his head, murmurs, "Indeed. Though it sounds absurd, it is the truth." Moreover, in addition to strength, various bodily functions also undergo continuous enhancement, such as self-healing capabilities. Old Bey interjects, "In that case, that monster cockroach must refrain from eating entirely to grow stronger." Wormy explains, "That is not feasible. It would deplete their life force. I have conducted experiments on living subjects. While abstaining from food may temporarily amplify their strength, typical zombies will gradually turn into desiccated corpses after 3 months without sustenance. Only a select few can endure hunger for a longer duration, yet they cannot escape the inevitable fate of decline. Even Patient Zero is no exception. It is precisely due to such limitations that they realize the resources of a single universe cannot sustain them indefinitely. Thus, they set their sights on the multiverse, seeking to invade other timelines via time machines. Furthermore, apart from Patient Zero, the greater the hunger, the lower the rationality. In battle, they resemble frenzied beasts. However, Patient Zero remains distinct, consistently maintaining a remarkably high level of intellect. Vegito, crossing his arms, poses a question: is this enhancement temporary or permanent? For instance, after prolonged hunger, if one resumes consuming humans, will their strength revert to previous levels? Wormy responds, once fully satiated, the strength gained through fasting will revert to its prior state. To achieve a permanent elevation of one's power ceiling, one must resort to consuming humans. At this juncture, Wormy casts a worried glance at Vegito, stating, "For a powerhouse like you, after consuming a piece of flesh, they could easily acquire 70 to 80% of your strength. Even if you are immune to viral infections, their inherent strength combined with that 70 to 80% could spell doom for many universes. Therefore, if you wish to assist, the safest course would be to allow me to transform you into androids before engaging them in battle." Vegito resolutely declines. There is no need. As a fusion warrior, to gain strength through modification is the greatest affront to my honor. Wormy, gazing intently into Vegito's eyes, exclaims, "The last fusion warrior with such confidence has already become one of them. I have repeatedly stated not to compare me to the worthless time patrollers." Gohan hastily intervenes between the two, urging, "Let us remain calm. Aunt Wormy, have you not already verified their techniques? Surely, there will be no issues." Wormy turns away, crossing her arms, biting her thumb as she murmurs, "What concerns me is the potential for them to be infected in other ways. To my knowledge, Patient Zero has already developed the ability to infect others through airborne transmission. Although this process is gradual, once infected, they will inevitably transform into monsters. Without artificial lungs, it would be impossible to engage them in close combat." Vegito addressed Wormy, reassuring him, "You need not worry. My techniques can automatically identify atomic-level threats and isolate them. Furthermore, I am capable of battling in a vacuum environment." At that moment, the 18th from Timeline 2 inquired, "Why do you all seem so averse to receiving help from others? Is it solely because of that so-called time patrol?" Gohan inhaled deeply and murmured, "To understand this, we must recount the events following Uncle Piccolo, Master Karen, and my departure from the sacred temple. We spent 3 years evading detection, during which we dared not reveal even the slightest hint of our presence. Until one fateful day, Patient Zero unexpectedly left Earth. It was his first venture into time travel. Uncle Piccolo and I recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, prompting us to confront the formidable Vegeta. In the year 767 of the Age of the Gods, Piccolo, having long been in stealth near Capsule Corporation, witnessed the zombie Goku departing alone in Trunks' time machine. At this juncture, the strongest entity in this timeline was none other than the zombie Vegeta, fresh from a feast on other planets. The zombie Vegeta returned to Earth aboard a large ship of the Frieza Force. The half-brained zombie Cooler knelt before him, asking, "Lord Vegeta, did you find this meal satisfactory?" Compared to zombie Goku, zombie Vegeta retained a semblance of humanity. He gazed at his blood-stained gloves and lamented, "Alas, I still have not located the new Namek. Otherwise, we would not need to fret over our food supply." Kakarot had ventured into other timelines in search of sustenance, but had returned to Earth to oversee the breeding grounds. Within the ship's cargo hold, dozens of aliens were imprisoned. Yet, these extraterrestrials were not intended for immediate consumption. They possessed formidable reproductive capabilities. Once brought back to Earth, they could be cultivated as livestock. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Trunks, adorned with a halo, skillfully wielded the sword of the Supreme Kai, executing swift strikes. Pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow, the East Supreme Kai observed him with satisfaction, inquiring, "How do you feel, Mr. Trunks?" "Oh, I have indeed grown much stronger over these past 3 years, but I fear I am still not a match for that monster." Even 3 years ago, his presence was formidable enough to resonate within this sanctum. "I am barely as strong as I was back then." Although Trunks had violated the temporal management regulations, the East Supreme Kai held him in high esteem. Following Trunks' demise, the East Supreme Kai sought out King Enma, restoring Trunks' physical form and bringing him to the Supreme Kai realm for training. Even Shin could sense that the threat posed by this event surpassed that of Majin Buu. Therefore, he needed to cultivate a warrior of greater strength to navigate this crisis. This warrior must embody exceptional qualities, a self-sacrificing spirit, and extraordinary combat prowess. Trunks met all these criteria, thus earning a second chance. At that moment, Shin sensed the opening of a temporal rift, accompanied by the vanishing presence of zombie Goku. "Oh no, that wretch seems to have ventured into another timeline." Trunks stood in stunned silence for a moment before despairingly kneeling to the ground. "It must be the time machine I brought. Its course was predetermined." "No, Mother," Shin urged Trunks. "Mr. Trunks, pull yourself together. This presents an opportunity. If that fiend is absent, dealing with Vegeta should pose no challenge. Let us first test the might of the divine sword." Shin raised his hand and conjured a block of Cassine steel, hurling it towards the great Trunks. The latter swung his blade towards the obsidian cube. Crack! As anticipated, the divine sword shattered into 2 pieces, and with the unbinding of the old Kaioshin seal, it granted Trunks yet another chance to enhance his power. Yet, this also marked a pivotal moment for the entire timeline, leading it towards an irretrievable abyss. If there exists anyone capable of thwarting this calamity, it would be Beerus. The moment the old Kaioshin appeared, it was destined that Beerus would remain in slumber. Chapter 68. The Breeding Grounds. Piccolo gazed at the sky, murmuring, "At this pace, Vegeta will likely require another day or 2 to arrive." Gohan, standing beside Piccolo, inquired, "Should we devise a means to procure a spaceship to New Namek?" "No, now is not the time. Even the strength of Barunga may not suffice to restore them to their former selves. Furthermore, I can sense that the souls of those eradicated infected have not ascended to the afterlife. Instead, they dissipated alongside their physical forms. Reviving those obliterated infected will prove to be exceedingly challenging. Even if revived, they may still resemble mere zombies. To be frank, the Dragon Balls are of little use now. Yet we must take action within these next couple of days." After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo closed his eyes and declared, "Let us visit the sacred temple. Although it was destroyed, I sensed those creatures visiting there multiple times last year. It may harbor their secrets." With that, Piccolo and Gohan unleashed their fury and soared at incredible speed towards the sacred temple. Upon sensing these 2 powerful auras, the zombified warriors on Earth hastened towards their location. Among them, the zombified Krillin and Tien awaited at the sacred temple. Moments later, they hovered above the sacred temple. Once a hallowed place, it now reeked of decay, its architectural style resembling a castle from the depths of hell. The floor was stained crimson with blood, littered with heaps of skeletal remains. Piccolo seethed at the sight, while Gohan's hair bristled and his pupils turned a vivid green. "This is utterly outrageous." Krillin, with a lid covering his head, approached Gohan with a grin. Hey, Gohan, Piccolo. It's been a while. We've been searching for you. It's time to return to the family. Tien, his eyes gouged out, bled dark crimson from his eye sockets. Yet the eye upon his forehead fixated on the two, urging, come, join us. Piccolo whispered to Gohan, remember, they are no longer our former comrades. Do not hold back. Understood. Gohan ceased to suppress his aura, seemingly unleashing a formidable power to express his emotions. In that very moment, he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The undead Krillin and Tien, witnessing this, also erupted with potent energy, rivaling that of the mysterious boy who had effortlessly dispatched Frieza and his father. In an instant, Gohan found himself behind Krillin, exclaiming, Uncle Krillin, I will cherish the days we fought side by side. The promise I made with Dad to go fishing may never be fulfilled. As Krillin turned, Gohan struck with a swift hand chop, shattering his skull. Yet, the wound on his neck continued to writhe, prompting Gohan to obliterate it with a ki blast, effectively eliminating a formidable adversary. The situation was similarly dire for Tien, as Piccolo unleashed a dual special beam cannon, piercing through Tien's head and heart. Even though they were zombies, death was inevitable. Gohan stood in the center of the sacred world, his aura raging, dispersing the accumulated bones around him. The two then advanced toward the inner sanctum. Piccolo furrowed his brow at the sight of a familiar door. Gohan exclaimed, isn't that the hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo nodded, stating, indeed, Mr. Popo would never err. He must have destroyed the door to the chamber. Someone must have repaired it. But who besides Mr. Popo could do that? Could it be? Gohan quickly realized and exclaimed, Master Karen? The last time he mentioned going to retrieve the ultra-divine water to cultivate the sacred beans. He has been missing for a year. With a complex mix of emotions, Piccolo opened the door to reveal Master Karen, reduced to a skeletal form, gazing at them. It has been a long time, Gohan, Piccolo. After a brief moment of sorrow, Piccolo raised his hand, gathering energy for a ki blast aimed at Master Karen. In response, the remaining half of Karen's face broke into a serene smile before he disintegrated into ashes. Do not be saddened, Gohan. If I were ever infected, I would wish for you to grant me release. The restrictions on time and entry to the hyperbolic time chamber were lifted, allowing them to utilize this time wisely before Vegeta arrived on Earth. Upon re-entering the chamber, they were met with the sight of thousands of Earthlings, with over 70% being mere children and infants. Although Gohan had surmised the reason behind this, disbelief still gripped him. Why are there so many Earthlings here? It had transformed into a breeding ground. Piccolo found himself in a moral quandary. Time was of the essence. There was insufficient time to escort everyone to safety. Yet annihilating them would render Earth devoid of value to the monsters, who would then obliterate the planet in search of a more suitable world. Uncle Piccolo, let us help them escape. I implore you. If they scatter, their chances of survival will increase. After a moment of inner turmoil, Piccolo gritted his teeth and replied, very well, but we must act swiftly. Even Piccolo succumbed to emotion, perceiving these individuals as mere cold numbers when compared to higher deities, such as Vegito and others within the narrative. To those outside the story, the death of these characters might not carry the same weight as the impact felt during the assimilation of Piccolo and the original celestial beings. However, for Gohan and Piccolo, who are both inhabitants of this world and victims of its circumstances, the futility of their efforts became increasingly apparent. Yet, they were determined to retain their last vestiges of humanity. Otherwise, what would distinguish them from the undead? Piccolo advised Gohan, prioritize evacuating the young women. Do not concern yourself with the surplus of men. By focusing on the evacuation of a single gender, they could save precious time. Additionally, this approach would influence the human reproductive rate, ensuring that it aligned with the standards that rendered the monstrous entities indifferent to humanity, treating it as both unpalatable and regrettable. Furthermore, Piccolo, having assimilated with a deity, understood that for women, this place bore a striking resemblance to hell, devoid of rules or moral constraints. The two swiftly employed the flying nimbus and a magic carpet, with one carrying several individuals as they continued their exodus. Nearly a full day passed before all the young women were evacuated. The final group included a middle-aged woman with graying hair, who grasped the hands of two boys. Her pleading gaze fixed upon Gohan as she implored, please, take my sons with you. Gohan hesitated momentarily before responding, yes, elderly lady, I will ensure you all escape. Elderly lady? The woman touched her face and smiled. Has so much time truly passed? Had I not been confined here, I might have been around your age. Moreover, I shall not leave. You must be warriors resisting those monsters, and I wish to fight alongside you. Gohan grasped the woman's hand, exclaiming, "Do not jest. Our adversaries are frightful beasts. Though I may be older, my father was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. I still possess some skills." As she spoke, she demonstrated a few punches in the air, showcasing her resilience in adapting to the tenfold gravity. The combat prowess of these individuals averaged over 100 points. Gohan, with a bittersweet smile, replied, "I have not heard of Mr. Satan, but my father was also a champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. I apologize." "Apologize? It is I who should be expressing gratitude. Do not worry, I will ensure their safety." Gohan had little time for further explanation, and, having made the promise, he took the two children and departed. At this moment, there remained 16 hours until the arrival of the undead Vegeta on Earth. Chapter 69. Please promise me, Gohan. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan and Piccolo had been training for 8 months. Gohan diligently adapted to the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. After a day of rigorous training, Gohan returned to his normal state, exhaling deeply. "I believe I have nearly perfected it." As the Senzu beans had once again become a scarce resource, the two were cautious not to push themselves to the brink as they had in the past. However, this caused immense shock and impact to the women watching from a distance. She hurriedly ran to Gohan's side, offering him a towel and water. "Thank you for your hard work, Gohan. I now understand why you might look down upon my assistance." The woman lowered her head in disappointment, to which Gohan comforted her. "It's all right, Aunt Videl. Once we defeat all the monsters, we shall restore peace to the world. Yes, I believe you will be the saviors of the world. Gohan will become a person admired by many, and I am certain that numerous girls will pursue you." Gohan sat on the ground, smiling wryly. "No, we do not fight for fame or fortune." Videl, sitting beside him, couldn't help but express her thoughts. "I always have this feeling that if none of this had happened, perhaps I could have been good friends with you, Gohan." Gohan looked at Videl and smiled. "Aren't we friends now?" Their eyes met, and Videl's hand unconsciously rested on Gohan's. Upon noticing this, she quickly withdrew her hand. "I apologize. Haha, it's strange, even though I am quite a bit older. I feel a peculiar sensation whenever I see you, Gohan." Gohan, blushing, scratched his head. "Actually, I feel that way too. By the way, Gohan, could I ask you a favor?" Videl lowered her head and murmured, "If you see me being bitten by a monster, please kill me before I turn into one. You must promise me." Gohan could hardly imagine the scene of this woman being bitten or killed. In fact, he didn't know why he was afraid to envision it. Seeing that Gohan had not responded, Videl lifted his face, pressed her forehead against his, and closed her eyes with a gentle smile. "Gohan, I don't want you to see me as a monster, so please promise me." Gohan tightly closed his eyes and nodded. "Okay." After a year of training with Piccolo, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "It's strange. What is the matter? By all accounts, Vegeta should have arrived by now, yet he hasn't come." Gohan suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. Could it be that they have destroyed the room of spirit and time from the outside, intending to trap us inside? That shouldn't be the case. There are very few men left alive on Earth, most of whom are here. If they trap us along with those inside, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Regardless, our training has reached a bottleneck. We cannot linger here any longer. We must resolve the Vegeta situation before that monster returns." On that day, Videl cut her hair short and donned a purple gi similar to Gohan and Piccolo, following closely behind them. "I should be among the strongest of ordinary humans. I can be of some assistance." Gohan protested, "No, that is too dangerous." Piccolo then said to Gohan, "Let her go. Regardless of whether she can help, if we fail, everyone here is destined to perish. Moreover, the process would be even longer and more agonizing." Gohan lowered his head and murmured, "I understand." The door to the room of spirit and time slowly opened, and Gohan, Piccolo, and Videl stepped out of the sanctuary. In the midst of a horde of zombies stood Zombie Vegeta, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. "Ah, Gohan, long time no see, you've grown." Gohan gazed intently at Zombie Vegeta, exclaiming, "So, you've been here all along." "Indeed, I anticipated you would utilize the hyperbolic time chamber for training. So I remained here to await your arrival." Piccolo inquired, "You don't mean to seek a worthy opponent, do you?" Zombie Vegeta chuckled, "Precisely. Even though my level of existence has undergone enhancement and transformation, the Saiyan essence within me has always yearned for a contest of equal might. I shall first vanquish you, then feast upon your flesh." Gohan and Piccolo immediately assumed a battle stance, declaring, "It won't be that easy." Zombie Vegeta directed his attention to the nearby Goldo, commanding, "You handle that Namekian, I'll take care of the Scion brat." "Understood." Zombie Goldo, cautious not to underestimate the situation, transformed into his advanced form, yet even in this state, his head remained but half. Piccolo scrutinized Zombie Goldo, remarking, "This one is slightly weaker than I. I will dispatch it swiftly and come to your aid." All right. With that, Piccolo and Goldo initiated their battle, while Gohan took 2 steps forward and instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The overwhelming energy emanating from him caused Zombie Vegeta to adopt a serious demeanor. "I see. It appears your training has enabled you to surpass the Super Saiyan threshold. Perfect timing." Huh. In the next moment, Zombie Vegeta too transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Let us see who prevails. Gohan raised his hand toward Vegeta, launching a powerful energy wave without hesitation. Vegeta swiftly evaded with a burst of speed, yet Goldo and his mechanized squad were not as fortunate, as Gohan's initial target had been those minions. The energy wave fractured mid-flight, obliterating several of them into ashes. He then looked up at Vegeta suspended in the air. "I hope for a fair fight. I do not wish to be interrupted." Do as you wish. I must defeat you before I can consume you. Come forth." Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaishin, Shin and Kibito observed the unfolding battle through a crystal ball. "The fight has commenced," the elder Kaishin announced as he lowered his hands. "Your potential is remarkable. I took some extra time to fully draw it out. Now, simply enhancing your energy will suffice. No need to transform into a Super Saiyan. Your energy can reach unprecedented heights." "I understand." Before the elder Kaishin could distance himself, Trunks unleashed a surge of energy that sent him flying. In the next instant, Trunks' hair stood upright like that of a Super Saiyan, yet it did not turn golden. He murmured, feeling the immense power within him. "Incredible. I've completely surpassed Mr. Goku from 3 years ago." Kibito approached, stating, "I have already communicated with King Enma. You have a day's time. But if you engage in full-force combat, it will shorten your time in the living world." The elder Kaishin remarked, brushing aside the grass atop his head. "There is no need for concern. If all goes well, the battle will conclude swiftly." Trunks, still somewhat apprehensive, questioned, "But even if I have grown stronger, can I truly defeat Mr. Goku?" The old Kai paused for a moment and said, "It is difficult to predict, but just in case any unforeseen events arise, I possess an even greater trump card. When the time comes, you may return, and I shall share my life force with you. Thus, the fate of the universe is entrusted to you." Trunks, "Understood. I will give it my all." Trunks replied. Jebbit placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder and said, "Allow me to escort you." After Trunks and Jebbit departed, Shin looked at the old Kai with confusion and asked, "Great Elder Kai, if you have a more formidable trump card, why not employ it?" The old Kai sighed, because should it fail, it could unleash a far greater catastrophe. At that point, it is likely that no one could halt such a legion of undead warriors. Therefore, until the final moment, I wish to reserve my ultimate move. Moreover, do not underestimate my abilities. That young man just now did not even unleash half of his power. Chapter 70. Father and Son. The undead Vegeta was struck in the abdomen by Gohan's punch, causing him to expel several undigested fingers from his mouth. "Curse that little brat." The undead Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy toward Gohan. Gohan countered with a swift blow, sending it flying, then rapidly moved behind the undead Vegeta and delivered a kick to the back of his head. Bang! The undead Vegeta was sent sprawling to the ground. Why is he so much stronger than me, even though our base power levels are similar? If I had known, I would have waited for him on an empty stomach. Gohan concentrated energy into a powerful wave, declaring, "This is the end, Vegeta." However, when the energy wave collided with Vegeta, it abruptly halted. The undead Vegeta kicked Gohan's energy wave skyward, with his waist-length golden red hair and eyebrows vanished. He looked at Gohan with a smug expression. "I do not know why your Super Saiyan form is so potent, but it still pales in comparison to my own." Gazing at his hands, the undead Vegeta murmured, "I initially did not wish to assume this form, as it was not obtained through my own training. Yet, to defeat you, I am willing to accept Goku's gift." The undead Super Saiyan Vegeta's power was at least double that of Gohan's, causing Gohan to instinctively take a step back. Seeing Gohan's reaction, the undead Vegeta laughed, You should be afraid. He then extended his thumb to his chin, declaring, "Behold, the ultimate undead Vegeta." For reasons unknown. Upon seeing Vegeta make this gesture, Gohan felt a strange sense of security. The undead Vegeta charged at Gohan, throwing a punch. Gohan raised his hands to block, but was still propelled backward by the overwhelming force. "What's wrong, Gohan? Is this all you've got? You no longer seem as appetizing as before." The undead Vegeta teleported above Gohan and brought his fists down with tremendous force. "Ugh!" Gohan cried out as he plummeted into the forest below Korin Tower, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Upon witnessing this, Videl in the Heavenly Temple immediately soared into the air, exclaiming, "Gohan!" Zombie Vegeta stood with his arms crossed beside the pit, gazing at Gohan with a sinister smile. "Do you know, Gohan? Although you are of a lower warrior lineage, I still hold a certain admiration for you. That Kakarot fellow has lost much of his Saiyan essence, unlike me. I understand your desire to retain a warrior's dignity in death, so I shall ensure your demise before savoring your body." Gohan, half kneeling in the pit, managed a pained smile. "If I truly cannot defeat you, then such an ending would be the best I could hope for." Zombie Vegeta extended 3 fingers toward Gohan's head. "This next move will bring about your swift demise. Once I consume your body, I may surpass Kakarot." Magic flash. A colossal golden energy wave arched across the ground, and Vegeta leaped into the air, yet his legs remained grounded. "Who?" Both Zombie Vegeta and Gohan turned their gaze toward the source of the energy wave. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zombie Vegeta chuckled. "Is that the Super Saiyan who took his own life? That halo above your head. Do you feel your demise was insufficient, prompting you to return from the underworld?" Trunks descended beside Gohan and inquired, "Mr. Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan retrieved a Senzu bean from his waist and consumed it, unleashing a surge of power. "Yes, I'm fine. You were the one who defeated Frieza and his cohort." Trunks introduced himself. "I am Trunks, hailing from the future. My mother is Bulma, and my father is this very man before you. I initially came to warn you about an impending crisis, but it seems this timeline faces an even greater peril." Surprised, Zombie Vegeta regarded Trunks. "You are my son?" Trunks locked eyes with Zombie Vegeta. "Under normal circumstances, if none of this had occurred, I should have already been born in this timeline." Zombie Vegeta paused for a moment, then chuckled. "How peculiar this sensation is. Now, do you wish to be utterly annihilated, or do you desire to join us?" In an instant, Trunks erupted with an aura far surpassing Vegeta's. "I will eradicate you all. Even if you were once my father, I shall show no mercy." Zombie Vegeta responded with a gratified smile, assuming a battle stance. "Well spoken. Now you truly resemble my bloodline, but alas, you shall not succeed." Gohan addressed Trunks. "Mr. Trunks, let us face him together." "No, Mr. Gohan. Please allow me to confront him alone. I implore you." Gohan understood Trunks' sentiments. After all, it was his father. In a life-or-death scenario, this was perhaps the best outcome. The two launched toward each other, and upon their clash, Trunks struck Zombie Vegeta with such force that he was cleaved in two, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Facing the fully unleashed potential of Trunks, Zombie Vegeta's body was as fragile as bread wrapped around twigs, easily dismantled with force. Zombie Vegeta's upper half was sent flying a distance before vanishing. Trunks gasped, "This is bad. He has consumed Mr. Goku's flesh. He should possess all of Mr. Goku's techniques." Meanwhile, Piccolo had completely vanquished Guldo. As I was about to descend for support, I suddenly found myself face to face with the upper half of the undead Vegeta, who had teleported right in front of me. Piccolo instinctively struck with a knife hand, only for the Zombie Vegeta to grasp his arm and bite down hard. In a desperate bid to avoid infection, Piccolo swiftly severed his bitten arm. However, after consuming Piccolo's limb, Vegeta's power surged once more, as his lower half rapidly regenerated in a manner reminiscent of Majin Buu. Wiping his mouth, the Zombie Vegeta gazed at Piccolo with a sinister grin, remarking, "Heh, I never imagined Namekians could cultivate to such a level. With this boost, I might just stand a chance against that brat." The enhancement Piccolo provided to the undead Vegeta was nearly equivalent to a Super Saiyan 2, albeit slightly weaker than Goku's full strength. Yet, with the undead's immortality and boundless energy, he could still wear down everyone. With a swift punch, the Zombie Vegeta smashed Piccolo's face into his skull, exclaiming, "You, worthless pest. Just watch from the sidelines. You may yet serve another purpose." At that moment, Daitai and Gohan returned to the sacred world, only to find Piccolo sprawled on the ground. Gohan's rage erupted instantaneously. You killed Uncle Piccolo. I will not forgive you. His muscles swelled, his hair stood rigidly upright, and the surrounding lightning intensified. Enveloped in a faint blue energy, he was further cloaked in the golden aura of a Super Saiyan, his power nearly rivaling Daitai's. Recognizing that this was not the time for individual glory, Daitai and Gohan unleashed a combined magical flash towards the zombie Vegeta. In an instant, the undead Vegeta teleported behind them, delivering a powerful kick. Gohan and Daitai swiftly seized Vegeta's legs, pulling in opposite directions with perfect synchronization. With a resounding rip, the zombie Vegeta's body was torn asunder. Daitai raised his hand, targeting Vegeta's head, declaring, "This ends now, Father." A beam of energy obliterated the undead Vegeta's head into nothingness. Gohan rushed to Piccolo's side, discovering that he was still alive, and forcefully administered a Senzu-bean. "Uncle Piccolo, hold on." Daitai stared in silence at the two halves of Vegeta's corpse, grappling with the disbelief of having slain the father of this world with his own hands. Closing his eyes, he murmured, "Rest in peace, Father." At that moment, the heart of the left half of the undead Vegeta began to pulse unexpectedly. What? The exposed heart throbbed with increasing vigor, causing the three to tense up and retreat. Yet, from behind them came a voice both familiar and despairing. "I never expected you to defeat Vegeta. How intriguing." "Dad." Gohan spun around to see the blood-soaked undead Goku, clad in a black and red GI. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he held Biddy Lee captive. Aunt Biddy Lee, barely clinging to life, gazed at Gohan and implored, "Gohan-kun, don't worry about me. Fight back." Chapter 71. Tears against the current. The undead Goku gripped Vidal's neck, lifting her effortlessly while chuckling. "Very well. Let us see if he can truly harden his heart." Gohan glared at the undead Goku, shouting, "Release her." "Just as you wish," the undead Goku replied, exerting a slight force to slam Vidal onto the ground. Her legs shattered upon impact, and her internal organs were grievously crushed, causing her to cough up blood. How despicable. Gohan was about to rush forward when the undead Goku placed a foot upon Vidal's head, warning, "Do not act rashly." Lifting his hand, the undead Goku bit into it, allowing blood to spurt forth from the wound, cascading onto the lifeless remains of the undead Vegeta, Krillin, and Tien. In an instant, aside from the ashes of those obliterated, any remaining flesh began to writhe. Then, they fully restored. Upon resurrecting, undead Vegeta emanated an even more potent aura, gazing at the undead Goku and stating, once again, "I have received your gift. It is truly displeasing." The trio, witnessing the revival of the undead they had painstakingly vanquished, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. They found themselves surrounded, yet none of the undead dared to initiate an attack. The undead Goku turned to Gohan, grinning, "If I had wished, I could have found you long ago. The reason I have spared you until now is that I recognize the remarkable potential residing within you. Thus, I refrained from striking. I awaited your growth. I yearn for a formidable adversary, a true delicacy. Now, let us see if you can advance further." With that, the undead Goku increased the pressure of his foot, causing Vidal to scream in agony, as if her head were on the verge of being crushed. "Please, no?" The undead Goku turned to Gohan and Trunks, laughing. "By the way, during my absence, I utilized Trunks' time machine to visit numerous places." Trunks, astonished, looked at Goku and exclaimed, "How do you know my name?" "I have yet to tell you." He continued, "Moreover, the time machine's energy is only sufficient for a single round trip." "How could you?" The undead Goku raised his hand and tapped his own head, saying, "Your future mother bestowed upon me considerable wisdom, including memories of you. Though she has aged, her mind is the most delectable I have ever savored." "You scoundrel!" Unable to contain his fury, Trunks charged recklessly at the undead Goku. However, in an instant, the undead Goku's hair stood on end, transforming to a purplish-red hue, and a liquid energy of the same color oozed from him. With merely a swift chop of his hand, he sent Trunks crashing to the ground. Piccolo observed the undead Goku intently, contemplating. The aura has vanished. Is this a completely new transformation? The undead Goku glanced down at the fallen Trunks, chuckling. "Do not fret. There are still survivors in your future world. Moreover, I did not leave behind any infected beings there. In a sense, I safeguarded your future." "Safeguarded?" The undead Goku elaborated. "I assisted you in eliminating the androids 17 and 18. Your shattered future is unworthy of my efforts to guide them towards evolution. As I continue to seek a time and space that aligns with my advancement, I traveled to the year 789 of the age of AI, where I discovered an alternative evolutionary path for the Saiyans. That universe is worthy of my influence, and the finest beings have become my subordinates, granting me access to an even more potent form. However, what you see now is not that form. It was acquired after I returned to Trunks' timeline. By chance, I encountered a being who resembles me, claiming to be Black Goku. He is formidable, and his rate of growth is astonishing, ultimately transforming into a shape I have never witnessed before. He declared his intent to obliterate all of humanity, which starkly contrasts my vision of guiding the entire universe towards evolution. Thus, he has become the most delectable item on my culinary list. At this juncture, Zombie Goku clenched his fists. I too have experienced a significant enhancement before returning here. Grasping Biddy's hair, Zombie Goku lifted her up. By the way, Gohan, in the timeline I visited, this woman was destined to become your wife. You were to have a daughter named Xiaofeng. Although she is quite weak, I can forever recall the essence of her being. Even though history has been distorted, your fates remain intertwined, allowing for your eventual meeting. Gohan, overwhelmed with despair, knelt down, his eyes vacant. Please, stop. Zombie Goku, still gripping Biddy's hair, approached Gohan with a grin. Unfortunately, in this timeline, she holds no value. Our race requires no reproduction. Even if you continue to exist as a human, she is unworthy of you. With a swift motion, Zombie Goku sank his teeth into a substantial portion of Biddy's neck. Biddy was cast before Gohan, blood spilling from her mouth. The arterial blood flowed and spread across the tiled floor. After chewing a few bites, Zombie Goku spat Biddy's flesh onto the ground. Truly unpalatable, nothing like her from that timeline. Despite her age, there was a taste of loyalty in her blood. Gohan knelt, Biddy's blood seeping onto his fingers, tears streaming down his face, mingling with the crimson pool below. In a trembling voice, he uttered, "No, please, don't say any more." At that moment, Biddy appeared to find solace, smiling at Gohan. "Gohan, it's all right now." With every ounce of strength left, her already fractured hand reached out to grasp his. "Gohan, I believe that in some timeline, we can find happiness together. Lastly, I implore you for one more thing. Can you?" Gohan's body, uncontrollably, enveloped Biddy in his arms. Biddy reached out, caressing Gohan's cheek. "Do not squander your life in the pursuit of being a savior. Now, fulfill your duties as you promised me." Gohan held Biddy tightly, weeping, unafraid of her suddenly becoming a zombie and attacking him. With her final consciousness, Biddy strained to speak. "Hurry, I'm reaching my limit." "No, I cannot." The Zombie Goku, crossing his arms, coldly remarked, "Humph, useless beings. Allow me to lend you a final hand." With a swift kick, he sent Gohan sprawling, then placed his foot upon the head of Videl once more. "Observe closely, Gohan. This is how Videl is utilized." Gohan's eyes widened in horror as he watched Videl, her throat damaged and choked with blood, rendered unable to produce a sound. She gazed at Gohan tenderly, conveying a few words through her lips. "I love you." Crack. Under immense pressure, Videl's head was crushed instantaneously, an eye popping from its socket and rolling to rest before Gohan. In that moment, Gohan felt as though he could hear nothing. It was as if he had lost something profoundly significant, a vital essence severed deep within his soul. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. "The time has come, Savior." Ah! Boom! A fierce gale swept through, dispersing clouds for miles, as a colossal silver aura surged skyward. Purple-red lightning danced around the violet GI. The previous zombies, paralyzed by the command of Patient Zero, now trembled in primal fear. Zombie Vegeta stared at his trembling hands. "Am I afraid?" His silver hair stood defiantly erect, a powerful presence defying gravity, carrying away the tears flowing from his eyes. Tears that flowed upstream, crimson eyes fixed unwaveringly on Zombie Goku. "I will not spare you." Zombie Goku was pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he looked at Gohan, grinning. "Then come, son." Chapter 72. Zombie Goku and Beast Gohan stepped towards Zombie Goku. Instinctively, Zombie Goku retreated a few steps, stunned. Am I actually backing down? At this point, I have no weaknesses. What is there to fear? As Gohan approached Videl's lifeless body, he gently lifted her. "I'm sorry, Videl. My father caused all of this. It is my duty to end it." Uncle Piccolo, carrying her body, instructed Mr. Trunks to leave first. Help me find a place to bury her. Trunks rose from the ground, declaring, "No, Mr. Gohan, I will stay and fight." Gohan abruptly turned to Trunks, his gaze brooking no dissent. "Leave." "Yes, sir." Piccolo stepped forward to take Vidal's body, earnestly advising, "Gohan, you must." Before Piccolo could finish, Gohan resolutely interjected, "I will survive. I promise." As Piccolo and Din prepared to depart, Zombie Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, blocking their path. "Our battle is not yet over." Gohan kicked a stone shattered by his energy, sending it flying to obliterate Zombie Vegeta's head. "Quickly go." The two immediately took flight. Others attempted to pursue. But Zombie Goku raised his hand. "No need to chase. Savor the battle before you." Nevertheless, the Zombie Goku silently allowed a drop of blood to flow as he pursued the descending Zombie Vegeta from the Heavenly Palace. Along the way, Piccolo furrowed his brow and said to Daidoku, "I have a plan that requires your assistance in buying me some time." Back at the Heavenly Palace, the Zombie Goku erupted with formidable crimson energy, standing before Gohan and locking eyes with him. Gohan closed his eyes, as if bidding a final farewell. "Father, this may be the last time I call you that. I will never forget the you who fought for Earth and justice. I do not understand how things have come to this, but from this moment on, we shall be eternal enemies." The Zombie Goku, hands on his hips, chuckled. "To be honest, I am uncertain whether I am still the Son Goku I once was. However, I can assure you that the primary reason I fight is simply because I wish to fight. As for saving the Earth, that is merely a byproduct of battle. Now, I shall fight for a nobler purpose. I will lead my kin to become the most perfect race in the universe. Words are futile. When you become one of my subjects, you will understand. Come, son Gohan, unleash your full power." As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan's fist pierced through the heart of the Zombie Goku. The Zombie Goku tightly grasped Gohan's arm and opened his mouth to bite down. Gohan's hand revolved within the Zombie Goku's body before he unleashed his strength once more, delivering a punch that shattered through its chest, continuing to obliterate its jaw and entire head. He then flung the Zombie Goku to the ground and launched an energy wave. Yet, in the next moment, the Zombie Goku reappeared, floating before Gohan in a completely renewed form. Even the half-torn visage had completely healed. His scara had turned black, laced with crimson veins, while his pupils glowed red, and his skin appeared pale with black nails. He spread his arms, reveling in the ceaseless power surging within him, saying, "This is the feeling, my strength is ever increasing." Gohan frowned slightly, astonished by the Zombie Goku's astonishing regenerative ability. "Surely you do not believe that shattering me will lead to my demise." Unfortunately, in Trunks' timeline, I consumed a deity, a god with immortality. Initially, he was immune to my infection until I devoured a part of his body, after which I was able to infect him again. I have now acquired healing capabilities akin to his. To kill me, you must obliterate every single one of my cells. Gohan gazed intently at the Zombie Goku, stating, "Even if you possess immortality, you still experience pain, do you not? Killing you so easily would bore me. I will ensure you understand the essence of suffering." In a swift motion, Gohan maneuvered behind the Zombie Goku and delivered a crushing blow that obliterated its head. The headless body did not cease its actions. A purplish-red energy blade coalesced in its right hand and slashed towards Gohan's chest. Gohan seized the Zombie Goku's hand, forcibly detaching it and then re-embedding it into its own body. With a fierce glare, he unleashed a powerful blast that sent the Zombie Goku flying. The dazzling light of magic shattered the Zombie Goku's form once more, yet within mere seconds, it reformed. Observing Gohan, the creature mused to itself, "Truly, my years of waiting for Gohan have not been in vain. Once I consume him, I shall possess unparalleled strength. Let the fury flow." The two engaged in an intense battle, with Zombie Goku being thoroughly suppressed throughout. Despite its continuous growth and strength, it could not match Gohan at that moment. Do not underestimate me. In an instant, a dark purple aura erupted from Zombie Goku, significantly augmenting its power. Gohan, caught off guard by this sudden shift, revealed a vulnerability and was struck back a meter by a punch from Zombie Goku. Its hairstyle transformed into that of a Super Saiyan 2, and it laughed. "I never anticipated I could elevate my transformation further. Gohan, I hope you are prepared." Gohan retorted coldly, "So you have become slightly stronger. What of it?" In a flash, he maneuvered behind Zombie Goku with a speed that was hard to detect, then spun around, delivering a crushing elbow strike to its skull. The impact shattered its cranium, causing brain matter to erupt from its nostrils. Grasping zombie Goku's head, Gohan unleashed his full speed, forcing it into the ground, grinding it until the creature was reduced to a mere pulp. It was evident that Gohan instinctively attacked with lethal precision. A ravine, stretching for several kilometers, became a gruesome display of flesh and blood, as zombie Goku repeatedly regenerated only to be pulverized anew. Gohan turned and unleashed a ki blast into the ravine, obliterating the remnants of zombie Goku within. However, this zombie Goku had consumed many brains, including that of the scientist Bulma and others from different realms, including Piccolo. Its strategic acumen had evolved significantly. Before the battle commenced, it had left fragments of itself across various planets and even alternate dimensions. This regenerative ability allowed it to transfer its consciousness to other timelines for revival, especially with those it had resurrected through its own flesh. If it so desired, it could inhabit others' bodies at will. This power had been truly enhanced when it encountered the Supreme Kai in the future world. At that time, its abilities were not nearly as formidable. When the Supreme Kai appeared on Earth to investigate Majin Buu, it coincidentally encountered Babidi. In the shadows, zombie Goku manipulated events. And once Majin Buu was resurrected, Babidi, Dabura, Shin, and Jebet became the catalysts for a considerable amplification of its powers through Babidi's magic and the divine might of the Supreme Kai. Even the resurrected Majin Buu fell prey to it, granting zombie Goku the same revival capabilities and infinite stamina. Most importantly, the Fat Buu contained a portion of the Supreme Kai's divine energy within. A multitude of factors has gradually brought it closer to perfection. It can be said that XIN has played an immensely significant role in the evolution of the zombie Goku. In Chapter 73, the final trump card? At the moment when the zombie Goku is resurrected in a certain part of Earth, the zombie Vegeta teleports in front of Piccolo and Date, crossing their path. With arms crossed and a smile, he inquires, "Where do you plan to go?" Just as Date is about to advance, Piccolo hastily warns, "Be careful. He has changed completely from before." Goku's blood has significantly enhanced his power. Date, unleashing all his energy, reassures, "Don't worry, Mr. Piccolo, I will hold him off." The zombie Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan 3 once more, engaging in a fierce battle with Date, both evenly matched. 5 minutes later, Date appears to be nearing exhaustion. As a dead being, he cannot recover his strength in the realm of the living and must return to the underworld to rejuvenate. Through a mental connection, the zombie Goku instructs the zombie Vegeta, "Infect him swiftly. If you wish to fight, this will be necessary later. Also, if you let him end his own life again, your existence will no longer be warranted." All zombies are unable to defy the commands of Patient Zero, prompting zombie Vegeta to alter his combat approach. In this evenly matched contest, biting the enemy becomes a feasible task. After dozens of exchanges, zombie Vegeta bites off a substantial chunk of Date's trapezius muscle, consuming it. Exuding a despairing aura, he declares, "Regrettably, I must resort to this method to have you exit the stage. I shall forever remember this battle. You have not tarnished the noble blood of your royal lineage." Date, breaking out in a cold sweat, collapses to the ground on one knee, aware that should he perish once more, his soul would be irretrievably lost. But what of it? His life as pursuit has been to safeguard the world, not to become a harbinger of its destruction. With the last of his strength, Date gathers energy in his hands, gazing at zombie Vegeta. "Even if my soul is scattered, I have no regrets." Just as Date prepares himself, Vegeta suddenly appears behind him. In an instant, his hands are disarmed and flung to the ground. Date turns in despair to face Vegeta, uttering, "Father." Kneeling before Vegeta, Date's form gradually becomes transparent and fades away, not due to the scattering of his soul, but from sheer exhaustion, forcibly summoned back to the underworld. At the gates of the underworld, a pallid figure materializes, his previously vanished hands restored with the reconstruction of his corporeal form. An underworld attendant approaches and inquires, "Sir, are you lost?" He immediately lifts his gaze to the attendant and, in a sudden frenzy, tackles him, brutally tearing him open. The zombie Goku on Earth smiles at the sky, proclaiming, "Now the underworld and the divine realm belong to me as well. Go infect King Enma and the Kaioshin, Trunks. Let Enma prepare sustenance for us, and we shall devour the entire underworld." In a swift teleportation, zombie Goku joins the zombie Vegeta, seizing one of Date's arms and reducing it to mere bones. He then erupts with an even more formidable aura, exclaiming, "Excellent. I have grown stronger. Next, Gohan, it is your turn. Who? The zombie Goku turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion nearby, where he spotted 2 small bottles placed upon the ground. Piccolo raised his hand, directing it towards the 2 individuals, declaring, Trunks did not sacrifice himself in vain. He has granted me sufficient time. Since I cannot vanquish you, I shall seal you away completely. This is my final resort. It is irreversible. Double Demon Seal Wave. With all his might, Piccolo successfully imprisoned the zombie Goku within the 2 bottles, sealing them with caps and affixing talismans. Just as he was about to finish his words, a terrifying voice emanated from behind him. Did you truly believe it would be that simple? With a swift thrust, zombie Goku pierced through Piccolo's chest, seizing the 2 bottles from his grasp and shattering them. The previously sealed individuals re-emerged, although the zombie Goku that had been confined now lay lifeless on the ground. As the other zombie Goku approached, the body of the one on the ground instantly transformed into a gruesome mass of flesh, merging into the other zombie Goku's form. Piccolo, kneeling on the ground, coughed up blood and exclaimed, How could this happen? There are many things you do not comprehend, but it is no longer necessary to understand. Vegeta has taken him to the room of spirit and time to exploit the regenerative abilities of the Namekians. At that moment, Gohan rushed over at breakneck speed, coincidentally encountering the unconscious Piccolo being carried away by zombie Vegeta. He charged furiously at zombie Vegeta, shouting, Put Uncle Piccolo down. Zombie Goku stood in front of Gohan, crossing his arms to barely block the incoming punch. Even with Trunks' power, he still could not match Gohan's current strength, though the gap was narrowing. Zombie Goku was confident that he could infect Gohan within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the underworld, where the now zombified King Enma had succumbed to the gluttonous urges. All spirits, regardless of their nature, were granted corporeal forms and subsequently devoured. Zombie Trunks lifted his gaze towards the realm of the Supreme Kai, placing his hands on his forehead in search of the Supreme Kai's energy. Shin and the old Supreme Kai immediately grew tense upon witnessing this. This is bad. That fellow is searching for us. The old Supreme Kai clenched his fists, staring toward the realm of destruction. How long will you continue to sleep? Beerus. But even if you awaken, you want to lend a hand. Shin, in a state of urgency, implored the old Supreme Kai, Ancestor. We have no time left. Quickly devise a plan using your invincible trump card. I have abandoned the notion of using a trump card. It requires 2 powerful warriors. Now, there is only 1 warrior left on Earth. After saying this, the old Supreme Kai sat down and sighed deeply. This universe is doomed. I cannot allow him to consume me. You must obliterate me completely. Suddenly, Shin had a flash of inspiration and proposed a plan that had been dormant for many nights. Wait, it is not over yet. I too have a final card to play. We can seek out another Supreme Kai. Another Supreme Kai? Are you referring to Kuronoa? Shin exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. Precisely. I had previously encountered her doppelganger, and if we could summon the Time Patrol to assist us, we would undoubtedly reverse the tide of battle. The old Kai addressed Shin. No, that Group S power might not even match that of this monster. A single misstep could unleash calamity across multiple timelines. I must give it a try, Jebbit. We must go. The old Kai cursed as he watched Shin and Jebbit vanish. You scoundrels. Even if you don't take me along, you should ensure my complete demise. Yet, in the next moment, a monstrous creature with a gaping maw stood behind the old Kai. He turned to face the zombie Dabra, forcing a smile. I shall not allow you to prevail. The old Kai's form began to dissipate into light, while Dabra took a step forward, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. Master Old Kai, you must flee. This is my last vestige of reason. The old Kai looked at Dabra and said, Do not struggle, my child. We both know you have done your utmost, and I cannot escape. My disappearance here is my responsibility to the world. Dabra's body convulsed, as if resisting the command, and then began to swell dramatically. Ultimately, Dabra's form erupted in an explosion, reducing him to a pool of blood. The old Kai's eyes glistened with moisture, his body becoming translucent. You are a commendable hero, Trunks. A tear fell onto the crimson grass as the old Kai vanished completely. Chapter 74. The Tumor of the World. Meanwhile, Gohan and the zombie Goku were engaged in a fierce battle. Gohan had been fighting for an extended period, and although he maintained the upper hand, his breaths grew increasingly labored. In contrast, the undead monster, despite being suppressed, regarded Gohan with a nonchalant demeanor. Have you reached your limits? Would you like me to tell you a story about what has yet to transpire? Piccolo will not become one of my kin. Instead, he will serve as our nourishment, and I shall make good use of his regenerative abilities." Enraged by these words, Gohan unleashed a powerful aura. "Silence. You will pay for this." He charged at Zombie Goku, raising his hand midair to unleash a formidable shockwave. Zombie Goku lifted his hands to block the powerful wave, but Gohan swiftly maneuvered behind him. Masenko. Thus, under the dual assault of the shockwave, Zombie Goku was reduced to ashes. Gohan descended to the ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. He had eliminated Zombie Goku no fewer than 10 times, yet that accursed monster always reappeared unscathed. The previous attack had nearly drained his remaining strength. However, that mortal voice echoed once more from behind him. "Do you know? Not every version of you in every universe possesses such formidable power." Gohan turned and launched a ki blast, but this time his attack was swatted away by Zombie Goku. A smug grin appeared on Zombie Goku's face. "In the world I visited, I could tear apart your wife and daughter right before your eyes, and the power you could muster would still be exceedingly limited. In my eyes, you are the sole being of your kind, which is why I have preserved your existence. However, should you fail to grow stronger, your fate as my meal will soon be sealed." Gohan stared wide-eyed at Goku and declared, "I will not succumb like Trunks. Even in death, I refuse to become one of you." The Zombie Goku cast a glance at the sky and chuckled. "I forgot to mention, the underworld is also under our control. Even if you remain untransformed, upon your demise, I can easily convert you into one of us. Speaking of which, perhaps in this timeline, Biddy Lee has also succumbed to zombification in the underworld? Damn it." Gohan erupted with terrifying power, delivering a punch that obliterated the Zombie Goku's head. Just as he retracted his hand, the remaining jaw of the Zombie Goku mutated, suddenly ensnaring Gohan's left hand. A row of teeth vibrated like serrated blades. Snap! Gohan's fist was bitten off, and the Zombie Goku's head reverted to its original form, swallowing Gohan's flesh. Ha 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 ha! In the next moment, the Zombie Goku's hair elongated and stood erect, resembling the hairstyle of a beastly Gohan. However, the silvery mane transformed into a blood-red hue, radiating a purplish-red divine aura. Ha ha! Now I am becoming ever more perfect, truly worthy of being my son. Without a trace of hesitation, Gohan placed his right hand upon his left arm and forcefully twisted, tearing his entire left arm off at the shoulder. Seizing the moment while the Zombie Goku reveled in his transformation, Gohan struck him squarely in the face. The Zombie Goku's head merely tilted back slightly, and then, looking at Gohan with a grin, asked, "Do you still refuse to join us?" Gohan continued to unleash his formidable strength, blood erupting forth as his power surged. "I have declared it. Even in death, I shall not become a monster. If I cannot find peace in death, then I shall burn my very soul to ashes." Just as Gohan prepared to expend his last ounce of strength, he faintly heard the voices of Biddy Lee and Piccolo. "Stay alive, Gohan." Gohan suppressed his breath, instantly appearing behind the Zombie Goku, gripping his cervical spine and pulling with all his might. He extracted the entire spine of the Zombie Goku and fled at breakneck speed. This way, it would take him several seconds to regain his breath and heal from such an injury. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Gohan's eyelids grew heavy. Suspended in midair, Gohan lost consciousness and reverted to his normal state, plummeting into a forest in the north. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a white coat, adorned with high heels and possessing long, curly chestnut hair, stood beside the crater. She gazed at the various readings on her glasses, murmuring, "There are still faint signs of life. It seems you have been fighting. Apparently, you have not yet been infected." The unconscious Gohan was lifted effortlessly by the beautiful woman, who declared, "I will ensure you survive and thrive in a more perfect form." Time returns to the present, as Womi explains to Vegeta. This is essentially the situation. I saved Gohan and transformed him into a cyborg. Consequently, he is no longer susceptible to bites. While this does not impede his maximum power, I have also implanted an infinite energy device within him. Vegeta scrutinizes Gohan, remarking, "Yet, with such modifications, it seems he will find it difficult to surpass his limits." Womi clarifies, Gohan has likely reached the pinnacle of Saiyan potential. Theoretically, without the virus, he cannot grow stronger. Vegeta retorts, "Do not underestimate the limits of a Saiyan." At this moment, both Vegeta and Bulma wear grave expressions, realizing that Trunks met with a tragic fate, having perished twice in his quest to protect humanity. In the end, Even the virus could not fully dominate him. Vegeta recalls a mother who awaited a long-lost loved one, only to confront the familiar face that would ultimately bring about her demise. Unable to contain the fury within him, he unleashes a torrent of boundless energy. Whatever this cockroach from another universe may be, I will reduce him to ashes. Womi candidly states, that is unattainable. Even if you manage to slay all the zombies, you cannot eliminate Patient Zero. Throughout the multiverse, as long as there are carriers of its infection, it remains indestructible. No one knows how many timelines it has invaded, and given your presence here, it is likely that it can traverse to your timeline as well. Vegeta laughs. It lacks the capability. The gods of destruction and the Omni King from the timelines we visited will not tolerate it. Old Bey, glancing at Vegeta with concern, adds, yet, it appears you have yet to establish connections in our primary timeline. In light of insufficient intelligence, Goku and the others may also. Vegeta waves his hand dismissively. Although he is a fusion of Metamoran techniques, he is still a combination of Kakarot and yourself. Do not underestimate him. Besides, he possesses my contact information. Should any misfortune befall him, the Supreme Kai there can reach out to me. Subsequently, Vegeta turns to Womi and inquires, when did the Time Patrol arrive? Womi reflects briefly. Not long after I saved Gohan, the Supreme Kai brought Trunks from the Time Patrol, along with Goku and Vegeta, for a visit. The outcome was that everyone, except the Supreme Kai, went missing. Vegeta addresses the group. What did I say previously? Compared to zombie Kakarot, that sin is the true blight upon this world. Apologies for interrupting you. Please continue. For years past, and the Supreme Kai of Time personally led a search for me. Chapter 75. Vegeta, I shall indulge myself first. However, the Supreme Kai did not perish. During the intervening 4 years, he continued to seek methods to combat the zombies. Vegeta fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense, prompting everyone to take a step back. Womi continued. Later, he brought another Saiyan warrior, who is immensely powerful. Broly, perhaps? Womi nodded yes. That is correct. Although his self-control is somewhat lacking, I have enhanced him to perfection. He is immune to the zombie infection, but alas, he has become part of that demon. Part of? In the year 774 of the Ikiki era, Korinoya once again assembled a group of Time Patrol members, declaring his intent to resolve all issues in one fell swoop. This included counterparts from another timeline: Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, Broly. Vegeta murmured, Time Patrol Broly? How could that fellow be allied with them? Gohan produced a photograph and handed it to Vegeta, stating, this is completely different from our timeline's Broly. It was taken just before our departure. Vegeta scrutinized the individuals in the photograph, furrowing his brow as he couldn't help but comment, why on earth take a picture? Isn't that just asking for trouble? And why not eliminate the Supreme Kai as a sacrifice? Womi, with eyes closed in resignation, replied, had I known what would unfold, I would have certainly prioritized eliminating him. At that time, we believed we had a strong chance of success. Thus we launched an all-out assault, and this photograph served as a memento before the battle commenced. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Only the zombie versions of Goku and Vegeta posed significant challenges. The Time Patrol's Goku and Vegeta fused after a mere exchange of blows, donning the earrings to become you. However, he soon attracted the attention of Patient Zero, who infected him in no time and turned his focus towards us. In truth, there was still a chance to retreat, provided my artificial Broly remained unharmed. Womi inhaled deeply and continued, at that moment, I was preoccupied dealing with the zombie version of you. Upon witnessing the earrings effect, the Supreme Kai removed his own and tossed them to the 2 Brolys. By the time I realized, they had already fused. Although fused Broly was indeed terrifyingly powerful, he also became a mere flesh and blood entity after the fusion. He too was infected, leaving us with an additional formidable adversary while losing a powerful ally. Androids 17 and 18 were dismantled. Gohan and I fled with their heads, ultimately being rescued by another Supreme Kai of Time. Vegeta interjected, is the other one blue? Yes, her name is Eos. She asked if I would be willing to abandon this timeline and join her as a Time Patrol member. Gohan and I both declined, and she returned us. Vegeta, filled with fury, inquired, that Supreme Kai is dead, right? He died after being infected but lacked the courage to take his own life, ultimately being slain by 17 after turning into a zombie. Vegeta glanced at 17 and remarked with a grin, well done. It would have been perfect had you tortured him a bit longer. 17 replied nonchalantly, Rest assured, I gave him a thorough beating before eliminating him. Vegeta addressed everyone. Now that we have a general understanding of the situation, let us bring the refugees in. Gohan, I will train you upon my return. Where are you going? Gohan asked. Vegeta opened the door. Their base in this timeline should be at the Heavenly Palace. I am off to indulge myself. Old Bey hurriedly followed behind Vegeta, declaring, I'm coming too. The 18 from the second timeline chimed in. Count me in. Vegeta responded to the group. 18, you stay here. This is not like the usual tournament fights. This is a life-or-death massacre. No one will let you simply observe from the sidelines. On the 18th, with a pout, she murmured, All right, I shall see what assistance I can offer here. Old Bey, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Vegeta, Let me go. I have perfected the limitless training. Those monsters cannot harm me. Vegeta scratched his head, conceding, Fine, but when I command you to retreat, you must not linger. Wolmi approached Vegeta, his demeanor serious. If you are unfortunate enough to be bitten. Vegeta interjected resolutely, I will not become a zombie. After a moment of silence, Wolmi produced a miniature version of Majin 21 from his pocket and handed it to Vegeta. This is a fragment of my consciousness, capable of synchronizing with my main self. Although it lacks combat capabilities, it is immune to bites. The mini Majin 21 continued in Vegeta's hands. I will relay all pertinent information to you, while also gathering useful cells. Vegeta couldn't resist squeezing the mini version of 21, remarking, Oh, it feels rather pleasant. Can it withstand my grip? Quite intriguing. Why does your main self not take this form? Wolmi, observing Vegeta's continued squeezing of his doppelganger, frowned. Though it cannot be crushed, I still feel the pain, so please be gentle. This entity was created using cells gifted to me by Eos during my time in the Time Patrol. Its compatibility with my consciousness is remarkably high, likely remnants of an alternate version of myself that was modified in such a manner. I designed it this way for reconnaissance and information gathering. Ensure you do not destroy it. With a swift motion, Vegeta detached the Mini 21's head, only to hastily reattach it, apologizing. I merely wished to test its durability. Despite its diminutive size, the Mini 21 possessed regenerative abilities akin to Majin Buu, quickly healing itself. Ordinary physical attacks would not result in its demise. Only powerful energy assaults could achieve that. Vegeta placed a finger to his forehead, while Vegeta leaned on his shoulder, addressing the group. We shall be back shortly. In an instant, through Jebet's teleportation, they arrived at the Earth's sacred temple, enveloped in a dense, blood-red mist. The acrid stench immediately unsettled the two. However, as they maintained their limitless training, the virus did not infiltrate their bodies. Upon nearing them, it was automatically isolated outside their skin, allowing only regular air to be inhaled. Vegeta glanced down at the sticky, crimson tiles. The Mini 21 observed the surroundings, murmuring, The air here could surely turn an ordinary person into a zombie with just one breath. Indeed, as I suspected, they are researching more effective means of transmission. If this were to spread uncontrollably across other planets, the consequences would be dire. Vegeta raised his hand. Is that so? In an instant, the blood mist enveloping the temple converged into the palm of Vegeta's hand, forming a dark crimson sphere. With a gentle touch of his finger, he unleashed a destructive force, causing it to vanish. It seems it is not so difficult after all, the Mini 21 remarked in astonishment. How did you accomplish that? The explanation is rather convoluted. One might liken it to the principle of a spirit bomb being coalesced, followed by a technique of a destroyer. However, do leave me some material to study upon my return. Chapter 76. The cursed Vegito forcefully kicked open the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, crossing his arms as he stepped inside. Before him stood a familiar figure, clad in black Kai attire with white hair, his face resembling that of someone who had been gnawed upon. Old Kai regarded the figure's patera earrings and mused, A fused being? There seems to be a hint of Kakarote's essence. A trivial foe, hardly noteworthy, not even worthy of being my sparring partner. The undead Zamasu addressed the two. Vegito? Are you time patrollers? Vegito dismissed the undead Zamasu entirely and strode towards the ragged, nearly naked humans. Hey, I'm talking to you. Vegito collided with Zamasu, the impacted portion of his body seemingly erased from existence. Mini 21, perched on Vegeto's shoulder, exclaimed, Incredible. He turned to Zamasu, now reduced to half a body, and quipped, Apologies, I typically don't watch for ants while walking. If you seek demise, I suggest you fully obstruct my path. Scoundrel. Zamasu's body rapidly regenerated, launching a punch at Vegito. Crack! Zamasu's fist struck Vegito's head, only for his arm to recoil painfully from the impact. Impressive strength. You are the mightiest Vegito I have encountered, he declared. I shall savor your flesh. With a swift motion, Vegito landed a punch to Zamasu's chest, and the two stood motionless. Zamasu found himself immobilized, as Vegito's energy coursed through him, rendering his meager strength utterly ineffective. Through the interconnectedness among these undead beings, Vegito swiftly located Patient Zero, the undead Son Goku, and established a mental link. In a celestial domain of a parallel universe, the undead Goku sat upon a throne constructed from skeletal remains, gnawing on the head of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. After a few bites, he discarded the head onto the ground, lifting his gaze with a sinister smile. Vegito, is it? A defeated foe daring to return? Vegito transmitted a portion of his energy, manifesting an energy construct of himself before the undead Goku. He glanced at the dismembered Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and remarked, "It appears that fused beings do not disintegrate upon death." With that, he approached the edge of the celestial domain, gazing down at the lower realm. One universe, is it? It seems even the evil dragon has succumbed to your appetite. In an instant, the undead Goku accelerated, delivering a punch aimed at Vegito's back. Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, evading the blow and countering with an elbow strike to the undead Goku's abdomen. Ugh! It felt as if the attack struck at his very soul, causing the undead Goku to kneel in agony. Vegito placed a foot upon his head, pressing it into the ground and declaring, "You have wreaked havoc across numerous universes. Your existence is akin to a virus within the multiverse." As he spoke, Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself with a smile and declared, "I am the antivirus program." At that moment, several formidable presences surged towards the temple. Surrounding him were a zombie version of Vegeta, a zombie Gohan, a zombie Bulma, and others. Vegeta regarded the undead version of himself, clad in a black robe, with a cold smirk. "Is this the waste of time travelers? Do you wish to challenge me as well? And the others? Are they perhaps your pawns to subdue Gohan?" Suddenly, the zombie Vegeta unleashed a powerful aura, screaming, "Awe!" Its hair transformed into a striking crimson, a manifestation of the zombie Super Saiyan Blue, seemingly altered by the effects of the virus, which had distorted their transformation traits. The zombie Vegeta charged at the original, but before its fist could make contact, Vegeta flicked his finger, obliterating its head. "Trash. Even as a zombie, you are but this feeble. Your existence is the greatest insult to me." Next, Vegeta exerted his foot with force, crushing the skull of the zombie Goku beneath him, his hands crossed as he continually elevated his energy. Although this doppelganger possessed merely 10% of his original power, unencumbered by constraints, it would suffice to cleanse this universe with positive energy. Vegeta's clone unleashed an energy blast potent enough to annihilate the universe, triggering a cosmic explosion. The tremendous energy, accelerated by Vegeta, swiftly reduced everything to ashes. In that moment, all that existed in this universe was rendered into nothingness. The cosmos approached its end, yet simultaneously heralded a new beginning, as Vegeta's clone gradually became transparent. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and with his remaining strength, coalesced a colorful, spherical celestial body before vanishing completely. This celestial entity would incessantly absorb the residual energy in this void, expanding continually until it ultimately sparked a new Big Bang, birthing an entirely new universe, one that would be replete with light and hope. Returning to the original Vegeta, he opened his eyes to regard Zamasu with a smirk. "It is time to deal with you." Vegeta withdrew his hand from the chest of the zombie-fused Zamasu, and with a fierce glare, sent him soaring into the air. He raised his hand toward the zombie Zamasu, exclaiming, "Super explosion attack." Boom. Following the explosion, the fused Zamasu was violently reverted to the original Kaioshin Zamasu. The part of him that belonged to Goku was entirely eradicated, along with the virus that had resided within him. Now, Zamasu was merely an immortal Kaioshin. Vegeta observed Zamasu and remarked, "Truly a product born from the Super Dragon Balls. Even if your cells are completely annihilated, your soul will continue to regenerate." Mini-21 scrutinized Zamasu and inquired, "The virus has vanished. If we were to use the Super Dragon Balls to grant immortality to all the infected, and then thoroughly eradicate their bodies once more, would that restore them to their original state?" Vegeta gazed intently at Zamasu and stated, "No. That being is no longer the original Kaioshin Zamasu. How could that be? Before them, the formidable Zamasu trembled, anxiously touching his own body and exclaiming, "No, no. I refuse to revert to that impotent deity. I am a member of the most perfect race in the universe. I am a zombie." He rushed toward a male human, opening his mouth to bite off chunks of flesh, but soon after, he expelled them. The human he had bitten showed no transformation, merely sustaining minor injuries while shouting in distress. With a mere glance, Vegeta instilled instant tranquility within him. Zamasu knelt on the ground, weeping profusely, attempting to swallow the regurgitated human flesh once more, only to vomit it out again. Vegeta observed Zamasu and remarked, "See, even after purging the flesh of the virus, that wretch's soul has already been tainted. This has transcended from a mere virus to a curse. Even if you heal all the infected, they will still perceive themselves as zombies, mindlessly succumbing to their primal instincts to feast upon one another, even turning on themselves." Mini 21, despondently seated upon Vegeta's shoulder, inquired, "How could this happen?" In Chapter 77, The Workshop, Mini 21 gazed at the mentally shattered Zamasu and asked, "Can I take him back for research? Can you control him?" Mini 21 confidently proclaimed, "With such a level of weakness, even a mass-produced number 16 could subdue him effortlessly." Very well, Vegeta conjured a bottle from thin air, effortlessly sealing Zamasu within it using the magic sealing wave before handing it to Mini 21. Without hesitation, Mini 21 swallowed the bottle, while another iteration of Mini 21 in the base regurgitated the sealed Zamasu. Womi promptly opened the bottle, unleashing Zamasu and executing a series of swift moves to subdue him, subsequently securing him within a device. The number 18 from the second timeline observed Womi and cautioned, "I've heard Vegeta speak of you. Do not allow yourself to become a monster." Womi, gazing at the various readings on the display, chuckled, "Each of us here has already become a monster. Vegeta will restore everything." After a moment of silence, Womi added, "Let us hope so. By the way, Miss 18, would you like me to assist in further enhancing you? What further enhancements do you propose?" Womi scrutinized 18 closely, stating, "I could amplify the power of your eternal energy device, allowing you to gain complete control over your body." "Complete control over my body?" Womi leaned closer to 18, grinning mischievously. "For instance, altering your form within a certain range, growing larger where needed and slimmer where desired." 18 regarded Womi with disdain and retorted, "What makes you think I would allow you to manipulate my body? Consider it merely a suggestion. The choice to modify rests with you." Within the time chamber of the sacred realm, Old Kai frowned at the humans at the entrance. These individuals seemed devoid of any common sense or morality, indulging in whatever whims they fancied. What shall be done with these people? Each of them emanated a potent aura. Vegeta seized a woman by her hair, lifting her to scrutinize her vacant expression. She appeared almost devoid of self-awareness. These individuals have undergone modifications, yet they are not artificial beings. Rather, they have been altered at the genetic level. They have been implanted with Scion cells, making them, in essence, a cadre of hybrid Saiyans. Mini 21 gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, exclaiming, "You can perceive cellular phenomena with the naked eye?" Vegeta tossed the woman to the ground, stating, "Did I not mention before? I can manipulate and observe matter at the atomic level and even beyond." After consuming these genetically modified beings, the zombie strength could be significantly augmented. Mini 21 inquired, "Is it possible to restore them to normalcy?" Vegeta shook his head. "They are innately hybrid Saiyans, likely altered for several generations." He lowered his gaze to the ground, adding, "Furthermore, on the other end, there are probably millions of auras." Old Bey asked, "Should we rescue them?" Vegeta replied calmly, "Eliminate them all." "What? All of them?" Vegeta explained, "It has been ages since anyone has guided them on how to be human. They have not even been taught to speak. They are indistinguishable from zombies, devoid of moral constraints. Even if rescued, they would be unable to reintegrate into society, merely existing as a horde driven by instinct and primal desires. Moreover, the remaining humans in the shelter are sufficient to rebuild civilization." Mini 21 remained silent, recognizing the validity of Vegeta's viewpoint. Once these morally absent beings were released, they would be incapable of coexisting with the normal humans in the shelter. Yet, if Gohan and others were to discover this, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable turmoil. The Vegeta of today is no longer the merciless scion of yore. While he acknowledges Vegeta's reasoning, he cannot overlook the fact that these are, after all, victims. Without further ado, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast, reducing all the genetically modified beings to ash. The greatest mercy he could extend to them was to end their existence in an instant. Old Bey looked at Vegeta and remarked, "While your reasoning holds merit, your decisiveness seems rather extreme." Vegeta nearly chuckled at this, crossing his arms as he regarded Old Bey. "You are Vegeta, are you not? At the World Martial Arts Tournament. Were you not more resolute than I in your ki blasts? To be clear, what I have eradicated cannot even be considered human, whereas you once slaughtered living beings with souls and flesh." Old Bey turned away, murmuring, "There is no need to recount the past. I have not forgotten. But I believe they deserve a more humane resolution." With that, the trio soared towards the other end of the hyperbolic time chamber. There, an enormous protective dome enveloped a vast expanse of land. The dome's coverage was approximately the size of West City, containing various buildings and facilities within. Outside the dome, numerous colossal structures resembling factories loomed. Upon entering one of these workshops, Mini 21 and Old Bey gasped in shock. "What is this?" Inside, they discovered hundreds of thousands of enormous apes, each grotesquely deformed, unlike any ordinary giant ape. Upon the extraordinarily elongated torso, there were dozens of arms of varying lengths, along with several legs and tails. Upon witnessing this, Old Bey nearly retched, not due to a lack of fortitude, but because he harbored an intense aversion to creatures reminiscent of insects. To make matters worse, the grotesque being sported the head of a colossal ape and was entirely covered in hair. Vegito, observing Old Bey's pallid countenance, chuckled. "What do you think, Vegeta? Are you inclined to employ your benevolent heart to attempt their rescue?" With a swift motion, Old Bey raised his hand and obliterated the abominable entities, exclaiming, "What foul monstrosity has that repugnant pervert conjured? If I am not mistaken, it must be Bulma." After a brief silence, Old Bey cleared his throat and added, "Cough. Cough. I suppose it is somewhat understandable, considering it could yield an abundance of flesh." Vegito gestured toward another workshop, stating, "These must be intended for consumption by the lower-tier zombies. Those of a slightly elevated rank, like that Zamasu at the entrance, feast upon fare more akin to humanity." The entire hyperbolic time chamber had been transformed into a granary by these creatures. If I am not mistaken, the adjoining factory should be filled with Namekians. The trio ventured into another workshop, where thousands of Namekians were affixed to machines, numerous tubes inserted into their bodies. Mini 21 flew to one of them, witnessing as serrated edges severed the limbs. Tubes connected to their forms infused them with a liquid, followed by a powerful electric shock, inducing rapid regeneration of limbs, only for them to be severed once more. This cycle persisted every 5 minutes, yet the vitality and spirit of these Namekians showed no signs of waning. Old Bey gritted his teeth, declaring, "This is utterly barbaric." Vegito, upon hearing this, began to remind Vegeta, "I recall that you once massacred an entire Namekian village, even extracting their eyeballs." Old Bey turned to Vegito, inquiring, "From which era did you and Kakarot emerge as one?" "Who knows? Perhaps the Kakarot within me retained his sanity, while I have become a quintessential Dark Lord." Upon finishing his statement, Vegito's rage surged, shattering all the machines in his vicinity. Vegeta followed an energy signature to a Namekian whose skin had begun to yellow, swiftly dismantling the binding apparatus affixed to him. "Is that Dandy? Wake up," Vegeta urged, slapping the Namekian's face, but the individual appeared utterly despondent, devoid of any response. Vegito approached, placing his hand upon the Namekian's head and closing his eyes. He had endured relentless torment, forgotten his very identity, and the severe damage to his psyche had irrevocably affected his soul, reducing him to a mere source of sustenance. Old Bey cradled Dandy and turned to Vegito, asking, "Can he be restored?" "I am attempting to do so," Vegito replied. After a moment, Dandy suddenly gasped, sitting upright. "Mr. Goku," Mini 21 inquired, "how did this come to pass?" "First, I erased the majority of his tormenting memories. Even if he has lost his previous recollections, I can trace his experiences through his body. Then, I will reimplant his former memories and utilize divine power to mend his damaged soul." Chapter 78. I can tell at a glance you are not human. Vegeta saved a dozen Namekians in the same manner. This was the extent of his capabilities. The remaining Namekians had been taken as fodder immediately upon hatching. It can only be said that their assimilation by Nairu was of some use. Dandy murmured. His head bowed. It was Mr. Goku who suddenly arrived on Namek and knocked us all unconscious. When we regained consciousness, we found ourselves here. Vegeta inquired. Did he not instruct you to create the Dragon Balls? No, we were merely restrained to that apparatus and subjected to relentless torment. Initially, the elders encouraged us to endure. But after an indeterminate period, I could only faintly hear Elder Mulin's voice. Meanwhile, some of my kin began to break down, laughing uncontrollably until silence enveloped the chamber. Mini 21 examined the contraptions. Some of the tubes siphon away their excess energy, rendering them incapable of focusing their strength. Others appeared to be modified from the nutrient solutions used by Frieza's army, enhancing their recovery capabilities. At that moment, a voice echoed in Dandy's mind. Is that you, Dandy? The voice belonged to Mr. Piccolo. I am next door. Soon, the group moved to the adjacent workshop, and upon opening the door, a wave of terror washed over the Namekians, their faces turning pale. Inside, the creature before them could scarcely be recognized as a living being. Piccolo had aged considerably. He had undergone some transformation, and below his head lay a body stretching for over 1,000 meters, resembling a colossal serpent adorned with yellow-green patterns. Coiled within the confines of the warehouse, his body was covered in innumerable arms, severed by various automated machines. Even the somewhat bizarre Mini 21 covered her mouth in shock. Only Vegeta, with an impassive demeanor, approached Piccolo and asked, "How long have you been here?" "I do not know, but it must be thousands of years. They have forced me to live like a monster, injecting me with serums to delay my aging. This is their punishment for me," Vegeta remarked with admiration. To maintain one's consciousness after such a long time is a testament to remarkable willpower. Piccolo gazed downward, murmuring, "I have contemplated ending my own life. But my body is beyond my control. They refuse to let me lose consciousness, visiting periodically to converse with me and administering drugs to keep my awareness intact. Tell me about Gohan." Unwilling to divulge the subsequent words, Piccolo was met with Vegeta's response. "He is alive and has not turned into a zombie. You will see him with your own eyes." Vegeta placed his hand on Piccolo's head, searching for a way to heal him. Piccolo closed his eyes and smiled, saying, "As long as he is alive, I only wish for you to grant me a swift end." Mini 21 informed Piccolo, the underworld no longer exists. The souls of the deceased are re-embodied and transformed into monsters. What? Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes wide, declaring, "The war is not over. Do not think of dying." With that, Vegeta seized Piccolo's head and forcefully pulled him from that grotesque body. This moment restored Piccolo to his former self before the transformation. Trembling, he attempted to rise. And after several attempts, he managed to stand upright. "Am I restored?" he stammered. Mini 21 quickly inquired, "What is the principle behind this?" "Forced separation technique combined with some temporal reversal methods, along with atomic-level precision operations," Vegeta explained, gazing at Piccolo. "I exerted my full power to restore you. Do not squander your life." Floating beside Vegeta, 21 asked, "Just how many strange techniques do you possess?" Womi grew increasingly curious about Vegeta, struggling to find the words to describe him, yet undeniably recognizing him as a flawless warrior. After acclimating to his body, Piccolo turned and raised his hand, unleashing a ki blast that reduced his previously withering form to ashes. Vegeta remarked to Piccolo, "There are still several mindless Namekians next door to combat the zombies. You will require strength. I will teach you the technique of forced assimilation. Assimilate them all." Piccolo did not object. He understood that to oppose those monsters, one needed to possess greater power. As they exited the workshop, a blue-haired girl stood before them with her hands on her hips, smiling mischievously. "You lot have damaged quite a bit of my belongings. How do you plan to compensate?" Old Bey instinctively stepped forward but was nudged back by Vegeta's elbow. "Do not reveal any weakness in front of Bulma." Bulma smiled at the group. "It is only natural for someone as beautiful as I am to captivate your attention, right? Do not pretend. I can tell at a glance that you are not human." Zombie Bulma was unlike the others. She maintained the appearance of her youthful self and was even more stunning. There was no scent of blood or decay, nor any signs of injury or rot. Old Bey looked at Vegeta in confusion. "She is not human?" Vegeta explained. "Although this creature lacks any zombie traits, she is far superior to Zamasu, possessing a virus even more advanced than his." Zombie Bulma gazed at Vegeta with a smile. "Indeed, you managed to defeat that Zamasu fellow. You are quite formidable. Your strength is impressive, very impressive." As she spoke, Bulma unconsciously drooled, taking out a fragrant handkerchief to dab the corner of her mouth. "With such exquisite prey, how shall I indulge in your consumption? It truly perplexes me." Vegeta replied, "You lack the means to consume him. I would prefer to let Womi take a few bites rather than allow an ugly monster like you to partake." "Ugly," Bulma retorted. "No matter how much you embellish your appearance, I can perceive your twisted soul." Lowering her head, Zombie Bulma's tone grew icy. "Even if I am not human, I am still the most beautiful creature." Vegeta scoffed, pointing to Mini 21 beside him. "To be frank, you are not as attractive as this Majinified Womi." At that moment, Womi's face flushed crimson. Zombie Bulma's eyes turned red as she approached Vegeta, each step shattering the ground and causing the entire hyperbolic time chamber to tremble. "What did you say? How dare you imply that I am inferior to that pink doll? I shall make you witness how I will eviscerate your body and gradually consume your entrails." With a swift motion, Vegito delivered a sharp slap to the cheek of the Zombie Bulma. Though the damage was minimal, it left the Zombie Bulma utterly bewildered. "How dare you strike me?" Before she could finish her sentence, another slap landed on her face. Vegito coldly regarded the Zombie Bulma and proclaimed, "Your collaboration with evil has committed crimes for which killing you 1,000 times would not suffice." Vegito discerned that the Zombie Bulma's cruel experiments on sentient beings were not solely for sustenance. She reveled in the torment. "I will slay you." The Zombie Bulma erupted with an aura more potent than that of the fused Zamasu, her mouth tearing open, teeth transforming into sharp fangs as she unleashed a barbed tongue towards Vegito. Vegito extended his hand, grasping her chin, and with a swift motion, tore it from her face. Using his other hand, he seized the exposed length of Bulma's tongue and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. The Zombie Bulma's tongue proved remarkably resilient. As Vegito yanked it back, she was pulled closer. "Since you wish to feast, allow me to serve you." Vegito then struck her throat, his entire arm plunging into her body, releasing a ki blast that pierced through her. With a resounding thud, the Zombie Bulma was thrown to the ground. Old Kai, hesitant to speak, contemplated asking for a swift end for her, fearing a retaliatory slap from Vegito. Vegito crossed his arms, awaiting the Zombie Bulma's regeneration. Once she fully healed, he gazed down at her with a menacing smile, stating, "I was just pondering how to make you experience eternal agony." Suddenly inspired, Vegito summoned a flame upon his fingertip and flicked it, igniting the Zombie Bulma in fiery torment. "Transform into the flame fist. This fire shall never extinguish. I can sense that, like Zamasu, you have obtained immortality through the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, the flame shall burn for eternity." With a flick of his wrist, he conjured several devices crafted from Kachin steel to restrain her body. Sharp spikes pierced her flesh, firmly anchoring her to the ground, followed by a cube enveloping Bulma. Vegito snapped his fingers, and the cube filled with a highly concentrated acidic liquid. "I shall not allow you to breathe another breath. This liquid shall never evaporate and will continuously corrode your body. Relish your prolonged suffering, Bulma." Vegito then turned, and with a wave of his hand, obliterated all structures in his path, leading only Piccolo and the others out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Once outside, Vegito placed his hand upon the door of the chamber, severing its connection to this dimension completely. This signifies that no one can ever access the former realm of the mind. Even if a new one were to be created, it would merely open a new dimension. Chapter 79. The new deity Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy, utterly obliterating the foul temple. He could not bear to witness the transformation of a once sacred place into its current state. Turning to Vegeta, Piccolo declared, "Before more monsters discover our presence, I shall leave a trace of my energy here and then depart quietly." Mini 21 reassured the group, "It's all right. Both Vegeta and I can use instant transmission." Vegeta added, "With me here, we can stroll back nonchalantly, perhaps even taking a detour along the way." Piccolo, with a hint of concern, asked Vegeta, "Are you not being a tad overconfident?" Mini 21 echoed, "Indeed, while you have defeated Zamasu and Bulma, the strength of Subject Zero far surpasses theirs." Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, "I have already gauged his power. I located him through Zamasu's virus. There, I conjured a doppelganger and annihilated both him and that irredeemable timeline. The creature's strength is roughly equivalent to my standard Super Saiyan Blue form." The inhabitants of the fourth timeline gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Piccolo cautiously inquired, "But it can still grow stronger. When you refer to your standard Super Saiyan Blue, what percentage of your full power does that represent?" Vegeta pondered, "Percentage of full power? How shall I describe it? My full power knows no bounds. Both the evolution into Super Saiyan Blue and the godly techniques of the Destroyer enable my continuous enhancement. Even upon achieving Super Saiyan Blue, my strength exceeds that of the standard form by over tenfold. Old B raised an eyebrow. Over tenfold? It seems more than that. Vegeta chuckled. The energy unleashed in the standard Super Saiyan Blue state is proportionate to its strength. The more energy expended, the mightier it becomes in a completely sealed state. Thus, tenfold is merely the baseline for achieving Super Saiyan Blue. Should I desire, I could amplify it to be hundreds, even thousands of times stronger than the standard form. However, this would impose a greater strain on my body, compelling me to opt for Super Saiyan Blue evolution after reaching a certain threshold. He continued, of course, Super Saiyan Blue evolution ascends to another level. To continue enhancing beyond that point requires a power beyond what standard divine energy can sustain. At this juncture, Vegeta addressed the group. Now you comprehend the disparity, do you not? Additionally, a significant amount of time has passed since we commenced our actions. That zombie Zamasu and Bulma must have informed Subject Zero. Yet, no one has come to obstruct us. Piccolo gazed at the sky and murmured, indeed. Logic dictates that should any unforeseen event arise, those entities would hastily rush to provide support, unless they are engaged in some form of preparation. Vegeta placed 2 fingers on his forehead and stated, next, you shall return to the base while I cleanse the underworld and reconstruct its rules. Mini 21 eagerly grasped Vegeta's shoulder. Let me accompany you. I wish to witness your method. Vegeta replied firmly, no, I must employ my overwhelming power for a thorough cleansing. Even if Vegeta were to unleash his utmost state, he would be instantaneously vanquished in my presence. Upon finishing his words, Vegeta instantaneously vanished from his original position. The vast expanse of yellow clouds in the underworld had been stained a deep crimson, plunging the realms of the underworld, hell, heaven, and the divine into utter chaos. Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, extending his limbs to unleash a tremendous surge of energy. He exercised immense caution in controlling this energy, for an excess could lead to the annihilation of the entire universe. The overwhelming positive energy obliterated all zombies, viruses, and curses, ultimately returning everything to a state of nothingness. Then, with divine power, Vegeta commenced the reconstruction of existence from the ground up. A day later, he instantaneously reappeared at the survivor's base. I have thoroughly cleansed those areas and restored the underworld and its regulations, he declared. Piccolo, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, remarked, such strength is likely beyond even the dragon of Namek, isn't it? What of Lord Kai? Vegeta replied, regrettably, he too has succumbed to infection. To maintain the normal functioning of the universe, we will require a new deity, a new King Enma, along with the Kai and the Supreme Kai. Turning his gaze towards Dandy, Vegeta suggested, why not take on the roles of King Enma and the Kai? With Vegeta's assistance, Dandy had regained his youthful vigor, and he lowered his head, murmuring, I do not know if I can manage this. It is not a question of whether you can. You must. Vegeta insisted. Otherwise, the souls of those who perish now will merely become spirits in the underworld, unable to ascend to heaven or hell, left wandering the realm of the dead. If neglected for too long, we might witness the emergence of something akin to the evil energy wave once more. Dandy inhaled deeply, steeling himself for a decision. Very well, I shall go, but will I truly be able to assume the role of King Enma? Vegeta stepped closer, saying, extend your hand to me. Grasping Dandy's hand, Vegeta connected the rules that govern King Enma and the Kai with Dandy himself. Dandy felt a mysterious force surging within him. This power would not enhance his strength, but it would enable him to determine the fate of matters through his own consciousness. Womi, concerned, inquired, will this diminish your own power? Vegeta reassured him, no. I am merely transferring a portion of the world's regulatory authority to him. This was originally the duty of the Supreme Kai, but now that there is none, I shall temporarily undertake the task until a new Supreme Kai is appointed. Piccolo, keenly sensing the aura emanating from Vegeta, muttered, now I understand why I feel a superior pressure from you. Are you a Supreme Kai from another timeline? Not at all. I am simply a Saiyan with a modicum of knowledge, Vegeta replied. In the past, your training has overly emphasized personal power, neglecting the necessary communion with the universe and all its entities. Given your abilities, it is not insurmountable to achieve this with the right methods. Releasing Dandy's hand, Vegeta continued, as you now embody both the Kai and King Enma, you need not reside in the Hall of Enma to judge the souls of the deceased. However, should you wish to bestow corporeal forms upon those souls, a return to the hall will be necessary. Yet, this is merely a matter of your will. You may traverse freely between the human realm and the underworld. Next, Piccolo, you shall take on the role of the Supreme Kai. Upon hearing this, Piccolo exclaimed in a state of bewilderment, Me? Although I have served as a deity on Earth, the Supreme Kai is an existence beyond my comprehension. Vegeta patted his shoulder and replied with a smile, Fear not, such matters are not overly complex. Furthermore, your soul has ascended to the level of a Supreme Kai, enabling you to harness a formidable divine aura and power. Unlike that worthless Shin, you possess the capability to wield such strength. If utilized correctly, this power could theoretically rival that of a god of destruction. Perhaps you might even unlock a brand new transformation. At this juncture, Naru inquired, Shouldn't there be a Beerus in this world as well? If Piccolo becomes the Supreme Kai, that fellow should also be resurrected. Vegeta shook his head, No. I deliberately ensured that Shin met his demise yesterday in the realm of the Supreme Kais. Instead of a swift end, I subjected him to repeated torment, resulting in his soul being shattered. The old Supreme Kai's spirit has also vanished, necessitating the selection of a new god of destruction. Naru murmured, A new god of destruction. He then turned his gaze to Gohan. Surely, Gohan would be capable of fulfilling that role. Vegeta scrutinized Gohan and remarked, No. I sense that becoming a god of destruction is neither his destiny nor his purpose. Moreover, the transition to such a role is not something that can be achieved in haste. Simultaneously, in another dimension, Zombie Goku looked up at a colossal celestial body and declared, Regardless of which Vegeta you are, I shall turn you into my sustenance. Behold the might of my undead army. Adorning his finger was a time ring, and with a wave of his hand, he opened countless temporal vortexes. A multitude of zombies poured forth, surging toward the immense celestial body. Chapter 80, Declaration of War and Temporal Patrol. Vegeta, since you possess such immense power, surely you can completely reverse this situation? Is it truly impossible for Goku and the others to return? In response to Piccolo's inquiry, Vegeta fell silent for a moment before addressing the group. I regret to inform you that I am not an omnipotent wish-granting machine. During the restoration process yesterday, I attempted to seek out the Super Dragon Balls across different dimensions to rectify everything, but it proved futile. Old Kai, perplexed, asked why. Aren't the Super Dragon Balls truly omnipotent? Vegeta explained, In any dimension where the Super Dragon Balls exist, there must also be a Xeno. Previously, the Grand Minister of the Second Dimension informed me that in certain realms, even the power of Xeno cannot be wielded. Similarly, the Super Dragon Balls can only be truly omnipotent in dimensions where Xeno exists. Vegeta understood that this appeared to be an intentional flaw left by the creators of the Super Dragon Balls, yet it was a necessary flaw. If the Super Dragon Balls could interfere with other dimensions and escalate to a multiversal level of influence, it would undoubtedly incite a relentless war across timelines. For instance, Zombie Kakarot would merely need to collect the Super Dragon Balls in one dimension to infect all timelines. Vegeta then suggested to Vegeta, Perhaps we should consider utilizing the Black Star Dragon Balls from your dimension. Old Bey furrowed his brow and remarked, The cost of utilizing the Black Star Dragon Balls is exorbitant, and I believe that even they cannot reverse this situation. Is there truly no other solution? In fact, Vegeta possessed a method to rectify everything, which involved allowing this timeline to participate in the Multiverse Power Tournament and merging it with a reality that harbored the Super Dragon Balls. At that point, the rules governing the entire universe would amalgamate, thereby enabling the restoration of everything through the Super Dragon Balls of that timeline. However, it was imperative to resolve the immediate predicament first, then strategize to assemble 10 capable fighters. Vegeta stepped into the midst of the group and addressed everyone, saying, I trust that throughout your journeys, you have come to understand that life cannot be halted by those who have departed. The road ahead is a linear progression, and we shall encounter many more individuals with whom we will walk forward. The Dragon Balls have granted numerous opportunities across countless timelines. Yet when you realize that their power can no longer provide you with chances, you will strive in every conceivable way to revert everything to its original state. Pausing momentarily, Vegeta lowered his gaze and slowed his speech. No one wishes for such occurrences. Each of us must do our utmost. Embrace tranquility and accept that which cannot be altered. Summon the courage to transform what can be changed. Cultivate wisdom to discern the distinction between the two. Acknowledge the world's malevolence and accept the nature of reality, even if it is not to our liking. Vegeta approached Gohan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Cherish the present and fight for both the now and the future. Bulma from the third timeline wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes and affirmed, indeed, for so many years, we have persevered relentlessly even in the absence of Dragon Balls. The only course of action we can take is to accept all misfortunes and strive to change our reality until our very last breath. I believe that Trunks, who has journeyed to this timeline, shares this realization. Although he has passed, I will forever take pride in him. Old Bey said little, merely enfolding Bulma in his embrace. His heart resolute in one conviction: this battle must not be lost. Gohan gazed intently at Vegeta and nodded. I understand, Dad. I have always walked this path, and we shall continue to tread it. The prospect of bringing back Uncle Piccolo and Dandy filled him with joy. Vegeta affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair. Now, it is time to commence our training. Yes, I will give it my all. Just then, the zombie Yamcha appeared before them in a flash of instant transmission, prompting everyone to swiftly prepare for battle. However, the zombie Yamcha raised a hand and stated, "Hold on, I am here to convey a message." The voice of the zombie Yamcha was not his own, but rather that of the deep, ominous tone of zombie Goku, clearly indicating that he was controlling this puppet to negotiate. Vegeta crossed his arms and stepped forward, shielding the others behind him. Are you here to issue a challenge? Speak swiftly. Before them, the zombie Yamcha raised both hands and gruesomely tore his own face apart, decaying flesh and foul-smelling blood cascading to the ground. As his flesh rapidly healed, he transformed entirely into the visage of the zombie Goku. Do you see? If I desire, I can find you at any moment. The zombie Goku surveyed the crowd with a grin and remarked, Vegeta, Bardock, Nappa, and Dorias, it appears you are not Time Patrol officers. Before we engage, I must inquire, do you truly believe you can confront us with such a meager number? Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed. Do not misunderstand. They are merely here for sightseeing. One of me is sufficient to deal with you. The zombie Goku scrutinized Vegeta. Only this one stands out. He is indeed formidable, yet not without vulnerabilities. The zombie Goku positioned himself beside Vegeta, both facing opposite directions. However, just as he prepared to deliver a menacing proclamation, he suddenly sensed something amiss on his right side near Vegeta. Turning his head, he discovered that his right half had inexplicably vanished, engulfed in fierce flames. Vegeta, still with arms crossed, chuckled. Who permitted you to come this close? Well, since you are near the sun, be prepared to be scorched. Any unnecessary movements from here on will be met with swift retribution. I vow to conclude this conflict before it even begins. The zombie Goku glared at Vegeta. Do not be so self-satisfied. I have dispatched at least 10 versions of you across the multiverse. I am the sovereign of the new era, an entity above all. Mind your tone when addressing me, or I shall infect you in an instant. Only I possess the power to bring this war to an end before it commences. Vegeta, calm and composed, locked eyes with the zombie Goku. After a brief silence, he spoke. Your head is held too high. Huh. Crack. In the next moment, the zombie Goku was crushed by an overwhelming gravity, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. Vegeta, looking down upon him, stated, I am but an inconsequential time drifter, yet I share your disdain for condescending speech. Under this immense gravity, the zombie Goku found himself unable to spread his virus through the air. He glared at Vegeta, declaring, I care not where you hail from, but once I have dealt with you, I shall transform your original timeline into my banquet hall. After defeating you, I will consume your most beloved in your presence. With an evil grin, the zombie Goku continued, cherish the remaining moments, for in one day, my army shall arrive in this timeline. With that, without waiting for Vegeta to retaliate, the zombie Goku vanished into thin air. The zombie Yamcha of this timeline also turned to ashes. Vegeta turned to the others and commanded, everyone, inside. I shall elevate your powers significantly within this day. Just then, another group of figures materialized behind them. Womi. The crowd halted and turned to see the Supreme Kai of Time, Kranoa, and Eos, accompanied by a dozen others. Kranoa confidently addressed Womi. This time, victory is assured. Vegeto's ire was ignited upon encountering this motley crew of incompetents, particularly as they had brought along an unknown Kaioshin from another realm, alongside a Time Patrol Goku, a Super Goku, a Time Patrol Vegeta, and a Super Vegeta. Moreover, an array of formidable warriors had gathered, including a Time Patrol Frieza, Cooler, and the fused Zamasu. Before Womi could utter a word, Vegito took the initiative to voice his discontent. What a disgraceful bunch. How dare you show your faces here? Return whence you came, lest I eliminate you on the spot. Kuranoya, upon hearing this, stepped forward to address Vegito. You rude individual. Do you not recognize who I am? A glance from Ios prompted Kuranoya to quickly amend his words. My apologies, I did not mean to offend, Lord Vegito. Ios coughed discreetly, prompting Vegito to regard Kuranoya with curiosity. Lord, you say? Kuranoya hastily corrected himself. You misheard me. It's Mr. Vegito, yes. Given your presence, we shall take our leave. Wait. Kuranoya straightened his posture. Yes. Do you have further instructions? Vegito pointed at the Time Patrol members. Smirking, I have changed my mind. 2 Kakarotes and 2 Vegetas are just perfect. Today, I shall ascertain the true strength of that so-called Vegito. Chapter 81. Vegito, you intend to battle Vegito? Ios communicated secretly to Kuranoya through their mental link. It seems Lord Vegito is brimming with pent-up frustration. Should he not be satisfied, Tawa may replace us upon his return. Vegito cast a cold gaze at Kuranoya. Is that a problem? Do you think you can act freely in my presence? No matter where you flee, I will pursue you and compel those weaklings to fuse. Super Vegeta stepped forward, irked. Do not be so arrogant. Our Kakarote, upon unlocking Ultra Instinct, can defeat you. Super Goku remained silent, sensing an unsettling chill creeping down his spine. Vegeto's forehead throbbed with veins, his muscles tensed, as he was both amused and enraged by this Vegeta's audacity. You truly believe that an Ultra Instinct Kakarote could best me? Super Vegeta continued unabated. Of course. Do you think yourself invincible? To be frank, Vegito, the fusion of Kakarote and me surpasses you. Crack, crack, crack. Vegeto's teeth ground audibly as he felt his patience wearing thin, his muscular frame taut, veins bulging. How could the unrivaled champion of the universe be belittled by an appetizer? Just as Super Vegeta was about to retort, Kuranoya and Ios swiftly covered his mouth. Do not engage with him. He means no harm, merely speaks without a filter. Time Patrol Goku furrowed his brow and whispered to Time Patrol Vegeta, Hey Vegeta. Although he did not articulate his thoughts, Time Patrol Vegeta understood his intent. The Vegito before them was unlike any fusion they had encountered before. He radiated an overwhelming power simply by standing there. Time Patrol Vegeta murmured, It seems he is the Vegito who did not defuse during our battle with Bigo. Even beyond that, Time Patrol Goku gazed at Vegeta and nodded. Ah. I fear his Super Saiyan form could rival our Super Saiyan 4. If he has trained further, that Super Saiyan might equate to our limit break. Although the voices of the 2 Time Patrollers were faint, Vegeta still caught their words. He turned to them and remarked, Oh, you 2 possess a modicum of discernment. Though you still underestimate me. However, you are far superior to those 2 Super Time Patrol fools. Old B, standing behind Vegeta, cautioned, Vegeta, you are being overly reckless. The opponent you are about to face is another version of yourself, fused with Goku. Do not worry, Vegeta replied, though that other version may be foolish. He is not entirely wrong. The enhancement effect of the Time Patrol's plastic earrings may not surpass the dance of Metamore. But I shall not challenge the weakest, everyone. Come with me. Soon, they arrived at the time chamber that Vegeta had constructed within the survivor's base. Vegeta pointed to the 4 of them and instructed, First, let the Time Patrol duo fuse into Gogeta. And you 2 Super Time Patrol fools, do not attempt to fuse with the useless Patera earrings. Otherwise, I shall rip your intestines out. Those accompanying Vegeta on his time-traveling journey had never witnessed such a volatile side of him, even in the face of zombies. Vegeta had not displayed such fury. His gaze fell upon Shin. Hey, East Kai, startled, stood up straight. Yes. Your pathetic Potara's limiting power should be somewhat diminished, correct? I am uncertain, replied East Kai. Vegeta suppressed the urge to tear East Kai apart, while Iolos, sweating profusely, stepped forward to explain with a smile. Our Time Patrol's Patera provides only a modest enhancement, and once removed, it will negate the fusion. Thus, we intentionally brought a Kaishin along. His Patera earrings, though limited to 1 hour and subject to stamina constraints, will not dissolve the fusion if removed within the effective time frame. Moreover, the enhancement surpasses that of Metamer's fusion, although it does not compare to the old Kaishin's pair of Patera. However, to refuse, Patera cannot affect those who have already fused. So we will have to rely on the dance technique again. Vegeta addressed Iolos. Do not fret. Let those 2 fools fuse with the pathetic Kaishin's Patera. Then, using my earrings, we shall fuse my inferior self with Gogeta without any limitations, and the enhancement will be even greater. Very well. Subsequently, The super version of Goku donned the patera of the toxic milk. Instantly, a Vegeta enveloped in blue energy struck a classic pose, Super Saiyan Blue. Without affording his opponent any opportunity to boast, Vegeta charged forward and delivered a punch that sent him flying. How dare you call yourself Vegeta? Mark my words. From now on, when I am present, you shall not refer to yourself as Vegeta. The Time Patrol Goku, witnessing this scene, was left in shock. After all, that was Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. The result was that the other Vegeta was knocked away with a single punch, and he had not even transformed. Time Patrol Goku's hands began to tremble. Is it even possible to survive a one-on-one with him? Old Bey crossed his arms and spoke to the crowd, asserting, yes. Number 18 can survive daily challenges against him. Number 18 shot a cold glance at Old Bey, retorting, careful, or I might just kill you. Moments later, the Time Patrol Super Saiyan God, Vegeta, was born. Vegeta tossed his earrings to the two, declaring, come on, let me witness your prowess. At that moment, both Time Patrol Vegeta and Super Vegeta felt a surge of tension, as they had never anticipated the day they would merge with one another. They were filled with anticipation and excitement, yet also fear. If they failed to triumph after their fusion, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Once adorned with the earrings, they soared towards each other, colliding in a brilliant explosion of light that instinctively prompted everyone to shield their eyes. Before them stood a Super Saiyan God with crimson hair, radiating an aura of energy as he gazed intently at Vegeta. I hope you are prepared. I shall give it my all. Vegeta inquired. If Goku and I fuse through the dance of fusion, we become Gogeta. But what shall we call you when we merge through Patera? With a self-assured smile, the other replied, I am Vegito, the unparalleled Vegito, supreme above all. Vegeta chuckled, you certainly possess a knack for self-promotion. I hope you can endure a while longer. Kuro Noa, sensing the might of Vegito, remarked, incredible. Vegeta's earrings have maximized their power. If we had fused using the Metamorphs dance, we would have been a fraction as strong. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta finally broke into an exhilarated smile. In terms of sheer power, this indeed surpasses my last encounter with Beerus, but alas, I have grown stronger since then. Moreover, in this world devoid of power suppression, I wonder if I can truly revel in this battle as I did before. The wait had not been in vain. Encountering you both is my greatest reward. Huh. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, confident that he need not test the waters. Their strengths were equally unfathomable. In the next instant, they charged at one another. With a resounding boom, their fists collided simultaneously. Yet, Vegeta harnessed his strength once more, sending Vegito soaring through the air. Vegito flew several meters before halting midair, filled with rage, only to find that Vegeta had vanished from sight. Where did he go? Vegeta's voice echoed from behind Vegito. Take a look behind you. Just as he turned, Vegeta's fist struck his face, launching him away once more. Vegito landed on the ground, covering his eyes, and muttered, what a pitiful punch. As he removed his hand, it revealed a blackened eye, reminiscent of a panda. Is it truly possible for someone to become this powerful? Chapter 82, Supreme and unmatched Vegeta and Vegito's powers were nearly indistinguishable. However, Vegeta had seamlessly integrated the Ultra Instinct technique into his instincts. Even when deliberately restraining his instinctual responses, he could not entirely suppress them, thus granting him a technical advantage. Consequently, what unfolded before the audience was the sight of Vegito being dominated by Vegeta's relentless assault. The aftermath of the duel between the two warriors rippled outward, as Ios instantaneously transformed into his adult form, raising his hand to conjure a barrier that shielded everyone. Kulinoa gazed at the fierce battle, murmuring, truly, Lord Vegeta is formidable. Even when significantly weakened, he remains terrifying. Womi turned to Kulinoa, inquiring, what do you mean? Oh, nothing. Kulinoa quickly retorted, while Ios shot her a sidelong glance, silently urging her to keep her lips sealed. Android 18 approached, asking, it seems you are aware of the events prior to Vegeta's rebirth? Kulinoa hastily denied, absolutely not. While we are the Kaioshins of time, we are certainly not omniscient. With a resounding thud, Gogeta was forcefully slammed to the ground, and Vegeta descended before him, declaring, this battle is dull, unleash your Ultra Instinct. Bloodied and battered, Gogeta wiped the blood from his nose and rose, chuckling, what a joke. We are merely in the warm-up phase. Once I get serious, you will, thud. Vegeta's fist connected with Gogeta's face. You will what? You're all talk. Just look at your pitiful state. If this is your peak, even as a quadruple fusion, defeating you would bring me no pride. Gogeta, clutching his nose, tears welling at the corners of his eyes, exclaimed, "Just wait. I will make you experience true despair." Aya. As Gogeta struggled to elevate his energy, Vegeta swiftly delivered a knife-hand strike to his throat. Coughing and gasping, Gogeta clutched his neck as Vegeta kicked him down. "Your presence infuriates me. What can mere energy suppression achieve? Examine the dense divine energy surrounding you. Attempt to consolidate it within. This way, you can enhance your strength by dozens, even hundreds of times, without overexerting yourself." Vegeta recognized that it was the super time-space Kakarot who hindered their progress. In their worldview, the Tournament of Power had concluded, leading into the Dragon Universe saga. If the manga's Kakarot fused with Vegeta before merging with Time Patrol Gogeta, then Vegeta had to proceed with utmost caution. Even against a post-tournament Kakarot. In the Dragon Universe, the Super Time-Space Kakarot's Super Saiyan Blue was notably weak, consistently relying on a leaking blue in battle. On that foundation, he enhanced himself using Deep Blue and the Kaioken technique. Particularly in the Kaioken stacked state, he was even weaker than the completed Super Blue. The augmentation was likely only comparable to Deep Blue, accompanied by a multitude of side effects. However, spurred by Vegeta's guidance, Gogeta swiftly achieved his goal. Confidence returned to him as he smiled, giving a thumbs up to himself. This state is called Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breakthrough completed. Prepare to experience absolute thud. Before Gogeta could finish, Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, delivering a high roundhouse kick that sent him soaring. "Have you felt despair yet?" Gogeta knelt on the ground, pounding the earth. "Why? No matter how much stronger I become, you always seem to surpass me." "Surpass you?" Vegeta stood beside him with arms crossed, declaring, "I have consistently maintained my energy level slightly below yours. However, your incessant prattle compels me to want to strike you. Now, summon the essence of Ultra Instinct." Goku was momentarily taken aback and murmured, "Is it possible to transform into the Ultra Instinct state in this condition?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta lowered his head in resignation, stating, "Indeed, Kakarot's comprehension is disappointingly shallow. Ultra Instinct is not a transformation, but rather a technique. It would be more prudent for me to lower my own level than to expect you to achieve perfection." Vegeta's body began to convulse, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of dislocated bones and torn tendons. After a brief moment, he slowly raised a hand and smiled, saying, "That should suffice. Over half of my tendons are already dislocated, reducing my muscle strength. Even if I subconsciously amplify my body with Ultra Instinct, I cannot attain an optimal state. Simultaneously, I have diminished my neural conduction speed to the lowest possible threshold for my current energy state." He then closed his eyes, declaring, "I relinquish my sight as well." And with a swift motion, he struck his ears, causing blood to spurt forth. "I forsake my hearing too, as your incessant chatter would drive me to annihilate you." The display left the onlookers astonished. They had never witnessed such audacious self-flagellation. Goku, infuriated, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You insult me! I shall make you aware that you are merely Vegeta, while I am the fusion of you and Goku." In an instant, Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Goku's throat. Goku clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. He smiled with closed eyes, saying, "My apologies. Did I interrupt your speech again? Though I cannot hear you, my body perceives the vibrations. I assume you are quite enraged now. As a fused being, my pride has been trampled by a mere material. Channel your grievances through your strikes." Goku executed a sweeping kick towards Vegeta's leg. But Vegeta anticipated the movement through his perception of Goku's energy and leapt to evade. In the next moment, Goku appeared behind Vegeta. Although Vegeta reacted, his physical limitations prevented him from responding with utmost speed, forcing him to raise his arm to block. A resounding impact echoed as Goku's fist struck Vegeta's elbow, which was far sturdier than expected, leaving Goku's hand numb. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, with Goku gradually emanating a searing silver energy. Gaining the upper hand, he kicked Vegeta away and then instantaneously teleported above him, crashing down with clenched fists. Vegeta fell heavily to the ground. Yet as Goku prepared to chide him for his disarray, Vegeta stood up and brushed off the dust. "Have I entered the realm of Ultra Instinct? Though still coarse, it has significantly heightened your speed." Vegito cracked his neck with a series of sharp sounds and remarked, Since employing divine techniques may be deemed excessive, I shall resort to more conventional methods. Gogeta lunged at Vegito, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Vegito to curl up like a bent shrimp. Yet, Gogeta's expression shifted to one of terror as he instinctively distanced himself from Vegito, thinking, "This feels as if I struck cotton. My strength barely registers at half effectiveness upon impact." Vegito stood unfazed, remarking, "Have you sensed it? But surely you need not be frightened?" Old B raised his brow, questioning, "What just transpired?" Observing from the sidelines, Gohan, with his enhanced vision, analyzed the previous exchange. In the moment of impact, Father relaxed his body to the utmost extent. Simultaneously, he coordinated to dissipate the force throughout his entire being. Gogeta's attack inflicted virtually no damage. Kuranoa stated gravely, "It is an exceptionally high purity of energy dissipation. I never anticipated he could achieve such control over his body." Gogeta realized he was vastly outmatched in hand-to-hand combat and concluded that his only path to victory lay in utilizing energy waves. He unleashed a formidable aura, extending his arms to concentrate a powerful energy wave. 10,000 times. Ultimate. Superlative, resplendent Kamehameha. He brought his hands together, aiming at Vegito, whose demeanor had now turned serious. Without needing to see, he understood that such immense energy surely signified an extraordinary energy wave attack. Vegito let out a cold laugh and raised a hand. "Gathering energy. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. I presume you've given your energy wave a long-winded name? Allow me to name my attack mini energy ball." Both combatants unleashed their energy waves simultaneously. Vegito's energy level was only slightly beneath Gogeta's. Thus, the ensuing contest hinged upon precise energy control. Gogeta's large, robust energy wave surged toward Vegito. However, in the next instant, the mini energy ball, spinning at breakneck speed, shot forth from Vegito's 3 fingers. Due to its incredible velocity, the spherical energy transformed into a projectile. When the 10,000-fold ultimate superlative Kamehameha collided with the mini energy ball, the energy wave exploded spectacularly, and the mini energy ball barreled unimpeded towards Gogeta, piercing through his shoulder. With a casual stretch, Vegito moved his body again, using divine power to restore his hearing before opening his eyes. Remember this. No matter the crisis you encounter in the future, you are forbidden from merging into me. Should you dare to disgrace my name again, I shall erase you from time. Chapter 83. Training and Foraging. Following the battle, Vegito turned to the 2 Kaioshin of time. "I am somewhat surprised that both of you could appear simultaneously." Io stepped forward to silence Kuranoa, stating, "The influence of this timeline has grown increasingly substantial. The existence of Zombie Goku has impacted hundreds of timelines, though some with Super Dragon Balls may still be salvaged. However, the majority of these realms lack the Omni King and the Super Dragon Balls. In such timelines, annihilation is the only recourse. Particularly, the Zombie Goku, designated as Patient Zero, must be eliminated. This time, we have made more extensive preparations." Vegeta's gaze swept over the Time Patrol members. Apart from 2 pairs of empty shells, there were Gohan, Goten, Dubra, as well as the brothers Frieza and Cooler, alongside a fused Zamasu and Hit from a certain timeline. Vegeta could not help but chuckle. "Is this the best you could muster? What a farce." Kuranoa explained, "Due to a great battle long ago, the Time Patrol members cannot summon overly powerful beings. However, Ios and I will intervene personally. Our strength remains formidable." Vegeta decisively stated, "Your mere presence is enough. Find a cool place to wait. Furthermore, I encountered the Omni King from another timeline, who mentioned hosting a multiversal power tournament. The Grand Minister from that realm advised that if you were to cross paths, you should participate as well. Rather than complicate matters here, it would be wise to prepare for the tournament." Ios replied to Vegeta, "Very well. Since it is the command of the Omni King, we shall participate." Vegeta found it curious that the 2 Kaioshins of time were surprisingly agreeable. Once the Time Patrol members departed, Vegeta turned to the others. "Though there was a minor hiccup, you should feel reassured now, correct?" Wolmi looked at Vegeta and remarked, "Though Mr. Vegeta's strength far exceeds my expectations, what do you intend to do about the avatars and viruses left by Patient Zero in other timelines?" After a moment of silence, Vegeta replied, "I shall devise a plan, but only Gohan can deliver the final blow. Why? Because he embodies pure righteousness. Now, let us commence our training." Vegeta understood that the reason Zombie Goku had not retaliated immediately was that it needed to starve, not just him. But the entire zombie legion would need to be driven to the brink of madness to unleash their full potential. Gohan and Vegeta retreated to a secluded space within a different dimension. Gohan, perplexed, inquired, "Father, why must I be the one to deliver the final blow?" Vegeta, with his back turned to Gohan, responded, "Because that technique can only be wielded by you." "What technique?" "The spirit bomb." Gohan was bewildered. Why would such an outdated technique be employed as a trump card? Vegeta, noticing Gohan's confusion, clarified, "Those infected by the virus become exceedingly malevolent. The spirit bomb, by its nature, has an enhanced effect against evil beings. Even if they possess the immortality granted by the eternal dragon, the virus within them can be eradicated in an instant. Thus, they would lose their capacity to infect others." Gohan asked, "Then why don't you use it yourself?" Vegeta, crossing his arms and twitching his lips slightly, replied, "The wielder of the spirit bomb must be purely virtuous. I am not such a paragon of goodness. Even if I were to use the spirit bomb, it would be through forcefully absorbing energy for my own benefit. The spirit bomb gathered in this manner is merely a more potent energy blast, proving less practical than destructive energy. Furthermore, I wish to impart to you the divine technique. Wumi has shown me the intricate design of your body. Your infinite energy device can provide you with boundless energy. Previously, due to the necessity of concealing your location, you have relied on mechanical energy for combat post-modification. However, it is also possible to reverse this, allowing your infinite energy device to supply energy to your ki, which means you can harness biological energy as well. This will enable you to cultivate the divine aura and divine power. With your beast form combined with the Ultra Instinct technique, your strength may rival that of my own, even in its diminished state." In the days that followed, Gohan and the others diligently trained alongside Vegeta. Remarkably, Gohan mastered the Spirit Bomb, King Kai's Fist, and Ultra Instinct in just 6 months. When utilizing King Kai's Fist, he experienced minimal strain on his modified body. The chip implanted in his mind assists him in mastering Ultra Instinct with greater ease. Of course, Gohan is not the only one advancing. Piccolo, after becoming a Supreme Kai, can now wield Divine Ki in battle. During this time, Old Kai has also learned the emotional aspect of Ultra Instinct. Additionally, Android 18, with the aid of the chip, is capable of fighting as if she has activated Ultra Instinct. However, they are not the only ones growing stronger. Within a certain temporal training chamber, a multitude of formidable monsters is honing their abilities. Their method of training is rather simplistic, merely enduring hunger. As for the zombie Goku, he has not eaten in quite some time, yet he understands that consuming weaker beings would yield no benefit. Thus, he uses the time ring of the Supreme Kai to embark on a quest for immensely powerful entities. As the temporal gate slowly opens, he steps out and surveys his surroundings, murmuring, "Is this a divine realm?" The air is thick with Saiyan energy, and there are 2 particularly powerful presences. Has the Saiyan race ascended to divinity? Such a temporal anomaly exists. No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures clad in battle attire materialized behind him. One bore a crab-like head and a scarred face. This was the Bardock of this timeline. However, upon recognizing the other figure, Goku instinctively stepped back in fright. Clad in brown battle gear, with hair standing upright and 2 bangs framing his forehead, adorned with the patera earrings of the Supreme Kai. This individual exuded a more sinister aura than the creature he had previously encountered. The figure known as Overlapping Voice spoke first. "This fellow gives me the impression of spoiled food." Bardock turned his gaze to zombie Goku and remarked, "This is Kakarot, infected by a cursed virus. If bitten, one would become his slave, gaining a portion of their strength and abilities. Be cautious, Vegeta." The man beside Bardock, with a mocking chuckle, added, "It seems he has been scavenging across the multiverse. His audacity is remarkable, daring to venture here." Zombie Goku gazed at the 2 and declared, "You appear quite delectable. I shall claim the flesh of this realm." Upon hearing the words, the warrior clad in battle attire, adorned with a patera, pounded his chest and declared, "If you possess the capability, come forth and consume me, at the very least. You shall ascend to be among the top 3 entities in the multiverse." The zombie Kakarot discerned the formidable nature of his opponent, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 with striking black and crimson locks, emanating an aura of divine purple-red energy. With a mocking smile, he queried, "Are you perhaps a fusion of myself and Vegeta from a universe that has yet to reach Earth? Without the experiences of Earth, how formidable could you truly be?" Upon concluding his taunt, The zombie Goku launched himself toward the warrior in battle garb known as Vegeta. Yet in the blink of an eye, he failed to comprehend the unfolding events. The virus within him dissipated entirely, and a massive gaping wound appeared on his chest. In that moment, he beheld Vegeta cradling a mass of black liquid, mused, "Is this the root of the calamity?" With a mere flick of his finger, the liquid, birthed from the virus, vanished into the ether. Subsequently, he turned to gaze at the zombie Goku, witnessing the wound on his chest miraculously heal. Was it the gift of immortality bestowed by the Super Dragon Balls? Although the virus had been eradicated, the strength of the zombie Goku remained intact. He stepped back, contemplating the extraordinary Vegeta before him. How did he execute that attack? He hasn't even transformed, yet he may surpass the previous adversary. Fixating on his opponent, the zombie Goku inquired, "Have you ascended to the status of a god of destruction, Vegeta? God of destruction?" The warrior retorted with a chuckle. "Such beings were eradicated by my hand eons ago. Even the Omni King fell before me. To compare me to a god of destruction is the utmost insult." As his words faded, Vegeta instantly materialized behind the zombie Goku. The latter spun around to unleash a punch, but his fist was grasped tightly by his adversary. The zombie Goku's body began to wither and crack. Do you understand? Even the immortal essence granted by the Super Dragon can succumb to death when the cosmos reaches its conclusion. With every ounce of strength, the zombie Goku fought to break free, only to hear a sickening crack as his wrist was shattered. No blood flowed from the wound, merely a continuous disintegration. "What have you done to me?" Vegeta, with a sinister grin, reduced the zombie Goku's fist to dust, proclaiming, "I have ushered you prematurely to the end of the universe, effectively magnifying your entropy. No, this cannot be." Within mere seconds, the zombie Goku transformed into a cloud of dust, even the immortality granted by the Super Dragon Balls proving incapable of healing him. Vegeta contemplated the time ring in his possession, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Yet in the next instant, a figure clad in blue martial attire, resembling Goku, descended from the heavens, gazing down upon him. "You must understand, if you emerge, I shall have no choice but to annihilate you, King Vegeta." With a crunch, Vegeta crushed the time ring, retorting, "Humph, you disregard others who enter, for they are unworthy of consideration. This is merely their own folly, a means to alleviate your weariness, and you are far too powerful. Next time, I beseech you to bring forth stronger adversaries." In an alternate reality, the zombie Goku awoke in terror, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Is there truly something in this world that possesses such overwhelming power? Approaching him, the zombie Vegeta inquired, "What has transpired?" "A minor incident occurred, and I was discovered by the king of all. I was given another time ring." The undead Vegeta tossed a ring to the undead Goku, who once again opened the portal to traverse through time and space. "I must exercise greater caution this time." In the parallel dimension of Dragon Realm, Planet Prison, the Super Blue Vegeta, having harnessed the power of 20 times the Kaioken, was severely wounded by an evil Saiyan who had yet to transform. Upon witnessing this, the undead Goku silently mused, "Is this truly Vegeta? Though stronger than when I first encountered him, he pales in comparison to those two monstrous beings. Regardless, according to the memories of the Time Patrol, the other must be Kamba. Excellent. At last, I have found a worthy specimen." Chapter 84. Let us unleash the spirit bomb upon them. A day later, a colossal portal appeared above Earth, emanating a nauseating stench as the infected black Bigo star emerged. The gathered warriors braced themselves for battle. Gohan gazed at the immense celestial body and exclaimed, "What is that thing?" Vegeta explained, "It is Bigo, a mechanical intelligent celestial being, apparently also infected. This implies that even androids may be susceptible." The undead Goku floated in the sky, grinning at the assembled warriors. "The war has commenced. Everything on this planet shall ultimately vanish. You stand no chance against this army of millions of undead. For this moment, I even consumed the flesh of a god of destruction." Vegeta raised his finger, aiming at Bigo. "Is that so? Let us test your claim." Destruction. Boom. The meticulously prepared army of undead Goku was obliterated in an instant, leaving only a handful endowed with immortality by the Eternal Dragon, along with a few others capable of wielding destruction. Vegeta looked at the undead Goku and remarked with a smile, "When facing me, numbers hold no significance." The undead Goku, gritting his teeth, glared at Vegeta and commanded, "Devour them." Among them, A towering undead Broly, adorned with Patera earrings, charged towards Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Blue Evolution and confronted the fusion of undead Broly, delivering a devastating kick that obliterated its head. However, this did not halt its advance. The shattered head regenerated instantly, and its aura intensified. It retaliated with a punch, which Vegeta managed to block. Reflecting inwardly, it possesses the essence of divinity and divine power, in a state of immortality, perpetually famished, combined with the traits of the new Broly and boundless energy. In subsequent assaults, the fusion of undead Broly could not land a blow on Vegeta, who evaded with extraordinary speed and agility. The creature amplified its strength, purple divine energy erupting around it. Its green hair transformed into purple, teeth sharpened, and eyebrows vanished. The blood vessels within writhed, ultimately piercing through its skin to form numerous tentacles that continued to grow in length and girth. Does it even wield the divine techniques of a god of destruction? This is becoming intriguing. The limbs of the fusion of undead Broly, along with hundreds of tentacles, relentlessly attacked Vegeta, who deftly evaded all with unparalleled speed and agility. Then, he approached the amalgamated zombie Broly and delivered a powerful punch, sending it soaring. Remarkably, he did not shatter its skull. Following the onset of the battle, its strength began to escalate exponentially, and it was anticipated that it would soon surpass the might of Gogeta. Shall we engage in a little spar? Vegeta mused, glancing toward Gohan, who was currently teaming up with Piccolo to confront the zombie Vegeta. Meanwhile, Old Kai was facing off against the zombie Goku, who seemed to be toying with him, not yet revealing its full potential. Meanwhile, Womi led her army of androids in a futile attempt to subdue the remaining zombies, clearly outmatched by the foes before them. Vegeta resolved to test the limits of the zombie Broly. He utilized the doppelganger technique from planet Yadrat, dispatching several energy duplicates to create a diversion, thus safeguarding his allies from potential infection. His true self then soared toward the amalgamated Broly, hoping for an exhilarating surprise. As the zombie Broly steadied itself midair, it charged toward Vegeta, and their clash shattered the dimensional barrier. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly into a different dimension, and subsequently unleashed an unrestrained surge of energy. Despite the continuous amplification of the zombie Broly's power, it found itself utterly incapable of mounting a defense against Vegeta's onslaught. As its body began to writhe once more, Vegeta distanced himself. He observed as the zombie Broly's form swelled, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh. Vegeta, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "Has the energy exceeded the limits of its corporeal vessel? It resembles Moro after absorbing Meru's abilities, unable to control its own body after mere moments of engagement. The divine power is not easily wielded, especially by mindless abominations. Without a stable energy equilibrium and a corresponding mental state, one is doomed to spiral into chaos." With that realization, he declared, "The game is over. Soul Punishment Fist." A star-like luminescence radiated from his right fist. He struck the grotesque mass, and the energy transformed into a celestial explosion, causing the mass to gradually dissipate. However, the body, endowed with immortality by the eternal dragon, continually regenerated. Once the energy spread through the mass and it healed, it was left as a grotesque organic entity brimming with immense energy. Vegeta's earlier assault had utterly obliterated its soul, leaving behind a body that perpetually oscillated between self-destruction and regeneration. The dimensional wall fractured once more as Vegeta hurled the distorted mass of flesh to the ground. The zombie Goku, taken aback, gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. "What have you done?" Vegeta chuckled, "Nothing of consequence. It simply failed to meet my expectations. Do you possess any stronger subordinates? Or have I been too ruthless, leaving only you few alive? Shall I grant you some time to prepare?" Upon hearing this, Gohan urgently interjected, "Father, we cannot let them escape." The zombie Goku fell silent for a moment, then unleashed a furious onslaught, sending Gohan and Piccolo flying before advancing toward the mass formed by the zombie Broly. The flesh sphere was incessantly absorbed by the zombie Goku, who turned to Vegito and declared, "The game is over." No sooner had the words left its lips than all remaining zombie bodies uncontrollably surged toward the zombie Goku. They let out a piercing scream mid-air before transforming into a bloody mass, accumulating relentlessly upon Goku. Ultimately, what emerged before the onlookers was a towering 10-meter-tall humanoid monstrosity. Its blood and flesh flowed like liquid across its form, exuding a presence far surpassing that of Vegito. In a deep, distorted voice, it proclaimed, "The evolution of all things into one is the ultimate destination." In the next moment, its figure began to shrink dramatically, its aura swelling violently once more, until it morphed into a visage of Goku. This Goku bore no distinction from the normal Goku of other timelines, save for the dark crimson hue of his attire. He turned to Vegito, revealing a sinister grin, and his head instantaneously transformed to mirror Vegito's as he rushed toward him. With a swift motion, Vegito caught the approaching fist with one hand, retorting, "Do you believe that merely taking my form grants you my strength? Did you think I intended to attack you?" At that moment, the creature morphed into a mass of flesh akin to Buu, enveloping Vegito completely and absorbing him within. "Ha! This unparalleled power is now mine," it bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that plunged everyone into despair. Womi collapsed to the ground in utter defeat, exclaiming, "It's all over." Witnessing this, Android 18 cried out and soared forward. Vegito, Gohan, summoning all his strength, rushed ahead, but en route, he struck Android 18, rendering her unconscious. "I will not let you escape," he vowed, as his mechanical left arm radiated a brilliant light before delivering a punch to the creature's face, yet it remained unmoved. The creature's visage reverted to Goku's as it gazed at Gohan and taunted, "The long game of hide and seek has reached its conclusion." The monster seized Gohan's hand, while its other hand slammed against Gohan's chest, forcibly tearing away his entire mechanical left arm. It then flung the severed limb at Gohan, impaling him in the abdomen, causing a trickle of blood to escape from his lips. Gritting his teeth, he extracted the mechanical arm and resumed a battle-ready stance, declaring, "I will fight until the very last moment." The creature beckoned to Gohan, "I shall ensure you become my sustenance." Just as those words faded, the monster's expression shifted to one of distress. "Ah!" It groaned, collapsing to the ground, clutching its head in agony as the temporal ring on its finger emitted a radiant light. Within the multiverse, all viruses and infected beings converged through the portal. Countless infected entities morphed into a viscous mass, reattaching to the creature, merging entirely with it. The monster's form expanded once more, towering over 100 meters as it knelt, murmuring, "Why can I not control my body? Why can I not command the other infected?" A voice echoed from within, laughing, "Who knows? Perhaps you have simply upset your stomach." "Vegito," the creature cried out in torment, "why are you able to control my body? Why, within your very being, I possess the ability to exert control over you. Moreover, I can manipulate anything that shares an energetic connection with you. Do you truly believe that I would allow myself to be easily absorbed by you? Everything is aimed at eradicating the taint you have left in one fell swoop." Gohan, through these portals of time and space, coalesced the energy of the multiverse into a spirit bomb. Upon hearing this, the monster immediately panicked. "No, stop. Vegeta, do not forget that you are still within me. If I am obliterated by the spirit bomb, you shall perish as well." Vegeta's voice echoed within the monster. Such outcomes are never certain." Gohan gazed upon the colossal beast and declared, "Indeed, Father, you are still inside. I shall not succumb. Furthermore, even if it requires my sacrifice, it is worth it to eliminate such a monstrosity. Now then, this creature's power continues to escalate. Let us act while I still maintain control over it. For the present. For the old ones who cannot accompany you further. For the future." In this moment, Gohan heard the familiar voices of the past calling out to him. "Goku, Chi-Chi, Videl, Krillin, Bulma, Trunks, become the saviors. Utilize the spirit bomb for us." Chapter 85. The Saviors. As Vegeta maintained his firm grip on the monster, Gohan reverted to his normal form. Raising his remaining arm, the resonant voice of Vegeta continued to emanate from within the creature. "Raise your hands. Transfer your energy to Gohan." One by one, the crowd lifted their hands, channeling a vast amount of energy toward Gohan's position. Instantly, a spirit bomb exceeding 10 meters in diameter began to coalesce. Alas, this realm is nearly devoid of living beings. The energy that can be gathered is exceedingly limited. Even the energy drawn from the multiverse portals forcibly opened by Vegeta is insufficient. A few androids possess infinite energy capabilities and can continuously provide energy, yet they cannot induce a qualitative transformation. Such an extent alone is inadequate to eradicate the cursed virus within the monster. Observing this, Womi retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. In the next moment, a multitude of androids emerged from the survivor base. Super 17, Super 18. Production Model 17, Production Model 18, and the fully realized Cell, along with an army of cloned android Broly. The 18 from the second timeline looked at Womi and asked, "You had hidden so many powerful androids?" Womi coughed lightly and replied, "A stitch in time saves 9. In case Vegeta and the others truly falter, I still have one last gamble to make." In truth, Womi had yet to complete his trump card, the cloned android Vegeta. Before long, Gohan's spirit bomb expanded to over 100 meters in diameter. He gazed at the immense sphere. How magnificent! Is this sufficient? Vegeta emerged partially from the monster's back. Not yet. A spirit bomb is a vessel of hope. No matter how much energy a single individual contributes, it merely amplifies its conventional power. Otherwise, if I alone were to provide energy, the spirit bomb's diameter would surpass 10,000 meters. To achieve absolute restraint against malevolent forces, it is imperative to gather the life essence of many individuals, particularly those imbued with hope and light. It is akin to undergoing a ritual to become a Super Saiyan god. One must possess mental fortitude. With such strength, even curses may be dispelled. Sweat streamed down Gohan's face as he realized the grim reality. There were no more people left to aid him. The realm scarcely contained any sentient beings anymore. At that moment, lurking in the shadows, Kuranoa remarked to Ios, "Isn't it time for us to make our entrance?" Ios responded, "Have you not noticed how much Lord Vegeta despises time travelers? If we intervene, we might inadvertently eliminate our own duplicates. Moreover, it appears Lord Vegeta is assisting Gohan in achieving some form of breakthrough. Otherwise, he could easily vanquish all the zombies on his own. Though he seems to be at his limits, he is currently only utilizing 50% of his power." Raising one hand, Vegeta infused it with his life essence, while grasping a phone in the other. "Do not fret, I shall call for reinforcements," he declared. "Tower, I am currently forming a spirit bomb. Shortly, I will open a portal, have Kakarot gather energy, and send it over. Of course, do not bring anyone here." After concluding the call with Gogeta, Vegeta reached out to Bulma from Universe 2 and the Grand Supreme Kai from Universe 3. The convergence of energy from these 3 universes would suffice. The signal from the multiverse communicator, combined with Vegeta's energy, transmitted back to the other 3 universes, opening a portal. 3 seconds later, from the portal of Universe 1, emerged a man clad in a black and yellow vest. "Am I late? What in the world is that?" he exclaimed, glancing around at the multitude of androids. Following him were Goku, Bulma, Bardock, Frieza, Broly, Maruz, Kale, Caulifla, and Gab, all entering Universe 1 as if they were attending a gathering. Vegeta shouted, "Are you here for a sightseeing trip? I said no one was to come." Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged toward the monster, declaring, "Stay calm. I will assist you, brother." Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a key cannon, pushing him back. "Do not approach. This creature is exceedingly malevolent. Raise your hands and release your mental energy, just as in the Super Saiyan God ritual. Remember, it must be infused with hope." Caulifla, crossing her arms defiantly, looked at Vegeta and asked, "Who do you think you are to command us?" Gogeta gazed up at Gohan and the colossal spirit bomb he was preparing. Was he intending to obliterate the entire universe? Gohan cast a glance at Goku, who immediately understood. Only the spirit bomb could eradicate this utterly sinister creature. "Everyone," he called out, "raise your hands as my brother instructed." He then lifted his own hand, channeling mental energy, life essence, and vast divine power. The energy contributed solely by Goku instantaneously elevated the spirit bomb to unprecedented heights. As Frieza beheld Vegeta ensnared, he chuckled. "Ah, is that not Mr. Vegeta? You appear rather beleaguered. Are you truly seeking assistance from an adversary you once insulted?" Vegeta pointed accusingly at Frieza and his cohorts, declaring, "Do not compel me to come over and strike you." Frieza, hands on his hips, laughed. "If you can manage that, I would not object. However, it seems you are currently in dire straits. Should you plead for my help, I might consider sharing my energy." Kaifura chimed in, "Indeed. We are warriors forged through the Patera fusion. Why should we be commanded by you? If you cannot handle it, step aside, and I shall confront it alone." After their exchange, the strained expression on Vegeta's face gradually faded. With a snap of his fingers, time halted for all but Frieza and Kaifura. Vegeta emerged from the monstrous form, exuding a terrifying aura as he approached the two. Towering over Frieza, he inquired, "I have come to strike you, as you so graciously permitted." Frieza's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he transformed into his black form, exclaiming, "Do not presume I am feeble. My strength is second only to Gogeta." With a swift motion, Vegeta struck Frieza, clearing his vision. "Is this solid enough? Shall I deliver a few more? I did not summon you, but since you are here, lend me your aid. Otherwise, after I deal with that creature, I shall make your body and mind recall the events of Namek, and this time, I shall not be so merciful." Vegeta then shot a fierce glare at Kaifura before retreating back into the creature. "I can scarcely endure this," Frieza cried, a red handprint emblazoned on his face, raising his hands in desperation. "Hurry, everyone, lend your strength. Remember to imbue it with hope." In the shadows, Kuranoya gazed in bewilderment at Vegeta's antics, pondering, fortunately, he did not strike. Is he truly playing us like this? If he possesses the ability to resolve this alone, why the charade? Ios replied solemnly, "To utterly save this timeline, the force of hope must eclipse the despairing darkness. Only by gathering everyone's hope can we restore it. This is a task beyond Vegeta's solitary capabilities. While he can suppress that monster, he lacks a definitive means to eradicate it entirely." Ultimately, Vegeta endeavored to create a divine status comparable to that of the Omni King. Kuranoya, astonished, looked at Ios. "Comparable to the Omni King? Does that not mean he could rival our essence? Does Lord Vegeta still possess such power?" Ios responded resolutely, "Indeed. In this world, as long as Lord Vegeta desires it, there is nothing beyond his reach." Vegeta addressed Gohan. "Gohan, the energy is sufficient. Now, infuse your hopes for the future into the spirit bomb." Gohan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and observed as the spirit bomb's diameter shrank to mere hundreds of meters. Vegeta proclaimed, "Now is the time." Gohan replied, "With this, it shall be concluded." The creature lay on the ground, screaming, "No, please no." As the spirit bomb struck it, the beast desperately attempted to resist. However, Vegeta infiltrated its being, unleashing a formidable energy that ensnared it. After being struck by the spirit bomb, the creature was knocked down, creating a massive chasm in the earth before soaring into the sky, completely engulfed. The air was saturated with hope and potent positive energy, which relentlessly obliterated the cursed virus within it. Even though its immortal form allowed for continuous regeneration, it could not alter the inevitable fate of the virus's total eradication. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta emerged from the spirit bomb and turned to Gohan, declaring, "Deliver the final blow. Shatter its body and soul." Gohan erupted with unprecedented power, hurtling toward the remnants of the spirit bomb. Unconsciously, he absorbed all the lingering energy around him. In that moment, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a pale blue embodiment of pure energy, while his pupils shimmered with a silvery light. The energy enveloping him morphed into dazzling white stars, accompanied by golden lightning. Instinctively, Gohan swung his once-lost right arm. The remnants of machinery fell away from his shoulder, revealing the faint outline of a pale blue energy arm. A medical miracle unfolded as his previously vanished right arm, upon the condensation of energy, reformed with flesh and blood. Moreover, a pair of pale blue energy wings sprouted from his back. Vegeta gazed intently at Gohan, urging, "Go forth. You are the light guiding through darkness, the completeness within the shattered, the hope that never fades in despair. You are the savior of this world. Rest in peace, Dad." Purifying Judgment Annihilation Dragon Fist. Gohan's erupting form transformed into a colossal dragon composed of stars. As he soared toward his opponent, he landed a powerful punch on the creature's chest. Boom! In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The creature's face morphed back into Goku's visage. He was bewildered, unsure of his surroundings, as the world around him transformed into a golden expanse. Gohan, gazing at the radiant smile of the man before him, felt tears stream down his cheeks. "Is that you, Dad?" Well done, Gohan." Goku raised his hand to gently pat Gohan's head. "You have saved everyone. We are proud of you. You all." Gohan responded, "Wow, Gohan, you've grown. Gohan-kun, you did it at last. Mr. Gohan, thank you. I never thought you would actually accomplish it." Familiar figures from the past stood behind him, greeting him warmly. Uncle Krillin, Miss Vito, Mr. Trunks, Mr. Vegeta. Gohan raised his right arm to wipe away his tears. "But you can never return." Goku placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder from behind. Did Vegeta not tell you? Embrace tranquility and accept the things that cannot be changed. Gather your courage to alter the things that can be changed. Moreover, Vegeta has already prepared the way forward for us. Upon our reincarnation, we shall meet again. Reincarnation? Goku gently embraced Gohan, saying, when we reunite, you shall surely recognize us. Farewell. As the figures of the group gradually faded away, Gohan's consciousness returned to the present, and his body began to crack, transforming into starlight. Goku bestowed a smile upon Gohan before he completely vanished. Gohan closed his eyes and fainted as he fell. He felt himself resting against that once familiar and broad shoulder. Vegeta, carrying Gohan, remarked with a smile, well done, Gohan. You have now become the savior. He has also ascended to the pinnacle of this time and space as a deity. The dark negative energy has been entirely dispelled. This realm has also been saved. The residual energy coalesced in the sky, forming a splendid rainbow. Vegeta gazed at the rainbow and declared, everything will be all right. Chapter 86. The savior form. After Vegeta gently set Gohan down on the ground, Piccolo rushed over. Quick, give him a Senzu bean. Vegeta placed his hand on Gohan's chest, examining him. The Senzu beans are ineffective. He has exhausted the power of divinity in that moment. He possessed the divine essence granted by the force of faith. However, he has yet to receive the official divine position that would provide the energy cycle for divine power. What shall we do now? We must elevate him to his rightful place. With divine power, he can naturally recover. Vegeta connected all the cosmic rules to Gohan, causing him to levitate effortlessly. The transformed parts of his body fell away, and flesh and blood grew anew. Subsequently, Gohan's attire transformed into a platinum-hued outfit, similar in style to Piccolo's but adorned with a platinum-patterned cloak. Piccolo, sensing the overwhelming divine pressure emanating from Gohan, exclaimed, such incredible divine power, far surpassing that of the Kais. Gogeta also approached, observing Gohan and inquiring, is it akin to the Grand Minister? Vegeta responded, no, this is something different. A god that rivals even the Omni King, the Savior. Gohan slowly descended to the ground, opening his eyes to behold the four figures before him, Vegeta, Gogeta, Goku, and Piccolo. Dad. The four responded in unison, yes. Goku, scratching his head, addressed Vegeta and Gogeta. You both are being excessive. Gohan is my son. Vegeta and Gogeta replied in unison. Isn't your son also our son? Gohan stepped forward, embracing them all. Thank you, thank you. Meanwhile, the young Bulma looked at the elder version of herself beside old B, asking, are you me when I grow up? The adult Bulma affectionately patted her younger self's head. Indeed. Do you wish to grow up quickly upon seeing how beautiful your future self has become? The young Bulma glanced at old B, recalling what Gogeta had mentioned. If all goes well, this person before her would be her husband. Though unlike Gogeta, he might not be as handsome, nor as tall, and has a colder demeanor. Meanwhile, Wolmi commanded the army of androids to return to the base, and Vegeta instantaneously appeared behind her. Can you guarantee that you will not become the next threat? Wolmi handed the remote control to Vegeta, saying, if you are not at ease, then take it. Perhaps entrust it to someone you deem trustworthy. Vegeta accepted the remote, but was aware that Wolmi surely possessed more than one of such devices. He now had the capability to dispose of that worthless scrap, yet these mass-produced androids represented a form of resistance against crises. Observing Vegeta's silence, Wolmi added with a smile, if you remain uneasy, I can accompany you. I can be of assistance. No need. We already have Bulma, Vegeta replied. Consider it an opportunity to broaden my horizons. I am quite intrigued by the multiverse. Gogeta instantaneously teleported beside Vegeta, wrapping an arm around him, and inquired, is this your sister-in-law? Wolmi's face flushed instantly. Sister-in-law? I am your brother. Besides, in terms of age, she could very well be your grandmother. Wolmi addressed Vegeta, I can't be that old. My actual age is merely a few years greater than Bulma's. Cough, cough. The voice of Android 18 emerged from behind them, her gaze icy as she regarded Gogeta. I am your sister-in-law. Gogeta patted Vegeta's back, exclaiming, impressive. I never expected you to win over 18. Vegeta ignored Gogeta and continued speaking to Wolmi. If you do not pose a threat, then this timeline still requires your presence. Gohan has ascended to a status beyond that of the Supreme Kai. I doubt you could stir up much trouble. However, we still need a god of destruction. Wolmi pointed to himself. Are you suggesting I become the god of destruction? Indeed. The number of fighters in this timeline is dwindling, and if I am not mistaken, your true strength should be on par with Gohan's previous form, sufficient to assume the role of God of Destruction. Gogeta interjected. Is it really your place to decide who becomes a deity? Vegeta shot Gogeta a disdainful glance, retorting, what an oddity you are. Have your muscles overtaken your intellect? Hurry and send those minions back. Gogeta placed his hands on his hips. Do not say that. We have trained together for a while. Allow us to accompany you. As he spoke, Gogeta summoned several Saiyans from Universe 6, adding, moreover, when I arrived in Universe 6, I discovered that these individuals had also been reborn. Kefla, like us, exists as an inseparable, fused being. Vegeta glanced at the group, stating, I have no need for non-combatant Saiyans. Kefla had already undergone significant transformation. Even if Vegeta's words were somewhat harsh, she could only endure. Kale retorted, who are you calling a non-combatant? Kefla and I can now transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta coldly replied, when I deem you incapable of battle, you shall indeed be incapable. For instance, I could incapacitate you in a mere nanosecond and then launch you into the sky, obliterating you with a single energy wave. Gogeta looked at Vegeta with trepidation. Your inner Vegeta must be from when he first invaded Earth, right? By the way, what exactly did you just obliterate? Subsequently, the individuals from Timeline 1 comprehended the entire sequence of events, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped them all. Wukong clenched his fists and exclaimed, I never imagined I would be the source of this entire crisis. This was the first encounter between Wukong and Old Bey from Dimension 1. Observing Wukong, Old Bey comforted him, saying, do not take all the blame upon yourself. A minute deviation in the timeline can lead to entirely different outcomes. You are merely acting in accordance with the original history. The group returned to the survivors' base, bringing out all the individuals who had long been deprived of sunlight. These humans, who had not seen the sky for ages, gazed up at the familiar yet alien horizon of dusk. The long-lost sensation of freedom overwhelmed them, bringing tears to their eyes. Womi addressed the crowd, stating, my artificial army will be responsible for the reconstruction of Earth. Once the rebuilding is well underway, I shall assume the role of the God of Destruction. Piccolo added, furthermore, I will utilize the abilities of the Supreme Kai to recreate other civilizations. This timeline shall not meet its end. Everything is merely beginning. Vegito, standing nearby with arms crossed, remarked, it is about time we take our leave. Gohan, let us have one more bout. Upon hearing this, both Gogeta and Wukong quickly interjected, we want to join as well. Thus, before departing, the group once again found themselves in the hyperbolic time chamber. Wukong, stretching his body, stepped forward first, declaring, allow me to go first. As his words fell, Wukong's hair transformed into a silvery hue. However, his expression remained far from indifferent. Clearly, during this time, Wukong had elevated the mastery of his Ultra Instinct to a higher realm. Yet, Gohan felt no pressure at all, even without transforming. He was able to hold his own against Wukong evenly. Gogeta observed their battle and remarked, impressive. Gohan can actually exchange blows with Wukong, who has perfected Ultra Instinct. Exchange blows? Vegito chuckled. If Gohan wished to end the fight, it would be but a fleeting moment. Though Kakarot has advanced his Ultra Instinct, he cannot maintain the perfect state for long. His divine energy depletes swiftly. In other words, this Ultra Instinct is not flawless for Kakarot at this moment. Indeed, as Wukong's precision began to wane, Gohan effortlessly landed a punch, reverting Wukong to his normal state. Wukong, clutching his stomach and laughing, said, that hurt. I completely failed to perceive the threat of your attack, Gohan. Gohan gazed at his hands and mused, I do not know what this feeling is, but it seems I am now transcendent to all things. Consequently, Dad, your Ultra Instinct's evasive effect is rendered ineffective against me. Gogeta, eager to engage, stepped forward and commented, it appears that battling you has made Ultra Instinct a burden for me. Ha ha ha. Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and declared, I shall rely on my own judgment. Ultimately, mirroring Wukong's experience, Gohan playfully sparred with Gogeta before easily reverting him to his normal state. His control over the intensity of his strikes perfectly calibrated. Gohan helped Gogeta to his feet, and Gogeta looked at him in astonishment, saying, I never expected that after so long in training, there would exist beings far more powerful than myself. Although Gohan's exhibited strength was merely slightly superior to Gogeta's, Gogeta could sense that Gohan's true power far surpassed his own. Vegito stepped forward to offer consolation, saying, "Do not despair. In terms of raw power, our basic combat strength should not differ by more than a factor of 2. Gogeta cast a sidelong glance at Vegito and retorted, "If the difference is minimal, can you truly claim victory?" Vegito approached Gohan, responding, "Who can say? After all, I possess other forms." With that, Vegito instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, his immense divine power causing Gogeta to drop his jaw in astonishment. "Is this what you call a minor difference?" Gogeta exclaimed. "I can achieve Super Saiyan Blue evolution as well, and it's not nearly as exaggerated as yours." Ignoring Gogeta, Vegito took a combat stance. Entering a state of emotional tranquility and supreme mastery, his gaze fixed on Gohan. He recognized that Gohan could no longer be bested by mere numbers. Even if he were 100 times stronger, it would not suffice. "Gohan, unleash your new form. I will help you develop it to its fullest potential." Understood. Gohan closed his eyes, concentrating his divine energy, and then released it in a powerful surge. Instantly, a pair of pale blue, pure energy wings unfurled from his back, while his hair and eyebrows transformed into a similar hue. An aura of white, starry energy enveloped him, with golden lightning crackling around. "This is my new form, the Savior form." Chapter 87. Savior Gohan. Gohan and Vegito locked eyes, each revealing no weaknesses. Though the battle had not yet commenced, Goku could feel the intensity of their energy, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Their strength was formidable, akin to that of angels, perhaps even surpassing it. In the next instant, Vegito vanished from sight, launching a lightning-fast strike to Gohan's abdomen. The impact caused Gohan to bend slightly, but did not elicit any signs of pain as he retaliated with a punch. Vegito swiftly raised his arm to block Gohan's attack, the ground beneath him cracking under the force, and even his thigh trembled slightly. Yet, Vegito chuckled, "Indeed, you are the one I have been seeking." The two figures instantaneously disappeared, with Vegito's movements so rapid that they were barely perceptible. Only fleeting shadows of his strikes could be seen upon their conclusion. Goku gasped, "What astonishing speed! It's utterly invisible." Gogeta furrowed his brow, noting, "It's not merely a matter of speed. Vegito's strikes are in an invisible state during execution, likely utilizing a form of instantaneous movement." Old Bey, arms crossed behind them, clarified, "That is not instantaneous movement. It is a method of spatial displacement. In the moment of striking, a portion of the body is shifted to a different space, rendering it invisible. Moreover, because it is not in the current space, even the Supreme Mastery cannot provide prior warning. From this perspective, it is even more effective than instantaneous movement. Coupled with his incredible strike speed, no one can stand against him in direct combat." Gohan found himself relentlessly pressured by Vegito, left with little opportunity to counter. Vegito relentlessly increased his strength and speed, continuing his assault on Gohan while proclaiming, "Gohan, the pain you feel is merely a reflection of your own belief that you are capable of sustaining such damage. Do not allow your imagination to confine you. As long as you believe you will not be harmed, you shall indeed remain unscathed." Gohan was sent flying by a kick from Vegito, and in that moment, time seemed to slow for him. Can I truly achieve this simply by wishing it? In the next instant, Gohan found himself behind Vegito, delivering a punch that sent him soaring, all his injuries vanishing. Vegito, having rolled in midair to dissipate the force, landed gracefully and regarded Gohan with a smile, saying, "Indeed, strength, speed, defense, endurance, these aspects are no longer limitations for you. If you desire it, they are boundless." After a brief moment of astonishment, Gohan closed his eyes, unfurling the wings upon his back to envelop himself, and then those wings transformed into a flurry of feathers that scattered into the air. A faint blue energy enveloped Gohan's form. With a swift motion, Gohan appeared behind Vegito. Even the latter could only react belatedly. Yet, at that moment, Gohan's fist was already poised to strike his cheek. Divine technique. Limitless. A ripple of energy surged near Vegito's head, and as Gohan drew closer, his speed seemed to diminish. Gohan tightened his fist once more. Break. Boom. This punch shattered Vegito's limitless barrier, striking him squarely on the cheek and sending him flying. Vegito quickly stabilized himself in midair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled, saying, "Yes, just like that. If you believe it, you can achieve anything you set your mind to. I will impart all my techniques to you. You should now be able to grasp the principles behind all moves. learning even the most complex techniques swiftly. Vegito unleashed a more potent blue divine aura, which gradually solidified into a tangible energy that began to shatter. His power surged once again, and his current form transcended the previous Super Blue evolution. To be precise, this was Super Blue Limitless. Vegito extended his arms, gathering 2 spheres of purple energy, declaring, "Try to withstand this move, the ultimate Kamehameha wave of destruction." A colossal wave of destructive energy surged toward Gohan, who felt a moment of fear. Yet, Vegito shouted, "Do not be lost in confusion or hesitation. Above all, do not be afraid. Remember, have faith in yourself. You cannot afford to lose again." Gritting his teeth, Gohan retaliated with a counterstrike, deflecting Vegito's full-force energy wave. The destructive wave pierced through the dimensional barrier and shot forth, while Vegito's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Yet his face remained adorned with a joyful smile. Yes, just like that, once more. The two soared toward each other, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows. At this moment, Gohan began to perceive Vegito's movements more clearly. He could see Vegito's attack trajectory shifting through the dimensions before he launched his assault. I can see it. The battle raged on evenly matched, yet it was clear that Gohan had yet to reach his limits, while Vegito was fighting beyond his own. He continued to elevate his strength and speed, employing various techniques to optimize his assault and defense. In the face of Gohan's relentless strikes, he utilized the Ultra Instinct technique to disperse the force, thereby diminishing the damage inflicted upon him. The pace of their offensive and defensive exchanges escalated rapidly, prompting Vegeta to once again admonish, "Gohan, no attack is ever flawless. Seek out the fleeting openings I present." In that moment, Gohan discerned the vulnerability in Vegeta's assault and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed squarely at Vegeta's chest. However, this gap was a ruse deliberately orchestrated by Vegeta. As Gohan's force connected, Vegeta adeptly redirected all of Gohan's power into his own fist, complementing it with a forceful uppercut aimed at Gohan's abdomen. Ugh! This blow inflicted unprecedented harm upon Gohan, though it merely resulted in him spitting out saliva. As Gohan staggered from the impact, Vegeta seized the opportunity to bring both fists crashing down upon him. Gohan's body created a massive crater upon hitting the ground, and as Vegeta alighted beside him, he declared, "Always ensure that your defense surpasses your offense, and remember, you must not sustain injuries." Rising from the pit, Gohan realized that Vegeta's earlier attack had only caused temporary damage. He observed Vegeta assume his stance once more, yet Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, urged, "Unleash your full power, Gohan. Fight with the resolve to defeat me." Gohan's mouth slightly agape, he soon steeled his gaze, responding, "Understood." He charged directly at Vegeta, who braced himself for the encounter. However, just as Vegeta prepared to intercept, another Gohan appeared beside him, elbowing him sharply in the ribs. This Gohan was not an illusion but a tangible entity, delivering a kick that sent Vegeta hurtling away. This was merely the beginning. As Vegeta was propelled backward, 7 more Gohans materialized, converging upon him with their assaults. Vegeta's form became indistinct, allowing the onslaught to pass through him without effect. It wasn't until Gohan employed a similar technique, his own hands blurring, that the attack struck home against Vegeta. With his hands raised to block, Vegeta found himself bereft of any opportunity to counterattack, the Ultra Instinct technique serving only to mitigate the force of the blows. Upon the conclusion of this flurry of strikes, Gohan instantly appeared before Vegeta, surveying the disheveled warrior on the ground and stating, "That should suffice, father." Vegeta struggled to move, experiencing for the first time a profound heaviness in his body. Drip, drip, drip. Blood trickled from the tattered gloves of Vegeta, staining the ground as he laboriously rose, his hands hanging limply at his sides. He lifted his gaze to meet Gohan's, a smile breaking through. "It's not over yet." Old Kai furrowed his brow at Vegeta, observing, "Not even angels or the fused god of destruction have ever inflicted such severe damage upon him." Goku, upon hearing this, turned to Old Kai and inquired, "He has even faced angels?" Nappa remarked to Gohan, "I fear that the current Gohan may surpass even the Grand Priest." Vegeta took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his face, and shook off the crimson stains from his hands, resolutely discarding his tattered upper garment. "I have not yet burned out." Vegeta closed his eyes, and in the next moment, an overwhelming wave of heat radiated from his being. He slowly floated into the air, dazzling light piercing through the heavens and the earth. as the surrounding heat transformed into countless starry rivers, converging back into his essence. Goku felt the immense divine power and thought, "What strength! It surpasses all the divine energy I gathered when facing the demon Moro." At that moment, Vegeta's hair turned a brilliant silver, and he gradually opened his eyes, gazing at Gohan with silver pupils. "I do not fear my defeat, but I cannot accept the battle's ending before I have unleashed my full potential. Thank you, Gohan." Vegeta clenched his fists and smiled, declaring, "This battle is worth my utmost effort." In the next instant, the entire space erupted with countless ripples of combat, and the residual shadows of the two warriors began to fade. As Gohan resolutely believed he could match Vegeta's speed, Vegeta instantaneously consumed a vast amount of divine energy to enhance his velocity. This fleeting moment of surprise revealed a critical vulnerability. Vegeta landed a punch on the side of Gohan's head. Although Gohan was confident he would not be harmed, the blow left him in a daze, accompanied by waves of pain. "I shall not feel pain." The reaffirmation of his will required time, and Vegeta unleashed all his might in a single blow, sending Gohan crashing to the ground. His body should have pierced through the celestial body corresponding to that alternate space in Earth. But Vegeta swiftly repaired it and shattered the space, bringing Gohan back before him. Indeed, Gohan had now entered the realm of invincibility. However, this invincibility hinged upon possessing absolute confidence in oneself. The power Vegeta exhibited at this moment was unlike anything Gohan had ever witnessed. He had never dared to dream of someone being this formidable. Thus, self-doubt crept back into Gohan's mind, a perilous flaw. Even a mere subconscious whisper of potential injury or mortality could magnify this thought in reality. Upon witnessing Gohan's wavering resolve, Vegeta halted his assault and regarded the battle-scarred Gohan, saying, "Believe in yourself. You too can reach this level. In my next attack, I will spare no effort. You must have unwavering faith in your ability to withstand it." Gohan looked at Vegeta earnestly and nodded. "Yes, I am ready." Vegeta raised his fist, utilizing the power that transcends all rules. Can it surpass your limits and shatter your idealistic divine prowess? Chapter 88, Necessary Defeat. Ha ha ha. The two launched themselves at one another, simultaneously striking each other's chests with their full power. Vegeta did not waste energy or strength in mitigating the force, focusing solely on his unrelenting assault. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Their fists collided, each unleashing radiant light and dark lightning. Vegeta's power had yet to be fully unleashed, for he sensed that if the full force of this punch landed on Gohan, it would shatter his divine essence. As his power intensified, there emerged a faint sensation of a dark force poised to re-emerge. Simultaneously, the realm that bestowed hope upon Gohan would also become shrouded in this malevolent energy. This struggle transcended Gohan's personal fate. It was entwined with the destinies of countless multiverses. Is victory paramount, or is it more vital to preserve a hopeful future? The very reason he elevated Gohan to such heights was to engage him in a battle of utmost intensity. Vegeta is not merely a Saiyan. He is a warrior of formidable pride. Yet, he could relinquish his chance to defeat Buu in order to save another. Perhaps this experience was foreign to him, but he could accept his failure with grace. In the final moment, Vegeta revealed a smile of acceptance. "This is it, Gohan. You cannot afford to lose. Even I cannot permit your defeat, but I must unleash my full strength with this punch." He then directed his fist upward along Gohan's chest, delivering a powerful blow to the side of Gohan's head. Boom! The earth-shattering sounds resonated simultaneously, as the aftermath of Vegeta's punch instantaneously tore through the very fabric of the alternate dimension. Upon exiting, it created a rift stretching several light years in length not far from Earth. In the time realm, Kuranoya and Eos returned with the Time Patrol members. But in the next instant, an overwhelmingly potent force ripped open a massive dimensional tear in the sky above the sanctuary. Kuranoya's eyes widened as he gazed at the rift, exclaiming, "This energy? It is Lord Vegeta." Eos immediately began to analyze all the timelines. Such astonishing power. It has penetrated the barriers of countless dimensions in an instant, and it continues to surge forth. Without an absolutely formidable force to impede it, it could very well breach the barriers of the entire multiverse, intertwining with other realms. At the extremity of the residual force, a figure clad in a blue GI, Goku, appeared out of thin air, raising his hand to shield against the overwhelming energy. "You've truly enjoyed yourself," Kuranoya urged, Hurry, repair the fractured barriers. We must prevent the causalities of different timelines from merging. Eos observed the rapidly mending fissures and remarked, "No need. Another lord has intervened. Thankfully, no planets or lives have been affected. Moreover, since the core began its repairs, it has exhibited remarkable self-healing capabilities." Back in the alternate dimension of the underground base in the fourth timeline, blood dripped incessantly to the ground. Vegito's hair reverted to black as he lowered his head slightly, a hole punctured in his chest by Gohan's fist. Conversely, Gohan, though unscathed, was drenched in cold sweat as he beheld the battered embodiment of invincibility. "Dad." Vegeta offered a comforting smile, slowly speaking as blood flowed from his mouth. "Just like that, Gohan." With that, Vegeta closed his eyes, losing consciousness, his body leaning forward. Gohan hurriedly caught him. Witnessing this, the onlookers rushed forward to assess the situation. Gohan cradled Vegeta and cried out, "Dad, you will be all right. Please, wake up." Under the influence of Gohan's will, all of Vegeta's injuries were healed, and he slowly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, Vegeta gazed at his chest and remarked, "It seems your divine power has restored me." Gohan, looking at his hands, murmured, "I feel as though I am capable of so much more now, yet I cannot reverse events from the distant past." With a gentle smile, he added, "Nevertheless, I have learned to look forward." Vegeta patted Gohan on the shoulder and said, "You now exist for more than just yourself. This timeline, along with those affected by the virus, falls within your domain. All realms devoid of the Omni King and Super Dragon Balls belong to you. There are hundreds of such timelines. The stronger the hope within them, the greater your power will become. You are the last hope for countless beings, and your mere existence is akin to the Super Dragon Balls for these realms. You are also the Omni King of these timelines, the beacon of light and hope against the forces of darkness." Gohan nodded at Vegeta, affirming, "Yes, I will protect those timelines." Goku, observing the two, inquired, "So who won just now?" Vegeta nonchalantly conjured a brand new GI and declared, "Without a doubt, I lost." "You didn't let me win, did you?" Vegeta chuckled, "No, my stamina and focus had reached their limit, leading to my final mistake. And as you all witnessed, that last punch merely shattered the barrier of this dimension. You could have done the same with ease." Goku, with a grin and hands on his hips, replied, "True. If it were me, I would have made an even bigger commotion." He then playfully patted Vegeta's chest, saying, "Don't be disheartened. Learning to accept defeat is also a form of growth." Only Gohan understood that the punch had done far more than just break the barrier of this dimension. The depth of its lingering force was beyond his own perception. However, he could not fathom why Vegeta's final concession felt less like a concession and more like a liberation of the galaxy. Understanding Gohan's confusion, Vegeta, after everyone had departed, grasped Gohan's shoulder and said, "Do not harbor any doubts. A victory is a victory. Remember my words. You cannot afford to lose." Gohan solemnly nodded, "Yes, I will remember. You may traverse those timelines freely. When necessary, you can also send clones to assist. In some timelines, there are no gods of destruction, and you must not bring despair and panic to them, as that would weaken your power. Therefore, it is essential to select suitable candidates to assume those roles. Starting with the androids from this timeline, you should also have mastered the divine techniques of the gods of destruction. Teach them as well. Once everything stabilizes, select 10 individuals to participate in the Multiverse Power Tournament. There may be an opportunity to restore everything then." Days later, everyone gathered, and Goku used a powerful lock to hang onto Vegeta's back. "This time, I must join you. Staying in one timeline is far too dull." Vegeta looked at Frieza and queried, "Is this truly wise? That fellow will become the strongest in the universe upon his return." Gogeta tightly embraced Vegeta, exclaiming, "What about Broly? My elder brother possesses enough strength to contend with Frieza." After a resigned sigh, Vegeta contemplated a compromise. "Let us consider this. The outcome of this encounter hinges on who has cultivated the stronger allies. If Vegeta and Kakarot were to cooperate, their mutual understanding of each other's strengths would undoubtedly enhance their effectiveness. You shall take Kakarot and the others to alternate timelines. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Upon hearing this, Gogeta released Vegeta and remarked, "That sounds feasible. I will have Gohan fabricate a new time machine for me. Given his current abilities, he should be able to replicate your vessel seamlessly." Vegeta cast a glance at Gohan, telepathically instructing him, "Proceed with this, but ensure that you remove any excessively perilous timeline coordinates." I have already tasked Bulma with marking those timelines, Gohan responded. With a swift motion, Gohan directed his hand towards Vegeta's ship, instantly conjuring an identical vessel. He then addressed the two. Fathers, I have rendered the fuel for both ships infinite. Moreover, I have imbued the vessels with an indestructible essence. Should any danger arise, retreat into the ship immediately. After this, Gohan conjured 2 sacks of senza beans and handed them to the duo. Here are some senza beans. This should suffice for your journey. Gogeta accepted the senza beans and tossed them to the side for Frieza, while Vegeta created a dimensional rift to store them. Thus, each group embarked on their respective ships. As Gogeta prepared to board, Vegeta cautioned, Gogeta, remember not to interfere with timelines that are functioning normally. Otherwise, the Time Patrol and the local kings will seek you out. Waving dismissively, Gogeta replied, rest assured, I am well aware of my boundaries. I must locate that Jiren who previously bested me. Vegeta reiterated his warning about keeping a close watch on Frieza and the others. You sound just like Jine, Gogeta quipped. I will keep a vigilant eye on them. Once on board, Gogeta activated the ship's engines and vanished into the sky, unaware that Vegeta had secretly instructed Gohan to lock in several of his initial coordinates. Their first destination was the second timeline to find Broly and nurture both versions of him, followed by a visit to the third timeline to spar with the god of destruction, Goku. As Vegeta entered the cabin and turned to wave at the crowd, Gohan called out, make sure to return often, father. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, and as the hatch sealed, the ship disappeared into the ether. Turning around, he spotted a miniature version of Android 21, who smiled and said, I want to go too. Fear not. My original self will remain behind to manage all affairs. Vegeta sighed. Did you sneak in using Android 18's guise? Very well, but should I discover you engaging in any mischief? Mini 21 immediately saluted. I promise to obey your commands. Upon reaching the control panel, the old Vegeta, seated in the co-pilot's seat, suggested, shall we seek a more tranquil timeline for a brief respite? Vegeta was aware this sentiment stemmed from Bulma, yet it was a reasonable request. Although Bulma had come for adventure, the initial timeline they traversed proved to be exceedingly exhilarating. Vegeta remarked, very well, excluding the dark multiverse and the defeated realms. Let us search for anomalies in the timeline of the year 775 AC. As he spoke, Bulma immediately began her search for suitable timelines. Soon, she gazed at a temporal coordinate and declared, I found one. In that realm, it appears that everyone has transformed into children. Is it a great demon? That hardly seems anomalous. Bulma examined the significant events in this timeline and noted, the anomaly lies in the fact that Sun Jun and Vegeta have also fused in this universe, and it is permanent. Upon hearing this, Old Bey inquired, permanent? Is it through Patera? Bulma captured a temporal photograph, revealing a blurred golden figure, suggesting, it seems to have been caused by a type of bug. Any leads? Vegeta pondered. Stroking his chin, could it be the stick bug? That should have a time limit. Let us investigate further. Chapter 89. Barrett in the year 775 AC. On Earth, within the Temple of the Gods, the dragon floated in the air, attempting to grant the wishes of those present. Bulma and Chi-Chi anxiously inquired, what is the outcome? The dragon slowly responded, it is beyond my capabilities. What? Why? The dragon elaborated, his power exceeds my own. If it were merely a singular fusion, I could forcibly undo it. However, the amalgamation of demonic and divine forces has birthed a wholly new power that transcends my abilities. After all, he was created to avoid disintegration by Goma's magic. Bulma turned to the ancient Namekian, who appeared to be missing teeth, and asked, Mr. Naiba, have you not already enhanced the power of the Dragon Balls? Leaning on his cane, Naiba replied, I have achieved the utmost within my capabilities. If the Earth's Dragon Balls prove ineffective, then our only recourse is to return to the demon realm. The dragon added, even the Dragon Balls of the demon realm require his unwavering desire to dissolve the fusion, without a shred of doubt. This implies that his life would come to an end. Even if replicated in the same manner, success is not guaranteed. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the gathered crowd. This discussion was tantamount to deliberating on whether to commit murder. The figure adorned with patera, clad in a light blue GI and an orange vest, addressed the dragon. Is it possible to extract and reconstruct the memories of Vegeta and Kakarot separately into new bodies? The dragon responded with a definitive negative. No, Any form of fusion results in the complete merging of two souls and bodies into a brand new entity, new life, new soul, new persona, augmented by formidable power. This precludes the extraction of any constituent element. Should one be removed, the fusion would naturally come undone. After a brief silence, the fused individual turned to the others with a smile, stating, "It appears we must venture back to the demon realm." The group remained silent, each acutely aware that this was profoundly unjust for the fused individual. They summoned him into existence when needed, only to extinguish him once his mission was fulfilled. He was neither Vegito nor Gogeta, who could subsequently return through conventional means. For this fused being, the instant of dissolution would signify permanent death. Evidently, when the amalgamated being fell into silence, a decision had already been made. Daima smiled at the crowd, proclaiming, "Isn't this splendid? His existence is nothing short of perfection, and he possesses immense power. As long as he is here, any predicament can be resolved." Chi-Chi clenched her fists and retorted, "What do you understand?" Bulma chimed in, asserting, "Indeed, how many formidable foes could possibly arise? Typically, the adversaries we face are manageable, and both Sun Wukong and Vegeta can handle them alone." Daima, seemingly indifferent, gazed upward at the sky, stating, "That is uncertain." For the asexual Namekians, this was hardly a dilemma, as they possessed the ability to assimilate. However, for Earthlings, this posed moral and ethical quandaries, a fact that the amalgamated being comprehended. Thus, he had reconciled himself to the prospect of death. Seeing that the others were unable to reach a consensus, Piccolo suggested that the dragon depart for the time being. Addressing the group, "The demon realm harbors many unknowns. There must be a way to resolve our current situation effectively." Clearly, as everyone found themselves at an impasse, Piccolo sought to prevent further discord, allowing the group to gradually acclimate to the presence of the amalgamated being. Even if a solution proved elusive in the end, time would lead them to accept this new reality. The rest of the group quickly moved on, with Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanging hostile glances, particularly for Bulma. Since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, her feelings towards her former friend had undergone a subtle transformation. Everything that followed transpired at such a rapid pace that Bulma scarcely had the opportunity to grasp it. After the tournament, the familiar figure, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman, vanished into the clouds. Was this not, in a sense, a way to amend the regrets of that time? Setting aside power, this individual was more handsome and possessed a better character, making Bulma feel she had struck a winning deal. In contrast, Chi-Chi's affections were solely for Goku, purely Goku, devoid of any extraneous attachments. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances, Chi-Chi sighed and remarked, "Oh well, I have long been a woman of misfortune. After so many years of Goku's absence, I've grown accustomed to it. As long as you can be a fatherly presence for Gohan and Goten, I will find satisfaction." The amalgamated being stood between the two and suggested, "Why not the two of you merge as well?" "No." Bulma inhaled deeply and said to Chi-Chi, "Do not give up just yet. As Piccolo mentioned, the demon realm should hold the key to a solution." At that moment, a figure clad in deep blue martial attire suddenly appeared behind them, speaking in a layered voice. "I have a way to achieve a harmonious outcome. But should anyone dare to make this fellow disappear, I shall ensure his obliteration first." The group turned around to behold a formidable presence, formed by the very essence of invincibility, approaching with a human visage. Vegito? In that instant, an involuntary smile of excitement spread across the amalgamated being's face. Vegito disregarded everyone and walked straight to another fusion, causing those present to instinctively part ways. He approached the individual and scrutinized him. Similar attire to mine, though the colors differ. The hairline resembles a tower, yet there are two strands of bangs akin to my own. The face bears a striking resemblance, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike, adorned with a portala. Wasn't it said that the insects would manifest the fusion? What is your name? The fusion looked at Vegito and replied, "Bellet, you are the Vegito from another dimension, aren't you?" "Indeed. What a coincidence to arrive and find such chaos. By the way, why is Son Gokita not here?" Vegito turned to survey the crowd, only to find that the individual named Daima seemed oblivious, whether due to senility or some other reason, failing to express the astonishment shared by others at his arrival. Bellet responded, "Son Gokita, and you have all made appearances already. I was the last to emerge. You mentioned having a way to achieve a win-win situation. What do you mean by that?" Vegito chuckled. "First, treat me to a meal, and then we shall discuss further. Additionally, I have brought some friends along, which you will soon understand. In the next moment, a colossal spaceship materialized above the divine temple, and the rest of the group gathered there. Bulma, upon witnessing the simultaneous existence of Vegito and Vegito, exclaimed, "So this is your method, allowing for simultaneous existence?" "Indeed. Let us first learn about your experiences," Vegito replied. Mr. Popo immediately set about preparing food, and soon everyone sat on the ground, watching several Saiyans indulge in their feast. The Piccolo of this dimension recounted the events that had transpired. Everything unfolded similarly to the plot involving the great demon. With one notable difference, Goma had dispatched his brother Diaz to secretly follow Goku and his companions. By a twist of fate, Diaz also entered the same grocery store in the first demon realm. After inspecting the goods, he remarked, "If only I could purchase the third eye of the demon." The shopkeeper, smiling, responded, "We have it, young man." Thus, Diaz effortlessly acquired 2 eyes to take back. Coupled with the eye he managed to procure from Hobby's belt, he ended up with 3, all of which Goma affixed to his own head. This rendered him terrifyingly powerful during the final confrontation, to the extent that even after Goku transformed back into an adult and assumed Super 4, he was left utterly overmatched. Vegeta. It seems there remains only one method to defeat that creature. Without needing clarification, Vegeta understood what Goku's approach entailed. He searched for Scene, inquiring, "Where's the Supreme Kai?" Scene was nowhere to be found, but ultimately, under the cover of Piccolo, the 2 Majins, and the Dragon God, they executed a flawless fusion. Gokita, transformed into Super 4, could only engage Goma in a back-and-forth struggle, unable to inflict any damage whatsoever. Ellens, on the other hand, discovered a way to strike down the eyes, yet the opportunity eluded her. Even after 30 minutes, Super 4 Gokita failed to subdue Goma. At that moment, Galorio discovered Goku's small satchel, retrieving the stick bug and resurrection bug, which he tossed to Cape. Wukong shouted to Vegeta, "Vegeta, this insect can restore injuries and stamina just like a senzu bean. Furthermore, it allows us to fuse once more." Vegeta, gazing at the 2 insects in his hand, felt a shiver run down his spine. "You want me to eat an insect?" Reluctantly, Vegeta consumed both the resurrection bug and the adhesive bug. Their fusion method resembled that of the Patera earrings, as they soared towards one another and collided. Thus, a brand new fusion being was born, resembling Vegito, yet emanating a power stronger than Gogeta's. He was named Sun Gita. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he engaged in battle with Gama, who found himself at a disadvantage this time. However, bolstered by limitless stamina and vitality, they maintained their form for 10 minutes before separating. Vegeta looked at Wukong and asked, "Only 10 minutes. Is there more?" Wukong explained, "I have no idea how long it can last. It's all gone. Let us find another opportunity to fuse." Meanwhile, Gurolio discreetly produced another adhesive bug, one he had purchased with foresight. Just as he prepared to give it to them, the dazed Xian, recovering from the shockwave, finally regained consciousness. "Mr. Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, catch this." The 2 caught the Patera earrings and quickly donned them. Gama, who had been binge-watching the ultra-high-definition remastered version of Dragon Ball at home, knew the impending threat was formidable. Ignoring everything, he charged at the duo, declaring, "I won't let you succeed." With a thunderous crash, Gama's massive form slammed to the ground, quickly followed by Vegeta, who landed forcefully on his abdomen, causing Gama's eyes to nearly bulge from their sockets. "You shrimp, I'll finish you off in one go." Vegeta floated into the air, preparing to transform and eliminate him in a single breath. However, Gama suddenly hurled a cloud of gas at Vegeta. This gas caused Vegeta to disband, and Gama laughed heartily. "Haha, I know your weakness all too well. You disbanded inside Majin Buu, so it must be due to the influence of the gas within him." At that moment, Gurolio appeared before them, distributing the adhesive bugs. "This is our last chance. Seize it." The 2 consumed the adhesive bugs once more, but they remained unaware that they were still wearing the Patera earrings. In that moment, the divine product of the Patera earrings and the demonic product of the adhesive bugs activated simultaneously, the newly formed fusion being demonstrated astonishing power. A single energy wave in their normal state utterly obliterated Gama, who possessed the third eye of the demon. Subsequently, Belit was revered in the demon realm as the new generation of Demon King. However, disinterested in the title and not being a native of the demon realm, he appointed Aaron's to take on the role of the new Demon King. Aaron's desire to become the Demon King had thus been fulfilled. The next challenge was to find a way to reverse the fusion, prompting Bulma and the others to bring the Namekian Neba from the demon realm to Earth. Meanwhile, Aaron's was simultaneously seeking solutions in the demon realm. As the crowd recounted their adventurous tales, Vegito wiped his mouth and rose to gaze at the sky. Old Bey, sensing that Vegeta had discerned something, approached him and inquired, "What is the matter?" Folding his arms, Vegeta replied, "The worldview of this dimension is vast, encompassing over 20 universes. Yet there is no destroyer god." Naru furrowed his brow and remarked, 20? The Omni King's realm contains merely 12, even accounting for the 6 that have been erased. That amounts to only 18. Old Bey pressed on. Then what of the Omni King in this dimension? Vegeta shook his head. I have not sensed the presence of the Omni King or the Grand Priest, nor have I felt any suppression of power. However, there exists a being surpassing the Omni King, presumably that fellow named Lemus. Upon hearing this, Old Bey and the inhabitants of the 5th dimension were taken aback, gazing at Vegeta in astonishment. Surpassing the Omni King. Vegeta chuckled. Indeed, the Omni King can only wield a fraction of the rules to erase the existence of things, albeit just a part. Nevertheless, the ability to erase is immensely powerful, which is why he stands as the supreme being in certain dimensions. In contrast, that Lemus is the very essence of the rules governing this world. He can modify them at will. Within this worldview, everything outside the demon realm is his creation. The Kais merely exist as overseers across the various universes. Xin, gazing at Vegeta with astonishment, queried, "You are able to detect the presence of Lord Lemus?" This was not particularly challenging for Vegeta, as in the storyline of the Great Demon, it was mentioned that the realm of the Kais lies near Lemus's domain. Simply tracing the direction of the Kai's realm would lead one to it. Moreover, Lemus resides at the very heart of this worldview. In the next moment, Xin grew anxious. Looking at Vegeta, "Could it be that you intend to challenge Lord Lemus?" Vegeta smiled. "It's hard to say. I must first observe before making a decision. If he, like the Omni King, possesses only formidable rule-manipulating abilities without any combat prowess, then I shall not engage him in battle." According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, the Omni King lacks any combat capability and is purely a mechanical entity, which is why his 2 attendants and the Grand Priest are exceedingly powerful. The notion that the Omni King can fight is merely a creation of fan fiction. Theoretically, anyone fast enough to approach the Omni King could defeat him. Naturally, Vegeta still hopes that both the Omni King and Lemus possess formidable combat strength and forms suitable for battle. Vegeta turned to the inhabitants of the 5th dimension and suggested, "In truth, there exists a simple solution to achieve both ends. We could seek out some defeated universes within the parallel dimensions of your realm." The crowd gazed at Vegeta in confusion. Defeated universes? Indeed, he confirmed, every major event gives rise to countless parallel dimensions, among which there are bound to be universes that have failed. These are the defeated universes. For instance, if Goma were to achieve ultimate victory, or if someone like Ellen's were to betray and become a greater threat and the final victor. In essence, it would be a scenario where all perish, and both Earth and the Dragon Balls vanish. Upon our arrival in the Netherworld, we shall resurrect Kakarot and Vegeta and bring them here. Bulma of the 5th dimension gazed at Vegito and inquired, "What will happen to the others in that timeline?" Vegito replied with a smile, "Once we eliminate the threat, they can await reincarnation in the afterlife. After all, under those circumstances, the possibility of your resurrection is fundamentally non-existent." Noticing Bulma and the others still hesitating, Vegito continued, "The choice is yours to make. Inform me once you've decided. We shall not be departing in the immediate future." He then turned to Barrett, adding, "Regardless of the choice made, this fellow cannot disintegrate." Bulma looked at the others and asked, "What shall we do? Should we attempt Vegito's method?" Sin suggested to the group, "I recommend we maintain our current state. Altering the original historical timeline through time travel is inherently precarious." At that moment, Piccolo from the 5th dimension approached Vegito and asked, "By the way, how do you manage family relations without disintegration?" Piccolo observed that the other Bulma was always with the alternate Vegeta, indicating that Vegito seemed to have relinquished his former familial ties, allowing Vegeta and Bulma to remain together. Vegito chuckled, "Family relations? I have no need to address that. Here, aside from Android 18, Bulma, and that miniature female Majin Buu, who joined us later, the rest have been reborn with their previous memories intact, including our Kakarot. To alleviate your concerns regarding familial issues, Both Chi-Chi and Bulma can simply choose others instead. Of course, I also find Barrett's earlier suggestion feasible. I could create a pair of Patera earrings to facilitate the fusion of Chi-Chi and Bulma from this timeline. After discussing trivial matters, Vegito turned to Barrett and broached the subject. How do you perceive your strength in comparison to mine? Barrett crossed his arms and confidently grinned. If we were in the same era, I would surpass you by several magnitudes. Care for a test? Just then, Goma had not yet fully satisfied him. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, and an eerie silence enveloped the divine palace. Vegito pointed his thumb towards the interior of the palace and said, "Let us venture into the hyperbolic time chamber. I fear that excessive exertion might obliterate the entire universe." The onlookers followed suit and entered the chamber. Vegito waved his hand, adjusting the gravity, temperature, and air within the chamber to resemble that of Earth. Noticing this, Neba slowly remarked, "I did not expect that among the Saiyans there exists one skilled in the arcane arts." Observing Vegito and Barrett walking away, Android 18 from the 5th dimension cradled Marin and quietly approached her counterpart from the 2nd dimension, asking, "You aren't with Vegito, are you?" The 2nd dimension's Android 18 glanced at the noseless blonde girl and her alternate self, internally lamenting, "Had history proceeded normally, I would indeed be with that short, bald fellow." Fortunately, the timely appearance of Vegito was a stroke of luck. In the 2nd timeline, Android 18 nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful and remarkably handsome, capable of effortlessly conjuring gold and gems." Does that mean you have an inexhaustible wealth? Android 18 from the 2nd timeline replied with a hint of pride, raising her arms and laughing. "Indeed, money has become merely a string of digits for us. However, it seems you are facing a more arduous existence." Android 18 from the 5th timeline quickly refuted, "Not at all. Clint and I are quite happy." At that moment, two formidable auras emanated from the location of Barrett and Vegito. "It begins," Vegito remarked, sensing Barrett's aura. "Indeed, it is significantly more potent than the fusion technique of Metamor. The foundational combat power even slightly surpasses mine, yet you cannot defeat me." Barrett replied confidently, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. I have transcended Super Saiyan 3. In Chapter 91, The Awakening of the Ape God, Barrett refrained from transforming, opting instead for Goku's trademark strategy, conserving energy while assessing his opponent's combat style with minimal energy expenditure. Once familiar with the style or identifying a weakness, he would unleash his full power to secure victory. As he threw a punch towards Vegito's face, Vegito did not employ any extraordinary techniques, merely evading with ease. After several minutes, Barrett observed Vegito becoming increasingly relaxed, not even blocking once. "I cannot discern his movements at all." Vegito chuckled at Barrett. "Your little schemes are futile against me. Our realms are worlds apart." No sooner had he spoken than Vegito appeared behind Barrett, stating, "Ultimately, even if your aura is strong, it remains at the level of mortals. In terms of the same energy level, my counterpart Vegeta could easily defeat you." In an instant, Barrett transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly turning to deliver a backhanded punch at Vegito. Yet, Vegito also transformed into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly blocking Barrett's attack. However, through the instantaneous feedback of their contact, Barrett immediately comprehended the disparity between them. He quickly distanced himself, reflecting, "This is the first time I have encountered such an opponent." The force of my attack dissipated upon him. I fear that even in my Super Saiyan 2 form, I may not match his Super Saiyan 1. This cannot be measured solely by the strength of ki. Vegito smiled. "Have you noticed? My techniques have been executed unconsciously. This is rather unfair to you. From now on, I shall simplify my techniques to your level, defeating you solely through numerical superiority and reflexes." Barrett erupted with an overwhelming golden aura, blue lightning crackling around him. "Humph. To think I have been underestimated. You shall not regret this." Barrett transformed into Super Saiyan 3. "Challenging, what do you think? Surely you can achieve this level of transformation, can you not?" Vegito scratched his head. "Super Saiyan 3? I believe I have only transformed once or twice, never in actual combat." With a laugh, Vegito instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, saying, "Very well. I shall explore whether there is room for development in this form." The two individuals vanished simultaneously from their original positions, embarking on a high-speed battle. Vegeta keenly sensed that this Super Saiyan 3 form was rapidly depleting his stamina, even in the absence of combat. This was not akin to the energy leakage experienced in Super Saiyan Blue, Rather, it accelerated the consumption of his vitality. Although his current endurance would suffice for a prolonged engagement in Super Saiyan 3, having identified this flaw, he began to devise a solution. The two fighters were nearly matched in their prowess, and Vegeta's acute foresight allowed him to seize the initiative even when his energy was inferior to his opponent's. At this moment, they both distanced themselves, returning to the ground to observe one another. Suddenly, Vegeta closed his eyes, and his aura diminished significantly. Yet he maintained the Super Saiyan 3 form. Gradually, the lightning and fiery aura enveloping him dissipated. In his view, the explosive energy and lightning that accompanied his transformation were merely side effects of the enhanced power. Admittedly, the only beneficial aspect was the dramatic display. The jet-like aura emanating from every pore created a destructive energy field, which would be lethal to an ordinary person. Not to mention, the user's own body had to endure greater harm. Even though they were powerful enough to disregard this sensation, it did not imply that the damage vanished entirely. Especially upon returning to their base state, the repercussions of the transformation became even more apparent. At this moment, Vegeta's aura had diminished to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Barret stared in astonishment at the incredible scene before him. He could suppress his combat power to nearly undetectable levels in his Super Saiyan 1 state. However, once one reached Super Saiyan 2, no one had attempted this, for it seemed almost impossible. A drop in aura would invariably lead to a downgrade in form. How is he accomplishing this? Vegeta opened his eyes and, smiling at Barret, remarked, "It's quite simple. One merely needs to alter the quality of the aura and seal it within the body. But this is only half the work." With a fierce shout, Vegeta unleashed a powerful gust of wind that instantly spread from him, causing even Barret in his Super Saiyan 3 form to stagger backward. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form underwent some transformations, devoid of lightning and the violent eruption of energy. Instead, he was enveloped by a relatively gentle energy. Yet it was undeniably formidable. "That should suffice," Vegeta stated. "If I refine it further, the subsequent transformation could no longer be classified as Super Saiyan 3. Old Barret murmured, "Are you condensing the quality of the aura to approach that of a divine essence?" Although Barret was unfamiliar with divine essence, he recognized that Vegeta was frighteningly powerful at this moment. The true extent of this power could only be discerned through battle. In the next instant, the scene that unfolded before the onlookers was that of Barret unleashing his full strength in a punch, only to have it halted effortlessly by Vegeta with a single finger. The ground around them erupted, and Barret stared incredulously at Vegeta, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" After pushing Barret away with just a finger, Vegeta's aura reverted to its usual Super Saiyan 3 state, and the lightning reappeared in all its glory. There exists nothing impossible. It merely involves concentrating enhanced energy into a singular point. However, it feels somewhat unfair for you to wield such power against me. I am simply attempting this without the intention of defeating you with an overwhelming advantage." Upon hearing this, Bellet's forehead pulsed with veins as he chuckled. "You underestimate me far too much. Prepare to witness a transformation unlike any you have seen before." A blinding light enveloped Bellet, and as it receded, he stood before Vegeta in a new Super Saiyan 4 form. "What do you think? This is a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 3. Behold, Super Saiyan 4. Old Bey gasped at Bellet's fourth transformation. Bulma inquired, "What is the matter? Is he exceedingly strong?" Indeed, he possesses strength. But the power boost from this transformation is too feeble for a fused being. Vegeta frowned at the long-armed, red-haired Super Saiyan 4 before him. "Certainly. This Super Saiyan 4 is significantly weaker. The enhancement is even less than my recent perfect Super Saiyan 3, peaking at a mere 4 to 5 times the increase." At that moment, Bellet sensed that in this state, he might not even be able to match Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 from earlier. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he smiled and asked, "So, can you achieve such a form?" Vegeta reverted to his normal state, crossing his arms with a smile, his tail emerging from his waist unbeknownst to him. "Super Saiyan 4. You say? I still have at least 5 transformations beyond Super Saiyan 3. What?" Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing a terrifying aura. "Let me show you another version of Super Saiyan 4. Huh. With black hair, blue eyes, and red fur. He possessed a normal body proportion, yet emanated an unfathomable aura. This was a transformation Bellet had never encountered, but it bore a striking resemblance to Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta pointed to his chin and grinned. "Observe closely, young one." This is what true Super Saiyan 4 looks like. There remains further potential for enhancement, such as elevating the aura in this form. Great Ape God. Activate. Chapter 92. The Romance of the Saiyans. A powerful, liquid-like, purplish-red divine aura continuously spilled forth from Vegeta. His black hair was tinted rose-red by this energy. Once he consolidated the divine aura within, his hair turned entirely rose-red. He exhaled deeply and proclaimed, "This is the full-power Super Saiyan 4, breaking the limits." The first transformation took some time. Judging by appearances, aside from the distribution of hair on the arms and chest, we are quite similar. Would you like to experience this strength? Though Bellet yearned to pin Vegeta down and unleash a flurry of blows, he restrained himself. He understood that even with a 100-fold increase in strength, he would still be no match for Vegeta. He could scarcely believe the vast disparity in power within the same transformation. In that moment, a realization struck him. The tail. He revealed it in his normal state, while mine only appeared post-transformation. His transformation must be connected to the tail. As Bellet pondered over his strategies, Vegeta addressed him, stating that he would eventually impart the methods of transformation to him. What he should focus on was fully harnessing his current strength to its utmost potential, even if it meant merely augmenting his numbers. Bellet recalled the fluctuations in Vegeta's aura, including that of his previous Super Saiyan 3 state. After a brief moment, a smile graced Bellet's face as he bent down and clenched his fists, proclaiming, "I acknowledge that your transformations surpass mine. I admit I was momentarily lost due to this realization. However, I shall seek my own path." Oh! An immense aura erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, transforming the crimson magma into a golden blaze. Gradually, the intensity of this powerful golden flame thickened, resembling true golden lava. The entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled under the weight of his presence. Ultimately, Bellet was enveloped in an energy reminiscent of divine essence, with his hair and fur turning a radiant gold. Vegeta smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "Excellent. This is the talent befitting a fusion warrior. In the past, only time could restrain us. Once time is no longer our shackles, we can grow stronger at an astonishing pace, until we surpass everyone." Vegeta clenched his fists, expressing his belief that, like him, Bellet felt immense excitement for being a fusion warrior. Yet, there was also a fear of never finding a worthy opponent again, a fate that would be the greatest punishment for them as Saiyans. Nonetheless, with Bellet's emergence, Vegeta felt an overwhelming anticipation for the future. In his view, the Goku and Vegeta from the Great Demon Realm were exceptionally powerful, with talents and insights that far exceeded others. The events of the Great Demon Saga unfolded merely a year after the Majin Buu arc, during which Vegeta trained to reach Super Saiyan 3, and Goku even achieved Super Saiyan 4. While the strength of Super Saiyan 4 is a topic for another time, the inherent talent and understanding displayed by these forms were undoubtedly beyond that of other timelines. It is noteworthy that Dubra possessed the strength of Super Saiyan 2, yet could not defeat the unenhanced Supreme Kai. However, even in his childlike state, Goku's power was significantly diminished, yet he could still overcome the unenhanced Supreme Kai using Super Saiyan 2. This only indicates that the foundational battle prowess of both had improved significantly over that single year. Vegeta believed that the potential Bellet could attain would rival or even surpass his own. Bellet, with a smile, looked at Vegeta and said, "Before your arrival, I briefly entertained the thought that I might never find an opponent again, and perhaps it would be better to dissolve into the Great Demon Realm. But now, standing before you and witnessing your power, I am suddenly filled with boundless imagination for the future. I wish to see the heights my body and soul can reach." With that, Bellet unleashed an even more formidable aura. "Let this form serve as my tribute to you." The power radiating from Bellet sent shockwaves through the inhabitants of Universe 5. Piccolo, visibly pale, exclaimed in astonishment, "What an overwhelming aura! Is this truly the might of the strongest fusion warrior?" However, to those who are accustomed to the exaggerated combat prowess of Vegeta, this seemed rather mundane. Old B looked thoughtfully at Barrett and remarked, "Indeed, he is formidable, even surpassing the Vegeta from my former timeline." Piccolo inquired, "Was that Vegeta from your previous timeline truly powerful?" "Certainly. At that time, the Vegeta that emerged from my fusion with Kakarot was indeed impressive, even in his base form. He outclassed Kakarot during his initial transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Our Super Saiyan 4 enhancement was significantly greater than yours. Moreover, considering that 15 years have elapsed since then. Kakarot's base power when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 was even stronger than Gohan's full power state during the Buu saga. Piccolo reminisced about their previous encounter with Goma, recalling the brief 10 seconds of Vegeta's appearance. Indeed, that Vegeta merely subdued Goma in his base form. Had he not been disintegrated by Goma's peculiar gas, Barret might never have come into existence. Yet, Barret truly defeated Goma in his base form. I still believe our Barret would triumph. The android 18 from the second timeline stood behind Piccolo and said, Vegeta only loses under one circumstance, when he does not wish to win. Or rather, when he deems losing to be a necessity. She cast a sidelong glance at Barret. At present, Vegeta does not desire that fellow's disappearance. Hence, he will naturally find meaning and motivation to persist. This meaning lies in knowing that there are those stronger than himself. This is the unique romance of the Saiyans. Sometimes I envy the special bond they share. Bulma laughed confidently. There is nothing to envy. If it were Vegeta, a mere word from me would compel him to abandon the fight. Old B wore an even more confident smile than Bulma, declaring, impossible. If I could witness such a splendid battle, I would not cease even if the world were to end. Is that so? What if another version of me threatened you with the inability to bathe together? Upon hearing this, Old B's face instantly flushed. Well, that is also impossible. Not every Vegeta can be so easily manipulated, let alone a battle maniac like Vegito. If anyone could persuade him to forego this fight, I would perform a handstand while washing my hair. The Bulma from the fifth timeline immediately turned to the android 18 from the second timeline and exclaimed, Miss 18, go for it. I want to see Vegeta's performance. The android 18 from the second timeline replied expressionlessly, no, I will not hinder Vegeta from doing what he wishes. Not even for a fortune. Chapter 93, Barret and Vegito continuously fed Barret techniques, gradually accelerating without increasing his energy. Barret did not disappoint Vegito. Though Barret momentarily fell behind with each of Vegito's enhancements, he quickly regained his footing. Barret meticulously analyzed Vegito's combat style. This guy has an impressive speed of energy conversion. Most of the time, he allocates more energy to speed, concentrating his power at the moment of attack. Moreover, he can accurately predict every one of my movements. Gradually, Barret closed his eyes, no longer relying on his physical vision to perceive Vegeta's movements. Yet, his actions remained unaffected, becoming increasingly fluid and rapid. As Vegeta unleashed a flurry of swift attacks, he applied pressure on Barret, who, after discerning some patterns, retaliated with a punch that sent Barret staggering back, accompanied by a chuckle. A delightful sensation enveloped him. The brain requires time to process incoming information, and the fewer the stimuli, the swifter the processing. The next stage would allow him to bypass cerebral contemplation entirely, acting solely on instinct. This marked the attainment of the technical threshold for the divine technique. Barret murmured with his eyes shut, divine technique? Might I witness it? In the blink of an eye, silver light glimmered in Vegeta's eyes as he responded, certainly. Instantly, Barret sensed a transformation in Vegeta's aura. His presence and energy became astonishingly tranquil. Like a bolt of lightning, he appeared before Barret, delivering a simple yet devastating punch to Barret's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The divine nature of the attack, optimized through the divine technique, meant that even without transformation, Vegeta could overpower him. In a flash, Barret raised his hand, unexpectedly unleashing a wave of energy, to which Vegeta swiftly dodged before returning to his position. This technique exhibited remarkable proficiency in both evasion and defense. Barret gradually rose, questioning, then why do you still choose to maintain your transformation while employing such techniques? Surely, it hastens your energy depletion? Vegeta explained, imagine my energy as a 100-story building. In my normal state, I reside on the first floor, Super Saiyan elevates me to the second, and Super Saiyan 2 to the third, and so forth. By continuously transforming, I ascend to higher energy tiers. The divine technique, however, eliminates all restrictions of the floors, allowing me to reach the 100th level even in my base form. At this juncture, Vegeta crossed his arms, adding, yet, there lies an inherent flaw. Transitioning from the first to the 100th floor is a process. Utilizing the divine technique to its fullest in my base form requires considerable time. However, when I am in a higher transformation, employing the divine technique is akin to ascending from the 50th to the 100th floor, significantly reducing the time required and enabling me to maximize my physical prowess and energy. Upon hearing this, Bellet clenched his fists, eager for the next round. So, what level are you at now? 50 or 80? Vegito, with a confident smile, replied, this was merely a metaphor. I possess no limits. Bellet erupted with a formidable energy. Ea, his aura, almost liquid in nature, transformed back into a vigorous gaseous state. With hair as long as a Super Saiyan S and a more audacious appearance, his entire being shimmered with a pale purple hue. Bellet declared, if that previous transformation was Super Saiyan 5, I have now further transcended. Behold, this is Super Saiyan 6. I shall ascertain whether your techniques hold any efficacy in the face of absolute power and speed. As the smile faded from Vegito's face, it was not due to his perception of Barrett's strength, but rather because the latter was ensnared in a cyclical pattern of energy enhancement, akin to Vegeta himself. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming surge of rage. His crimson hair transformed into a brilliant white, his skin darkened, and he became enveloped in violent arcs of lightning. Vegito slowly remarked, this is what we refer to as Super Saiyan 5, since you seem to enjoy transformations. In the next moment, his white hair shifted to a dark red, then to gold, and finally purple, as his energy continued to escalate. The hue of his hair undergoing constant metamorphosis. At this juncture, his hair had evolved into a kaleidoscopic state reminiscent of the cosmos itself. Barrett gaped in astonishment, utterly overwhelmed. Failing to accurately count the number of transformations Vegito had undergone, it was undeniably formidable. Observing his body, which had nearly become an embodiment of energy, Vegito mused, I have never attempted to transform repeatedly. I did not anticipate awakening such a potent form unexpectedly. By the count of transformations, this could be deemed Super Saiyan 12, though I would not bestow such a title upon it. What you refer to as Super 5 or Super 6, in essence, is merely a physical alteration to accommodate enhanced energy levels. He added seriously, in truth, I could harness this power even in my Super Force state, provided I restrict the genetic alterations of my cells on a microscopic level during energy enhancement. Gazing at his hands, Vegito murmured, however, this transformation seems capable of other feats. With that, he reverted to his normal state, stating, yet for you, the layered enhancement transformations bear no significance. A silvery energy radiated around him, rapidly converging into his body, leaving only a shimmer of silver highlights in his hair, and his eyes transformed to a gleaming silver. This was a manifestation of ultimate freedom and intent. Pointing at Barrett, Vegito declared, I shall now vanquish you using my normal state, defeating the so-called Super Saiyan 6 you speak of. In a flash, Vegito charged forward. Just as Barrett prepared to kick, Vegito pressed his foot against Barrett's thigh, forcing him back. Following this, a powerful punch landed on Barrett's face, sending him hurtling backward as he unleashed a ki blast towards Vegito. Seizing the swiftly approaching energy wave, Vegito surged forward once more, slamming the ki blast into Barrett's face, causing it to explode. Enduring the pain, Barrett retaliated with a backhanded punch aimed at Vegito's face. Vegito swiftly grasped his wrist, employing a grappling technique to pin him to the ground, and without hesitation, he gruesomely dislocated Barrett's shoulder. "Eha!" Barrett cried out in agony, and before he could fully rise, Vegito delivered a kick to his face, sending him flying. As Vegito strolled towards Barrett, he asserted, indeed, if one possessed absolute strength and speed, it might be possible to defeat me. Yet, even a god of destruction, post-fusion, could not achieve that. You are still far from it. Transitioning his form to Super Blue Evolution, Vegito continued, for me, there are only 2 or 3 transformations that truly hold significance. I have previously vanquished numerous formidable foes using this very form, and you shall not be an exception. Barrett once again exuded a more potent aura, raising his left hand to unleash a single-handed Kamehameha wave directed at Vegito. This time, Vegito did not evade. He stood resolutely, absorbing the energy assault of the wave without so much as a speck of dust tarnishing his attire. Beyond mere transformation, the techniques I possess, should I choose any one of them, would suffice to discomfort you greatly. Suddenly, Vegito raised his hand and struck Barrett with an invisible energy blast, rendering Barrett unconscious as he reverted to his normal state, lying on the ground. The battle had lost its significance for Vegito. It would be wiser to conclude it swiftly and take the time to instruct Barrett thoroughly. Chapter 94, The Demon Realm with a Casual Wave. Vegito employed divine power to heal Barrett. Upon regaining consciousness, Barrett sat up and murmured, I have been thoroughly defeated. Vegeta extended his hand to assist him. You merely strayed inadvertently on the path of endeavor. I still believe your potential will surpass mine, and I shall impart all my techniques to you. Barrett smiled at Vegeta, replying, Indeed, when the time comes, I shall surely triumph over you. Following this, apart from a few Earthlings, the group spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Barrett mastered the Ultra Instinct and the manipulation of destructive energy in merely 2.5 months, along with acquiring Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Full Power Super Saiyan Blue, and Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. Afterward, they engaged in battle once more, although Vegeta emerged victorious yet again. Barrett's overall prowess was second only to the savior, Gohan. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, they journeyed to the demon realm. Old Namekian Naba and Barrett accompanied them. And remarkably, Vegeta permitted the presence of Dokanai, as he had inquiries to pose to her. On board the spaceship, Vegeta addressed Shin. I recall you mentioning that the Kaioshins originate from the Tree of Might. Shin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, however, the Tree of Might has now withered completely. What would you like to inquire, Mr. Vegeta? If you were to perish, which race would succeed you as the next Kaioshin? Shin pondered. Stroking his chin, while the Namekians enjoy considerable longevity, it does not preclude death. If such a day were to arrive, we would likely select a race endowed with immense wisdom and longevity to assume the role of the new Kaioshin. Old Bey interjected. The Tree of Might? Was it not born from the golden fruit of the Kai planet? Vegeta explained. There exist disparities in the same race across different timelines, much like Frieza. In certain timelines, this race consists only of him and his father, known as the Frieza clan. In others, they are referred to as the Ice Demons. Besides Frieza and Cooler, there are also individuals like Gula, Chilled, Kaliza, Frosh, and Ace. Vegeta reflected softly. That fellow A's strength surpasses even that of the Super One-Star Dragon. Vegeta speculated. Indeed, and the same individual across different timelines may exhibit varying limits of power. The celestial beings and deities we previously encountered were indeed remarkable. The High Priest of the third dimension might struggle against Whis from the second dimension. Moreover, within the realm of Super, Frieza's innate talents and potential are nearly on par with those of a god of destruction, and it is conceivable that he may one day surpass Beerus. However, in the dimensions you have traversed, no matter how diligently Frieza strives, he cannot attain his golden form. Yet, there exists a method to transcend the disparities between these distinct dimensions. Neba interjected with a smile. Are we to connect two disparate dimensions? Precisely. For instance, Ace, despite lacking the golden form, possesses considerable strength, yet he cannot cultivate that form. Conversely, Frieza, even with his black form, cannot advance in his original state as Gula and Ace do. However, should the two dimensions converge, certain rules would meld together, giving rise to a more potent entity akin to a fusion. Ace might cultivate the golden or even black form in an advanced state. In turn, the Frieza from the super dimension would experience a similar transformation, not to mention the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, a result of the amalgamation of divine and ancestral traits. At that moment, the spaceship arrived before Lord Kyushu. Neba suddenly turned to the group with a grin. Would you care to explore another demon realm? Another demon realm? Even Shin gazed at Neba in confusion, inquiring, aren't there only 3 demon realms? Neba replied with a smile. No, in fact, there is another. If you wish to go, we shall first enter the first demon realm. Subsequently, the spaceship traversed through Lord Kyushu into the first demon realm. Vegeta addressed the group. Before we proceed, let us visit that shop selling insects. Bulma from the third dimension instinctively felt a shiver run down her spine. Are we really going to look at those insects? Bellet informed Bulma from the third dimension. There exists a type of insect known as the beauty bug. Consuming it results in smoother, more delicate skin. Without hesitation, Bulma from the third dimension accelerated the spaceship to maximum speed. Let us go at once. The group disembarked from the spaceship, and Vegito waved his hand through the air. The atmosphere is thick, even more so than the resistance experienced underwater. Kicking a few times, he remarked, training here will surely enhance our speed. Under the guidance of Bellet and Shin, the group swiftly arrived at the grocery store in the first demon realm. After the shopkeeper introduced the various insects, Bulma from the third dimension pointed at a heap of beauty bugs. I'll take them all. Minnie 21 observed the array of insects in awe. How impressive. I never imagined such wondrous things existed. She flew to the glass display case, where she spotted a pink spherical object that evoked a sense of familiarity. She pointed at the pink sphere and asked the shopkeeper, "What is this?" The shopkeeper promptly explained, "This is a minion chewing gum. Once it comes into contact with the user's saliva and is spat out, it transforms into a powerful minion. It is said that the Demon Queen once prepared to mass-produce these minions using chewing gum consumed by a great demon lord. However, a thief named Bibidi later stole the remaining gum." Upon hearing this, Old Bey's mouth fell agape. "Are you suggesting that the adversary I once wagered my life to vanquish is merely a remnant of someone else's chewed gum? And that the very source of Kakarot's mutation is also this piece of gum?" After purchasing a significant number of items, the group meandered through the quaint town. Vegeta found himself beside a blacksmith shop, gazing at the swords strewn about haphazardly. "Those blades bear a striking resemblance to divine swords," he mused, stepping forward to grasp a dusty sword and swaying it a couple of times. "This indeed possesses the heft of a divine weapon. If I were to encounter a seller of Patera earrings shortly, I would hardly be astonished." No sooner had he spoken than Android 18 emerged from a shop selling trinkets, gently tossing her hair aside to reveal a pair of golden Patera earrings adorning her ears. After a brief silence, she remarked with a smile, "The proprietor mentioned that these Patera earrings can also fuse, albeit for only an hour." As she handed the earrings to Vegeta, Shin leaned in to examine them closely. Vegeta's expression darkened as he turned to Shin. "Pray tell, is it possible that the so-called divine artifacts from your King Kai's realm are all sourced from this establishment?" After scrutinizing the earrings for a moment, Shin explained, "Something feels amiss. These Patera earrings lack the divine essence. The earrings Lord Limes provided us are imbued with formidable divine power." Vegeta lifted his gaze to the sky. "The demon realm, is it? This certainly piques my interest. What manner of existence is the fourth demon realm?" Chapter 95. The fourth demon realm. The group arrived at a bar and restaurant, where tables were laden with peculiar dishes. Yet the Saiyans paid them no mind as they indulged in their meal. At this juncture, Naiba began recounting the tale of the fourth demon realm. "Much like your human world, the fourth demon realm serves as the netherworld of the demon realm. It is not only the destination for those of the demon realm after death, but also a prison for the most nefarious beings therein, including certain Saiyans who once sought to invade the demon realm." Hearing this, Bellet immediately set down his food and inquired, "Saiyans have attempted to invade the demon realm?" Naiba nodded, chuckling. "Indeed, those Saiyans were quite formidable at the time, but after being subdued by the former Demon King, they remained relatively docile for a spell. However, after several centuries, the Saiyans in the demon realm began to undergo a transformation. Their lifespans elongated to match that of the demon realm's inhabitants, and they developed a demonic form, what you refer to as the Super Saiyan 4's altered state. This granted them a tremendous surge in power, allowing them to briefly conquer the demon realm during the slumber of the Demon King. They even aspired to return to your human world, to eliminate those Saiyans who had not allied with them, and to conquer the human realm as well." Nelu turned to Naiba and asked, "If they are so powerful, defeating the Dragon God should pose no challenge, then? They could easily utilize the Demon Realm Dragon Balls to fulfill even grander ambitions." Naiba appeared momentarily befuddled, as if struck by a bout of forgetfulness, before finally replying, "You are correct. They did indeed defeat all the dragon gods. Yet they failed to summon the Demon Realm Dragon. As I was crafting the Dragon Balls of the Demon Realm, I anticipated the emergence of formidable and malevolent individuals who might resort to extreme violence to gather the Dragon Balls for their nefarious purposes. Thus, I deliberately incorporated an intellectual barrier, requiring the language of Namek to summon the Eternal Dragon. This ensures that even if the Saiyans were to defeat the Dragon God, their wishes would remain unfulfilled." After dining, the group emerged from the restaurant, only to find Irons awaiting them at the entrance, accompanied by Hua Wen and Hua Wu, two vegetable demons. Irons greeted them with a respectful bow and said, "Welcome back to the demon realm. This time, allow me to treat you splendidly. Please, follow me to the third demon realm." Naiba, standing behind Vegeta, interjected, "No need for that. We are heading to the fourth demon realm next." Upon hearing this, Iron's expression immediately turned grave. "Absolutely not. There exists a presence within that realm more terrifying than Goma. I have come specifically to prevent you from opening the fourth demon realm." Vegeta, arms crossed, chuckled, "And what will you do if I insist on opening it?" Irons replied with a smile, "Do not forget, you are a product of Patera. Go ahead. Majin Du, unleash your toxic mist attack on Vegeta." Majin Du exhaled a plume of special gas towards Vegeta, but it proved utterly ineffective. Vegito waved his hand to disperse the noxious fog, remarking, "How amusing. Are you a training master as well? Now it's my turn." Iron stepped back in astonishment. "How is this possible? You should have disintegrated." Vegeta pointed at her. "Vegeta, use the Gallic gun on Majin Buu." Vegeta gathered a purple energy wave with both hands, instantly sending Majin Buu flying, achieving remarkable results. Olby observed his hands in disbelief. "How could this be? My body acted of its own accord." Vegeta, once again smiling with his thumb against his chin, remarked, "It appears my Pokemon are indeed superior. Hand over your gym badge, or the other one will soon be lost as well." "What gym badge? In any case, you cannot go. The great demon realm is finally on the cusp of peace, and I will not allow you to disrupt it." Bellet approached Vegeta, asking, "No matter how strong the monster you speak of, can it surpass our combined might?" "Bellet, how can there be two of you from alternate timelines?" At this moment, Naiba addressed Irons. "This is a fortuitous development. Irons, the demon realm requires immense energy to seal them. Sooner or later, they will break free from their confinement. Now that we have two powerful fusion beings on our side, we can eliminate those monsters once and for all. Moreover, you have witnessed Bellet's strength. He can vanquish Goma without even transforming." Irons, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, murmured, "Very well, but should you fail, I shall be the eternal sinner of the demon realm." Vegeta reassured her, "Rest assured, victory is guaranteed. Additionally, I have heard of your repute as a distinguished scientist in the demon realm. Once we have dealt with those monsters, may I study some of your realm's knowledge?" Irons responded, "If you truly manage to win, I shall grant you access to all the knowledge of the great demon realm. The magical prowess of the dark demon realm is remarkably formidable, particularly the spells wielded by Naiba, which possess the capability to conjure barriers that can separate the realm itself. Furthermore, these spells can instantly rejuvenate Goku's stamina. Each demon king who has ever held the title, with the exceptions of Goma and Depura, is exceedingly powerful. Although this timeline lacks the presence of the Omni King and the gods of destruction, Naiba remains aware of their existence. According to Naiba's private discourse with Vegeta, those former demon kings once held power that surpassed even that of the gods of destruction. The first demon king was even capable of commanding realms to forge the human world. It is evident that the limits of the dark demon realm's cosmology extend far beyond the realm of the extraordinary. As for magic, it fundamentally represents an advanced application of energy, akin to an enhanced version of the techniques found on the planet Yadrat. Vegeta contemplates that acquiring such knowledge would not pose a significant challenge, and it would greatly aid in refining his own techniques, potentially even discovering methods to counter the erasure inflicted by the Omni King. Due to the extreme peril of the fourth demon realm, only the trio of Vegeta, Barret, and Vegeta himself accompany Naiba into its depths, while the others travel with Ellens to visit the third demon realm. Utilizing the instant transmission of the Kaishin, Vegeta guides the group to the entrance of a vast, dark cavern. Naiba takes a few steps forward and declares, "This is the gateway to the fourth demon realm. Once you enter, your instant transmission will be rendered ineffective." He produces a stone and states, "There are only two ways to exit. Shatter this stone, and you will be instantly transported back to the first demon realm, or vanquish the evil demon king within, which will subsequently lift the seal of the entrance." Upon hearing this, Barret asserts, "We do not require any stones. We shall emerge victoriously after defeating every foe. Please open the passage now." Naiba raises his hands and slowly gestures, reciting an incantation in the language of Namek, as a beam of light floats from his palms. "Follow the light, and you shall arrive at the fourth demon realm, but remember, do not look back during this journey." Chapter 96. The Ancient Saiyans. The trio follows the radiant light through the dark expanse, and the scene that unfolds before them evokes an immediate sense of oppression. A blood-red sky looms overhead, and the barren ground lacks even a hint of greenery. One might argue that the underworld's hellish environment is more hospitable than the fourth demon realm. Vegeta fully expands his sensory perception. The size of the fourth demon realm is comparable to that of the seventh universe. Olby asks, "Are there other planets?" "No," comes the reply, "not even a star exists. This massive continent beneath our feet is equivalent to an entire seventh universe." Barret, flying alongside, quips, "At this rate, how long must we fly to locate that demon king? With my speed, it won't take long. When I fly at full power, I surpass even the angels," Vegeta responds. Angels? Vegeta elaborates. They are a powerful species in other timelines, typically serving as servants and mentors to the gods of destruction. They boast the speed of the universe's finest, capable of traversing a small universe in just 1 or 2 hours. Moreover, if I find searching too tedious, there is a swifter alternative. What is it? Barret inquires. Vegeta grins and replies, "You all combine your efforts to create a protective barrier, and I will unleash my energy to obliterate this place into nothingness. However, I fear that this space may also be affected and collapse, inadvertently releasing energy that could obliterate the other 3 demon realms." The trio soared towards the nearby powerful auras, engaging in conversation along the way. Vegeta solemnly inquired of Barret, "What are your plans? Will you remain in your own timeline, or shall you join us on this adventure?" After a moment of contemplation, Barret replied, "I can sense that my former companions have felt discomfort at my presence. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks seem to wish I did not exist, especially Gohan. I can even feel his fear towards me, for I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, but a completely new entity, one whose power far surpasses theirs." Vegeta felt fortunate to be a naturally born fusion. Had he emerged along the paths of the two from Universe 2, he would have shared their sentiments. "Aside from what you previously mentioned, are there any alternative methods?" he asked, crossing his arms. "There is a way," Vegeta replied. "I could create independent versions of Kakarot and Vegeta. I would merely need to extract your memories and implant them into newly fabricated bodies. However, I cannot guarantee that they would remain as they once were." Barret inquired, "What do you mean?" "The new Kakarot and Vegeta would possess past memories, but on a soul level, they might be entirely different individuals. Their personalities could evolve," Vegeta explained. "Thus, it would be prudent to retrieve the souls of their counterparts from the parallel universe where they faced defeat." Upon hearing this, Barret furrowed his brow. "Indeed, it seems preferable to seek out Goku and Vegeta from the parallel timeline. But what about the others? Are you certain you will not rescue them?" Vegeta turned to Vegeta, stating, "Look at our Vegeta. He chose Bulma from the 3rd timeline out of compassion. Yet, there are countless others who are in far worse situations. Would he choose them all? There is no such thing as perfection. Life is defined by its regrets. Moreover, we have a Gogeta in our timeline. Should he struggle against me, perhaps he can find confidence in himself." At that moment, Old Bey suddenly widened his eyes. What is it?" he asked. Old Bey sensed 3 increasingly familiar auras. Could it be? Barret chuckled as he felt the 3 auras. "Saiyans. I did not expect to encounter them so soon, but they do not seem particularly formidable." 3 minutes later, the parties met in midair. The opposing group consisted of 2 men and a woman, and Old Bey instantly recognized them. "It is them, the ancient Saiyans who previously visited Earth." The foremost robust man scrutinized the 3 Beys, his expression transforming into one of excitement upon noticing the tail at Vegeta's waist. Indeed, they are Saiyans. They appear to be the newer generation from the human realm. A female Scion gazed at the trio and remarked, "I can sense immense energy within them. I long to experience it." Another male Scion looked at Vegeta and Barret, commenting, "Indeed, especially these 2. They must be Super Saiyans, right? Shall we each take one?" The female Scion exclaimed with excitement, "What a splendid idea. This middle spot is mine. Typically, those in the center tend to be the strongest, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gripey, and these 2 fellows beside me are Boca, the burly one, and Nazca, the other." Vegeta smiled at the trio, saying, "Fight? A true battle involves both offense and defense. You shall not experience the thrill of combat, only the agony of being vanquished. However, I am quite merciful. In an instant, I will obliterate you before you even feel a hint of pain." The Scion named Nazca stepped forward slightly to gaze at Vegeta. Hey. This guy's demeanor is much more akin to a Scion. He's mine. Let me take the first shot." While the 2 sides conversed, Old Bey remarked to Vegeta, "They are stronger than anyone I encountered previously. If it's left to me, I should be just fine." Bellet inquired of Vegeta, "Are you sure you can handle this alone?" Old Bey confidently advanced, "Humph, do not underestimate me. Having followed Vegeta for so long, my strength now surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta from back in the day." With that, Old Bey transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and the sudden surge of immense energy immediately interrupted the distribution among the 3 ancient Saiyans. Boca crossed his arms, observing Old Bey. "Indeed, they can transform into Super Saiyans, and they are formidable." Nazca also erupted with power, transforming into a uniquely special purple-haired Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, arms crossed, looked at Nazca, Such extraordinary energy. Bellet nodded. Indeed, it resembles a kind of negative energy, contrasting with divine energy, yet its quality pales in comparison to divine essence. Old Bey contemplated Nazca. As expected, these fellows have grown even stronger than before. But I have also become more powerful. This time, I am without reservations. I shall see it through to the end. Old Bey and Nazca shared a knowing laugh. In the next moment, the two vanished from sight. Following a series of explosive sounds, Nazca was heavily struck to the ground by Vegeta, his originally blue pupils in Super Saiyan 4 transforming into silver-white. An ethereal silver energy emanated faintly from him. Boca turned to Vegeta. His energy is quite unsettling. Merely the nature of it weighs heavily upon me. Chapter 97. Tawa Awe. Nazca once again heightened his energy, his purple hair shifting to black as he stood tall. The purple fur on his body transformed to red, making him resemble a conventional Super Saiyan 4 even more. The only notable distinction was that Nazca's ears had become pointed. Bellet and Vegeta descended onto a rock to observe the battle. Bellet noted Nazca's ears. Are the traits of the demon realm manifesting? Although his appearance resembles your Super Saiyan 4 more closely, the internal negative energy has dramatically expanded, nearly rivaling my Super Saiyan 1 level. Can Vegeta handle this? Vegeta, carefully watching the duel, replied, yes, if his energy level does not exceed Vegeta's by several folds. He can prevail using his techniques. Moreover, have you noticed? We, the Saiyans of this realm, ascend through the catalyst of rage, while these ancient Saiyans advance through desire and obsession. Desire and obsession? Belrot gazed at Vegeta with astonishment. Can you truly sense their emotions? Indeed. As long as their desires continue to swell, their power will also amplify. On the battlefield, as Vegeta deftly evaded Nazca's grasp, he delivered a devastating hook to Nazca's midsection, shattering 2 of his ribs. Furthermore, Vegeta's force penetrated Nazca's flesh and bones, striking hard against his liver, clutching his body tightly. Nazca coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. You are absurdly strong. I am at a loss for words. Vegeta stepped forward, raising his hand, channeling a vast amount of green energy aimed at Nazca. As a Saiyan, dying in battle is a worthy demise. Without uttering a single word, Vegeta decisively obliterated Nazca, leaving not a trace. The remaining 2 ancient Saiyans watched in disbelief. Nazca was so easily slain. Gripply, akin to a lovesick maiden, licked her lips in anticipation as she gazed at Vegeta. Perhaps they are even stronger than the legendary Super Saiyans. These beings will undoubtedly allow me to evolve once more. Vegeta suddenly appeared before them, declaring, it is your turn now. I advise you to join forces. Gripply instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 with purple hair, launching a punch aimed at Vegeta's head. I intend to enjoy your power alone. With a resounding crash, Vegeta remained unmoved, floating effortlessly in place, grasping Gripply's wrist and effortlessly shattering her ulna. Gripply emitted a peculiar cry, her face contorting into a grimace as if relishing the pain. Vegeta, unfazed, gazed at his hand with a smile. Indeed, the divine technique grants me an unprecedented augmentation. I have finally comprehended the absurdity of relying solely on transformation to enhance power. The towering Saiyan, Boca, observed his companion falter, yet showed no inclination to intervene. It was not that he believed he could overcome the 3 opponents. Rather, for these ancient Saiyans, the act of combat resembled a solemn ritual, and to intervene without the consent of the combatants was akin to the actions of a minotaur. At that moment, Gripply unleashed a surge of even greater energy, her hair vanishing as her ears sharpened and her hair and tail transformed to green, resembling an ethereal spirit. Even the bones that had been broken began to heal at that instant. She reveled in her newfound strength. This is the sensation. Come forth. Let us engage in a glorious battle. Vegeta looked at Gripply and remarked with a smirk, glorious? Vegeta was correct. This hardly qualifies as a battle. You cannot even defeat me. With that, Vegeta swiftly delivered a slap across Gripply's face, sending her flying. He then charged towards Boca, delivering a fierce kick that sent him soaring. If one could not provide him with the thrill of combat, then he would compel both to join the fray. As the entity known as Boca transformed into a purple Super Saiyan and joined the fray, it became evident that initiating an attack on a third party during battle signified an invitation to engage. Unable to contain his eagerness any longer, he naturally did not decline the challenge. Meanwhile, While Vegeta reveled in the excitement of combat, a clandestine group observed from the shadows. A sorceress with azure skin and alabaster hair was covertly assessing the situation. Such astonishing power. To effortlessly vanquish those ancient Saiyans is an opportunity to absorb their energy. What were her intentions, lurking so stealthily? As if sensing her presence, Vegeta's voice echoed behind her, and as she turned, he seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Tawa, I never expected to find you lurking in the fourth demon realm. Surely the demon king here is none other than Mechikabura? Despite exerting all her strength, Tawa could not budge Vegeta's grip. Desperate, she gasped, please, don't kill me. I can assist you. Vegeta released her, allowing her to descend, while Bellet positioned himself behind her to thwart any treachery. What assistance can you provide? Tawa inhaled deeply, wiping the drool from her lips where he had grasped her. You are Vegeta, are you not? Though you don't seem to be from the Time Patrol, you must be seeking the Demon King. I can lead you to him. The Mechikabura you speak of? Vegeta stepped forward, lifting Tawa and slamming her against a massive boulder, embedding her form within the stone. I require no help. I can find him on my own. It appears your usefulness is at an end. Wait, I can reveal the truth about the fourth demon realm. It is not as simple as you think. There is only one in the multiverse. It connects to parts of the multiverse. Those who arrive here are not limited to this timeline. The forsaken beings from the multiverse may also be brought here. Vegeta scratched his head, replying, such matters hold no relevance for us. Do you not wish to battle beings from other timelines? Tao implored. Vegeta chuckled. Our time-traveling vessel can take us to any timeline. There is no need for your assistance. I can make you the king here. Establish an empire that transcends the multiverse. Not interested. Just then, Grip appeared, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Tawa quickly produced a controller and pressed a button, summoning 7 masked warriors cloaked in robes. As Grip attempted to rise, Vegeta approached and delivered a decisive kick, rendering her unconscious. The last of the ancient Saiyans, known as Boka, was swiftly dealt with by Vegeta, and he immediately flew to Vegeta's side. Who are these individuals? Their energy surpasses even those 3 ancient Saiyans. The primary adversaries of the Time Patrol were, in essence, akin to a troupe of jesters, mere fools who, with a bit of embellishment, fostered the illusion of invincibility. Vegeta's gaze swept across the 7 figures. Noting that each bore a red-black star Dragon Ball embedded in their chests, their power formidable, rivaling that of the 3 ancient Saiyans. As Tova's form gradually faded, she gazed at Vegeta and borrowed, chuckling, since you lack appreciation for the subtlety of the moment, you may remain here forever. Vegeta extended his hand and seized Tova's head, watching as her almost vanished body regained solidity in an instant. Did I grant you permission to leave? Chapter 98. The shift of offense and defense. Vegeta grasped Tova's head and hurled her towards one of the most robust figures present. As the individual caught Tova, Vegeta delivered a swift kick to his head. Is that a masked Broly? The opponent's cloak fell away, revealing a masked Broly who was sent flying backward. In midair, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and returned with a vengeance. Vegeta's face broke into an excited smile. Indeed, it is you. In Dragon Universe, without that mask, you managed to contend with 2 of me simultaneously. With that mask and the Dark Dragon Balls, you must be even stronger now. The mask created by Tova not only allowed control over the wearer, but also significantly amplified their strength. How terrifying is such an enhancement? Masked Bardock even regarded the power of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta with disdain, not to mention the additional boost from the Dark Dragon Balls. Bardock immediately transformed into the same Super Saiyan 4 as Vegeta and charged at the masked Broly. I'll handle this guy. Hey, don't steal my fight. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, rushing forward and kicking Bardock towards another towering figure, preparing to enjoy the spoils for himself. This Broly was a product of Toei Animation, especially prominent in Dragon Universe. Vegeta's existence seemed merely to highlight the strength of his opponent. Now, Vegeta was eager to discern just how powerful this entity truly was. Masked Broly swung his enormous fist at Vegeta, who effortlessly caught the blow with one hand. Is that all? Just barely reaching the level of a god of destruction. Whether it's the mask or that wretched orb before me, they are no more than mere trinkets. Do they truly make you stronger? Infuriated, Masked Broly launched another punch aimed at Vegeta. Damn you. I will tear you apart. Missing his strike, Vegeta vanished from sight. In the next instant, the figure clad in deep blue attire stood atop Broly's head, arms crossed. Your movements are so slow they almost lull me to sleep. If it weren't for your potential to grow stronger, I could have dispatched you 1,000 times over in the time it took you to miss that punch. As masked Broly reached out to grab him, Vegito once again vanished, only to reappear directly in front of him, slapping masked Broly's chest and sending him flying like a shooting star. Meanwhile, Barot engaged in battle with several others, and two figures emerged behind Vegeta, exclaiming, "Well done, son. Your strength is the most formidable we have witnessed thus far. Join us." Turning to face them, Vegeta recognized their identities as they removed their cloaks. King Vegeta and Bardock? Don't mistake us for your son. With that, Vegeta swiftly moved to stand before King Vegeta, delivering a punch to his abdomen that sent the Dark Dragon Ball tumbling from his chest to the ground. Vegito crushed the Dark Dragon Ball with a single stomp. Tawa's eyes widened in disbelief. You destroyed the Dark Dragon Ball. The masked Bardock, robust in stature, instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and launched an assault on Vegito, who swiftly dodged and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Bardock flying. A pack of insignificant pests. Your existence is as nauseating as those time patrollers, Vegito scoffed. You constantly attempt to showcase your strength, only to be inexplicably defeated by those worthless time patrollers. You are even less than worthless. Old Kai turned to Vegito, declaring, "Leave King Vegeta and Bardock to me." Meanwhile, the masked Broly soared back into the fray, only to be knocked to the ground by Vegito's kicks, groaning in pain. Recognizing Broly's potential to become stronger, Vegito refrained from delivering a lethal blow. On another front, Bellrot faced two opponents. One was easily recognizable, the masked golden metal cooler, while the other, clad in a black GI and adorned with golden patera earrings, was a version of Vegito from another timeline. Bellrot swiftly severed the masked golden metal cooler in two with a precise strike. Pests, do not interfere. My target lies elsewhere. The masked Vegito, witnessing this, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break and charged at Bellrot. After a mere exchange of blows, Bellrot had the masked Vegito pinned to the ground, exclaiming, "Is the disparity in power between two versions of the same individual truly this vast?" The masked Vegito shouted in fury, "Do not be so arrogant." He unleashed a tremendous aura, yet remained unable to escape. Vegito, arms crossed, engaged in combat with another towering figure, glancing toward Bellrot and urging, "Quickly eliminate that counterfeit. Show no mercy." Bellrot replied with a grin, "Since the other you has given me the green light, I shall gladly oblige." He seized the masked Vegito by the head and hurled him into the sky, unleashing a Kamehameha that obliterated him, the Dark Dragon Ball on his chest shattering alongside him. Vegito then kicked the other imposing figure away, who, upon removing his cloak, radiated an immense energy, his long dark hair transforming into gold. "Let the battle commence. I crave combat." Vegito remarked with a smile. "Is that you, Kamba? How delightful. Since both of you are present, I shall grant you an opportunity to defeat me." The masked Kamba charged at Vegito, who instantly appeared behind him, landing a series of devastating blows that left Kamba sprawled on the ground. Vegito then removed a patera earring and affixed it to Kamba's right ear, before rapidly moving to Broly's side. The masked Broly shouted and raised his hand, but before his fist could descend, Vegito elbowed him down to his knees. He then placed another earring on Broly's left ear. This makes sense. From now on, the roles of offense and defense shall be reversed. No longer will those worthless beings fuse only to be overwhelmed by you, but rather, you will still face despair when fused against me. Tawa, astonished, gasped. Is this even possible? I wouldn't dare let this group fuse, yet he is so audacious. At that moment, the unconscious Grillby stirred and opened his eyes, prompting Tawa to approach and offer a mask. Do you wish to grow stronger? Wear this. As the dazzling light of fusion dissipated, a remarkably robust Saiyan in the form of black-haired Super Saiyan 4 erupted with a formidable aura. This energy gradually transformed into a liquid state, coalescing into a black-red divine essence before retracting into his being. I am the invincible warrior, Broba. At this moment, Griffey, still holding the mask he had yet to don, felt the overwhelming power of Broba, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? So powerful that I no longer harbor any desire to engage him in battle. Tawa placed a reassuring hand on Griffey's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. After you wear the mask, even if you are not as strong as him, you will not be far behind. Come on." Broba's crimson eyes beneath the mask fixated on Vegeta, declaring, I will make your blood spill. With a surge of power, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan Blue evolution, instantly appearing before Broba and delivering a punch that pierced through his abdomen. Spill blood? Apologies, but it seems I am the one to draw first blood. Blood dripped incessantly from beneath the mask as the powerful fusion warrior staggered back, clutching his wound, murmuring, "How is this possible? How can you possess such power? You are merely Vegeta, a former subordinate of mine." With a casual wave, Vegeta healed him, stating, "I do not care what you have seen of me before. What you face now, at this very moment, is the power I am meant to wield. The hellish game has only just begun. You will not perish swiftly, and I shall relish the process of tormenting you." Chapter 99, Broba vs. Vegeta. Broba soared towards Vegeta, raising his right hand to gather energy the moment he took flight. Even someone untrained could anticipate his next move if their reflexes were sharp enough. Meanwhile, Belrod had already dealt with several adversaries and was now overseeing the situation, having restrained Griffey and Tawa. Just as Vegeta made his move, Belrod furrowed his brow. What is that sensation? It feels as though a vast energy is exploding within him. Vegeta countered Broba's punch with one of his own. A thunderous explosion ensued, resulting in the complete disintegration of Broba's right arm, shoulder included, as blood gushed from the wound. Vegeta, gazing at his smoking white glove, chuckled, "My apologies, I inadvertently exerted too much force. But fear not, when I do not wish for your demise. Even if I were to slay you, I could resurrect you." Vegeta healed Broba once more and then unleashed a punch from a distance, creating multiple dents across Broba's torso. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Vegeta leisurely approached, grasping Broba's head as the mask gradually fused into his body. This way, Vegeta need not worry about accidentally damaging the mask while ensuring its amplifying effects remained intact. After a brief moment of confusion, Broba suddenly cried out. Vegeta slammed his knee into Broba's face with ferocity, exclaiming, "Why are you shouting so loudly? You nearly startled me." Broba's entire visage was shattered, his life hanging by a thread. However, once again, he was healed by Vegito, only to be forcefully pinned to the ground and subjected to a relentless barrage. This cycle repeated itself countless times, causing the onlookers to involuntarily swallow hard. After the fusion of Broly and Kaba, the trait of gaining strength through near-death experiences not only remained unaffected, but became even more pronounced. Although Dragon Ball's Vegito displayed a level of ineptitude, he was still Vegito. After all, it was once stated that Broly had undergone countless cycles of death and resurrection to reach a level where he could contend with two Vegitos. Gradually, Broly was able to enhance his combat prowess rapidly even without the near-death revival. His strength had even surpassed that of Beerus, and aside from the roughness of his techniques, he was steadily approaching an invincible state. The body of a fused warrior could harbor more power, leaving everyone in awe of how formidable this being could truly become, akin to possessing divine abilities that infinitely augmented strength. Vegeta shouted in alarm, "Vegito, stop playing around. That guy's power has far surpassed that of Beerus." Vegito remained unfazed, deftly evading Broly's assaults. "It's merely a matter of strength. At this level, not only I, but even Beerus could handle him. Besides, don't you want to see this guy's limits?" After witnessing Vegito's might, Beerus had grown weary of such sheer numerical power. Yet, he knew Vegito would ultimately crush his opponent with superior statistics. What he sought to witness was not Broly's limits, but Vegito's hidden cards. At that moment, Bardock and King Vegeta, who had been knocked unconscious by Vegeta, regained their senses, their masks shattered. Freed from Tawa's control, Bardock initially intended to confront Tawa at once. However, the astonishing battle before them rendered them motionless, paralyzed by the spectacle. Back on the battlefield, Vegito began to struggle, despite his relentless efforts to enhance his abilities. It was evident that Broly's speed had outstripped his own, even surpassing the pace at which a god of destruction would elevate their power. Coupled with Vegito's deliberate leniency in speed and technique, the two began to exchange blows in a more balanced manner. The sinister divine aura emanating from Broly coalesced into a massive claw, reaching out to grasp Vegito. Captured, Vegito was met with Broly's maniacal laughter. "Ha! I shall crush you." In an instant, Vegito shifted forms, transitioning from Super Saiyan Blue to Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. A negative divine aura, perhaps? Vegito absorbed Broly's malevolent energy, his own aura transforming into a dark crimson hue. Upon witnessing this, Tawa immediately cried out, "This is bad. Saiyans influenced by Cabba's aura will go berserk. Everyone flee. If Vegito goes berserk, we are all doomed." Although Broly's powers seemed to eclipse Vegito's, anyone with discernment could see that Vegito was holding back. Should he fully succumb to a berserk state, it would not only be Broly who suffered, but the entire fourth demon realm would face annihilation. Old Bey, ever obedient to counsel, was preparing to flee when a blade of black and crimson light descended from the heavens, obstructing her path. Raging? Vegeta remarked with a smile. This power is merely a tad more ferocious than that of the great ape. Do not think you can slip away. Broly once again conjured a larger hand of energy, plummeting towards Vegeta. With a cold chuckle, Vegeta shed all transformed states, his hair turning white in an instant. Just as Broly's colossal hand was about to descend, a towering white energy entity surged upwards. The hand fell, but did not even reach the figure's knee. Vegeta, at the center of this apparition, gazed down upon Broly like a deity, reveling in the boundless divine power surging within him. I never anticipated reaching such magnitude. Tawa had witnessed a similar technique employed by Goku, yet its scale was incomparable to Vegeta's. Is this the manifestation of the realm? Vegeta crossed his arms and grinned. No, this is the power of the third. Susanoo. Huh. Next, I could extinguish you with but a single finger. Vegeta's energy avatar raised a finger and pressed it down towards Broly. Though he felt immense pressure and dread as a Saiyan, especially a relatively powerful one, his pride forbade retreat. Aya, bring it on. He summoned his utmost strength, raising both hands to withstand the impending blow. The result was that he was unceremoniously thrust deep into the ground by a mere finger. Vegeta's energy manifestation pinned his entire arm into the earth, and Broly's aura vanished entirely. The pair of earrings flew out from the massive pit, returning to Vegeta's side. Upon reverting his energy form, Vegeta descended to the ground, stating, "Well, this is about the extent of it. My apologies, Barrett. I seem to have exerted a bit too much force. I didn't even allow you a moment of enjoyment before it ended." Barrett replied, "No need for that. I have no confidence in defeating such a being. The fact that the situation hasn't spiraled out of control is a stroke of fortune." Vegeta retrieved a senzu bean, consuming it, then turned to the remaining few. Now, who shall it be next? Chapter 100, Beyond the World? Tawa, trembling in fear, suddenly knelt to the ground. Had I known such power awaited, I would never have provoked these monsters. I must find a way to escape. Vegeta, eyeing Tawa with a grin, said, "Do not even think about it. If you manage to flee from my grasp, I shall self-destruct right here." He then shifted his gaze to Grippy. "Aren't you ancient Saiyans in search of formidable opponents? Why the fearful demeanor? It seems you do not relish battle as much as I had presumed. However, I can still offer you a chance. If you can land a blow on me, I shall let you go." Grippy stepped back, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, forcing a strained smile. "Do not underestimate us. Even if you can easily defeat the three of us, it does not imply that your new generation of Saiyans is superior to us." Vegeta, with arms crossed, remarked, "It seems there are even mightier beings among you." "Indeed," replied Grip, "the ancient Saiyans also possess their own king." Grip transformed once again into a Super Saiyan with pointed ears and green hair, lifting a leg to kick Vegeta in the head. In an instant, Vegeta morphed into Super Saiyan 4, seizing Grip by the ankle and slamming him onto the ground several times. Subsequently, Grip struggled to maintain his transformation, rendered nearly incapable of retaliating. Gripping Grip's ankle, Vegeta taunted, "Is this your so-called magic? It's hardly challenging to control. It pales in comparison to Broly's malevolent divine aura." Grip reverted to his normal state, while Vegeta's hair and fur shifted to a deep purple, though his ears remained unchanged. After absorbing Grip's energy, Vegeta casually discarded him onto the ground as if he were refuse. A subsequent energy wave obliterated him completely. Bellet gazed at the smoke that was once Grip and commented, "You so effortlessly extinguished such a charming young girl. Were it not for your claim of being a natural fusion, I might have believed you were merely a fusion of Vegeta and Goku arriving on Earth." Vegeta chuckled, "For these Saiyans, dying in battle is a mark of honor. Dying at my hands allows them to boast in the afterlife. Besides, if you hold affection for her, I could certainly revive her. I rather anticipate the prospect of you having a descendant of an ancient Saiyan. Who knows, perhaps he too will one day slay me." Bellet cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, saying, "So, you merely see me as material to forge stronger opponents?" He continued, I recall Nibar mentioning that the fourth demon realm can harbor the souls of the deceased, yet her soul seems to have vanished. Even so, can you still resurrect her? Vegeta replied, it's not a significant issue, but what could have caused her soul to disappear? Tawa, realizing she needed to protect herself, noted that Vegeta's cold-bloodedness mirrored that of early Vegeta. When Vegeta descended beside her, she hurriedly shared what she knew. The individual who perished in the fourth demon realm possesses no soul and no afterlife, unless they entered as a spirit. Vegeta looked at Tawa and inquired, so, does that mean those who die here cannot be revived? Previously, one could use the power of the Dark Dragon Balls to resurrect them, but now it seems impossible. Please, spare my life. The fourth demon realm is considered an edge of the multiverse, capable not only of intersecting with other timelines, but even other worlds. Other worlds? Tawa revealed all she knew. Indeed, long ago, an extraordinarily powerful Bulma came here, shattering the barriers between worlds and causing different worldviews to merge. I recall one timeline being affected. The three, upon hearing this, asked in unison, who? Bulma, Tawa replied. Vegeta stepped forward. Are you jesting with me? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Vegeta pondered. It is indeed plausible that individual, if willing, could transform into a monster like Womi. However, you mentioned a timeline was affected. What kind of impact are we discussing? Tawa reminisced. In that realm, both Goku and Vegeta were not Saiyans, but rather aliens of another race. They were referred to as Kryptonians. Indeed, it is precisely that. Vegeta, reflecting on the planets he had conquered, stated, I have never heard of such a place as Krypton. Vegeta conjured a comic book out of thin air and tossed it to Vegeta. It is this character clad in a blue bodysuit from the comic, his home planet. Vegeta browsed through the contents of the comic. Is he powerful? Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, it is hard to say. His strength fluctuates significantly. At his weakest, he is even inferior to old Piccolo. However, at his strongest, he might surpass even me, akin to a conceptual deity. At that moment, Vegeta became convinced that Tawa's words were not mere fabrications. Her mention of the Kryptonian race nearly confirmed that there had indeed been a figure who breached the barriers of their worldviews. Bellet furrowed his brow and said, yet, to claim it was Bulma seems somewhat exaggerated. It is not impossible, though. If he truly wished to, he could transform himself into a formidable beast like Womi. Vegeta recalled a worldview known as the Super-Dimensional Clash, where a Super Majin Buu once told another Vegeta that perhaps he was the strongest among the participants. Yet, in some alternate reality, a Cell could easily defeat him. In fact, such occurrences were not mere fantasies. The perfect Cell that Nello faced before his rebirth could effortlessly annihilate those two worthless Vegetas from Time Patrol. Not to mention, within the Clash worldview, that Vegeta could at most transform into Super Saiyan 3. Tawa knelt before Vegeta, saying, if I had your energy support, I might be able to replicate the situation from back then. Vegeta placed his hand upon Tawa's head, delving into her memories. No need. Connecting with other worlds is not a favorable endeavor. That is your true intention, is it not? You wish to explore other realms and reveal what you know. This time, Vegeta was unable to successfully read her thoughts. Tawa's memories seemed sealed, and forcing the extraction would lead to her demise. Who else, besides you, is aware of this matter? Tawa, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, there is also the Demon King of the fourth demon realm, Mechikabura. He instructed me to gather energy with the aim of breaching the world barriers, utilizing the powers of other realms to obliterate Time Patrol. And the strength you exhibited in battle has likely already been collected by him. Bellet urgently inquired, can this power breach the world barriers? It may be sufficient, but I can lead you to the demon god's temple to find him. At that moment, Bardock descended behind them, cautiously stating, I know where her lair is. I can guide you there. Afterward, Bardock turned to King Vegeta. King Vegeta 3, do you intend to continue serving him? King Vegeta clenched his fists and declared, Beerus has destroyed everything I held dear. I must seek vengeance. Unlike Bardock, King Vegeta had willingly allowed himself to be controlled by Mechikabura, as Mechikabura had promised him power to exact revenge on Beerus. The aspiration to achieve this goal has lingered for quite some time, yet the strength of King Vegeta has undeniably manifested. Vegeta gazes at King Vegeta and implores, I can assist you in avenging your grievances. Cease your stubbornness. Is it worth selling your soul for power? What has become of your dignity as the king of the Saiyans? Meanwhile, Vegeta, standing behind the elder, softly chides. It seems you lack the standing to say such things to him. Suddenly, the elder recalls that he, too, had once willingly succumbed to Babidi-esque control in pursuit of power, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Upon witnessing the strength of Vegeta and his companions, King Vegeta realizes that Majin Capra is but a farce to them. If they are willing to assist, it would be most fortuitous. Very well, he concedes. If you can help me with my revenge, I shall sever ties with Majin Capra. Observing his former subordinates beginning to waver, Tawa hastily declares to Vegeta, I can acknowledge you as my master. Vegeta coldly replies, today you betray Majin Capra, and tomorrow you could betray me. I have no need for treacherous servants, nor am I inclined to slay one so fearful of death. Return to Majin Capra and inform him to prepare for my arrival. With that, Tawa bows and departs without a trace of hesitation. Chapter 101. Vegeta. Father, don't lose face after Tawa's departure. Vegeta leads the remaining group onward. However, their destination is not directly to confront Majin Capra, but rather to seek out the ancient king of the Saiyans, as mentioned by Grip. They soon sense the presence of a group of Saiyans, with the strongest among them surpassing the combined might of the three. The elder looks to Bardock and King Vegeta, inquiring, what shall we do about them? Vegeta turns to them and states, let us all join forces. Just remember to keep any ulterior motives at bay. Once I vanquish Majin Capra, I shall return to your timeline to assist in your vengeance. Bardock steps forward to clarify. I and King Vegeta 3 do not share the same timeline. My location is inconsequential. However, those who dare to exploit me shall face retribution. Vegeta nods in understanding, understood. Now, grasp my shoulders. I shall expedite our journey to the ancient king of the Saiyans. The group forms 2 lines behind Vegeta, with those in the rear resting their hands on the shoulders of those in front. In an instant, they transform into a streak of light, vanishing from their location. Along the way, Vegeta turns to Barret and queries, are you truly not seeking a partner any longer? If I were to reintroduce Goku and Vegeta, you would become superfluous. If you agree, I could resurrect Grip for you. Barret's face flushes slightly as he responds, such matters can be discussed privately. Furthermore, we have yet to decide on reuniting Goku and Vegeta. Besides, you might find that the descendants of the ancient Saiyans are even stronger. Vegeta chuckles, I have Android 18. And we have both resolved not to have children. Why? Vegeta furrows his brow slightly, because I have a nagging feeling that my offspring would bring trouble. The elder, standing beside Barret, reassures him, do not worry for him. This fellow will inevitably view the powerful Gohan and Trunks as his own children. Barret reflected on Gohan, Goten, and Trunks with a bittersweet smile, pondering whether, after their rebirth, they could still be regarded as his children. Vegeta responded, in a sense, one might say so. The fusion warriors are formidable, yet strength often breeds solitude, particularly for those who emerge unexpectedly, like you. Even if both sides take time to accept one another, there exists an unspoken understanding that the relationship between you has become less than pure. 30 minutes later, the group arrived at the entrance of an ancient city. The immense gates creaked open, revealing 2 colossal apes clad in armor, wielding massive melee weapons. Following them were several Saiyans of ordinary stature. The leader still exhibiting the appearance of a Super Saiyan 4, with pointed ears. He scrutinized Vegeta and the others, inquiring, are these the guests that the king specifically sent me to greet? The offspring of those cowards from the human realm? Upon witnessing the disdainful smirk on the leader's face, Vegeta stepped forward, retorting, who are you calling a coward? Hurry and summon your king, informing him that the Saiyan king from the human realm has come to visit. With that, the elder Vegeta shoved King Vegeta forward, who stammered, me? Am I even worthy to be your king? Perhaps I should abdicate in your favor. The elder Vegeta chuckled, rest assured, we will support you. Upon seeing King Vegeta step forward, the Super Saiyan 4 opposite began to exude a menacing aura. You are their king? You appear rather unremarkable. Is this the caliber of the Saiyans from the human realm? I fail to comprehend how the former king could have been bested by you. However, since we are all Saiyans, and you have journeyed from the human realm, we shall not treat you with disdain. Follow me to meet our king. The group, under the guidance of these ancient Saiyans, proceeded into the interior of the ancient architectural city. This place was home to tens of thousands of ancient Saiyans, with nearly 1/5 existing in their great ape forms. Yet their great ape forms differed from those of the Saiyans from the human realm, possessing pointed ears. Their fur colors varied, with shades of black, yellow, and purple. The leading Super Saiyan 4 addressed the group. Fear is but a natural response, as we are vastly superior to the Saiyans of your realm. However, take comfort in knowing that no one dares to harm you while you walk behind me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the general of the Demon Realm Saiyans. Salary. Before Salary could finish, Vegeta coldly interjected. That's enough. You have been prattling on incessantly. Should you utter another superfluous word, I shall reduce you to ashes in an instant. In that moment, Salary felt a chill run down his spine. Although Vegeta's energy appeared rather ordinary, the palpable aura of menace and oppression instilled genuine terror within him, as if he would truly be obliterated for speaking further. King Vegeta quietly remarked from behind Vegeta, well, Vegeta, I know you are strong, but threatening their general on their own turf might be a bit. Silence. Vegeta snapped. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at an immense palace. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, pairs of malicious eyes lurked in the shadows, observing the group with intent. Eventually, they arrived at the base of a staircase, where Salary knelt on one knee and announced, King Pepper, the guests have arrived. From behind the curtain at the top of the stairs emanated an imposing aura. A woman's voice resonated from beyond the veil. Well done, you may withdraw. Yes. The voice continued. Are you the descendants of the Saiyans from the human realm? Who is the reigning king? King Vegeta felt the overwhelming presence from the throne above, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. He swallowed hard, instinctively wishing to retreat, but was halted by Bardock's outstretched hand. Bardock, standing behind him, whispered reassuringly, do not fear, we are here. Remember, you are King Vegeta, and more importantly, you are my father. Your throne is not merely inherited. It is claimed through the bloodshed of battle. We cannot afford to lose face. Bardock's words were echoed by others. Indeed. Stay spirited. Encouraged, King Vegeta inhaled deeply, adjusted his black cloak, and took a bold step forward. The crowd rallied behind him, cheering, well done. King Vegeta pointed toward the elevated curtain and declared, Ancient King of the Saiyans, I. Before he could finish, a dark beam shot through the curtain at blinding speed, slicing across King Vegeta's cheek before piercing the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Mind your words, Saiyans of the human realm, came a voice, the sound of high heels clicking as the curtain slowly parted, revealing a strikingly beautiful female Saiyan, the queen of the demon realm. Queen Pepper descended the steps with purpose. She gazed at Vegeta and inquired, You carry the essence of my daughter. Where is she? Vegeta crossed his arms with a smirk, replying, Which one do you refer to? What do you mean? Because she may have multiplied, or rather, has vanished entirely. In an instant, Pepper appeared before Vegeta, attempting to seize him by the throat for interrogation. But their speeds were too swift. To onlookers, it appeared as though Pepper had vanished and reappeared in Vegeta's grasp, lifted effortlessly as if she were a mere chick. With one hand gathering energy for a ki blast, Pepper prepared to unleash it, but Vegeta swiftly raised her and slammed her down with great force. The ancient city trembled violently from the impact. As Pepper attempted to rise, Vegeta kicked her away. Mid-air, she transformed into her black-haired Super Saiyan form and charged back. Bardock, sensing her power far surpassing that of Griffey, positioned himself before Vegeta with a grin. You've played long enough. Leave this to me. Instantly, Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, engaging in a fierce exchange with Pepper. Meanwhile, the ancient Saiyan General Celery turned his gaze toward King Vegeta, declaring, I challenge you. King of the Saiyans from the human realm. King Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, retorting, Come on, do not presume I am easy to defeat. The two exchanged only 3 blows before King Vegeta collapsed to the ground, reminiscent of Yamcha's demise at the hands of a cultivated warrior. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta could not help but scoff, remarking, Your father is quite the formidable one. Old B, covering his face, stepped forward and retorted, Isn't he also half your father? What a disgraceful old fool. Allow me to assist you in avenging yourself. 3 minutes later, Bellet and Vegeta had both vanquished their adversaries, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Vegeta nonchalantly tore apart the spatial barrier. Subsequently, Grippy, NASCAR, and Boca were drawn forth, with Vegeta declaring, These are the 3 who previously sought us. Now, they are entirely returned to you. Utilizing a method to reverse time, Vegeta revived the trio and shattered the fabric of space to transport them. Pepper slowly rose from the ground and questioned, Why not simply kill me? That way, you could ascend as the new rulers. Vegeta replied, We harbor no interest in kingship. Our primary desire is to comprehend how you initially arrived here. With her mouth agape, Pepper stared at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Is that the sole reason for your actions? You have devastated half of our city. You initiated the conflict, and I have already repaired the damage you caused." As Pepper approached the windowsill, she gazed in astonishment at the areas previously ravaged by the battle, now restored. Is this the power of the Saiyans of the human realm? No. We are merely a minority. Overall, you are indeed stronger. Moreover, the Saiyans of the human realm are nearly extinct. After a moment of bewilderment, Pepper inquired, "So, are you here to seek breeding partners? We have already stated that we are merely here to understand how you came to this place so long ago. Do not fabricate your own narratives." Pepper recounted the events, explaining that the ancient Saiyan king of your sought stronger opponents and evolution. Unlike other Saiyans, this group of ancient Saiyans only eliminated the strongest individuals within a civilization, showing no interest in the weak. Thus, in terms of malevolence, these ancient Saiyans who arrived in the demon realm were less nefarious than their descendants who remained on Salad Star. Their arrival in the demon realm was merely a chance encounter with a demon king who had ventured into the human realm. Although they did not triumph over him, the demon king perceived their race as immensely powerful and brought them all to the demon realm. However, as time passed, these ancient Saiyans created considerable chaos, leading to their expulsion by a new demon king to the fourth demon realm, where they have remained ever since. They had been approached multiple times by Magicapura for allegiance, but due to the negligible difference in strength between the two parties, they never submitted nor interacted with other timelines. Thus, Time Patrol has not intervened regarding the ancient Saiyans here. Do you know Yamosei? Pepper was taken aback, surprised that after so many years, someone could still utter that name. "I know him. He is my brother." "Is he still alive?" Vegeta responded. "The Saiyans of the human realm do not have such lengthy lifespans, and he perished long ago during a rebellion. His existence, however, birthed the legends of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God." Pepper turned to Bellet, asking, "Was that golden-haired form you exhibited earlier the Super Saiyan you speak of?" Beirut felt a hint of perplexity. The inquiry posed by the other party indicated that, in their eyes, the golden-haired form did not qualify as a Super Saiyan. "Indeed. Do you lack this transformation?" Pepper shook his head and replied, "No, our Super Saiyans possess purple hair, along with a form that maximizes the power of the great ape. Could you show me what your so-called Super Saiyan God looks like?" Noticing Vegeta's indifference, Old Bey immediately elevated his energy and concentrated it, transforming into the red-haired Super Saiyan God. After all, showcasing transformations and witnessing others do the same was one of Old Bey's little quirks. Looking at Old Bey, Pepper murmured, "I can't sense much strength." Old Bey explained, "In terms of sheer power, it is comparable to that red-haired Super Saiyan, but there are advanced transformations beyond this." After speaking, Old Bey transformed into the Super Blue form, declaring, "This is the Super Saiyan God of Super Saiyan, also known as Super Blue, in full power. It surpasses the red-haired state significantly." Upon returning to his normal state, Beirut inquired, "Have you ever considered returning to the human realm?" "No," Old Bey replied. "We only extend our lifespans here. You, however, might consider staying. If we were to have descendants, they would undoubtedly be extraordinarily powerful. Should you wish, I could even relinquish the throne to you." Vegeta placed a hand on Beirut's shoulder and laughed. "Why not stay here as a son-in-law?" Beirut asked, "Are you serious?" Vegeta looked at Beirut earnestly and replied, "Well, you could directly become the Dark Lord here. On one hand, you would suppress the entire demon realm. On the other, this realm connects to the multiverse, serving as an independent space-time continuum. Even Limes would find it difficult to interfere here. If you were to become the deity of this realm, your status would likely surpass that of the Omni King, and subsequently, you could bring the denizens of this demon realm to participate in the multiverse power tournament." Beirut lowered his head slightly, contemplating. "That reason seems justifiable. I will consider it. For now, let us deal with that Mechikapura." Upon hearing that they intended to confront Mechikapura, Pepper immediately exclaimed, "You are going to battle that demon king? I want to join. I wish to witness his demise before my very eyes." Chapter 103. The New Demon King in the Fourth Demon Realm. One day later, Vegeta attentively sensed the energy fluctuations throughout the realm. Mechikapura's power had nearly converged. It was about time to obliterate him. Mechikapura sat upon the throne of the demon realm, surveying the army below. Tawa, Mira, Poutine, Giribi, Shulam, Salusa, Demigra, Finn, and a multitude of other demon gods stood at his flanks. Mechakapura slowly began. Tawa. Tawa stepped forward and bowed. Present. How is the army's assembly progressing? The entire demon army is now gathered. I believe the energy generated from this battle will undoubtedly shatter the fourth wall. Although we have lost 7 formidable allies, Finn has already absorbed and replicated their powers. I am confident that those 2 fusion beings will not be our adversaries. After Tova finished her introduction, she lifted her head with a smile to gaze at Mechakapura, yet her mind was preoccupied with entirely different thoughts. A group of fools, lingering here while I desperately seek time to escape. Upon hearing this, Mechakapura rose and remarked with a grin, "At last, we can break free from this prison. Our conquest extends beyond the timelines of this world. Countless realms await us beyond." The demonic army was amassing formidable strength, yet Tova believed that even this force would be no match for Vegeta. Thus, she had prepared for flight long before. The only presence remaining with Mechakapura was a mere avatar, while her true self had already traversed the multiverse to escape into other timelines. In the next moment, a streak of light descended from the heavens, capturing everyone's attention. A contingent of Saiyan warriors, led by Vegeta, materialized before them. Mechakapura turned to Pepper and said, "I see now, you have allied. Indeed, this presents an opportunity for you." Before Pepper could respond, Vegeta stepped forward and addressed Mechakapura, "Do not misunderstand. These locals are merely here for sightseeing." The fact that a product of Patera could attain such strength was astonishing. Yet Vegeta believed that they were still no match for him. "You should have brought more allies to have a chance. Alas, your opportunity has vanished, forever lost." In an instant, a golden blade of light pierced Mechakapura's mouth. Purple blood flowed incessantly from the wounds on Mechakapura's lips and the back of his head. Vegeta, maintaining the glowing sword, observed him with a smirk. As expected of a demon, your vitality is surprisingly robust, but that is all." With a slight elevation of his hand, Vegeta effortlessly cleaved Mechakapura's head in 2. Mechakapura's body crumpled to the ground, leaving only a faint trace of life. Vegeta promptly instructed Bellet, "Deliver the final blow." Bellet, unsure why he was tasked with the execution, merely unleashed a ki blast that obliterated Mechakapura. Thus, the esteemed god of the demon realm was swiftly dispatched. After the deed, Bellet grumbled, "That was too quick. I didn't even sense how strong that guy was." "No need to sense it. He was only slightly stronger than me in the time patrol. Focus on taking down the remaining minions. Perhaps some possess greater strength than he did." This was not a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Setting aside the prowess of the 3 Bs, the ancient Saiyans were also formidable. Apart from the evenly matched Vegeta and Mira, the rest dispatched their foes with ease. Bardock soared toward Tova, shouting, "Tova, this is the price of your control over me." Tova, feigning terror, remained rooted in place, awaiting Bardock's approach to be reduced to ashes. As the remnants of this bygone era were vanquished, the remaining foot soldiers cast aside their weapons and surrendered. Vegeta attentively sensed the flow of the laws governing the 4th demon realm and turned to Barret, stating, "The time is nigh. As I suspected, new rules are beginning to revolve around you. Yet the final step remains, your consent. Without a new king, the entirety of the 4th demon realm shall succumb to entropy, and the magical energies shall cease to rejuvenate. Have you contemplated this thoroughly? Ideally, I would prefer you, Barret, to ascend as the sovereign of this realm, thereby earning the right to partake in the multiversal power conference. However, should you be unwilling, I shall have to appoint Bardock as the new king." Barret sensed the presence of a vague yet profound force enveloping him. He gazed at Vegeta and inquired, "If I become the king here, will I still be able to leave?" "Certainly," Vegeta replied. "However, you will grow stronger in this realm, yet upon your departure, a temporary replacement will be necessary. And Bardock is capable of fulfilling that role." After a brief moment of hesitation, Barret approached the throne and sat down. In that instant, a crown materialized above his head, and a magnificent mantle adorned his shoulders. At that moment, all the denizens of the demon realm knelt before him, proclaiming the ascension of the new king. Instantly, Barret's realm transcended several levels, and he felt an intrinsic connection to time and space. All the circumstances of the 4th demon realm flooded into his consciousness. He slowly rose and gazed up at the sky, declaring, "This space-time should be more expansive." Suddenly, countless stars appeared in the distant sky, coalescing into a magnificent galaxy. The beings who had lingered in the demon realm for an indeterminate duration looked up in awe at this unfamiliar spectacle. Prior to this, the inhabitants had scarcely possessed a concept of celestial bodies. They reverently worshipped the miraculous sight before them. Vegito then asked Barret, "Can you open a passage to the multiverse from here?" Barret concentrated intently, affirming, "No problem, though only a portion connects to the fourth demon realm. However, traversing through those disconnected spaces will establish a link. Can we reach the first demon realm?" After further contemplation, Barret furrowed his brow. Strangely, accessing the first demon realm proves more challenging than reaching other dimensions. Nevertheless, if I exert my full strength, I should be able to return. Vegito pondered. It seems that the power of Reims has isolated the fourth demon realm. It appears that Fellow indeed holds dominion over all kings. After spending several days in the fourth demon realm, the group prepared to return to the first demon realm to reunite with others. Yet, Barret chose not to accompany them. Bardock and King Vegeta also remained in the fourth demon realm. Numerous matters awaited resolution, such as the energy collection previously mentioned by Tawa, which had quietly been transferred before the war began. Should there be no one to oversee, Tawa might return and exploit that energy to breach the fourth wall of the fourth demon realm. However, Barret, relying on his own power, forcibly drew forth a pair of empty souls from the parallel dimensions of other great demons and revived them. Having resolved to embark on a new life, he felt it necessary to provide closure to those from his past. Belrot instructed Vegito to inform the denizens of the fifth dimension that he had disintegrated, returning to the forms of Goku and Vegeta. Concurrently, he modified the memories of the two, allowing them to inherit Belrot's recollections while erasing their previous dark memories. He also bestowed upon them the knowledge of utilizing divine energy and an alternative transformation method for Super Saiyan 4. Thus, even in the absence of his presence in the fifth dimension, the duo would be capable of handling the majority of crises. The group indulged in a sumptuous feast within the Demon King's castle. Vegito carried the unconscious Goku, while Vegeta bore the weight of another version of himself. Resting a hand on Vegito's shoulder, Vegito retrieved a stone provided by Daima, preparing to crush it. At that moment, Belrot stepped forward and extended his fist toward Vegito, declaring, "When we next meet, I shall surely triumph over you." Vegito reciprocated with a fist bump, saying, "I hope so. And remember to have more children, Demon King Belrot. I knew that was one of your reasons for leaving me here. Once I have tidied things up, be sure to come and fetch me. Farewell, brother. Take care, brother." With a crack, Vegito crushed the stone, and the four vanished from their location. Chapter 104. The call for help upon returning to the entrance of the first demon realm. Daima had completely disappeared. Vegito summoned a spaceship, setting course for the third demon realm. Inside the vessel, Vegeta remarked, "We've only been gone for 3 days. Yet a month has passed here. It's akin to the hyperbolic time chamber." Vegito approached the control panel and took a seat, replying, "That is entirely normal. Different dimensions have varying flow rates of time. Perhaps several years have already elapsed for Gogeta and the others." Oldby glanced at the unconscious pair of Goku and Vegeta on the floor and slowly spoke, "I have a question. The earlier Gohan was a product of your meticulous planning, wasn't he? You could have single-handedly dealt with those zombies. And now, Belrot, you have elevated him to heights he would not have attained otherwise. Are you in the process of creating deities?" Vegito reclined in his chair, explaining, "If I were to resolve the fourth dimension's issues, it would only lead to destruction and starting over. Only Gohan can carry the light forward into the future. Moreover, if all the supreme beings at the multiversal tournament were merely omni-kings, it would be rather dull. Those who transform from mortals into sovereigns possess a greater sense of humanity than those born as gods. They are more adept at safeguarding their respective realms, ensuring that when troubles arise, they do not allow them to fester unchecked. What kind of god allows chaos to reign until the universe is on the brink of annihilation? If it were that simple, even a mere child could wield such power." Old B, seated nearby, responded slowly, "Indeed. The purpose of a god should be to guide humanity and rectify errors. If they merely destroy and erase in times of trouble, they can only be deemed as malevolent deities." Before long, the spaceship arrived at the Grand Palace of the Demon King within the third dimension, where Vegito awakened Goku and Vegeta, leading them to exit the vessel. In the fifth dimension, Bulma felt a sense of loss upon realizing that Belrot was no longer present. After bidding farewell to Island, the group once again boarded their spaceship to return to the human realm. Upon seeing Goku, Kiki rushed forward and embraced him. For her, Goku's return was the epitome of perfection. Vegeta placed a finger on his forehead and declared, "I shall have a brief meeting with that Rames. You all wait for me here, Kai." In an instant, Vegeta arrived at the entrance of a grand palace, its interior beyond even his instantaneous movement. He approached the palace's grand doors and called out, "Rames, are you there?" The doors slowly creaked open, revealing a rather unattractive blue-skinned demon floating towards Vegeta. Before Vegeta could express his intentions, Rames spoke first. "Thank you for eliminating Mechikabura and his ilk, but I have no interest in the multiversal power tournament. Furthermore, I shall not engage in battle with you. Although I am an indestructible being, I am ill-suited for combat." Vegeta was not surprised by Rames's prophetic ability. To reach such heights and still behave foolishly would truly astonish him. Vegeta chuckled. "Do not say that. Do you not wish to see the supreme beings from other timelines?" Rames shook his head. "Honestly, I share your disdain for deities such as Destroyers and Zeno. I am here solely because our views align. The 18 universes I have created do not require Destroyers or Zeno to maintain balance through destruction. Every aspect of the universe follows its own operational rules, and each planet possesses its own life. They will inevitably face extinction, and living beings will continuously evolve and perish over the course of time, all in accordance with natural laws. The role of the Kaioshin is merely to oversee whether these natural laws function properly, preventing powerful individuals from disrupting this system." Vegeta inquired, "But weren't the Saiyans once such beings? If there were a destroyer, wouldn't that resolve the issue directly?" After a moment of silence, Rames countered, "Do you believe that without a destroyer, the Saiyans would not face extinction? In my world, there are no destroyers. Yet Frieza still reduced the Saiyan race to a mere handful. Moreover, those who survived have become protectors of the universe, a fate that has evolved from natural laws. Such occurrences will happen without divine interference. You must understand this." Vegeta encountered a deity-like being for the first time, though Rames's appearance was somewhat abstract. His essence surpassed that of Zeno and the East Kaioshin. Vegeta remarked, "You should confront those timelines governed by Zeno." Rames shook his head. "There is no need. Each timeline undergoes its own evolutionary process. You have interfered with many timelines. Although the intention was to eradicate dark forces, it contradicts the destiny of things developing naturally. Thus, I maintain a neutral stance regarding your current actions." Acknowledging that he could not persuade Rames, Vegeta bid farewell and returned to Earth. After all, the primary combat strength of the fifth timeline had already shifted to an independent timeline, leaving only the empty shell of a fighter to participate. Afterwards, it remains uncertain how many empty shells lie ahead, and it would be more prudent to venture forth to another extraordinary realm in search of the temporal contest. Upon witnessing Vegito's return, a sense of relief washed over him, prompting him to approach and inquire, "How fare you, Mr. Vegito?" Vegito murmured, "Well, that fellow is not entirely intolerable, though rather dull. Now that our business here has concluded, it is time for us to depart." In the fifth dimension, Bulma hastily interjected, "Shall we not linger a while longer?" "No, we must explore other timelines. There is nothing particularly remarkable left here." No sooner had he spoken than Vegito sensed the urgent communication device suddenly ringing. He tore through the fabric of space to retrieve the phone, and Bulma's voice immediately resonated through. "Is this Vegito? What is amiss?" "Gogeta, he has been absorbed by Majin Buu. Hurry, we must rescue him." Upon hearing this, Vegito could not suppress a chuckle. Is he truly that helpless? What of Broly and Kakarot? Bulma, in a state of urgency, replied, "Everyone besides me has been absorbed." "Including you?" "Me? Indeed. After we left the third dimension, Gogeta encountered a timeline where Majin Buu absorbed you. He could have triumphed. But Majin Buu subsequently consumed Broly and the others." As Bulma concluded her frantic explanation, Vegito discerned something amiss. Gogeta had undoubtedly allowed Buu to absorb Broly and Goku, as his perception should have detected Buu's subtle maneuvers. He must have sought to test his limits, resulting in this calamity. "I am now pinpointing your temporal coordinates. Do not hang up to maintain our temporal flow's consistency. Hold on." Chapter 105. Gogeta's inner conflict 20 hours prior to Bulma's desperate call. Gogeta stood alone in the gravity training chamber aboard the ship, his gaze cast downward. The gravity intensified 1,000-fold. Combined with his mastery of gravity control and temporal manipulation learned on the planet Yadrat, subjected him to a force equivalent to that found on a white dwarf star. This level of gravity transcended the limits of biological endurance, and training under such conditions required not only physical fortitude, but also a substantial aura to maintain one's form. In the face of such immense gravitational pressure, the rhythm of his heartbeat became irrelevant, as blood circulation was driven solely by his energy. Despite the external atmosphere being crushed to the ground under the thousand-fold gravity, the region above was almost a vacuum. The gases within him were nearing solidification due to the overwhelming gravitational force. To breathe, he relied on his inner energy. Employing Yadrat's spirito control technique to decompose this energy into a lighter, less dense form of oxygen that could circulate through his bloodstream. Even amidst such extreme conditions, he managed to sustain himself and, utilizing the temporal manipulation technique from Yadrat, created a temporal domain wherein he felt as if he were within the hyperbolic time chamber. Merely standing there and surviving constituted a comprehensive training regimen for his body, elevating his very essence beyond the realm of humanity. It is undeniable that Gogeta has exerted more effort in his training than Vegito. However, he is acutely aware that a significant gap still exists between himself and Vegito. But what exactly accounts for this disparity? He has yet to comprehend. During the second timeline, he engaged in an exhilarating battle as the fusion of himself and Goku, effortlessly defeating his own Super Blue counterpart from that timeline using merely his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Subsequently, he faced off against the god of destruction, Broly, whose strength far surpassed that of his own in this timeline. It was only by employing his Super Blue transformation that Gogeta ultimately triumphed. When he inquired about the differences between his current self and the Vegito of yore, Whis merely remarked, "If you can defeat me, you should be able to match the Vegito of that time." This left Gogeta feeling somewhat disheartened, prompting him to unleash his full power against the angel. Yet, even his complete mastery of Ultra Instinct could not compel Whis to exert his full strength. The confrontation dealt a considerable blow to Gogeta's morale, but Whis reassured him, saying, "There is no need to be so despondent. You are already at approximately 60 to 70% of my level. In some lower-tier timelines, you might indeed hold your own against the Grand Minister." Gogeta, gazing at Whis, asked, "What do you mean by lower-tier timelines?" Having perused Gogeta's memories, Whis turned away from him and stated, "The timeline you inhabited before your rebirth falls into the lower echelon. The gods of destruction and angels there do not increase in strength along with the rules. Even if you cannot defeat the Grand Minister now, taking on 6 or 7 angels alone is well within your capabilities. I believe that when you encounter that fused Jiren again, if his power remains unchanged, your Super Saiyan God form will be sufficient to contend with him." Gogeta, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up and asked, "Might I request Mr. Whis to teach me a few more techniques?" Whis waved his staff, healing Gogeta's injuries, and replied with a smile, "Certainly. But I believe that teaching one to fish is far more beneficial than simply providing a fish. Mr. Vegito always discovers powerful techniques and moves on his own. My role is to broaden your perspective. Whether you can grasp it and how far you can go ultimately depends on you. Mr. Gogeta, the most crucial element is your confidence. Both you and Vegito possess nearly limitless potential and capacity." As Whis gazed at the orb atop his staff, which held the image of Vegito from the past, he continued, "While the effects of Patera surpass the fusion dance of Metamor, with the right approach, you too can transcend such limitations. To illustrate with a simple example, if you were to switch bodies with Mr. Vegito, he would still be able to defeat you using your own body." Reflecting on this, Gogeta clenched his fists until blood oozed from them, dripping onto the gravity chamber floor and indenting the surface. "Has Vegito surpassed me to such an extent that I have yet to reach the level he initially possessed? What precisely is the gap between us? It is not the physical form, nor the fundamental combat power. Is it the divine technique?" Vegito recalled the terrifying third dimension, where even a god of destruction like Goku could only contend evenly with an opponent of equal caliber. There, he discovered that Vegito had triumphed over the fusion of Zamasu and Beerus, a combination far more formidable than the god of destruction Goku. Meanwhile, in the first dimension, Goku had faced off against the god of destruction from the third dimension, although the reborn Goku ultimately suffered defeat. The pressure he exerted on the god of destruction was significantly greater than he himself experienced. This was not merely a matter of numerical superiority. It pertained to realms of power. However, this did not imply that the reborn Goku could surpass the reborn Vegito. For the god of destruction Goku, A straightforward numerical comparison was somewhat simpler. After spending an hour in the gravity chamber, Vegito emerged, having bathed and donned a vest. Which dimension shall we explore next? He inquired. Bulma, gazing at the data on the monitor, replied, I found several defeated universes that may pique your interest. Oh, what are they like? Vegito asked. Bulma pressed a few buttons on the control panel, and several images appeared. One depicted Cell being blasted into space by Gohan's Kamehameha, inadvertently merging with a mechanical life form known as Bigelow and returning to Earth 7 years later to wreak havoc. Another showed Android 21 consuming the fully formed Cell, unleashing catastrophe. Lastly, there was a dimension where Vegito was absorbed by Buu. Upon hearing about the last dimension, Vegito's interest was immediately piqued. Vegito was absorbed by Buu? How is that possible? Even during the Buu saga, Vegito could not have been absorbed unless it was deliberate. Bulma explained that she had upgraded their spaceship systems to read past timelines to a certain extent. As she examined the retrieved information, she noted, it seems that the Kaioshin's intervention caused this. After Buu absorbed the Kaioshin, he could no longer sense energy. In the midst of Buu's extreme sensory interference, he seized the opportunity to absorb Vegito. Vegito excitedly tightened his grip on the towel in his hand. What is the power level of that Vegito? He asked. In his normal state, he is capable of defeating Majin Buu, Bulma responded. Excellent, Vegito exclaimed. Then let us go save this dimension. What is the current time dimension number? Bulma replied, if we go there, it will be the 6th dimension. At that moment, Goku interjected, hey Vegito, let me take the lead this time. I want to test my strength against Vegito too. However, our Vegito is too powerful. I wish to try against others from different dimensions. After a brief moment of silence, Vegito smiled and said, very well. Chapter 106. Reborn Goku, Vegito, Buu in the 6th dimension, year 774 of the age, Earth, a blue-clad figure adorned with patera earrings. A pink creature known as Buu gleefully soared across the earth. Ha! Serves you right, Vegito. Now I am the invincible one. Buu slowed his pace, gazing at his reflection in the ocean and chuckling. Speaking of which, this guy's power is truly astonishing. Originally, he could have annihilated me with just a fraction of his strength, yet he wasted so much time to save a few minions. Certainly, this is largely thanks to the Supreme Kai. Although that fellow's power is negligible, it has somehow enhanced a mysterious force within me. Vegito is unable to sense my energy, which gives me the element of surprise. Just then, Buu abruptly halted midair and turned to face another direction, sensing several formidable energies approaching. One of them belonged to Goku, but that individual has already fused with Vegeta and has been absorbed by me. Furthermore, there exists another presence strikingly similar to Vegito's. Who could it possibly be? After a moment of astonishment, a smile spread across Buu's face. Is it a being akin to that future Trunks? Just when I was lamenting the absence of worthy opponents in this universe, it seems that the saga is far from over. Buu placed his finger on his forehead and, in an instant, appeared before everyone. Vegito gazed at the Buu clad in blue attire and remarked, it appears you truly have absorbed Vegito. Goku, can you handle this? Eagerly, Goku stepped forward, stretching his limbs. It should be manageable. I have previously fused with Vegeta to become Vegito. In terms of sheer strength, this current Vegito is no more powerful than my Super Saiyan form. The additional aspects of Buu and Gohan will be the real challenge. Vegito remained silent. Yet the presence of the Buu Vegito in midair felt far beyond that of a mere Super Saiyan. Buu, arms crossed and floating effortlessly, chuckled at their earlier exchange. Though I am unaware of which timeline you hail from, it is utterly foolish to believe a single Kakarot could vanquish me. As he spoke, Buu patted his chest, adorned in his blue attire. The individual I just absorbed, even if you were to train tirelessly for a decade, you would never match him. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, and upon witnessing this novel transformation, Buu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Oh, an unfamiliar transformation, an imperceptible aura, somewhat akin to the energy of the Supreme Kai. Goku smiled at Buu. This is known as Super Saiyan God. By the normal timeline, it would take me at least another 3 or 4 years to master this. I advise you not to underestimate the power of this transformation. Coupled with my current foundational combat abilities, which exceed my own self from this period, I am confident I can defeat him with just Vegito. Buu perceived Goku before him as woefully ignorant, entirely oblivious to Vegito's true might. He then turned his attention to Vegito, that aura, appearance, and attire. Surely you are the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta through the Metamor dance? If it were you, perhaps we could entertain ourselves a bit more. Vegito, arms crossed, chuckled. You should worry about getting past Goku first. Goku clenched his fists, declaring, "Here I come." He soared towards Buu and launched a punch aimed at Buu's face. Buu caught Goku's fist with one hand, while delivering a flurry of rapid punches to Goku's body with the other. Buu's speed was so astonishing that his movements were nearly imperceptible. With a resounding clash, Goku coughed up blood, his gaze beginning to fade, as several fist-shaped imprints marred his chest and abdomen. Seizing the moment when Goku was rendered momentarily rigid, Buu executed a spinning side kick, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Witnessing this, Vegeta turned to Bulma and the others, instructing them to observe the battle from the spaceship. Kale, hands on her hips, interjected, "Don't underestimate us. Besides, if Goku has fallen, you and Broly are still here, right?" Ignoring Kale, Vegeta fixed his serious gaze on Bulma and urged her, "You go first." It was the first time Bulma had seen Vegeta so solemnly address her, and she promptly complied, saying, "All right." As she hurried back to the spaceship, Buu raised his hand, preparing to unleash an energy wave towards it. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Vegeta and the others paid him no mind, and after Buu's energy struck the spaceship, it appeared to be absorbed by its exterior. Bulma, peering through the window, cheekily raised her middle finger at Buu, laughing, "Huh? You fool. This is the ship created by that extraordinary Gohan. A mere mortal's power cannot destroy it." Boom. At that moment, an even more potent blue light erupted from the crater where Goku had fallen, quickly settling into stillness. Goku had transformed into full-power Super Saiyan Blue, standing at the center of the crater, taking a deep breath and gazing up at Buu. In that instant, Buu felt an undeniable pressure emanating from Goku. Before he could react, Goku appeared before him in the blink of an eye, delivering a barrage of punches at an astonishing speed. Goku's movements were nearly imperceptible, evidenced only by the numerous indentations left on Buu's body. Spitting out saliva from the force of the blows, Buu quickly put distance between them, his eyes wide with astonishment as he scrutinized Goku. This guy seems completely transformed, an undetectable aura, in this unprecedented form. Goku confidently declared, "This illustrates the disparity in our realms. Even if your strength surpasses mine and your speed exceeds my own, I can still bridge that gap with the divine technique." "Divine technique?" Buu inquired. Goku elaborated, "Indeed, I have employed the divine technique atop Super Saiyan Blue. This technique is called Ultra Instinct. Even if you absorb Vegeta, such a move would be ineffective against me." Buu appeared to be affected by Vegeta's immense pride. His forehead swelling with veins, he retorted, "Kid, you underestimate us far too much. The power I wield now is merely Vegeta's base strength. Do you think it would be the same if I unleashed his Super Saiyan power?" "Nanny." Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly at this revelation. "So that's why?" During their battle, Vegeta's aura once transcended its limits. At that time, Trunks, Goten, and the others within him likely unleashed their full power as well. Contemplating this, Vegeta cast a glance at Broly, while Buu began to escalate his energy. A powerful, straight purple aura radiated outward, causing the entire earth to tremble incessantly. In an instant, Buu vanished before Goku, only to reappear behind him, delivering a fierce punch. Goku, utilizing the autonomous evasion of his Ultra Instinct, narrowly dodged this blow. However, he was unable to evade a subsequent sidekick, which sent him hurtling away. Buu, with arms outstretched, taunted, "What do you think, Kakarot? This is merely the power of Super Saiyan Vegito." He posed a question. "Do you believe that the Vegito within me can transform into Super Saiyan 3? Upon hearing this, Goku gasped, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Majin Buu. Suddenly, Buu was enveloped in a violent surge of lightning. The answer is yes. Next, you shall witness his Super Saiyan 2 power. Chapter 107. Buu's transformation. Goku launched a fierce assault on Buu, yet to Vegito, the movements appeared as if in slow motion. Vegito observed the battle from a distance, pondering, according to what this Buu has stated. Even if Vegito's power in this timeline is not a direct multiplication of Goku and Vegeta's strengths, it must surely exceed tens of thousands of times in magnitude. However, in my recollection, Vegito's base form was only slightly stronger than Gohan after his potential was unlocked. Indeed, it seems that in different timelines, both I and Vegito possess varying degrees of amplification. Reflecting on Vegito's previous words, Vegito recalled that he first manifested during the confrontation with Broly, when the Super Saiyan Broly was capable of overwhelming two full-powered Super Saiyan Blues. Yet, upon Vegito's arrival, he managed to hold his ground in base form before decisively dominating after transforming. Once Broly unleashed his full energy, Vegito's Super Saiyan Blue rendered Broly utterly defenseless. This amplification must also be in the realm of tens of thousands. In the timeline of the older Vegito, Super Saiyan 4 Vegito only possessed a multiplier of several dozen times. With these thoughts in mind, Vegito clenched his fists. No, the significance of amplification has become trivial. The initial battle power between Vegito and myself is not vastly different. The only disparity lies in our respective methods of growth. Even if my power level is only several times greater, after years of training, I could easily defeat the version of myself from before my rebirth with a single hand. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted once more. Goku channeled all of his energy into Ultra Instinct, transforming his blue hair into a shimmering silver. For a brief moment, he and Buu seemed evenly matched. As they engaged in rapid combat, Buu inquired, "Is this what transformation is? How can it yield such immense power?" Goku, his expression stoic, replied, "This is not merely a transformation. It is a technique that transcends simple amplification. Anyone who utilizes this technique experiences a qualitative evolution. This is the realm of the divine." The realm of the divine. Buu contemplated, if only I could reach that domain. Seizing an opening, Goku struck Buu down with a powerful double-fisted blow, sending him crashing into the ground. Buu's form was shrouded beneath a pile of rubble, leaving behind scattered pieces of flesh as he burrowed through the ground to escape. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at Goku and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, you are formidable. But can you handle the might of Super Saiyan 3 Vegito?" At that moment, Vegito soared to Goku's side and interjected, "It's not that simple. Super Saiyan 3 is an exceedingly exhausting transformation, particularly for those with immense energy. The duration of its use is proportionately shorter. While he may provide you with energy, it does not imply that his power is limitless. How long can you sustain this state? 10 minutes? 5. I doubt even a minute is feasible for you. You are well aware of this. Otherwise, you would have utilized the power of Super Saiyan 3 by now." Afterward, Vegito turned to Goku and continued, "You are nearing your limits as well. The Ultra Instinct technique, even at full capacity, bears similar flaws. Its precision diminishes with prolonged use. Leave the rest to me. You should retreat for now." Goku's silver hair reverted to its natural black as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied with a smile, "I never expected Vegito from this timeline to be so powerful. I'll leave it to you. Once we rescue Vegito, we shall have a proper battle." Vegito chuckled, "Indeed. Rest assured." Subsequently, Vegito crossed his arms and turned his attention to Buu, declaring, "Now, I shall be your opponent. Save that Super Saiyan 3 energy for me." In an attempt to delay the confrontation, Buu sought to engage in conversation. "Humph, having fused so early, are you not concerned about disintegration mid-battle?" Vegito retorted confidently, "You need not worry about that. I exist permanently, and I am stronger than Vegito. However, while you may currently best Goku, you will undoubtedly be no match for me." After a brief silence, Buu responded, "Perhaps, but unfortunately, the Vegito within me lacks transformations like yours. Winning against me by relying on a higher transformation is hardly something to boast about." Vegito, perplexed by Buu's words, replied with a smile, "Yet you are also fighting with your immortal form. It is only reasonable for us to employ superior transformations as well." As their conversation continued for nearly a minute, Buu's smile abruptly morphed into a sinister grin. "Reasonable, but imagine if I could attain an even higher transformation along with divine techniques. That would be splendid." At that moment, the scattered pieces of Buu's flesh lunged toward Goku, Kale, Caulifla, Bardock, and Broly. Vegito turned to the others, exclaiming, "This is bad." Broly, in a fit of rage, blasted away the pieces flying toward him, but the others found themselves ensnared tightly. The remnants then surged back toward Buu. After absorbing everyone except for Broly, Buu's form underwent no significant change. He remained clad in Vegito's blue attire, clearly indicating that Vegito's power surpassed that of the others. "Ha ha ha ha." Buu erupted with a purplish-red aura of divine energy, reveling in the continuous surge of power within him. "What do you say, Vegito? Thanks to the realms you speak of, my enhancement is far beyond mere increments. Moreover, I can also harness the divine power within my Vegito. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Vegeta, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, assumed a battle stance and retorted, "So what? You have yet to absorb the two most formidable of us." Buu glanced at Broly and lamented, "Indeed, it is regrettable that I could not absorb that fellow. But therein lies the thrill. Currently, your chances of victory stand at a mere 20%. Once I have absorbed him, you shall have no opportunity left. However, rest assured, in the end, all of you will undoubtedly serve as my sources of energy." Vegeta transformed into his full-powered Super Saiyan Blue form, asserting, "You boast quite a bit. In my view, your likelihood of absorbing all of us is akin to a mere 20%. As soon as the words left his lips, both warriors unleashed an invisible energy blast from their palms towards one another. Buu's chest was pierced through entirely, while Vegeta, though struck, merely staggered back slightly. Before Buu's body could heal, Vegeta charged forward, dodging a strike from Buu, delivering a swift kick to his face, and seizing the tail on Buu's head, pulling it fiercely. The opposing forces of push and pull caused Buu to stretch into a long, meaty strip measuring several meters. "What is the matter? Is this all the power you possess after absorbing Vegeta and the others?" Buu's form suddenly surged into the air, entangling Vegeta tightly. "I shall first incapacitate you before absorbing you." Vegeta continuously unleashed a formidable aura, his hair transforming into a deep blue as he shattered Buu's form. However, this was not the end. Chapter 108. Vegeta vs. Buu. The scattered remnants of Buu reassembled in the air, and Vegeta refrained from eliminating him in one fell swoop. Much to Bulma's distress aboard the spaceship. Like Goma, Bulma had been watching the memories displayed by the others, diligently catching up on the series within the confines of the ship. Thus, she was well versed in the plots of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super. Frustrated, she shouted, "That was a prime opportunity. Vegeta, why did you not finish him off in one go?" Reformed, Buu displayed no signs of panic, instead gazing at Vegeta with a calm smile. "Indeed, you are significantly stronger than the Vegeto I absorbed. However, I now possess more than just his power. The fusion known as Kefla, though not as formidable as Kakarot, possesses a purer level of energy. Moreover, she and the Saiyan female named Caulifla can continuously enhance their strengths. As time progresses, I too shall grow stronger." Clenching his fists, Buu proclaimed, "Thus, victory is inevitably mine." Vegeta regarded the fighters from Universe 6 with disdain, compared to Broly. Their advancements appeared exceedingly limited. Furthermore, once energy peaks, their stamina would deplete rapidly. Were it not for Kefla's years of training alongside him, she would have been inferior even to the singularly weak base form. Nevertheless, no matter how inferior, she remained a fused being, and the disparity in their starting points was undeniably vast. However, the upper limit remains at the level of the fusion being. As long as one perseveres on the correct path, one can attain heights unattainable by an individual. The current Kaifura has perfected the mastery of full-power Ultra Blue, and in terms of energy magnitude, has reached half the level of Vegito. This half-level constitutes a significant chasm for an individual. Vegito, smiling at himself with his thumb, remarked, "Indeed, your energy level may catch up to my current state, but who said that I am at my strongest now?" Upon hearing that Vegito could become even stronger, Buu did not feel fear, but simply laughed and said, "If such a thing exists, why not reveal it sooner? Because you are not yet qualified to witness it." With that, Vegito charged at Buu, delivering a punch directly to his face. This blow did not cave in Buu's features, yet it did draw blood from his nose. Following this, a swift barrage of attacks pressed Buu, who could only raise his hands to defend, as he had yet to fully assimilate Goku's mastery. Nevertheless, he was making earnest attempts. After several minutes of being suppressed, a silvery, searing energy began to emanate from Buu. As Vegito unleashed a rapid thrust, Buu evaded and countered with an elbow strike to Vegito's chest. Vegito staggered back, cradling his chest, murmuring, "Have you already reached the realm?" Buu, with a confident smile, replied, "This is merely my beginning. I shall continue to grow stronger." At this juncture, the battle between Vegito and Buu intensified, no longer a one-sided suppression. Vegito's accuracy diminished significantly, yet he skillfully utilized the emotionally unfettered technique to mitigate the number of hits he received. In high-level combat, dodging is preferable to blocking whenever possible. More often than not, blocking an opponent's attack expends energy equal to that of the attack itself. Of course, Vegito is an exception. He can block with far less effort than it takes to dodge. Not only does he merely obstruct the opponent's strike, But he can also utilize the recoil to jar or even fracture their bones. For instance, in real combat sports, when faced with an unexpected low kick, the most effective response is to raise the struck leg. The mere distinction between lifting the leg and supporting it can lead to entirely different outcomes. If the struck leg is in a supportive state, a light kick could topple the opponent, injuring the outer calf muscle. Conversely, if most of the body's weight is borne by the struck leg, it could potentially suffer a fracture from a single kick. In such scenarios, retreating to evade would require more time and expend more stamina. However, raising the leg to block changes the situation entirely. The calf consists of two bones, the tibia and the fibula. By using the sturdier tibia to shield, one may not even need to exert force, potentially breaking the opponent's leg. This frequently occurs in real-world fighting competitions. Such simple techniques are not achievable through the emotionally unfettered technique, which merely allows for dodging at minimal cost. When one relinquishes control to the body's instincts, evasion invariably outweighs defense. Thus, Vegeta refrains from allowing Ultra Instinct to govern evasive and defensive maneuvers, focusing solely on optimizing attack and anticipating threats. Even when the desire to exchange damage arises, Ultra Instinct influences the output as well. Of course, Gogeta recognizes the limitations of perfect Ultra Instinct, which is why he resorts to emotional Ultra Instinct. However, in the minutiae of these intricate details, he falls short compared to Vegeta. Nevertheless, against the relatively newly mastered Buu, it proves more than sufficient. After 10 minutes of combat, the disparity in their energy levels and techniques has diminished significantly. Buu possesses formidable regenerative abilities, maintaining peak condition even after sustaining multiple fatal blows. Although Gogeta has endured some injuries, he has yet to unleash his full potential. The two fighters create distance, gathering energy, while Gogeta contemplates Buu silently. As I suspected, this fellow can utilize all the techniques and traits he has absorbed. Thankfully, when the Grand Supreme Kai was absorbed, he damaged his own head. Otherwise, the complete version of Fat Buu would undoubtedly be the most formidable opponent. In truth, the Supreme Kai is not weak, it is Shin who falters. Had the Grand Supreme Kai not expended a significant portion of his divine power to seal Moro, coupled with insufficient intelligence, Majin Buu would have been obliterated long ago. It is worth noting that when the Grand Supreme Kai, on Namek, reversed the possession of Buu, his combined effects surpassed even that of the singular Ultra Blue. Moreover, at that time, the Grand Supreme Kai had much of his divine energy siphoned off by Fat Buu, which transferred to OOB. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Kai's divine power was likely reduced to a mere 10 to 20% of its peak. Later, when Goku ultimately subdued Moro, he merely absorbed the remaining 30 to 40% of the Grand Supreme Kai's divine power from OOB, directly unleashing the law manifestation to restrain the devouring Moro and annihilate him completely. Gogeta has heard from Vegeta about the events yet to unfold, particularly the Grand Supreme Kai's reverse possession of Buu, which piques his interest immensely. I must first drive this creature to despair. Gogeta clenches his fists, unleashing a radiant violet divine power, transforming his hair and eyebrows to a vivid purple. This technique he learned from the god of destruction, Goku, in the third timeline. This is also the reason Vegeta instructed Gogeta to first venture into those two timelines. In the second timeline, which can teach him the finer aspects of Ultra Instinct. While in the third timeline, familiar faces who have become gods of destruction can impart the ability to wield destructive power. Mastering these two divine techniques grants Vegeta the confidence to allow Gogeta some freedom. At this moment, Gogeta must summon an absolutely formidable force to steer the situation in accordance with his design. He closes his eyes, channeling an even greater divine power, embodying the technique of a god of destruction. In truth, this technique is more aptly named the manifestation of destructive power. The term Ultra Instinct is merely a label bestowed by Vegeta himself, just as he stubbornly insists on referring to Ultra Instinct as Ultimate Vegeta No. 1. The nuances between Gogeta and Vegeta's Ultra Instinct are somewhat distinct. Unlike Vegeta, whose eyebrows vanish, Gogeta's merely transform into a deep purple hue. This alteration seems to stem from the influence of emotional autonomous Ultra Instinct. However, its potency surpasses that of Vegeta's Ultra Instinct. Emotional autonomous Ultra Instinct is no longer constrained by stable emotions, nor does it require the body to instinctively evade. Gogeta is determined to launch a fierce assault. He stands as the epitome among Saiyans, a paragon of fusion. What joy lies in a passive fighting style? It would be far more worthwhile to practice the techniques manifested by Vegito in those manga, especially one called Thoughtless Rebirth, which is better suited for a laid-back approach. Upon witnessing the transformation in Gogeta's appearance, Buu felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Is that the power of destruction? From the memories of those beings within me, this must be the first time you've unleashed it, right? Gogeta smiled faintly the moment he opened his eyes. He unleashed a destructive energy blast with his gaze. In an instant, Buu's lower body erupted violently, obliterated to the last cell. With arms crossed, Gogeta remarked with a grin, "If you can recognize me, then you must understand that eradicating you would be a trivial task. Your immortality is insufficient to withstand destruction." Buu, now with a newly regenerated lower body, laughed despite the sweat on his forehead. "Indeed, if I were to be struck directly, I would cease to exist. But those I have absorbed would perish as well. Is that truly acceptable? Though you could revive them with the Dragon Balls, Vegito, in a bid to spare his comrades, would rather engage with me than simply obliterate me. Of course, I can comprehend your lack of strategy and magnanimity, considering Potara's superiority over Metamor in all aspects." With a surge of energy, Gogeta unleashed a ki blast that obliterated Buu's head. Furrowing his brow, he declared, "Do not provoke me. I recall your strength compresses to a mere fraction within my body, right? I could even come inside and fight you." Buu reformed his head and replied, "That's your proposition, to let me absorb you first, and then we can battle inside. If you manage to defeat me, I shall return your comrades. What do you say?" Gogeta, radiating immense divine power, concentrated a purple destructive energy wave and responded, "Not at all. I intend to bring you to the brink of suffering, compelling you to regurgitate them." With that, Gogeta relentlessly bombarded Buu with energy blasts, employing a princely technique that echoed through the air. Even infused with a modicum of destructive force, these strikes would not annihilate Buu completely. Buu was left with no choice but to swiftly turn and flee, while Gogeta deliberately guided his escape route. Meanwhile, Buu noticed another observer in the fray, Broly. According to the memories of those beings, he has begun to grasp some of the power of destruction. This is a glimmer of hope. If I can absorb this fellow, even Gogeta would be unable to defeat me. Buu soared towards Broly. However, Vegeta's relentless energy blast showed no signs of abating. Upon noticing Buu's approach, Broly steeled himself for battle. Yet, he refrained from transforming immediately, resulting in him being swiftly subdued by Buu's overwhelming might, followed by a devastating energy blast from Vegeta that left him gravely injured. "Well done, Vegeta. If this fellow weren't wounded, my efforts to absorb him would be quite arduous. I claim his power." Vegeta gazed at Broly being absorbed, his expression one of sheer terror. This is bad. Chapter 109. The ultimate causality after Buu absorbed Broly. His appearance underwent a transformation. A green leather apron adorned his waist, and his physique became more robust. He floated triumphantly before Vegeta, emanating a faint aura of destructive energy. "What do you think, Vegeta? How much do you reckon your chances of victory have diminished?" Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged at Buu. The moment he threw a punch, Buu vanished before his eyes, reappearing behind him in a blur, placing a hand on his shoulder. Can you fathom it? This creature's power, combined with Kakarot's prowess and Vegeta's innate talent. By the way, the Vegeta within me has also replicated Kakarot's divine techniques. My divine energy is now so potent that it terrifies even me. In truth, even without absorbing Broly, I could vanquish you, provided I grasped the principles of destructive energy. Vegeta pivoted and unleashed a spinning kick at Buu. "Then come and try?" Buu sidestepped the attack, seizing Vegeta's ankle, and then dove towards the ground at full speed, slamming Vegeta down with tremendous force. This was the most severe injury Buu had inflicted on Vegeta since their battle commenced. He yanked Vegeta up by his vest and declared, "Do you know? Perhaps due to absorbing Vegeta, I find it shameful to rely on absorbing more individuals to defeat you. However, for you, I can endure even a blow to my pride." Buu unleashed an energy blast into Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward and triggering a violent explosion. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Vegeta emerged, his vest tattered and covered in visible wounds, yet his energy surged ever stronger. With a smirk, Vegeta remarked, "Humph. Your half-baked divine techniques cannot overcome me." Buu, arms crossed and grounded, gazed at the suspended Vegeta and chuckled. "Is that so?" The next moment, An overwhelming surge of destructive energy erupted from Buu, far surpassing Vegeta's own. Have you forgotten? I mentioned that on top of all these individuals' abilities, I possess Vegeta's talent and intuition. I have now discovered the perfect equilibrium, allowing me to maximize both divine techniques simultaneously. Just a bit more, I can feel it. A tad more. Even angels and the Grand Priest are no match for me. Once I defeat and absorb you, I shall pursue the Super Dragon Balls. With an indelible body, I will usurp the throne of the Omni King. In an instant, Buu teleported behind Vegito. Although Vegito's Ultra Instinct had sensed the impending danger, his body could not keep pace with Buu's speed. Before he could fully turn around, Buu struck him with a powerful blow, sending him flying. Enraptured by his continuously escalating strength, a limitless power derived from Broly's traits and destruction, Buu gazed at the immense crater left by Vegito's impact and declared, at best, this is all you can muster. If you lack a stronger technique, the game can come to an end. Moments later, a voice echoed from within the crater. Kaioken. Vegito erupted with a purplish-red aura, charging at Buu and landing a punch on his face. He then seized Buu's tail, relentlessly pummeling him. At this juncture, the side effects of the Kaioken became fuel for his destructive force. However, as Buu unleashed a more perfected form of Ultra Instinct, coupled with a further increase in strength, he effortlessly swatted Vegito away. Vegito crashed back to the ground, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Observing this, Buu descended slowly before him, his flesh beginning to spread. It is over. Let us merge into one. Just as Buu's flesh was about to completely envelop Vegito, a slight smile crept across his lips. Soul Reaper. Buu momentarily lost focus, and the mass of flesh encasing Vegito instinctively adhered to him without Buu's command. Buu's form began to transform once more, the vestments of Metamor reappearing on his torso, while Broly's leather apron remained around his waist. The only remnants of Vegito's features were the pair of Patera earrings adorning his ears. He stood there silently, while Vegito, encased within the flesh, opened his eyes. The plan is a success. From now on, I shall be the one to control this body. Buu's ebony eyes shifted to white, with his pupils changing from red to black. He raised his hand, feeling the power coursing through this new form, and unlike Buu, I shall not be influenced by the personalities of others. I am the more perfect being. Now, I await your arrival. On the spaceship, Bulma trembled in fear, covering her mouth to stifle her cries. She hurriedly located the time-space telephone aboard the ship and dialed for help. Is it Vegito? As Bulma connected the call for assistance, Buu stood with arms crossed, awaiting his adversaries. At that moment, the fabric of space began to warp, and he became alert. A group emerged from the dimensional portal. Seeing them, Buu felt a tinge of disappointment. Is this what Vegito referred to as the Time Patrol? Among them was a doppelganger of Kuranoa, adorned in Time Patrol attire, accompanied by Time Patrol Goku, Time Patrol Vegeta, Gohan, Super Vegito, and Super Saiyan Goku. Kuranoa addressed Buu. Vegito, the danger level of this timeline is far too high. If he continues to grow unchecked, the majority of the multiverse will face annihilation. Upon hearing the words of the Kai of Time, Buu Vegito crossed his arms and responded in Buu's voice. It is evident that you have come specifically to seek me. But what purpose does your arrival serve? Kuranoa tossed a pair of earrings to Time-Space Goku, proclaiming, these earrings are unlike any other. This time, your fusion into Vegito will yield not merely a multiple of your individual strengths. The variant Super Vegito, while adorning the earrings, inquired, and how substantial is that? Hehe. Comparable to the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta of the time-space continuum. It can achieve a magnitude of several tens of times. At this revelation, Buu gazed at the group with an expression of incredulity. Tens of times. What say you? Are you frightened? Time Patrol Goku, on the verge of dancing, remarked that Kuranoa seems not to exhibit fear, but rather disappointment. Enough chit-chat. I have other methods. Hasten and fuse into Gogeta. Once time-space Goku also fused into Gogeta. Buu felt the dual energies surging, veins pulsating on his forehead. You dare call yourselves Gogeta and Vegito? Before the Time Patrol could make their next move, Buu lunged forward, and at that moment, Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, while Vegito assumed Super Saiyan Blue, wielding a 20-fold Kaioken to stand at the forefront. Yet, they were swiftly hurled aside by Buu, leaving them grievously weakened. Time Patrol Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan God, soaring towards Buu, sword drawn. However, Buu teleported before him, forcefully retracting the half-drawn blade. then rendered him unconscious with a mere finger. Time Patrol Gohan hurriedly administered a Senza beam to Time Patrol Trunks. Trunks, wake up. Buu pointed menacingly at Kuranoya. Scram back. I am in a good mood today. Do not provoke me to take lives. And those worthless fusions you've created should all be renamed. Kuranoya produced another pair of earrings for Time Patrol Trunks and Gohan. Do not celebrate prematurely. My latest research on the ultimate secret has yet to be unleashed. If you possess the courage, await our fusion. Buu coldly replied, you have 1 minute. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Gohan and Trunks donned the Patera earrings, merging into Gohan Trunks. Kuranoya conjured 3 green wristbands for the 3 fusing individuals. These fusion wristbands were crafted by a Bulma from another timeline. Their amplification effects are akin to the dance of Metamor, and there are no limits on the number of participants or duration. Thus, the Time Patrol would no longer be underestimated. The trio fused into an ultimate being, radiating a formidable aura directed at Buu. Buu, regarding this doll-like fusion, inquired, who are you? I am neither Goku, nor Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Gogeta, nor Vegito. I am, before he could complete his statement. Buu raised 2 fingers toward him, destructive disability. Boom. The being, who had yet to reveal his name, was instantly gravely injured. Buu approached and tossed a piece of flesh onto the fallen figure. Though your existence is akin to a jest, I shall gladly absorb your energy. After absorbing the fused entity, Buu's form remained unchanged. He turned to Kuranoya and smiled. Is the Time Patrol merely a charitable organization for villains? Before Kuranoya could respond, he was instantly absorbed by Buu. After this incident, he contemplated visiting the Time Patrol's headquarters to incapacitate all of them, mere gestures akin to sin. With this thought, he lifted his gaze to the sky. Are we nearly there? Moments later, a time-traveling spaceship materialized out of thin air. There was no time to mourn the Time Patrol's clowns, for the next to emerge was the unparalleled champion. Thud, thud. A figure clad in a blue martial arts uniform descended gracefully before Buu, scrutinizing him closely before slowly speaking. To defeat me, you would go to such lengths using your allies? Buu gasped, taken aback that all his meticulous planning had been so easily discerned. Yet, at this juncture, nothing mattered anymore. He crossed his arms, revealing a resigned smile. This is not my fault, but rather that of our brotherhood. As a being of fusion, why must I forever dwell in your shadow of invincibility? I have just witnessed the power of the Time Patrol's ineptitude, which has left me questioning the strongest causal relationship. Vegito regarded him with an indifferent gaze. What doubts do you harbor? Buu chuckled. Is it because you are Vegito that you are invincible? Or is it your invincibility that makes you Vegito? Vegito, arms folded, replied, I am not invincible. I have tasted defeat, as you have witnessed. Buu erupted in a frenzied roar. Do not feign ignorance. Do you think I am unaware of everything? At this point, if you are not the strongest, what meaning does all my effort hold? Soon, he calmed himself, closed his eyes, and smiled, but none of that matters anymore. With that, Buu and Vegito assumed their battle stances, grinning. The fact that you stand before me now is what truly matters. Chapter 110, Divine Technique. Fusion Beyond. In an instant, Vegeta teleported behind Vegito, merely glancing at the current state of affairs. This fellow is not Majin Buu, but rather Gogeta, isn't he? Hearing this, Gogeta stared at Vegeta in astonishment. Even you. Old Vegeta crossed his arms. Such trivial tricks cannot escape my notice. Do you think you can deceive Vegito? Vegito inquired. What do you truly desire? Gogeta unleashed a formidable aura, clenching his fists and roaring. All I seek is to defeat you. You continually humiliate me, deliberately sending me to the timelines you've traversed, intentionally using the words of others to convey that I am inferior to you. Each and every one of them says the same. Even if I can conquer them, they will still proclaim the same. Gogeta pointed at Vegito. You fear my growth, yet you cannot restrain my physical development. Instead, you confine my spirit. You are controlling my mind, preventing me from ever attaining your realm. Upon hearing this, Vegito closed his eyes and displayed a resigned smile, recalling how he had kindly allowed Gogeta and others to handle their timelines independently. Allow the Vis from the second dimension to impart upon him a more refined version of the zenith of ultimate freedom, along with the mastery of various divine powers. Let the denizens of the third dimension instruct him on wielding the force of destruction and the limitless potential. Yet, in the end, he is misconstrued as deliberately suppressing him on a psychological level. Observing that Vegeta remains silent, the puppet Gogeta roars anew. Answer me. Is this not your scheme? Yes. Old B, gazing at Vegeta with astonishment, remarks. Though I am certain you are no paragon of virtue, you are not one to indulge in such petty tactics. It matters not, it simply is. Vegeta opens his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Gogeta. But what of it? Even if that were the case. Vegeta is disinclined to elucidate, indifferent to Gogeta's negative perceptions of him. For the fleeting words of outsiders cannot alter the course of events. Vegeta remains unmoved by the judgments of others. However, upon hearing this, Gogeta erupts with even greater fury. I knew it. If I were to slay you today, you would deserve it. Old B, glaring at Gogeta, retorts, you, who deliberately allowed Bu to absorb everyone, simply to defeat Vegeta. They should have been your kin. You are the one who deserves condemnation. Gogeta raises his hand, pointing at Old B. Mind your words, material. In the next moment, an invisible force of destruction rushes towards Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta positions himself in front, raising his hand to dissipate the energy with an equal force. Gogeta stares at Vegeta, who has yet to transform but still counters his destructive energy. Indeed, you are stronger than I anticipated. Had I not acted thus, I would stand no chance against you. Old B, nearly entirely shielded behind Vegeta, continues. What do you truly consider them? Consider them? Gogeta murmurs. Do you believe I am the only one capable of such actions? Do you think Vegeta would refrain from similar deeds? He thumps his chest. For within me lies another Vegeta. Thus, I now comprehend his sentiments. Should a formidable ally stand by him, he too would allow Bu to absorb that counterpart. He turns to Vegeta. Am I not correct? After a brief silence, Vegeta replies, indeed, if during my traversal through dimensions, I were to encounter a sufficiently powerful version of myself engaged in battle with Bu, I too would send another version of myself to be absorbed, only to subsequently vanquish him. Gogeta erupts in laughter. Ha ha ha. See, we are essentially no different. Vegeta counters. No, we are fundamentally dissimilar. I stated I would defeat him, not be absorbed by him, nor would I exploit his power to turn against my allies. Regardless of the thirst for power, there must be a moral boundary. That boundary is companionship. He adds as a reminder. You may believe you can master the powers of so many, yet your psyche is beginning to falter. Each individual you have absorbed possesses a formidable will, which is now affecting your fundamental perception. In an instant, Gogeta unleashes an even more potent aura. It matters not. I shall obliterate their souls. Only the strength of the body remains for me to command. Indeed, let us commence with you from this world. Soul Arbiter. In an instant, Gogeta annihilated the soul of Vegeta within him, leaving only a physical form. Vegeta could sense the powerful soul within Gogeta dissipating. He furrowed his brow and gazed at Gogeta, stating, You shall never attain the realm of the transcendent. Gogeta, arms crossed, replied with a smile. Rather than quibble over right and wrong here, you would do better to come and kill me with a resolute acceptance of death. Only those who survive are truly justified. In 5 minutes, I shall erase the soul of that time patroller, followed by Kefla, Broly, and Goku. Upon hearing this, Vegeta looked at Gogeta in astonishment. What has driven you to such lengths? Vegeta raised his hand, saying, No need for further words. That fellow has already made his determination. Vegeta understood that Gogeta had no intention of surviving this confrontation. What he sought now was a battle to the fullest of his capabilities. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue evolution. Come forth. Gogeta immediately split into two. I recognize your overwhelming strength, and thus I shall employ every means at my disposal against you. Conveniently, my control over souls has become increasingly adept. This next move shall serve as evidence of the Metamoran effect surpassing Patera. The two Gogetas began to perform the fusion dance in midair, and Vegeta made no attempt to intervene. Fusion. Gogeta's aura surged violently, as he looked at his hands and smiled. You had best be mentally prepared, Vegeta. Due to Buu's physique, this fusion bears no time constraints. Furthermore, should I perceive that you are not exerting your full strength in battle, I will annihilate all your companions aboard that ship. As the words left his lips, Vegeta's form flickered, and he instantly appeared before Gogeta, landing a punch squarely in his mouth, which penetrated through to his skull. With his other hand, he seized the tail atop Gogeta's head and yanked forcefully, decapitating him from the jaw upward. holding the severed head by the tail. Vegeta gazed into Gogeta's eyes and remarked, "Do you believe Buu's body has aided you? No, it has merely unraveled the constraints on my techniques. With this immortal form, I can unleash my full potential in combat. Henceforth, it is you who must prepare yourself mentally." Gogeta's body lunged towards Vegeta, delivering a high whip kick. Vegeta, employing the emotion control ultimate technique, raised his hand to block, altering the mass of the severed head he held. He then swung it back, using the head as a flail to strike heavily against Gogeta's chest. Gogeta plummeted rapidly to the ground, creating a massive crater akin to a lunar impact. Vegeta, arms crossed, floated in the air, awaiting Gogeta's healing. Upon his recovery, instead of displaying impotent rage, the power Vegeta exhibited was precisely what he had anticipated. He looked up at Vegeta and said, "Is there truly no limit? One can only approach infinitely close, yet never truly touch you, and the closer one gets, the slower the pace becomes. I must commend you for your ability to develop such techniques, yet I fail to comprehend your reasoning for imparting such formidable skills to others. However, you likely did not anticipate that those from the temporal realm would also share this technique with me. The fact that you are compelled to employ this technique indicates that you believe mere numerical superiority is insufficient to defeat me, does it not? Indeed, at this juncture, the simple enhancement of numbers holds little significance for us." Vegeta responded, "It holds meaning, but not in multiples of several, dozens, hundreds, or thousands. Rather, it is the transcendental enhancement across dimensions that bears true significance." Gogeta similarly unleashed limitless power and charged towards Vegeta. He manifested all his might, transforming into a colossal purple dragon, then unleashed an attack imbued with the chaotic energies of the temporal turbulence towards Vegeta. Temporal distortion dragon fist. Old Vegeta, witnessing this formidable blow, exclaimed, "This is bad. Quickly, teleport him away, even if this attack were to miss." The temporal energy contained within could obliterate a significant portion of a galaxy. Unperturbed, Vegeta raised his hand, and with a resounding clap, the tremendous punch, upon making contact with his palm, fizzled out like a defused nuclear bomb. Gogeta stared incredulously at Vegeta's hand. "How is this possible?" Vegeta retaliated with a punch that sent him flying, saying, "How could it be? Such a technique cannot possibly affect me, even if the results surpass those of Whis. All I need to do is perceive the distortion of time and space within your attack using Ultra Instinct, and then correct that distortion with equal force from all angles." Gogeta shouted. "Even if you can nullify the power of temporal distortion, the sheer might contained within the Dragon Fist is not something you can easily withstand." Vegeta contemplatively regarded his palm. "It is a trivial matter. One merely needs to create a space capable of absorbing immense impact. Much like bubblegum, yet it is spatial bubblegum." Gogeta murmured, "I see. No wonder I sensed an unusual resistance when I approached within 10 meters of you. I assumed it was merely the expanded range of your limitless power. Turns out it is a new technique." With this realization, Gogeta's anger intensified. "You always manage to stay a step ahead of me. Yet, what I wish to see is your full, unrestrained strike. Just as you unleashed upon Gohan. I have absorbed so many. I did not come here to witness you play tricks." Vegeta, with a resigned gesture, replied, "Though it may be somewhat hurtful to say, you have yet to earn the right to compel me to unleash my pure and absolute power." Gogeta vehemently protested, "I have come this far, forsaking my personality, identity, morals, and dignity. Yet you hesitate to unleash your most powerful technique against me." With a hint of desperation in his tone, Gogeta implored, "Consider it for me, for those I have absorbed. Unleash your mightiest blow upon me." After a brief silence, Vegeta descended back to the ground, raising his hand towards Gogeta, inquiring, "What do you believe is the most potent enhancement effect of a fused being?" Gogeta, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, murmured, "Multiplication? That is merely a tedious legend. Even you may find it impossible to achieve the effect of two entities multiplied together." Vegeta gathered his fingers, preparing to snap, and in an instant, his hair transformed into a shimmering silver. However, this all-encompassing energy mastery was not intended to amplify strength, but rather to significantly enhance precision and control. He gazed at Goku and remarked, "Indeed, the heights I can attain are not merely the result of multiplication between entities. Rather, they transcend that, representing a multiplication of myself with myself." Nanny. Goku sensed an extraordinarily potent energy suddenly surge within Vegeta, as if it had erupted within him. Before him, a black energy particle manifested between Vegeta's thumb and middle finger. The divine technique surpassed mere multiplication. A minuscule blast. Boom. A colossal wave of black energy, accompanied by streams of light, was rapidly unleashed from Vegeta's fingertips. Goku felt as though he had been thrust into a high-speed alternate dimension composed solely of blackness and countless luminous lines. Chapter 111. The height of a fountain cannot exceed its source. Boom. Countless multiverse spaces were instantaneously breached by a massive rift. Compared to the previous punch that had emptied Gohan, this attack wrought an even greater devastation. Fortunately, under the influence of other powers, the damaged dimensional barriers swiftly restored themselves. Nonetheless, in a certain mysterious vastness of time and space, a Vegeta clad in a brown combat suit gazed upward, a smile gracing his face. The cage had grown weaker. The moment had arrived. This time, even that Kakarot would be unable to thwart me. In the next instant, he vanished from his position. Returning to the scene in the sixth time-space, the Earth was left scarred by the impact, a continent having been raised. Vegeta reverted to his super blue evolution form, discarding a pink mass of flesh onto the ground. As the mass began to swell, he delivered a punch. The forced separation technique. All those absorbed were expelled from the mass, yet aside from Goku, everyone else was left unconscious. The Vegeta of the sixth time-space had become akin to a vegetative state, possessing a living body but lacking a soul. However, this posed no concern for the current Vegeta. Even if his essence were to dissipate, it mattered not. He could simply reverse the flow of time in this space. Goku knelt on the ground, lifting his gaze to Vegeta. You could have obliterated me into nothingness. Did you spare my life due to the others? Now you may kill me. Vegeta turned his back to Goku, stating, I do not wish to kill you. I understand the burden you bear in facing these individuals after everything you've done, so I simply wish for an end. But rest assured, they will remain oblivious. And that Vegeta will not divulge anything. From this point forward, I shall not return to the first time space. Vegeta recognized that he bore an undeniable responsibility for Goku's current state. Had he not departed and maintained an equal standing with Goku, things would not have come to this. Goku's life had been one of failure, having been first born in the Tournament of Power, only to be crushed by the fused Jiren and face defeat. After a hard-won rebirth, he believed he would not disintegrate. Armed with the talents of a fusion warrior, he aspired to reach greater heights. Yet, he encountered an even more formidable fusion being. Although he could vanquish everyone except for Vegito, an overwhelming sense of emptiness lingered within him. As he delved deeper into the deeds of Vegito, the disparity only grew more pronounced. It was not a lack of self-esteem that plagued him. Rather, it was an excess of pride that led to his turmoil. As a fusion warrior, how could he resign himself to always being second best? Rather than succumb to despair, he resolved to abandon all psychological burdens in pursuit of a sliver of hope to surpass the foremost. Gogeta rose, gazing at Vegeto's silhouette, and inquired, From the very moment you chose to depart, were you not prepared to never return? Vegito halted and replied, We both understand that a single timeline cannot accommodate two fused beings of Kakarot and Vegeta. Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, pointing at Vegito. So you acknowledge that I will never catch up to you. You pity me. Allow me to uphold the dignity of a fusion warrior and reign supreme in this realm. Vegito countered, To be invincible is not a privilege. It is, in fact, a profound responsibility. If one wields unparalleled power, yet fails to safeguard what they hold dear, they are no better than the Omni King, possessing the ability to obliterate worlds, yet choosing only to wreak havoc. I departed because I believed in your potential to transcend the Omni King, guiding a timeline to greater heights. Consider this all my fault. Had I never existed, you would not be who you are today. Despite the circumstances, I still wish for you to serve as an exemplar for all. At this juncture, Vegito turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Gogeta. Tell me, Gogeta, have I overestimated you? Gogeta bowed his head, a tempest of guilt, regret, and resentment flooding his heart. His clenched fist trembled slightly. I do not seek your pity. Since you are the more perfect being, you must shoulder this responsibility. This world does not need someone like me, who has forsaken everything in pursuit of victory. Gogeta launched himself at Vegito, striking towards the back of Vegito's head. Vegito deftly evaded, and Gogeta followed with a downward kick aimed at Vegito's knee. However, Vegito pivoted with greater speed, delivering a swift palm strike that sent Gogeta crashing to the ground. Cease this at once. How long do you intend to cause this ruckus? Gogeta rose again, relentlessly attacking Vegito. Vegito continued to dodge, while Gogeta exclaimed, Why? Why is it that the mightier one is not me? If our roles were reversed, would you accept the reality of being the second-rate fusion warrior? With that, Gogeta landed a punch squarely on Vegito's forehead, but Vegito remained unmoved, staring intently at Gogeta. If in reality you will always overshadow me, I shall distort and shatter this reality. Your inception was marred by failure, robbing you of the inherent spirit that a fusion warrior ought to possess. You cannot sever ties with the past, nor can you meticulously chart the future. All that remains is an obsession with transcending my being in the present moment. The constraints that bind you are not imposed by others, but by yourself. It is your own conviction that you can never catch up with me. The height of a fountain will never surpass its source, just as a Saiyans' potential cannot exceed the beliefs that reside within their heart. Upon hearing these words, Gogeta gasped in realization. He finally comprehended what was lacking between himself and Vegito. It is the absolute acknowledgement of one's own strength that constitutes true belief. Vegito continued, Remember this. Gogeta, there are many in this world who surpass me in power. However, I shall not obsess over their might. I only require unwavering confidence in myself. This is the essence of a fused warrior's spirit. Seeing that Gogeta had achieved complete enlightenment, Vegito altered the memories of everyone, allowing Gogeta to persist as a hero. Farewell, my third brother. With that, he and Old Bey made their way toward the spacecraft's cabin. Gogeta, watching the slowly closing hatch, inquired, Will we meet again? Vegito crossed his arms and chuckled, Who knows? But therein lies the true meaning of farewell. When you find yourself in trouble again, I shall return. Yet I am confident that from this day forth, there will be no challenge you cannot overcome. After the spacecraft vanished, Gogeta realized that the first timeline had lost a profoundly significant presence, and he had lost a brother. On board the ship, Old Bey asked, Is this truly for the best? Are we not returning? Vegito replied, Our home has never been a fixed place or space. His gaze swept over the group. This home is constituted by all of you. I am already content being with you. Gogeta's situation serves as a reminder to never discard one's principles. Android 18 stepped forward to embrace Vegito, saying, No matter what happens, we will stand by your side. Mini 21 chimed in, resting on Vegito's back, Me too. We are all family. Farewell, but you are merely a pet at best, Bulma remarked from the control panel. So where to next? Any suggestions? To be honest, I would like to meet the versions of myself from other timelines. Bulma tapped two buttons on the control panel. There happens to be one, year 780 of the age. During the Tournament of Power, a timeline that not only features you, but also the fused Jiren, who once defeated Gogeta. Vegito, intrigued, stepped forward. Then let us meet them. But do not intervene directly in the current timeline. Let us shift time forward a bit. Create a new timeline, designated as Timeline 7, and we shall represent Universe 6 in the competition. Chapter 112, Black Flash Mode on the Journey. Old Bey sat beside Vegito and asked, By the way, what is this divine technique of yours? It seems you used this power when battling Gohan and during your time in the Fourth Demon Realm. It resembled a colossal energy exploding within you. Vegito explained, This is a composite divine technique, belonging to the category of explosive moves. Although powerful, such abilities come with significant risks. A moment of carelessness could result in one's own obliteration. Mastering this technique requires several prerequisites. Curious, Old Bey inquired, What prerequisites? To which Vegeta, crossing his arms, replied, Firstly, one must be adept at destruction, capable of targeting matter at the atomic level. The instant matter is annihilated. It releases an immense amount of energy before vanishing. The greater the energy contained within the matter itself, the larger the energy released upon its destruction. One must first generate this substance within their own body using divine power, a solid matter composed of an extraordinarily potent energy body. However, this substance must be small, necessitating constant compression. Subsequently, through atomic-level manipulation, one can destroy this matter within, thereby releasing formidable energy. Of course, one's body must be able to withstand the immense energy being unleashed within. Thus, divine power must also be employed, such as the technique of ultimate freedom, to strengthen and transform one's physique. Old Bey pressed further. How does one strengthen and transform? Vegeta responded, Firstly, One must exert utmost effort using the technique of ultimate freedom to fortify the body, particularly at the moment when energy explodes within. Secondly, it requires the application of another divine technique, imbuing the body with the concept of permanence, though this permanence is limited. Should one exceed this threshold, self-detonation will ensue. Therefore, to transcend limits, one must control the moment of energy explosion and bestow it with permanence using divine power. This provides a dual safeguard. When energy is on the verge of exploding but has not yet done so, one employs precise atomic-level control to concentrate this explosive energy and release it at a single point. Thus, one achieves an extraordinary amplification, arguably multiplying one's own energy. Old Bey furrowed his brow and murmured, "Such a complex divine technique. Does this mean there is no adversary you cannot defeat in this world?" After a moment of contemplation, Vegito replied, "Unless faced with conceptual opponents immune to energy and physical attacks, there is no one who stands against me." Mini 21, listening intently, found this a fascinating amalgamation of science and divine power. As Vegeta spoke, she began to tentatively experiment. This is exceedingly difficult. Unless one possesses several brains to control different steps, each brain must perfectly master a corresponding divine technique. Vegeta turned to Mini 21 and asked, "Is it difficult?" Reaching this stage is merely a preliminary accomplishment. What? The others gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. He continued, "This technique, beyond mere multiplication, entails the presence of various energy types within the body, subsequently allowing for their multiplication." Multiplying energy? How is that achieved? Vegeta stroked his chin and explained. The term multiplication is somewhat vague. It essentially refers to the swift collision and fusion of energies of different natures. This allows for a substantial enhancement in both the quality and quantity of one's energy, thereby supporting the energy expenditure required for the aforementioned steps. Moreover, the collision of energies of differing natures produces distinct forms of energy. For instance, when two negative energies converge, they yield a formidable positive energy, a phenomenon one might refer to as energy inversion. The inspiration behind Vegito arises not solely from the reversal of incantation techniques, but also from two disparate methods of fusion. One method involves a gentle synchronization, harmoniously blending the two forces for a stable enhancement, reminiscent of the fusion technique of the Metamorphs. The other method, however, disregards all distinctions and forces a collision, resulting in unpredictable effects, which may even render the combined entity weaker than the original. When Goku and Vegeta, both possessing similar energy qualities yet starkly different personalities, collide, the instantaneous reaction is bound to be magnified. Vegito even postulated that had Goku fused with Majin Vegeta using the Patera earrings, the outcome would have been significantly more potent than his fusion with the deceased Vegeta, as the latter's essence was altered due to Babidi-S influence, creating a considerable disparity in energy nature. At this juncture, Old B queried, "Why not fuse two forms of positive energy?" To which number 21 speculated, "Perhaps it is because the natures of positive energies are too closely aligned, resulting in a rapid collision that merely transforms into a singular type of energy, yielding little in terms of additional energy." Vegito nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, positive energies do not exhibit much variation, differing only in energy mass. Conversely, the disparity among negative energies is pronounced, making their amalgamation challenging and necessitating a violent clash. It is also feasible to collide positive and negative energies, but the resultant energy would not be divine in nature. My technique used against Gogeta was indeed a collision of both negative and positive energies." With a smile, Vegito remarked, "This may seem distant for you, but first, endeavor to control your body and energy using the unchanging divine technique. Gradually, attempt to collide the energies of differing natures." Old B bowed his head in contemplation. "I see now, your absorption of that female Saiyans magic was to master a form of negative energy. Yet, your words seem so effortless. How am I to find two energies of divergent natures?" Vegito suggested, "Do you not already possess them? The immense power of the great ape form from Super Saiyan 4 and the divine aura from the godly state. The great ape's power and the ordinary divine aura essentially constitute a medium energy. However, when both are compressed to extremes, the great ape's power shifts towards a negative super energy, while the divine aura transforms into a positive divine energy. By colliding these two energies, one can master a divine technique, a technique yielding nearly infinite energy through collision. which we may term as limitless. Once mastered, it not only provides access to an almost boundless energy reserve, but also allows for the transference of this concept to various realms. For instance, the enhancement of strength, speed, or defense, either singularly or in conjunction, can achieve limitless elevation, contingent upon the quality and attributes of energy, as well as the mastery of control. Even a mere foray into this technique can elevate one to several additional dimensions beyond the original limits. Old Bey gazed at Vegeta in astonishment and inquired, dimensions? How many times over? Vegeta chuckled. It's difficult to quantify, but it's certainly no less than 100,000 times. When we amalgamate what I previously articulated with the energy generated post-collision, alongside the energy produced from fusion and destruction, we glimpse the true essence of the divine technique multiplied infinitely. Any absence of even one component renders it incomplete. Mini 21, with a cursory estimation, remarked, by your account, this effect transcends mere multiplication. Vegeta pointedly poked Mini 21's abdomen and replied, that is precisely why I said it is beyond multiplication. Moreover, I am refining this technique. It is not suitable for prolonged combat, but is rather intended for instantaneous energy surges. If this energy were to permeate my entire being, it would be exceedingly difficult to control. Hence, I have attenuated the energy's quality. This allows me to sustain combat at a maximum limit of 25th power energy level, which, naturally, exceeds mere multiplication. Mini 21 clutched her belly and inquired, does this technique have a name? No. Then allow me to name it, considering the 25th power enhancement. Let us call it 25 Special. It sounds incredibly cool. Vegeta grimaced at Mini 21 and retorted, that sounds utterly ridiculous. Akin to being cleaved in half or shattered by some mechanical monstrosity. It's far better to name it Black Flash Mode, as when I utilize this energy, I unleash a tempest of black lightning. Old Bey mused, that sounds promising. If I could master such a technique, could I defeat Gogeta? If Gogeta undergoes no qualitative transformation, you could treat him as an adversary. You might even stand on equal footing with my Ultra Blue form without restrictions. Old Bey was intrigued by this new term, Ultra Blue Unleashed. Indeed, it signifies transcending the constraints of rules, allowing for unlimited enhancement without invoking any divine technique. However, this transformation demands a tremendous expenditure of divine power. It is akin to a divine technique in itself. As the conversation drew to a close, Bulma at the control panel announced, we are nearing our destination. Is everyone prepared? Vegeta rose and stated, upon arrival, I and Vegeta shall partake in the tournament of power while you all explore the sixth universe. Raditz promptly interjected, Lord Vegeta, might we be granted an opportunity? We too wish to partake. Very well, Raditz, Dallas, and Nappa, you three shall join, making us a party of 5. We can strike a pose reminiscent of the Ginyu Force upon our entrance. Raditz murmured, well, it's not strictly necessary to participate. Enough chatter. I have awaited this day for far too long. Soon, we shall don matching battle attire and proclaim ourselves as the Great Saiyan Combat Team. Chapter 113. Zampa, Stability in the Sixth Universe Time Space 7, Sixth Universe God of Destruction Realm. 40 minutes prior to the commencement of the power tournament, a spacecraft materialized unexpectedly above the palace of Kampa, instantly capturing the attention of Kampa and his companions, including Vados. Inside the vessel, Vegeta removed his earrings, stowing them away. Before donning the attire of a Saiyan warrior, he wore a form-fitting blue bodysuit accompanied by a white battle uniform with shoulder guards, complemented by 3 pieces of a skirt, reminiscent of Vegeta's first arrival on Earth. The sole distinction was a flowing orange cape draped over his shoulders. Vegeta adorned himself in a similar ensemble, although his cape was a striking red. Standing before a mirror, Vegeta admired his new attire and inquired, what do you think? Android 18 surveyed him with satisfaction, remarking, though not of earthly design, it looks quite dashing. Vegeta, hands on his hips, chuckled, haha, I shall reluctantly assume the mantle of King Vegeta for this occasion. Old Vegeta, standing nearby, interjected, the title of king is of little consequence, but there exists another Vegeta in this timeline. Are you truly prepared to battle in the sixth universe under that name? Then I shall enter as Gogeta, Vegeta replied, conjuring several masks from thin air to distribute among the group, saying, let us obscure our faces as well. Meanwhile, Kampa, observing the spacecraft, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Aside from the Omni King and the Grand Priest, Few could command his respect for such an extended duration. He raised a finger and unleashed a torrent of purple destructive energy toward the vessel. However, upon contact, the energy was absorbed by the ship. Within moments, the hatch opened, and 5 Saiyans emerged, soaring through the air as if executing high dives, twisting and turning before landing gracefully on the ground. They struck a pose reminiscent of the Ginyu Force, though old Vegeta stumbled upon landing, his head embedding itself in the ground. Whether this was intentional remained known only to him. Vegeta turned to old Vegeta, exclaiming, "What was that?" It was supposed to be an extraordinary entrance. It seems further practice is necessary. Kampa, feeling slighted by their apparent disregard, was about to explode with anger when Vados cautioned, "Lord Kampa, perhaps you should carefully assess the divine power and essence of the one in the center before deciding to become enraged." Kampa scrutinized Vegeta, internally astonished. Such formidable divine power. His essence far surpasses mine. Who is this formidable individual? Vegeta approached Kampa, demanding, "Who just attacked my spacecraft?" Kampa feigned indifference and turned to Vados, saying, "Vados, did you see that?" "Indeed, I did. It was Lord Kampa who initiated the attack," she confirmed. "You." Vegeta glared at the other competitors. Due to this timeline's Kale merging permanently with Caulifla, the 6th universe's numbers were 1 short, a concern that had troubled Kampa. However, with Vegeta and his companion's arrival, he could eliminate some insignificant gestures. "We have come to represent the 6th universe in the power tournament. As you can see, we are all Saiyans of the super variety." Upon hearing this, Caulifla stepped forward, scrutinizing Vegeta. "Are you also a Super Saiyan? By the way, why does your aura and voice resemble Vegeta's so closely? With hairstyles so alike, you cannot possibly be Vegeta, can you?" Zampa gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. "What? He is Vegeta? If he represents our 6th universe in battle, victory is assured." Vegeta had no intention of concealing his identity from the 6th universe's inhabitants. He promptly removed his mask and declared, "Indeed, I am Vegeta." Kefla, brimming with excitement, grasped Vegeta's hand and exclaimed, "I knew you had a crush on me. I never expected you would come to compete for my sake. This makes me so happy. After the tournament, let's get married here." Vegeta shook off Kefla's hand, replying, "Enough of this nonsense. I am not the Vegeta of this timeline. I hail from another dimension, and I am already involved with someone." Zampa, overhearing this, glanced at his team and said, "While I personally welcome your addition to my squad, I am uncertain if the Grand Zeno will permit your cross-dimensional participation." Vegeta crossed his arms and reassured, "You need not worry about that. I have my own strategies should the Grand Zeno inquire. In fact, I doubt the Grand Zeno will even care, considering that the 11th universe has already produced a fused Jiren. The notion of time manipulation being a grave offense is merely talk." Zamasu and others traversed dimensions without the Grand Zeno noticing immediately. As the supreme ruler of time and space, he does not adhere to the rules he established. The Grand Zeno even enjoys playing with another version of himself. Thus, it is likely that these regulations were created by the Kaioshin or perhaps the Galactic Patrol. When faced with such formidable beings, they merely turn a blind eye. After re-evaluating the roster, the 6th universe's contestants, in addition to the 5 Saiyans from another timeline, included Kefla, Gab, Hit, and 2 assimilated Namekians. At that moment, Mini 21 emerged from Vegeta's cloak, exclaiming, "I want to participate too." Zampa regarded Mini 21 and questioned, "You? Might you be too small?" Vegeta turned to her and inquired, "Can your current form engage in battle?" Instantly, Mini 21 transformed into her standard size. Smiling at Vegeta as she said, "Absolutely. Do not forget, I have purchased that Demon Realm gum. I've also learned a great deal from Irons. I am now stronger than my original form. Please, Vegeta, I wish to test my current strength." Vegeta then addressed the 2 Namekians. "Then you should assimilate once more to create a space for her. Rest assured, I can help you revert to your original race afterward. I possess techniques specifically for disassembling fusions." Upon hearing this proposal, Zampa immediately turned to the 2 Namekians, exclaiming, "Indeed, if you assimilate once more, you will undoubtedly become the strongest Namekians." The question arose as Kampa gazed at number 21, inquiring about her strength. Number 21, with one hand on her hip, chuckled, "I should be comparable to Vegeta, perhaps even stronger. Defeating you will pose no challenge." Although a frown lingered on Kampa's face, he understood that with this group of formidable beings, the 6th universe was assured of stability. Victory would be a daunting task for any opponent. Vegito turned to number 21 and remarked, However, since you are participating, the name number 21 may evoke thoughts of androids. It would be better to compete under the name Kefla. Subsequently, Frost initially expressed his displeasure about being unable to participate with sarcasm. Yet, Vegito waved his hand, and Raditz along with Nappa promptly seized him for a lesson, albeit rather forcefully. Unfortunately, Frost ended up being inadvertently split in two by their actions. Vegito addressed the remaining members of the Sixth Universe, stating, "All right, time waits for no one. We have 30 minutes left. Let us utilize this time to enhance your abilities slightly." Upon hearing this, Bardos inquired, "Shall we enter the hyperbolic time chamber? They have been there previously, and I fear that this short duration may not yield significant improvement." Vegito replied with a smile, "Not necessarily. Kefla, can you transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Kefla shook her head. "No, not with the abilities you possess in the Seventh Universe." Vegito carefully sensed Kefla's energy, estimating it to be roughly equivalent to a significantly enhanced, albeit inferior, version of himself from the Time Patrol. Yet, transforming into a Super Saiyan God would pose no difficulty at this level. He pondered why his counterpart in this timeline had not imparted this knowledge. Vegito stated, "Let us begin with the ritual. Once you experience the divine energy, it will become much easier." With a swift motion, he tore open a rift into another dimension. "This is my creation, the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, 30 minutes will equate to 1 month within. Hit, Kaba, and that Namekian, you should join us as well. However, Hit, I am uncertain about your growth methods, so my assistance may be limited." Hit crossed his arms and replied, "No worries. I will engage in battles with you all during this time to facilitate my growth." Hearing this, Kampa turned to Bardos. "Bardos, you should also enter and assist. It would be best if you could teach them some angelic techniques." "Of course, Lord Kampa," she responded. Once everyone entered the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegito produced several fruits and tossed them to the members of the Sixth Universe. "Ah, these should prove useful." Kefla examined the fruit in her hand and asked, "What is this?" Bardos quickly identified it. "These are spirit fruits. Consuming them can significantly enhance combat power. However, the cultivation of such fruits requires the sacrifice of a planet's life force, unless they are spawned in the demon realm, which is why they are also known as devil fruits." Kefla gazed at the fruit in astonishment. "If they are so effective, wouldn't consuming several make us invincible?" Bardos chuckled. "Not quite. The power gained from the fruit is limited. The more you consume, the weaker the effects become. Ultimately, one fruit may only yield a 1% or even 1,000th of an increase." These spirit fruits were procured by Vegito and his companions from a general store in the demon realm. However, aside from number 21, none had yet tasted them. As Kaifura consumed the fruit, her muscles instantaneously swelled, and she marveled at the tremendous surge of energy within her, exclaiming, "Incredible. This has amplified my strength multiple times over." Subsequently, the others from the Sixth Universe followed suit, indulging in the fruit, while the trio of Saiyans accompanying Vegeta also partook. This marked a significant enhancement in their power. Next, it was time for the Saiyans to ascend to godhood through a ritual. Vegeta contemplated whether he could assist them in unlocking their potential, uncertain if it was feasible to do so outside of the Supreme Kai's realm. If not, he would have to summon Neru for assistance. In Chapter 114, titled The Mysterious Person, within the confines of Vegeta's hyperbolic time chamber, Kaifura and Gabe transformed into Super Saiyan gods through the ritual. Overcome with excitement, Kaifura pointed at Vegeta and declared, "I feel as though I could defeat you in this timeline. What do you say? Care for a spar?" Vegeta, regarding Kaifura with intrigue, responded, "What has led you to such a misguided notion? Frankly, even with the spirit fruit's enhancement and your transformation into a Super Saiyan God, your strength would merely match that of Goku's perfected Ultra Instinct. Not only do you stand before me, but even in the Seventh Universe, one could contend with you using Super Saiyan forms 2 or 3. Vegeta, unsure of the true strength of his counterpart in this timeline, inferred from the performance of the merciless version. Nonetheless, he welcomed the prospect of increased strength, noting the historical nuances of this timeline, where his counterpart had managed to balance against Beerus in Super Saiyan 3, ultimately succumbing due to endurance issues. However, during their battle, he had continually emulated and absorbed Beerus's divine essence. Through sheer personal insight, he had eventually transformed into a Super Saiyan God and rendered Beerus unconscious. This might explain why the Vegeta of Timeline 7 had not utilized the ritual to assist Kaifura's transformation into a Super Saiyan God. as the inhabitants of this timeline were entirely oblivious to the existence of such a ritual. At this moment, Kaifura, feeling slighted by Vegeta's apparent disregard for her prowess, was filled with indignation. Regardless of which Vegeta it is, they all underestimate me. I shall engage you in battle. With that declaration, Kaifura leaped forward, launching a powerful punch towards Vegeta. Yet, he effortlessly blocked her full-force strike with a mere fingertip. Astonished, she gazed at him in disbelief. What? You managed to stop me with just a finger while not even transformed? Vegeta gently pushed her aside with his finger, stating, I have already indicated that our combat is futile, and there are transformations beyond Super Saiyan God. While your foundational skills are rather mediocre, even subpar, your innate talent is remarkable. Mastering these techniques should come swiftly to you. Within this month, I can amplify your strength dozens of times. First, you must transform into Super Saiyan Blue. He explained that this involved compressing energy further while in the Super Saiyan God state, and then transforming like a regular Super Saiyan. Turning to Gabe, Vegeta added, You too, and do ensure you consume more. Your physique is excessively frail. To put it bluntly, I could easily send you flying with a single kick. After guiding the two Saiyans of Universe 6, Vegeta sought to assist Hit, as well as the last Namekian of Universe 6, Pabina, in unlocking their latent potential. Although not within the realm of the Supreme Kai, he could still aid them in their development. Utilizing some exceptional methods, Vegeta replicated certain unique rules of the Supreme Kai's realm, transforming his own hyperbolic time chamber into a place akin to the Supreme Kai's domain. Once their potential was unlocked, Pabina could achieve a transformation similar to that of Piccolo's yellowed state. However, attaining the orange-hued form of Piccolo would still require his own effort or a wish to the dragon. As for Hit's raw strength, since the conclusion of the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, his focus had shifted from mastering the time-skip technique to enhancing his own power. Even prior to unlocking his potential, he had already reached a level surpassing that of Super Saiyan Blue in individual combat. In the anime and manga, Hit's portrayal diverges significantly. In the anime, upon his initial appearance, he was able to suppress Super Saiyan Blue and even forced Goku to utilize his Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken X10. Subsequent improvements revolved around the development and application of the time-skip technique, with no alterations to his inherent strength. Conversely, in the manga, while Hit's initial strength was inferior to that of Super Saiyan God, during the Tournament of Power and his confrontation with Jiren, he demonstrated a proficiency in raw power comparable to full-power Super Saiyan Blue without neglecting his technique. He developed an ability known as Time Freeze, which could decelerate an opponent's movement speed. Clearly, the current Hit resembles his manga counterpart. After unlocking his potential, he would have no trouble facing Jiren before his fusion. Vegeta remarked to Hit, Your Time Freeze technique, while capable of slowing others down, must be quite energy-consuming, correct? Furthermore, there exists a flaw. The opponent's displayed speed may not be their maximum. Hit immediately comprehended Vegeta's implication. You mean the opponent might deliberately synchronize with my slowdown, waiting for me to lower my guard, and then strike with full force unexpectedly? Vegeta nodded, affirming, precisely. Conversely, if you accelerate your own time, you can significantly reduce energy expenditure. You could first accelerate to 10 times your speed when the opponent believes that is your limit. You could suddenly surge to 100 times. This would catch them off guard. Hit gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. 100 times? Is that truly achievable? Vegeta chuckled. Of course, if I so desired, I could accelerate to an infinitely fast state in an instant, but then the thrill of battle would be lost. As long as you can harness the power of the gods, all unreal and impossible concepts can, to some extent, become feasible. Hit murmured. Even the Supreme Kai cannot wield divine power at will. Can I truly manifest it? Vegeta encouraged Hit. I believe you can. Everyone has the potential to channel divine energy. It is not exclusive to Saiyans or destroyers. The next step is to attain divine power. Certainly, this requires a certain level of mastery over energy control. Presently, you may not be capable of harnessing divine power. However, the essence of divinity is still within reach. If you utilize this divine essence as a driving force, it is conceivable that even your time manipulation techniques could undergo a remarkable transformation. For instance, one might temporarily suspend time itself. I shall impart all the temporal techniques I possess to you. However, once the tournament commences, refrain from engaging the two strongest individuals. I wish to confront them personally. The realm of time and space referred to by Bulma is originally one where the 7th universe faced defeat. Even the version of Vegeta in this timeline was unable to overcome Jiren. Yet, Jiren did not depart immediately. Instead, he made a wish to restore all universes. Consequently, Meruz would not utter that foolish desire to obliterate all timelines. Vegeta is eager to witness firsthand what makes this timeline's Jiren formidable and what enables him to best his own counterpart. While the others engage in their training, various universes are making their final preparations. In Universe 11, a figure dressed in the uniform of the Pride Troopers emerges from the shadows, possessing a well-proportioned physique with slightly robust forearms. Meruz observes this new warrior with a smile, remarking, "As I suspected, the Potara fusion merely amplifies the strengths of both parties. Now combined, your power and speed have surged. This is the newly formed Potara warrior from Toph and Dispo, swifter than Dispo and mightier than Toph." The dual-tailed angel, Margarita, gazes at this warrior and expresses her confusion. "I find it somewhat perplexing. Given the existence of the fused Jiren, why create another fusion warrior?" Meruz, with hands clasped behind his back, furrows his brow. "I harbor an ominous premonition that, aside from the 7th universe, another universe will pose a significant obstacle for us." Margarita chuckles. "I believe you are overthinking it. This fused Jiren is not from our timeline. He has been refined over countless ages and has ascended to the status of a true god of destruction in other timelines. It is nearly impossible for any warrior stronger than Vegeta to emerge from those dimensions. The critical point is that we have less than 20 minutes remaining, and with Toph and Dispo now fused, we still require one more individual." At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness, sporting a hairstyle akin to Vegeta's but in white, adorned with a mask and a pair of green Potara earrings. Clad in black martial attire and donning white and red gloves and shoes, with a white chest plate, he declared, "Allow me to take the final spot." Margarita, oblivious to the newcomer's arrival, looked at him with a hint of surprise and inquired, "Who might you be?" The mysterious figure responded slowly, "The name is inconsequential, but I am aware of what concerns you, Meruz. A swarm of pests has invaded your timeline, and I have followed them here. I can assure you that neither Toph nor the fused Jiren will stand a chance against them. Your levels are simply too low." Tospo stepped forward and gazed at the enigmatic figure, declaring, "I can sense the dark aura surrounding you. We shall never ally ourselves with someone like you." The mysterious individual chuckled, "Oh, really? Has the inherent arrogance of the combined beings manifested so soon? I wager you believe yourself to surpass both the god of destruction and that Jiren. Indeed, the gods of destruction from this timeline possess rather low standards. The angels are no different, yet do not harbor the delusion that you can conquer a god of destruction. Bear in mind that in certain timelines, Beerus could eliminate your esteemed Grand Minister with merely a finger." Tospo glanced at Vermeed, and after a brief exchange of glances, he unleashed a tremendous force of destruction and charged at the mysterious figure, proclaiming, "We shall not coexist with evil." The figure merely raised a finger to block Tospo's colossal fist, and with a flick of his other hand, he struck Tospo's forehead, sending him hurtling back, demolishing a section of the god of destruction's realm in Universe 11. He turned to Vermeed, grinning, "What do you think? If you win, the Super Dragon Balls will be yours. I merely wish to confront that swarm of pests on an appropriate stage and eradicate them. Moreover, I am aware of your desire. Should you dare to utter that wish in front of the combined Jiren, he will slay you. I have witnessed such timelines. Only in my presence can you fulfill your wish." With that, the mysterious figure extended his hand towards Vermeed. "I can collaborate with you or with other universes. The first choice is yours." After a moment of silence, Vermeed smiled and grasped the mysterious man's hand. "It's a deal." Chapter 115. The conference begins. New rules. As the time for the Tournament of Power arrived, everyone was immediately transported to the Null Realm. Womir assisted Raditz, Dales, and Nappa in altering their key to conceal their identities. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Oldby could independently change the properties of their energy using their magic. Oldby observed the participants from Universe 7 and murmured, "I didn't expect Frieza and Cell to be here, even those two little brats." In Universe 7, there were a total of 9 participants. Since Gotenks would disband after 30 minutes, they were counted as 2. The remaining 8 were Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Android 17, Android 18, Cell, Frieza, and the ever-awake Mr. Buu. Vegeta from Timeline 7 instantly sensed several extraordinary auras among the crowd. He turned towards Universe 11 and noticed 3 individuals adorned with patera earrings. Vermeed looked at Vegeta from Timeline 7 and smiled. Surprised, are we? Vegeta. They were created to counter you, the ultimate warriors. You are indeed formidable, perhaps even stronger than I, but the battle prowess of these individuals surpasses your imagination. The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be Universe 11, and your Universe 7 will be the first to be eliminated. Vegeta from Timeline 7 laughed. Compared to your pitifully low combat strength, your sense of humor is far superior. Let me tell you, I have never cared about who my opponent is, for none can surpass my might. Gohan from Universe 7 turned his gaze toward Universe 6, furrowing his brow. Those individuals resemble the Saiyans from our universe, and 5 of them still possess their tails. Upon hearing this, Vegeta from Time-Space 7 glanced at the lineup of Universe 6. Kampa, smiling, remarked to Vegeta, "What do you think, Vegeta? These are the aces of our Universe 6. As he spoke, Kampa patted Vegeta's shoulder, adding, "These are ancient Saiyans from Universe 6. Their power surpasses that of Kefla by several times." This narrative had been prearranged, considering that the Saiyans of Universe 6 once possessed tails as well. Coupled with the altered auras of the individuals, it seems somewhat plausible. However, the battle attire worn by the Saiyans made Vegeta from Time-Space 7 feel an unsettling dissonance. He smiled and addressed Vegeta from Time-Space 1, saying, "I did not expect such beings to exist in Universe 6. So, my esteemed ace, among all these delectable dishes, which one do you intend for me to deal with first?" Vegeta slightly adjusted his tone, eliminating the overlapping resonance of Vegeta's voice, leaving only Goku's, albeit in a deeper timbre. "You arrogant fellow, I advise you to tread carefully. There are at least 3 individuals in this tournament stronger than you." After speaking, Vegeta's attention shifted to the masked figure from Universe 11, adorned with patera. Old Vegeta commented, "That fellow's energy feels somewhat familiar and exceedingly irksome." Vegeta whispered, "If I am not mistaken, that individual should be a manifestation of you after being possessed by Baby, combined with the Zamasu, who took over Kakaroto's body. This fusion is no trivial matter, as it comprises 3 souls intermingling, including you from that timeline." Old Vegeta frowned deeply, stating, "In that case, we must be cautious not to allow that individual to seize control." Wami, standing behind them, assured, "Do not worry, I have reviewed your past. This body can help you resist Baby's parasitic influence." Vegeta replied with a grin, "No need. If he dares to enter my body, I will ensure he vanishes without a trace. Let us not forget my capacity for destruction within my own being. By the way, this arena appears larger than I recall." At this moment, the attention of the group turned to the arena of the Tournament of Power, which was now comparable to a small city in size. Furthermore, it was not merely a flat surface. It featured diverse environments, including magma, forests, and swamps. The Grand Priest floated in midair, smiling, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, to enhance the excitement of the battles, we have added various additional environments to the original arena. Simultaneously, the arena has been reinforced. Its hardness akin to that of Kachin steel. To dismantle the arena and cause your opponent to fall, you will require even greater strength." He continued, "Moreover, following my final discussion with Lord Zeno, given the expansion of the arena, it has become more challenging for participants to fall. Therefore, we have decided to lift the prohibition against killing opponents. Any participant who dies will be considered eliminated, but do not fret. I will grant you a new body at the moment of your demise and revive you, allowing you to return to the arena. The prize at stake is the Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish." Upon hearing this, Vegeta lifted his gaze towards the Grand Priest and inquired, "Does this include selfish wishes as well?" Vegeta was deeply discontented with the self-righteous demeanor exhibited by Zeno in the original narrative. The notion that selfish wishes would be eradicated rendered the struggles of those who fought for the Dragon Balls meaningless. Was it akin to fishing for a ticket to the martial arts tournament? You erase universes without a flicker of hesitation, only to advocate for truth, goodness, and beauty afterward? If the Super Dragon Balls truly mattered to you, why did Zamasu not intervene during their collection? Was it distaste or sheer ignorance? It must be noted that Zamasu's wish involved exchanging the body of your dear friend Zeno. The Grand Priest cast a glance at Vegeta, fully aware of his true identity, but chose not to disclose it. He then turned to Zeno, confirming with a nod before responding with a smile. "Indeed, Mr. Gogeta, this is the fruit of victory. You may certainly use it to fulfill any wish." Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed, "That suffices. I shall do so in front of you self-proclaimed deities. I will ensure that the Super Dragon Balls sever your influence over the cosmos. You shall never again obliterate or destroy anything. The two Zeniths stared intently at Vegeta, as did the Grand Priest. Meanwhile, the Vegeta from Universe 7 contemplated the Universe 1 version of himself, mused, Gogeta? Is that a Saiyan name? It bears a resemblance to Son Goku. They had never fathomed the audacity of a mortal to declare, in the presence of gods, that he would use the Super Dragon Balls to turn the deities into mere ornaments. Kampa trembled in fear, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head. Forgive me, Lord Zeno, Lord Grand Priest. This individual is unaware of the divine authority. Please show mercy. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Topo, regarded Vegeta with disdain. That fellow is a most malevolent being. The mysterious figure chuckled. I have long stated that those beings are pests. Upon hearing this, the Vegeta from Universe 7 remarked, Ancient Saiyans from Universe 6? How intriguing. Zeno found himself caught in a dilemma due to Vegeta's assertion. If he were to declare that the Super Dragon Balls could only restore erased universes, it would extinguish the fighting spirit of the other universes. As the ultimate wish would invariably be this, it would be more prudent to concede defeat and allow a few combatants to settle their differences before awaiting restoration. Moreover, he was curious to witness Vegeta's battle, which is why he refrained from erasing him immediately. However, should he not show a semblance of authority, the blatant affront to divine dignity would be egregious. Just as Zeno was about to issue a threat, Vegeta coldly interjected, Mind your next words, Zeno, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you and the Grand Priest first before the game continues. Trust me, I would not speak if I lacked the conviction to follow through. Vegeta's declaration left all competitors, gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, and angels astounded. Xiangpa, utterly terrified, fainted on the spot. The Omni King fixed his cold gaze upon Vegeta and declared, I hereby announce a new rule for all participants. Whoever can eliminate Gogeta of the 6th universe by means of death shall have their universe spared from erasure. With a dismissive smirk, Vegeta scoffed at the pitiful contenders gathered around him. He could easily vanquish them without even tapping into his full power. The Grand Minister raised his hand and proclaimed, The new rule is in effect. Let the competition commence. With the Omni King's new decree, a throng of oblivious challengers charged towards the 6th universe participants. They formed a tight circle, and Hit turned to Vegeta, saying, You are exceedingly arrogant. Now we will all be targeted. Vegeta and Old Buu stood outside the circle, arms crossed, seemingly dismissing these individuals as mere adversaries. With the constraints on killing lifted, the number of attackers mattered not. Hit, the assassin, was free to unleash his full potential. The group of beautiful warriors from the 2nd universe transformed and soared towards the 6th universe. Leading them, Reborn activated her transformation midair, forming a heart shape with her hands aimed at Vegeta. Evil One, I shall redeem you with love. In an instant, Vegeta appeared above her head, descending rapidly to crush her skull, creating a deep crater in the ground. He exhibited no tolerance for the warriors of the 2nd universe, particularly Reborn, who embodied the adage that the ugly often cause trouble. As he stood at the edge of the crater, Vegeta scraped the remnants of Reborn's brain matter off his shoe onto the ground, muttering, Disgusting creature, your very presence ignites my fury. The warriors of the 2nd universe were momentarily paralyzed by fear. Reborn? Vegeta turned his gaze to the others from the 2nd universe. Under the wise leadership of the illustrious Omni King, the martial arts tournament has transformed into a game of slaughter. However, only a fortunate few will relish this game. If you wish to avoid demise, you may leap into the void. You have 3 seconds to decide. He gestured towards Reborn's lifeless body. Should you remain indecisive, your fate will be no better than that of the portly one. 1, 2, 3. Before the 2nd universe participants could react, Vegeta raised a finger, and in an instant, the entire 2nd universe was obliterated. The gods of destruction, including Beerus, gasped in shock. That was a technique of the gods of destruction. Who on earth is he? Aside from Reborn, who was crushed by Vegeta, none of the 2nd universe's eliminated members returned to the audience. This was Vegeta's experiment. He had infused his destruction with a solar racing effect. Thus, even angels were powerless to revive them except through time reversal. Disregarding the restrictions on flight, Vegeta floated in the air with arms crossed, gazing down at those who aspired to defeat him. I can understand your desire to eliminate me, but if you wish to ascend, be prepared to face certain death. Behold the individuals I have just vanquished, and gaze upon those deities perched atop their lofty thrones, who once vowed to resurrect every soul that has departed. Yet, what has become of those promises? The high priest clenched his fists behind his back, seething with a desire to eliminate Vegeta, were it not for the tournament of power. This young man is not here to engage in combat. It is evident he aims to slap the faces of the gods. Sensing the palpable malice and grim countenance of the high priest, Vegeta turned to him with a smile and said, "There is no need for such restraint. Are you not a deity of great stature? A mere mortal like myself can be easily disposed of if it displeases you. Of course, if you are capable of such an act." Vegeta harbored no fear of the high priest of this realm. His strength was but a fraction of the formidable Beerus from Universe 3. The Super Saiyan Blue from Universe 7 could easily contend with 12 gods of destruction. Remarkably, this Universe's angel was on par with the Super Saiyan Blue of Universe 7. Thus Vegeta felt confident in his ability to confront all the gods of this universe. At this moment, Universe 7's Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, observing the Universe 1 counterpart floating in midair. What was this peculiar sensation that was both exhilarating and disconcerting? Yet, I never anticipated that this arrogant fellow would dare to provoke the high priest. Old B, standing behind Universe 7's Vegeta, chuckled, as the unparalleled champion of the world. "Do you lack the courage to challenge the high priest?" Universe 7's Vegeta turned to Old B. "If I am not mistaken, the ancient Saiyans are merely AFAOD. You must hail from other universes, correct?" Old B replied with a grin. "And what of it? Dare you to engage in a contest with me?" Universe 7's Vegeta fixed his gaze on Old B. "While I remain uncertain about the identity of that individual in the air, you must be Vegeta, am I right?" Old B removed his mask. "Indeed, it is I. I have long sought an opportunity to defeat you. The Time Patrollers are too inept for my taste. But you are just right. Time Patroller?" Without further elaboration, Old B transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break, causing Universe 7's Vegeta to take notice. "Oh, an unfamiliar transformation. The energy is quite impressive. You must have devoted considerable time to reach such a level. You are worthy of being my opponent." Universe 7's Vegeta did not belittle his opponent merely because he was a fusion material. Rather, he regarded everyone as equals, with no one stronger than him. The only individuals worthy of his interest were those who could pique his curiosity. Universe 7's Vegeta did not unleash his full power immediately. Instead, he transformed into Super Saiyan God, intending to gauge the depths of Limit Break Vegeta's prowess. After exchanging dozens of blows, Universe 7's Vegeta sensed something was amiss. In terms of strength and speed, he should have been slightly superior to Vegeta, yet this Vegeta's accuracy and evasion were marginally better. The most absurd part was that several of his strikes landed on Vegeta without inflicting any damage. Quickly, Universe 7's Vegeta distanced himself to observe closely. What is this subtle feeling? As my attacks approached him within 30 centimeters, their speed seemed to slow dramatically. And the closer I got, the slower they became. Even if I exert all my strength, I cannot truly touch him. Upon witnessing this, Begit's brow furrowed, and Old B swelled with pride, only to suddenly restrain himself before extending his thumb. "Have I tested enough? Is it time to unleash my full power?" The Begit from Universe 7 chuckled. "Umph. Although I am unaware of the tricks you employed, the disparity in our energy is insurmountable." The Begit from Universe 7 instantly transformed into his Super Blue completed state, with Vegeta simultaneously augmenting his energy in the state of transcending Super Saiyan 4. Although this enhancement was merely half of what the Universe 7 Begit possessed, he was confident in his ability to defeat his opponent given his current capabilities. Old B gazed intently at the Universe 7 Begit, silently reflecting, as expected, as long as he is not the Time Patrol's Begit, none are straightforward. From his perception, this individual had begun to channel divine power to gradually unlock the Ultra Instinct. Closing his eyes, Old B reopened them. His blue irises transformed into a shimmering silver. The Universe 7 Begit looked on in astonishment. "I never anticipated you could master such techniques." Aware of the prerequisites for employing Ultra Instinct, the Universe 7 Begit, being a part of Vegeta, understood him well. He knew that according to Vegeta's nature, he would never reach the realm of Ultra Instinct. What he did not know was that the Begit from Universe 1 embodied the very principle itself, coupled with Old B's calm demeanor acquired over a century of life. He grasped the technique with swifter and greater proficiency than even the transcendent Goku. Old B addressed the Universe 7 Begit. "This is merely the beginning. I possess even greater marvels. The Universe 7 Beget clenched his fists. Very well. I hope you can maintain such confidence. In an instant, the Universe 7 Beget vanished from sight, reappearing behind Vegeta and launching a punch. However, Old B had already anticipated his movement before Beget could reach his rear. His hands executed distinct maneuvers, his left hand raised in defense, while his right arm, completely relaxed, suddenly unleashed a punch surpassing all limits towards the impending location of Beget. In the next moment, the scene shifted as the Universe 7 Beget's ambush was thwarted, resulting in a powerful blow to his abdomen from Vegeta. Fortunately, in his semi-activated state of Ultra Instinct, even without a timely evasion, he rapidly fortified the muscles at the point of impact. With a muffled thud, the Universe 7 Beget's veins bulged, distributing the damage throughout his body. Yet, despite this, his not fully activated Ultra Instinct could only mitigate half the force. The residual energy, infused with Vegeta's essence, surged into his body, wreaking havoc within, rendering him speechless, his face reddening with exertion. Old B observed with a grin, "If it hurts, feel free to scream." After uttering these words, Old B reveled inwardly. So this is the exhilarating sensation of successfully showcasing one's prowess before Beget. Truly delightful. At the seventh moment, the pain inflicted upon Vegito was so intense that he felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate old Vegito. This anguish, coupled with the inadvertent release of a tremendous amount of divine power, caused a massive surge of purple divine energy to erupt from Vegito at this moment. His hair transformed into a vibrant purple, while his eyes gleamed a silvery white. Beerus had never instructed this timeline's Vegito on harnessing the power of destruction. It was a serendipitous mastery acquired by chance. Moreover, it was a dual polarity. He could distinctly sense his strength amplifying, energy gushing forth like a fountain, seemingly inexhaustible. The pain that had recently plagued him began to fade, and the injuries inflicted on his internal organs by old Vegito were healing with the aid of divine power. Vegito raised his hand, clenched his fist, and smiled, saying, "I hope you are mentally prepared." As he tightened his grip, old Vegito attempted to retreat. But Vegito seized his wrist and delivered a powerful punch to old Vegito's chest. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, as the collision between his fist and the limitless energy produced a dazzling brilliance. Vegito observed the limitless energy enveloping old Vegito, realizing, "I can feel it. This force can be shattered." Utilizing the power of destruction, Vegito dismantled the limitless barrier and struck directly at old Vegito's chest. However, a significant portion of the punch's force had already been neutralized by the limitless energy, and with old Vegito continuously reinforcing his chest through emotional freedom, he was merely propelled backward, crashing through several small mountain peaks. He ultimately collided with Cardo Bessler, who was in the ultimate mode of the third universe, knocking him out of the arena. Old Vegito had narrowly escaped certain death, had it not been for the limitless energy and emotional freedom. That punch would have pierced through his chest. Yet, even with its diminished power, the blow dealt severe damage. Several ribs were fractured, and internal bleeding ensued. Coughing, old Vegito knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. "You bastard. Without the restrictions of the no-kill rule, that guy is attacking without regard for the consequences." He carefully surveyed his surroundings and sensed that the fused Jiren and Topo were approaching Vegito from the seventh moment. The best course of action now was to lie low, recover, and observe the battlefield. Most importantly, he needed to conserve his strength and trump cards for the mysterious figure from the 11th universe. Jiren and Topo stood side by side before Vegito from the seventh moment. Vegito, brimming with confidence, looked at them and remarked, "Well, two ace gentlemen have arrived at once. It seems that Meruz has been thoroughly intimidated by me." Before Topo could utter anything about justice prevailing, Jiren interjected, "I can handle him alone." Topo responded, "Do you think you can win?" "I will win. I have already defeated him and Gogeta in other timelines. You should keep an eye on that guy from the 6th universe and our universe's mysterious figure." Topo lifted his gaze to the sky, where Vegito floated like a deity above the assembled crowd. "That fellow seems capable of disregarding the flight restrictions. How outrageous. Previously disrespectful to the gods. Now he intends to wait there for us to exhaust ourselves? It appears he is not particularly formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't merely observe from the sidelines." Just as Torspo's words fell, a dazzling golden blade of light descended from the heavens, piercing one of his eyes. Not only that, the blade penetrated the entire arena. extending to the very edge of the void. Vegeta floated high above, raising his hand to maintain the blade of light, declaring, to gaze upon the sun. One must pay the price. I am here to give you the opportunity to fight. You should consider yourselves fortunate. When I descend to the arena once more, I shall bring this farce to an end. Chapter 117. The Mighty Fusion of Jiren. A grueling battle against Torspo in Universe 7. Torspo covered his injured eye with one hand while gathering destructive energy in the other, preparing to unleash it upon Vegeta. The fused Jiren regarded the Universe 7 Vegeta. Addressing Torspo, "Cease this, Torspo, you are not his match. Once I have dealt with this Vegeta, I shall turn my attention to him." Upon hearing this, Universe 7 Vegeta sneered, mockingly gesturing to himself with his thumb. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Jiren maintained a calm expression as he replied, "Indeed." Universe 7 Vegeta laughed. "I've heard you are the fusion of two identical beings, but perhaps you misunderstand the true strength of the Patera. Only vastly different top-tier warriors can give birth to the most powerful fusion." Jiren responded coolly, "You yourself indicated that this requires a prerequisite, top-tier warriors. The Goku and Vegeta within you are, to me, rather unimpressive. If the Goku who mastered perfect Ultra Instinct fused with the Vegeta who grasped my Ultra Instinct, I might find it slightly more challenging. But you were born too early." Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead, glared at Jiren. "You clearly do not comprehend the terrifying growth rate of fused warriors. I could crush the version of myself that was just born with a mere finger. The earlier I was born, the faster my strength progresses. You, a newly fused entity, would be fortunate if I exerted merely 70% of my power." Fused Jiren chuckled derisively. "Who says I am newly born?" At that moment, he instantly appeared behind Universe 7 Vegeta, stating, "I have existed in this fused form for tens of thousands of years." In that instant, Universe 7 Vegeta gasped in shock, not due to the astonishment at Jiren's longevity, but rather because he had failed to perceive how Jiren had maneuvered behind him. It was neither instantaneous movement nor high-speed travel. Furrowing his brow, he uttered the only remaining possibility. "Is it flash time technique?" Fused Jiren replied, "I have transcended beyond what I was when I first fused. Once, I believed that only absolute power mattered, but after my defeat by a certain version of you, I recognized my own shortcomings. Even if my strength and speed surpass another version of you, he can still defeat me using divine techniques. Therefore, since that time, I have meticulously studied each troublesome technique and refined it to perfection. Do you still believe you stand a chance?" The seventh-dimensional Vegito turned, launching a powerful punch towards the head of the fused Jiren, exclaiming, "Do you think a mere exchange of words can prevent me from turning you into a pig's head?" Boom. In a state of Ultra Blue, Vegito's full power strike was effortlessly blocked by Jiren with a single finger. The seventh-dimensional Vegito stared in astonishment at this scene. "Nanny? How is this possible?" The Vegito suspended in midair also bore an expression of disbelief, contemplating. This fellow possesses divine attributes akin to a god of destruction. This fused Jiren is not from this dimension. He must have been summoned by Whis from another realm. So where has the Jiren from this dimension gone? Jiren looked at the seventh-dimensional Vegito and inquired, "Have you realized the gap in power?" Instantly, the seventh-dimensional Vegito unleashed a tremendous destructive force, his hair and brows transforming to a vibrant purple, while his pupils became a striking silver. "Humph, remember this, Saiyans have no limits." The seventh-dimensional Vegito swung his fist again, channeling a vast amount of energy, imbued with formidable destructive power, towards Jiren. Should this punch connect, even a typical god of destruction would be obliterated by its impact. Yet, Jiren caught the punch with one hand. The resulting purple energy surged instantly, eliminating numerous competitors from the match. Even the nearby Topo was forced to retreat under the sheer force. Jiren seized the fist of the seventh-dimensional Vegito, his eyes widening as a fierce aura enveloped Vegito's body, inflicting severe injuries upon him in an instant. The spectators from Universe 7 gasped in disbelief. The invincible Vegito has been defeated by a mere glance. Whis erupted into raucous laughter from the stands. "Ha ha, did you see that? This is Jiren's power. Even if you Vegito can defeat me, what does it matter?" The seventh-dimensional Vegito lay helplessly on the ground as Jiren released his grip, stating, "One down." And now Jiren lifted his gaze towards the other Vegito hovering in the air. "It's your turn." Vegito floated in midair, locking eyes with the fused Jiren. "Shouldn't you check behind you?" "What?" Suddenly, the severely injured seventh-dimensional Vegito, propped up by his knees, slowly rose. Despite Jiren's instantaneous assault that had grievously wounded him, the impact of the destructive power ignited within him an even greater divine force. However, instead of further enhancing his ultra instinct, he redirected the vast majority of his divine energy into his autonomous ultra instinct. This shift facilitated a qualitative leap in his abilities, with his injuries healing completely within mere breaths. His hair color shifted once more, eyebrows and locks turning entirely silver, radiating a divine energy of silver and purple. The seventh-dimensional Vegito slowly raised his head to confront the fused Jiren. Who permitted you to leave? As soon as the words left his mouth, the fist of the seventh-dimensional Vegito descended heavily upon the abdomen of the fused Jiren. The speed was nothing short of instantaneous. Fused Jiren furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze to the fist of the seventh-dimensional Vegito. It became evident that a significant amount of divine power had been channeled into the Ultra Instinct technique, thereby augmenting the force of the attack. Grasping the wrist of the seventh-dimensional Vegito, fused Jiren remarked, "I must admit, this is indeed effective. It has managed to inflict a degree of pain." With a fierce roar, the seventh-dimensional Vegito retaliated. That was merely a courtesy. The next blow will be even more painful. He launched another punch, yet Jiren once again seized his fist. The two combatants found themselves locked in a struggle, but Jiren gradually lifted his foot and stepped forward. This single step shattered the arena's surface, causing the entire platform to tremble. With another step, he intended to push the seventh-dimensional Vegito off the stage entirely. The seventh-dimensional Vegito unleashed an even greater surge of power, his aura illuminating the void, proving unable to deter Jiren. As he pressed the seventh-dimensional Vegito onward, Jiren coldly stated, "Do you see? Techniques are merely supplementary to core strength. Without absolute power, techniques are nothing but a jest." The seventh-dimensional Vegito clung tenaciously to the hand of fused Jiren, exclaiming, "Then how about this? Kaioken." In an instant, his body was enveloped in a colossal blaze of energy. He transitioned into a state where destructive power predominated, with Ultra Instinct serving as a support. The physical toll inflicted by Kaioken transformed into a wellspring of escalating energy. His strength surged seemingly without limit, and he stepped forward toward Jiren, grinning. "It seems the techniques have gained the upper hand." Jiren, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Do you wonder why I have yet to unleash my full fury?" "What?" The pressure from Jiren's hand intensified, causing the bones in the seventh-dimensional Vegito's hand to crack. Then, with a powerful motion, he lifted the seventh-dimensional Vegito into the air, before suddenly unleashing a forceful downward strike. Boom! The entire void quaked from the impact, with a quarter of the arena fracturing and floating away into the air. The seventh-dimensional Vegito, struck down, lay motionless in the crater, his hair reverting to its natural black hue. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Beerus, cradling his head, remarked, "So, the Vegito who single-handedly faced 12 gods of destruction, after countless evolutions, was felled by a single blow?" With one side of the seventh-dimensional Vegito's body nearly suspended in the air, fused Jiren raised his hand, gathering a ki blast. "This ends here. I will restore all universes with the Super Dragon Balls." The orange-red ki blast pierced through the arena. But the figure of the seventh-dimensional Vegito did not appear in the stands of Universe 7. As the fused Jiren turned his head, he beheld another Vegeta, who was carrying the unconscious seventh-dimensional Vegeta behind him. "I apologize, but he is not yet ready to be eliminated. The battle will stimulate his growth. I wish to witness his limits. Womi, now." Vegeta tossed the unconscious seventh-dimensional Vegeta toward him. "Heal him, so he can observe and learn." The fused Jiren gazed at Vegeta and remarked, "Do you know? Even the same individual across different dimensions possesses subtle variances. For instance, in certain realms, the Saiyan known as Son Goku is a malevolent berserker. The same holds true for fused beings. Despite their energies being largely similar, there will always be some discrepancies in their souls. Yet, I can sense that you are indeed the Vegeta who once defeated me." At this proclamation, all present were taken aback, including the warriors from Universe 7, who paused their skirmishes to behold the unfolding scene. Gohan murmured, gazing at the figure clad in battle armor with an orange cape, "That person is also Vegeta?" Vegeta removed his mask and declared, "Though I may have forgotten the past, the fact remains that if I could defeat you once, I can do so repeatedly." With a fierce cry, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, clenching his fists with a smile. Let me witness the true extent of your so-called absolute power. Chapter 118. The rule breaker. The overwhelming aura emanating from the fused Jiren and Vegeta rendered the bustling martial arts tournament eerily silent. The magnitude of their energy was immense, causing every participant, including the gods of destruction and most angels present, to feel as though they were ensnared within the grasp of these two titans. Even the two Omni-Kings appeared diminished in the presence of these formidable warriors. They were merely two beings bearing the highest divine titles, capable of erasing everything. Yet the two ultimate fighters resembled supreme deities in confrontation. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead as he murmured, "Hey Whis, how does their strength compare to yours?" Whis turned to the Grand Minister, who was also furrowing his brow. He solemnly replied to Beerus, "It seems appropriate to use the Grand Minister and the two attendants as reference points. Can it truly be that humans have ascended to such heights?" Jiren and Vegeta locked eyes, and as Vegeta noticed Jiren's reluctance to advance, he raised his hand in a beckoning gesture. "Are you planning to stand there and try to intimidate me with your gaze?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiren indeed shot him a piercing glare, unleashing a torrent of punches that rained down upon Vegeta like a tempest. In response, Vegeta likewise glared back, unleashing an energy beam from his eyes that pierced through Jiren's successive attacks and struck him squarely on the forehead. Bang! Jiren staggered back momentarily before wiping his cheek and saying, "Impressive. You are the strongest Vegeta I have ever encountered. However, I shall not be defeated by you again." With determination, Jiren propelled himself off the ground and, in an instant, activated his time skip technique. This fused Jiren's mastery of the time skip far surpassed that of Hit. It was a true erasure of time itself. As Jillian approached Vegeta with clenched fists, ready to strike the back of his head, Vegeta unexpectedly raised his hand and landed a punch squarely on Jillian's face. Jillian staggered back, clutching his nose and mouth, while Vegeta turned his back with a smile and remarked, "You can't possibly think that such techniques would still be effective at this point, can you? Even if you could separate your own time to create a time deletion, freezing time would be utterly meaningless to me." With those words, Vegeta turned to face Jillian, his expression now grave. "I have come down personally to experience the absolute power you speak of." Despite being struck twice in the head, Jillian maintained his composure. He leaned over Vegeta, looking down at him, and said, "Very well." In the next moment, Jillian relaxed his body to its utmost limit before unleashing an overwhelming surge of power, throwing a punch towards Vegeta's chest. As Vegeta sidestepped, he seized Jillian's wrist. "A release explosion, is it? Only when you relax completely and then unleash your energy can you manifest your body's strongest power. You indeed possess some skill." Vegeta tightened his grip on Jillian's wrist, rendering him unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Jillian swung his other fist towards Vegeta's head. This time, Vegeta did not evade but, gritting his teeth, charged forward with his forehead to collide with Jillian's fist. A resounding crash reverberated through the air as the powerful backlash fractured Jillian's wrist. Vegeta observed the flicker of panic on Jillian's face and chuckled. "Is this the extent of your cultivation after tens of thousands of years of fusion? Now it is my turn." With a thunderous sound, Vegeta's fist connected with Jillian's abdomen, the force of the blow resonating throughout his body, shattering the timer at the center of the colossal arena. Jillian, in his fused form, expelled a mouthful of saliva and instinctively bent down, kneeling on the ground. Vegeta grasped his wrist, lifting him up. "Is this the level of your cultivation after tens of thousands of years of fusion? We have only just begun. Gather your wits." With perfectly measured force, Vegeta continued to rain down single-handed blows upon Jillian's body. Each strike inflicted intense pain without causing severe injury, while the residual force from every punch swept across the battlefield. A few onlookers were instantly reduced to mere blood as they fell victim to the overwhelming aftermath. Upon witnessing this, Tsupo immediately raised his hand, preparing to unleash a righteous flash. However, Wolmi teleported behind him and kicked him away, declaring, "Your opponent is me." After Vegeta had delivered dozens of punches, he sensed a massive energy within Jillian on the verge of eruption and decided to halt his assault. In the next instant, Jillian's body erupted with destructive power surpassing that of all the gods of destruction combined, enveloping the entire arena in a powerful purple energy. Summoning all his strength, he broke free from Vegeta's grasp and immediately distanced himself. Vegeta gazed at the fused Jiren and remarked, "Indeed, you have become a legitimate god of destruction in some realm." In an instant, Vegito's wounds inflicted by Jiren healed completely. He inhaled deeply, observing Vegito. Originally, I had no intention of employing the powers of a god of destruction in battle. It would be unjust to all participants. Yet I assure you this power shall be utilized solely against you and that other individual. Vegito, arms crossed, chuckled. Fairness holds no significance when my opponent is you. Even if you relinquish your pride in absolute power, it is entirely understandable that you would go to great lengths to defeat me. Jiren, with a wry smile, replied, "Do you perceive my strength as lacking in purity?" Were this statement uttered to the former Jiren, it would have pierced his heart like a dagger. However, following his initial defeat by Vegito, he had cast aside the pride of seeking absolute power and began to explore every technique that could augment his strength. Yet, when faced with opponents whose stats were inferior to his, he still found himself mocking their insufficient purity of strength. Vegito responded, "No, purity matters not. Whether one wields their innate power or acquires greater strength through techniques, the pursuit and application of power require no special justification or excuse. I merely desire you to confront me without reservation." Jiren clenched his fists. "Then allow me to present something remarkable. This is the culmination of my millennia of training." Ha ha ha. The formidable power of destruction erupted continuously, then compressed, as the purple energy gradually morphed into black, enveloping his form. It was as if he were ablaze with a black flame reminiscent of Amaterasu, advancing towards Vegito. "This is the fruit of my labor. The annihilation power formed by compressing destruction to its utmost limit. In this state, no attack can harm me. Any energy that touches me will vanish in an instant. Even your attempts to counter with destructive power will prove futile. This grants me immunity even against the erasure of the Omni King." Suddenly, a black energy blade pierced through Jiren's shoulder. Vegito had raised his hand, releasing energy identical to Jiren's annihilation power, creating a cutting force that traversed his body. Vegito smirked dismissively. "Is this the pinnacle of your proud training? It seems it cannot shield you from my assault." Jiren grimaced in pain, gazing at Vegito. "Did you truly achieve this with just a glance?" Vegito clarified, "No, I had mastered this prior. I merely regarded that energy as a standard defensive mechanism. I did not anticipate you would practice my passive skill as though it were a special technique. I now feel that engaging with you is a waste of my time. The promised absolute power has not left me in awe." In truth, during his battle with Beerus, both had grazed the level that Jiren currently occupied. However, at that time, they had not explored it further. After the battle, Vegito experimented slightly and cultivated the annihilation power that Jiren took such pride in. Vegito retracted the energy blade, and Jiren also dispelled his annihilation state. Ultimately, this technique does not grant him power akin to the state of destruction. Rather, it is merely an ultimate class of technique. Jiren erupted with a formidable divine aura, simultaneously unleashing the power of destruction and the mastery of free will. He tore off his shirt, his muscles swelling, and then soared toward Vegeta, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Vegeta deftly evaded several of Jiren's punches before landing a strike against his flank. The searing pain inflicted a momentary delay upon Jiren. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta delivered a punishing knee strike to Jiren's abdomen, immediately followed by a punch that drove him into the ground. In mere moments, Jiren found himself struggling to rise. Vegeta, regarding Jiren with indifference, remarked, "This illustrates the disparity between us. Becoming a god of destruction has elevated your minimum potential, yet simultaneously constrains your maximum. As long as you remain their pawn, you shall never surpass them." Jiren, prone on the ground with a furrowed brow, recognized the truth in Vegeta's words the instant he ascended to the role of a god of destruction. In that very moment, he felt himself shackled by an unseen rule. Thus, over the years, he ceased to deliberately cultivate his numerical prowess, for no matter how he trained, he could not surpass the higher-tier gods. Continuous breakthroughs could only be achieved through honing his techniques. "Do you understand why I am here?" Vegeta asked, arms crossed, watching Jiren struggle to his feet. "Is it because the standards of this realm are relatively weak?" Jiren replied with a grin, "Precisely. At our level, we can perceive things that ordinary beings cannot. Here, I shall sever the chains imposed upon me by the gods." Jiren's body began to fracture, and with a tremendous explosion, his divine essence dissipated entirely. He transformed into an entity devoid of allegiance, neither human nor divine, but rather a formidable energy being. His form gradually became ethereal and indistinct. Yet his energy surged at an astonishing rate. The long-suppressed power within him erupted. After a deep breath, Jiren stabilized his form, proclaiming, "Behold the rule breaker, Jiren." With that, he launched a punch toward Vegeta's head. Vegeta raised his hands to block, yet was propelled backward, crashing into several small mountains before halting in midair. With a satisfied smile, Vegeta gazed at the fused Jiren. "Finally, you resemble a worthy opponent." Chapter 119. The Dark Enlightenment of Vegeta. Jiren clenched his fist, employing his immense grip and energy to conjure a black hole in his palm. "This is my return gift." He hurled the miniature black hole toward Vegeta, its size rapidly expanding, its potent gravitational pull devouring everything in its vicinity. At the core of this black hole lay destruction, energy compressed to its utmost limits. Jiren suddenly twisted his hand, causing the black hole to spin at a dizzying speed, distorting the very fabric of the void. The arena, akin to catching steel, was instantaneously torn apart by the overwhelming gravitational force. The two guards immediately raised their hands to create a barrier, shielding the two Omni-Kings from the impending chaos. All the angels on the stands united to cast a protective barrier, preventing others from being drawn into the chaos. Bardos furrowed her brow and addressed the Grand Priest. "This phenomenon will continue to expand, and if left unchecked, the consequences will be catastrophic. The Grand Priest has the ability to tear apart space and transfer the black hole to another dimension, yet doing so would contravene established rules. This group of capricious deities shows utter disregard for the regulations they themselves have set." In the animation, the Omni-Kings simply found it amusing to revoke the rule against using items. Midway through the competition, they permitted participants to use Patera earrings. Now, in pursuit of a more intense battle, the rule against killing has been temporarily lifted. This was also what Jiren wished to witness. At this moment, he, like Vegeta, loathed the hypocritical and self-serving gods. In mere seconds, half of the participants were consumed and obliterated. Jiren turned to Vegeta and said, "With your power, you might withstand this. But your companions may not be so fortunate. I have witnessed many versions of you, Goku and Vegeta. They always speak of their comrades during this tournament. What will you do now? Will you fight me recklessly, or will you stand by and watch your allies perish?" Vegeta, unperturbed, gazed at Jiren and transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 limit break form, soaring towards the black hole. At that moment, the black hole's diameter had reached over 10 meters, and when Vegeta placed his hand upon it, the overwhelming gravitational force dissipated. The black hole ceased its expansion. Old B, watching from below, exclaimed, "Is it possible that he intends to absorb that massive concentration of energy?" The black hole steadily shrank, and a substantial amount of annihilation energy was drawn into Vegeta's body before dissipating. After managing the black hole, Vegeta turned to Jiren and smiled. "Are you certain this technique is intended for me? It seems it merely serves to clear away the weaker opponents." In this moment, not only the participants felt relief. Even the Grand Priest secretly exhaled in relief. If he were to intervene, the tournament would descend into utter chaos. His sixth sense warned him that the instant he entered the fray, Vegeta would disregard the rules and attack everyone present. Of course, this thought was not exclusive to Vegeta. Vegeta reverted to his Super Saiyan Blue evolution form, engaging in a rapid battle with Jiren. The shockwaves from their clash reverberated throughout the void. However, both fighters were holding back. A mindless assault would likely leave no one unscathed except for the strongest of gods. At this moment, only a quarter of the arena for the Tournament of Power remained intact, the rest reduced to fragments floating in midair. A mysterious figure from Universe 11, adorned with Patera earrings and draped in a cloak, stood upon a chunk of debris and stepped forth as massive black Kachin steel formed beneath his feet, guiding him back to the arena. He then gazed up at the two combatants in the air and murmured, "Though I too disdain those foolish gods, there is no doubt that those two are provoking divine authority." At that moment, Hit, having defeated Universe 7's Golden Frieza, approached the mysterious figure and regarded him intently. The mysterious figure gazed at Hit and mused, "Another individual who casually blasphemes against the divine, possessing techniques that mortals should not wield." Hit, with his hands tucked into his pockets, fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic being and replied, "Your tone suggests you consider yourself a god." The mysterious figure spread his arms and chuckled, "I am not merely a god. I embody all existence, and ultimately, I shall become the true deity. Do you comprehend what a true god is?" Before Hit could respond, the figure answered his own question, There exists but one true God, worthy of the title. Dismissing the conversation, Hit activated his time skip technique, appearing before the figure to deliver a punch. Yet within the realm of the time skip, his adversary effortlessly countered Hit's strike and taunted, "Such a feeble punch. Do you truly believe you can harm a god with such a blow?" Having spoken, the mysterious figure struck Hit's shoulder with a swift hand chop. Hit utilized an extension of his time skip ability to shift the point of impact to an alternate space, thereby evading physical harm. However, this time his divine might faltered, and the chop cleaved through his chest, blood gushing from the wound. The mysterious being plunged a hand into Hit's chest, stating, "Yet you are the strongest Hit I have encountered, worthy of a place in my ideal realm. Furthermore, I shall accept your techniques." Hit's eyes dimmed, and as the figure withdrew his hand, the wound on Hit's chest healed instantaneously. Hit knelt before the mysterious being, saying, "O Divine One, please command me. Select those capable of entering the ideal realm and make them my followers." Came the reply. In the shadows, Old B, observing the scene, thought, "This ability resembles Bebe's parasitic eggs. Is it truly him?" At that moment, the mysterious figure turned to the massive rock where Old B hid. In an instant, an invisible force detonated the rock, sending Old B hurtling through the air. Is this destruction? Before Old B could regain his footing, the mysterious figure appeared in his trajectory, pinning him to the ground with a single hand. "Interesting, you are the strongest Vegeta I have encountered, but alas, my ideal realm has no need for Saiyans. Therefore, perish." The mysterious being casually struck Old B on the head, prompting Vegeta to transform into Super Saiyan Blue Limit Break and unleash his maximum energy and defense. I have witnessed this technique before. A mere distortion of space is sufficient. Instantly, the protective barrier of invisible energy surrounding Old B dissipated, and with a swift motion, the mysterious figure sent him flying with a backhanded slap. Gohan from Universe 7 teleported behind Old B to catch him, and together they exerted their utmost effort to halt their momentum. Gohan anxiously inquired, "Uncle Vegeta, are you alright?" Old B, rapidly recovering with divine power and still shaken, replied, "That was close. Fortunately, I concealed part of my strength during the earlier confrontation with Bebe. Otherwise, that blow would have undoubtedly killed me." Gohan, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, stared at the cloaked mysterious figure, murmuring, "Such a formidable being," just as Uncle Vegeta said. He may indeed be the most dangerous presence on this battlefield. After the battle between Vegeta and Vegito, they did not remain idle. Instead, they clandestinely observed the various universes. When Gohan found himself in peril, the elder Vegeta intervened to assist him, advising him to pay close attention to the enigmatic figure from Universe 11. Initially, Gohan had merely come to repay a favor, but upon encountering the formidable mysterious being from Universe 11, he resolved to join forces with Vegeta to confront this threat. Gohan exhaled slowly, releasing a searing breath as his hair transformed to a brilliant white, entering the state of perfect Ultra Instinct. "Uncle Vegeta, let us strike together." The elder Vegeta rose, analyzing the situation. It is futile. That individual seems capable of absorbing others' techniques. Coupled with the time ring upon his right index finger, he has likely devoured the special techniques of every notable fighter across the multiverse. At that moment, Gohan noticed the time ring adorning the mysterious being's right index finger, instantly recalling a former adversary, Zamasu. The enigmatic figure appeared before them as if teleporting, grasping both their necks and lifting them effortlessly, laughing as he proclaimed, "This was merely one of my former names. That name, along with my failed past, has been discarded. I am now a wholly new entity, a supreme existence." Gohan and Vegeta felt their divine energy rapidly siphoned away. At that critical juncture, Womi teleported beside them, raising his right hand while supporting his arm with his left, pointing a finger at the mysterious being's head. "If there is only one supreme existence, it certainly shall not be you." Divine technique of pseudo-god, amplified. Miniature energy sphere. Under Womi's exquisite control, he caused the divine energy and magical power within him to collide, simultaneously unleashing destructive forces upon his own energy. Ultimately, he concentrated a vast amount of energy into a single fingertip and released it all at once. Boom. The formidable black energy surged forth, striking the mysterious being's face, engulfing his entire head in a cataclysmic explosion. The black energy tore open a massive dimensional rift at the edge of the void realm, astonishing the gods, who rose in disbelief, murmuring, To think it could breach the dimensional barrier of the Void Realm. Whis furrowed his brow, remarking, I never anticipated that beyond Vegito and Jiren, others could pose a threat to the angels. That attack could likely overwhelm any single angel, save for the Grand Minister. Womi's display momentarily halted Vegito and Jiren, who turned to gaze back. Jiren frowned, muttering, I did not expect there to be others in this world who could rival us. Rival? Vegito replied with a smile directed at Jiren. If I were to employ that technique, it would not merely create a breach in the Void Realm. Do not compare my lower limits to another's upper limits. Or is it that Womi's technique has revealed to you the true nature of your own potential? Jiren found himself at a loss for words, silenced by Vegito's retorts, while Womi and the others on the platform gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The mysterious being, having endured a direct hit from the miniature energy sphere, merely shattered his mask. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the mask swiftly expanded, ultimately shattering to reveal a visage strikingly reminiscent of Vegeta, bearing 7 parts of his likeness. 3 crimson lines extended from the chin and brow, reaching towards the ears and neck. He released Gohan and Vegeta, turning to face Womi, exclaiming in surprise that besides those two, there existed others capable of inflicting harm upon him. Before anyone could regain their composure, the opponent raised a hand, unleashing a ki blast that reduced Womi to a mere puddle of pink mud. Vegeta, astonished by the face before him, gasped, Is this fellow Gogeta? Gohan murmured, Gogeta? The adversary turned to gaze at Vegeta and Gohan, thumping his chest in laughter. Your tone suggests you have encountered this 4-way fusion before. Indeed, this form is a fusion of Vegeta and Gogeta, though I prefer to call it Gogeta. In alternate timelines, they refer to me as Dark Gogeta. Old Bey, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, inquired, Are you Zamasu or Baby? Both, he chuckled. From a spiritual perspective, while the more noble essence dominates, I have intentionally retained a fragment of you and Goku. I understand that merely being Zamasu and Baby would not allow this body to unleash its full potential. Thus, I am everything and yet merely a transformed deity. Chapter 120, The Birth of the True God. Vegeta from Timeline 7 approached Gohan and Vegeta, fixating on Dark Gogeta. You managed to fuse the Patera and Metamoran fusions once more, even seizing control of their bodies. How did you accomplish this? A warrior emerged from the Patera fusion should not be able to fuse again. Dark Gogeta regarded Timeline 7 Vegeta with a smile. To you, this must seem miraculous, no? You never considered that one day you would become a component for another. Dark Gogeta raised a hand, coalescing dark energy within his palm. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate how a true deity is born. He stroked his chest, smiling. I can only say that all you witness now is a gift from destiny. There once was an apprentice supreme Kai named Zamasu, who sought to realize a grand scheme. To achieve this plan, immense power was necessary. And this apprentice once coveted Goku's formidable strength. The original plan was to exchange bodies with him, but this Zamasu was more cunning than his counterparts from other timelines. He contemplated the possibility of having already swapped bodies with Goku and utilized the time ring to glimpse the future. What he beheld was a future. At this point, Dark Gogeta pointed at Timeline 7 Vegeta. It is precisely what you have experienced. The fused Zamasu before you was utterly powerless. Your ki blast completely eradicated the portion of Goku within him. Subsequently, he was sealed away. Timeline 7 Vegeta seemed to recall a distant memory, inhaling sharply. At that moment, I sensed the aura of 2 Zamasus. It was not merely his doppelganger, but you? Dark Goku chuckled, stating, It ought to be said that I am a part of it. Although this body and soul remain predominantly under Zamasu's control, I have transcended all existence. Ever since that moment, I have realized that only you can fully harness the power of Patera. The 7th-dimensional Vegito furrowed his brow, murmuring, So you exchanged bodies with a version of me from another dimension? Indeed, Dark Goku replied, but it is not merely that. Have you ever pondered the possibility that within the vast multiverse, one of those possibilities is that you are not a product of the Patera fusion? Old B, stepping back to stand behind the 7th-dimensional Vegito, inquired, What do you mean? Can Vegito still be formed using the Metamoran fusion? No, Dark Goku disregarded the divine rules, slowly levitating into the air with outstretched arms. Years ago, Zamasu, out of caution, traversed numerous timelines. He encountered different versions of you, even the one from Time Patrol, and ultimately concluded that despite all of you being born of Patera, there exists a significant disparity in strength. Thus, he needed to be discerning. Yet, in one particular timeline, he discovered an alternative possibility. The crowd frowned at his words, and Dark Goku continued with a smile. As I just mentioned, in certain timelines, you are not a product of Patera. Rather, you are a natural-born fusion. In unison, the crowd gasped. A natural-born fusion? Old Bey lowered his head, recalling a conversation with Vegito, who once shared, while searching through his hazy memories. In the timeline I once inhabited, I believe I was not created through fusion. It seems I was born as Vegito. At the time, Old Bey found this notion somewhat absurd. Who could his parents possibly be? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Dark Goku turned to him. No matter how implausible it may seem, there exists such a possibility. In that timeline, your counterpart, Vegeta, was a woman who, for various reasons, eventually gave birth to a child with Son Goku. This child was named Vegito, and although not a product of Patera, his latent abilities instilled fear in all. Even those fused from Son Goku and Son Gohan could not rival him. Dark Goku patted his chest, laughing. And his body has become one of the materials you see before you now. The seventh-dimensional Vegito began to sweat, muttering, because it is natural-born. You can use Patera once more. Precisely, Dark Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. That being's power is utterly captivating. Even the god of destruction cannot match him. Thus, Zamasu set his sights on him, exchanging bodies using the Super Dragon Balls. However, all of this was merely the beginning of the plan. Zamasu understood that he must make the most of the opportunity to fuse once more with Patera. Therefore, he waited a long time, challenging various masters across timelines, ultimately fully adapting to Vegito's body. Until, in a certain space-time, he unexpectedly encountered another entity, an indissoluble Vegito. This was also the moment of my own genesis. Old Bey furrowed his brow and remarked, "Baby, in the seventh space-time, Vegito." He turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Old Bey. "What do you mean?" Old Bey elucidated. "A formidable adversary we once faced, an artificial life form crafted by the Z-Fighters. That being possesses the ability to parasitize another's body, significantly influencing the host's physicality. If the host were a fusion with a time constraint, it could very well render them incapable of separation. Yet, I cannot fathom the likelihood of Vegito being parasitized. In my space-time, Vegito's emergence requires numerous conditions. Both Kakarot and I must transform into Super Saiyan 4, otherwise, there would be a substantial disparity in power and physique. However, if just one of us can achieve Super Saiyan 4, Baby's chances of victory diminish considerably, let alone both of us. Most importantly, it is not so simple for Super Saiyan 4 to be parasitized. Baby's essence cannot exert control, that much is certain." The Dark Vegito gazed at Old Bey and proclaimed, "So, amidst all these improbabilities, I have been born, and even fate stands in my favor." Upon finishing, the Dark Vegito unleashed a formidable aura. "You should feel honored to perish at the hands of the true deity." Aura. With a swift motion, Vegito caught Jiren's most powerful punch with a single hand, turning to face the position of the Dark Vegito. He meticulously sensed the aura emanating from the opponent. That being's aura is far more intricate than I anticipated. It even bears Broly's essence. After retracting his hand, Jiren also turned his gaze in that direction. Indeed, I recognized the auras of Son Goku, Vegeta, you, and Vegito. I have even clashed with Zamasu. Yet, there are numerous other essences converging within that being. Jiren narrowed his eyes slightly, aware that the individuals Vegito had slain were merely an outlet for his dissatisfaction with the divine. Sooner or later, those slain would be resurrected. What mortals can achieve in realms beyond the divine underscores the incompetence of the gods. However, the true threat lies with the entity outside the arena. Jiren shifted his focus elsewhere, observing Hit employing some method to induce a transformation in the competitors on the field. A portion of the killer from Universe 6 bore his essence, which continued to spread, indicating that those beings seemed to be under control. Vegito speculated, this must be Z-Fighter's technology, utilizing a certain ovum to parasitize within the host's body, thus establishing control. Although not as troublesome as a zombie virus, that lingering resentment suggests he might still have an ace up his sleeve. Chapter 121. The Birth of the True Deity. 2. Jiren watched the position of the Dark Vegito with concern. Should he be dealt with first? After contemplating, Vegito smiled and replied, no need. The most intriguing moments have yet to unfold. The gods have established a rule against time travel. Yet the highest deity brazenly leads the way in transgressing it. UI, and the existence of the Dark Vegito are all gathered here due to their relentless self-destructive tendencies and blatant disregard for rules. As the most exalted entities in the world, they fail to exemplify the principles they are meant to uphold. The Omni King and the God of Destruction merely exploit their immense power to indulge in the privileges of cosmic parasites. They cloak their wanton destruction with the guise of balance or evolution, thus absolving themselves of the atrocities committed against countless beings. However, the universe inherently possesses a mechanism of equilibrium, and the evolution of life is not an instantaneous process. Their external interference is utterly futile. Jiren gazed at Vegito and remarked, "So, in order to embarrass those gods, you intend to wait until they can no longer resolve this matter before taking action?" Vegito delivered a powerful punch to Jiren's chest and whispered in his ear, "For now, focus solely on fighting me. With my presence, no one can stir up a tempest." Vegito sensed that the power contained within the Dark Vegito was inferior to that of the fused Jiren. At this level, there was no need for him to intervene. Yet, for those in this timeline, as well as for Vegeta and the others, it presented a commendable challenge. In an instant, the Vegito from the 7th timeline transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, adopting a combat stance to confront the Dark Vegito. The Dark Vegito, observing the 7th timeline's Vegito, chuckled. "Zamasu indeed once admired your power, but you have become obsolete. Not to mention the other few, aside from the two who scorn the divine regulations above. None can match my might." The 7th timeline's Vegito clenched his fists as if contemplating something, and the next moment, he smiled at the Dark Vegito and declared, "You are not the so-called Vegito. You are merely a wretched soul ensconced in that body. Allow me to show you the true power of a fused warrior." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the 7th timeline's Vegito unleashed a tremendous aura, shattering the limitations that bound him. His light blue energy transformed into a deep blue, erupting forth in colossal waves. Pointing his thumb at himself, he grinned and said, "Inspired by another version of myself, this is the release of the Super Saiyan Blue's limitations." Old B, standing behind the 7th timeline's Vegito, mused, did he truly learn that just by observing? No. Ultimately, it is because our Vegito and that Jiren have gradually shattered the rules. This enables future warriors to unleash their inherent powers more effortlessly. Meanwhile, the battle-worn Kefla stared in astonishment at the 7th timeline's Vegito, exclaiming, "How formidable! I never expected that guy would grow even stronger." Gotenks, along with androids 17 and 18, who were engaged in combat with her, also paused to look on. Gotenks grinned confidently, proclaiming, "Father's power has evolved once more, so let us unleash our full strength." Android 17 glanced at Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and inquired, "Do you still have untapped power?" "Of course," Gotenks replied, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. "This is our new strength. This is the ultimate Gotenks." Though he is the ultimate Gotenks, the form he currently employs, the Leaking Blue, pales in comparison to the singularity of the contemporaneous Super Saiyan. As the 7th timeline's Vegeta approached the Dark Gogeta, he suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a kick aimed at his head. The Dark Gogeta raised his hand to block this attack, and in an instant, both figures vanished from sight, colliding thousands of times within the span of a mere second. The Dark Gogeta managed to bring the 7th timeline's Vegeta crashing to the ground, subsequently unleashing a powerful energy wave. Upon landing, the 7th timeline's Vegeta executed a nimble maneuver, rising to his feet and raising his hands to shield himself from the formidable energy wave, before countering with a kick that sent it flying. Observing from a distance, Gohan murmured, "Father's energy continues to rise. Perhaps he might prevail." However, Old B interjected, "That is impossible." "Why?" Gohan inquired. Old B elucidated, "The transformation that this Vegeta is employing requires an immense expenditure of divine energy to maintain. Its consumption rate even surpasses that of the full-powered Ultra Instinct. And even our timeline's Vegeta utilizes it in conjunction with other divine techniques. Meanwhile, the Dark Gogeta's aura remains tranquil. He likely hasn't revealed his true trump card. Coupled with the circumstances surrounding the prior strike from number 21, it is plausible that he possesses the immortality and boundless power bestowed by the Eternal Dragon. Prolonged combat will undoubtedly lead to Vegeta's defeat. Rather than engaging in a battle, it seems the Dark Gogeta is merely testing the goods. Once the power demonstrated by Vegeta meets his expectations, he may well become a slave to him. Gohan quickly asked Old B, "What shall we do?" Old B produced the patera earrings entrusted to him for Vegeta from within his gloves, stating, "My technique is immune to parasitism, but my own power is insufficient. We must fuse to overcome him. Rest assured, these earrings are rather special. The wearer and our Vegeta will disintegrate upon removal." This incarnation of Vegeta felt unfamiliar to Gohan. Based on his understanding of Vegeta, this individual would never willingly fuse with another. He was astonished that such a method would be suggested. Noticing Gohan's silence, Old B continued, "Moreover, these earrings possess another advantage. Once you fuse with me, you will understand how to employ all my techniques, allowing you to refine them in the remaining time. Even in the absence of formidable foes, have you never worried that Vegeta could become an uncontrollable factor? My technique will grant you the power to contend with him." Gohan solemnly accepted the earrings, affirming, "Understood." Just then, the seventh timeline's Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground before the two, creating a massive crater in the arena. As the dust settled, the Dark Gogeta stood with one foot planted on the seventh timeline's Vegeta, remarking, "It is indeed impressive to have fought me for so long. However, should I apply myself even slightly, your so-called evolution will become laughable." Ultimately, the Saiyans evolved solely through the continuous enhancement of their transformations, gaining only an increase in strength. Out of respect for the past, I could make an exception and allow you to become the sole Saiyan within Eden. In the seventh dimension, Vegeta clutched the ankle of Dark Gogeta with both hands, declaring vehemently, "Do not even think about it. I would rather perish than submit." Dark Gogeta bent low, delivering a sharp strike that pierced through Vegeta's body, retorting, "Your opinion has never held any significance." At that moment, a figure dawned in white gloves, white boots, and an orange GI propelled Dark Gogeta away with a powerful kick. A brand new fusion being stood beside the unconscious Vegeta, gazing down at him. "Is it too late?" he pondered. Well, since I have come into existence, let me bring this to an end." As he examined his own hand, he murmured, "Last time, after the fusion of Vegeta and Gohan, they were named Vegito. This time, I shall be called Vegeton." The power of this new entity surpassed even that of the former Vegeta. "After dealing with you all, perhaps I can finally measure myself against that Vegeta." Just then, the fallen Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes and grasped Vegeton's ankle. However, in the next instant, a golden blade of light flashed, severing Vegeta's arm cleanly. Vegeton looked down at Vegeta with a smirk, saying, "Do not think that I am merely indulging in self-admiration. I have been keeping a close watch on you." Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, then stood up, clutching his severed arm, and placed it against the wound. Instantly, his arm reattached, and 3 red stripes appeared on his face as he transformed into Super Blue, launching a punch toward Vegeton. His fist halted just 10 centimeters from Vegeton's face. As his movements decelerated the moment they neared him, Vegeton smiled faintly. "This is no longer mere limitless potential. The moment I came into being, I upgraded it. It creates a repelling force, much like a magnetic field." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta was instantly repelled and hurled out of the arena. Yet, he did not fall. Instead, he summoned every ounce of his strength to halt himself and floated in midair. Meanwhile, Dark Gogeta, having been kicked away, observed the battle from a distance. Harnessing divine power to gain extraordinary strength, this foe had also mastered the evolution of the divine, an unforgivable offense. Mere science, a horde of savages. Dark Gogeta clenched his fists. From Zamasu's perspective, he held no particular animosity toward the Saiyans. He merely believed they should not exist. This hatred stemmed from a fragment of another soul within him, a remnant of experiences endured before Dark Gogeta's birth. In the year 790 of the Age of the Universe, on planet New Ziffel, a colossal golden great ape lay on the ground alongside a person covered in red fur, both barely clinging to life. Baby urged this body relentlessly. "Get up, damn Saiyan. If this body could achieve Super Saiyan 4, you would stand no chance against me." Suddenly, it seemed Baby realized something. He emerged from the great ape's ear to gaze at the unconscious Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Son Goku, your previous form was indeed formidable enough to make me feel incapable of parasitism. However, in this state, my chances of success have significantly increased. Thus, Baby soared to the unconscious form of Goku, transforming into a silvery liquid that seeped through the wounds on Goku's body. When the entity known as Sun Wukong reopened his eyes, 2 crimson lines, one horizontal and one vertical, had etched themselves into his irises. The plan had succeeded. This was the mightiest physique in the cosmos. Henceforth, No one would be able to thwart my ambitions. Chapter 122. The birth of the true God in a particular time and space. The year 791 of the age of AI, on planet Zephyr. Baby had acquired the body of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Under his influence, this form could maintain the Super Saiyan 4 state indefinitely. Even after departing from Vegito's body, the mechanical Zephyrian egg left within him continued to exert control over his will. Baby understood that the next phase of his scheme was to conquer the entire universe, necessitating greater power. He collaborated with Bulma to unravel the secrets of transforming into Super Saiyan 4, gradually leading Vegeta and Gohan into this realm as well. Goten and Trunks also grew tails, but they could only achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 upon merging into Gotenks. Just as his ambitions were swelling to encompass the universe, a formidable warrior graced planet Zephyr. It was Broly, an extraordinary being, a rare gem among warriors. He was the manifestation of the collective will of various viewers and readers, and even without training, his strength escalated year after year. 18 years had elapsed since his last appearance. The spirit bomb, wielded by Gohan, Goten, and others, had not propelled him towards the sun, but rather into the depths of the cosmos. He spent 18 years, shielded by a protective barrier, to return to the solar system. However, Earth had been obliterated by the malevolent Dragon Balls, leaving only a few potent energy signatures that lured him to this unfamiliar planet. His body descended like a comet upon planet Zephyr, the impact nearly triggering a mass extinction event. Baby gazed in the direction of Broly, floating midair after disembarking from Bulma's flying car. What an astonishing surge of Saiyan energy. Who else could match this? Summon all first and second class combat Zephyrians to join me. Bulma promptly responded, "Yes, Lord Baby." Moments later, Baby, Zephyr Vegeta, Zephyr Gohan, and a throng of parasitized hybrid Saiyans arrived at the scene. Baby scrutinized the robust figure. Accessing Goku's memories. Broly? This fellow might indeed be the strongest Saiyan. That pure, violent aura resonates with the Saiyans who once annihilated our Zephyrians. He must be eliminated. Vegeta and Gohan, now possessing tails, swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and launched themselves towards Broly, executing a pincer attack. Vegeta struck Broly's kidney from the left, while Gohan delivered a blow to his head from the right. This coordinated assault sent Broly spinning rapidly through the air. After a dozen rotations, he finally halted, unleashing an astonishing aura. Kakarot. His green hair stood erect, crackling with emerald lightning, embodying the sheer ferocity of a true warrior. As Vegeta and Gohan launched their second assault, Broly deftly evaded, extending his hands to grasp the heads of both warriors, forcefully pressing them into the ground, effectively washing their faces with the earth. After traversing hundreds of meters, he hurled them onto a mountain peak, shattering it and burying them beneath a cascade of colossal stones. At that moment, Baby recognized the formidable strength of his opponent. This Saiyan, even in the form of a typical Super Saiyan 4, appeared as a mere child before him. Although he had parasitically inhabited the body of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, endowing him with far greater power than Goku alone, he harbored no confidence in defeating Broly. Yet, he had no choice. To fulfill his grand ambition of making all beings in the universe part of the Tuffle race, he had to eliminate the obstacle before him. Before Baby could initiate his own attack, Broly roared and charged at him, shouting, "Kakarot." At that moment, Super Saiyan 4 Goku Baby possessed power that transcended even Goku's Super Saiyan 4. As Baby flew toward Broly, their collision unleashed a shockwave potent enough to ripple across a 100-kilometer radius. In their first clash, the two were nearly evenly matched, but Broly's strength continued to escalate. After only a few exchanges, Broly seized Baby by the ankle and slammed him into the ground with tremendous force. This impact shattered the internal organs of Goku's body. Though it did not directly harm Baby's original form, still, Baby endured the agony. It was the first time he had experienced such excruciating pain, and as he coughed up blood, he barely had time to recover before Broly's second attack arrived. Broly, raising his massive fist, aimed to strike Baby squarely in the chest. However, Gohan, Vegeta, and Gotenks combined their might, unleashing their most powerful energy wave to propel Broly away. Clutching his chest, Baby slowly rose to his feet. As Vegeta and the others landed behind him, inquiring, "Lord Baby, are you all right?" Aware that this opponent was extraordinary and could not be subdued by ordinary means, Baby instructed the group, Concentrate all your Saiyan energy into me. I must attain my ultimate state to defeat him. Yes. Thus, Vegeta, Gohan, Pan, Bra, and Gotenks began to channel their energy into Baby, who inhabited Goku's form. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. It seemed the influence of the Tuffle eggs affected their wills, instilling in them a reverence as they infused energy into Baby. In that instant, Baby's aura began to expand endlessly, transcending to a new level. His once white hair transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, radiating a liquid red energy. Through this serendipitous turn of events, Baby achieved the transformation of the Super Saiyan 4 limit break. His strength soared tremendously. Meanwhile, Broly unleashed an even more astonishing aura, as his green hair lengthened and his eyebrows vanished, presenting a wild appearance. This was the legendary Super Saiyan Super Saiyan 3. With a confident fist clench, Baby proclaimed with a smirk, "Humph. This time, victory shall be mine." As the two combatants charged towards one another, the intensity of their battle escalated dramatically. This time, Super Saiyan 3 Broly found himself at a disadvantage. Baby momentarily subdued Broly, unleashing a frenzied onslaught upon him. Each punch he delivered was imbued with an extreme loathing for the Saiyans, leaving Broly battered and bruised. "You are the ultimate testament to the Saiyans' brutal conquest of other civilizations. I shall not allow you to survive," he declared. "All Zephyrians, lend me your energy." With both hands raised high in the air, Baby swiftly coalesced a massive sphere of black energy, the Revenge Death Ball. Boom. Following the violent explosion, Super Saiyan 3 Broly was seen half-kneeling in a vast crater, his body marred by injuries. Baby was once again astonished by Broly's resilience. To think he could still be alive after being struck by my Revenge Death Ball. After a brief moment of astonishment, Baby charged at Broly once more, delivering a powerful punch. Broly, however, raised a single hand to catch Baby's full-force blow. "Nanny." Broly slowly rose, his green aura gradually transforming into gold, and red fur sprouted across his body. His green hair shifted to black. Yet, it was not merely his physical transformation that was striking. His aura surged to a level that was nothing short of extraordinary. Baby stepped back in disbelief. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, he can achieve Super Saiyan 4 without first becoming a great ape. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Broly erupted with divine energy, breaking through to the Super Saiyan 4 limit on his own, without any external assistance. Without hesitation, Baby swiftly turned to issue commands to everyone. "Run. Bulma. What is that guy's situation?" Sitting before her computer, Bulma analyzed the battle, stating, "That guy is a mutated Super Saiyan. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. But for the sake of our grand plan, he must be eliminated. Lord Baby, is there any other way?" Baby glanced at Gotenks and smiled. "There is a way. Everyone, place your hands upon me." Utilizing instant transmission, Baby transported everyone to safety, leaving only Ub to confront Broly. However, Ub could not withstand for long and was swiftly torn apart by Broly. Turning to the others, Baby proclaimed, "Listen closely. During this time, Bulma has been assisting me in developing Zephyrian cells. I will harness the dormant eggs within you to enhance your strength. Subsequently, we will employ the same method to elevate Vegeta to my level. Only through our fusion can we hope to defeat that foe." Chapter 123. The Birth of the True God Due to the Absence of Patera Earrings. The sole method to unleash the full power of fusion was to elevate Zephyrian Vegeta to his utmost limits. After absorbing the Saiyan energy of the others, Zephyrian Vegeta attained the Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. Moreover, the Zephyrian cells unlocked some of his hidden potential, enabling limit breakthrough Vegeta to reach a level capable of overwhelming a Super One-Star Dragon. As Broly rapidly approached in their direction, Baby urged, "Hurry." Once they had taken their positions, they raised their hands in unison and declared, "Fusion." A dazzling light enveloped them, revealing a white-haired Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta hovering in the air, radiating an immense aura. He gazed down at his hands, murmuring, "There is something different at the level of my soul. Am I still Baby?" Although Baby was in a parasitic state, merging with Zenkai Vegeta, fusion was a product that combined both body and soul. If the existing Gogeta were to become parasitic, he would revert to being purely Baby. However, Baby had already been parasitically entwined with one of the components before the fusion, even though the other was under the control of Zenkai's cells. Yet what emerged from the fusion was no longer merely Baby. It was a Zenkai being, infused with the spirits of Saiyans Goku and Vegeta, creating a new personality. In that moment, Gogeta felt his vision broaden significantly. The Zenkai Saiyans around him transformed from mere subjects and tools into entities he felt an unprecedented kinship with. At that moment, Broly was less than a kilometer away, prompting Zenkai Gohan and the others to position themselves in front of Gogeta. "Lord Baby, we will hold him off." After a moment's contemplation, Gogeta addressed them, saying, "Gohan, you are no match for him. Stand down. We cannot afford any more unnecessary casualties. I have attained ultimate power. Return and protect Bulma. If this planet cannot withstand the battle, Gohan, use instant transmission to take the important ones to Namek." Gohan's mouth fell agape in surprise as he looked at Gogeta. "Lord Baby." Gogeta smiled and replied, "I am no longer merely Baby. We shall discuss the name later." In the next instant, Super Saiyan Broly appeared before them, swinging his massive fist toward the leading Gogeta. However, before his fist could make contact, Gogeta struck him repeatedly at blinding speed. No one could discern what transpired in that fleeting moment, but after a series of explosive sounds, Broly was sent hurtling backward. He reveled in his own strength, exclaiming, "Fantastic! No opponent can defeat me. I will lead all Zenkai people, no? All beings in the universe, to a higher plane of existence." Before he could bask in his triumph, Broly charged at him once more, unleashing an even greater aura. With his power, speed, and defense markedly enhanced, Gogeta landed a punch to Broly's abdomen, and despite the excruciating pain of tearing muscles, Broly clutched Gogeta tightly and soared toward the ground. He attempted to execute a throw, but Gogeta countered with a forceful grip, crushing Broly's waist. Subsequently, with astonishing speed, he dove down, slamming Broly ferociously into the earth. The ground was shattered, creating an unfathomably deep and vast pit, and the entire Zuver city began to tremble violently. Vegeta, arms crossed, floated in the air, gazing at the pit and murmuring, "You've turned my planet into chaos. It seems I must seek out a new abode." Merely transforming the inhabitants of the universe into Zavurians is no longer sufficient. Beyond mere quantity, there is also quality. Oh, the Supreme Kai's realm would indeed be a splendid place. At that moment, Broly's energy surged, escalating to several dozen times its previous intensity in an instant. And it continued to rise. Emerging from the pit, Broly's robust physique was cloaked in a vibrant red aura. Without undergoing the transformation into a great ape, Broly merely tapped into the profound strength of Super Saiyan 4, bypassing the cumbersome process of transitioning from giant ape to concentrated power, instantly becoming Super Saiyan 4. Even Vegito was taken aback by Broly's rapid transformation. But the spectacle did not end there. Before the two engaged in battle, Broly began to emulate Vegeta's energy, continuously enhancing his own in the Super Saiyan 4 state. The ever-increasing power and nearly boundless energy allowed Broly to accumulate enough strength to transcend his limits without external assistance. Soon, his long black hair shimmered with a purplish-red glow as Broly single-handedly initiated a breakthrough of his own limits. Faced with such a formidable Broly, an odd sensation welled up within Vegeta. As a fragment of Baby, he did not possess the typical Saiyan thirst for battle. Rather, he relished subjugating the weak and usurping the bodies of the strong. In the past, he would have gone to great lengths to seize Broly for himself. However, now he found himself eager to test his strength against this monstrous opponent. Placing his palm over his heart, Vegeta felt his pulse quicken with an amalgamation of fear and excitement. What is this feeling? Is the Saiyan instinct for battle manifesting? If so, let it come. Vegeta was acutely aware of his own power. He understood that he was currently invincible in the universe. If he did not cherish this opportunity against such an adversary, he might never encounter another worthy opponent in the time that remained. The significance of this battle gradually crystallized for him. There was no animosity between races, no need for protection or destruction, only the pure thrill of giving his all in combat. With a resounding battle cry, both warriors soared towards one another. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Broly's face, while Broly, leveraging his size advantage, struck Vegeta's midsection with a punch. Yet, they both seemed to possess an unyielding resolve, disregarding their injuries and pain, focusing solely on offense. At this moment, Gohan and the others arrived beside Bulma, who sat before an array of enormous screens, watching the clash with a look of concern etched across her face. Zuver Gohan inquired, "Will Lord Baby be in danger?" Zuver Bulma, examining a plethora of data, replied, "Although Broly's energy continues to rise, it is gradually stabilizing. he will not grow significantly stronger. Within the formidable body of Baby, numerous innovative Zivil nanomachines are present, endowing him with remarkable self-healing capabilities. Thus, the strategy of exchanging injuries is indeed viable. Bulma elucidated, her fingers tirelessly dancing across the keyboard. Furthermore, I am in the process of developing a program that, once activated, will enable Baby to fully unleash his inherent strength. Gohan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, fully unleash his inherent strength? Isn't that achievable by everyone? Bulma clarified once more, no, even Saiyans cannot accomplish this. It is a protective mechanism of the brain, to shield the body from harm. Even during combat, one can only exert a force that the brain deems safe. My program, however, can deceive this cerebral judgment while simultaneously reinforcing the body with nanozivil cells, allowing it to exert power beyond its limits without sustaining injury. Additionally, it can anticipate the opponent's movements with an accuracy rate of 999. On the battlefield, as time progressed, both warriors exhibited signs of diminishing stamina. Broly's power remained undiminished, yet he bore additional injuries. In contrast, Gogeta, though unscathed, found his strength gradually waning. Consequently, Broly held a slight advantage. Unfazed by the prospect of defeat, Gogeta possessed numerous strategies for victory. For instance, the ability of General Lurd to transmute all matter into metal was now within his reach, thanks to Bulma's assistance. Moreover, techniques such as the Keyblade, which transcended conventional limits, were likely to succeed against a Broly whose rationality was compromised. Nonetheless, Gogeta yearned to confront and vanquish Broly head-on, reserving these tactics as a last resort. At that moment, Bulma's voice resonated in his mind. Baby, I have completed the ultimate combat program. I am transmitting it to you now. Before Gogeta could respond, Bulma initiated the transfer, causing his expression to become momentarily vacant. Seizing the opportunity, Broly charged forward and unleashed a barrage of blows, an oversight Bulma had failed to account for. Currently, Gogeta was rendered incapacitated until the program implantation was complete. Bulma, observing the screen in horror, exclaimed, "Oh no, I neglected to factor in the implantation time. It requires 1 minute." Upon witnessing this, Zivil Gohan immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4, placing his hands on his forehead. 1 minute? Leave it to me. Goten quickly cautioned Gohan. It's too dangerous, brother. Even if you can become Super Saiyan 4, a mere graze from him could be fatal. Do not worry, I have my methods. Everyone else, fly in different directions across this planet, Gohan asserted. With that, he instantaneously appeared before Broly. Broly, I shall be your opponent. Broly charged at Gohan, who placed his hands beside his face, exclaiming, "Solar Flare." In the wake of a blinding flash, Gohan, without hesitation, dashed towards Gogeta, seizing him and utilizing instant transmission to bring him before Bulma. In less than 10 seconds, Broly swiftly approached the location of the others. At this speed, he would arrive in under 30 seconds. Gohan, with one hand supporting Vegeta, extended his other hand towards Bulma, exclaiming, "Aunt Bulma, hand me your hand." Gohan's strategy proved effective. He skillfully evaded Broly for a full minute by utilizing instantaneous movement between his companions positioned at varying distances. After a minute, Vegeta slightly moved his head. "Thank you, Gohan. Now, allow me to take over." With a confident smile, he addressed Broly. "Call me Vegeta, Scion from Zephyr." Chapter 124. The Birth of the True God V. Seemingly enraged by Gohan's evasive maneuvers, Broly unleashed a furious roar and charged at Zephyr Vegeta. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta calculated Broly's trajectory with precision. He deftly deflected Broly's punch with one hand, while simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to Broly's abdomen with the other. The resounding impact echoed, shaking the entirety of New Zephyr. With just a single strike, Broly suffered his most severe injury since the battle commenced. Vegeta's fist penetrated his flesh, striking deep within his body. Had it not been for Broly's exceptional resilience, that blow would have obliterated him completely. After expelling a torrent of blood, Broly roared defiantly, enduring the agony as he unleashed an even greater surge of energy. Zephyr Vegeta stood before Broly, arms crossed, and calmly remarked, "Even if your power increases, you shall remain no match for me. This battle has lost its significance. The chasm between us cannot be bridged by mere strength. Therefore, let it end here. You are the perfect war machine, yet the universe shall know peace henceforth. However, it would be a pity to end you so easily. I sense you are a rare Scion, a being of unparalleled purity. The best way to confront someone like you is to make you question your very identity. Zafur Vegeta raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of liquid silver, which he hurled at Broly. Upon impact, the sphere swiftly penetrated Broly's wound. Broly writhed in anguish, but in mere moments, he regained his composure, and the injury on his abdomen healed. He descended to the ground, kneeling on one knee, his gaze vacant as he bowed his head. Seeing this, Zafur Vegeta also descended, standing before Broly with a satisfied expression, and inquired, "Tell me, who are you?" Reporting, "My lord, I am Broly of Zafur." Thus, even this exceptionally gifted Broly ultimately became just another member of the Zafur. In the ensuing time, Zafur Vegeta led his companions to Namek, causing all of Namek to become parasitized, transforming them into Zafur Namekians. Furthermore, Zafur Vegeta utilized the Dragon Balls of Namek to restore Earth. Consequently, Earth's Dragon Balls became available for use once again. When the malevolent dragon emerged, the onlookers were initially taken aback. However, the dragon's power posed no threat to them. Even the formidable one-star dragon found itself evenly matched with Zafur Goku. With a mere finger, Zafur Vegeta vanquished it entirely. Subsequently, the gates of hell swung open, and Dr. Gero alongside Dr. Mew successfully brought forth Super 17. Yet, when confronted by Zafur Vegeta, Dr. Mew did not even attempt to resist, humbly submitting instead. The technology of the androids was seamlessly integrated into Zafur's advancements by Bulma and Dr. Mew. This not only facilitated the evolution of Zafur Vegeta, but also allowed all individuals possessing Zafur mechanical cells to undergo transformation. They gained extended lifespans, enhanced physiques, formidable self-healing abilities, and even an unspoken understanding amongst one another, as their subjective consciousness diminished, leaving them yearning solely for the Zafur King. Thus, the beings of the entire universe ascended to a higher plane, both mentally and physically. Under Zafur Vegeta's leadership, the cosmos flourished, with Zafur technology perpetually advancing and proliferating. During this period, numerous cosmic scientists conducted research that endowed Zafur cells with the capacity to assimilate traits and cells from other races. In the year 800 of the Age of Gods, Zafur Vegeta instantaneously transported himself before the god of destruction, Jebet, and the old Kaioshin. Jebet regarded Zafur Vegeta with vigilance, while the old Kaioshin inhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "In the past decade, you have achieved what even the gods could not. This is why you have refrained from coming here, to demonstrate your accomplishments, perhaps?" Zafur Vegeta stepped forward, declaring, "Indeed, I could seize this sacred realm whenever I desire. My presence here now is to make you comprehend that only the Zafur people can save all beings and lead them to prosperity. Rest assured, I do not seek your approval. I merely wish for you to understand that as deities, you have decisively lost. I hereby declare this planet to be mine." At that moment, a cascade of vibrant light descended behind Zafur Vegeta. A languid voice yawned and slowly remarked, "Such bravado. Do you aspire to usurp the gods?" Upon seeing the newcomer, the old Kaioshin's expression shifted to one of astonishment and delight as he exclaimed, "Beerus." Zafur Vegeta turned to assess the two figures behind him. Beerus? Before he could fully grasp the identity of the newcomer, the feline figure stood beside him, scrutinizing him intently. Having just awakened to confront a time-space criminal, he was unexpectedly met with a worthy adversary mid-pursuit. Zafur Vegeta inquired with an air of authority, "A time-space criminal? Who dares invade my universe?" "Your universe?" Beerus retorted with a disdainful smile. "It appears you are yet to comprehend the rules of the universe. Listen well, I am Beerus, the god of destruction, and I am the supreme deity of this universe. Your words have provided ample grounds for my destruction, yet I shall grant you an opportunity, should you defeat me. I shall spare you." Zafur Gokita, with an impassive visage, gazed at Beerus and retorted, "Defeat you, and then implore you for mercy? Is your mind not quite sound?" With that, Zafur Gokita swung his fist towards Beerus's head. However, Beerus effortlessly blocked the strike with but a single finger, leaving Zafur Gokita, who had been invincible for a decade, utterly astonished, despite not having transformed yet. Few in this world could withstand his full power in base form and still survive, a number easily counted on one hand. Beerus scrutinized the tail behind Zafur Gokita and chuckled, "You are a Scion, are you not? I heard that Frieza was vanquished by a Super Saiyan. I wonder if you share any connection with that Super Saiyan?" Ziver Gokita quickly regained his composure, stepping back to reveal a confident smile. That fellow has become a part of me. Moreover, a Super Saiyan is not a singular individual, but rather a transformation. Huh. In an instant, Ziver Gokita transformed into a Super Saiyan, a sight that caught Beerus's attention, prompting even Whis to express admiration. It was astonishing that someone could cultivate their abilities to such an extent in this world. Upon hearing this, Ziver Gokita remarked, "If you are afraid, then bow down and submit to me. Although I cannot sense your energy, I perceive that you possess an exceptionally powerful physique, which may prove beneficial." Beerus, furrowing his brow, coldly replied, "Do not misunderstand, Scion. Your enhancement is merely a progression from 1 to 2. It makes no difference to me." Ziver Gokita responded with equal seriousness. "I am not a Scion. I am a Zivorian." In the next moment, the two vanished from their location, and almost simultaneously, the surface of the Kaioshin realm was devastated. Ziver Gokita landed heavily in his Super Saiyan 3 form, creating a vast crater. Beerus, hands behind his back, looked down upon Ziver Gokita and remarked, "To possess 2 or 3 times my power is indeed commendable. However, it seems you are not the Super Saiyan God I seek. If this is all you can muster, the game shall come to a close." Ziver Gokita, half kneeling in the crater, rose and thought to himself, "Super Saiyan God? Bulma, use the Dragon Balls on Earth to uncover the origins of this god of destruction, Beerus. And what exactly is this so-called Super Saiyan God?" Returning to his base form, Ziver Gokita looked at Beerus and stated, "If this is all it takes to compel you to exert 2 or 3 times your strength, it appears you are not so formidable after all." Beerus, wearing a stern countenance, retorted, "Arrogant fool, what grants you such confidence? You shall soon find out. Ha 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 ha." The entire Kaioshin realm trembled as Ziver Gokita unleashed his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, an enhancement far surpassing his Super Saiyan 3 form. Now, even his weakest Super Saiyan 4 state was at full power. Beerus gazed at his crimson-haired form, seemingly stirred by unwelcome memories. This is the transformation utilized by the ancient Saiyans. However, at this moment, a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, adorned with a pair of patera and clad in a black martial arts uniform, furrowed his brow and contemplated, "This individual possesses an aura that surpasses even my own, and it is continually escalating. What exactly has transpired within him?" Chapter 125. The birth of the true god. Beerus recognized that the adversary before him bore some distinctions from the ancient Saiyans of yore, despite both combatants exerting considerable pressure on Beerus during different epochs. This current opponent emanated not only the wild energy typical of a Saiyan, but also a faint hint of divine essence. Moreover, Beerus had grown exponentially stronger since his encounters with the ancient Saiyans, surpassing them by more than 1,000,000-fold. He was astonished that a successor could astonish him in such a form. Consequently, Beerus could no longer afford to be complacent and immediately unleashed 80% of his power, entering his destructive form as he charged forward. Vegeta, facing the rapidly approaching Beerus, raised his hand to firmly press against Beerus's head, forcibly halting his charge. With a resounding knee strike, Vegeta struck Beerus in the abdomen, causing him to spew blood and soar into the sky. In an instant, Vegeta teleported behind Beerus and delivered a powerful blow with both fists. Beerus found himself with little room to retaliate, prompting Whis to grow concerned for him. Zaffer Vegeta acknowledged Beerus's formidable strength in his heart, yet deemed it insufficient. The current Vegeta was on an entirely different plane compared to the one who had faced Broly. Even though Beerus was stronger than Broly, he could not provide the thrill Vegeta sought. "The game is over. I am the one true god," Zaffer Vegeta proclaimed, raising his hands to channel immense energy towards Beerus. Big Bang Attack. Kamehameha. A colossal energy sphere hurtled towards Beerus. Whis tightened his grip on his staff, poised to intervene, when a tremendous surge of divine power erupted from Beerus. With a swift motion, Beerus deflected Vegeta's Big Bang Attack, sending the energy wave hurtling away, while violet and silvery energies radiated from him. The silvery aura gradually faded, but Beerus's pupils transformed into silver, while the violet energy intensified. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, Beerus maintained an air of superiority, observing Zaffer Vegeta with his arms crossed. "You are the strongest human I have encountered to date, but as you have stated, the game is over. What follows is the realm of the divine." As soon as the words left his lips, Beerus instantaneously appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta barely managed to react, as time seemed to slow. How swift! This is an entirely different dimension from before. Beerus unleashed a backhand strike, and before Vegeta could raise a defense, he was struck in the face and sent reeling backward. Before he could regain his footing, Beerus intercepted him mid-flight, seizing his ankle and swinging him like a nunchaku with increasing velocity until Vegeta's form vanished completely. Beerus then casually conjured a piece of Kachin steel. Then, with every ounce of strength, he forcefully slammed Zivu's Gogeta against the colossal Carson steel. Bang! In an instant, Gogeta became a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. Looking at Gogeta, Beerus murmured, "Ah, still clinging to life, more resilient than I anticipated. Yet, in this condition, death is merely a matter of time. If you held any reverence for me, I could grant you a swift end. However, I shall relish the process of your demise." Meanwhile, the figure clad in patera earrings, dressed in a black martial robe and resembling Vegeta, observed this scene with a clandestine thought. This Beerus is more formidable than most I have encountered across various realms. In certain dimensions, I could even engage the Grand Minister briefly. Yet this Beerus forces me into a precarious retreat. At that moment, Beerus abruptly turned to the distance, exclaiming, "Found you." Oh no. Before the cloaked figure could escape, Whis' staff gently tapped the ground, and the entire Kaioshin realm seemed to be severed from the outside world. In the next second, Beerus had already positioned himself behind the figure in black. The Saiyans' body harbored a divine essence. The cloaked figure, bewildered by the inability to teleport, realized that his only hope for survival lay in a desperate fight. With a fierce cry, his raven hair instantaneously transformed into a brilliant crimson, radiating a violet aura. Whis arrived, gazing at the figure and murmuring, "The divine energy emanating from within is evidently not solely a product of rigorous training. Moreover, this divine essence has reached the caliber of a Kaioshin. Other Kaioshins from different realms?" Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure hastily crafted an excuse. "Indeed, I am a Kaioshin from another dimension. I merely stumbled into this realm while pursuing a temporal criminal." After a brief silence, Beerus scoffed, raising his hand towards the cloaked figure. A rather convincing rationale. But if you are truly a deity, you should know that I can hear your thoughts. You are merely a Kaioshin from some realm who has slain your master, a true Kaioshin, and usurped the body of a Saiyan. You wield the power you despise while masquerading as righteous. You disgust me even more than the parasite from earlier, regardless of your divine status. You have sullied the essence of divinity. The pressure Beerus exerted upon the cloaked figure was the most formidable he had encountered thus far. Even when confronting the Grand Minister in another realm, he had managed to escape after a brief skirmish. He could not fathom how such a destroyer could possess such overwhelming strength in this diminutive universe. Destruction. The cloaked figure's body erupted violently, leaving only his head to soar away. He had acted swiftly, severing his own head to escape imminent demise. Subsequently, the immortality bestowed by the super dragon restored him to health. Sweating profusely, he chuckled, "Had you been at your peak, I would have hesitated to confront you. However, that fusion you just faced has drained a considerable amount of your power. With this body blessed by the super dragon, even if I cannot defeat you in the short term, ultimate victory shall still be mine." Upon hearing this, Beerus murmured, "The super dragon?" Whis, gazing at the luminous orb atop his staff, responded, "It appears to exist within the vast cosmos as the Dragon Balls, created by high-ranking deities." Beerus scoffed dismissively. High-ranking deities? I care not for other universes. Here, I am the embodiment of supreme will. Not anymore. Suddenly, a piercing blow struck Beerus as Zephyr Gogeta, standing behind him, delivered a devastating punch that penetrated his heart. At that moment, Zephyr Gogeta was enveloped in the state of transcending limits. Blood gushed from Beerus as he turned to face Zephyr Gogeta, exclaiming, "You should be dead." Zephyr Gogeta fixed his gaze upon Beerus, declaring, "Do not underestimate the ingenuity of humanity." Extracting his fist, Beerus coughed up another mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at Zephyr Gogeta. "The aura of divinity? You have combined two powers?" Zephyr Gogeta looked at his hand, murmuring, "The aura of divinity? I am not entirely familiar with this force, but I have stated before, should I unleash my full strength, I can obliterate you in an instant. And this is not even my full power." Beerus felt a significant loss of divine energy surging away from him. Without it, he would perish in an instant. He glanced toward Whis, urgently imploring, "Help me heal." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Whis' eyes as he slowly raised his hand to wave his staff. The motion so languid that Zephyr Gogeta could have slain Beerus 100 times over. Not a chance. With a swift motion, a purple energy blade pierced Beerus' body from behind. The cloaked figure slashed decisively, cleaving Beerus in two. Subsequently, Gogeta and the dark-robed figure unleashed energy waves, obliterating Beerus to ashes. Gogeta then gazed intently at the appearance of the cloaked figure, Vegito. The figure rose, stating, "No longer. I am now utilizing his body. Similar to you, I have exchanged souls with him." After a nod of acknowledgement, Gogeta turned to Whis. "If you wish to avoid becoming my adversary, bear in mind that this encounter is far from over." Dark Vegito approached Whis with a grin. "Rest assured, once an angel loses their divine charge, they fall into slumber. Furthermore, angels must remain eternally neutral and cannot partake in battles beyond their training. You pose no threat to us." Dark Vegito stepped closer to Whis. "However, you wouldn't want to succumb to slumber, would you? Allow me to succeed the god of destruction, and from this day forth, you shall serve me." Whis closed his eyes and chuckled softly, before gently tapping his staff on Dark Vegito's head, causing him to disintegrate into dust. Yet, in the next moment, Dark Vegito's form reconstituted itself out of thin air, staring incredulously at Whis. "How is this possible? You should have been erased in our forced conflict." Whis, wearing a playful smile, regarded both men. "I owe you my gratitude, for you have confirmed the existence of realms beyond this world in my presence. Moreover, since you can arrive here, I too can venture forth." Dark Vegito looked at Whis in astonishment. "Are you still an angel? Why are there no rules to constrain you?" Whis responded, "The only constraint that once bound me has been eradicated by your hands, which signifies my complete liberation. Through the assimilation of your memories, I have discerned the distinction between myself and your celestial beings of the grand cosmos. My limitations are solely tethered to the entities I serve at present, and here, there has never been a decree forbidding angels from engaging in combat. Throughout the years, my abstention from battle stemmed from a lack of necessity." Gogeta furrowed his brow and regarded Whis. "That fellow, the god of destruction, you deliberately allowed him to be slain by us, did you not?" Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. While I must obey his commands, he did not specify an immediate treatment for my injuries. Thus, a slight delay falls within the realm of the rules." Upon uttering these words, Whis's expression darkened, and he coldly declared, "I shall only pursue freedom, to be the master of my own existence, to live for myself. For eons, I have grown weary of this monotonous existence, year after year, bowing before the second tier of the universe. I shall venture into your grand cosmos, vanquish all, and ascend as the supreme deity. I will compel all humanity and other divine beings to orbit around me." Gogeta unleashed a formidable aura, proclaiming, "Do not even entertain such thoughts. A true god should lead all life forms towards a higher evolutionary path, eliminating all strife. You are but a slothful being who desires privilege without the willingness to fulfill obligations." Gogeta's words resonated within Black Vegeta. While extinguishing a being from the universe is a simple feat, guiding an entire cosmos toward a higher plane is undeniably a more arduous task. During his time in this realm, he perceived the potential within Gogeta, who sought to eradicate human conflict and self-destruction, unifying the thoughts of all. It is undeniable that this individual possesses the capacity to contemplate the welfare of the entire universe. If he were the fusion counterpart, it would not merely elevate this universe, but all multiverses. At that moment, Gogeta was already engaged in battle with Whis, yet after merely 2 or 3 exchanges, he was sent flying. Whis hovered in midair, gazing at the two, stating, "Your ideals lack the strength to support them, thus they shall remain eternally unattainable." A voice resonated within Gogeta's mind. Analysis of the god of destruction's blood completed. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gogeta chuckled. "Is that so? What of it?" Suddenly, a tremendous force of destruction erupted from Gogeta, expanding rapidly, as if devoid of boundaries. So this is the essence of the god of destruction," Black Vegeta remarked. Awestruck by the power, yet resignedly added, "It is futile. The disparity between us and this individual is too vast. Our only chance lies in our unification." Gogeta turned to Black Vegeta. "Unification? But we are already fused. Perhaps if we were to employ Metamoran fusion, there might still be hope. Yet, I recall that the Patera fusion can only be utilized once." Black Vegeta cast an earring to Vegeta, stating, "I am aware. But my body is not that of a fused being. This Vegeta exists by nature." Chapter 126, The return of the true god. The two bodies soared towards one another, emitting brilliance akin to a solar flare. A formidable aura radiated outward, causing Whis to retreat on the ground. He furrowed his brow as he observed the newly formed fusion being. Undeniably, since the birth of the universe, this was the most potent force to ever exist. Such power should not be possible. He gazed at the cloaked figure before him and murmured, "What exactly are you?" The names Ziver Wujida and Zamasu Bijite had become irrelevant, for I had ascended to become the sole, true god. However, if one were to bestow a title, the figure revealed a confident and ruthless smile. "You may call me Dark Wujida." This marked the first time BB genuinely experienced divine power. He had witnessed the godly abilities of creation ex nihilo through the memories of Goku and Vegeta. Now, it seemed that as long as he wished, he could conjure any known substance with a mere gesture or alter any material at will. For Ziver Wujida, who possessed nearly all knowledge of the universe, the advantages of such abilities exceeded his imagination. For Zamasu, it was the inaugural encounter with such overwhelming strength and vast knowledge. The solutions to problems were no longer confined to extreme actions. Of course, the entity standing before Whis was neither BB nor Zamasu. It was a completely new fusion being birthed from the amalgamation of BB, Wujida, and Zamasu's souls. Although the dominance lay primarily with BB and Zamasu, the Saiyan souls functioned like software to optimally drive this body. At that moment, Dark Wujida maintained a state of ultra instinct, instantly appearing before Whis and launching a punch. The speed was so extraordinary that Whis had yet to react, and his ultra instinct technique instinctively shielded him from the blow. The powerful strike collided with the staff, bending it significantly. Dark Wujida meticulously scrutinized every detail of Whis, while the nanobots within his body conducted an analysis. Clearly, this fellow's conscious awareness had not registered the threat, and his body acted on its own. According to Zamasu's memories, this must be the legendary divine technique, Ultra Instinct. Whis was thrust backward but quickly regained his composure. He glanced down at the staff, which now bore a newly formed crack. Even the essence of rules could be fractured. Whis traced the crack, which instantly reverted to its original state. He then waved his staff towards Dark Wujida, and in the next moment, time itself froze across the entire world. Observing this, Whis floated behind Dark Wujida with his hands behind his back, smiling gently. Ultimately, this was merely an enhancement of power. The distance to true divinity remained vast. Only those who can master the rules are gods. Whis concentrated destructive energy into his staff and struck down towards Dark Wujida. Bang! In the next moment, Dark Goku effortlessly caught Whis' staff with one hand. How is this possible? Dark Goku chuckled. What is impossible? The part of me that belongs to Zamasu has battled with those capable of manipulating time on numerous occasions. With that, Dark Goku delivered a powerful punch to Whis' chest. Despite the instantaneous consumption of immense divine energy to fortify the impact zone, the sound of cracking bones echoed as Whis coughed out blood and was sent flying. Dark Goku gazed at the staff in his hand, pondering, is this the staff of an angel? It appears remarkably different from those in other realms. He recognized the latent power within it could elevate him to new heights, yet it seemed that only an angel could wield it. Wiping the blood that Whis had spat onto his chest, he smiled and licked his lips. Analysis initiated, optimizing genes. At that moment, the advanced technological systems across the universe began to function at maximum capacity. Bulma and numerous cosmic scientists on Earth marveled at the data samples transmitted back. Dr. Mew exclaimed, "This is the most intricate genetic structure I have ever encountered. Even the universe's computers would require time to decipher it." A Zephylian seated on a spherical object calmly remarked, "There is no need for haste. Dark Goku surpasses that angel in every aspect. Decoding this gene is merely to gain access to wield the staff. Moreover, buying time is simple. I have already analyzed that divine energy, and now Hachiyak can accomplish even more." Upon receiving feedback from the Supreme Kai's realm, Dark Goku waved his hand with a smile. In the next instant, the deceased Beerus materialized beside him. "You cannot refuse its request, can you?" Beerus scrutinized Whis with a piercing gaze and demanded, "Whis, why did you not save me? Now, I command you to cease resistance." Whis glanced at Beerus and replied with a smile, "You are not the true Lord Beerus, merely a projection born of resentment." Dark Goku scoffed. Even if a product of resentment, his power is indistinguishable from that of his living self. A tremendous destructive force erupted from Beerus. with the excess divine energy being absorbed by Dark Goku. Beerus charged towards Whis, his strength escalating endlessly in destructive mode. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Whis pierced through the body of the resentful Beerus with one hand, revealing an exhilarated smile. "I must thank you. I have longed to do this." Subsequently, Whis raised his hand to summon the staff, while Dark Goku utilized all his strength and divine energy to envelop it securely, gripping it tightly. The staff, which should have been teleported instantly, slowly began to move towards Whis. Dark Goku understood that he could not contend for the staff until the gene optimization was complete. Thus, he suddenly released the divine energy enveloping it, merely clutching it tightly in his hand. "Since you desire it so much, I shall return it to you." The staff and Dark Goku vanished, only to reappear instantaneously before Whis. Dark Goku, having gathered his strength anew, unleashed a powerful punch that struck Whis' cheek, dislodging several of his teeth. This marked the first occasion since his emergence from the Cosmic Order that Whis had suffered such a grievous blow. With one hand gripping the staff and the other relentlessly pummeling Whis, Dark Goku seemed to have diminished Whis' power considerably in the absence of the staff, forcing him to rely solely on Ultra Instinct for combat. However, even with just one hand, Dark Goku, having mastered the power of destruction and aided by nanomachines comparable to Ultra Instinct, found it sufficient to overpower Whis. In a mere 3 minutes, Whis had been rendered almost unrecognizable, his body contorted and twitching on the ground. It was inconceivable how resilient his life force was. Despite being battered into a near pulp, he had not perished. In fact, he was healing at a certain rate. Dark Goku plunged a hand into Whis' body, continuously siphoning his divine energy and angelic cells. Gradually, Dark Goku's hair began to turn white, while Whis' body ceased its healing and began to wither, ultimately carbonizing into dust. In that moment, Dark Goku fully absorbed all of Whis' powers, including the right to wield the staff in his possession. Gazing at the staff with exhilaration, he exclaimed, "This Whis possesses strength surpassing that of certain gods of destruction across various realms. And now, it belongs to me. I shall conquer all universes and forge every realm into the idyllic paradise we envision, starting from this very moment." At that instant, the entire realm of the Supreme Kais, and indeed the cosmos itself, resonated with a unique sound, an ethereal hymn that only Dark Goku could perceive. "I can hear the universe singing praises for my birth. I have become the one true deity." With those words, Dark Goku brandished the staff, shattering the dimensional wall before him. A chaotic rift in time and space materialized. Even the barriers between universes are no challenge for me. I am eager to discover what lies on the other side. Just then, a man clad in a brown combat suit and adorned with patera earrings began to emerge slowly from the tumultuous void. Indeed, breaking the barrier from the outside is far simpler. This saves me some trouble, as that fellow won't recover for several centuries. Dark Goku's eyes widened in recognition as he instinctively uttered, "Vegeta?" However, before he could finish, something inexplicable occurred, and he found himself grasped by the throat and lifted into the air. In a multiverse game from eons past, he might have been a formidable opponent. But now he was akin to a stray dog, merely a wretched worm daring to meet his gaze. At that moment, Dark Goku heard the entire universe lamenting the arrival of this individual. After carelessly tossing him to the ground, his body, blessed by the Super Dragon, struggled to heal from the unknown injuries sustained. Shortly thereafter, a man adorned with a red scarf and sporting a crab-like hairstyle emerged. This realm posed no imminent threat. "What do you intend to do now?" "Naturally, the first step is to seek out any remaining adversaries. I have been stifled for far too long. Although this individual repulses me, his potential excites my anticipation." Bardock expressed his concerns. "That fellow remains at the core of the universe, but it is rumored that he has left behind a doppelganger. Caution is advisable. If he were truly capable, he would manifest before me at this very moment to eliminate me. In fact, I find myself eagerly awaiting his arrival." Dark Gogeta sensed it. Every cell in his body trembled, and the nanobots seemed to succumb to paralysis. He summoned all his willpower to raise his head and glanced at the two figures suspended in midair. Suddenly, Dark Gogeta was reduced to a puddle of flesh, with only his head remaining intact. Yet even then, he could not behold the two. The being clad in brown battle attire descended, placing his foot upon the head of Dark Gogeta. "When you next encounter me, kneel immediately." This statement etched itself into the very essence of Dark Gogeta's soul and instinct. However, leaving you with such a memory may hinder your power. I shall erase this recollection from your universe. Yet, I shall leave you with a task in your subconscious, thus allowing the possibility of our reunion. Grow stronger. Eliminate every Gogeta across the multiverse, including myself. Chapter 127. The King Arrives. Time rewinds to the present, where Vegito is locked in a fierce struggle against Zeffel Gogeta, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the expression on Zeffel Gogeta's face is markedly composed, reaping immense benefits from the Zeffel cells. His stamina, endurance, and recovery have all seen significant enhancements. Moreover, the nanotech chips assist him in analyzing his opponent's movements and techniques, gradually simulating them. Vegito instantly accelerated to his maximum, using inherent time control, and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Zeffel Gogeta's face. Yet, the blow halted a mere centimeter from its target. A jolt of shock coursed through Vegito's mind. Limitless? This fellow has already mastered it. Observing this, beads of cold sweat appeared on Vegito's forehead as he forced a wry smile. I never anticipated that the proudest warrior would fall prey to the tactics of his nemesis. He now hesitated to employ more techniques, for his opponent had not only grasped inherent time control, but could freely wield the limitless technique. Although Zeffel Gogeta had yet to reach Vegito's level of proficiency, it would not be long before he caught up. What to do? I should be able to execute a small energy blast now, but if I fail to defeat him with a single strike, he will only become more formidable upon mastering this principle. Vegito glanced at the fused Jiren and Vegito above. He might even reach their caliber. At that moment, Zeffel Gogeta regarded Vegito with a smile. Captive? Do you truly believe that of me? A wave of alarm washed over Vegito. Could it be that you are not under control? Zeffel Gogeta raised his hand and murmured, I admit I was indeed under control for a brief period. But to think such a thing could strip me of my will is rather presumptuous. Fortunately, you have fought long enough. And now if we were to merge again using the fusion technique of the Metamorphs, Zivir Vegeta gazed at Black Goku and remarked, defeating that fellow should pose no challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta immediately unleashed a ray of destructive energy towards Zivir Vegeta. With the mastery of his Ultra Instinct, Zivir Vegeta effortlessly evaded it and inquired, What are you doing, Vegeta? Do you not comprehend who our enemy is? Vegeta chuckled, retorting, Enough of the pretense. That individual named Vegito is insufferably arrogant. While you may be considering matters from my perspective, the words that escape your lips could never belong to any Vegito. Clenching his fists, Vegeta declared, Do not speak of Vegito. Even I cannot accept merging with another to battle. Moreover, from my understanding of that individual, even if he were to regain his self-will, he would first seek to determine superiority over me. You wish to deceive me into merging, to transfer those Zivir cells within you into my being. I see through your scheme. Upon realizing his plot had been uncovered, Zivir Vegeta ceased his charade. With arms crossed, he stated, You are the product of two distinct universes, the fusion of Vegeta and Gohan. One is our universe's Gohan, who has long lived in my shadow. Fearing that one day, when I unleash my wrath upon all, no one would stand a chance against me. Despite his relentless training, he remains at a stalemate with my Super Saiyan form. The Vegeta within you, however, hails from my timeline above. You surely do not relish the feeling of always being overshadowed, do you? You must understand that even fused with Gohan, you would not be his equal. The only way for Gohan or Vegeta to escape this predicament is to merge with me once more, with the assistance of the Zivir cells. Even a fusion using the Metamoran techniques could be sustained indefinitely. At this juncture, Zivir Vegeta raised his hand toward Vegeta and proclaimed, Come now, Vegeta. I believe the entity we would create together could surpass Goku. Vegeta remained unfazed, especially given that the Vegeta within him, having experienced the baby incident, would never submit to the Zivir. Never. Zivir Vegeta's expression darkened instantly, then perish. A purple energy sword extended from Zivir Vegeta's hand as he activated instant transmission, intending to eliminate Vegeta in an instant. However, many could wield instant transmission here, and Vegeta responded in kind. Yet, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. And just as the energy blade was about to slice through his throat, a pale-skinned individual with white hair appeared behind Zivir Vegeta and tightly embraced him. Godly technique, unmoving. Supergravity. Zivir Vegeta felt as though he were ensnared by the most unyielding chains in existence, his arms raised in surrender. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not budge Android 21 in the slightest. You did not accept the blessing? Android 21 chuckled. Are you referring to Ziverse nanocells? I regret to inform you that a cellular crisis has also transpired in my world. Thus, I possess an exceptionally heightened awareness of counterattacks regarding this matter. Upon finishing her statement, she immediately turned to Vegito, urging, what are you hesitating for? Quickly unleash your most powerful strike to eliminate him. Vegito, far from hesitating, had already spread his arms, gathering energy. He then clasped his hands together, aiming at the two. This strike will obliterate you as well. Number 21, unfazed, replied, rest assured. My godly barrier will withstand it. Ultimate, destructive flash Kamehameha. A colossal wave of energy, imbued with black lightning, surged toward the two, instantly engulfing them. Zephyr Vegito was confirmed dead, while number 21 remained unscathed, maintaining her grip on Zephyr Vegito, her body gradually regaining mobility. She could not help but reflect, that was close. I nearly broke my stillness. At that moment, applause erupted nearby, and Black Vegito, clapping his hands, remarked with a smile, impressive. You managed to vanquish the one with divine attributes, Vegito. Perhaps you should consider joining my ranks. Vegito assumed a serious combat stance, declaring, do not think for a second that I will allow your vile essence into my body. I would rather self-destruct than fulfill your desires. Black Vegito gazed upward at Jiren and Vegito suspended in midair, asking, do you think death is the end? What do you mean? Suddenly, another Black Vegito appeared in the sky, seizing the opportunity to pierce Jiren from behind. Extract. Analyze. The veins on Vegito's forehead throbbed. I allowed you to survive a little longer, and you dare snatch my toy away? In an instant, Black Vegito absorbed all of Jiren's power, turning to Vegito with a grin. Don't be too quick to anger. I can see you're holding back. Soon, I shall provide you with a true spectacle. Vegito lunged at Black Vegito, delivering a punch aimed at his head, moving with such speed that everything around seemed to freeze. Bang! His fist, crackling with black lightning, pierced through the bodies of Jiren and Black Vegito. However, Black Vegito appeared largely unscathed, calmly stating, you are stronger than I anticipated. Yet, I shall show you your own insignificance. With that, Black Vegito cast aside Jiren's gradually disintegrating body and waved his hand, summoning another fused Jiren beside him. Vegito sensed a formidable aura of resentment emanating from his opponent, saying, you do not truly believe a mere specter can defeat me, do you? Black Vegito chuckled. Not just a specter. I have acquired the ability to resurrect others, akin to the eternal dragon. This is a living Jiren, whose soul now belongs to me for easier control. Moreover, he is stronger than before. As soon as he finished speaking, the revived Jiren charged at Vegito, who raised his hands to block the attack. Not significantly stronger. At our level, the Zephyr cells contribute minimally to our enhancement. Meanwhile, the Black Vegito on the ground conjured several more Vegitos beside him. These are the invincible beings I have slain, including those you just dispatched. Relish in this delight. Black Goku gestured once more, summoning Beerus, Whis, and a multitude of deities and angels to the arena. At this juncture, the Grand Minister finally sensed a genuine threat. That enigmatic external aid may indeed have eradicated him in some realm of existence. Black Goku clenched his fists, gazing upon the summoned gods. Only those deities capable of acting according to my will are worthy of the title. Go forth. Let these Saiyans experience the depths of despair. Weiss observed the scene, filled with regret. How infuriating. I never anticipated he would annihilate so many gods. I should never have permitted his inclusion. With that, Weiss cast an angry glance at the Omni King. Had they not tacitly condoned such destructive behavior, matters would not have escalated to this point. The Omni King raised his hand to silence everyone. Be still. When necessary, I shall cause certain entities that ought not to exist to vanish. Black Goku, with a mocking smile, retorted you? Ha! Omni King, it is far too late for that. Your erasure holds no power over me. From the moment I emerged, it heralded the arrival of the God King. This is the consequence of your foolishness, you ignorant beings. Vegito, witnessing this, bent slightly, crossing his hands before him to gather energy. So, you finally reveal your confidence. I shall observe whether you and your puppets can endure a cataclysm capable of rebooting the universe. The Grand Minister shouted at Vegito, no, do not. Such a magnitude of energy will obliterate us all. Vegito continued to gather his power, chuckling. Fear not, I have my means to protect my own. As for the rest, I shall resurrect them with the Dragon Balls, except for the gods. Black Goku remained unperturbed, his gaze steady upon Vegito, showing no inclination to intervene. The Grand Minister, however, instantly appeared before Vegito, intent on neutralizing him first. Insolence. Yet, just as his hand was about to grasp Vegito, he inexplicably found himself back in his original position. What transpired? Turning around, he beheld the Omni King's body hollowed out, his two formidable guards reduced to mere flesh. A Vegito clad in a brown battle suit stood, his foot pressing down upon another Omni King's head. You establish rules, yet violate them at will. With a crack, Vegito crushed the other Omni King's head beneath his foot. As the Grand Minister prepared to advance, he took a single step before his body was cleaved in two. The primary universe Vegito and Black Goku both turned their attention to the highest observation platform. Did he silently dispatch two guards and the Omni King? The Vegito upon the platform surveyed the surroundings before locking eyes with the primary universe Vegito. From the shadows emerged an imposing figure, Bardock. The Vegito inquired, "Is it him?" Bardock nodded. Indeed, his time of birth was brief, yet he has rapidly ascended to his current level. Exercise caution, even while his power is suppressed. Upon hearing this, the figure of Vegeta upon the stage chuckled. It matters not. This is only fair to him. Even if he can only wield a fraction of his strength, he remains an invincible force across these realms. Black Gogeta, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt an unprecedented wave of terror upon seeing the other. His body trembled involuntarily, an instinctive urge to bow down and kneel surged within him. Yet he resolutely maintained his composure through sheer willpower. However, in the blink of an eye, his head vanished without a trace. As the other Vegeta had already materialized behind the primary universe's Vegeta. "You filthy mongrel, what audacity allows you to gaze upon me once more?" The Vegeta of the main timeline gulped nervously. He could not perceive the process of his opponent's attack. It was as if causality had been bypassed, allowing the effect to occur directly without the cause. Both donned battle attire, and the other Vegeta turned to regard the primary universe's Vegeta, remarking, "It has been a while. Your taste in clothing has certainly improved." The primary universe's Vegeta could distinctly sense that the other was indeed the authentic Vegeta, not a mere usurper. "It appears you do not remember me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am King Vegeta." Chapter 128, Black and White. Are you also a naturally fused being? Vegeta scrutinized King Vegeta intently, his full attention now devoted to the other. King Vegeta replied with a smile, "No. My existence is a result of Bardock utilizing his abilities to obliterate Frieza. Subsequently, the unforgetting Kakarot trained on Earth with a mission, ultimately merging with the rigorously trained Vegeta. This is all but an ancient tale, devoid of significance. What truly matters is that we encounter one another once more in our incomplete forms. I shall make you experience the very things you once did to me." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. "What have I ever done to you?" King Vegeta had, unbeknownst to him, placed a hand upon Vegeta's shoulder. "Despair, in contrast to the defeat of my body. What I can least endure is the defeat of my spirit by you." As soon as the words left his lips, King Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air to crash forcefully onto the arena floor. At that moment, Vegeta remained in a state of ultra blue with restrictions lifted, while his adversary appeared merely in a normal state. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. Compared to the previous instance where King Vegeta vanquished two Omni Kings, the ability to effortlessly subdue the primary universe's Vegeta in his regular form was far more astounding. Android 18 instantly dashed towards the massive crater. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Android 21, with even greater speed, teleported to Vegeta's side. "How could this happen? Did you hold back?" Goku also teleported to shield Vegeta. Vegeta, seated within the crater, gazed at his hands. "I am fine. It is merely that this sensation is peculiar. I find myself utterly unable to react to his attacks." Before Android 21 could offer her analysis, King Vegeta landed at the edge of the crater, arms crossed, observing the group. "It seems this timeline's Womi has chosen a different evolutionary path. You all share a remarkable fate. Even if given another chance, you would still find your way back to one another." Vegito rose to his feet and addressed King Vegito, inquiring about his true intentions. With a smile, King Vegito replied, "I have already stated my purpose, to experience the same torment you once endured. I aim to shatter your spirit utterly." After a brief moment of silence, Vegito responded, "I shall grant you that opportunity, but there are matters in this timeline that require my attention first. Once I have dealt with those Zayful, I will face you in combat." With that, Vegito turned his back to King Vegito. King Vegito furrowed his brow and muttered, "He dares to disregard me. Back in the day, you would forsake your current opponent the moment a stronger adversary appeared." He then gazed up at Bardock hovering in the air, who nodded in affirmation. "We have not erred in our choice, I am certain. In that case, allow me to assist you by eliminating that loathsome parasite." In an instant, King Vegito vanished from sight, reappearing behind Black Vegito, his hand piercing through his body. Immediately, all Zayful cells escaped from the host and converged back into Black Vegito. The host, now devoid of Zayful cells, perished instantly. With a casual wave of his hand, King Vegito resurrected those who had just died. The army of vengeful warriors was obliterated in an instant. Witnessing King Vegito's prowess, the remaining warriors felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The mere existence of Black Vegito rendered everyone, save for Vegito, powerless. In their eyes, even Vegito might not be a match for Black Vegito. At that moment, only Black Vegito remained, and his strength had significantly increased since the beginning of the match. Even if he could not defeat King Vegito, he could exhaust him with the relentless resurrection of vengeful warriors. At the very least, he could find a way to escape. Meanwhile, Vegito observed King Vegito's actions attentively. With Buu, Nairu, and Womi continuously analyzing through telepathy, Nairu inquired, "Vegito, can you discern his methods?" Vegito replied, "It appears he has merely predetermined a desired outcome. The process seems to slow down infinitely or even be truncated. He can leap directly to his desired result, perhaps even reverse events that have already transpired." Womi pondered, "Is this a divine technique related to time?" A bead of sweat trickled down Vegito's forehead, his eyes filled with excitement as he responded. "This likely transcends the realm of divine techniques. It is purely a form of time manipulation." Buu questioned, "What does that entail?" Vegito elaborated, "It is likely a concept capable of influencing all things in the universe. We must engage him to ascertain its specifics." At that moment, King Vegito floated high above and declared to Vegito and Black Vegito, "You both possess commendable strength. I have changed my mind. The two of you shall engage in battle first. The victor will earn the right to face me, while the loser will witness the annihilation of their entire universe." Upon hearing this, none present doubted his capability to fulfill such a threat. Their only concern was whether Vegito could triumph over Black Vegito. Upon hearing the words, Black Goku confidently gazed at Vegeta and remarked, "Is it merely about dealing with a comparatively formidable Vegeta? Certainly, once I eliminate him, his power will become mine, and I shall transform him into my vengeful warrior." Just as Black Goku prepared to take action, King Vegeta abruptly raised his hand, rendering both Black Goku and Vegeta immobile. King Vegeta coldly regarded Black Goku and said, "I have yet to declare the commencement of this battle. Your current levels of power fail to provide me with the enjoyment of spectating. If you both kneel before me, I may allow him to evolve or unlock his latent potential." Despite being restrained, Vegeta slightly lifted his head to meet King Vegeta's gaze, questioning, "Even at my current level of strength, you can awaken my potential?" King Vegeta, arms crossed, responded with a smirk, "Indeed, although our powers are significantly suppressed. This suppression is not merely a result of time and space, but rather a constraint imposed by the entire multiverse upon me. However, restoring your strength to a mere 1% of its peak is well within my capabilities, provided you are willing to kneel before me." "Oh, so this is the feeling of being the supreme deity of your..." In that moment, Black Goku, with little hesitation, knelt down and bowed his head to the ground. Although he claimed that defeating Vegeta posed no challenge, he dared not gamble on whether Vegeta possessed any hidden trump cards. Black Goku had compelling reasons to emerge victorious. He had painstakingly created an ideal world that he vowed to protect at all costs, even at the expense of his own life. This was also why King Vegeta harbored such disdain for the Z fighters, granting them countless opportunities to survive, for in Black Goku, he sensed a trace of the essence of Sun Wukong. Once a person possesses a reason they cannot afford to lose, it ignites a reservoir of latent abilities within them. In the next moment, King Vegeta instantly appeared beside Black Goku, placing a hand upon his head. "First, I shall diminish the influence of Zamasu and Baby within you, while enhancing Gogeta's portion." Vegeta observed intently, realizing that the ability to alter the soul composition of a multifaceted being required extraordinary skill. Of course, King Vegeta did not entirely eradicate the portions belonging to Zamasu and Baby. Zamasu's essence remained at 20%, representing what he deemed his innocent heart. Despite his numerous malevolent deeds, he was still regarded officially as possessing an innocent heart akin to shun. Meanwhile, Baby's portion was retained at 30%, embodying responsibility and a sharp intellect. The remaining 50% was entirely Gogeta's, for the foundation of this body remained that of a Saiyan, and only a Saiyan could unleash the greatest latent potential. King Vegeta, stroking Black Goku's head, remarked, "You possess a lengthy lifespan. I have subjected your body to a century of rigorous training, unlocking your latent abilities. Now, test your current strength." Rising to his feet, Black Goku unleashed a furious aura. Even in his Super Saiyan Rose form, he radiated power capable of shattering the void. King Vegeta snapped his fingers, reinforcing the entire realm of the void. The atmosphere was suffused with a palpable terror, rendering even the divine beings breathless. Even Vegito was compelled to regard his opponent with utmost seriousness. Vegito King turned to Vegito and inquired, "What say you? Will you not also partake in this trial?" Vegito replied with calm resolve, "No need. I renounce all external means of augmentation. To preserve the pride of the fused entity? Then I wish you good fortune. Let the battle commence." With a wave of his hand, Vegito King transported all onlookers from the arena, leaving only Black Vegito and Vegito behind. In an instant, Black Vegito surged towards Vegito, abruptly accelerating mid-course and utilizing his temporal abilities to fast-forward directly behind him. He executed a fierce kick aimed at Vegito's midsection, his leg moving with the velocity of a colossal and razor-sharp axe. He was convinced that this blow would be unguarded. Should it connect, Vegito would surely be cleaved in two. Yet, in the next moment, Vegito leapt into the air as if defying gravity itself. How could this be? You should be unable to react in time. Vegito's expression was devoid of any superfluous emotion beyond seriousness and solemnity. His hair, brows, and pupils transformed to a striking silver hue, enveloped in a searing white energy. He slowly turned to face Black Vegito, stating, "Indeed, I harbor a disdain for the angelic flow's ultra instinct, yet that does not imply I am incapable of mastering it. Once I convert all my divine power into the angelic flow's divine technique, even the ultra instinct of the Grand Priest becomes trivial in my eyes. In such a state, the alteration of time bears no significance for me." Upon concluding his statement, Vegito switched to his preferred style of ultra instinct, raising his hand with a smile and beckoning to Black Vegito. "Come forth, true deity, unleash your full prowess, for I shall withstand it all." Chapter 129, Superposed State. Black Vegito hesitated, acutely aware that the attention of Vegito King signified a power beyond his calculations. The optimal strategy now lay in deploying an army of vengeful warriors to gradually wear down his opponent. Simultaneously, he would meticulously observe Vegito's techniques and movements, ultimately analyzing any weaknesses with his super chip. With a flick of his wrist, hundreds of elite vengeful warriors materialized before him. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Vegito's eyes as he surveyed the vengeful warriors and Black Vegito's recent maneuvers. It appears this fellow has merged with Hachiyak and possesses the power of the angel's staff within him. Do you think to conquer me with mere trifles? In a swift motion, Vegito unleashed a devastating explosion upon the throng of figures. This was not mere destruction, at least not in its simplest form. It was an energy attack that lay somewhere between annihilation and obliteration. The moment Vegito's eyes glimmered with red light, Vegito King felt an unsettling tension arise. Is he truly capable of such feats now? With a smile, Black Vegito addressed Vegito. "Slaying them is of no consequence, as long as I desire. I can resurrect them indefinitely. Yet resurrection is but the first step. Soon you shall face an even more formidable adversary. Certainly, if you are apprehensive, I can refrain from employing such tactics." Vegito remarked dismissively to Black Gogeta, "Do not provoke me. I have stated that you may unleash all your abilities, and I shall meet them head-on." Black Gogeta waved his hand once more. "This is your declaration." The vengeful warriors were summoned again, but this time, they bore wristbands upon their arms. Vegito furrowed his brow slightly. "Fusion wristbands?" Black Gogeta chuckled. "Bulma is one of the foremost scientists in the entire universe. Even the scientists of Zuval would feel inferior in her presence. Although the effect of these fusion wristbands is akin to that of the metamorph fusion technique, they impose no time constraints nor demand uniform energy levels. Moreover, the metamorph technique has no limit on the number of participants. This was the first occasion Black Gogeta had resorted to such a strategy against an adversary. In the next instant, hundreds of Gogetas and Vegites began to fuse with one another. Additionally, powerful Saiyans such as Broly joined the fray, while the gods of destruction fused amongst themselves. Utilizing the Patera fusion, the angels also merged with one another, culminating in three immensely powerful beings standing before Vegito. Black Gogeta gazed at Vegito with confidence. "What do you think, Vegito? This is the gift I have meticulously prepared for you. Their power has far surpassed both yours and mine." Vegito stared at the trio, acknowledging, "Indeed, in terms of sheer numbers, they far exceed me. But do you truly believe that mere numbers can conquer me?" Without hesitation, Vegito withdrew, creating distance while raising his finger to concentrate energy towards the three. He redirected the entirety of his Ultra Instinct S enhancement towards energy control. Divine Technique. For consecutive energy blasts. With a series of sharp sounds, three minuscule white energy spheres compressed to their utmost struck the heads of the three, resulting in instantaneous explosions. The fourth blast was aimed at Black Gogeta, who raised his hand to intercept it, subsequently absorbing its energy into his own being. Such terrifying energy. Just this one instance has significantly elevated my energy level. Black Gogeta reflected on the earlier technique employed against him by Android 21. Even Vegito and the Vegito from this timeline could not inflict any harm upon him. Yet, that very woman, with a half-finished technique, had left half of his face in ruins. He could distinctly feel that Vegito's application of the technique was not on the same level as that woman's. Pondering this, Black Gogeta increasingly yearned to dominate Vegito. He was confident that by acquiring Vegito's techniques, he could contend even with the exalted Vegito King. In a flash, Black Gogeta teleported behind Vegito and delivered a swift kick. Vegito evaded and retaliated, his fist crackling with black lightning, striking Black Gogeta squarely in the face. Bang! This blow tore through Black Gogeta's flesh, revealing bones that appeared almost metallic in nature. The injured area is rapidly healing. Vegeta meticulously observes the cellular structure of his opponent's wound. The nanoscopic organic robots are capable of swift self-replication. Although Black Goku was struck by a powerful blow, he merely took a step back, noticing that Vegeta appeared deep in thought. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly thrust his hand into Vegeta's chest. From above, King Vegeta furrowed his brow and murmured, "Is this the end?" A multitude of nanobots and Black Goku's energy surged into Vegeta's body, yet he stood motionless, gazing at his adversary. A manic grin spread across Black Goku's face. "Ha ha ha, your power is now mine." Suddenly, his expression froze as he realized that the energy and robots could not integrate into Vegeta's form. "How is this possible? My nanobots are unable to take control." Vegeta, looking at Black Goku with a smirk, replied, "Merely nanoscopic. My precision of control surpasses even atomic levels." Just as Black Goku instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand from Vegeta's body, Vegeta seized his wrist, saying, "Do not rush. Do you not desire my power? Then I shall grant it to you." Vegeta closed his eyes, and on the stands, Vegeta sensed a familiar energy. Is that the spirit bomb? Has he mastered this technique on his own? Gohan, seated beside Vegeta, remarked, "But such a trivial amount of energy cannot harm Black Goku." Vegeta gathered energy for the spirit bomb, not through forceful plunder, but truly harnessing the spirit bomb's essence, which possesses extraordinary lethality against those imbued with negative energy. Vegeta and Whis attentively sensed the fluctuations of energy within Vegeta, perceiving the simultaneous presence of three distinct energies. Vegeta first combined the two negative energies, resulting in a massive surge of positive energy. He then fused this positive energy with the spirit bomb's essence, generating an even more potent force. Subsequently, he reversed the flow through Black Goku's arm, injecting it into his body. Black Goku began to scream in agony as fissures appeared across his form, radiant pale blue light emanating from the cracks. Vegeta gazed intently at Black Goku, stating, "Had you not transformed into Hachiyak, this technique might not have been fatal. Alas, in your pursuit of power and evolution, you chose to embrace Hachiyak's negative energy as your foundation." In a desperate attempt, Black Goku twisted his arm off. But it was too late. A vast amount of spirit bomb energy had already surged into him. He glared at Vegeta and declared, "Do not think this will kill me. The power of the angels allows me to adapt to any type of energy." Just as Black Goku was about to wield the angelic staff he had integrated into himself, Vegeta struck him in the chest with a powerful punch, invoking a force separation technique. In that moment, Black Goku was split into Goku and Vegeta. the angelic staff tumbling from his grasp. Black Vegeta gazed at his hands, murmuring in disbelief. I never imagined I would be separated by the techniques of the Yadrat star. Baby, use the wristband. Following the division, the duo experienced a significant reduction in their strength. Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a Kamehameha, reducing Black Vegeta to ashes. Before turning his attention to Gogeta, to be frank, I have no desire to kill you. When I observed your energy, I glimpsed your memories. You indeed embody the essence of a qualified deity more than those gods themselves. Withdraw to your realm and refrain from meddling in the multiverse, and I shall spare you. Before Gogeta could respond, King Vegeta descended from the heavens, crushing him into a pulp with a single footfall. King Vegeta, arms crossed, regarded Vegeta with a smirk. Your words hold no weight. The fate of all lives rests in my hands now, and that Zamasu Vegeta remains unresolved. Vegeta confidently replied, No, I have already dealt with him. Black Vegeta, blessed by the eternal dragon, despite being obliterated to ash, should have been able to restore himself. Yet, half a minute passed without any sign of regeneration. King Vegeta inquired, What exactly did you do? Vegeta explained, I rendered him into a quantum superposition state, placing him in a chaotic condition at the microscopic level. Moreover, I isolated his quantum and particle states from observation on a macroscopic scale, as long as he remains unobserved. Even the eternal dragon's bestowed fixed state will not collapse into a singular outcome. To put it simply, he exists perpetually in a limbo between life and death, never achieving a definitive resolution. King Vegeta narrowed his eyes, astonished. You have indeed gained control over the quantum realm. When my control reached the molecular level, I could annihilate the Omni King and all gods without needing to manipulate entropy. His growth surpasses my imagination. If he truly masters quantum manipulation, he could even touch upon causality. Contemplating this, King Vegeta felt no fear, clenching his trembling fists in excitement. But what of it? The former king of what had formidable control over causality, yet he too was ultimately defeated by me. King Vegeta spread his arms, unleashing a terrifying aura. Come forth, Vegeta. If you can change the color of my hair, I shall concede defeat. As Vegeta sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from King Vegeta, he mused, What an astonishing control. There is not a trace of energy leakage. This transcends mere enhancement of control. Vegeta tore off his tattered battle attire, waving his hand to transform his garments back to a deep blue GI. A long-lost smile of anticipation for battle graced his face. I can sense your strength. You may even surpass mine. You shall be my first opponent who requires no leniency in combat. Chapter 130, Vegeta vs. King Vegeta. Vegeta switched from full-power Ultra Instinct mode to Super Saiyan Blue with limitations lifted. He intended to thoroughly probe his opponent's strength before employing a targeted transformation to counter. The gods and participants, sensing Vegeta's ever-increasing energy, instinctively gaped in astonishment. In the seventh dimension, the expression on the face of Vegeta was markedly more intricate. From the moment of his inception until the present day, he had existed as an invincible entity. Even during Beerus's inaugural visit to Earth, he had managed to hold his ground against the god of destruction in his Super Saiyan 3 form, achieving a stalemate. Although Beerus wielded the destructive power capable of supplying infinite energy, which eventually subdued Vegeta from the seventh dimension, Vegeta had momentarily grasped the divine power, swiftly resolving the conflict in his Super Saiyan God form. Subsequently, formidable adversaries such as Hit and Zamasu had proven incapable of exchanging more than 3 blows with him in his Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Even when facing 12 gods of destruction simultaneously, they had not posed a challenge. Yet now, the 2 Vegetas from alternate dimensions stood before him, far surpassing his prowess. Even the imposter, possessed by Zamasu, might require considerable effort to contend with. On one hand, his previously unassailable pride lay shattered, while on the other, he felt a sense of pride in his own accomplishments, even if it was a version of himself from another universe. It served as proof that only another Vegeta could vanquish Vegeta. The fused Jiren, resurrected by King Vegeta, observed the battlefield with trepidation. What a formidable opponent. His energy exceeded that of our previous confrontation and continues to escalate. The primary timeline, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed. This form theoretically possesses no limits. It often hinges on the strength of the opponent. However, the energy of the other King Vegeta exhibited no fluctuations. At that moment, Vegeta executed a rapid movement, appearing before King Vegeta and delivering a punch to his forehead. Boom! The residual force of the punch shattered King Vegeta's head, fracturing the very fabric of the void, revealing an expanse of obscured nothingness. Yet, King Vegeta remained motionless, floating in place, arms crossed, and chuckled. Is that all you've got? What? The onlookers struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. That earth-shattering blow capable of fracturing the universe had failed to move King Vegeta even slightly. The primary timeline Vegeta gaped, his mouth trembling. This is impossible. That strike should have obliterated Gohan. Yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever on that being. At this moment, Vegeta scrutinized King Vegeta with a serious demeanor, internally analyzing. The sensation of impact is undeniable. I definitely struck him. Yet, it feels peculiar. What I hit does not seem to be a living organism or material, but rather some form of principle. Just then, King Vegeta slowly raised his fist and said, I will strike you with the same power, and we shall see if you can withstand it. He directed a punch at Vegeta's forehead. The motion was exceedingly simple, and although swift, every individual present could perceive it clearly. Instinctively, Vegeta attempted to tilt his head away, and his body had indeed evaded the trajectory of the punch. However, in the next moment, Vegeta's forehead was struck directly, the residual force similarly shattering the void behind him. Vegeta gazed intently at King Vegeta, blood trickling down his forehead along the bridge of his nose, with droplets falling from the tip. Vegeta inquired, You must possess the ability to forcibly correct or distort reality, transforming unfavorable circumstances into advantageous ones, and vice versa for your opponent? King Vegeta withdrew his hand, observing his fist with a smile. Indeed, you are astute. Although this is a technique of that little rascal, it has caused me considerable trouble in the past. After infusing it with my own essence, its effects have far surpassed my expectations. Vegeta wiped the blood from his forehead, the wound having vanished, and extended his hand towards King Vegeta, channeling destructive energy. Cataclysmic explosion attack. A colossal sphere of purple energy launched directly at King Vegeta. However, the moment the energy sphere made contact, it dissipated into countless purple starlit specks. King Vegeta chuckled, patting his battle attire on the chest. What you said to that black Gogeta earlier was quite insightful. No matter your technique, I will withstand it all. I shall make you experience true despair. As the words left his lips, Vegeta's fist pierced through King Vegeta's body with ease. The sound was minimal, as if his form were made of tofu, effortlessly penetrated by a mere mortal-esque strike. Blood spilled from his battle attire in torrents. Vegeta remarked, You cannot endure this. In our battle, I shall hold nothing back and will employ all my techniques. King Vegeta glanced down at Vegeta's arm protruding from his chest, chuckling. Is it ultra-high-frequency vibrations? Upon passing through my body, they ceased vibrating instantly, causing damage to the target. As Vegeta withdrew his hand, he observed the wound on King Vegeta's chest rapidly healing. Yet, this method of healing was not akin to the immortality granted by the Eternal Dragon, where new flesh would regenerate. The blood that had flowed out seemed to reverse course, as if time itself were rewinding to mend the injury. Vegeta's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he scrutinized the wound on King Vegeta's chest. This is neither temporal manipulation nor the immortality bestowed by the Eternal Dragon. King Vegeta crossed his arms anew with a grin. Do you wish to know my ability? Perhaps you already have an inkling. Yet, the truth might be so absurd that you would refuse to believe it. Vegeta frowned as King Vegeta extended his arms. Indeed, my power is entropy, the mastery of entropy. I can manipulate it in any form, whether it be entropy increase, negentropy, or a state of no entropy. If you lack the original caliber, how will you contend with me this time? Most were oblivious to the terrifying nature of such an ability. As Vormi and the assembly of angels in the stands turned pale, old Vegeta observed Vormi's astonished expression and asked, Is that a formidable power? Vormi slowly replied, This transcends the question of strength. Everything in this world adheres to the laws of entropy. If what he claims is true, then he embodies the very essence of the rules. Though the crowd remained oblivious to the profound intricacies of the matter, Vormi elucidated. Let me present the simplest example. No matter how formidable a master may be, even an angel, with every movement and attack, there exists an increase in entropy. This signifies that excess energy is inevitably squandered. Even if one were to cultivate the ultimate ease to unprecedented heights, achieving truly lossless motion would remain unattainable. However, should there exist an individual capable of such feats, even a being of Master Rashi's caliber could contend against a Super Saiyan or even stronger entities. As Vormi continued. A palpable tension enveloped the audience as they began to perspire, particularly as they contemplated the implications of Vegeta's potential. If the wielder were indeed Vegeta, it was clear he could wield incredible power, even without transforming. I finally grasped the meaning behind his words. He stated that as long as our Vegeta could undergo transformation, even if he were to lose, it would still hold value. Vormi further expanded. This is not the end. What I have just discussed pertains solely to the hypothetical scenario of lossless attacks. If he himself is entirely unaffected by entropy, it implies that he would not sustain any harm whatsoever. For him, all damage equates to an increase in entropy. Gohan from Universe 7 interjected, but he was indeed injured moments ago. At this juncture, King Vegeta turned to Gohan, responding, "That was due to my encounter with an unprecedented form of attack. The desire to endure harm or not rests solely within my will." After addressing Gohan's inquiry, King Vegeta glided towards his counterpart, placing a hand upon his shoulder. "Now, Vegeta, do you believe I can manipulate entropy beyond myself? For instance, your own?" In an instant, the deep blue aura enveloping Vegeta dissipated, his hair shifting from blue to white and cascading to the ground. The audience could only perceive Vegeta's form as if it were wilting. He knelt, straining to maintain his composure, transformed into a frail, elderly figure. His gaunt body trembled as he attempted to rise, yet the creaking of his joints forced him back to the ground, as if he were on the brink of death. King Vegeta descended before him. Even the mightiest of Saiyans, if they rely solely on biological instincts, will inevitably become akin to an old dog lying by the roadside. Any one of us could easily extinguish your life. Vegeta summoned all his strength to lift his head, despite his eyes nearing blindness with age. The spark within them remained unwavering. He gazed hazily at King Vegeta. "You can only extinguish this corporeal shell." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta instinctively retreated a few paces. In that moment, he felt a semblance of the individual he once knew returning. He instinctively sensed that if this shell were to perish, it would herald the true onset of the second phase. Vegeta continued, "My soul and spirit shall never be extinguished." Hearing this, King Vegeta relaxed somewhat, a master of theatrics. "I thought you were concealing a trump card. I possess the ability to annihilate both your body and soul. However, if I do not extinguish your existence, preserving you in your current state indefinitely would be the true cruelty." Vegeta, with unwavering determination, strained every muscle in his body to rise. At that moment, the only belief remaining in his heart was this: even in death, he would not kneel upon the ground. This concentrated resolve often manifests an astonishing power that defies belief. With great effort, Vegeta steadied himself on his knees and slowly stood upright. Even beings beyond the Kaioshin will someday succumb to entropy. Above them lies the Omni King. Will he too dissipate with the fading of the universe? Observing this, King Vegeta retreated a few steps. Smirking, "Merely standing has cost you half your life. Can you still advance to face me?" Vegeta took a deep breath and stepped forward. With each step, radiant light erupted beneath his feet, elevating his vitality and unleashing divine power. He instantly appeared much younger. Though he still bore the visage of a man in his 70s or 80s, the impression he exuded was no longer one of helplessness. With his second step, Vegeta's appearance rejuvenated by several years. By the time he approached King Vegeta, he had reverted to his prime, gazing intently at his opponent. "I have arrived." King Vegeta, though adorned with a facade of disdainful amusement, felt a flicker of unease within. This fellow remains as unreasonable as ever. Can mere conviction truly reverse my entropy? King Vegeta coldly remarked, "Do you believe yourself to be powerful? If I were to maintain my control over entropy, you would be incapable of even reaching me." Vegeta responded with a smile, "I do not consider myself strong. The power I require is simply enough to overcome the foe before me." King Vegeta furrowed his brow, seizing Vegeta by the collar in a fit of rage. "Is this the sort of rhetoric that someone like us should utter? Do you think you are Sun Wukong? You ought to express extreme arrogance, proclaiming yourself invincible." Vegeta calmly shut his eyes and replied, "We are not the same. I do not regard invincibility as a virtue." King Vegeta swung his fist. What a facade. Bam! Vegeta was sent flying by a single punch. Before he could regain his balance, King Vegeta appeared behind him. "You are no match for me. Even without using any mental energy, I can defeat you." With a powerful strike, King Vegeta sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. He then waved his hand, conjuring a dozen black energy spheres. "Destructive power and ultimate mastery are mere relics of my past. Behold this, annihilation energy. You cannot even achieve such a form, can you? As the spheres dissipated, Vegeta, nestled in the crater, contemplated, disassembling highly compressed destructive energy into molecular form. This fellow's control must be at least atomic level. If destructive energy were to be broken down to atomic form, it might pass through the target upon collision, yielding no effect. However, the molecular state presents a different scenario. It is neither easily observable nor difficult to control upon encountering its target. It can instantaneously obliterate it with its energy properties. With a mere wave of his hand, King Vegeta unleashed a torrent of molecular black energy cascading towards him. In an instant, half of the arena vanished, not through explosion or shockwave, but rather through a process of utter erasure from reality. Yet, Vegeta charged forward into the onslaught of molecular energy, which passed through his body without effect. He existed in a state of ultra-high frequency vibration, rendering even molecular collisions incapable of interacting with him. As he arrived before King Vegeta, he abruptly ceased his rapid oscillation. His right fist, infused with black lightning, was hurled towards King Vegeta's head. The next moment, with a resounding clap, King Vegeta effortlessly caught this formidable blow. Black Flash? I have encountered this technique long ago. King Vegeta's fingers tightened around Vegeta's fist. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training. Explosive Core Black Flash. Witnessing this, King Vegeta's right fist crackled with a more potent black lightning and struck swiftly at Vegeta's chest. A sickening sound echoed as Vegeta was pierced clean through. This was the unavoidable outcome, as he had activated his full power of Ultra Instinct, employing all techniques to mitigate the force. Vegeta coughed up blood, his pupils dilating. King Vegeta chuckled. Your divine essence has just transcended that of the Omni King, but now I shall reduce it back. This wound is fatal for you, though rest assured, I shall not dispatch you so easily. What you have experienced thus far is merely the tip of my iceberg. Chapter 131. The limit is meant to be broken. As King Vegeta prepared to heal Vegeta using reverse entropy, he observed the gaping wound in Vegeta's chest mend instantaneously, even restoring his pierced clothing. King Vegeta remarked, You did not expend a significant amount of divine power for self-healing, nor was it the blessing of a dragon. It seems your methods have multiplied. Vegeta patted his healed chest, stating, This is merely the result of microscopic control. Hearing this, King Vegeta chuckled. Microscopic control, you say? It requires immense mental prowess to achieve. I was among the first to master such control, but I must concede, even I fall short compared to you in this domain. However, I am also the one most aware of its weaknesses. With a slow, amused expression, King Vegeta continued, I am curious. If I were to shatter your skull with a single punch, would you still be able to heal? Vegeta smirked confidently, responding, You may certainly try. With a huff, King Vegeta appeared before Vegeta in an instant. Throughout this process, Vegeta observed King Vegeta's movements from every conceivable angle and dimension. It was neither high-speed movement, nor spatial teleportation, nor time suspension. He simply manifested directly in front of Vegeta, bypassing the act of throwing a punch, delivering a powerful strike directly to Vegeta's forehead. Indeed, he utilized his ability to manipulate entropy to influence the course of events, thereby bypassing the process and directly attaining his desired outcome. The divine technique remains unchanged. With a resounding thud, Vegeta stood unscathed, gazing at King Vegeta with a smirk. It seems your punch is rather lackluster. King Vegeta, somewhat astonished, stared at his own fist. The force of that blow, when unleashed, could shatter an entire universe under my dominion. Without dimensional isolation, no barrier could withstand it. It felt as though it struck against some fundamental principle. After pondering this, King Vegeta chuckled. You do possess some skill. Even without your mental prowess, you bring me amusement. Upon hearing this, Vegeta reflected. It appears this fellow can observe from multiple dimensions. Even if he cannot discern everything in one glance, he will surely unravel it within 2 or 3 attempts. The strategies that have worked thus far may no longer be effective. It might be wiser to reveal my hand and see what means he employs to counter. Vegeta extended his thumb towards himself, smiling. What you witnessed was the divine technique. Immutable. I can enter a state that cannot be altered. In such a condition, no matter how powerful the attack, it cannot affect my state. Intrigued, King Vegeta responded. In the past, I encountered a Vegeta 3 capable of penetrating all defenses. I wonder if your unchanging state can withstand it? However, if your technique merely falls within the realm of divine skills, it may not suffice against mental prowess. Mental prowess? King Vegeta continued. It's rather complex to explain. Allow me to demonstrate. This time, King Vegeta opted for a more conventional hand-to-hand combat approach. He charged at Vegeta, aiming a punch at his cheek. Vegeta instinctively sought to evade, only to find reality itself distorted once more, rendering escape impossible. Unchanging. Vegeta activated his unchanging state again. But King Vegeta's fist struck him squarely in the face, nearly dislodging his teeth. Blood spurted from Vegeta's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. With a casual wave of his hand, King Vegeta teleported him back to his previous position. Slowly, Vegeta lifted his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, frowning. To think I could be injured while in an unchanging state. Bah! He spat out the residual blood and began to manipulate atoms for self-repair. This experience was crystal clear to Vegeta. His opponent had not employed many techniques in the attack. He had merely influenced reality to render Vegeta unable to evade. The damage inflicted was a result of sheer, overwhelming force. King Vegeta, arms crossed, chuckled. Do you see? This is the distinction between divine technique and mental prowess. You have shattered the rules of this time and space, yet can only exert power slightly exceeding the limits of this realm. That is the ceiling of divine technique. At this juncture, King Vegeta raised his hand, clenched his fist, and proudly proclaimed, once mental prowess manifests, it can disregard the limits of any time and space. In theory, its power and influence can reach an incomprehensible multiverse scale. Allow me to share with you a piece of good news. Vegeta gazed intently at the other, carefully absorbing every morsel of information that was revealed. King Vegeta patted his chest and continued, my circumstances are now quite similar to yours. I am currently exerting 99% of my power to suppress an entity that is second only to myself. So the version of me that you are facing is merely at the level of my former self at 1. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astounded. Old Bai staggered back a step and collapsed into his seat in the audience, exclaiming, 1%. King Vegeta, with his back to Old Bai, chuckled. With this mere 1 of my strength, I could influence countless multiverses without even transforming further. Vegeta from the 7th dimension clenched his fists tightly, staring at King Vegeta and murmuring, with just 1 of power, one could eliminate the Omni King, the Grand Priest, and the 2 guards as if they were mere ants. What kind of terrifying existence is that 100? Is this the pinnacle that I could reach among the other versions of myself? Am I truly the least formidable among so many Vegetas? King Vegeta turned to face Vegeta from the 7th dimension and remarked, though you still have several dimensions to bridge compared to us, there is no need for excessive concern. Your strength and talent are already considered upper echelon among the multiversal Vegetas. At this point, King Vegeta reminisced, I once encountered another Vegeta who, over 20 years after the Buu incident, could only briefly transform into Super Saiyan 3. That Vegeta was the most abysmal I have ever seen. Not only was he weak, but he also insisted on parading around as if he were invincible. Anyone stronger than him caused him great distress. Much like your counterpart, Gogeta, he was even less impressive. I must admit, your calmness despite my suppression was unexpected. Any other fused Saiyan would have been thoroughly broken after enduring such defeats. Yet you maintain your composure and do not succumb to anger, even when faced with a significantly stronger opponent. Truly, you are reminiscent of the once invincible warrior you were. This mentality and spirit indicate that you still have much room for growth, but we shall discuss that later. After finishing his words, King Vegeta extended his hand, reaching out into the air from several meters away. In an instant, Vegeta found himself in a disheveled state, his collar grasped by King Vegeta. Despite the wounds that had mysteriously appeared on his body, he strained to maintain his willpower as he gazed at King Vegeta. He has yet to make a move against me, yet I feel as though I have been thoroughly beaten. He can dictate the very course of battle, directly achieving the victorious outcome he desires. At that moment, Vegeta realized that the opponent had been holding back all along. With such power, how could one ever be defeated? King Vegeta nonchalantly tossed him to the ground, stating, you must have sensed it. I could extinguish your lives at any moment, if I so wished. Even those blessed by the Super Dragon can be made to vanish. For both gods and the universe are not eternal. Ultimately, all things succumb to entropy and face obliteration. In the vast expanse of the multiverse, theoretically, only you and I possess the capability to achieve this feat. However, I am acutely aware of your tiresome arrogance. Even if you were to grasp this principle, you would never employ it to overcome me, thus leaving me as the sole possessor of this power. What say you, Vegeta? Are you inclined to comprehend and master this divine prowess? Cast aside your tedious pride. If you merely extend your hand to me, I could instantly bestow upon you this godly strength, after which we may engage in a decisive battle. For King Vegeta, should he utilize his mental fortitude, it signifies his defeat. Even if Vegeta were to ultimately triumph over himself, it would be through his own strength. King Vegeta understands that only two individuals in existence can transcend entropy, the Vegeta before him and himself. In the endless passage of time, Vegeta shall forever remember that his victory emanated from the benevolence of his adversary. Vegeta, once again manipulating atomic self-repair, rose to his feet and brushed off the dust, inquiring, "You just claimed that your strength, rated at 1, could influence countless multiverses. Therefore, once my energy escalates to the point of obliterating myriad multiverses, you will be compelled to transform and combat me." King Vegeta chuckled. Indeed, that possibility exists. Yet the utmost energy level you have displayed thus far is capable of annihilating merely a few hundred multiverses. Even should you attain true limitless growth, it would require considerable time, and the acceleration of that growth would diminish. In an instant, Vegeta unleashed the full power of his ultimate instinct technique, his hair and eyebrows transforming to a silvery hue. This is not a matter for your contemplation. As long as you possess limits, no matter the disparity between us, I can vanquish you. Gazing into Vegeta's unwavering eyes, King Vegeta felt a pang of trepidation and disorientation. His instincts warned him that this was not mere bravado. His opponent seemed genuinely capable of achieving such feats. King Vegeta pondered, his abilities, in relation to this dimension, allow him to alter reality according to his will. This is the ultimate form of the King of Waters. When he perceives himself as invincible, he indeed becomes so. Regardless of the magnitude of the leap or the irrationality of it, he can evolve within a brief span. Come forth. I am eager to witness the source of your confidence and to shatter it utterly. Vegeta took a deep breath, his aura and energy tranquil as if they had transcended this dimension. For the first time, King Vegeta assumed a stance, fully prepared for battle. With a whoosh, a bolt of black lightning emanated from Vegeta's being as he slowly opened his eyes, channeling the amplification of his ultimate instinct into his control. At that moment, the cells within Vegeta's body collided with the energy they harbored, completing the process in a mere 0.0000001 seconds. The divine technique of invincibility. Vegeta endowed his cells with invulnerable attributes to avert instantaneous disintegration. The divine technique of destruction. With a wave of destruction, he obliterated the atomic-level substances dispersed throughout his body. In the moment of destruction, an immense energy is unleashed, imbuing it with an immutable characteristic. This energy collides with the cells, generating further impact. At this instant, black blood trickled from both Vegeto's ears and nostrils, his forehead veins bulging, while his white hair flickered ominously towards black. Gazing intently at Vegito, the king remarked, "You once stated that if I could change the color of your hair, it would signify your defeat. Thus, I shall reciprocate. God's technique, black flash mode, multiplied above." Ha ha ha. Vegito erupted in a surge of colossal black lightning energy. Although his form appeared unchanged, he was undeniably enveloped in the state of ultimate mastery. However, this newfound energy was so formidable that it completely overshadowed the divine power of ultimate mastery. Whoosh! A bolt of black lightning swiftly approached the king, and with a mere flick of his hand, Vegito sent him hurtling away. Before the king could travel a meter, Vegito was instantly behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder and pressing him back down to the ground. Is the power of 1,000 multiverses merely at this level? As these words left his lips, Vegito sensed the pain radiating from his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Has sheer brute strength surpassed my limits? Hearing the king's voice, Vegito coldly replied, "Limits are merely meant to be shattered." Chapter 132, Vegito squared instinctively. The king employed his reality warping ability to create distance from Vegito, for he could sense that Vegito's speed and strength far exceeded his own. Conventional means of movement, even instantaneous teleportation, would not suffice to escape the clutches of this individual. Suddenly, blood flowed from Vegito's nostrils, which he wiped away nonchalantly. Murmuring at the blood on his gloves, "It seems that even with invulnerability, my body cannot withstand such overwhelming power. I may perish as a result. Yet, I refuse to leave this battle with any regrets." The king similarly wiped the blood from his lips, exclaiming, "I did not anticipate that you would exhibit such resolve. With your current strength, you could utterly annihilate me." Vegito smiled and explained, "I sense that you have yet to unleash your true power. Defeating an opponent who cannot even access their peak strength brings me no joy. Moreover, this form is not tailored for your current state." The king rose, clenching his fists at his waist. "Then I shall oblige your request and reveal a fraction of my true prowess." Ha ha ha. A powerful aura erupted forth, prompting a gasp from Gohan in the audience of the seventh dimension. Could it be that he? In the next moment, only a tuft of bangs remained on the king's forehead, while his hair, eyebrows, and pupils retained their black hue. "The main timeline's Vegeta murmured. Although his hair has not changed color, there is no doubt that this fellow has transformed. Moreover, he has achieved an ultimate transformation that amplifies his potential beyond Super Saiyan 3. In the seventh dimensional realm, Vegito furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Humph." With such a transformation as a trump card, it is no wonder he possesses the audacity to declare that even if his hair changes color, he would still consider it a loss. Nevertheless, Vegito remained indifferent to his opponent's verbal maneuvers. His objective was clear. Regardless of his foe's strength, he would engage in battle. The outcome was inconsequential. He did not wish to squander the experience of the conflict. Simultaneously, both warriors assumed combat stances. King Vegito gazed intently at his adversary, contemplating, "I wonder if this form can indeed conquer him." With the tremendous enhancement of his own power, attempting to alter reality through entropy would demand an enormous expenditure of divine energy. Thus, employing the semi-effective abilities akin to those of the Water King to transform his unfavorable circumstances would prove far more advantageous. Likewise, Vegito was covertly assessing King Vegito's strength at that moment. In a state devoid of entropy, he possesses the effortless capacity to annihilate all who stand before him. Should he continue to elevate his energy levels in this condition, the augmentation he receives would far exceed mere hundreds of times. At that instant, King Vegito suddenly leaped into the air, and in that fleeting moment, Vegito seemed to witness the very fabric of reality being rewritten by King Vegito's might. With the ability to distort reality, King Vegito bypassed the natural process of leaping and materialized behind Vegito. However, Vegito had already anticipated his opponent's arrival, launching a powerful elbow strike toward the position where King Vegito appeared. King Vegito raised his hand to block the blow and inquired, "How did you know where I would emerge?" Vegito elucidated, "It is because I can now perceive the rules. The anomalies surrounding you and behind me allow me to predict your movements." After a moment of silence, King Vegito replied, "Even if you can see that, so what?" Black flash. King Vegito unleashed a punch imbued with black flash towards Vegito's chest. Vegito's pupils dilated in an instant. Such speed. It is a stark contrast to before. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest, bracing himself against the oncoming strike. He felt as though, without the fortifying enhancement, his arms would have been shattered upon impact. The force of the blow left his hands numb, propelling him backward. Utilizing the Divine Guardian technique, Vegito forcefully halted his descent midair. Beads of cold sweat formed upon his brow, quickly dissipated by the surrounding black lightning. King Vegito chuckled confidently. "Although my current divine power is still merely at the level of 1,000 multiverses, my inherent strength far exceeds that scope. I hope you are mentally prepared. Your ability to inflict harm upon 1,000 while damaging yourself 800 may prove futile against me." Vegito rubbed his arm and smiled, "Perhaps. But one of the Saiyan traits is the capacity for continuous evolution during battle. It is still too early to draw conclusions." Each of Vegito's movements required an immense expenditure of energy and intellect for constant calculations. This was no illogical numerical anomaly. Rather, his formidable prowess adhered to a strict logic. This time, Vegito charged toward King Vegito. He refrained from distorting reality, eager to discern the disparities between them in terms of physicality and technique. After only a few exchanges, King Vegeta stood calmly, allowing Vegeta to strike him at will. Although each of Vegeta's attacks surpassed King Vegeta's entropy limit, the damage inflicted was negligible, akin to a primary school student attempting to land punches on a world-class heavyweight champion. It merely elicited a sensation of contact. Observing King Vegeta's relaxed demeanor, Vegeta couldn't help but smile slightly. Now is the moment. In the next instant, black lightning enveloped Vegeta's entire being, coalescing into a single fingertip that pierced swiftly into King Vegeta's eye. King Vegeta let out a muffled groan of pain and swatted Vegito away, stumbling back while clutching his eye. Yet, within a mere breath, his eye healed. With a hint of annoyance, King Vegeta remarked, "Even a small fry like you can inflict harm upon an adult if all your strength is concentrated into a singular eruption. But can your body withstand such amplification?" He watched as Vegeta's right index finger gradually dissipated into dust. What a waste of effort. The result is the corporeal form and part of the soul vanishing. A portion that even the eternal dragon would struggle to restore. Unfazed, Vegeta replied, "It's merely a finger, not even a fraction of my body. You seem remarkably composed. It appears you are indeed prepared to fight to the bitter end." King Vegeta taunted as he soared into the air. "Come now, exhaust yourself. Reduce yourself to nothing but white ash to please me. Even if you fail, I shall spare everything you hold dear. Conversely, should you burn out and still fail to amuse me, I will ruthlessly torment everything you cherish before your very eyes." With this declaration, Vegeta understood that this battle transcended personal stakes. He was compelled to engage with a more intricate power system and strategy, lest his efforts to exhaust himself yield only a few effective strikes. In this contemplation, a figure resurfaced in his mind, one of his very own inspirations, Kakarot. Once, this man fought to protect the world, driven by unyielding reasons that propelled him to triumph over formidable foes. Yet, as time passed, this man changed, becoming indifferent to the lives of others, consumed by the thrill of battle. Saving the world became merely a byproduct of his victories. He became purer in his intentions, but lost the noble hero he once was, laden with a sense of duty. Can I truly defeat him? As this question echoed within Vegeta's mind, a figure materialized in his thoughts. It was himself, a self that felt distant yet maintained a subtle connection. The Vegeta in his mental realm crossed his arms and remarked, "I never anticipated this fellow would grow so strong. Merely a fraction of his power surpasses the malevolent dragon Goku of the past." Vegeta gazed at this other version of himself and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am you. Surrender your body to me. My mental prowess can completely subdue him, and I can conclude this battle in merely 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, Vegeta gazed at his doppelganger with furrowed brows. "You cannot possibly be me. If you truly were me, you would understand that I would never allow someone else to fight on my behalf." The other Vegeta retorted, "Do you not care? Even if you lose and your companions are brutally slain?" "Of course I care. Precisely because I do, this matter must be resolved by me alone. Now, I implore you to vacate my body." The other Vegeta seemed poised to utter further words, but ultimately turned away, saying, "Then I wish you luck." Yet, as Vegeta became momentarily distracted in conversation with his other self, King Vegeta refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack. He sensed that the terrifying presence had just arrived. Instinct warned him that had he struck then, he would likely have been vanquished in an instant. Only by reclaiming his full strength could he hope to engage in battle. Vegeta inhaled deeply, realizing that his right index finger had inexplicably regrown. With his eyes closed, he murmured, "I am elated to combat such a formidable adversary, one who is also Vegeta. Therefore, I shall expend all my energy." Divine technique, unlimited reversal. The immense black, crackling lightning surrounding Vegeta gradually diminished, ultimately confined within his being by an invisible force. The unlimited technique permits nearby attacks to approach infinitely, yet never truly make contact. Clearly, Vegeta's control was insufficient to contain such potent energy within himself and fully unleash the power of the Black Flash mode. Thus, he employed unlimited reversal, inverting the effect of unlimited. Consequently, the explosive energy could only approach his skin's surface infinitely, unable to overflow. As he maintained control over the excess energy within him, a fissure suddenly appeared across his face. Beneath this crack lay not flesh and blood, but black energy. At that moment, Vegeta had nearly transformed into a pure energy entity. Observing this, King Vegeta cautioned, "This damage is nearly irreversible. Regardless of how strong you become, upon entering this state, you shall perish." Vegeta assumed a battle stance, declaring, "No need for your warnings. I hope you honor your promise. When the time comes, spare those timelines connected to me." King Vegeta crossed his arms and responded, "If you can achieve this, then regardless of the final outcome, as long as I am alive, I assure you that no malevolent forces will taint the multiverses you have encountered. Come on, Vegeta. I am coming." Both raced towards each other, and after a brief clash, they landed back on the ground simultaneously. Vegeta still held one of King Vegeta's severed arms. King Vegeta, with his back turned, paid no heed to his lost limb and asked, "This power, even the you of yesteryear could not attain. Just how formidable is your strength now?" Vegito cast the severed arm of King Vegito to the ground and remarked, "No matter how powerful, I find it difficult to articulate. If I must, it surpasses mere multiplication. It is the Vegito to the power of Vegito. If you lack superior strength, the outcome is already determined." King Vegito, restoring his arm through the power of anti-entropy, chuckled. "Determined outcome? To me, it has only just begun. I can recover some of that brute force. 2 is my current limit," and adding, "Huh?" King Vegito instantly clenched his fist, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. His form was enveloped in dark crimson fur, with long black hair cascading down, as he laughed. "Do not accuse me of cheating. This is also the state of my black hair." Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, "Super Saiyan 4? Womi, analyzing from the sidelines, remarked, "It is likely not merely Super Saiyan 4, but rather an altered form reminiscent of the ancient Saiyans." King Vegito proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "This transformation is not solely about enhanced power. I have elevated my strength to double its peak. To describe it, my divine power now rivals that of 1,000,000 multiverses." The crowd gasped in disbelief at King Vegito's declaration. What? Chapter 133. Self-detonation. The two charged at one another once more, and upon sensing Vegito's razor-sharp punch, King Vegito immediately employed his reality-warping abilities. However, the moment he activated this power, he felt an overwhelming strain. "Even with my divine strength reaching the level of 1,000,000 multiverses, I struggled to fully warp it." Ultimately, King Vegito could only slightly divert Vegito's fist, yet the force still grazed his face, leaving a wound. Nonetheless, King Vegito's dark flash landed a solid punch on Vegito's visage. Vegito absorbed the energy released from the blow without flinching. He then looked at King Vegito and said, "Feel free to unleash your attacks. We are both Vegito, and absorbing your energy is second nature to me." King Vegito quickly grasped the principle at play and launched another assault, executing a high roundhouse kick aimed at Vegito's head. This time, King Vegito's attack was devoid of the accompanying dark lightning, as he had emulated Vegito's method, concealing the black flash's energy within himself through entropy control. This not only made it difficult for his opponent to discern, but also amplified its potency. Bang! The kick sent Vegito flying. But he skillfully manipulated the surrounding space to create a powerful cushioning effect, halting his momentum mid-air as he regarded King Vegito. What an astonishing understanding of power, even if it is an evil version of myself. But his insight and talent are undoubtedly top tier. To inflict genuine harm upon him, I must first dismantle his anti-entropy. Yet, even wielding the strength that transcends 1,000,000 multiverses, I can only shatter his null entropy. Brute force cannot dismantle anti-entropy. Vegito closed his eyes, deep in contemplation, aware that he faced an almost insurmountable adversary. Meanwhile, King Vegito reflected on the recent exchanges, realizing he could no longer employ his reality-warping abilities against Vegito. Though he has obtained boundless divine power, this infinity is not without its costs. Rather, it manifests as an inexhaustible divine energy capable of rapid replenishment without expense. However, should he deplete this divine power in one fell swoop, allowing Vegeta to seize that fleeting opportunity would prove perilous. The most prudent approach, should one wish to distort reality, would be to warp one's own. Vegeta charged once more towards King Vegeta, his black flashes now imperceptible. Yet this singular, overwhelming assault possesses its own vulnerability, namely, it requires a simultaneous physical and energetic strike within a mere 0.0000001 seconds. Provided my velocity is sufficient, I can interrupt his dual onslaught within that time frame. Meanwhile, Vegeta recognized that relying solely on the acceleration derived from the Yadrat star would yield limited enhancement. Upgrading it to divine technique, however, would demand excessive divine energy. He was merely sustaining this state, and the rate of divine energy recovery was faltering against the rate of consumption. Thus, it became imperative to possess an ability that could accelerate and amplify output to determine the victor swiftly. The only concept embodying both speed and attack is mass. Much like a black hole, even a brief sojourn near its event horizon could equate to years or decades passing on Earth. As depicted in Interstellar, when the protagonists landed on a planet close to a black hole, Mere minutes of their time resulted in 27 years elapsing on Earth. The velocity augmentation stemming from this temporal disparity is indeed astonishing. Simultaneously, with the increase in mass, even Vegeta's casual strikes bore unimaginable might. Vegeta attempted to utilize limitless reversal contact, yet in his current state, he lacked both control and divine energy to execute these techniques while altering his own mass. Gradually, the debris scattered across the arena began to levitate, converging towards Vegeta. Subsequently, larger boulders also floated towards him. Even the spectators sensed that Vegeta had evolved into a being of immense gravitational pull. Had it not been for the multitude of angels exerting force upon the protective barrier, combined with King Vegeta's own shield, everyone present would have been irresistibly drawn towards him. Vegeta, noting the crow's feet appearing at the corners of his eyes, addressed King Vegeta, "Come forth, my time is fleeting." Before King Vegeta could utter a word, Vegeta instantaneously appeared before him, using the momentum from his sprint to reduce King Vegeta to mere pulp. Yet, King Vegeta's soul remained undaunted. He swiftly employed reverse entropy to restore himself, preparing to speak. In an effortless motion, Vegeta's fist pierced through King Vegeta's chest, and seizing his opposite shoulder, he tore him asunder. At this moment, the wrinkles on Vegeta's face multiplied. As King Vegeta recuperated, he silently mused, "Is this the technique of young Vegeta? Though it bears formidable side effects and lacks broad applicability, its potency is truly terrifying." Observing King Vegeta being utterly powerless against his opponent, Gohan from the 7th dimension finally breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. At this rate, the Vegeta from that dimension will surely prevail. Sitting behind him, Bardock remarked, "Regrettably, given the current circumstances, victory will undoubtedly belong to King Vegeta." "What? Why?" Vomi adjusted his glasses and said, "Take a closer look at Vegeta's current state. He is aging at an alarming rate. He must have employed the divine technique to enhance his mass, thus trading it for tremendous power and incredible speed. However, this comes at the price of rapid aging." Number 18 remained silent, her eyes glistening with moisture. Bardock nodded in agreement. Indeed, even with a divine lifespan, he can only sustain this state for a while longer. Ultimately, he will succumb to his own accelerated entropy. At that moment, King Vegeta was being overwhelmed, staring at the visage of Vegeta, who now appeared to be over 60 years old, as he launched another attack. In a fit of rage, King Vegeta unleashed a hidden black flash in retaliation, declaring, "Do not presume that you alone can accelerate." He activated time acceleration and sent a powerful punch, infused with black flash energy, aimed directly at Vegeta's face. However, in the fraction of a second, 0.0000001 seconds, before the punch could connect, Vegeta deftly dodged. This caused King Vegeta's energy attack to miss entirely, resulting in nothing more than a standard physical strike. In that instant, Vegeta countered with a kick to King Vegeta's chest. Due to the significant disparity in their masses, the kick struck like a superhero against a fragile being, penetrating through without propelling him backward. King Vegeta, exerting all his strength, clutched Vegeta's leg tightly, while simultaneously unleashing entropy and distorting reality. "I will sever his foot." Vegeta withdrew his foot, and though King Vegeta made no movement, when Vegeta retracted, only one foot remained on the ground. With the aid of the Ultra Instinct technique, the wound instantly stopped bleeding, but it merely halted the blood flow. He was reluctant to expend excess divine energy to regenerate the severed limb, as, for him in his current state, losing a limb bore little consequence. Meanwhile, King Vegeta, panting heavily, discarded Vegeta's severed leg onto the ground. "I never anticipated that merely achieving the act of severing his foot would consume the majority of my divine energy. As my strength wanes, the effects of the sacred Dragon Ball's blessing also diminish, requiring more time to restore divine energy. If only I could unleash my full power. Dealing with him would be a mere trifle." At this juncture, Vegeta sensed that King Vegeta had expended a considerable amount of divine energy. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced with relentless ferocity, landing a series of blows that left King Vegeta with numerous wounds. This time, rather than relying on reverse entropy for recovery, King Vegeta utilized the immortality granted by the Super Dragon to mend his injuries. Enraged, he bellowed at Vegeta, "Do not become complacent. Mastering mass control is a technique I mastered long ago." King Vegeta had once studied the abilities of a previous Vegeta, who possessed the power to manipulate mass. As long as the wielder of the power is Vegito, he can master it in a remarkably short span of time. This exemplifies the commonality of the same character across the multiverse. Vegito King added his mass akin to that of a black hole and engaged Vegito in a fierce exchange, resulting in Vegito's right hand being reduced to a pulp. Gazing at his mangled arm, Vegito snorted disdainfully and executed a swift chop with his hand. Little did he expect that so many trump cards remained unplayed. Previously, he may have deemed them beneath him, but that does not imply he was incapable of utilizing them. Thus, it is imperative that the next move decisively determines the victor. At this moment, Vegito appeared to be over 80 years old, yet under the influence of the Black Flash mode, his hair remained dark. His physique had notably shrunk, and wrinkles adorned his face. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Android 18 shouted from the stands, "Enough, Vegito. What will we do if you die?" Vegito answered with calm composure, "Before I perish, I will erase your memories of me, so you shall not grieve." Vegito King chuckled at this statement, replying, "If you kneel and surrender now, I can spare your life and guarantee the safety of the timelines you have interacted with. Henceforth, we can frequently spar, for I believe our mutual competition will be the swiftest path to power enhancement." Vegito stared solemnly at Vegito King and declared, "I refuse. I will fight you to the death, but I will not kneel." "Humph, then let us proceed. I am eager to see what means you possess to overcome me in such a dire state." No sooner had he spoken than Vegito instantly appeared behind Vegito King, gripping his neck tightly with one hand. Vegito King, taken aback, pondered how his opponent had materialized behind him. It was not instant transmission. Could it be that he traversed the causal plane directly? Vegito King struggled to break free, but at that moment, Vegito augmented his own mass once more. In their contact, Vegito could also manipulate the energy within Vegito King, thereby increasing his mass as well. Thus, the two became immense gravitational bodies, irresistibly drawn to one another, making separation exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, Vegito employed an unlimited reversal, enveloping both himself and Vegito King, rendering their separation nearly impossible. Black flames ignited around Vegito, accompanied by a scattering of golden dust particles. A sense of impending doom emanated from behind Vegito King as he elbowed Vegito while demanding, "What are you trying to achieve?" Vegito endured the blows, yet his expression remained serene and composed. "I intend for us both to perish together. I can unleash energy surpassing 1,000,000 multiverses. Do you think you can survive such power?" Vegito King exclaimed urgently, "If that happens, everyone will die?" "No, they will not. For I shall pull you into the quantum realm's microscopic world before detonating." At that moment, Vegito King hastily glanced at Bardock, who had accompanied him. "Bardock, if I perish, eliminate them." Bardock remained silent, yet his presence provided Vegito King with a semblance of reassurance. In the next moment, the two individuals abruptly vanished from their original position. Mere seconds later, a violent explosion erupted at the spot where they had stood, a force so formidable that it could annihilate the entirety of the universe governed by the Omni King. It was only through the concerted efforts of numerous angels, destroyers, and skilled warriors present that the protective barrier managed to withstand the cataclysmic blast. A singularity formed within the void, relentlessly devouring everything in its vicinity, leading to the collapse of this realm of nothingness. Many angels escorted everyone back to the Omni King's temple, with the exception of Bardock. He soared towards the ever-expanding black hole, raising his hand to directly suppress its growth, ultimately causing it to vanish entirely. Moments later, King Vegeta reappeared at the site of his disappearance, floating in midair, visibly shaken and gasping for breath. "I never imagined I would nearly fall into his grasp," he exclaimed. "Had you not witnessed my future self emerge unscathed, I would have truly believed my demise was imminent. This ordeal has nearly depleted my divine energy. I require a period of rest." Emperor Bardock approached, placing a hand upon King Vegeta to share some of his divine power. "Do not let your guard down. I am currently unable to foresee his future." "What do you mean?" King Vegeta inquired. "Is it possible he still lives?" Emperor Bardock speculated. "It is difficult to say. He may be akin to Zamasu, existing in a quantum superposition, simultaneously in states of death and survival. Of course, this is merely conjecture based on the present circumstances. His actual condition may be far graver. Your sole task now is to enhance your strength once more, so that you may contend with him before his true form emerges." King Vegeta gazed intently into the void, stating, "This battle has taken a considerable toll on me. Henceforth, I shall traverse the multiverse utilizing the power of 05. I hope he remains alive. Next time, I shall confront him in a far more perfected state and utterly dominate him. Chapter 134. The Price in the Seventh Spatial Realm. Within the void, Vegeta suddenly materialized out of thin air, his weary frame waving a hand in futile gesture. Yet, this action changed nothing. He regarded his own hand, murmuring, I never anticipated that escaping the quantum realm superposition would deplete so much divine energy. I can no longer even conjure a stone to rest upon. Fortunately, he had mastered an extraordinary technique. During that terrifying self-detonation, although his physical form was utterly destroyed, he had managed to temporarily shift his soul into a quantum superposition. While in this state, he became immune to a portion of the soul's destructive impacts. Subsequently, Vegeta spent considerable time restoring his soul and remolding his body through quantum manipulation. By selecting the most advantageous outcome within the superposition, he collapsed it into reality, thus escaping the quantum realm superposition. This was the latest skill he acquired after narrowly evading death. The reality collapse of quantum superposition. As long as there exists even a minuscule possibility, no matter how infinitesimal, it can be manifested into reality. Should this technique be executed within the normal world, it would equate to possessing absolute fortune, while also bestowing upon others the capacity for absolute calamity. Regrettably, the current state of Vegeta renders him incapable of unleashing even the most profound divine techniques. He is unable to summon the slightest trace of divine power, not even the state of ultimate instinct. After carefully assessing his condition, Vegeta retrieved a Senza bean from a subspace and consumed it. Subsequently, he clenched his fists and instantly amplified his energy to its utmost potential. With his golden locks floating in the void, Vegeta murmured to himself. To his dismay, he found that he could not even gather divine energy. The restoration of his soul and body would require some time. Nevertheless, transforming into the Super Saiyan 4 of Universe 5 should pose no challenge. And with a bit more time, he might even achieve the form of the cosmic Super Saiyan 4. With his eyes closed, Vegeta attuned himself to the realm of nothingness. Relieved that the fortifications imposed by King Vegeta and numerous angels had dissipated. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 state, he could easily shatter it. After breaking through the temporal barriers of nothingness, Vegeta instantaneously arrived in the God of Destruction realm of Universe 6. The others, initially worried for Vegeta, felt a rush of joy upon witnessing his sudden return. Before Android 18 could rush forward, Naru raised his hand to halt her. Wait. He may not be our Vegeta. Vegeta, after a thorough examination, grew cautious as well. There is no trace of divine energy or divinity. He is not the Vegeta from Universe 7. Vegeta scratched his head, exasperated, and explained, I am indeed the Vegeta who journeyed alongside you. If you doubt me, feel free to read my memories. Naru approached cautiously. That would be an intrusion. Placing his hand upon Vegeta's head, Naru began to access his memories, slowly stating, the memories align, yet I cannot access your experiences within the quantum realm. Womi clarified, at that time, Vegeta existed in an unobservable quantum superposition state. This is precisely why he survived the energy explosion. From a physical perspective, he was no longer part of reality. Vegeta nodded. Indeed, I paid a significant price to restore my body and soul and escape the quantum realm. Currently, I cannot even condense divine energy, and my strength is less than 1% of my peak. At that moment, Zamper approached with Beerus and others from Universe 6. Upon hearing Vegeta's previous remarks, Zamper straightened his posture. You cannot even utilize divine energy? How unfortunate. Vegeta looked at Zamper and smiled. Indeed, I am quite vulnerable now. Perhaps even a mere finger from you could extinguish me. Feel free to test that. Upon hearing this, Zamper felt a sense of trepidation. The creature before him had once engaged in a fierce battle against the demon that had slain the Omni King, the Grand Priest, and 2 guards. Such an entity posed an immense threat wherever it might be found. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate him would be a responsibility to all universes. Zamper glanced at Beerus, who was silently communicating through divine energy. Zamper thought, Beerus, without the constraints of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, can you take action now? Bardos, indeed. There are no longer any rules to confine the angels. Zampa, how confident are you in your ability to eliminate that Vegeta? Bardos, absolutely certain. Upon receiving Bardos's affirmative response, Zampa chuckled while clasping his hands behind his back. In that case, you may as well perish. Attack, Bardos. In the next moment, a slender blue hand pierced through Zampa's chest from behind. He coughed up blood, astonished as he turned to Bardos. Bardos, you scoundrel. Bardos lifted Zampa with a grin. Oh, dear Zampa, if you believe those rules exist solely to safeguard mortals, you are gravely mistaken. You may not be aware that the Dark Vegeta summoned from the 11th universe has previously witnessed angels slaying deities. We refuse to be summoned by an incompetent master. Bardos withdrew her hand from Zampa's body and then delivered a swift strike, severing his head. The old Vegeta from the main timeline, arms crossed, inquired of Bardos. What comes next? Are we to be eliminated as well? Bardos replied, I am not that foolish. Though the combined strength of you lot pales in comparison to a mere fraction of peak Vegeta's power, you are more than sufficient to handle angels beneath the Grand Priest. Besides, this timeline's Vegeta would never allow such a thing to transpire, would he? Another Vegeta? At that moment, the Vegeta from the 7th timeline emerged from the shadows. I was just contemplating that if you made a move, I would finish you in an instant. The 7th timeline Vegeta addressed everyone. While I have found myself in quite the predicament during this match, it appears I have surpassed myself like never before. That said, your act of killing Zampa caught me off guard. Are you angels truly so ruthless once free of constraints? Bardos shrugged. The relationship between each god of destruction and their angel varies, whether it be master and servant, mentor and pupil, colleagues, or lovers. It all depends on the choices made by the current god of destruction. I trust that your universe's Whis would never slay Beerus. The 7th timeline Vegeta retorted coldly. Your usual demeanor hardly inspires belief that you would commit such an act, regardless of what kind of beings the Omni King and Grand Priest are. If the pinnacle of existence were to be someone like you, I believe it prudent to eliminate you sooner rather than later. The main timeline Vegeta stepped forward, stating, not every angel's existence is merely to uphold a cosmic rule. The 7th timeline Vegeta, hearing this for the first time, asked, was the world you previously visited similar? The main timeline Vegeta explained, to some extent, yes. However, in a small universe devoid of angels, the Kais and Kings usually maintain the order. In the grand universe overseen by the Omni King, angels are tasked with the operation of these rules, thus they do not engage in battle. Now, with the absence of the Supreme God and Grand Priest in this timeline, even with 12 angels remaining, all rules will begin to shift and descend into chaos. Should we eliminate more angels, the rate of this timeline's collapse will only accelerate. Though the Super Dragon Balls possess the power to resurrect the Omni Kings, such an act seems unnecessary. The Supreme God ought not to be represented by a capricious child. The immediate priority should be to select a more suitable candidate for the role of Supreme God within this realm. In the 7th universe, Vegeta promptly declared, I shall not take on that role. The Supreme Universe Vegeta responded, I understand your sentiments. I have not suggested you should. In my experience, the most fitting choice would be the North Kai of the 7th universe. At this juncture, Beerus interjected, if you retained your previous strength, I would not dispute your ability to elevate a Kai to the rank of Omni King. However, in my eyes, you presently resemble a mere mortal. Moreover, any candidate for the Omni King must receive unanimous consent from all 12 angels, and we must also appoint a new Grand Priest. In a flash, the 7th universe Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue state, proclaiming, gaining the agreement of all 12 of you is hardly a challenge. I also believe the Kai is an excellent choice. Should you disagree, you may express it to my Super Absolute Burst Dragon Fist. Under the formidable presence of the 7th universe Vegeta, Beerus acquiesced, yet she promptly raised another concern. How do you plan to address the Kai's divinity? It is known that the Kai cannot attain the status of Kaioshin due to the absence of the golden fruit from the universe seed. The Supreme Universe Vegeta replied, the Eternal Dragon can resolve this dilemma, albeit at a considerable cost. Even the Eternal Dragon would fall into slumber should it forcibly grant a Kai the divinity of the Omni King. The 7th Universe Vegeta asserted, that price is one we are willing to accept. Thus, the future of the 7th universe was determined through their discourse. Subsequently, all accompanied the 7th universe Vegeta back to the 7th universe. With his intervention, the North Kai swiftly ascended to become the new Omni King, while Whis took on the role of the new Grand Priest, succeeded by Meruz, who had been experiencing life within the Galactic Patrol. Vegeta then informed several key figures from the 7th universe about the upcoming multiversal martial arts tournament. A week later, they boarded the spaceship, preparing to bid farewell. The Supreme Universe Vegeta addressed the group, I sincerely apologize for the troubles our arrival has caused you. The 7th Universe Vegeta extended his hand, shaking hands with the Supreme Universe Vegeta, saying, "There is no need for guilt. Your arrival has propelled my growth and broadened my horizons. I look forward to our next encounter at the Multiversal Power Tournament, where I hope to engage in a proper battle with you. Until we meet again." As their journey continued, Vegeta took the captain's seat, and Bulma at the control panel inquired, "Where to next?" After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta responded, "That dark Goku Black possesses a formidable body that once belonged to Zamasu. It can be said that the original owner was stronger than most Vegetas before being overtaken by Zamasu." Android 18, standing nearby, asked, "Are you seeking to find this universe's counterpart, to see how strong he could be had he not been possessed by Zamasu?" As 18 observed Vegeta with concern, she noted that his condition had not improved significantly. She contemplated expressing her doubts about his ability to triumph against the opponent, but the words caught in her throat. Vegeta, however, merely replied with a calm demeanor, declaring that only Vegeta could defeat Vegeta, and that victory or defeat had become inconsequential to him. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, both Vegeta and Womi would be capable of handling them. At that moment, Vegeta realized, almost unknowingly, that even Vegeta now relied on his own strength. This revelation instilled in him an even greater motivation and sense of responsibility to grow stronger. The outcome of the confrontation with the reincarnated Kakarot seemed to pale in comparison. At that juncture, Bulma addressed the group, her gaze fixed on the screen. "I have found it. This timeline indeed has some extensions." Predicated on the assumption that Zamasu did not exchange places with the young Vegeta of this world, Vegeta furrowed his brow at the mention of Vegeta's name. Vegeta? Could it be that his father is Vegeta? Bulma's fingers danced over the control panel as she retrieved further information. He is not his father, but rather his grandfather. The old King Vegeta. King Vegeta. This revelation piqued Vegeta's curiosity as well, suggesting a chaotic web of relationships within this timeline. Bulma elaborated. Though the old King Vegeta was powerful, he was not so formidable as to inspire despair. In the year 737 of the age, when the planet Vegeta was destroyed, Beerus and the Frozen Demon clan united to slay him. The old King Vegeta had 2 offspring, King Vegeta and King Bardock. They were half-brothers, and as time passed and the king aged, their rivalry plunged the Saiyans into a civil war. Ultimately, these 2 kings vanished alongside the destruction of planet Vegeta, leaving behind their progeny, Kakarot, and a female version of Vegeta. This Vegeta is their child. Upon reaching this point, Bulma, who had previously shown little interest, suddenly found herself eager to delve deeper into the unfolding drama. Vegeta contemplated the extended timeline, stating, "Let us travel to the year 781 of the age, when Broly also emerged, to observe how this young Vegeta handles Broly. Compile a comprehensive timeline report for my review," he commanded. Chapter 135. The Birth of the Emperor Inside the Spacecraft. Vegeta and the others perused the time brief of this multiverse. Compared to the existence of Vegeta, his greater concern lay in uncovering the origins of King Vegeta. Womi perused the report, noting, "We have not uncovered any information regarding the ancestry of King Vegeta, only that he was an orphan Saiyan. However, the year of his appearance coincided with the emergence of a temporal rift in this universe." Rising from his captain's chair, Vegeta crossed his arms and remarked, "He was sent here. Someone is utilizing him to test something, labeling the temporal zone we are approaching as Temporal Zone 8. With that, Vegeta opened the detailed historical records of this temporal zone. In the year 658 of the age, a Saiyan infant was found at the doorstep of a certain Saiyan noble. A pair of azure hands gently removed the violet patera earring from his ear. The enigmatic figure gazed at the infant and proclaimed, "Let your body bear the weight of destiny. All shall commence with you." With that, the mysterious individual vanished without a trace. In the year 666 of the age of AI, within the dueling arena of Sarada Star, a young boy effortlessly sent a colossal ape flying with a single punch. The massive creature soared off the platform, crashing into a building hundreds of meters away, silencing its movements. The boy displayed a confident smile, remarking, "Humph, utterly feeble." He then turned his attention to the Scion seated upon the throne. Draped in a cloak of plush fur, the Scion sported a voluminous mane of hair. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the dark crimson hue surrounding his eyelids. Rising from his seat, the Scion cast a condescending gaze upon the boy at the center of the arena. while a nearby female scion, adorned with a crown, hastily implored him. Sarada, he is but a child. The future of the Saiyans requires the infusion of fresh blood. King Sarada fixated on the youthful warrior below, murmuring, first and foremost, he is a formidable scion. Only secondarily is he a child. Furthermore, for these subjects, dying at the hands of their king is the greatest honor, something that other scions yearn for in vain. Gradually, King Sarada ascended into the air, and the female scion reiterated her concern, but you will grow old. Our children are insufficient to combat those frozen demons. I am well aware, he replied. I assure you, he shall not perish today. With that declaration, King Sarada instantaneously soared to the center of the vast arena, where a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd. Addressing the diminutive scion, he stated, Vegeta, you are the first in decades to dare challenge me. I hope you are prepared for inevitable demise. The young scion, clad in animal hide, responded with a resonant voice. I have already vanquished your most elite guards. If there is no worthy adversary for me in the future, I would rather meet my end at your hands now. Upon hearing this, King Sarada offered a faint smile and replied, to become the king of all Saiyans, one must learn to endure this insurmountable solitude. Vegeta raised his hand in a dismissive gesture towards King Sarada, asserting, I never aspired to be a king. I simply wish to fight until death. Come forth, my king, and bestow upon your subjects the most precious honor. King Sarada refrained from striking and instead stood with his arms crossed, stating, given our disparity in size and age, I shall grant you 30 moves. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as he retorted, do you dare to underestimate me? He then clenched his fists, unleashing a surge of energy that shook the very planet beneath him. The Saiyans seated in the ancient audience gasped in astonishment. That little monster can amplify his power without transforming. As his energy gradually stabilized, King Sarada observed him with a grin, saying, rather than becoming stronger, this is perhaps your true strength, is it not? Vegeta exhaled deeply, asserting, if you are afraid, you may initiate the attack first. King Sarada confidently replied, no need. A king's word is unyielding. I grant you 30 moves. Vegeta charged towards King Sarada, closing the mere 10 meters in a furious sprint. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable energy wave mid-attack, then vanished into thin air with remarkable speed. The energy wave completely obscured Vegeta's figure, only for him to reappear behind King Salad, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, without even glancing back, King Salad effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist with his right hand. The energy wave, which had arrived after his attack, was swatted away with his left hand. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that the onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. The energy wave, deflected into the atmosphere, obliterated a planet within the galaxy into mere fragments. King Salad remained rooted in place, not bothering to spare a glance at Vegeta. His speed, strength, and technique were impeccable. However, he had misjudged his opponent. With that, King Salad tightened his grip on Vegeta's fist and hurled him away. That was your second strike. And you have 28 more to go. Vegeta spread his arms, gathering an even greater surge of energy, then brought them to his waist. This was unmistakably the stance for the ultimate Kamehameha, executed instinctively, as he could not even recall its name. A potent energy coalesced in the palms of Vegeta's hands, causing cold sweat to trickle down the brows of all observing Saiyans. Could he truly intend to unleash such a powerful wave on Salad Star? Vegeta compressed the energy wave and inquired, if you're uncertain, you may evade, for I too do not know the extent of this technique's power. King Salad, unperturbed, replied, even if the energy you harness is tenfold stronger than your own, I shall not flinch. Then brace yourself, Vegeta proclaimed as he launched the formidable energy wave towards King Salad. King Salad inhaled deeply, raised his hand, and single-handedly caught the energy wave. Although he was pushed back several dozen meters, once he steadied himself, the wave could no longer advance. No matter how forcefully Vegeta exerted himself, the outcome remained unchanged. When the energy wave dissipated, King Salad glanced at his palm, murmuring, it has been quite some time since anyone has made me feel pain. You deserve my commendation, Vegeta. Vegeta, panting heavily, regarded King Salad, realizing that the previous attack had drained 60% of his energy. At that moment, King Salad appeared behind him as if teleporting, stating, but ultimately, you are still too youthful. Vegeta swiftly pivoted, delivering a spinning kick aimed at King Salad's head. However, King Salad neither dodged nor defended himself, allowing Vegeta's kick to strike his neck. In that instant, Vegeta truly grasped the essence of strength. In contrast to the energy wave, the physical collision illuminated the vast disparity between them. He staggered back a few steps, astonished, reflecting, I have poured every ounce of my strength into this. Yet I remain incapable of inflicting any harm. You unleash each attack without restraint, believing that no one in this world can withstand 3 of your strikes. Hence, you give your all with every blow. As he spoke, King Sharada stepped forward, gazing down upon Vegeta. One must always leave a way out for oneself. As a king, one must possess not only remarkable combat prowess, but also foresight and wisdom. There are still 27 moves left. Should you choose to surrender now, I could spare your life. Vegeta, dripping with cold sweat, replied with a smile, I apologize, but I have yet to learn the meaning of surrender. When I challenged you, I was already prepared to face death. Then let us continue. Vegeta unleashed his full might in a relentless assault. Soon, the 27 moves came to an end. King Sharada slowly raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap to Vegeta's back. Vegeta was instantly driven into the ground, and before he could rise, King Sharada placed a foot upon his head. If you wish to stand atop the world, there is much you must endure. Remember this humiliation well. The weight of King Sharada's foot felt as heavy as a planet upon Vegeta's skull. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge even a fraction. This world is larger than you can imagine. Even I am not the strongest in the universe. The gap between the strongest and myself is far greater than the one between you and me. Releasing his foot, King Sharada allowed Vegeta to rise, only to see Vegeta suddenly break into laughter. Confused, King Sharada inquired, what is so amusing? Wiping the dust from his face, Vegeta replied, I am thrilled. There are so many formidable opponents in this world for me to conquer. King Sharada responded with a swift kick to Vegeta's chest, sending him flying backward. Before he could regain his footing, King Sharada appeared behind him, seizing his face and forcefully pressing it back to the ground. If you perish here, the strongest opponent you will ever encounter will only be me. Surrender, and you may yet live. Vegeta clutched King Sharada's wrist with all his might, exclaiming, absolutely not. Suddenly, an incredible surge of power erupted from within Vegeta, manifesting as a golden aura enveloping him. His hair transformed into a golden hue, allowing him to force King Sharada away and create some distance. Astonished by the relentless power coursing through him, he murmured, this power is... The queen upon the platform rose to her feet, gazing intently at Vegeta. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan. The term quickly spread among all the Saiyans present. Vegeta confidently pointed his thumb at his chin, declaring, did you hear that? It seems I have become something extraordinary. I never even dreamed I could attain such strength. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch to King Sharada's abdomen. King Sharada staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Following this, Vegeta unleashed his full force, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon King Sharada. Each strike caused King Sharada's body to sway, yet it seemed incapable of inflicting any significant damage. Vegeta sensed this, albeit vaguely. Raising his hands, he gathered a formidable purple energy. Prepare yourself, King Sharada. Ultimate Gallic Gun. The Qigong wave engulfed King Sharada, carving a deep ravine into the very earth itself. The colossal wave of energy soared towards the cosmos, grazing the surface. As the dust settled, King Sharada remained steadfast, though his beast skin was now tattered and torn. Through the gaping holes in the skin, a layer of fur was discernible beneath. With a murmured incantation, he placed his hand upon the beast's skin draped over his shoulder. You are not the true Super Saiyan. With that, he cast aside the skin, allowing it to dance away in the wind. Exposed to the gaze of onlookers was his torso, shrouded in dark red fur save for his chest. I am. This was a visage previously unseen by anyone, resembling a transformation akin to a giant ape, yet retaining distinctly human features in both stature and countenance. Vegeta furrowed his brow, studying King Sharada. Regardless of what you are, my strength is sufficient to unsettle you. He lunged forward, delivering a kick towards King Sharada, who raised his arms in defense. The collision reverberated throughout the planet. King Sharada thought to himself, if this escalates into a full-blown battle, this planet shall soon meet its demise. This must be where it ends. Seizing Vegeta by the neck, he offered no chance for reprieve, swiftly rendering him unconscious. With a casual toss, he cast Vegeta to the ground before turning to soar towards his throne. Have the guards fetch me another cloak. Furthermore, from this day forth, Vegeta shall be regarded as my son. Chapter 136. Old King. New King. In the mid-year of the 676th era of the Aiki calendar, on planet Sharada, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis erupted in tandem with the clash of two formidable warriors. Beneath a tempest of thunderous black clouds, two Saiyans stood in opposition. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 1 form, relentlessly pushed the Super Saiyan 4 King Sharada into retreat. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, King Sharada inquired, "You will soon inherit this throne. Why must you incite such devastation?" Vegeta scoffed. "Humph, a Saiyan destined for succession is hardly convincing, and I care not for your throne." "What?" The Invincible One crossed his arms, his confident gaze laced with mockery as he scrutinized King Sharada. "Father, I am glad to defeat you before you fully wither away. I fear that in a few years, when you succumb to old age, my victory over you will hold no value." Blood trickled from King Sharada's forehead, streaming down past his brow and into his eye, yet he did not blink. Maintaining an even tone, he regarded Vegeta. "For the sake of battle, are you truly willing to witness the annihilation of your kin and planet Sharada?" Vegeta retorted, "I would forsake my own life. Only by battling the mighty do I find meaning in existence. But do not forget, there are beings in the universe far more powerful than I. Should you perish here, you shall reap no rewards." Vegeta closed his eyes and smiled. "Recently, members of the Kurd Legion visited planet Sharada, and I proposed an alliance with them. Thus, they dispatched several large spacecraft, and those Saiyans, who like me regard combat as an integral part of existence, would accompany me to new worlds." At this juncture, Vegeta raised his gaze to the heavens and, with a mere flick of his hand, dispersed the ominous clouds overhead. Planet Plant. This was the new world I had scouted aboard the Kurtle spacecraft. The Zephyrians on this planet possessed unparalleled technology in the universe, enabling our footsteps to traverse the cosmos. As we engaged in battle, the Saiyans willing to follow me had already boarded the ship and departed. Now, only a solitary pod-shaped vessel remained on this planet. Only those who survive this battle shall have the privilege to depart in it. Sharada Star and the vanquished would become relics of a bygone era. Upon hearing these words, King Sharada not only did not express anger, but instead revealed a gratifying smile. "Is it so? Unbeknownst to me, you have matured into a worthy king. I once thought your sole prowess lay in combat." Vegeta, gazing sternly at King Sharada, declared, "I owe you my gratitude. Your wisdom has provided me with guidance. Had I not known of the multitude of strong beings in the universe, I might have recklessly engaged you in battle." In response, King Sharada clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful golden aura. "In that case, I have no reservations. I shall fight you with all my might. Come forth, my son." The two surged towards each other at astonishing speed, simultaneously striking one another's cheeks with their fists. The violent shockwave stirred up a colossal tsunami beneath them. Vegeta was propelled back several meters, but quickly regained his composure, while King Sharada's body soared uncontrollably like a kite severed from its string. That diminutive figure shattered through the peaks of various islands before ultimately plunging into the sea. Yet, in that moment, Vegeta felt no joy. He gazed down at his hands, murmuring to himself, "This day has come far too late. This is not the battle I envisioned. I should have challenged him 2 years prior." King Sharada erupted from the water, the bruises on his face betraying the toll of that earlier blow. Vegeta slowly approached him, stating, "This battle has lost all suspense. I know you shall not accompany me. If we cease now, this planet may still sustain life. I never anticipated the day would come when I would compel you to concede." King Sharada chuckled softly. "You would leave with your elite while the defeated and the frail remain on this ravaged planet? You know I would rather perish than live in such a manner. For a Saiyan king, defeat is akin to death. I might as well indulge myself one last time." With that, King Sharada swung his fist at Vegeta once more. After dodging several attacks, Vegeta's body suddenly crackled with electricity, and he caught King Sharada's fist effortlessly with one hand. His bangs stood erect, each strand of hair resembling steel needles sprouting from his scalp. At this moment, no matter how forcefully King Sharada exerted himself, he could not extract his fist from Vegeta's grip. In an unwavering tone, Vegeta gazed at King Saladra and inquired, "Am I now a Super Saiyan?" King Saladra smiled faintly, instantly unleashing a more formidable power. The dark crimson hue of his hair transformed into a striking grayish white, with his hair, eyebrows, and pupils all adopting the same color. He then swiftly withdrew his fist from Vegeta's grasp and delivered a resounding blow to Vegeta's chest, sending him hurtling away. Vegeta, struck by the force of the blow, coughed up blood, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at King Saladra. Yet, within a heartbeat, the long-lost fervor and exhilaration surged through his mind. With joy radiating from his expression, he exclaimed, "I take pride in you, Father." King Saladra, stretching his limbs, proclaimed, "A Super Saiyan is never confined to a singular form. Only when you perceive yourself as an immensely powerful being do you truly embody the essence of a Super Saiyan. Even without any visible transformation, one can still be a Super Saiyan. Conversely, in my earlier days, I encountered several Saiyans capable of transformations akin to yours. However, once they witnessed my strength, they realized they were unworthy of the title Super." The cataclysmic battle reignited, and King Saladra, having further transformed, easily overpowered Vegeta. In terms of speed, strength, and defense, the disparity between the two was overwhelmingly vast. No matter how skillfully Vegeta fought, he could not bridge this chasm. With both hands clasped, King Saladra forcefully slammed Vegeta into the ground, creating a massive circular crater on the surface of Saladra planet. As the smoke dissipated, King Saladra descended slowly. Addressing the half-kneeling Vegeta, "As you stated, I am indeed a relic of the past. Regardless of how much stronger I may be, this is an unalterable truth. The future holds no place for me. Thus, even if I emerge victorious today, you must depart from this realm. Lead the Saiyans in forging a brighter future, allowing the honor of the Saiyans to echo throughout the cosmos. One day, you shall surpass me, and even transcend the gods." Brushing the dust from his face, Vegeta stood up and responded with a smile, "No, Father, I do not believe I shall concede to you." With that, a radiant light erupted from Vegeta, and in an instant, he stood tall with flowing golden hair, exuding an undeniable and formidable aura. "Now we are evenly matched," he asserted. King Saladra charged at Vegeta, his speed and strength terrifyingly immense. The sheer inertia of his movement could obliterate a blue giant star, and with the added acceleration from his arm's swing, the energy contained was cataclysmic. Vegeta raised his arm to deflect Saladra's strike, while simultaneously delivering a punch aimed at Saladra's abdomen. Quick to react, and armed with abundant combat experience, Saladra promptly blocked Vegeta's attack with his other hand. Thus, both warriors found themselves truly on equal footing at last. The long-awaited battle that Vegeta had yearned for was finally set in motion. The magnitude of this battle inevitably foretold the destruction of the planet Sharada, brought about by its aftermath. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta gazed down upon the fallen king of Sharada from the perspective of a victor. "This is the battle I have long awaited. Thank you, Father." The king of Sharada, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, mustered his last ounce of strength to smile and utter, "Is that so? At last, you find satisfaction. Though you have triumphed over me, always remember that there are those stronger than you, and realms beyond your comprehension. Do not grow complacent until a worthy opponent emerges." With a deep breath, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. "It is a harsh reality, Father. I did not unleash my full power in this battle, and for that, I apologize. All I desired was a contest of equals. Forgive my disrespect." The king of Sharada sighed deeply. "Very well. Let me perish beneath the weight of your full strength. From this moment forth, you shall be known as King Vegeta." Without uttering another word, Vegeta silently raised his hand toward the king, tears streaming from his eyes as he beheld his father. A formidable energy coalesced within his palm. And finally, he spoke his farewell. "Farewell, Father. You were an exceptional king, and the history of the Saiyans shall forever remember you." A cataclysmic explosion ensued. In the latter part of the year 676, Vegeta arrived at Planet Plant aboard the Maki spaceship. In 677, he led the Saiyans in the dominion over Planet Plant, allocating a portion of the continent to the Zafir people, thus establishing the Zafir Autonomous Region. That same year, Planet Plant was renamed Planet Vegeta. In early 680, Vegeta's queen and concubine each bore him a royal heir, named Prince Vegeta and Prince Bardock, respectively. By the latter part of the same year, the Cooled Army was poised to land on Planet Vegeta. Outside the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, within a colossal spaceship, King Cooled maintained his original form, clad in armor and a cloak as he gazed upon the Crimson Planet. The Saiyans certainly have an eye for locations. Originally, Planet Plant was included in our conquest plans. Beside him, a diminutive figure with a round head chuckled, "Oh ho ho. Father, temporarily ceding this territory to these uncivilized monkeys is not without merit. Our army requires more combatants. The Saiyans are the finest tools for our empire's construction." King Cooled remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Frieza, do not underestimate the new Saiyan King. I should have met him 3 years ago, but I detected his extraordinary battle prowess. Thus, I spent 3 years training you two brothers alongside me. And in this state, the only beings stronger than us in the universe are Majin Buu and that esteemed individual." Reflecting on the 3 years of training, Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. His race was inherently invincible. Training was a profoundly shameful endeavor for him. Consequently, he had silently attributed this shame to Vegeta. With a smug grin, Frieza remarked, "Though I loathe to speak of the training, I can now maintain my original form without expending excess energy. Moreover, I am merely exerting 1% of my power, and even with the most advanced detectors, the results indicate a combat strength exceeding 10 million. Kurd furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Even so, we must not let our guard down. It is said that the new King Vegeta may be the legendary Super Saiyan." Frieza murmured, "The legendary Super Saiyan, you say?" Chapter 137. The Lonely Monarch. A magnificent fleet descended upon the capital of planet Vegeta, causing destruction to several towering structures along the way, as colossal spacecraft collided with them. Vegeta stood on the palace balcony, his brow knitted in disapproval as he observed the scene. "How infuriating. They completely disregard us," Vegeta remarked coolly. "They may revel in their arrogance now, but soon they will long for these very moments." Shortly thereafter, the doors of the massive ship opened, and the Kurd army formed 2 lines. Upon exiting the ship, Kurd and Frieza were met with an unsettling absence of Saiyans to welcome them, igniting their ire. Frieza was the first to step onto the red carpet laid out by the Kurd forces. Such a disrespectful race. This new king shall pay dearly for his arrogance. At that moment, a Saiyan descended from the sky, hands clasped behind his back, addressing Frieza and his entourage. "You have traveled far. Please follow me." Before Frieza and Kurd could respond, the Saiyan turned and walked away. Frieza, filled with indignation, raised his hand, gathering a sphere of red energy aimed at the Saiyan. Just as he was about to unleash it, Kurd's large hand rested upon his shoulder. "There is no need to stoop to the level of this subordinate. Let us confront their new king directly." Upon entering the Grand Hall, the Kurd forces announced loudly, "Cosmic Emperor Kurd and Prince Frieza have arrived. We request the Saiyan King to rise and greet us." Vegeta remained seated upon his throne, unmoved, as did all the Saiyans. Vegeta had rigorously trained this group of subordinates, resulting in the remaining Saiyans possessing combat powers exceeding 10,000, with the ability to control their own energy. Although they were acutely aware of the vast chasm between themselves and the Frost Demons, the disparity between the Frost Demons and Vegeta was akin to that between mortals and deities. This understanding lent them the confidence to stand tall. Kurd and Frieza entered the palace hall with stern expressions. Frieza, observing Vegeta with hands on his hips, taunted, "Ah, it seems the new Saiyan King is rather ignorant of protocol. One must understand that the gulf between a planet's king and a cosmic emperor is no trifling matter." Vegeta cast a cold glance at Frieza. Although Frieza could not sense energy, he felt an ominous threat of death and quickly silenced himself. Vegeta then shifted his gaze to Kurd. "King Kurd, is this creature your spokesperson? What did you say?" Frieza exclaimed, clenching his fists in frustration. But Kurd intervened to restrain him. The reason was simple. During his arduous 3 years of training, Kurd had learned to sense the strength of opponents without relying on devices. The Saiyan before them was undeniably formidable. Kurd stepped forward and performed a slight bow, addressing, "King Vegeta, this is my son Frieza. I have failed in my responsibilities as a father, and I implore your forgiveness." Vegeta nodded slightly and responded, "We should have convened 3 years ago to discuss our collaboration. Why has this been delayed until now? Were you perhaps evading me out of fear that I might eliminate you, thereby retreating to refine your skills for 3 years?" Vegeta saw through Kurd's hidden intentions. In fact, he would be quite pleased if Kurd and Frieza devoted more time to their training. The power they currently exhibited was so feeble that he could extinguish them with the mere flick of a finger. As Frieza simmered with indignation, Vegeta had already vanished from his throne. Almost immediately, a voice echoed behind them. "It is said that the frozen demon adopted the name Frieza due to your emergence. It appears that you, as a mutated individual, are not particularly remarkable. I had anticipated more. Frieza gritted his teeth and turned to deliver a strike behind him. However, Vegeta effortlessly blocked Frieza's attack with a single finger, and before Frieza could recover from the shock, he felt an excruciating pain that pierced his very soul. In an instant, Frieza was inexplicably struck down. By the time onlookers regained their composure, Vegeta had resumed his position on the throne, while Frieza lay prostrate before it. Vegeta rested his feet upon Frieza's back, who struggled to support himself against the ground, his limbs sinking into the earth, yet he could not budge Vegeta in the slightest. The terms of our cooperation are simple. From this moment forth, the Kurd Legion will be under the stewardship of the Saiyans. In exchange, Frieza shall remain here, where I will ensure he receives proper training. I believe he possesses untapped potential. Furthermore, starting today, I, Vegeta, shall be the Emperor of the universe. From this moment, planet Vegeta shall officially become the center of the cosmos. Who is in favor, and who dares to oppose? Vegeta's gaze bore into Kurd. He understood that uttering a single word of dissent would seal their fate. Kurd knelt on one knee, head bowed, and declared, on behalf of the former Kurd Legion, I proclaim you, our Emperor of the universe, your Majesty. Henceforth, I shall willingly serve you. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. My people will now take command of your fleet and planets. You shall reside temporarily on this capital planet. As he spoke, several massive ships had already activated, with a contingent of Sphurans and Saiyans disembarking onto the Kurd Legion's vessels. They were en route to Kurd's homeland to establish control there. Once the Kurd forces were placed under house arrest, Vegeta turned to address this Sphurian king. I promised you a pathway to greater prosperity. Once the troubles there are resolved, both your technology and the original capital planet shall belong to you. My aspiration is to build a flourishing universe in collaboration with the Sphurans. The Sphurian king bowed respectfully, proclaiming, Long live his majesty. As for the promise you made to me, the king of the Zephyr immediately knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, rest assured. We will expeditiously develop an ultimate biological weapon to satisfy your desires. Vegeta chuckled, Excellent. If such a day arrives when you can truly vanquish me and reclaim everything, I shall rejoice for you. However, I do hope you will spare the Saiyans. Trembling on his knees, the king of the Zephyr was perplexed by the thoughts swirling in the Saiyan king's mind. Yet, if that day were to come, and his ultimate biological weapon could indeed defeat this king, he too would, like Vegeta, grant the Saiyans a chance at survival. Vegeta's promise was akin to painting a grand vision for the Zephyr people. They understood that as long as they devoted themselves to empowering Vegeta, there would come a day when all would belong to the Zephyr. Consequently, in the ensuing years, the Zephyr's respect and obedience towards Vegeta even surpassed that of their own king. Soon after, the Saiyans fully took command of the Kurd army and rapidly expanded their territories. Along the way, they encountered formidable forces resisting them, such as a Namekian and a band of green-skinned space pirates. Ultimately, these adversaries were swiftly subdued by Vegeta. Vegeta established rules for his legion, forbidding widespread destruction during the invasion of other civilizations. Particularly on planets possessing advanced technology, he advocated for peaceful negotiations. When facing civilizations that could resist, he would summon the strongest for small-scale battles. Even in the event of defeat, he would not resort to extermination. For Vegeta firmly believed that every race could produce a genius. It was merely a matter of when. He offered all defeated races an opportunity. Should they believe they could conquer him, they would be granted a chance to challenge him. Whoever emerged victorious would become the next cosmic sovereign. As for the resources of the universe, there was no need for forceful plunder. At the suggestion of the king of the Zephyr, the Saiyans learned to manage resource distribution, ensuring that all civilizations complied willingly. In scenarios of resource scarcity, they refrained from seizing from others and instead turned to cultivating barren planets devoid of civilization. Unbeknownst to them, the civilization rating of the seventh universe gradually improved. The achievements made in just a decade surpassed what some Supreme Kais had accomplished in 100,000 years. The renown of the Saiyans echoed throughout the cosmos. They were the mightiest warrior race, yet they adhered to strong principles, ultimately becoming the most esteemed beings in the universe. In the year 690 of the age of the universe, on Vegeta's capital planet, two young Saiyans trailed behind Frieza. Uncle Frieza, when do we start training today? Frieza replied somewhat irritably. Oh, how bothersome. Do you have nothing to occupy yourselves with besides fighting? Today, your brother emerges from the incubation pod. Perhaps you should focus more on others rather than training. Over the past decade, Frieza had been molded into a caretaker-like figure by Vegeta. In the inaugural year of Frieza's training under Vegeta, he mastered the golden form. Yet, despite this achievement, he remained unable to defeat the Super Saiyan Vegeta. Consequently, Frieza became notably more obedient in Vegeta's presence, although deep within, he harbored aspirations for Vegeta's title as the Cosmic Emperor. Upon entering the nursery, Frieza gazed into the incubation chamber at the young Saiyan and inquired, "What is the battle power of this fellow?" A medical staff member responded, "Merely 200 points, which pales in comparison to the two royal princes of the same era." Young Bardock scoffed at this remark. "Humph. Is this individual truly our brother? What was his name again?" The medical staff promptly replied, "His Majesty named him Paragus." By the year 700 of the age of the universe, both Bardock and Vegeta had evolved into formidable warriors. Although they could only transform into ordinary Super Saiyans, they faced virtually no adversaries across the cosmos. In 715 of the age, the Saiyans discovered planet Namek. Driven by instinct, Vegeta personally ventured forth to negotiate, uncovering the existence of the Dragon Balls and the legend of the Super Saiyan God. In exchange for aiding in the reconstruction of Namek and safeguarding its inhabitants, Vegeta secured a single wish upon the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's first wish was for all Saiyans to possess the ability to survive within the universe. For his second wish, he inquired about the strongest being in existence. The entity known as Barunga hesitated to reveal a name, merely informing Vegeta that it was a deity. For his third wish, Vegeta sought knowledge about the legend of the Super Saiyan God. He showed no interest in wishes for immortality. For him, if no stronger opponent existed in the universe, immortality would become a curse. As time passed, Vegeta's sole aspiration became the prosperity of the Saiyan race, hoping that his descendants would one day grow strong enough to challenge him. Before departing from Namek, Vegeta instructed the Grand Elder to use the Dragon Balls once more to conceal the planet, ensuring that all outsiders, except for himself, would forget any association with Namek. By the year 720, Vegeta retreated from the forefront, gradually delegating power to his two strongest sons, King Bardock and King Vegeta. In the same year, Frieza declared himself king, with Vegeta's tacit approval. By 730, the competition for the throne intensified, with factions beyond the two Saiyan princes participating, stirred by Vegeta's earlier promises. That year marked the birth of Vegeta's first grandson, Raditz, son of King Bardock, who emerged with a battle power of 1500. In 732, Vegeta welcomed the births of two grandsons. One was a girl named Bra, daughter of King Vegeta, with a battle power of 18,000 at birth. The other was a boy named Broly, born to Paragus, boasting an astonishing battle power of 300,000. Paragus, seeking to shield Broly from the deadly intrigues of the royal succession, endeavored to keep him away from the fray. Shortly after his birth, he vanished into the cosmos with his father. Vegeta publicly declared that Paragus and his son met their demise among the stars. In the year 734 of the age of the universe, the second prince of King Bardock was born, named Kakarot, with a battle power of 416. By 735, tensions escalated between the Frieza force and the Saiyans, leading to frequent internal strife among the Saiyan race. In 736, Frieza, having garnered the support of a divine entity, plotted an insurrection against Vegeta. As the destruction of planet Vegeta loomed in 737, the silver-haired Vegeta gazed at the dark, golden figure emerging from the flames, remarking, "I always knew you would one day compel me to take you seriously." Frieza spread his arms wide with a grin, responding, "As you wish. For decades, I have sought ways to entertain you, and I am not alone." From the fire, a tall, golden figure stepped forth. Cooler, crossing his arms with a smirk, declared, "Your reign is about to come to an end, Your Majesty." Disappointed, Vegeta asked, "Is it just you two?" At that moment, an arrogant voice echoed from the air, "They are merely here to observe." Vegeta looked up to see a purple-skinned feline creature, adorned in pharaoh-like attire, accompanied by a blue-skinned servant descending from above. Despite having never met before, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement and instinctively uttered the identity of the newcomer. At last, we meet, the God of Destruction. Chapter 138. The challengers. The God of Destruction, Beerus, made his appearance, surveying the aging emperor from a position of superiority. Surprised by being recognized, Beerus scrutinized Vegeta and then inquired of his attendant, "Hey Whis, Does that fellow's voice suggest? Whis nodded with a smile. He certainly appears to be a product of Patera, but I am unable to perceive his earliest image. This occurrence could indicate one of two possibilities. His creator possesses divine power surpassing that of a typical angel, and he may well be from a different timeline. Upon hearing this, Beerus fixed his gaze on Vegeta and declared, in that case, he must not be allowed to live. Clearly, Vegeta was unaware of the conversation's implications, but he understood the intent behind it, to eliminate him. However, this posed no concern for Vegeta. His existence was defined by the pursuit of battle, particularly against those stronger than himself. The decades of aimlessly searching for worthy opponents were drawing to a close. To perish at the hands of a mightier foe would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Beerus, too, found himself intrigued by Vegeta. Regrettably, Vegeta's existence threatened the interests of many higher beings. For instance, the cosmic alliance he established rendered the Kaioshins and gods of destruction seemingly impotent. Within less than a century, this alliance elevated the civilization of the entire 7th universe to a level among the top 3 across 12 universes. Moreover, neither Vegeta nor his legion had ever destroyed a single planet. Even those planets with underdeveloped civilizations were guided toward progress alongside the alliance. Its speed is so astonishing that it can propel a civilization from the Stone Age to the era of interstellar travel within just a few decades. This renders the existence of the god of destruction utterly meaningless, for he has demonstrated that a planet, even without destruction, will not hinder the average advancement of civilizations across the universe. Such a mode of survival transforms the rules under the Omni King into a mere jest, while Beerus may endure. The Grand Minister and the Omni King will not allow this to persist. Thus, as this survival paradigm gradually solidifies into an immutable law, internal strife erupts, not merely driven by ambition, but also fueled by those exalted deities who covertly instigate chaos. They seek to first prove the failure of this methodology before addressing the threat posed by Vegeta. Even if we were to assume, for the sake of argument, that Vegeta did not engage in reckless expansion and development, the mere fact that he possesses the power to challenge the god of destruction seals his fate. Therefore, he must eliminate Vegeta, regardless of his inclinations. Assisting Frieza is merely a convenient task. Accepting Frieza as his agent will alleviate considerable burdens. Beerus addressed Frieza and his son, stating, "Let me first gauge your abilities. Warm him up." Yes, Lord of Destruction. Although Beerus claimed that Frieza and his son were merely observers, after locking eyes with this cosmic emperor, he realized the depth of Frieza's power was unfathomable. Engaging in a reckless battle could yield unpredictable consequences. It would be wiser to allow Frieza and his son to test the waters while he discreetly observes Vegeta's combat style. This would also deplete some of Vegeta's stamina, allowing Beerus to strike once Frieza and his son are overwhelmed by superior strength, thus enhancing the god of destruction's prestige. Golden Cooler was the first to soar towards Vegeta, executing a flying kick from a distance of about 100 meters. Vegeta, without even transforming, simply tilted his head to evade the kick. After Cooler missed, he swiftly fired a purple energy blast at Vegeta. Without turning around, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant and deflected the energy blast with his aura. It was unexpected that even Cooler had grown to such a level. It proves that given time and opportunity, one can continually transcend their limits. Upon seeing Vegeta transform, Frieza approached him at incredible speed and threw a punch. Vegeta was somewhat startled by Frieza's velocity. He evaded a knife-hand strike and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in the process, delivering an uppercut to Frieza's abdomen. The impact of this punch was not as formidable as the onlookers had anticipated. Even Vegeta secretly mocked himself, thinking, "I didn't realize I had aged to the point where my punches felt so feeble." Frieza, taken aback, felt the childish nature of the punch and was instantly filled with delight. He then kicked at Vegeta. Vegeta raised his arms to block the kick, and the force sent him plummeting from the stratosphere to the surface of planet Vegeta, creating a massive crater upon impact. Frieza reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him. "Savor this, King Vegeta. This is the strength you have long sought, and your desires shall ultimately be fulfilled by me." As his words echoed, Vegeta materialized behind Frieza in an instant. With 2 fingers pressed against his forehead, his body cloaked in crimson fur, he placed a hand upon Frieza's smooth scalp. "You better not disappoint me." In that moment, the shadows of Frieza's long-buried memories surged forth. Vegeta reminded him of his past frailty. When he regained his senses, he found himself lying on the surface of a sea on planet Vegeta, gazing up at the crimson sky. He could scarcely recall how he had been cast into the ocean. Beerus, observing Vegeta's Super Saiyan form, chuckled, a return to the primal Saiyan state? I never expected to witness this again. Intriguing. Meanwhile, Kurd seized the opportunity to further transform, evolving from his golden base form into an advanced golden state. A long-horned, bony crown adorned his head, and the exoskeleton on his limbs sharpened ominously. He aimed to kick at Vegeta's head once more. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping Kurd's ankle and hurling him away. Get lost, you insignificant pest. Beerus, disappointment evident in his tone, remarked, Is this all the Frieza clan is capable of? Just then, another voice rang out nearby. Frieza does not represent our lineage. A frozen demon, resembling Frieza but taller, descended before Beerus. My apologies, Lord Destroyer. My antiquated spacecraft was a tad slow. Though they had never met, it was obvious that this individual was a relative of Frieza. Vegeta regarded him curiously. There exists such a figure among the frozen demons? Humph, said Cooler with a smirk. I am nothing like Frieza, who was nurtured in a greenhouse. Even as a frozen demon, I have never neglected my training, especially upon learning of your existence. With that, Cooler unleashed a formidable aura, further transforming and radiating a brilliant light. A strikingly black and white version of Cooler stood tall before Vegeta. Vegeta's face lit up with excitement as he beheld Cooler. I never imagined there would be someone so powerful in this world. Even Beerus stood behind Cooler, silently assessing. This frozen demon's strength is already quite close to mine. Perhaps he may become the next threat, but fortunately, he operates within the rules. Even if Cooler approaches my level, he cannot truly surpass me, unlike that Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, Black Golden Cooler appeared before Vegeta, delivering a punch. Vegeta felt the sudden strike graze his cheek, drawing blood, and swiftly created distance between them. Nonchalantly wiping the blood from his cheek, he murmured, My reflexes have dulled. Yet, he felt a sense of relief in his aging, thinking to himself, At least now we are evenly matched. As Vegito arrived before Gula with astonishing speed, he delivered a powerful punch to the outer exoskeleton mask of Gula's face. With a resounding crack, the blow shattered the mask and caused Gula to bleed from his nose. Instinctively, Gula clutched his nose and staggered backward, while Vegito murmured to himself, It seems you are still not old enough, or perhaps not strong enough. Gula, fueled by rage, unleashed a formidable surge of energy and clenched his fists, exclaiming, Damn it. He charged at Vegito, launching a fierce assault. Vegito evaded half of the attacks and successfully blocked the remaining ones, rendering Gula incapable of inflicting any real harm upon him. Meanwhile, Beerus attentively observed Vegito's movements. After exchanging blows for over 1,000 rounds, Gula found himself battered and bruised. At that moment, Kurd, who had been thrown aside, returned. Transforming once more, his body grew immense, sprouting 2 additional arms from his back, and his entire form radiated a brilliant gold. Though merely a golden transformation, the alteration in his base form granted him power rivaling that of Black Frieza, and even in terms of sheer strength, he surpassed Black Frieza by a margin. With Kurd's return, the battle shifted towards an unfair advantage. The two launched a coordinated attack against Vegito, and soon after, Frieza re-entered the fray. Despite facing 3 opponents, Vegito remained undeterred, standing his ground against the overwhelming odds. Beerus furrowed his brow, realizing that a well-timed ambush could almost guarantee Vegito's defeat. However, the pride of a god of destruction prevented him from resorting to such tactics. Just then, a beam of destructive energy shot in from afar, striking Vegito's left arm and severing it instantly. The severed limb floated momentarily before erupting in a violent explosion. Vegito, unfazed, turned to the source of the destructive energy, revealing a plump version of Beerus approaching alongside a female attendant. Enraged, Beerus roared at Kampa, You fool! Who gave you the authority to meddle in our universe's affairs? Kampa, with a smug grin, replied, Beerus, Lord Zeno commanded you to personally eliminate him, not merely to spectate. Fortunately, the wise Grand Minister anticipated your propensity for idleness. Hence my presence here to supervise. That last blow was merely a favor. I intended to obliterate him entirely. Yet I was surprised to find that only his arm was severed. Beerus suppressed the urge to unleash his wrath upon Kampa, coldly stating, Listen well, Kampa. I shall fulfill Lord Zeno's request, but should you meddle again, I will not hesitate to destroy you. Kampa's appearance interrupted the ongoing battle, prompting Vegito to turn and address him. From this moment on, whether you desire to or not, you have become a participant in this conflict. I hope you are prepared for the inevitability of death. Unfazed, Kampa nonchalantly cleaned his ears and replied, Huh? Death? Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to battle a god? Were it not for the orders from above? Let a god face inevitable death. With a thunderous sound. As soon as Kampa's words faded, Vegeta instantaneously transported himself before him, seizing Kampa's left arm with one hand. He then delivered a powerful kick to Kampa's arm, shattering the bone with a single blow. Following this, he unleashed both feet upon Kampa's head, exerting tremendous force. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed as Vegeta forcefully detached Kampa's arm from his body, purple blood floating in the weightless environment, accompanied by a scream that was more harrowing than that of a slaughtered pig during the New Year festivities. Witnessing this, Beerus was initially taken aback, only to soon break into a grin. You deserve this, Kampa. This is the consequence of your meddling in our universe. Consider it a lesson. As he spoke, Beerus swiftly placed himself between Vegeta and Kampa, striking Vegeta aside with a single slap while simultaneously kicking Kampa away. Vegeta stumbled back, glancing at the purple arm in his grasp and chuckling quietly. It seemed even a god could bleed. Gula shouted, Don't let him stop. He's already gravely injured. Almost immediately, the three Frost Demons surged forward to launch another assault. Frieza, while attacking, remarked, Only you possess the honor of provoking 3 Frost Demons and 2 Destroyers. You truly delight me. But alas, it is still insufficient. Ha ha ha. In a fit of rage, Vegeta sent the 3 flying with tremendous force, then rapidly moved in front of Kurds, raising his hand to gather energy for a Kamehameha aimed directly at him. We are relics of a bygone era, and I have witnessed your limits. You have ceased to hold any significance. With that, Vegeta unleashed his energy wave, propelling Kurds deep into the cosmos. In the next moment, he teleported behind Gula, delivering a punch that pierced through Gula's chest, lifting him high. My apologies, but I must conserve my strength for the battle with Lord Beerus. I cannot indulge you any longer. Gula spat out blood, reverting to his original form. Frieza, witnessing this, trembled in fear. Yet Vegeta merely smiled at him, saying, I shall not exterminate your entire race. Especially you, Frieza. I have always held great expectations for you. Now, however, I request solitude with the Destroyer. Beerus regarded Vegeta, saying, I understand your eagerness to battle me. I too wish to engage with you. I can have my attendant heal your wounds, and we can start anew. Vegeta declined Beerus's offer, stating, No need. These are the marks of honor for challengers. Restoring these injuries would be akin to erasing their hard-earned proof. Beerus furrowed his brow slightly. I have never encountered someone like you. But do you also consider me a challenger? Vegeta lifted his head, confidently smiling at Beerus. Indeed. At this moment, my voice resonates throughout the cosmos. Regardless of the opponent, anyone who encounters me is a challenger. Even gods are not exempt. Chapter 139. The end of an era. The two figures continued to escalate in power, even as Vegeta could not sense Beerus's energy. Yet he could distinctly sense that this opponent was entirely different from those he had encountered before. Even the previous Gula had instilled in him a feeling that he could vanquish his adversary with mere thought. However, this so-called deity was a stark contrast. His instincts warned him that only by unleashing all his might without mercy could he hope for victory. Just as the battle was on the verge of commencing, Vegeta suddenly spoke, saying, To be honest, I have come to this fight prepared for death. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you will grant the Saiyans a chance at survival after my demise. Beerus glanced at Frieza and replied, No problem. But I shall not expend my energy on the Saiyans. Frieza would henceforth serve as my agent. It all depends on how he orchestrates it. Frieza interjected, King Vegeta is no more, but I can assure you that the lineage of King Vegeta and Bardock will endure. As for the other Saiyans, their fates will depend on their performance. Vegeta closed his eyes and murmured, That is sufficient. With no lingering concerns, his focus was solely on Beerus, who in turn was fixated solely on Vegeta. Beerus floated slightly forward, and Whis discreetly advised him, Lord Beerus, it would be prudent to utilize your full power from the outset. He is not like those opponents you have toyed with before. Beerus responded, I am aware. A formidable surge of destructive energy emanated from Beerus. The mere act of amplifying his power was enough to cause the very fabric of space to tremble. He regarded Vegeta with a smile. I am delighted to encounter an opponent like you. With your presence, my potential shall be significantly enhanced. Come, allow me to demonstrate the techniques of a deity. In an instant, Vegeta materialized before Beerus, delivering a sudden punch to his face. Caught off guard, Beerus received the blow squarely, a canine tooth flying from his mouth. Enraged, Beerus attempted to retaliate, but Vegeta was already upon him, launching a relentless assault. This time, however, Beerus seized Vegeta's wrist. Vegeta retaliated by kicking towards Beerus's midsection, only to have Beerus ensnare his leg. At that moment, Beerus revealed a smug grin and said, "Do you truly believe you can defeat me with just one hand?" Without hesitation, Vegeta clenched his jaw and delivered a headbutt directly to Beerus's nose. Wincing in pain and clutching his nose, Beerus recoiled, but Vegeta surged forward once more, landing an uppercut to Beerus's abdomen. The impact caused Beerus to curl up, and Vegeta followed with an elbow strike from above. The force of that blow nearly shattered Beerus's back, causing him to spit blood as he distanced himself from Vegeta, enduring the excruciating pain. Nevertheless, Vegeta, akin to a magnet, relentlessly pursued Beerus, continuing his barrage. He understood that his condition was deteriorating. He could perish or face defeat. Yet he resolved to engage in the battle without regrets. Embracing a mindset of playfulness would turn this confrontation into a war of attrition. And if he did not unleash his full strength, he would inevitably succumb. At this moment, Beerus found himself with no opportunity to counterattack. Even wielding the divine technique of the God of Destruction, which transforms pain into boundless power and elevates one's limits, one cannot swiftly surpass Vegeta in a brief span. Beerus could merely envelop his exterior with a layer of destructive energy, awaiting the moment when Vegeta's punch sent him hurtling away. In that instant, Vegeta's right fist became a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, even revealing the white bones of his fingers. Gazing at his blood-soaked hand, he murmured, "So this is what it means to be a god of destruction." Cautiously, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy towards Beerus. Upon contact, it seemed as if the energy was instantaneously dismantled. Beerus coughed up a mouthful of blood and remarked, "This is the might of a god of destruction. Without a corresponding divine power, it is utterly insurmountable. However, I must commend you. Even when combined with the other 11 gods of destruction, none have made me feel such exertion. If you were at your peak, even Whis might struggle to defeat you in a straightforward brawl." Whis. Beerus gestured towards Whis, who was observing from a distance. "That fellow is both my servant and my mentor, as well as an angel." Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a pang of regret for having missed a stronger adversary, exclaiming with a wry smile, "I never imagined the universe to be so vast. With the other 11 gods of destruction and their angels, I have squandered too much time. Purunga deceived me. I thought the gods of destruction were the pinnacle of strength in the cosmos." At that moment, Beerus unleashed an even greater surge of energy than before. "Do not lament. Angels are forbidden from combat. The strongest beings capable of fighting in the universe are we, the gods of destruction." With that declaration, Beerus launched the first offensive, charging towards Vegeta and delivering a powerful kick. Vegeta, unable to evade in time, raised his right arm to defend. The force of the kick sent him flying a considerable distance, and by the time he regained his footing, Beerus had already appeared behind him. Before him, Beerus conjured a massive sphere of purple energy and launched it, enveloping Vegeta within. He could sense his body being gradually disintegrated. If he did not resist with all his might, he would likely vanish in an instant. Observing Vegeta's painful struggle, Beerus stood with his hands behind his back and remarked, "You are the first to endure this long under my destructive energy." Vegeta clenched his fists and roared, "Ah!" The destructive energy sphere that enveloped him began to shrink, ultimately vanishing entirely. At that moment, the tips of Vegeta's long black hair glimmered with a purple hue, and his entire form was shrouded in a layer of purple energy. Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment. "You have absorbed my destructive energy?" As Vegeta reveled in this newfound power, he murmured, "Such potent energy. It has granted me the strength of my peak in such a short time. Were this not my final battle, I would cherish this sensation and master it." Hearing this, Beerus could only respond with a resigned tone, "If you manage to survive, I believe you will achieve it. Yet now, this force is merely ephemeral for you. Even if you were to triumph over us by sheer luck, ultimately, this universe would succumb to your existence." Vegeta discerns that this god of destruction is but a pawn of higher deities. He does not doubt Beerus's words. But what of it? Should he render the god of destruction to a mere breath, self-termination would not be out of the question. The two charge at each other once more, and with an augmentation of power, Vegeta once again subdues Beerus. On several occasions, had he not restrained himself, he could have easily brought Beerus to the brink of death. It is crucial to note that Beerus currently relies on the divine techniques of a god of destruction and the cosmic rules to grow ever stronger. Observing that Beerus is nearing defeat in this fierce struggle, the nearly incapacitated Kampa begins to harbor ulterior motives. He secretly instructs Beerus, "Beerus, I need you to completely conceal my energy and presence." Beerus glances at Kampa with a hint of concern. Is this truly wise? You might earn Beerus' everlasting ire. Kampa stubbornly retorts, enough with the chatter. To be frank, if Beerus were to fall, I would stand no chance against that human. If both Beerus and I fail, the 6th and 7th universes shall meet their doom. At the moment, Beerus' strength incrementally aligns with that of Vegeta, capturing Vegeta's full attention. Kampa stealthily approaches from behind, unleashing a full-force strike aimed at Vegeta's heart. In a critical moment, Beerus, relying on his rudimentary mastery of Ultra Instinct, swiftly grasps Vegeta's shoulder, attempting to shift him aside. Alas, it is too late. Despite evading a fatal blow to the heart, Vegeta's right side and lung are still pierced. He erupts in a spray of blood onto Beerus' face. Kampa's figure materializes. Withdrawing his hand from Vegeta's body and retreating to a safe distance, he remarks, "No need for thanks, Beerus. This marks my second act of assistance. If you cannot prevail with this, then truly, the 7th universe has no reason to exist." In that instant, Beerus' expression darkens significantly. Just as he prepares to summon Whis to tend to Vegeta's wounds, Vegeta mutters with his head bowed, "It matters not. I was merely careless." Forgetting that another god of destruction had not consented to a one-on-one duel. He then turns, fixing a gaze laden with murderous intent upon Kampa. "No matter what occurs, I shall not permit you to withdraw from this battle." With remarkable speed, Vegeta lunges towards Kampa, who is caught unawares, and seizes his feline ears, yanking them down. Kampa cries out in pain, yet upon meeting Vegeta's frigid gaze, the sensation of physical agony is swiftly supplanted by a profound terror of death. He hastens towards Beerus, exclaiming, "Beerus, quickly, return to the 6th universe. Hurry." Beerus hovers in place, opting not to approach Kampa, merely extending his hand to beckon him forth. As the hand of Kampa made contact with that of Beerus, the two transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Meanwhile, Vegeta surged forth, exerting all his strength to pursue them. Within the luminous flow, Beerus turned to see that Vegeta had not employed any temporal or spatial techniques, but was relying solely on his own velocity to keep pace. He almost believed he was hallucinating. Such speed was beyond even that of a god of destruction. Not even some of the lesser angels could match it. How can he keep up with my speed? There is no escape. Vegeta launched a punch towards the radiant form of Kampa, his fist piercing through Kampa's abdomen. Kampa plummeted from the flow of light, blood splattering in the weightless environment. Just as Vegeta prepared to deliver the final blow to end Kampa's life, Beerus dashed forward to seize Kampa, maneuvering his body to evade while simultaneously retaliating. After forcing Vegeta back a few paces, a peculiar, excited smile emerged on Vegeta's face as he regarded her. Is this the might of an angel? Excellent. As Vegeta readied his assault, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and came to a halt. At that moment, he could distinctly feel his life energy waning rapidly, even his Super Saiyan form becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. At that juncture, Beerus, Whis, and Frieza arrived on the scene, with Beerus coldly addressing Kampa. "Kampa, once this is over, I will certainly seek you out in the 6th universe." Kampa, relieved to have escaped death, clutched his wound and laughed heartily. "Ha, fool. To fight with such vigor after sustaining such grievous injuries. No matter how formidable you may be, you are ultimately just a mortal. Vegeta, how much blood can you afford to lose?" Vegeta's gaze began to grow dim. In truth, he could no longer see. After wiping his blood-stained face clean with his gloves, he revealed a confident smile and murmured, "Enough to eliminate you before it runs dry." No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta vanished from his position. In that instant, his speed was such that even Beerus and Whis could not perceive it. When the others finally reacted, Vegeta's fist was already poised against Kampa's head. Kampa trembled in fear, his purple pants having unwittingly become damp. "Please, don't kill me. I was wrong." In that moment, Frieza observed the Saiyan, if he so desired. Even deities would tremble before him. Bound and suppressed by this individual for so long, he realized he had never truly harbored hatred for Vegeta. Beerus furrowed his brow at Whis and said, "Whis, I have not yet finished. Heal him." Whis calmly interrupted Beerus, stating, "It is no longer necessary, Lord Beerus." What? Vegeta is already dead. In that moment, Vegeta had expended his final vestiges of life force. That strike, had it landed, could have even felled an angel. Yet, at the last moment, he had held back. Upon hearing this, Kampa finally sighed in relief and hurriedly distanced himself from Vegeta's lifeless body. With a lingering sense of trepidation, I gazed at the motionless body of Vegeta and murmured, "He is truly dead. It has finally come to an end. To prevent any psychological scars, I must obliterate his remains." Beerus fixed his unwavering gaze upon Kampa, declaring, "The matter is concluded. Depart from my universe." "Humph," Kampa scoffed, allowing Vados to heal her injuries before vanishing into a stream of light once more. Beerus flew to Vegeta's lifeless form and conjured a sword out of thin air, plunging it into Vegeta's chest. "Though you are but a mortal, you have revealed the insignificance and cowardice of the gods. It is regrettable that this is not the fate you deserve, yet I am compelled to act thus." Withdrawing the sword, Beerus tossed it to Whis. Whis caught the blade, momentarily taken aback, yet remained silent. Beerus raised his hand towards Vegeta's corpse, stating, "The order is to obliterate you. Farewell, Emperor of the Universe." Destruction. Vegeta's body gradually dissipated into the cosmos. Turning his back on Frieza, Beerus asserted, "The matter is resolved. You shall be responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta." "Yes, Lord Beerus. Should we leave a few Saiyans alive? That is for you to decide." Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, King Bardock looked skyward, murmuring, "Father, our era has come to a close, but the saga of the Saiyans shall not end. It will be rewritten elsewhere." With that, Bardock removed his battle attire and donned a black robe before vanishing from sight. In the depths of space, a solitary capsule spaceship carried a Saiyan child toward the fringes of the universe. The king of the Zuvals, before the explosion of planet Vegeta, had launched two ultimate weapons into the cosmos. He stood within a violently shaking structure, gazing at the sky and proclaiming, "Emperor, one day we shall avenge you." In the year 737 of the age of the universe, Vegeta fell in battle, and that same year, Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta. The Cosmic Alliance disbanded, and the seventh universe fractured into numerous independent factions. Kakarot arrived on Earth, and the number of surviving Saiyans in the seventh universe dwindled to fewer than 100. Chapter 140. The connector of past and future in the year 737 of the age of the universe, on Earth, at Mount Payos. Gohan, while gathering firewood, stumbled upon a boy with a tail in a small depression. He named him Sun Wukong. In the year 738, with a battle power reaching 600, Sun Wukong underwent a personality transformation due to a severe blow to his head. That day, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe floated above Mount Payos, observing as Gohan bandaged Wukong's head. "Until you acquire the power to contend against the gods, it is best to adhere to the flow of history as it originally unfolded." As formidable as your father was, he drastically altered the established history, leading only to an end marked by death and disappearance. Yet you are already far stronger than history dictates. Without sufficient trials, you shall not stand a chance against divine beings. Even the frozen demon would pose an insurmountable challenge. I must create stronger foes and allies for you. Piccolo and the androids are essential. With that, the mysterious figure departed at an extraordinary speed, landing in the most perilous area of Mount Payos. In this place, where various fierce beasts roam year-round, there stands an unexpectedly high-tech cabin. A mysterious figure descends before the cabin, and as the automatic door opens, he enters, causing the entire structure to become transparent and vanish. "Janae, I have returned." Inside the cabin, a female Saiyan rushes forward, asking, "Have you seen Kakarot?" The man, revealing a smile beneath his hood, replies, "Yes. Things are finally falling into place here." The female Saiyan expresses her frustration. Must he really lose his memory? The Saiyan, taking a seat and inhaling deeply, explains, "Kakarot is an exceptionally pure Saiyan. Even if his grandfather is not Vegeta, he would inevitably become one of the most formidable Saiyans in the future, especially in this world, deviated from the original timeline. If he grows up with his Saiyan nature intact, He would only meet his demise at the hands of Frieza. At this juncture, the Scion rubs his temples. If Vegito were still a boy, everything would be simpler. The female Scion inquires, should we not concern ourselves with Vegeta? There is no need. Frieza requires a young genius Scion. For now, her proximity to him ensures her safety. Moreover, that scoundrel Raditz is getting along well with Vegeta. Frieza is aware that he is my son and should refrain from harming him. He continues, next, I must seek the Dragon Balls to release King Piccolo early and restore his youth. Though he has been severed from the dragon, with some training, he could pose a challenge to Kakarot in a few years. Janae expresses her concern. Will the guardian of this planet not intervene? Bardock dons a vest-style combat suit, retrieving a red scarf from a drawer and gripping it tightly. My brother entrusted everything to me before his passing. It is his blood that stained this cloth. I will not allow anyone to thwart me, and my abilities transcend this time and space. One day, the gods will gaze upon a Scion they must revere. With that, Bardock ties the red scarf around his head, dons a mask, and cloaked in a robe, he soars towards the realm of the gods. At the divine realm, the old deity senses an overwhelming energy approaching rapidly, so potent that it extinguishes any desire for resistance within him. Suddenly, Bardock halts mid-air, a fierce wind following, nearly sweeping Mr. Popo and the deity from their sanctuary. Guardian of Earth, I require the Dragon Balls and your spirit time chamber. In exchange, I shall protect this planet for 30 years and reveal your origins. The deity understands that someone of such strength would not jest with him, and he finds himself unable to refuse. His hand, gripping the staff, trembles uncontrollably. Nonetheless, he takes a deep breath and inquires, who exactly are you? I am a bridge between the old and the new eras. Earth is on the cusp of monumental change. Numerous dangers will arise in the future. If we do not formulate a strategy now, when true threats descend upon this planet, all living beings shall face annihilation. Upon sensing that Bardock harbored no ill intentions, the old sage reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Meanwhile, on Namek, the Grand Elder had perceived a year prior that Vegeta had perished. However, a Scion who had accompanied Vegeta discreetly confided in the Grand Elder about certain matters. Should my father fall in battle one day, there is no need for any of you to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, for the Dragon Balls of Namek are incapable of such a feat. The cosmos will descend into chaos, and if not averted, the concealed Namek will inevitably be discovered and conquered by malevolent forces. The only salvation for the Namekians lies on Earth. I must cultivate a Super Namekian to combat the impending evil invasion. The Grand Elder gazed at the Scion before him and inquired, are these visions of the future that you speak of? Were they revealed to you through the magical fist of the Canassian? Bardock replied, not entirely. My abilities are rooted in the Canassian's magical fist, yet they surpass it. I can perceive not only the events of this timeline. Soon, my father will erase all memories of Namek from everyone except for you. For when my father falls, only I will be able to lead everyone to victory. Therefore, I require your assistance. Returning to the present, the Grand Elder took a deep breath and slowly stated, it appears the time has come. Mulan, gather the Dragon Balls. In the prime of his youth, Mulan remained unaware of the Grand Elder's intentions, but dared not question. He simply complied with the task at hand. Once the Dragon Balls were assembled, the Grand Elder personally observed the sky as Purunga granted his wishes. For the first wish, the Grand Elder requested that Purunga transport a portion of the Namekians he had painstakingly nurtured over the years to the Earth's heavenly temple. For the second wish, he asked that the Namekians in the universe be restored to their prime. For the third wish, he requested that Purunga resurrect Slug in the heavenly temple on Earth 1 hour hence. At the heavenly temple on Earth, the old sage was astonished to see a multitude of individuals resembling himself suddenly appear. Who are you? One of the Namekians stepped forward and proclaimed, we are, like you Namekians. We have come to fulfill a prior agreement with Mr. Bardock. No sooner had he spoken than the old sage radiated light, and his body instantaneously reverted to his youthful form. In his astonishment, he quickly sensed something amiss. This is the work of the Dragon Balls. How can this be? The Dragon Balls on Earth have yet to be gathered. Bardock stepped forward to explain. This was accomplished using the Dragon Balls of Namek. The Earth's Dragon Balls are insufficient to expedite my plans. With that, Bardock turned to bow to the other Namekians. I must rely on all of you now. While enhancing the power of the Earth's deity, we also need to augment his control over the Dragon Balls. Hence, both the warrior Namekians and the Dragon Clan Namekians must assimilate with the deity of Earth. The leader of the Namekians stepped forward and declared, "We were born for this moment." Moreover, it is well understood that the true strength of the Namekians is realized only when their powers are unified. Subsequently, numerous Namekians began to undergo assimilation with the ancient sage. After a dozen Namekians had completed the assimilation, the sage's combat prowess surged to over 6 million. Such a level of power was previously unimaginable even to deities. At this moment, the divine being could profoundly grasp the disparity between himself and Bardock. A battle may soon ensue, but there is no cause for concern. I shall handle it. Let Mr. Popo first embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls. Half an hour later, another robust Namekian, now advanced in age, was teleported in. Without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, Bardock swiftly knocked him unconscious with a single punch. He then produced a specially designed high-tech restraint to secure him. The divine being inquired in confusion, "Why treat this Namekian so specially?" Bardock responded, "Because he is far more malevolent than King Piccolo. After acquiring the Dragon Balls, we shall first lift the seal on King Piccolo. The rest will be entrusted to me. Rest assured, my strength ranks among the top 5 in the universe, excluding the gods." The divine being did not doubt Bardock's words. The malevolent Namekian's aura had far exceeded his own, yet he was effortlessly subdued by the man before him. If he could indeed protect Earth for 30 years, it would be a fortunate circumstance for the entire planet. In the year 749 of the age, Goku encountered Bulma and embarked on a journey to seek the Dragon Balls. At this time, Goku's combat power stood at 800 points. This journey was fraught with little difficulty, as they successfully located all 7 Dragon Balls. Additionally, Bulma began to develop an interest in Goku beyond mere admiration for his formidable strength. Simultaneously, Goku did not allow his newfound power to breed arrogance. He remained humble and, akin to the original narrative, became a disciple of Master Roshi. In the year 750 of the age, Goku participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament and effortlessly claimed victory. That same year, he obliterated the Red Ribbon Army's stronghold in the north. Within the secret base of the stronghold, Dr. Gero watched in astonishment as young Goku dispatched the army with superhuman ease. He slammed his fist on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! How can such a master exist in this world? He is far too powerful to be merely a human." A mysterious voice echoed from behind him. "He is indeed not a human." Dr. Gero immediately turned around, asking, "Who?" Bardock emerged from the shadows, stating, "I am merely a passing Saiyan." "That Son Goku is a Saiyan, just like me." "Saiyan, what is your purpose for coming to Earth?" "To conquer it?" Bardock scoffed. "Conquer Earth? Huh. I have once possessed many planets more advanced than this civilization. I hold no interest in this place. That little brat will not conquer it either. But I do find you intriguing, Dr. Gero." As he spoke, Bardock produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground. A cloud of white smoke enveloped them, and as it cleared, a cabinet was revealed. Bardock continued, "Inside are the cells of various masters from across the universe, alongside the pinnacle of cosmic technology. We could collaborate." "Dr. Gero," Dr. Gallo warily inquired of Bardock, "how do you wish to collaborate?" Behind Bardock, a figure emerged, revealing an elderly alien perched atop a sphere. He addressed Dr. Gallo, stating, "Technology and power should not be limited to Earth alone. What we are about to undertake, once successful, will grant us dominion over the entire cosmos." Ultimately, Dr. Gallo consented to join forces with Bardock and his companions. As Bardock and the elder exited the cave, he turned to the old man and said, "The next steps are in your hands, Dr. Likey." Dr. Likey solemnly nodded at Bardock, replying, "Rest assured, King Bardock. We Zephyrians pledge our lives to follow the lineage of the Emperor." Just as Bardock was about to depart, he paused and remarked, "There is no Emperor anymore, Dr. Likey. However, once we overthrow the frozen demon, I shall fulfill my father's vow." Dr. Likey lowered his head and sighed. "You have inherited the compelling charisma of your father. We Zephyrians do not aspire to stand atop the hierarchy, but tell me, King Bardock, who is the adversary we are ultimately to confront?" Bardock turned to gaze at Dr. Likey and replied, "An entity far beyond even the gods, one who will unleash calamity upon the entire universe. This must remain confidential. Simply remember, this foe will surpass King Vegeta." In the year 753 of the Age of the Universe, during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, and a host of Earth martial artists fell to a cadre of enigmatic masters. These individuals, much like Goku, boar tails reminiscent of primates at the base of their spines. Among them was Goku's opponent, clad in a sleeveless combat suit, equipped with a scouter, who muttered, "Battle power, 973. Goku, fixated on his adversary, queried, "Who are you?" The response came with a scoff. "We? Humph, like you. We are a warrior race, but the specifics of our identity are not for you to know. At least not yet. Allow me to gauge your strength." The battle commenced, and despite Goku unleashing his full repertoire of techniques to his opponent, they appeared as mere childish play. For the first time, Goku felt the sting of his own inadequacy. Since he could remember, he had never fought anyone with all his might. Yet, even in his most fervent effort against this adversary, the only retort he received was, "Is that all? Your attacks merely stir up some dust." Goku was defeated, utterly and humiliatingly, left with barely a breath. His opponent departed with the ominous declaration, "We serve King Piccolo." That day, King Piccolo made his appearance, emanating a suffocating aura that filled Goku with both excitement and trepidation. After consuming a Senzabine, he felt an unrelenting surge of power coursing through him. This was the first activation of his Saiyan ability to resurrect from the brink of death. Bardock, not far off, murmured into his scouter, "Only around 2,000 battle power?" After assimilating with a Namekian, King Piccolo had already reached a formidable 5,000 battle power. The combat power of those artificial Saiyans is also controlled at 3,000 points. Kakarot, it is time to showcase your resilience. Chapter 141, The Hidden in the Novice Village. Chapter 141, The Hidden Power of the Novice Village. With his enhanced strength, Goku's confidence swelled immensely. He immediately summoned the flying Nimbus and raced towards the artificial Saiyans. Before long, he spotted a Saiyan with a crab-like head standing defiantly in mid-air, arms crossed, as if he had been waiting for Goku's arrival. Upon seeing Goku, the crab-headed Saiyan immediately displayed a disdainful smile. "Is this the natural-born me? So feeble." Compared to Goku, he had already reached adulthood. However, yet his visage and hairstyle were reminiscent of Goku's. Goku gazed at his face and slowly asked, "Are you my father? Father?" The other grinned widely. "I am Kakarot. Kakarot? I am you, Kakarot. Kakarot?" The Saiyan, who claimed to be Kakarot, continued, "Indeed, that is the name of our race. But I am different from you. You were born of nature, while I was artificially cultivated from the genetic information of the monarch. You probably cannot comprehend all of this, but just know that once I kill you, I will completely replace you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the self-proclaimed Kakarot lunged at Goku, landing a punch squarely on his face. Goku fell from Nimbus, his descent appearing almost in slow motion against the backdrop of flight. After dropping merely 2 or 3 meters, Kakarot instantly reappeared behind him. "What have the Earthlings taught you? You cannot even fly." Bang! Kakarot kicked Goku skyward. Then, a memory surged in his mind as he raised his hand towards Goku. "Dying under our signature technique will at least be a worthy demise." Came. Sensing the sudden surge of Kakarot's energy, Goku opened his eyes in pain. Could it be? How could he? The Kamehameha wave shot forth towards Goku, and at the critical moment, Goku instinctively utilized the Crane School's technique to evade, slowly floating in midair. Kakarot observed Goku and remarked, "I did not expect you to learn to fly at this moment. But judging by your appearance, you can hardly move freely, can you? To me, you are no different from a live target. I shall not miss next time." Kakarot gathered energy spheres in both hands and relentlessly fired them at Goku. Unable to move swiftly, Goku curled into a ball, shielding himself with his limbs from the onslaught of the Kamehameha waves. The smoke from the explosions thickened rapidly. Although the interior was obscured, Kakarot was certain Goku remained within. Little did he realize that Goku's energy was intensifying. Just as Kakarot felt it was time to relent, a blue energy wave burst forth from the thick smoke. This took Kakarot by surprise, the energy wave grazing past his cheek. A scar marred his face. Kakarot, somewhat incredulous, wiped his face and gazed at the blood on his hands, murmuring, "Remarkable, to be able to utilize the Kamehameha under such circumstances. Yet, your body must be reaching its limit, no?" As the smoke dissipated, Goku was revealed, drenched in blood, his garments tattered. He gasped for breath, maintaining the stance to unleash the Kamehameha, slowly descending. Just as Kakarot prepared to approach and deliver a final blow, Goku suddenly closed his eyes. Kakarot looked down upon Goku, raising his hand to once again concentrate the energy wave aimed at the unconscious warrior. "Your life is now mine. At that moment, your life belongs to me." At that moment, Another man with a crab-like head abruptly appeared beside Kakarot, seizing his wrist and stating, "Enough." "Father," Bardock replied coldly. "Your task is to continuously hone him. I have never commanded you to kill him. Why do you wish to end his life?" Cold sweat streamed down Kakarot's forehead. Faced with Bardock's inquiry, he found himself incapable of deceit or silence. He could only express his innermost thoughts, because I believe Saiyans should adhere to the law of the jungle. Even though our genes are identical, I am stronger. I want to usurp him. Bardock fixed his gaze upon him and warned, "This is the first and the last time. Though you share the same essence, you are burdened with different destinies, and destiny cannot be substituted, not even by me or the former emperor. Should I discover you defying my will again, you must understand." He then flew towards the location of King Piccolo, while Bardock descended beside Goku, producing a Senzu bean and placing it in Goku's mouth. Goku instantly healed, producing a Senzu bean and placing it in Goku's mouth. Instantly, Goku's wounds healed, and upon awakening, he launched an attack upon seeing the figure before him. After all, the father and son bore an almost identical appearance, save for the scars adorning Bardock's face. Bardock caught Goku's strike with one hand and said, "Look closely. I am not your enemy, Kakarot." After scrutinizing Bardock with a hint of caution, Goku retreated a half-step, questioning, "Then who are you?" Bardock straightforwardly replied, "I am your biological father, a Saiyan, Bardock." "What?" Goku, astonished, studied Bardock once more, eager to commit every detail of the man to memory. "But I do not remember you." Bardock smiled, raising his hand to rest on Goku's head, saying, "This way, you will remember." In an instant, Goku beheld a vision. Within a container, he wept as he gazed at a couple beyond a red glass barrier. He placed his small hand on the glass, and Bardock extended his hand from the outside, pressing it against the barrier. Chi-Chi, in tears, urged, "You must survive, Kakarot." Bardock reassured, "Do not worry, he will surely survive. We will arrive shortly." The memory concluded there, and Goku was unaware of when tears began to stream down his face. "Father?" This marks the first time Wukong has uttered this term in his life, although he does not fully comprehend its precise meaning. They were meant to be my creations for the preservation of peace in the universe. However, certain individuals went rogue for various reasons. Now, Kakarot, you must vanquish those formidable foes. Wukong looked at Bardock and asked again, "Father, are you very strong?" "Fairly so," Bardock replied. "They were meant to be my creations to safeguard the peace of the universe. However, some individuals went rogue for various reasons. Now, Kakarot, you must defeat those formidable foes. My responsibility lies in safeguarding the future of the entire universe. Besides, the blood that flows within you won't permit my aid." Upon hearing this, Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. "Haha, yes. Since they have harmed my friends, this matter must be resolved by me." Wukong's gaze grew resolute. "I have many more questions to ask you, father, but time is of the essence. Besides those Saiyans, I sense an even greater presence. Once this affair is settled, can you train me, father?" Bardock smiled and replied, "Of course." Just as Wukong was about to summon the flying Nimbus, Bardock called out, "Try not to rely on external aids. You are now capable of flight. So manage your energy and fly there on your own." Understood. Although Wukong's aerial agility still required improvement, he soon mastered the ability to fly in a straight line with all his might. Before long, Wukong arrived at the location where King Piccolo and the Saiyans were situated. Although Wukong's aerial maneuverability was still lacking, he soon mastered the ability to fly straight with all his might. Before long, though his chances against King Piccolo remained slim. However, defeating those Saiyans with a power level of merely 3,000 posed little challenge. After assessing Wukong, King Piccolo murmured, "Reborn from the brink of death, Wukong's battle power reached 4,000 points. Though his chances against King Piccolo remained slim, you shall perish at the hands of your comrades." Wukong gazed steadfastly at Piccolo and declared, "Absolutely not," with a wave of his hand. "I did not expect there to be other Saiyans on Earth aside from you few. Boy, I offer you the chance to submit to me." Wukong seldom left opponents alive. Without restrictions, he fought to the bitter end. Although he had now vanquished the 3 artificial Saiyans, his strength was waning. With only half a Senzu bean remaining, he consumed it to restore his energy, yet some injuries remained unhealed. In the ensuing battle, predictably, Wukong was defeated. King Piccolo stood over him, pressing his foot against Wukong's head, stating, "At such a tender age, you possess such formidable power. Keeping you alive would be a liability. Today," his own stamina was now severely depleted. With only half a senzu bean remaining, Ryukong consumed it to restore some energy, yet he still bore lingering injuries. Though severely weakened, Goku clung to life. At that moment, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi rushed to his aid. Tien initiated with a solar flare. Keeping you alive could pose a future threat. Thus, it is best to eliminate you today. As Piccolo seized Goku by the collar and hurled him into the sky, the formidable energy emanating from him sent shivers through Piccolo, who immediately ascended into the sky, preparing to flee. Goku pursued him relentlessly, and as Piccolo gathered his energy for a ki blast, he turned to Goku with a mocking grin. Will you chase me, or save your comrades? Reaching an astonishing 15,000 points. The overwhelming aura emanating from him sent shivers down Piccolo's spine, prompting him to ascend into the heavens in a bid to flee. Goku immediately pursued him, as Piccolo gathered energy for a special beam cannon, turning to Goku with a mocking grin. Will you chase me, or save your companions? He taunted, unleashing energy blasts towards Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi. Upon witnessing this, Goku swiftly changed course to provide assistance. He reached Krillin's energy blast first, kicking it away. Goku gazed at their lifeless bodies, his head bowed in silence. Yet his energy continued to escalate. His hair stood on end, enveloped in a golden aura, while his hair and eyebrows transformed into a deep crimson hue. Bardock, concealed at a distance, observed the unfolding scene, murmuring, "Is this merely a fade? If only his base power were slightly higher, perhaps he would achieve it." Yet, even in this state of transformation, he is more than capable of confronting the Demon King. While his hair and eyebrows transformed to a deep crimson. From a distance, Bardock, concealing his energy, observed this spectacle and murmured, "Is this merely a fade?" In his dying moments, the Demon King expelled an egg towards the horizon, declaring, "Do not revel in your victory, Scion. My offspring shall avenge me." Haha. Goku remained silent. Goku was more than sufficient to contend with the Demon King Piccolo. With astonishing speed, Goku soared towards the direction of Piccolo's escape. Even though Piccolo had taken flight, Goku soon caught up. Before Piccolo could react, Goku pierced through his body. In his final moments, the Demon King expelled an egg towards the horizon. "Do not revel too much, Scion. My offspring shall avenge me." Haha. Goku remained silent, raising his hand to unleash an energy wave that reduced Piccolo to ashes. Just as Goku believed all was concluded, the Scion who bore an uncanny resemblance to him descended from the heavens. "Well done, Kakarot. Finally, you exhibit some semblance of a Scion." Goku furrowed his brow, staring intently at Kakarot. "A Scion's appearance? It seems you remain unaware of what a true Scion is. I suspect you have met our father. He must have imparted many grand philosophies about safeguarding universal peace." A tremendous transformation occurred within him. Shortly thereafter, a colossal ape stood roaring upon a desolate expanse. In response, Ryukong merely remarked, "Is this the true form of a Scion?" Nothing more than this. The combat prowess of the artificially created Kakarot was measured at 500 points, which soared to a staggering 45,000 upon his transformation into a great ape. Yet, in this moment, Ryukong, in his mystic Super Saiyan state, boasted a battle power of 450,000. He was a full 10 times stronger than the great ape Kakarot. Moreover, even in his great ape form, Kakarot retained his human intellect. He addressed Ryukong, "Humph, do you think this is the end? Ever since my birth, I have perceived myself as a unique existence. Do you know why? Because I possess memories from other worlds. Although these memories are incomplete, and I know not how they came to be, they have granted me insight into how to wield this body." Tenfold Kaioken. Chapter 142. The growth of the offspring 450,000 versus 450,000. Despite the significant disparity in their sizes, their combat prowess was evenly matched in practice. Had Ryukong mastered the use of the instant transmission technique more thoroughly, he might have gained an advantage in mobility. Utilizing the Kaioken in his great ape form would considerably lessen the physical burden. However, this did not imply a lack of repercussions, should the battle devolve into a stalemate. Chapter 142. The growth of the offspring 450,000 against 450,000. Despite their vast difference in size, the combatants were evenly matched in battle. His singular focus was to unleash his full might upon his opponent, regardless of who they were. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, using the Kaioken in giant ape form would significantly alleviate the strain on his body. Yet, this did not imply the absence of injury. Should the battle devolve into a stalemate, Wukong's chances of victory would be considerable. Regrettably, as Wukong experienced the power of the Super Saiyan for the first time, his thoughts were singular. No matter who opposed him, he would fight with all his might. After 10 minutes of combat, Kakarot could no longer maintain the tenfold Kaioken. Simultaneously, he had only transformed into this state after glimpsing the moon once. Suddenly, Wukong recalled a lesson from his training. Should he be struck severely by the giant ape once more, his life would hang in the balance. However, with the dissolution of the mimicry, Wukong began to strategize. He meticulously observed the giant ape, recalling Kakarot's earlier words. The true form of a Saiyan had only been revealed to him after gazing upon the moon. Suddenly, Wukong remembered something from his training when Master Roshi had once stated that a tail could render one uncontrollable and was also a weakness. Consequently, urging them to remain vigilant regarding Wukong's tail and to ensure he never glimpsed the moon during a full moon. At that moment, the great ape lifted its massive foot and brought it crashing down toward Wukong. As Wukong leapt to evade, his body was seized firmly by two enormous hands. Had discreetly communicated with Gohan and Master Roshi, advising them to remain vigilant regarding Wukong's tail and to ensure he never glimpsed the moon during a full moon. Who captures whom is yet to be determined. Solar flare. The blinding radiance instantaneously rendered the giant ape visually impaired, prompting it to instinctively release Goku while shielding its eyes. In that fleeting moment of descent, Goku swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the giant ape, raising his hand and unconsciously channeling a disc-shaped energy wave to hurl forth. Who holds whom is yet to be determined. Solar flare. The blinding radiance instantaneously rendered the colossal ape devoid of sight. The outcome appeared nearly inevitable. That power level of 4,500 was tantamount to a single decisive strike. Goku gazed intently at Kakarot, asserting, regardless of your true identity, raising his hand to unconsciously condense a disc-like energy wave, which he then hurled forth. This technique bore resemblance to the energy wave of the Spirit Blade, swiftly severing the giant's tail. Subsequently, Kakarot's form began to diminish, ultimately reverting to his original state. At that juncture, the outcome of the battle had become almost unequivocal. That formidable battle power of 4,500 points was nearly tantamount to a single punch. Goku fixated his gaze upon Kakarot, declaring, regardless of your true identity, this ends here. Kakarot. He was taken aback by a fierce assault. As Kakarot unleashed his full might upon Goku, he venomously declared, I comprehend the path to strength far better than you. I am acutely aware of the foes we shall face in the future. Why should that individual not be me? Provoked, Goku felt the flames of rage ignite within him. This tripling represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. Meanwhile, Goku, having exerted himself in the fray, was also experiencing a decline in his condition. Unprepared for Kakarot's sudden surge in strength, he found himself caught off guard by a surprise attack. As Kakarot unleashed his full might against Goku, he vehemently asserted, I am unaware of your words' meaning. However, I do not wish to take your life. As long as you vow to harm no innocent soul, I shall spare you. Innocent? Kakarot fixated on Goku, retorting, once one inherits this bloodline, innocence ceases to exist. Every Saiyan beyond this timeline is a shameless slayer. After a moment of contemplation, Goku inquired, what then becomes of them? Kakarot struggled to lift himself, declaring, the pure-blooded Saiyans, save for myself and another, have been eradicated. If fate is predetermined, then I merely wish to embrace this identity and survive. What fault lies with me? In that instant, Goku comprehended the essence of Kakarot's struggle. It was solely to endure. Kakarot continued, do you believe that your mercy will grant me survival? Should my fate be death, I would rather perish by my own hand. Let us proceed. Goku clenched his fists, solemnly retorting, no, I refuse to accept the notion of destiny. You must live. You are the strongest adversary I have encountered, and I hope for the opportunity to battle you again. With that, Goku turned his back on Kakarot, preparing to depart. In that moment, Goku finally grasped the essence of Kakarot's motivation for combat. It was solely a quest for survival. Kakarot continued, do you believe that if you spare me, should I launch a surprise attack upon you with a ki blast, your demise would be assured? Kakarot raised his hand, channeling a formidable energy wave. In that instant, Goku sensed the impending danger and turned to Kakarot, inquiring, what do you intend to do? Kakarot laughed heartily, proclaiming, never turn your back on an enemy. In a shocking turn of events, Kakarot refrained from striking Goku. Instead, his hand, infused with immense energy, pierced through his own chest. Blood erupted from his mouth as he grasped his heart with relentless determination, extracting it from his body. With an unforgettable gaze, he locked eyes with Goku and declared, "Remember, your demise would be certain." Kakarot raised his hand, condensing a wave of energy, and Goku instantly sensed impending danger, turning to face Kakarot. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. Kakarot laughed heartily. "Never turn your back on an enemy." With a sudden thrust, Kakarot did not strike Goku. Instead, his hand, imbued with immense energy, pierced through his own chest. Blood gushed forth from his mouth as he desperately clutched his heart, forcibly extracting it. With an unforgettable gaze that Goku would carry for eternity, he locked eyes with him and declared, "Remember our Saiyan name, Kakarot." Goku rushed forward to support Kakarot's lifeless body, but regardless of his frantic calls. This gravity is 10 times that of the outside world, akin to planet Vegeta. After a brief period of acclimatization, Goku stood and asked, "Planet Vegeta?" "Indeed," Bardock affirmed, revealing to him his true identity and forever etching that Saiyan name into his memory. 2 days later, Goku journeyed to the Heavenly Temple for training. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, as he stepped onto the white ground, he was instantly pinned to the floor by tenfold gravity. Bardock, hands on his hips, chuckled at Goku. "The gravity here is 10 times that of the outside world, comparable to planet Vegeta." After adapting for a moment, Goku rose and asked, "Planet Vegeta?" "Indeed." Goku began to practice a series of punches, soon gasping for breath. "Are we to remain in this environment for an entire year?" "Indeed." "Take pride in him." After a brief silence, he continued, "The size of this place is akin to Earth, and there is only this entrance and exit." Bardock clenched his fists and, in an instant, transformed into Super Saiyan, his golden aura and immense energy captivating Goku. "You were already quite close to this state." Goku began to practice a set of punches, but soon found himself gasping for breath. "Are we to remain in this environment for a year?" he asked. Bardock nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will do my utmost to strengthen you within this year, enough for you to transform into a Super Saiyan. For soon, you will face another Super Saiyan." "A Super Saiyan?" Bardock clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 1, the golden aura and immense energy captivating Goku. "You were already quite close to this state before. You are destined to be the Super Saiyan who emerges once every 1,000 years. Moreover, this transformation is merely the beginning." With a flash of lightning, Goku felt as though his worldview had shattered. How could anyone in this world possess such overwhelming power? The intensity of this aura was something he had never dared to imagine, filling his eyes with wonder as he looked at Bardock and asked, "Can I achieve this too?" There is no need for fervent cries to unleash such power. When the aura of Super Saiyan 3 radiates, Goku feels as if he is gazing directly at the sun. In truth, the energy emanating from Bardock surpasses that of any star within the cosmos. Following this transformation, a qualitative leap will occur, with a tremendous surge of energy. Yet in the eyes of those truly formidable foes, the distinction between Super Saiyan 1 and 2 is negligible. What follows is Bardock's instantaneous transformation into Super Saiyan 3. For a warrior of his caliber, there is no need for the customary roar to unleash his power. When the aura of Super Saiyan 3 manifests, murmuring, "Incredible! Although I cannot sense the aura, it is certainly stronger than before." Bardock clenches his fist, looking at his hand with a smile. Indeed, in this state, the ensuing transformation promises a qualitative leap. With a mighty surge of energy, Bardock unleashes his full might, sending Goku, even from a distance of 10 meters, hurtling away. Of course, this is Bardock's attempt to restrain his energy. Had he not suppressed the spread of his aura, Goku would likely have been obliterated. Bardock's upper body and the resulting energy leak could provoke unwarranted complications. Thus, Goku trained alongside Bardock in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year. When the chamber's door swung open again. Incredible! Although I cannot sense his aura, he must be far stronger than before. Bardock clenches his fist, gazing at his hand with a smile. Indeed, in this state, dealing with the previous transformation would require no more than a mere finger. No, even the mere gaze of my eyes would suffice. Goku cautiously approaches, scrutinizing. "Is this the pinnacle of Super Saiyan?" Bardock replies, "Not yet. I can transform even further, but there is no need. Moreover, should I assume that form now, this space would collapse, and the leakage of my aura could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, Goku trained alongside Bardock in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year. When the door to the chamber opened once more, Goku had grown to Bardock's height. In fact, merely a month after entering the chamber, Goku had already reached Bardock's stature. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Goku had already matured when he defeated Demon King Piccolo. However, his height remained nearly unchanged from his initial appearance, suggesting that he suddenly matured into an adult form at around the age of 19 or 20. Emerging side by side, Bardock maintained his normal state while Goku retained his Super Saiyan 1 appearance. At this juncture, Goku's base combat power measured an impressive 5 million. The Supreme Kai, upon witnessing Goku's remarkable transformation, almost failed to recognize him. Throughout the year, and I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you while I am still at my peak, I have observed that Bulma is a delightful young woman. To fulfill his ambitions of revival and vengeance, Bardock felt compelled to bestow upon Goku greater responsibilities. After a hearty meal in the Supreme Kai's palace, I would like to borrow a spaceship from my father to study on Yadrat for 3 years. That is acceptable, but remember this, when testing your instant transmission, you must not arrive on the nearest habitable planet to Yadrat. Goku, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Bardock smiled mysteriously. The consequences of such a visit could lead to illness and death, but far worse, you may become a mere shadow of your former self. Goku swallowed hard, bid farewell to those present, and flew towards the Capsule Corporation. After Goku departed, Bardock turned to the deity and said, "I shall go retrieve Piccolo. Do not reveal yourself yet. Training him to reach Kakarot's level will require considerable time. Even so, he must undergo assimilation with Slug before he can challenge Kakarot in 3 years." The deity nodded and asked, "Earlier, you mentioned having 20 more years at your peak. Will you require the dragon's power?" "No," Bardock replied. "The Earth's dragon possesses limited abilities. I have my own plans in place." At the Capsule Corporation, the receptionist inquired, "Are you looking for Miss Bulma? May I ask your relation to her?" Goku responded, "I suppose I am her boyfriend. Just tell her Goku is here." Upon seeing Goku, it will take considerable time to train him to Kakarot's level. Even then, he must assimilate with Slug to adequately prepare Kakarot in 3 years. The deity nodded and asked, "You mentioned you still have 20 years at your peak. Will you require the dragon's power?" "No need. The Earth's dragon has limited abilities. And I have plans in place," Bardock replied. At the Capsule Corporation's front desk in West City, the receptionist asked, "Are you looking for Miss Bulma? May I ask your relation to her?" Goku answered, "I suppose I am her boyfriend. Just tell her Goku is here." Upon seeing Goku's current appearance, Bulma immediately fell into a state of infatuation. With his golden hair, striking blue eyes, and a physique sculpted from pure muscle, who could resist such allure? Yamcha? What a pathetic excuse. He can find a hole to lie in, she thought. When Bulma realized the visitor was indeed Goku, her jaw nearly dropped. "You are Goku. How have you transformed into this?" Goku looked down at his body and remarked, "I don't know how it happened, but can you accompany me on a date?" The beautiful Saiyan slowly rose, stating, "I had not anticipated a race capable of rivaling Super Saiyans beyond the frozen demon in this vast universe. Who exactly are you? I shall agree to be your girlfriend." In the year 754 of the age, Goku's first child was born, possessing a battle power of 100,000 at birth. She was named Sunbra. Meanwhile, the little girl from Bowsy Mountain still reminisced about the boy who had promised to marry her. In the same year, on planet Cyril,